Everyone says summoner is the worst class. That's because they've never seen a summoner whose summons are literal gods. While other summoners are still summoning kittens and water sprites, the pet I summon at level 1 is a 2-winged Archangel. Tiannan Academy, the day of the new students' class change ceremony. Hey, did you hear? God's Domain is officially launching tomorrow. Of course I know. As a veteran gamer, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Lin Shen stood in the queue, listening to his classmates' discussions, his heart also filled with anticipation. He had transmigrated to this extraordinary world where a game had invaded reality, and today was his only chance to change his life. 100 years ago, game portals descended, monsters swarmed, and human civilization was on the brink of collapse. In the end, the Federation was formed, and humanity relied on class changing to gain extraordinary power to barely hold their ground. The strength of one's class almost determined one's entire life. Next, Lin Chen. At the teacher's reminder, Lin Chen stepped into the awakening area. In front of him were 12 black stone statues of ancient gods, solemn and majestic. He clasped his hands and prayed piously. However, when the ceremony ended, none of the 12 statues reacted, not even with the most common divine blow. Lin Chen, what life class did you get? The supervising teacher, Mr. Zhao, asked with a forced smile, his face showing a trace of disappointment. Summoner. Lin Chen stood there stunned, staring at his information interface, speechless for a long time. Lin Chen, class, God Tamer Summoner. Level, LV. 1. Passive talents, Godly Seal, Starlight's Brilliance. Innate skill, Heavenly Guardian. Godly Seal, possesses the Supreme Godhead, infinite charm, can make young gods willingly follow. Starlight's Brilliance, your godhead is too high, you will no longer be able to summon ordinary creatures, all summon skills are automatically maxed out. Heavenly Guardian, summons a 2-winged angel from the radiant divine realm, limit 1, cooldown 1 day. This is about to take off. Lin Chen swallowed hard. Summoning an angel god at level 1? This was unique in the entire Blue Star. He looked at the disappointed teacher, opened his mouth but didn't know where to start. The teacher saw his expression and understood. He offered some perfunctory words of comfort. It's okay, although Summoner is the bottom tier class, it's still better than a life class. Don't lose heart. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Lin Chen, focusing all his energy on the upcoming geniuses. Damn, this class has terrible potential. Another summoner. A summoner is just a freeloader, no damage, and extremely gear dependent. The surrounding discussions were not loud, but they clearly reached Lin Chen's ears. He knew that the summoner class, due to its extremely low drop rate for gear and skill books, had long since become the worst class, mockingly called the freeloader class. Just then, a phenomenon occurred on the field. First, the Black Dragon King statue sent down endless divine lightning, and a student named Xiaoyan successfully changed class to the rare Dragon Knight. Immediately after, another divine light shone, and the fourth sequence, Ice Mage, Lian Shiyun was born. The whole field erupted in cheers. Everyone surrounded these two newly promoted geniuses, congratulating them with envious faces. Only Lin Chen stood alone, his ears red with excitement. Teacher Zhao, I'm a God Tamer Summoner, a hidden class. He shouted excitedly at Teacher Zhao, who was drowned in the crowd. However, his voice, like a stone thrown into the sea, made no splash. Lin Chen was puzzled. Why was Teacher Zhao ignoring him, a prodigy who could summon an angel god at level 1, and instead fawning over those two relatively mediocre geniuses? Were they even as strong as one of the angel's fingers? In fact, the moment he announced Summoner, he had been sentenced to death by Teacher Zhao. Students, your task now is to team up and level up in the level 1 Blackwater Marsh, Teacher Zhao announced with high spirits. Xiaoyan, Lian Shiyun, you each lead a team. The goal is to kill the level 10 boss of Blackwater Marsh. Are you confident? Simple, the Dragon Knight Xiaoyan said with a cool, roguish smile. Just then, he noticed Lin Chen not far away and walked over with an air of condescending charity. The number 1 in theory exams, yet you awakened a summoner. Since I copied your test papers before, I'll condescend to carry you. The surrounding students immediately cast envious gazes. To be carried by the genius Dragon Knight was a blessing many couldn't even dream of. No thanks, Lin Chen replied flatly, turning to leave. The crowd was in an uproar. A mere summoner dared to reject the Dragon Knight's invitation? Was he out of his mind? Just a summoner. What's he so proud of? The pitiful have their own hateful aspects. Let him level up slowly by himself. Xiaoyan also felt he had lost face. Humph, he scoffed to his companions. He's just got a strong sense of pride. Let's go. We'll see what his expression is when we're level 10 and heading to the Demon Refining Tower, while he's all alone in Blackwater Marsh farming crabs. Blackwater Marsh, the novice leveling zone 5 kilometers from the academy. Lin Chen stepped into the slippery mud alone, without any hesitation. I, the god tamer Lin Chen, command the guardian from the radiant divine realm. Descend. As he recited the incantation, ripples appeared in the space before him. Divine light filled the sky, and two pure gates made of light substance suddenly materialized. A holy aura enveloped the entire Blackwater marsh. A flawless, two-winged angel, holding twin swords, slowly descended before him. Respected Lord Lin Chen, the celestial messenger Kale, accepts your summons. Ding! Blessed by the angel Kale, all attributes increased by 200%, luck increased by 500 points, experience gain increased by 100%. A series of blessings nearly made Lin Chen faint with happiness. He glanced at the angel's status panel, HP in the billions, combat power assessment over 10,000 stars. This was a walking catastrophe. Kale, use a normal attack. Clear out the Blackwater crabs here, but spare the mutated ones. Lin Chen gave his command. As you command. The angel Kale lightly flicked her wrist. The sun blade in her right hand released a gentle ripple of light that instantly swept across the entire Blackwater marsh dungeon. At this moment, on the other side of the dungeon, a couple was in peril, surrounded by more than a dozen Blackwater crabs. Just as they were about to be torn apart by the giant pincers, their surroundings were suddenly engulfed by a tidal wave of light. When the white light faded, they stared blankly as all the previously ferocious crabs lay limp on the ground, a series of -999 plus finishing damage numbers floating above their heads. The entire Blackwater marsh, except for a few special elite mutants, was cleared of all common monsters in that instant. That was just your normal attack? Lin Chen looked at the mountain of loot at his feet, completely shocked. At the same time, notifications of experience and level ups bombarded his mind. Killed level 1 young Blackwater crab, gained 10 EXP. Killed level 10 Blackwater crab leader, gained 200 EXP. Ding! Congratulations, you have advanced to level 2. Ding! Congratulations, you have advanced to level 3. Ding! Congratulations, you have advanced to level 17. Obtained exclusive skill book Pincer Guard. Obtained level 10 Ruler's Ring, Dark Gold. When Xiaoyan led his spirited team majestically into Blackwater Marsh, ready to show off their skills, they found the entire map empty, without a single crab leg in sight. Just as they were questioning their sanity, Lin Chen leisurely walked out from the depths of the dungeon. Seeing their muddy, bewildered faces, Lin Chen frowned, used an investigation scroll to check their levels, and then asked with an innocent face, "It's almost dark, how are you guys still level 1? The Dreaming Marsh is an area without level restrictions, allowing any student to enter. However, the lack of level restrictions does not mean that the monsters within are weak. Lin Chen was very aware that the lowest level wild monsters here are at least level 8 or 9, and they are the cunning Qingsu snakes that excel at ambushing humans from the grass. Additionally, there are more formidable opponents, like the crocodiles and three-headed python demons. They often move in pairs, wandering through the dense grass and thickets, using the terrain to their advantage to ambush human players. Compared to the beginner training ground of the Blackwater Marsh, the Dreaming Marsh is certainly not a good place to be. Ding! Entering the Dreaming Marsh, sense sensitivity reduced by 20%. As soon as Lin Chen set foot in this place, the system's prompt sounded in his ears. He instinctively sniffed, feeling a bit congested, as if his rhinitis had flared up. Humans entering monster territories would inevitably experience such discomfort, something no one could avoid. This will do. The Academy provides free dungeons, I might as well take advantage of it. A small smile of delight appeared on Lin Chen's face as he summoned the angel Chiral from the summoning space. Esteemed master, what is your command for summoning me? The angel Chiral spoke, respectfully, slightly tilting her head, exuding a unique divine pride. Looking at his personal guardian, Lin Chen found himself increasingly fond of her and said in a friendly tone, "Clear this area, and capture the mutated crocodiles and mutated little green snakes." If I may be so bold to ask, Chiral's eyes flickered as she looked at her master Lin Chen and said, "Those lowly beast races, despite their mutations, are only slightly stronger than ordinary monsters, but they are not worth your concern." Is the angel getting jealous? Lin Chen thought narcissistically. Suddenly chuckling, he replied, "I just love collecting, those mutated cute pets can also be sold." Understood, master. The angel Chiral ceased her persuasion. Her smooth, jade-like right hand lightly shook the sun-holy sword. The Dreaming Marsh, spanning dozens of miles, was instantly enveloped in a sacred and peaceful aura. A beam of white light spread out from a point, quickly obscuring the eyes of the job changers in the area. You have been blinded. Duration 2 minutes. At this moment, everyone in the Dreaming Marsh heard the cold prompt from the system. What the hell is this? Can blindness last for a minute? Is my immunity gear fake? Who attacked? Which big shot has descended here? No need to make such a grand entrance with top-tier control skills. Could it be that the 1,000-year white snake has appeared in the Dreaming Marsh again? There have been giants coming here to hunt great demons for their family heirs. I can't believe I get to witness it too. How can you see? Can you even see anything? Even when blinded, the job changers in the area couldn't stop their chatter. Numerous speculations and discussions arose among the human team. However, no one dared to move a muscle. They all stayed put, trying every means to dispel the negative effects on them. Just then, Xiao Yan, riding a young dragon from the west, entered the area of the Dreaming Marsh with his companions. But the next moment, their smiles abruptly vanished. Don't move. What's going on? I'm blind, I can't see anything. Me too. What happened in the Dreaming Marsh? Is a big shot clearing the area? Retreat, hurry back. This negative effect potion can't clear it, Xiao Yan decisively urged, riding the young dragon as he bolted forward. Losing sight is extremely dangerous. One misstep could easily lead to an ambush by monsters. Along the way, Chiral, tone it down a bit, don't make too much noise. Although the dungeon is an independent space, this is still the Academy's territory, and I'm afraid the Academy will ask me to pay for damages later, Lin Chen reminded, a bit apprehensively. The continuous ringing in his ears made his head feel a bit dizzy. Kill level 8 grass snake, gain 120 experience. Kill level 10 grass snake, gain 130 experience. Kill level 15 black water crocodile, gain 300 experience. Kill level 10 grass snake, gain 130 experience. Kill level 20 three-headed python demon, gain 800 experience. Kill level 19 three-headed python demon, gain 750 experience. Kill level 23 three-headed python demon, gain 1000 experience. Kill level 17 black water crocodile, gain 400 experience. Kill level 20 three-headed python demon, gain 800 experience. Kill level 25 three-headed python demon, gain 1200 experience. Kill level 28 three-headed python demon, gain 1500 experience. Kill level 10 grass snake, gain 4 experience points. Kill level 16 black water crocodile, gain 50 experience points. Kill level 20 black water crocodile, gain 150 experience points. Kill level 8 grass snake, gain 2 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 18, gain 2 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 19, gain 2 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 20, gain 2 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 21, gain 2 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 33, gain 2 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 34, gain 2 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 35, gain 2 points to allocate freely. Acquired level 25 piercing sword, silver. Acquired level 25 mage star, diamond. Acquired level 25 azure cloud shoes, gold. Acquired level 20 shadow cloak, gold. Acquired level 10 silver chain mail, bronze, X437. Acquired level 15 iron sword, black iron, X1788. Acquired level 20 cloth armor shoes, bronze, X320. Acquired venomous snake teeth X9087. Acquired venom gland X4622. Acquired quality herbs X1765. Acquired great fairy essence X203. Acquired grass snake eggs X506. Acquired key to ancient treasures, rare. Acquired warrior medal, special. Successfully captured grass snake, two-headed. Successfully captured grass snake, albino. Successfully captured grass snake, human-faced. Successfully captured crocodile baby, golden. Successfully captured crocodile baby, pink. The cold notification sound seemed to be beating like a drum in Lin Chen's head. Buzz buzz buzz. After a while, he finally regained his composure, his eyes clearing slightly. But before he could gather the scattered light orbs at his feet, he and the angel Chiral entered a special independent space. Lin Chen looked up and around, realizing that although he was still standing in the same spot, the surroundings had already blurred. It was as if a layer of fuzzy mosaic had been applied, with only the monsters not far in front still clear and vivid. This is, wow, a 1000-year white snake. I heard that even the top-tier players who have undergone 3 promotions might not survive its attack. Hearing Lin Chen's shocked words, Angel Chiral frowned slightly and turned to him, her eyes clear as she said, Master, your human 3 promotions are not worth mentioning. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. He directly ignored the 1000-year white snake in front of him and countered, what about 8 promotions, 9 promotions? Angel Chiral thought for a moment and honestly replied, the peak powerhouses of the human race already possess the strength to resist divine authority. Outside of people, there are people. Outside of heaven, there is heaven. Chiral, since you have come to this treacherous human world, you must understand this principle, or else I could easily become a target for those with ulterior motives, Lin Chen kindly reminded. This was not only a reminder to Chiral but also a warning to himself not to become complacent and lose sight of the proper conduct in life and work. Ahead, the monster wore a folk straw hat and was draped in a bagua robe, but with a snake's head and body, continuously flicking its long snake tongue. Lin Chen could not see its eyes, yet it inexplicably exuded an oppressive aura, its entire being suffused with the rich cultural essence of the Taoism from the old Dragon Kingdom. This was Lin Chen's first time witnessing that idle cloud wild crane written in books. Its appearance was quite distinctive, and he secretly activated a reconnaissance scroll. 1000-year white snake level, 200 lifespan, 154 years race, demon, poison. Health 20 million/20 million stamina, 980217 magic, 100769 strength, 306777 agility, 75420 combat power assessment, 908 stars. After reading the basic information of this demon, Lin Chen felt a sense of calm. Compared to his angel Chiral, it was not even close. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. I run. Perhaps in issuing a challenge, the 1000-year white snake was unaware of the angel beside Lin Chen. Now, sensing the divine aura from the other party up close, it immediately decided to flee. Stop it. Lin Chen would not let this rare 1000-year-old demon escape and hurriedly shouted to the angel Chiral. Just as the surrounding scenery was about to fade away, Angel Chiral lightly tapped her toes and, in the blink of an eye, appeared beside the 1000-year white snake, raising two sun holy swords to unleash a rapidly condensing ball of violent energy. Judgment! A sharp shout rang out. Caused explosion damage 9999999. Caused burning damage 590,000, lasting 10 seconds. Caused mental oppression damage 28888. In just one encounter, the 1000-year white snake was obliterated beneath the sun holy sword, completely turning to ash. Lin Chen watched in astonishment, once again refreshing his understanding of his guardian's strength. Killed 200 level 1000-year white snake, gained 1 million experience. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 40. Gaining 2 points to allocate freely. Ding! You have reached the first transition level. Please proceed to the sublimation temple. For trials. Gained fortune gourd, exotic treasure. Gained 40 level sorcerer seal, silver. Gained 40 level starry sky robe. Starshine, gained skill book venom penetration. Gained skill book wild growth. Gained 1000-year white snake token bagua. Robe, metal exchange. Quickly picking up the shimmering loot from the ground, Lin Chen's face blossomed with uncontrollable joy. The items dropped in this high-level map were far superior to those in the level 1 novice map, not counting the individual drop. From the 1000-year white snake, the entire Dreaming Marsh dungeon had yielded a treasure. It is important to note that treasures have a drop rate of only 0.01% worldwide, equivalent to winning the lottery. Exotic treasures follow, but their drop rate is also less than 0.1%. The reason for the low drop rate of such items is due to their high value. Take the fortune gourd, for example. It is a unique drop for the demon race, with a chance to yield rebirth scriptures, golden dragon eggs, sword spirit talismans, youth elixirs, imperial longevity pills, white tiger orders, phoenix souls, and a series of other exotic treasures. Of course, the probability of obtaining ordinary items accounts for 90%. Most lucky individuals who acquire such exotic treasures tend to sell them in shops, with the normal purchase price fluctuating between 400,000 to 500,000 federal coins. Lin Chen, being the top of his mixed studies class, naturally had a good understanding of the prices of these special items. The treasure known as the key to the ancient heritage is even rarer and more precious. The global annual output is less than 500. Even if a wealthy heir wants to buy it, it is a case of having a price but no market, requiring patience to find the lucky person who has unearthed this treasure. Therefore, it usually appears at auction houses, and once it does, it becomes the highlight of the event, attracting wealthy individuals and powerful figures from 100 miles around to compete for bids. The auction house fortunate enough to acquire this treasure will gain fame and a wave of attention and clientele from the outside world. It can be considered one of the rarest treasures. In previous years, the transaction price reported online ranged from 100 million to 200 million federal coins. If I sell it, I would instantly become a billionaire. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement, unable to stop himself from clenching his fists. Although this item is difficult to drop, it cannot deter Lin Chen from his slaughter-like killing of dungeon monsters. Moreover, with a luck bonus of 500 and being a global dungeon drop, it's possible to obtain one by sheer volume and luck. According to normal drop probabilities, an ordinary person might not see it even once in a lifetime of grinding dungeons, but once it drops, it's a life-changing opportunity. However, if luck runs out, it could also turn into an unpredictable disaster. Should I take a gamble? Right now, I may not have much money, but with the angelic guardian by my side, money might just be a string of numbers in the future, while the key to the ancient heritage is a treasure that might only drop once in a lifetime. Lin Chen struggled internally, hesitating whether to sell it or keep it for himself. It should be noted that this treasure is also a type of paid dungeon ticket. It can open a time-space tunnel, allowing one to return to a previous game version to obtain heritage equipment that the system has classified as forbidden. It's like an overly powerful forbidden spell, with only a few skill books produced every 10 years. Once the number of learners reaches a certain threshold, the system will automatically seal this item permanently, no longer allowing it to drop, making it a limited edition item that disrupts game balance. Similarly, there are types of equipment that have also been sealed away. One needs to find the key to the ancient heritage to enter the previous version's era and obtain a limited edition heritage equipment. However, not all heritage equipment is of good quality. Not every sealed piece of equipment is worth consuming a heritage key, which is why its function is so powerful yet can only be sold for a high price of 1 to 200 million. Some heritage equipment is sealed because it has low levels but has dropped high values that exceed that level. However, such trash equipment is often not worth retrieving and is considered second-rate heritage. Lin Chen was also afraid of ending up with nothing. But if he were to sell it, the gambler's mentality was subtly at play. What if he opened a piece of heritage equipment with incredible abilities? Its value would far exceed 1 or 200 million, potentially reaching tens of billions, and even if others offered high prices, he might not sell it, as just being on the global equipment leaderboard could earn him millions in bonuses each year. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Lin Chen took several deep breaths quickly, stowing the jade-like light yellow key into his backpack before turning to leave. He needed to think carefully about whether to sell or keep it. Either choice wouldn't affect his future endeavors as long as he had no regrets. Who the hell is it who has no sense of public morality and cleared out the dungeon monsters? How are new players supposed to level up now? Xiao, brother. Xiao, are we cursed today? Why is it that wherever we go, the place gets cleared out? This is bad. After a whole day, we're still level 1. If Teacher Zhao finds out, he'll definitely scold us harshly. After the blinding effect faded, Xiao Yan and his group arrived at the dreamy marsh, instantly stunned by the mountain-like pile of corpses that had yet to disappear. But soon, they began to wail, each wearing a face of despair. Everyone was dejected, some squatting on the ground, others leaning against trees, looking listless. Just at that moment, Lin Chen was walking down the road back home and happened to pass by a group from the same school. Seeing their faces filled with sorrow, he couldn't help but be taken aback. What are you all doing here? Xiao Yan, your dragon is so cool, why doesn't it have wings? Can't it fly? Lin Chen, feeling curious, stepped forward to examine the imposing yet only level 1 young dragon. This was the first time he had seen a real dragon in reality. Hearing his noisy questions, Xiao Yan's previously gloomy mood lifted considerably and he said somewhat proudly, flying? That's nothing. My dragon can burn this ground to ashes with a single breath of dragon fire. Lin Chen, don't try to get close here, our team isn't taking anyone. A slacker. Still stuck at level 1 after a whole day, are you trying to join the team again? Ha, too late. Tomorrow we'll be spending money. With Brother Xiao to level up at Rock Beach, we'll be at level 10 in no time. Before Lin Chen showed up, the group had been wearing expressions of sorrow and resentment. But once he appeared, they instantly felt superior, relying on the genius Xiao Yan to elevate them, treating Lin Chen with disdain, their faces practically screaming discrimination and exclusion. Lin Chen looked at these level 1 newbies showing off and found them adorably amusing. Shaking his head, he bid farewell to the group and turned to leave. Why do I feel like Lin Chen is a bit different from before? What's different? Isn't it just a shabby robe? You can get those for $1,000 during supermarket sales, buy one get 2 free. They're really trashy. I don't know what's different. It just feels he's more handsome and has more charisma than before. Shut up, you got kicked out of the team. With such poor eyesight, you might as well go slack off with him. Probably won't even reach level 5 in a week. The girl archer who spoke the truth was pitifully excluded from the team. Lin Chen publicly slapped Xiao Yan in the face, and this was something everyone could see. Anyone who dared to speak well of him would naturally be ostracized by this circle led by Xiao Yan. In the city's jade shop, this was Lin Chen's second visit to this store. The person responsible for receiving him had changed from the store owner Su Huai to a polite man in a suit. Hello, I'm the receptionist Xiao Chang. Is there anything you would like to buy or sell? I have something to sell. Looking at the counters filled with people, he suddenly understood why the store owner didn't come out. During slow times, the owner would personally come out to pass the time. Once it got busy, it would definitely be handled by hired staff. Lin Chen didn't mind this much. After thinking for a moment, he asked, how much do you pay for mutated black water crab babies, grass, snakes, and black water crocodiles? Xiao Cheng smiled slightly and said, you're quite lucky, we do buy spirit pets, but black water crabs can only be considered wild beasts, so the price won't be too high. However, if they have good talents, we can raise the price a bit since girls really like these cute little mutated pets. Then may I ask, what kind of pets do you have? Without hesitation, Lin Chen sent over the information of several pets. He then said, the albino ones are the prettiest, a bit jade-colored. The pink gold ones are second best, but they're also top quality. Oh, this quality is really nice, it makes me want to buy one for my girlfriend. I can offer 50,000 for this pink-white little snake. For the others, I'm helping the store buy them, so the price will be a bit lower. You know, while the talents of mutated wild beasts are indeed high, their growth limit is only level 10 or 20. They're purely for keeping as little pets. If you really want to invest a lot of resources to train them, they wouldn't be worth it, right? That makes sense. Then you can make an offer. Lin Chen said straightforwardly. Xiao Cheng picked up the calculator and pressed a few buttons, quickly reporting a price: 189,000 federal coins. Deal. Lin Chen was not one to dawdle, directly trading the beast from his pet slot. He then assessed the large amount of materials and unnecessary equipment in his backpack. You really have a lot of determination. Even low-level materials like venom glands and iron swords can be accumulated in the hundreds or thousands. Truly impressive. Seeing the quantity of items sent by the client, Xiao Cheng couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. Noticing that he looked young and handsome, like a new student from the academy, he became more cautious and polite, saying, I calculated that the recycling price for low-level materials is around 250,000. These items are of no use to ordinary people. They are all for alchemists to level up their skills, so the sales channels are limited. Please bear with us. As for the equipment and skill books, the recycling price cannot be compared to the counter price, but since you trust our store enough to bring in all this hard-earned equipment, I'll offer you a flat price of 3.8 million. In total, that's 4.3 million. I'll round it up for you, Xiao Cheng said with a beaming smile. After completing this deal, his performance would earn him another bonus, so he was especially enthusiastic. Thanks. After swiftly completing the transaction, Lin Chen took the newly credited savings card and casually put it in his pocket. In reality, he was extremely excited, his hand slightly trembling as he held the gold card. Having earned nearly 1.6 million just from the second dungeon, going to higher level dungeons in the future would surely yield tens of millions. It seemed that 1 or 200 million didn't feel so far away for him now. Sir, since your accumulated amount in our store has reached 4 million, you are awarded a basic membership card. In the future, you can have your equipment appraised for free and enjoy a 10% discount on purchases. The seller's youthful appearance made the experienced Xiao Cheng consider drawing him in. He intentionally gifted the membership card, which required an accumulation of 10 million, to the other party with a target amount of 4 million. Lin Chen did not refuse, he just happened to have a few pieces of equipment that needed appraisal, saving him some costs. Soon, after completing the appraisal, he opened the equipment information to take a look. Starry Sky Robe. Level 40 category, rare magic equipment quality, Starry Magic Shield plus 2000 armor plus 500 magic power plus 5000 movement. Speed plus 20% strength - 100 chaos resistance plus 5% special effect, unique world shaping cloak. Wearing this robe grants you a starry effect and breath concealment effect, making it impossible for detection scrolls to target you. Mage Star Level 25 category, rare magic equipment quality, diamond spell attack adds 200 points of fire damage, spell damage plus 10% attack speed plus 3% agility - 21 strength plus 10 magic power plus 1000. Truly a starry quality robe. The magic power boost is incredibly appealing. Moreover, the special effect of world shaping cloak is top-notch. It's just a pity that his level was too low, so he only obtained a level 40 starry equipment. Otherwise, this would definitely be a graduation outfit for a level 200 mage. Then, he looked at the other two pieces of appraised equipment and found that none of them were suitable for his summons. It was likely that even if there were, they had been included in the trash equipment for sale, completely unsuitable for his current level. Forget it, I'll just make do with what I have. After changing into a brand new set of equipment, Lin Chen's magic power finally broke through 10,000 points. His movement speed also increased to 40%, making him much faster than an ordinary person. The new equipment transformed Lin Chen, making his demeanor more reserved and ethereal. The robe he wore was adorned with a star map that flowed across its surface, no matter the angle from which it was viewed. New celestial phenomena would emerge, its color a deep glossy black like a darkened mirror, speckled with countless shining stars, constantly showcasing the luxury and extraordinary presence of a master. Wearing his newly acquired level 25 shoes, Lin Chen strode swiftly, disappearing from the street in the blink of an eye. His purpose for this journey was to change his class. At this moment, the sky was painted with the hues of dusk, yet he had no intention of returning home to rest, continuing instead towards the Ascension Temple. The Ascension Temple was a functional building manifested by the system, present in various regions, managed by the authorities to prevent malicious destruction and espionage by criminals. The Ascension Temple in South City was located in the outer city defense zone. It was only a few kilometers from the city center, and Lin Chen arrived at his destination after a brief jog. Is level 1 really this strong? What new talents and skills will appear at the first class change? Lin Chen was filled with anticipation. He walked briskly through the temple's grand entrance, his student card in hand, greeting the guard with a smile that radiated the excitement of his rapid growth, an emotional wave that no one could escape. Beat student card. Stop messing around and hurry inside, the guard said coldly. Lin Chen, in a good mood, wanted to joke, but he knew the guard had been standing there like a wooden post all day, earning little pay, and it was already quite good that he hadn't shown a sour face to those coming for class changes. Seeing the guard's stern demeanor, Lin Chen felt a bit awkward and nodded apologetically, quickly jogging inside. Upon entering The temple, a young lady in black stockings, responsible for reception, greeted him with a professional smile. Hello, are you here to change your class or to submit a trial task? You must be new. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I can also guide you to the trial maze. Noticing Lin Chen's handsome appearance and his dazzling starry equipment, her attitude improved significantly. The difference in demeanor compared to the guard outside was like night and day, leaving Lin Chen momentarily taken aback. I'm here to change my class. This girl practically had "I'm so free" written all over her face. Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, the receptionist personally led him to the entrance of the maze, kindly reminding him the level 1 maze requires defeating a level 40 random boss. If you're not prepared, you can take your time. A level 40 boss? Lin Chen smiled and replied gently, "Thank you for the reminder, I'm already prepared." Then let's get started. The receptionist smiled sweetly. Then, a swirling light blue circle appeared before the sacred platform. As time passed, it grew denser, gradually taking the shape of a portal. Seeing this, the receptionist stepped aside, gesturing with a smile for Lin Chen to enter the trial maze. What's going on? A whole day has passed and not a single level 5 in the class? Xiaoyan, in a few days, there will be a small test. Although you will be directly admitted to the 5 major academies, if your test scores are too poor, it will be easy to fail the martial arts exam. What? You're only level 1? Can't you spend some money to go to the ticket venue? If you can't afford it, the teacher will reimburse you. Teacher Zhao slammed the table in frustration. At this point, you still care about that measly ticket money? Isn't that slapping our academy in the face? If I had known that the Blackwater and Dream Mist dungeons had been cleared, I would have taken you to the ticket venue long ago. The students who were scolded felt dejected, lowering their heads in silence. Xiaoyan, feeling a bit indignant, said, "If it weren't for someone targeting me, I wouldn't be only level 1. Teacher, you must find that person who has been continuously poaching from our academy's dungeons and bring them to justice, otherwise, I won't be able to sleep at night." Xiaoyan continued, filled with anger. That's for sure. Teacher Zhao slammed the table heavily, his eyes reddening with rage. Today's incident had completely humiliated him. There wasn't a single student in the class who could show any decent results, and most of them were still at level 1 with their basic configurations. How could he explain this to the old dean, who had high hopes? It clearly showed that he, as a teacher, had failed to provide any guidance, wasting the potential of 2 talented students. In a fit of anger, Teacher Zhao took out his phone and dialed the local monster capture division leader again. I seriously suspect it's a 500,000 job. These foreign spies are utterly insane. It's one thing to secretly tamper with high-level dungeon secrets, but now they've even set their sights on the students' introductory dungeons. I strongly demand that the division send a deputy-level expert to thoroughly investigate this matter. Once we catch the culprit, execute them publicly as a warning. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Suddenly, the person asked, in a deep voice, "Can you guarantee it wasn't a student? If it turns out to be one of our students, and the city lord finds out we're making such a fuss to arrest our own, can you bear the responsibility?" Hearing the other's doubts, Teacher Zhao, rarely angry, slammed the table and declared firmly, "Our academy doesn't have any students capable of clearing the Dreaming Marsh in an instant. If there were, the old dean would have taken them to see the city lord long ago. Why would they still be hidden now? 2 minutes of blindness. What student could have such strong control? If the other party doesn't have 3rd or 4th transfer strength, I absolutely don't believe it. If they were just small fries, we could handle them ourselves, but the other party is clearly a top-level spy or an ace sent by a hostile force." Another silence followed. The leader on the other end of the phone completely believed Teacher Zhao's words. "Then let's activate the level 3 alert. I've already begun secretly deploying personnel in various new player dungeons. I believe we will catch that hidden hostile expert in just a few days." After hanging up, Teacher Zhao looked at Xiaoyan and Lian Shiyun, speaking with authority. "Don't worry, the experience points lost today will all be taken back from that bastard, and it will be 10-fold, 100-fold. Just wait for the key support compensation from the monster capture division." Hearing these powerful words, the 2 talented students looked at Teacher Zhao with awe. Xiaoyan vented his frustration, already thinking about the skill books and top-tier equipment he would write on the compensation form. He had to hit that bastard hard to avenge the humiliation and blows he had suffered today. By the way, where's that kid Lin Chen? Hasn't he returned to the academy? Teacher Zhao, smoking a cigarette, suddenly looked at the neatly lined up students with confusion. Today, too many unexpected events had occurred at the academy, making him more sensitive and vigilant, fearing that something might happen to his students and he would be held responsible. That guy, we saw him wandering outside earlier, running to the Dreaming Marsh and then strolling on the street. He probably has nowhere to level up and is afraid of coming back as a level 1 and being embarrassed. Teacher Zhao. Xiaoyan did invite him kindly, but he not only didn't appreciate it but acted like others were begging him to join their team. A guy with such high aspirations but low abilities will probably struggle to reach level 5 before the small test, and then he will definitely embarrass you during the test. He's probably hiding somewhere now, too ashamed to show his face. What a loser. Nonsense, Lin Chen was very polite at that time. He even said thank you. Amu couldn't take it anymore and quickly stepped in to clarify. A loyal lackey of. Xia Yan scoffed disdainfully. He rejected Brother Zhao's invitation. Isn't he just trying to make Brother Xiao look bad on purpose? AMU, do you dare to say you don't want to join Xiao Ji's team? AMU didn't dare to respond. He truly envied Lin Chen for being invited to join. Alright, in a bit, class monitor Lian Xiyun will call him to check in. Someone. So ungrateful, let him go wherever he wants. I've never had such a useless student. Teacher Zhao was clearly upset by Lin Chen's rejection of Xiao Yan's invitation. A mere summoner. Profession, and he didn't seize the opportunity to cling to a powerful figure, instead offending him. He had seen too many of these stubborn yet incompetent fools and couldn't be bothered to care. Lian Xiyun reluctantly took out her phone, found Lin Chen in the class roster, and dialed. After a long wait, the call finally connected. Just as she was about to express her dissatisfaction, a distant echo suddenly came from the other end. Tired trialist. You have passed this maze, please continue to the next trial task. After listening to the fragmented and unclear message, Lian Xiyun was momentarily stunned. Trialist? One turn? Hello? Class monitor, I'm currently undergoing a trial task. I don't have time to take calls. B. The phone was hung up directly by the other party. After confirming the contact name on her phone again, Lian Xiyun walked back to the office in a daze, her small face filled with confusion as she said, Zhao, teacher, he's safe. As long as he's safe, I can save myself another trip to pick him up from the academy. But teacher, he said. Just as Lian Xiyun was frantically organizing her thoughts, she saw teacher Zhao impatiently wave his hand, cutting her off. Don't worry about that guy, I will never. Go pick him up, let him reflect while outside the academy. You all should reflect too. What's more important, leveling up time or saving those few $1,000? With a dissatisfied remark, teacher Zhao turned and stormed off. It was clear he was quite upset with this group of thick-headed students. Sublime Temple. Lin Chen, who had sped through the first turn of the maze in just half a minute, stood at the end of the maze, looking at the arc-shaped stone disc slowly rising from the ground, revealing a contemplative expression. Ding! You have entered the trial phase. Task difficulty A level. Transmutation stone disc. Task 1, sacrifice 1 mutated pet. Task 2, sacrifice 2 rare spirit mice. Task 3, pass the maze advancement assessment within 2 minutes. After reading the tasks on the stone disc, Lin Chen's spirits lifted, and he quickly took out the 3 different mutated beasts he had saved in his pet inventory. Luckily, he had a collecting habit, otherwise, this task would have been difficult. After some selection, Lin Chen put away his 2 favorite pets, the albino black water crab baby and the pink gold grass snake, then submitted the mutated black water crocodile, instantly completing the first trial task. Next, Lin Chen planned to speed through the advancement maze. This task was still very easy, he just needed to continue down the passage to the maze's end. When Lin Chen stepped into the teleportation portal of the advancement maze, his figure instantly appeared in a new maze area. He glanced at the distant mechanisms and traps, most of which were still based on ground spikes and flames. In the middle section, he could vaguely see slowing golems and golems continuously releasing thunder, the difficulty several times stronger than the first phase. I should be able to get through in a minute, Lin Chen thought confidently. He dove straight ahead. When encountering falling rocks from above, he switched to the ground spike path, stepping on it while gray-white damage numbers floated above his head. Suffered physical piercing damage. Radiant shield reduced by 1111. Suffered physical piercing damage. Radiant shield reduced by 1150. As Lin Chen ran, he glanced at his shield value, which still had over 900,000 to spend freely, and he felt reassured. Moreover, even if he did run out, it was just a matter of an angel casting a blessing spell. As long as the attacks weren't too outrageous, he could tough it out, even if stepping on the ground spikes was a bit uncomfortable, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Thus, with sparks flying and lightning crackling, Lin Chen arrived at the boss room of the advanced maze in the most unadorned manner. O Emperor from the Blackwater Marsh, heed the call of the Lord and descend into the maze. As Lin Chen recited the incantation at lightning speed, the staff in his hand flew out immediately, drawing a triangular starburst summoning array on the ground. Although it was the simplest summoning array, the moment it was drawn, it caused the entire boss room to tremble. In an instant, a large amount of sludge splashed out from the dazzling array, quickly engulfing the entire dimly lit room. Wearing a starry hood, Lin Chen remained untouched by the sludge. The rocky giant crab, gradually crawling up from the ground, revealed only a small part of its back submerged in sludge, extending a blood-red giant claw larger than a house, which slammed down fiercely onto the trial guardian, who was as small as an ant. It was a level 50 cloud leopard, cornered and staring in fear at the massive claw descending from above, trembling as it raised its arms in a desperate scream, only to be smashed into a pulp. Kill the level 50 cloud leopard, gain 10,800 experience. Ding! Congratulations on successfully passing the advanced maze. Time taken, 59 seconds. Surpassing 100% of level 40 players in South City. The system was too honest. However, nothing dropped. Lin Chen, slightly disappointed, withdrew his gaze and looked back at the sludge-covered ground beneath him. Although the level 299 crab had been summoned, its enormous size made it impossible to maneuver in the cramped maze. The reason he chose to summon the Blackwater Emperor Crab at this moment was merely to satisfy his curiosity and see what kind of power this Emperor of Crabs possessed. Blackwater Emperor, level, LV 299, race, demon, strength type, royal type, health 100 million/100 million, stamina 1,800,522. Magic, 72,960, strength 529,080, agility 153,000, skills, water magic explosion, water system core talent, giant claw slam, burrow into mud, barbaric growth, furious charge. Combat power assessment, 1,200 stars, growth has reached the limit. Having studied the theory of water-type monsters, Lin Chen was very clear. The key to evaluating a water-type pet or summon creature lies in 3 points. First is the race, with divine beings at the top and plant types at the bottom. Second is the growth quality, which represents the monster's ultimate growth limit. However, divine beings do not have this aspect, as they are born at the endpoint of all beings. Additionally, max-level monsters do not display this aspect either. Only captured pets provide this information. The last point to consider is whether there are core talent skills in the skill bar. This relates to the actual combat power of the summoned creature. This crab, whose growth had reached its limit, was clearly a strength-type prodigy capable of dealing very high damage with normal attacks, and its core magical skills could also inflict considerable damage. No wonder it's called the Blackwater Emperor. It truly qualifies as an exceptional water-type summon. If an ordinary player could have such a summon, they could smoothly pass through the first 200 levels. It would be simply delightful, Lin Chen exclaimed in admiration, feeling a bit pleased as he stored the summon into the independent summoning space. Pets have a lifespan limit. Once they die, they are gone. But if a summon dies, summoning another one is perfectly fine, so he had no fear of being killed by enemies. However, the consumption of magic power is enormous. This drawback will become more pronounced as time goes on. Returning to the stone plate, Lin Chen glanced at the only remaining trial task above and then turned to leave. Only took 59 seconds? He's too fast. Is he really just a level 40 job changer? The girl in black stockings propped her head up with her hands, staring blankly at the crystal ball in front of her. This magical artifact could detect everything happening within the maze. Even if someone encountered danger, she would be able to cast a teleportation spell to bring them out immediately. Originally, she thought this young handsome guy was just a novice. After all, he looked so youthful, completely unlike a master who could pass the maze test in one go. So, with the mindset of increasing her favorability, she kept her eyes glued to the magic ball, fearing that he might get hurt by the traps inside the maze. To her surprise, that novice actually sped through the basic maze at a pace that even the magical artifact couldn't capture, then charged through, treating the advanced traps in the maze as nothing, completing it in such a simple and brutal manner. The girl in black stockings was almost dumbfounded. She suddenly stood up, coming back to her senses. Lin Chen's results had already appeared on the level 40 leaderboard of the Ascension Temple, ranking first among newcomers with an unprecedented terrifying time of 59 seconds. It should be noted that the previous first place for clearing the first turn maze in South City was the governor of Lanzhou. Even that prodigy at the time took 3 minutes and 22 seconds to pass, yet Lin Chen not only broke his nearly 6-year record but also left everyone far behind, making it impossible for later challengers to catch up. Such a record, deemed impossible to achieve, would surely cause a sensation in South City. Hey, handsome, wait a moment. Seeing that figure in the starry robe running out of the Ascension Temple, the girl in black stockings called out sweetly while chasing after him, intending to have him come over to collect his reward, only to find that he had already disappeared around the distant corner. Really, he's too hasty. The first turn is just the starting point for job changers. The girl in black stockings pouted her lips, feeling both amused and somewhat charmed. Lin Chen, who had left the Ascension Temple, was completely unaware that he had made it onto the level 40 leaderboard of the temple. He was in a hurry to complete the job change task and return to the academy to sleep before dark, which is why he was walking a bit fast. On the way, he happened to pass by the city altar. Lin Chen suddenly stopped, the sound of his shoes squeaking against the asphalt echoed as he halted. I remember that 1,000-year White Snake's Bagua robe can be exchanged for special items here. As expected of the top theorist of the academy, upon seeing the altar, he immediately recalled that the special material dropped from the great demon could be used here. In a flash of thought, Lin Chen quickly took off the cold, foul-smelling Bagua robe and, with an expectant expression, tossed the robe into the large altar, waiting for the system's prompt to sound. As a thick blue smoke billowed from the three-legged cauldron, Lin Chen caught a hint of lotus fragrance in the air, but when he looked around, there were no lotus flowers in sight. Ding! To eliminate evil and uphold justice, heaven will assist. You gain 2,000 chivalry points, rewarded with a knight's medal, and unlocked a side quest. Knight's medal, wearing it grants a 50% increase in movement speed, 5% more damage to demons, increases strength by 100 points, and magic power by 1000 points, which can be upgraded by accumulating chivalry points. Ding. Please continue to eliminate the demon leaders causing chaos. Just as the system's prompt finished, a burly man carrying a yellow package appeared in front of Lin Chen. He asked Lin Chen, "You can exchange chivalry points for some items with me. Do you need anything?" After carefully sizing him up, Lin Chen realized he had encountered a game dealer. The chivalry value can enhance the rank of medals, granting more attribute bonuses, which is why there are game merchants who buy chivalry value at low prices and sell it at high prices. Some people might just be a few hundred or 1,000 chivalry points short of upgrading their medal rank, and they don't mind spending an extra 10 or 20,000, thus providing these resellers with profit margins. Others are motivated by the vanity of titles like hero or champion, and naturally, they are willing to pay high prices to acquire them, even seeking others to transfer their chivalry value. How do you know that? Lin Chen asked curiously. The burly man scratched his nose and pointed to a mat laid out on the ground not far from the altar. In a deep voice, he said, "I sleep here, you know. I can smell the Dao incense." Lin Chen's expression changed to one of realization. It seemed he had encountered someone who specialized in trading various game items. He shook his head directly, not selling. "Hey, you young lad, don't go just yet. I'll give you 50 for a bit of chivalry value, and with the knight medal, I'll throw in an extra 10,000. The burly man hurriedly shouted from behind. But Lin Chen had already vanished down the road ahead. What a joke, thinking a mere few tens of thousands could buy his title medal. He was underestimating himself. As he walked forward, Lin Chen reached into his pocket and pulled out another greenish medal. This was the warrior medal that had dropped in the Dreaming Marsh. It also provided some attribute bonuses, albeit very low. He hung both medals on his chest, and his aura instantly elevated. If someone were to use a detection scroll at that moment, they would immediately see the two shining title plaques above his head. One was a pure silver knight banner, and the other was a somewhat immature warrior title. The Elven Mouse needs to go to the level 5 burial ground in the east of the city. Although it's also a beginner area, it falls under the jurisdiction of another academy, and you need to pay an entrance fee to enter. Damn, I can't just go in recklessly now. Running the free dungeons of your own academy won't get you in trouble, and those old geezers might even be happy if they find out. But if you go to someone else's territory and act out of line, you'll definitely get fined. Having thought this through, Lin Chen immediately dismissed the idea of making another quick profit. He was now a player on the verge of a class change. It wouldn't be right to exploit the beginner area any further. The South City was not large. In less than half an hour, Lin Chen arrived at the burial ground. After paying at the entrance, he deliberately walked a few steps further inside before beginning to chant the summoning spell for the Black Water Emperor. He was afraid that if he summoned it in front of the gatekeeper, that person would directly kick him out. "Come forth, little black," and hashtag. An ancient and ethereal voice echoed. Immediately, the burial ground, spanning a kilometer, was enveloped by the dazzling patterns of the summoning array. The intricate and obscure array patterns resembled a spider web formed by the earth cracking open, with each beam of light emitting a dazzling brilliance that was almost blinding. In an instant, nearly 2 kilometers of land was submerged by the surging mud. The massive creature that emerged from the mud, adorned with jagged rocks on its back, slowly moved its body. The ground trembled with its movements. This astonishing apocalyptic scene caused a third of the burial ground to sink into the mud. It looked as if a small mountain had suddenly risen from the flat land. Humans and local wild monsters who could not escape this calamity trembled as they clung to the back of the giant crab. They had originally been on the vast plains, suddenly forced to hold on to the large rocks that had burst from the ground, watching helplessly as the land around them gradually transformed into a low mountain, leaving both humans and monsters in a state of confusion. Time rewound to before Lin Chen's appearance. Chen Miao and the vice captain received orders from their superiors to temporarily monitor everything in the burial ground from the shadows. The two, feeling disinterested, set up a wooden table on a nearby dead tree and began to drink in silence. "Old Chen, I told you to report to the higher-ups earlier. Now look, not only did you get criticized, but you've also become a laborer in the shadows, and with the wind and rain pouring down, who knows when that guy will show up." The vice captain smacked his lips a couple of times, the spiciness of the liquor stinging his nose and moistening his eyes slightly. Chen Miao squatted on a small stool, arms crossed, frowning as he said, "Can you really think he would dare to run to the Southern Academy's dungeon to cause trouble? If you ask me, it's not the same person doing this. It must be some spy organization plotting this operation." The vice captain shook his head, somewhat displeased, and said, "I don't care about any spy organization. Or not, we're just here earning a dead salary. Stop dreaming about making achievements and getting promoted. Isn't it better to just muddle through life than to stand out here in the wild, braving the cold wind?" Hearing such a ridiculous remark, Chen Miao, who was always keen on getting things done, immediately got angry and reached out to snatch the liquor from him. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had erupted. Both of them lost their balance and fell into each other. Fortunately, they both had second-tier strength and quickly reacted, leaping from the deadwood and pulling apart several dozen meters, but they were still deeply mired in the mud. How could a level 5 dungeon make such a commotion? Not good, it's man-made, not a local beast boss. Quick, get out of the way, don't get stuck. Someone hurriedly reminded them, and both of them took out flying talismans, rapidly soaring into the air. Ignoring the pain in his heart, Chen Miao fixed his gaze on the sinkhole below that had instantly turned into a muddy pit, directly using a detection scroll. After a while, 2 gasps of cold air sounded simultaneously. The vice captain, eyes wide in shock, shouted, "It's a summon creature, it's actually a summon creature. A level 299 crab. 200 levels higher than me. Whose handiwork is this? Can a crab species grow to this extent?" The vice captain's expression was exaggerated. His mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. "Quick, call headquarters. We can't handle an existence of this level. Hurry." Chen Miao quickly made a judgment, categorizing the colossal creature below as a disturbance sent by enemy forces. "Damn it! Why are you so huge?" Lin Chen stood between the giant crab's eyes, looking at the suddenly devastated land, his heart pounding wildly. He never expected that the Black Water Emperor, which he had summoned as a low-level creature last time, would actually be this big. He had even said to tone it down so that angels wouldn't have to come for the task. After all, with just one normal attack, it could wipe out all the monsters here. But now it seemed he had miscalculated and severely underestimated the size of this low-level summoned creature. This is bad. After catching the mouse, we should run quickly. This place prohibits high-tier job changers from causing destruction. For the first time, Lin Chen began to regret not having low-tier combat power for tasks. Just casually summoning a creature could easily flatten the dungeon. Losing money was a small matter, but doing this was unethical. It severely affected the development and growth of the juniors and newbies. Little Black, quickly catch 2 spirit mice. Don't harm any humans or disturb a single blade of grass or tree here. Hearing the master's command, Little Black blinked its large, yellowing eyes, looking somewhat innocent. It hadn't even made a move yet, and just coming out of the space had already caused significant trouble in the dungeon. How could it complete the task without disturbing a single blade of grass or tree? Little Black felt a bit troubled, lazily stretching its claws, and the burial ground instantly became chaotic again. The job changers scurried around, glancing at the enormous creature that hadn't yet attacked them, feeling a wave of unease. Why does that silhouette look somewhat familiar? After being criticized by her mentor, Lianxi, Yun, who had also come here to level up, shivered as she huddled behind a rock, dumbfounded as she listened to the booming voice of a figure in a starry robe in the distance. Ah, making such a big fuss just to catch a couple of spirit mice? Was it really necessary to be so ostentatious? What a terrifying big shot. Wait, why does that voice sound somewhat familiar? Due to the distance, Lianxi Yun only felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't see the person's profile clearly. Moreover, she was currently hiding on top of that massive creature, with the possibility of losing her life at any moment, so she dared not think too much. If I had known, I would have bought a flying scroll too. Whoa, but it's too expensive. One costs 20,000. Lianxi Yun thought, both regretful and conflicted. Cuddling her knees in fear, she curled up tightly, nervously watching the mysterious starry robe in the distance. What if I secretly take a photo and then report it to the Demon Capture Bureau? No, the Demon Capture Bureau is too weak. I need to find a night watchman to report this. This big shot has no bottom line. After struggling internally, Lianxi Yun took out her phone and snapped a few pictures of the starry robe. But when she looked down, she found that the images were nothing but a vague, ethereal, starry sky. What was I thinking? The big shot's robe must have special effects. How could it be captured by my broken phone? Lianxi Yun's gaze became even more odd. Percent and asterisk U and percent hashtag dot. The massive creature beneath her suddenly let out a series of incomprehensible howls. A woman of the druid profession, close to nature, instantly translated its words. Where is the Mouse King? You are commanded to appear before me at once. My master requires 2 spirit mice, so hurry and present them. After translating the howl of the massive creature, the druid woman and her companions were left dumbfounded. Yen Air, you didn't hear wrong, did you? This big shot summoned such a monster just to catch 2 little mice? Yen Air was momentarily uncertain, beginning to doubt herself. After all, although spirit mice were rare spirit pets, each could sell for 1,000,000 federal coins. But for someone who could raise a crab to level 299, surely they wouldn't break the rules of the novice area and risk being targeted by the officials. Just for 2 little mice? If that were the case, it would be too absurd. Class monitor, what are you doing here? At that moment, Lin Chen caught a glimpse of a figure in the distance. Hearing the monster's howl beneath her, Lianxi Yun, who was about to sneak away, froze. She turned around abruptly, and upon seeing the transformed figure in the starry robe, her eyes widened instantly, her mouth stammering, unable to utter a complete sentence. Lin Chen? Lin Chen smiled slightly, suddenly recalling the call the class monitor had made to him earlier. He asked, "Why? Did you call me before?" Faced with her extraordinary former classmate in a starry robe, Lien Shiyun felt her ears turn slightly red with nervousness, her hands awkwardly unsure of where to place themselves, like a passerby suddenly meeting a celebrity. It should be noted that she was quite a prominent figure in the academy. Before awakening, she had become the class flower due to her beauty, and now, having awakened as an ice mage, she was even revered as a favored daughter of heaven by her peers. But now, compared to Lin Chen, she felt utterly insignificant, having lost all her pride. Teacher Zhao asked me to call you to report that I'm safe." Lien Shiyun's red lips trembled as she tucked a few strands of hair blown by the night wind, her voice barely audible. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chen was clearly taken aback. Teacher Zhao can have such concern? Recalling Teacher Zhao's previous indifferent attitude shattered that fantasy instantly. The other party must be worried that something had really happened to her and that he would be held responsible. So he pretended to ask, how could such a hypocritical person possibly care about the underachievers he deemed unworthy? UN %% and the cancer sign howled again. The red-eyed mouse king, quickly burrowing up from the ground, trembled as it clutched several glowing sprite mice and leaped in front of Lin Chen. Then it screeched a couple of times, dropped them, and fled, fearing it might also attract the attention of humans. Looking at the little ones at his feet, who were already paralyzed with fear, he never would have thought that Xiao Hei would help him solve the problem in such a way. Indeed, communication among magical beasts is quite smooth. The colorful sprite mice on the ground looked harmless, their little tails shimmering with light, resembling a petite version of the flower branch mouse from his past life, completely different from the ugly red-eyed mouse. Lin Chen picked up 3 and put them into the pet compartment. Then he turned to the class monitor, who had a dazed expression, and asked, "Do you need pets? I happen to have some extras." Although he and the class monitor had little interaction, his impression of her was not bad. Helping each other among classmates adds a touch of humanity, and it was just a casual gesture. Lien Shiyun, as if waking from a dream, stepped forward to pick up the flower branch mouse on the ground, her face filled with surprise. What a beautiful spirit pet. This guy is hard to catch. Then she thought for a moment, quickly took out a gold card from her backpack and handed it over. "I can't just take this from you." Lin Chen glanced at the card in her hand, and the smile on his face gradually faded. "It's not necessary, it's just a mouse. I'll keep it as a collectible." Hearing his words, Lien Xian felt an overwhelming sense of awe, her eyes sparkling. "Lin Chen, you really are deep. This sprite mouse is quite valuable. Even if you don't want money, you must accept this level 10 skill book, it's for summoning." Upon seeing the massive creature at her feet, Lien Xian instantly lost her confidence in saying that. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly reached out to take it. Summoning skill books are really hard to come by. "As long as you like it." Lien Xian's pretty face flushed, feeling that her gift was too trivial. Lin Chen was surely just pretending to be very pleased to spare her feelings. The price of the sprite mouse was evident. Even if the summoning skill book was hard to obtain, a level 10 one wasn't worth much. But for now, this was all she could offer as a return gift. "Thank you, class monitor, I really need this." Lin Chen didn't hold back, directly learning the skill in front of her. Ding! Skill Wild Call learned successfully. Ding! The talent Starlight Radiance activates. Wild Call automatically maxes out and transforms into Divine Forest Master. Divine Forest Master consumes 20,000 magic power to summon a level 350 ancient tree demon. Limit 1, cooldown 1 hour. The transformation remained the same, just as before. Lin Chen was so happy he wanted to give the class monitor a bear hug. But considering the difference between genders, he held back, clenching his fist and saying, "If there are any more summoner skills in the future, I'll pay 10 times the price." This thing was indeed a bit too hard to come by. It was evident from clearing 2 dungeons. Originally, skill books were hard to obtain, and this was for summoners. Right now, there were many wolves and little meat. Even major shops were quickly snatched up by old customers or resellers eyeing the supply. Okay. Lien Shiyun nodded obediently. Now that the task was completed, the crab at their feet rolled back into the summoning space on its own. The burial ground returned to its previous state of silence. However, the massive amount of sludge left behind began to crawl out black water crabs. It ran away. How could you let it escape? Even such a big crab could get away. What use do you two captains have for the organization? Hearing the leader's accountability, Chen Miao squatted in the muddy ground without caring about the dirt, puffing away at his cigarette and muttering, "That's a level 299 crab. You want us 2-second transformation little shrimp to go stir up trouble? Isn't that just asking for death? Besides, there are hundreds or even thousands of people on that crab's back, all jumbled together. Do we have any special skills to identify people? How are we supposed to find the summoner who's deliberately hiding?" The vice captain couldn't help but curl his lip and added, "Summoner? I think it's more like a summoning god. They've raised a crab to level 299, and the real top-tier summons haven't even shown themselves yet." After hearing his subordinates, the vice director was completely stunned. On the other side, the night watchman Jiang Ying, who received the report from the job changers, rushed to the entrance of the burial ground. With a cigarette in her mouth, she walked slowly to the edge of the windowsill and knocked on the glass. Knock, knock. Old man, no one barged into the instance barrier at night, right? The gatekeeper, peeking out, paused his gaze on the brilliant metal on Jiang Ying's ample chest for a moment. Immediately switching to a respectful attitude, he reported, "No, my lady." "Then give me a copy of the list of those who entered the instance, please." "Sure, not a problem." Taking the list, Jiang Ying walked in front of a few members of the Demon Capture Division and said flatly, "We only handle what happens at night, you all need to stake out during the day." "I understand that, but can we determine which organization did it?" the vice director asked with a frown. Jiang Ying shook her head, exhaling a puff of mint-flavored smoke, and said, "For now, we classify it as an enemy force's sabotage of the novice instance. If we don't find him within 2 days, the official Night Watchman Guild will dispatch a council elder, just so you know." The vice director's brows furrowed. He didn't expect things to escalate this much, with even the council elder of the first guild in Lanzhou needing to get involved. However, if the other side comes to investigate, even a 7th transformation expert could be deduced instantly. It would just make the local demon capture division look incompetent. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had returned to the sublimation temple. With 2 spirit mice in tow, he successfully completed the trial task. Ding! Tired traveler, you have completed all trial tasks. Please reach out and touch the law source sphere in front of you. Just as the system's prompt sounded, a deep blue, mysterious law sphere appeared before Lin Chen, continuously drawing him to reach out with both hands. As his hands fully merged into the law sphere, he was enveloped within it, his spirit instantly revitalized and his stamina rapidly restored, making him feel as if he had sublimated, radiating a holy glow. Congratulations, you have changed your job to Divine Envoy. Congratulations, you have awakened a new passive talent, Stand-in Messenger. Congratulations, you have awakened a new talent skill, War Banner. Stand-in Messenger, all damage received by the summoner will be borne by the summon, including fatal injuries. War Banner consumes 1000 mana points, can plant a battle flag on any terrain. To inspire allies. Inspired allies will receive a 50% speed boost, including attack and casting speed, movement speed, a 5% boost to all attributes, a 20% increase in mana recovery, and an additional Bloodlust buff lasting 2 minutes with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Bloodlust greatly increases damage resistance, no longer fearing battle. After reviewing his new skills, Lin Chen couldn't help but grin widely. Stand-in Messenger, a divine skill. With this new passive, as long as his summon didn't die, he could be invincible in the world. Awesome! Now I have no worries left. As long as I don't say anything, who would know I have such a heaven-defying passive skill as Stand-in Messenger? Lin Chen smiled, his heart swelling with uncontrollable excitement and exhilaration. At that moment, the girl in black stockings walked over. Seeing him so happy, she couldn't help but smile and congratulate him. "Congratulations, little handsome guy, on your first promotion. This is your official reward for topping the leaderboard." As she spoke, the girl in black stockings winked at Lin Chen, hinting at him with a spark, and then handed over the gift package in her hand. Lin Chen felt a bit flushed from the spark and, after taking the gift package, asked in confusion, "What leaderboard?" "The 40-level maze clearance leaderboard of the Sublimation Temple," the girl in black stockings said with a sweet smile. "You've left the current governor of Lanzhou behind." Lin Chen was someone who couldn't handle flattery. He immediately scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Seeing his honest demeanor, the girl in black stockings covered her mouth and giggled. "Little brother, leave a contact number, and one day, sister will treat you to a big meal." Lin Chen waved his hands repeatedly and fled in a panic. Next time, he would rather die than come to the Sublimation Temple again. That old woman inside actually wanted to flirt with him, even if he wanted to date, he should find a pure and cute girl like Lin Shiyun. Lin Chen certainly didn't have any interest in that old aunt. That night, he found a hotel and slept. In the early morning, he woke up. Subconsciously, he opened his personal information to check. Lin Chen profession, Divine Envoy level, first promotion, LV.40, stamina, 2600 magic power, 10500 strength, 890 agility, 1054 talent passive. Divine Seal, Radiance of the Stars, Stand-in Messenger signature skills, Divine Guardian, Banner of War common skills, Black Water Emperor, Divine Forest Master combat power assessment, 28 stars. Well, the combat power assessment hasn't increased much. It seems that for summoners and similar classes, the system's estimated combat power tends to be a bit low. Lin Chen closed the personal information panel and did a straight fish roll on the soft mattress. While boiling the instant noodles he bought last night, Lin Chen took out the fortune gourd, intending to open it. As the saying goes, 1,000 gold cannot buy my willingness. Money was just a string of numbers to him now. If he wanted, he could easily be worth over 100 million. But he preferred to keep the inheritance key for himself. Pulling out the wooden cork from the gourd, a thick smoke instantly billowed out from the mouth of the gourd. The smoke gradually formed a cloud-like fluff above Lin Chen's head, supporting a yellow brocade package. His eyes brightened, realizing that it was the treasure opened from the gourd. He reached out to grab it, and the cloud instantly dissipated. Premium Pet Cultivation Pill Gift Package. After opening the fortune gourd, Lin Chen tossed the yellow brocade package aside and took out the gift package given by the Sublimation Temple last night, directly opening it. Obtained Advanced Magic Potion X100, obtained Flying Talisman X10, obtained Pet Cultivation Guide Roll, obtained 40 level Skeleton Staff Gold, obtained Lord's Recommendation Letter. After looking at the items in the gift package, Lin Chen curiously picked up the recommendation letter to take a look, only to be disappointed and toss it aside. Damn, I thought the Lord really wrote me a letter, but it turns out it was just pre-reserved in there, all covered in dust. Lin Chen felt a bit foolish for getting excited. He then picked up the skeleton staff to examine. It's Skeleton Staff Level 40 category, Magic Equipment Quality, Gold, Summon Creature Damage plus 10% Summoned Creature Life, plus 10% Magic Power plus 3500 Special Effect, Skeleton Guardian. Equipping this staff will automatically summon 3 level 40 skeleton soldiers, limited to summoners. If the skeleton soldiers are defeated, the effect will refresh again after 10 minutes. Holy crap! The official really went all out, giving me such an exquisite summoning staff. Lin Chen was overjoyed and immediately equipped the skeleton staff. How about having a meal with that old lady? After all, she did give me such exquisite equipment. What he didn't know was that those who reached the pinnacle of the Ascension Temple would always receive such a generous gift package. The main intention was to cultivate the next generation of job changers while drawing them to work in Lanzhou or to join the ranks. Suddenly, just as Lin Chen equipped the skeleton staff, the skeleton soldiers that appeared behind him collectively flashed with dazzling golden light. Ding! The brilliance of the stars has been triggered. Your summoned creatures are automatically max level. Lin Chen turned around in astonishment. He saw several skeleton soldiers, who had just been paper white, suddenly transform into golden-skinned beings. Their weapons also changed from ordinary shields and iron swords to imposing bone spike staffs. Looking at their personal information again. Skeleton King level, 99 race. Undead, Dark Health 10000000/10000000 Stamina 103000 Magic 208 900 Strength 25 302 Agility 7 680 Combat Power Assessment 260 stars. Ha! The skill effects of the equipment can also be influenced by passive talents. Lin Chen was a bit dazed. Could it be that as long as they were his summoned creatures, they would be affected by the brilliance of the stars? That would be outrageous. Lin Chen became excited again, looking at the imposing skeleton king behind him, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. So, do pets count as summoned creatures? He directly switched the albino crab baby in his pet slot to battle mode. Instantly, a small albino crab materialized in front of him, playfully pinching the bedsheet with its crystal clear white pincers. This little appearance was quite endearing, but it seemed not to be affected by the brilliance of the stars. Checking its panel information. Black water crab baby. Lifespan, 9 years, level 1 race, beast health, 100 stamina, 5 magic, 8 strength, 12 agility, 7 skills, water, magic burst, nature inhalation. Growth quality, perfect, level 40. Is it mutated? Yes. Combat power assessment, 2 stars. Confirming that the pet was not affected by the passive talent, Lin Chen was too lazy to recall the little crab and directly let it follow him in battle mode. He planned to cultivate a top-notch cute pet specifically for handling minor tasks. For example, in competitions with novice students. If he summoned a colossal creature like the Black Water Emperor, not only would the students be scared out of their wits, claiming he was bullying them, but the academy would also demand compensation for the damaged venue. As for Angel Chiral, she definitely couldn't be used to bully students. One of her normal attacks could leave the principal struggling to survive. Therefore, raising a small pet was quite necessary, and it also came with the benefit of leveling up. The instant noodles were ready. Lin Chen sat in a chair, slurping noodles while flipping through the pet cultivation guide. Soon, he put down the booklet and began to feed the newly acquired premium pet cultivation pills to the crab baby, which had a luster like uncut jade. Eat up, this thing can increase your chances of comprehending skills when you level up. Also, this is a good item too. It's called the Premium Mixed Essence Pill, which can significantly enhance your attribute growth values when you level up. Lin Chen didn't care whether the crab baby could understand or not, explaining as he fed. If outsiders saw the scene, they would definitely call him a spendthrift. The cultivation pills and mixed essence pills were both valuable premium elixirs. Although they were indeed used for cultivating pets, no one would waste them on raising a mere crab. He was truly a top-tier spendthrift. The elixir set produced from the wealthy gourd consists of 5 portions, each lasting for an hour. If sold, the starting price would be in the hundreds of thousands, yet Lin Chen chose to feed it to his little pet. Days without financial worries are just this: simple and unadorned. After putting away the eerie skeleton king behind him into their own summoning space, Lin Chen set off for the level 40 dungeon, the withered forest of the South City. This was also a publicly accessible free dungeon, not under the jurisdiction of any faction. However, South City had certain regulatory powers. After all, dungeons below level 100 were considered novice areas. The officials were also wary of local or external strong players wiping everything out in one go. Activating a flight talisman, Lin Chen reached the dungeon way station outside the city in less than 5 minutes. The distant sky was just beginning to brighten, yet the way station was already crowded with people inside and out. Looking for a team, anyone going for level 45? Guild recruiting, message me if you're level 50 or above, our guild offers great benefits. Our guild just got a new batch of equipment, absolutely first-hand resources, come take a look. Seeking a big shot to carry me, I'm a support class, can heal and tank, but I require a share of the loot. Need a strong damage dealer, I'll be the frontline tank, I guarantee you can output without any worries. Listening to the surrounding noise, akin to the shouts of a bustling market, Lin Chen suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu from his past life. He remembered a similar scene in the chat rooms of online games in his previous life. Now, the game and reality were intertwined, with vendors selling equipment transformed into real people, displaying various unidentified gear in front of them. Upon noticing Lin Chen's gaze linger, one of them immediately began enthusiastically introducing the prices. Lin Chen could only smile awkwardly and sidestep past the stall. Can I have any eye contact with these eager equipment sellers? Entering the way station, Lin Chen grabbed a registration form from the crowded throng, filled in his personal information while leaning on the table, and handed it to the staff. When the staff saw the level section filled with first transfer, level 40, they looked up and scrutinized Lin Chen's youthful face. Although puzzled by his youth, they still retrieved an access card from a box behind them. You are a student of Tiannan Academy, you can keep this card indefinitely without needing to return it. Okay, thank you. Lin Chen took his student ID and turned to enter the dungeon through passageway number 1. As soon as he appeared in the withered forest, someone called out to him from behind, "Hey, young man, wait a moment." Turning around, he saw a fully armed young man wearing a flaming crown, holding a heavy sword, rushing towards him. Upon seeing Lin Chen's attire, the young man beamed, "Hey, you're a mage, right? Let's team up. I'm a heavy sword fanatic, I can tank and deal damage, my output is insane. Let's get acquainted, I'm Li Xiao, level 52, my family runs a mine." The young man named Li Xiao extended his right hand, smiling broadly. Lin Chen frowned, "I'm not a mage." "Then what are you?" "Summoner." After explaining, Lin Chen intended to leave. However, Li Xiao's face twisted in disdain upon hearing this, rolling his eyes and saying, "Damn, I thought you looked like a mage." "What? A waste of my feelings." Lin Chen paused, turned around, and suddenly looked at him with a half-smile. "Is being a mage that impressive?" Before Li Xiao could respond, Lin Chen summoned his most harmless skeleton soldier. Li Xiao looked up, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. The summoner he had just dismissed had summoned 3 level 99 puppets all at once. What level was he? Why did he look so young? In an instant, Li Xiao regretted it, raised his hand, slapped his own face, and obediently knelt down. "Boss, I was wrong." Seeing the other party so sensible, Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to engage with him any further. He turned around with his skeleton guards and left. It wasn't until Lin Chen's figure was out of sight that the adaptable Li Xiao stood up again, his legs trembling. "Damn it, that scared the hell out of me. A summoner so young, and he can casually summon 3 law kings. I can't be seeing things, can I?" Li Xiao began to doubt himself. In truth, it wasn't surprising, he thought. This way, after all, summoners were the most despised profession. As the lowest tier of the disdain chain, it was rare to see a summoner as powerful as Lin Chen. Especially in a small place like South City, summoners were considered pure trash, often unable to find work even after graduation. "No way, I have to follow him and take a look. Maybe I really did see it wrong." Li Xiao, not willing to take chances, stealthily followed Lin Chen's footsteps but dared not disturb him. On the same path, another lone wolf summoner was surrounded by 2 minions. Left white wolf, right white wolf. Behind him trailed a plant-type summon with a flower face. Upon seeing Lin Chen was also a summoner, he enthusiastically approached, feeling a sense of camaraderie, and asked, "You don't have a team either? How about we team up to grind? Slow is fine, safety first." The frugal female summoner, who habitually saved money and didn't buy scouting scrolls, friendly offered Lin Chen a bottle of cheap stamina potion, seemingly trying to get closer. Lin Chen politely declined the potion she offered, who knew what she had put in it. "No, I can handle it alone." "Really? You can handle it?" The female summoner scrutinized Lin Chen with wide eyes, clearly not believing him and shaking her head. So young, and a summoner at that, he probably hadn't even finished the transition period. "Forget it, let's each grind our own." The female summoner abandoned the idea of teaming up with Lin Chen and began to attack a tree demon they encountered ahead. 2 large white wolves pounced fiercely but only inflicted minor surface wounds on the tree demon. The plant-type summon, however, played its role, activating its entangling skill. Instantly, it immobilized the tree demon in place, while the two white wolves unleashed a flurry of attacks. Even so, they were being whipped and howled in pain. During the skirmish, one wolf died, and the female summoner quickly replaced it. Inflicted 470 slashing damage. Inflicted 380 slashing damage. Received 2,800 from whipping. Lin Chen didn't pay much attention to the battle scene of his fellow summoner. Instead, he commanded the skeleton law kings following him to unleash fire skills on the magical forest before them. Heavenly Fire Burn. The three skeleton law kings simultaneously cast this skill. The forest before them instantly transformed into a sea of flames. The female summoner, who had just finished hunting a tree demon, was so startled by the scene she caught out of the corner of her eye that she fell to the ground. The Law King has arrived? Endless heavenly fire turned into countless fire pythons, rampaging through the magical forest, ruthlessly incinerating the panicked magical trees. The fire stretched for thousands of meters, forcing some job changers to abandon the monsters and flee from the concentrated area of flames. Their gazes filled with awe as they looked towards the dark forest engulfed in fire, thinking it must be the Law King's doing. As expected of a mage, our hard work for half a day doesn't compare to the effect of one of his big moves. He must be a second-tier grand mage. An ordinary first-tier mage can't be this strong. Not necessarily. Maybe he's a hidden profession among the Law Kings? That would be terrifying. We should hurry and leave. This area has already been claimed by the Law King. Wah, I just lost a monster. Please, Law King, carry me. If you don't have the strength, don't come to the barren realm to seek abuse. Who would carry a weakling? The job changers scattered in a rush. Most of them were at the first transition level, and when faced with something like the mage clearing the area, they couldn't muster even a shred of courage to find a way out. Ha! You, what exactly is your profession? The female summoner was stunned as she looked at the young man standing calmly in front of the sea of flames. Is he really a summoner? This intensity seems a bit off. The female summoner jogged over, her face filled with astonishment as she glanced at the burning forest not far away, then carefully observed the three skeleton mages frantically casting spells and setting fires, instinctively swallowing her saliva and asking, "What level are you?" 41. Oh, you were 43 when I told you. Lin Chen replied calmly. So you are a mage? Summoner. Lin Chen looked at the woman with a puzzled expression. The latter was even more shocked, circling around the three skeleton mages endlessly, but because she couldn't bear to buy a reconnaissance scroll, she couldn't figure out anything after looking for a long time. This is outrageous. A summoner summon 3 mages at once? If this gets out, no one would believe it even if it was posted in Summon It. With a quick thought, the female summoner took out her phone and started snapping pictures of the 3 skeleton mages, then directly uploaded them to the forum, wanting to share this rare high-intensity summon with other netizens in the Mixed Bag forum. Lin Chen frowned slightly and reminded her, you can take pictures, but could you not touch them randomly? I'm afraid these 3 skeletons will hurt you. Oh, okay. The female summoner nodded obediently, reluctantly retracting her hand. At this moment, she had already regarded Lin Chen as the king of the summoner profession. Before meeting him, her career had been quite bleak, with no glimmer of hope in sight. But now, after witnessing Lin Chen's summons, she felt honored and suddenly thought her own summoner profession had become more prestigious. The future looked bright, didn't it? Bro, it's this bastard. Not only did he steal my monster, but he almost burned me too. Suddenly, a pair of well-equipped men and women rushed towards Lin Chen from a distance. The two sides exchanged glances for a moment. The younger sister, Chenjie, glared angrily at Lin Chen, pointing at a singed strand of hair in her bun, and shouted furiously, "You bastard, you almost burned all my hair off." Following her finger, there were indeed a few singed strands of hair, and Lin Chen felt guilty, quickly apologizing, "Sorry, I didn't think it through. How about this, after leveling up later, I'll personally help you fix your hair. I'll take full responsibility." Seeing Lin Chen's good attitude, the pampered Chenjie became even more arrogant, immediately retorting, "Who cares if you accompany me? You burned my hair, and you can't even pay with your life." Lin Chen's brows furrowed suddenly. He could admit when he was wrong, but that didn't mean he would let the other party walk all over him. "So how do you want to resolve this?" Lin Chen asked coldly. The brother, who had been silent, crossed his arms and looked at Lin Chen with a sidelong glance. "You're a mage too? Then you're a junior. As a senior, I'll give you a lesson today. Even mages need to keep a low profile in South City." As soon as he finished speaking, the second transition water mage, with blue light flashing in his eyes, suddenly brought his fingers together, muttering incantations, and quickly summoned a stream of water that spanned north and south, heading towards the sea of flames in the forest. "Extinguish. This public dungeon isn't your home. You can't do whatever you want," the water mage warned in a deep voice. As he looked at the sea of flames, when the stream of water submerged it, the heavenly fire suddenly became even more explosive. In an instant, it evaporated the torrential rain that had just fallen from the sky. The overwhelming fire snake spread out with even more arrogance. It seems that this stream of water not only failed to weaken the fire but instead further fueled the wildfires in the forest. It's like trying to extinguish a fire with a cup of water, and the cup is filled with oil. Witnessing this scene, the once confident water armor mage's expression completely froze. Lin Chen was also taken aback. He never expected this level 108 second transformation expert to be just this. From his earlier tone, Lin Chen truly thought the other party could unleash some particularly powerful magic, yet it turned out to be less impressive than his lowest tier summons. What a letdown! The spark of battle that had just ignited in Lin Chen's heart was instantly doused with a bucket of cold water. He had thought he finally encountered a master looking for a challenge. His sister, Chen Jia, didn't pay attention to the fire and assumed her second transformation brother was just showing off, which left Lin Chen stunned. With a show of bravado, she declared, "Did you see that? My brother is a second transformation mage, and his status in the guild is very high. As long as he says a word, he can immediately expel you from this dungeon." "Hey, let's be reasonable. The guy's attitude isn't that bad," the water armor mage said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his previously arrogant demeanor replaced with a forced smile as he tried to smooth things over. "No way. He has to give me an explanation today," Chen Jia said, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Lin Chen. Hearing her words, Chen Hai's heart sank again, and he quickly pulled her back, forcing a friendly smile at Lin Chen. "Brother, this isn't a big deal. We don't need to make it so tense." "Brother, he burned my hair," Chen Jia shouted angrily. "It's just a few strands of hair. Even if it were all burned off, it's no big deal. For a job changer, bleeding and getting hurt is just part of the routine. If you can't even tolerate this little trivial matter, how can I trust you to handle things on your own in the future?" Chen Hai said, feeling a chill run down his spine as he rubbed his sister's head, desperately wishing she would stop talking. When they first arrived, he thought the other party was just a little mage. But after seeing the attack, he suddenly realized that the other person wasn't even the one who initiated it. For a summoner to achieve this level, they must be at least third or fourth transformation. Although he didn't understand why the other person was so young, they were still someone he and his guild couldn't afford to offend. Faced with her brother's earnest advice, the girl pouted a bit, feeling wronged, and slightly reined in her temper, saying, "But he stole my wild monster. What do you have to complain about? This is your territory. Remember, when you're out in the world, strength is king. This is a public wild area. If he wiped out all the monsters here, that's only right. Why? Because he has the strength, and if you don't accept it, you can only watch." These words sounded grand and righteous. Despite having 1,000 grievances in her heart, in the end, under her brother's pressure, Chen Jie apologized to Lin Chen. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so aggressive just now." Lin Chen looked at the brother and sister with a complex expression, his demeanor softening. "It's a small matter." Chen Hai approached Lin Chen with a beaming smile and shook his hand, then left with his sister without looking back. "Brother, is he stronger than you?" After they had walked a distance, Chen Jie secretly glanced at Chen Hai and asked in a wrong tone. Chen Hai maintained his composure, not feeling embarrassed at all, and said, "You were clever just now, giving me a way out, otherwise, I would have definitely been beaten up today." Chen Jie stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit scared, and tightened her grip on her brother's arm. The two siblings quickly disappeared from the area. After they left, the female summoner who had been watching from a distance gave a thumbs up in the direction Chen Hai had gone, able to bend and stretch, a true man. "Big shot, you really gave us summoner's face today. That water armor grand mage is a local tyrant in the withered domain, no one here dares to offend him or the guild behind him," the female summoner said with great admiration. "What grand mage, what child of heaven. When encountering a king among summoners, one must still concede." Lin Chen wasn't interested in the other person's identity and suddenly frowned, saying, "The leveling is still too slow." "That person is right. Why can't we kill wild monsters in the guild area? I'm only level 42. "You're right." Lin Chen looked at the female summoner beside him, revealing a harmless smile. Yes, you're absolutely right," the female summoner flattered in response. After she felt she had left, Lin Chen went to the woods to scavenge for equipment and picked up a ring that shimmered with a deep, brilliant golden light. Level 40 magic ring, dark gold. Fortunately, Lin Chen had invested heavily and purchased a batch of scrolls when selling equipment in the shop. There were return scrolls, reconnaissance scrolls, and knowledge scrolls. Among them, the knowledge scroll was the most expensive, priced around 1,500, specifically used for identifying equipment, a product developed by alchemists. Usually, as long as one doesn't encounter unrecorded equipment, identification can be successful, but it takes more time compared to an identification table. Identifying. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Lin Chen was almost level 45 when he finally heard the crisp notification. Ding! Identification successful. Lin Chen was overjoyed and quickly checked its detailed information. Magic ring level, 40 category, dark gold ring magic power plus 10,000 special effect, overflow. Overflow, equipping this ring doubles the magic consumption for casting spells within 5 minutes. The first magic consumption for casting does not trigger this effect. Dark gold equipment is always unique. For Lin Chen, this ring should be considered a toy. Although the magic power boost is very high, even somewhat outrageous compared to this level of equipment, the special effect of overflow limits most professions from wearing it. It's a newbie artifact. A novice mage would be thrilled to get it. Lin Chen said with a smile, directly putting it on one hand. The maximum number of rings that can be worn is only 2. Now, he wore the ring of command on his left hand and the magic ring on his right, filling up his hand's accessory slots. I should be able to cast divine revelation of the Forest Lord now. I'll summon it and see. I definitely won't bully the job changers here, he thought, deceiving himself. Lin Chen slowly closed his eyes and began to chant the summoning incantation. In an instant, the hood of his robe began to flutter without wind. The sea of fire ahead was blown back by an invisible wind. Centered on Lin Chen, the ground flickered with a dazzling array of patterns, growing larger and larger. The wind and clouds changed color, and dust flew everywhere. Within a mile radius, the job changers were fortunate to witness the summoning array suddenly appearing beneath their feet. They looked astonished but had no idea what was happening. As the endless strange light coalesced into shape, a crisp sound echoed in everyone's ears and hearts. Even the caster Lin Chen's body trembled slightly. The 5 elements guardian moon array, shimmering with strange light beneath his feet, suddenly shattered into wisps of dust, dissipating into the sky. Li Xiao, who witnessed the entire process, hid behind an old tree, his expression one of astonishment. Ha! Why did it suddenly get dark? What was that big array just now? Why did it suddenly go silent? It must be a big shot leading their junior. It's not unusual, nothing to be surprised about. Regarding the earlier phenomenon, the job changers discussed among themselves, completely unaware of the massive, overshadowing tree shadow that had appeared above the forest. The shadow stood unmoving, enveloping the entire dungeon within its grasp, and no one could see its true form. Lin Chen, feeling somewhat guilty, left the place as if nothing had happened. Why did the number of monsters suddenly decrease? What the hell, where are my monsters? Oh my, just now a tree demon captured another tree demon. You must be mistaken. How could a tree demon capture another tree demon? He's not lying. The I was hunting for half an hour was also dragged away by the tree demon's vines. Oh my, run. There are so many vines, they're everywhere, it's a sea of tree demon vines. A female summoner let out a wail and fled towards Lin Chen. At this moment, the job changers had all sensed the abnormality in the area and gathered together. Lin Chen looked at the crowd and punched the air in frustration, saying, "This is really strange. Why are the tree demons fighting among themselves? How are we supposed to level up? Hey buddy, why is there always a golden light of leveling up above your head? Ha, is that true?" Lin Chen's face turned red as he faced the puzzled gazes of everyone, forcing an explanation. I'm a summoner. Don't think I'm just standing here chatting. My summon creatures are actually fighting monsters. Right, this brother is really strong. He's the strongest summoner I've ever seen. At that moment, Shenhai rushed over to quickly explain for Lin Chen, while also flattering him a bit. In the distance, Li Xiao looked completely confused and bewildered. What's going on? Wasn't that ghostly thing summoned by you? What are you pretending for? Do people of your level really need to be this scheming? Li Xiao thought to himself, quickly stepping forward and pointing at the moving shadow in the sky, subtly reminding, "Do you think it's possible that the darkness is because a boss-level summon creature has appeared in the dungeon?" With this little wake-up call, the gathered job changers all looked up at the distant sky. Upon seeing it, they were instantly terrified. What the hell? A world boss? How could a 40-level dungeon have a 350-level world boss? No, it must have been brought in by someone. I've been grinding here for almost a month and haven't heard of such a terrifying thing. What level? You can't be serious. Li Xiao shivered all over. He had only caught a glimpse of the shadow and hadn't seen its true form, so he didn't know its level. Now, hearing the strong ones at the scene say this, he was instantly scared out of his wits, glancing frantically towards Lin Chen. Oh no, the big shot won't see through my little thoughts, will he? He wouldn't seek revenge on me later, would he? What to do? I really have a big mouth. Li Xiao felt anxious, wishing he could slap himself in the face. Looking at Lin Chen, he too was shocked and discussing the monster above with the crowd. But the occasional golden light appearing above his head betrayed his current thoughts. It's over, no wonder the wild monsters in our dungeon disappeared so quickly. It turns out a big shot is making a move. Unfair. The big shot shouldn't be doing this. How are we supposed to level up? Right, this is a beginner area. Instead of going to the 10,000 races battlefield or places like the Dawn Abyss to fend off ancient species, he comes here to mess with our mindset. It's just too bullying. Lin Chen replied, exactly, but what if the big shot is only in his 40s? Is it possible he can't enter those kinds of places? Impossible. Shenhai said firmly, brother, you have to understand, a human powerhouse who can summon a 350-level monster must at least be at the 6th transfer. It's his duty to go to the 10,000 races battlefield and bring glory to our region, not to come here and snatch our kills. This kind of big shot is so low class, I must report him to the Night Watchers Guild and let them punish this shameless 6th transfer powerhouse. Aren't you afraid that the strong one will hear you when you say those things? Li Xiao swallowed hard, gently reminding them. He has sharp ears. I was just cursing him today. If he has the guts, he should come out and find me. I stand firm, even if the governor of Lansao comes, I have the confidence to stand and talk to him as equals, Chen Hai said angrily, his voice full of conviction. His fearless declaration immediately earned him praise from the other job changers present. Are you stupid, Li Xiao? At times like this, you should say things that job changers like to hear to pull in some hot-blooded newcomers into our guild. With your lack of wisdom and insight, you'll just end up stuck in the position of a guild member for life and then inherit your family's broken mind. Chen Hai thought smugly to himself. Seizing the moment as everyone's favor towards him soared, he immediately sent guild invitations to several promising job changers present, including Lin Chen. Join our guild. We are all men of courage. A shadow fell over Li Zhao's heart, and he suddenly had the thought of quitting the guild on the spot and cutting ties with Chen Hai. He secretly glanced at Lin Chen, who remained silent and did not speak. Instantly, he felt a chill in his heart and clenched his fists, saying, the big boss is definitely not that kind of person. He must be here on a righteous mission to cleanse the monsters. It might even be an order from above. Everyone, please do not jump to conclusions before understanding the truth. That would be unethical and disrespectful to the big boss. Damn it, Li Xiao, the wild monsters in the forest are almost extinct, and you're still washing your hands? Isn't Li Xiao also from the Blade Guild? Look at Chen Hai and then look at you, both from the same guild, but the gap is not just a little big, you're like a soft-boned dog. Chen Hai's face darkened as he glared at Li Xiao, saying, if you have nothing to say, then don't say anything. Li Xiao tiredly shook his head and directly took out his phone to send Chen Hai a message. The phone in his pocket vibrated twice, and at Li Zhao's gesture, Chen Hai took out his phone. After just a moment of looking, his forehead was already drenched in cold sweat. Chen Hai replied, why should I believe you, Li Xiao? Then I'll quit the guild. Seeing this reply, Chen Hai's right hand holding the phone trembled. He wasn't scared by Li Zhao's decision to quit the guild. Rather, it was the other party's insistence that forced him to confront that absurd and outrageous truth. Forcing down the turbulent waves in his heart, Chen Hai shakily retrieved his phone, suddenly turning to look at the young man standing silently in the crowd with his arms crossed. Cold sweat gradually trickled down his nose as he locked eyes with Lin Chen for 2 seconds, who then revealed a kind smile. Chen Hai suddenly realized a more serious problem. The reconnaissance scroll had no effect on him. He had already known this before, but for some reason, he still wanted to try again, to make a futile struggle. Is it really him? Chen Hai looked at the golden light still lingering above Lin Chen's head, and his knees buckled. As he knelt on the ground, a strong wave of intense fear surged within him, transforming into a chilling sensation that spread from his feet throughout his body, rushing to the top of his head. Oh my God! That existence who summoned the 350-level giant monster had been standing right behind him, watching him all alone. He had spoken carelessly, using that strong person's reputation to attract newcomers to the guild. What kind of experience was that? Giving the middle finger under the gun? Dancing disco on a nuclear bomb? Where did he get the courage? The possibility of such an existence appearing beside them, the small fry, was almost zero. But it happened. Chen Hai felt that he must have gone out without checking the calendar today, having fallen into the hands of this senior twice. Recalling the previous encounter with the other party, his politeness and humility instantly transformed in Chen Hai's heart into disdain and extreme contempt. No wonder they always appeared indifferent. From start to finish, the real reason lies here. I'm afraid that my abysmal magic, as well as my sister's aggressive and ridiculous demeanor, would only seem like the frantic movements of ants in the eyes of that person. Who would waste their energy getting worked up over ants? A simple lift of the foot would crush them. Chen Hai believed that the fact that that person hadn't slapped him, this jumping clown, to death by now was merely due to their laziness and disdain, not because of his good luck or that they were being lenient. Having thought this through, Chen Hai stood up slowly, drenched in cold sweat, and faced the astonished gazes of the job changers, declaring firmly, Li Xiao is right. How could we, a bunch of rabble, possibly fathom the matters of a big shot? We absolutely should not just blame the big shot for the disappearance of the dungeon monsters. I saw it with my own eyes. The monsters suddenly went berserk and started killing each other. What does that have to do with the big shot? Anyone who dares to slander that big shot will be opposing my Blade Hand Guild. Although I, Chen Hai, am only a second tier, my guild behind me will ensure they can't survive in this territory. His voice was resonant, his attitude resolute. What loyalty to protect the master? Lin Chen was dumbfounded. The job changers present were bewildered. Only Li Xiao showed a gratified smile, thinking, what a good flatterer. Why do I suddenly not want to withdraw from the guild? If they remembered correctly, wasn't it you, Chen Hai, who was the first to stand up and accuse the big shot? How did you suddenly switch your stance? You even criticized them. Most of those present were first-tier newcomers or even fresh faces who hadn't passed their first-tier trials. Faced with the pressure from the seasoned mage, they naturally dared to be angry but couldn't speak out. That said, Lin Chen was actually the one who felt the most wronged. Clearly, he was also a level 40 newcomer, just because his summon was too strong. Did he deserve to be slandered and doubted by others? Forget it, a little grievance is nothing. At least there are people like Li Xiao and Chen Hai who can distinguish right from wrong. This world isn't too dark. Lin Chen's face regained its color as he gave a thumbs up to Li Xiao and Chen Hai. You guys understand the big shot. Everyone was fighting for monsters based on their strength, and he was following the rules too. Couldn't there be a little less prejudice and discrimination? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Hai was invigorated and quickly bowed with cupped hands, saying, I don't deserve such praise, I really don't. Li Xiao scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. The other job changers looked on in confusion. What's with the golden light constantly shining above your head? What golden light? I didn't see anything, Li Xiao said, slapping the newcomer on the head and speaking nonsense. Seeing this, Chen Hai was unwilling to be outdone and glared at the person, threatening, what golden light? That's clearly the big shot's skill effect. If you don't understand, don't speak carelessly. Although everyone was still a bit skeptical hearing the second tier mage Chen Hai say this, they momentarily couldn't tell whether the light above Lin Chen's head was the golden light of leveling up or a skill effect. Lin Chen, fearing he might truly be exposed, quickly made his escape. Little did he know, all his previous little actions had been seen by Li Xiao. Kill 50 level Ghost Spring Tiger, gain 12,000 experience. Kill 44 level Red-Eyed Demon Tree, gain 8,000 experience. Kill 41 level Red-Eyed Demon Tree, gain 7,600 experience. Kill 52 level Treasure Goblin, gain 20,000 experience. Kill 48 level Demon Vine Snake, gain 13,000 experience. Kill 42 level Red-Eyed Demon Tree, gain 7,700 experience. Kill 55 level Ghost Spring Tiger, gain 14,000 experience. Kill 55 level Demon Vine Snake, gain 17,000 experience. Kill 60 level Ghost Spring Tiger King, gain 108,000 experience. Kill 45 level Red-Eye Tree King, gain 40,000 experience. Killed a level 40 Magic Vine Snake, gained 500 experience. Killed a level 44 Magic Vine Snake, gained 550 experience. Killed a level 42 Red-Eyed Demon Tree, gained 200 experience. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 47, gain 3 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 48, gain 3 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 49, gain 3 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 50, gain 3 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 57, gain 3 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 58, gain 3 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 59, gain 3 points to allocate freely. Ding! Your pet black water crab baby has leveled up to 2. Ding! Random attribute growth plus 4, learned passive skill hard shell, stamina increased by 1000. Ding! Your pet black water crab baby has leveled up to 3. Ding! Random attribute growth plus 4. Ding! Your pet black water crab baby has leveled up to 4. Ding! Random attribute growth plus 3, learn talent skill, dance claw. Ding! Your pet black water crab has leveled up to 37. Ding! Random attribute growth plus 4, learn passive skill barbaric growth, strength increased by 500. Ding! Your pet black water crab has leveled up to 38. Ding! Random attribute growth plus 3. Ding! Your pet black water crab has leveled up to 39. Ding! Random attribute growth plus 4, learn talent passive skill psychic body, all attributes increased by 25%. Ding! Your pet black water crab has leveled up to 40. Ding! Your pet black water crab has reached max level and will no longer gain any experience. Gain treasure map fragment, gained golden treasure chest X1, gained low level demon beast essence X2985, gained premium tiger tooth X572, gained breath of tree spirit X1431, gained level 45 demon spear set component X34, gained level 50 blue eyed tiger armor gold X12, gained level 40 blue stone leggings bronze X899, gained level 40 golden silk pants black iron X3507, gained level 45 demon armor set component X7, gained level 55 grand mage robe silver X64, gained ghost spring grass heavenly material X118, gained danhong fruit heavenly material X22, gained blessing gourd spiritual treasure X7, gained level 40 skill book thunder summoning technique, gained level 40 skill book shadow shot, gained level 50 skill book rebirth of the marsh. After experiencing so many dungeons, Lin Chen was very clear that as long as he leveled up to exceed the level of this dungeon, the experience gain would be significantly reduced. So he promptly ordered the tree shadow above to stop, no longer clearing the dungeon as thoroughly as before. But even so, the giant demon's overwhelming vines nearly cleared the dungeon. After spending nearly half an hour, Lin Chen finally packed the spoils into his backpack. As he was leaving, he happened to run into the hurried demon capture division, a group of people. You all wait a moment, remove your identities before exiting the dungeon. Shen Miao, guarding the dungeon exit, coldly scanned the job changers wanting to exit. Director Wang Mingyuan walked past Lin Chen with his hands behind his back, quickly leading his team. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, glancing towards Lin Chen. With a slightly surprised and gloomy face, he asked, "Are you a student of that academy?" "Me? I'm from Tiannan Academy, here to level up in this dungeon," Lin Chen honestly replied. Looking at the uniformed officials, he felt a bit nervous. However, thinking about his current level, he felt a surge of confidence. As long as he didn't break any rules, even if the governor came, he could stand tall and continue to act recklessly. Oh, from Tiannan Academy. Wang Mingyuan once again scrutinized Lin Chen from head to toe, his expression softening as he said, "That outfit must have cost your family quite a bit. You should focus more on honing your skills. After all, equipment is just an external thing. Once you reach a certain level, it should be replaced. There's no need to get something too expensive and hollow." He could tell at a glance that Lin Chen's starry robe had properties that rendered reconnaissance scrolls ineffective. Such equipment typically had low attribute bonuses but was great for boys to show off and act cool, as outsiders couldn't see through their facade, allowing them to boast in front of classmates without being easily challenged. Lin Chen frowned and didn't respond. At that moment, a staff member approached, asking to see his pass. After confirming there were no issues, Lin Chen was allowed to proceed. Director Wang Mingyuan withdrew his gaze and quickly led his team deeper into the woods. Night fell. Jiang Ying stood on the lookout platform of the instance, stretching his black wings behind him, soaring into the sky. After circling for a while, his sharp eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. In an instant, like lightning, he swooped down with a pair of phantom claws, effortlessly grabbing two fleeing tree spirits and turning to fly away. South City Inspection Office. Jiang Ying stood on the observation deck, sipping coffee. At that moment, the deputy director came up quickly from the first floor with a document in hand. The case has been basically analyzed. The druid invited by the office extracted information from the tree spirits that is consistent with the instance job changers. This time, a level 350 giant spirit appeared, but the type is still uncertain. It is highly likely to be a vine, tree, or plant type. Additionally, a mage from the Blade Guild has been maliciously reported, with someone claiming he is a lackey of a certain big shot who suddenly appeared in the novice instance. The true situation is still unclear. What can be confirmed? Your demon inspection office still requires several $100 million in funding each year? Jiang Ying frowned, speaking bluntly. The deputy director glanced at the administrative rank on the other's shoulder, suppressing his anger, and coldly replied, "The demon inspection office is merely a department for clearing out chaotic urban and rural monsters, not a detective agency." Jiang Ying ignored his words and calmly said, "Then please have that mage come by tomorrow. These recent malicious incidents have not been directly caused by humans. I suspect the other party is a summoner organization, and it must be one of the top summoner organizations in the 5 major districts. However, I can't understand why such a force would stoop so low as to target our district's novice instance, even the Enlightenment instance." The deputy director's expression darkened. "Your judgment, forget it." Jiang Ying showed a look of disbelief. He turned and flew down from the observation deck, landing lightly on the window of Wang Mingyuan's office. "Director Wang, let's consider a different angle. Perhaps our internal security has been compromised. Having that person escape from under your noses multiple times, I have reason to suspect that person has official status and legitimate citizenship." Documents. Upon hearing this, Director Wang looked even more stressed and worried. Then what's the point of investigating? Just invite a divine mage over, and everything will be clear. He'll encounter some issues on the way and will arrive in South City the day after tomorrow. In the meantime, you can't be idle, otherwise, when that person asks, your department might face budget cuts. Jiang Ying kindly reminded him. Director Wang's expression was grim as he nodded. "We will definitely provide that divine mage with a reasonable explanation." That night, both directors had trouble sleeping. In contrast, Lin Chen, who returned to the academy, slept very soundly. The next day, before dawn, Lin Chen crawled out of his dorm bed. Just as he was about to head out, he heard a Mu's drowsy voice behind him, filled with confusion. "Where are you going? Teacher Zhao didn't see you all day yesterday and was so angry he almost called your dad. Isn't it better to honestly stick with the big shots in class to gain experience? Why do you have to run around? Not better. Tell Zhao that if he wants to hit me, he can. I'll come back when the course progresses to the demon refining tower." After saying this, Lin Chen left the dormitory without looking back. Not long after, when Lin Chen returned to the Yuding shop, he saw the shop owner, Su Huai, dressed in an exquisite suit. Although they weren't familiar, they had met once before. Su Huai smiled at him, looked him up and down, and said, "Not bad, you've equipped yourself with star-level gear in just 2 days. Wait a minute, what level were you when you came here?" Su Huai suddenly realized something and took a closer look at the starry robe Lin Chen was wearing. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a first-tier starry robe selling for 3 to 4 million, and you need at least level 40 to equip it." Remembering how Lin Chen had looked back then, in tatters, compared to his current self, it was as if he had transformed into a different person. Su Huai's mouth dropped in astonishment. His surprise wasn't about the change in Lin Chen's gear, but rather his level. "What level are you now?" Su Huai asked curiously. Immediately after, he added, "At least level 40, right?" Lin Chen didn't hide anything and replied frankly, 59. "Boss, as a businessman, do you really need to pay so much attention to your customers' levels? Lin Chen found it somewhat amusing. This boss really had too much free time. Su Huai was left speechless. Looking at this young man, who seemed to take it for granted, it was clear he had no idea what it meant to level up 42 levels in just 2 days. That day, he had specifically used a detection scroll to check this little guy's level, fearing he was some rogue who specialized in sweeping through beginner dungeons. Now, who would have thought that he was already level 59? It was likely that no one in the 5 major districts could match his leveling speed. Moreover, even if there were strong players helping him, due to the rules of the beginner dungeons, no one could reach his leveling speed. He was either a super genius with a hidden profession or had some kind of exceptionally powerful special class, but whichever it was worth Su Huai's time to invest more thought into it. Little brother, what do your elders do in South City? Are you studying there? Lin Chen rolled his eyes and said, I'm not obligated to answer that, am I? Let's chat, since you're just sitting around anyway. Su Huai continued with a friendly smile, you young people are just so restless, unable to stay calm. How about this, you answer me 2 questions and I'll give you a 20% premium. Later. Are you sure? Lin Chen's eyes lit up, then go ahead and ask. Su Huai repeated the 2 questions he had just asked. Lin Chen thought for a moment, seeing that the boss didn't seem like a bad person, and casually answered. Tiannan Academy. My dad is just a miner. A miner? Su Huai looked surprised but quickly masked it. You're trying to sell too much equipment. Let's identify it first and then I'll calculate for you. Su Huai felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the pile of colorful equipment Lin Chen had brought out, suddenly regretting the promise he had just made. A 20% profit. How much silver would that cost him? But what made Su Huai even more headache-inducing was yet to come. Lin Chen pulled out a large pile of top-quality materials and dozens of skill books covering all professions. Each one needed an accurate value assessment, unlike before when he could sell a large batch of items in a flash. As the appraiser focused on evaluating, Su Huai's frown deepened the more he looked at the materials Lin Chen had brought out. How many monsters had to be killed to drop this many materials? Most of them are low-tier top-quality items. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Chen a few more times, secretly taking out his phone to send a message to his older brother, the current city Lord, Su Zhang. The message read, a prodigy has emerged in the South City. I suspect this kid has awakened a hidden class from the second sequence, a potential asset that can be brought into your faction. Let's arrange a time to meet and discuss in detail. After sending the message, Su Huai found Lin Chen increasingly pleasing to the eye. Due to the sheer number of items for sale, the shop spent half an hour just on value assessment. Once all the items were evaluated, Lin Chen was met with a collected gaze of astonishment from the staff. From their expressions, one could see the deep shock and confusion. Clearly just a young boy, yet he could casually produce so many high-quality pieces of equipment, although they were a bit low in level. The impressive display piled up in the appraisal room still provided a strong visual impact, leaving people utterly amazed. Fortunately, Yuding Shop is the largest chain store in South City, so handling this volume of goods was more than manageable. While waiting for the shop owner to tally the accounts, Lin Chen sat by the tea table, sipping the hot tea brought by a Chongsan lady while idly scrolling through his phone. He was usually very keen on following posts in the Transmigrator's bar. At this moment, with nothing else to do, Lin Chen habitually clicked on bar and entered the Transmigrator's bar, a large community with nearly 20 million followers. Today's top post instantly caught Lin Chen's attention. The post title read, Shocking. A phoenix appears in a dungeon in South City. Clicking in, the first line of the post made Lin Chen feel an urge to exit. In the summoner community of South City, a very powerful young summoner has emerged. Isn't this like a golden phoenix among a flock of chickens? Can this be called clickbait? If you don't believe it, just click the original post to see. That guy summoned 3 law kings in one go. Upon reading this, he indeed saw a new address at the bottom of the post. Looking at the comments from netizens, Lin Chen's brows furrowed. Directly, seeing a powerful newcomer in the summoner bar, I feel deeply gratified. Laughing to death, a golden phoenix among a pile of chickens, how about that? Don't hype up the summoner profession. Even if that person is unstoppable in the early stages, they will still fall off later because the limit on summoned creatures is just that high. Relying solely on equipment, in the end, it's still useless. Don't bring up useless professions. The summoners encountered in the 200-level secret realm are all just freeloaders, summoning a few creatures and then hiding at the back. Who would dare to team up with them now? Newbies don't understand, veterans all know, no matter who you team up with, don't choose a summoner. The bar next door is celebrating, saying they finally have a chance to show off. Isn't it just 3 law kings? Let him try a 200-level dungeon. Some professions love to show off what they lack the most. I bet the poster is just a summoner in disguise. Trash summoners, even dogs wouldn't team up with them. Enduring his anger as he read through the insulting comments, Lin Chen couldn't wait to click on the original post in the summoner bar. The post title read, Hot. A summoner big shot appears in the Little Dry domain. The poster was named Little Grass Elder. Lin Chen didn't pay much Attention to that, upon seeing the post title, he suddenly recalled that he had also been to the little dry domain. Connecting it to the screenshots of the Law Kings in the post, he instantly realized. It turned out that the protagonist of this post, which had broken 1 million in popularity, was himself. Tears in my eyes for the brothers in the summoner bar. After awakening this profession for so long, it's the first time I've seen a living summoner big shot. The impressive Lawmaster is going to be dumbfounded now. Summoning 3 Law Kings at level 41, what mage can compare? I ask you, what mage can match our summoner big shot? Wah, I wonder who still dares to say our summoners have no new big shots. I suggest we change this big shot's 3-headed mage king to be the avatar of our summoner forum. No more of that soft and squishy slime. I've had enough of the mockery from other professions. This 3-headed mage king is the strongest counterattack for summoners. I second that. This is the spiritual leader of our new summoners. Quick, share your contact info. I suggest we invite that big shot to frequently help our forum. Sharing his progress can also inspire us to have more hope for the future of summoners. Let's chip in, everyone pitch in to invite that big shot over. Who would dare say our summoner forum has no big shots? Laughing to death. It's been nearly 100 years since a new king summoner appeared in the 5 major districts. The last new king had 6 mages, and all the other spots were taken by warriors and archers. Even alchemists, that trash profession, made it into the top 10 of new kings. You summoners haven't had one in nearly 100 years. Haha. Staying in our own little world. If I ever meet that guy offline, I could take him out with one arrow. You guys who can't stand others doing well, hurry up and get out of the summoner forum. Starting to rage out of incompetence serves you right for being stuck with such a useless profession. So funny. System prompt. The Lord is infinitely arrogant. The mage is awesome. The shadow assassin king is fierce. The summoner is a stinky little brother. Has been muted by the administrator. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen's expression was complicated. He never expected the summoner community to be in such a humiliating situation. He understood. Now, summoners were at the bottom of the professional disdain chain, either because they were cowards hiding in the back, or because their damage was extremely low, or because they didn't participate in groups, often leading to the entire team dying while the summoner was hiding somewhere, looting gear, which were all unfounded rumors. For this, Lin Chen could only feel sympathy for the summoner community. After this period of dungeon grinding, he finally understood why the situation for summoners was so difficult. First, the specialized equipment for summoners was too hard to obtain. Even if there were drops, Lin Chen didn't care for the meager attribute boosts and sold them off directly. Moreover, the drop rate for skill books was extremely low. The drop rate for powerful skill books seemed to be non-existent. If it weren't for the fact that his profession was a bit different from others, he would probably have ended up as a college slacker, desperately leeching experience and getting scolded and looked down upon. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt grateful and clasped his hands in prayer. Since the heavens are willing to grant me a unique profession, I will surely achieve great feats. Let's start by clearing the name of the summoner profession and making it famous. After making the vow, Lin Chen felt even more hopeful for the future and was filled with fighting spirit. Just then, Su Huai walked over with a bill in hand. He smiled kindly and said, after a detailed value assessment, I can offer you 57 million for those 1 or 2,000 pieces of equipment. The skill books and low-tier premium materials are all at solid purchase prices. We don't deal in fakes, totaling 23 million, with skill books making up the bulk. As you know, skill books are much harder to drop than equipment. In the future, if you have goods, be sure to consider our store first. My prices will definitely be fairer than others. And for other miscellaneous items, I'll count it as 150,000 federal coins. Adding it all up, including a 20% premium, the total comes to 97,800,000. Hearing this purchase price, the staff nearby, who were used to big waves, couldn't help but blink. Lin Chen, on the other hand, widened his eyes in shock. He never expected that the earnings from clearing a round of level 40 public dungeons would nearly reach 100 million. This was so damn exhilarating. He wanted to do it a few more times. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel ecstatic inside. He was sure that this boss in front of him hadn't taken much profit from him. Even if he was still at a significant loss, it was definitely much better than those unscrupulous merchants outside. After hearing the price, the shop owner's first impression was just that. He had roughly estimated it himself, but due to his lack of understanding of the market, he had offered around 60 million for the purchase. Who would have thought the final result would be like this? Awesome! If Dad knew that he had already helped him get rich and become a little tycoon, he would surely be overjoyed. Lin Chen thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. He immediately agreed. Boss, I'll wholesale 100 copies of each of the 3 scrolls, and the flying scrolls as well. The flying scrolls are over 10,000 each. I'll buy them. Lin Chen waved his hand grandly. Then, as if he thought of something, he politely asked, how much are flying items like magic carpets and wings? Those? The cheapest ones are a few hundred million. If you want, I can draft a long-term loan contract for you. Hearing Lin Chen's request, the shop owner Su Huai smiled slyly, revealing the cunning look of an old fox. Lin Chen's smile froze on his face, and he quickly waved his hand, rejecting the other party's proposal. If he really took out a loan for a few $100 million and brought the news back to Dad, it wouldn't be a surprise, but a shock. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen's impulse to spend money didn't diminish. He continued to ask, "What's the price for a full set of level 60 summoner gear?" "You're a summoner? You're actually a summoner?" The shop owner Su Huai suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Lin Chen felt a bit strange. The shop owner Su Huai quickly hid the surprise on his face, thought for a moment, and said, "The level 60 set isn't expensive. A good one can be settled for over 10 million, while the cheaper ones are around 2 to 3 million. It depends on what price range you want. But I can't guarantee that there's stock available right now. You'll need to wait over a week for the headquarters to assemble and ship it." After hearing the shop owner's explanation, Lin Chen instantly gave up on that plan. By the time he got the gear, he would probably have long outgrown level 60 equipment. Lin Chen considered for a moment and said, "Then help me process all the danhong fruits into pills. If you want to buy them back, you'll need to deduct some money plus a processing fee of several $100,000. That's fine." After a brief conversation, Lin Chen deducted a few million and took back those heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the shop owner, planning to have the alchemist refine them all or concoct them into restorative potions. During this time, the shop owner Su Huai handed Lin Chen a platinum card, casually smiling as he asked, "Now that you have this huge sum of money, do you want to get a set of attribute gems? A full set of 2-star gems that can be worn at level 60 can provide an attribute boost of 2 to 3,000. Lin Chen decisively shook his head in refusal. What attribute gems could compare to the blessing of angels? He countered, "Are there any special gems for summoner skills?" The shop owner Su Huai shook his head. "There are, but you can't afford them yet. These top-tier skill jewels or profession specialization jewels are all auctioned off, and the transaction prices are quite high. Then just get me a regular set. One that boosts movement speed, one that boosts allied movement speed, or attack and casting speed, then choose mana and give me 10 hole punchers. I want a small top-tier gem for each part, at a discounted price, just like that." After hearing Lin Chen's request, Su Huai kindly reminded him, "Allies and summoned creatures are priced differently. Allies include any of our targets, including summoned creatures." "I understand, money is not an issue." Lin Chen nodded. Su Huai turned and left. When he returned, he was holding a genuine leather briefcase. In front of Lin Chen, he opened the case, revealing a dazzling array of colorful gems inside. There are a total of 10 gems, each with varying qualities, all embedded in the black foam slots of the box, radiating different hues of precious light. Next to it lay 10 black and gold hole punchers, which looked extremely valuable at first glance. In the past, Lin Chen couldn't even afford this genuine leather case, but now he boldly paid 3,800,000, purchasing all these gems. Seeing him so generous, Su Huai even threw in a high-level VIP card for the store. From now on, whenever he came to shop, everything would be at a 5% discount. After changing into a few new pieces of equipment, Lin Chen patiently punched holes and embedded the gems one by one. He checked the attribute bonuses provided by the gems. Movement speed plus 60%, magic power plus 2,500, summoning spell casting speed plus 50%, ally movement speed plus 100%, ally attack speed plus 30%, ally magic power plus 500. Achieving the luxurious shadow set, granting a total of 200 to all attributes. This way, the movement speed of his summons and pets would keep up with him. No longer would there be the embarrassing scene of him walking too fast while his summons and pets chased after him. Lin Chen thought happily. Leaving the Jade Cauldron shop, Lin Chen walked down the street, radiating a faint blue luxurious light, making him appear even more extraordinary. However, aside from the curious glances from novice class changers, the seasoned ones hardly paid him any mind, at most sneering with envy. Just another rich second-generation, flashy but useless gems, might as well get some decent equipment. In reality, the gear Lin Chen wore at his level, especially as a summoner, was already considered quite exceptional. That's why it caught the attention and envy of the newcomers. Now that he had money in his pocket and his level had risen, Lin Chen no longer had to worry about his studies or living expenses. He thought about making a quick trip home to have his hardworking father quit his grueling job as a gold miner and settle down to run a small business at home. Before heading back, Lin Chen went to a large shopping mall and bought a bunch of supplements and delicious food and drinks. He also purchased expensive jewelry and equipment from the Jade Cauldron shop. His father was just over level 100, a professional miner who had spent half his life mining. It was time for him to enjoy some peace. Thinking about his father's profession made Lin Chen a bit melancholic. Some people, no matter how hard they work, are limited by their talent and profession, destined to live an ordinary life. Even after all this time since he crossed over, he had yet to hear of any prominent figure who had a life profession. So, even though Lin Chen was now wealthy and capable, all he could do for his father was to provide money and effort, allowing him to run a business. The massive bonus to movement speed manifested in reality as a scene reminiscent of a sprinter. Lin Chen ran with all his might, his speed surpassing that of a car, going over 40 miles per hour, creating a whirlwind on the sidewalk. As he ran, he thought, "It seems I still need to capture a majestic mount in the future. Luxury cars are no longer in vogue. The neighbor's child, whose elder was a second-tier warrior, had early on ridden a wolf-hunting beast the size of a calf. He still vividly remembered the imposing demeanor the child had when they encountered Lin Chen. At that time, he vowed to get an even fiercer and more domineering jungle tiger in the future. However, with 3 skeletal kings following him now, he could easily overpower that kid if they met again. He buried the childhood memories deep in his heart and happily returned to the old residential building. "Aunt Young, where's my dad?" "Oh, he went to work." Hearing the familiar voice, the woman who came out of the house peeked over and said with a smile. When she saw the 3 skeletons behind Lin Chen, her eyes lit up and she quickly put down the vegetable leaves she hadn't finished picking, using a detection scroll to look closer. "Oh, a level 99 pet. Where did you get this from?" Aunt Yang looked shocked, staring blankly at the neighbor Shaolin. "That's not a pet, it's a summoned creature that comes with the equipment." "Aunt, I'm leaving now," Shaolin said, not looking back as he hurried away. Returning her gaze, Aunt Yang suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Looking at the situation, that child must have awakened some remarkable profession. Thinking of her own child, Aunt Yang lost all desire to pick vegetables, rolling up her sleeves, contemplating whether to go solo or team up for the evening. The C1 mining secret realm had been in operation for over 10 years, showing no signs of being depleted. It was rumored that the owner, Li Chengye, had secured this hot mining project through connections. Today, the second young master of Li Mining, Li Xiao, received a call from his father, asking him to inspect the project's progress in the C1 secret realm and to take care of the local or monsters while he was at it. The factory manager spotted the young master from afar and hurried over, a big smile on his face as he asked, "Young Master Li, what brings you to this rundown place today? Be careful not to dirty your shoes. Knowing you were coming, I had someone prepare a set of protective gear to keep out the mud and dust. Why don't you try it on?" Li Xiao stood there, puffing out his breath, arms wide open, allowing the staff called by the manager to help him get dressed and put on shoes, looking completely at ease as if it were only natural. "Damn it, do you think I want to be here? The barren area has been cleared out. I just want to check if there are any wild monsters respawning at the mine." "Ha? Is there anyone brave enough to clear monsters there? If caught, it would definitely cost a fortune, and who knows, I might even face public trial," the factory manager said with a serious expression. Li Xiao shrugged, a half smile on his face. "Public trial?" A yawn from them could knock down a whole crowd. "Those few stray cats and dogs in South City can't stop that person, nor can they provoke them. Young Master Li, just say that to me, don't let outsiders hear it." As they walked, they looked around. Passing by a mining pit, Li Xiao, dressed in clean protective gear, stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the busy hunched figures below. Lin Chen's father, Lin Chengdong, was in the adjacent number 2 pit. "Ouch! You stepped on my foot. You bastard, was that on purpose?" The dark-skinned man who had been stepped on shouted, grabbing his colleague's collar and cursing furiously. Lin Chengdong, steady in temperament, remained unflustered, finishing the last piece of blue crystal or he was mining. Only after putting down his shiny silver pickaxe did he glance at the dark-skinned man from the lighthouse district, saying slowly, "That ore was indeed mined by me. It loosened and fell on your foot, but that has little to do with me." Akimda instantly exploded in anger, raising his fist the size of a sandbag, ready to strike Lin Chengdong's head. As a seasoned miner, Lin Chengdong easily dodged the incoming punch. Calmly, he grabbed the man's neck, coldly stating, "If you want to fight, not here." Hey, what are you doing? In front of me, Lin Chengdong, are you trying to rebel? Do you still want to keep your job?" The supervising black man shouted loudly, raising his whip to strike Lin Chengdong. But Lin Chengdong never liked to sit idly by. Gripping his colleague's hand, he suddenly pulled him into the path of the whip. With a crack, the whip struck the back of the dark man's neck, leaving a bright red mark. "You don't want to work anymore, do you? Who allowed you to dodge?" The supervisor was completely furious but only dared to stand there and yell. After all, the other party was a veteran employee, and even if he wanted to favor his fellow townsmen, he had to weigh the consequences carefully. "Supervisor, that bastard threw a rock at me. My foot is all swollen." One of the suspected victim's colleagues spoke in fluent Lighthouse District dialect. Lin Chengdong had been out in the world for so long that he naturally understood the local dialect and immediately retorted, "The upper layer of the ore is loose. As long as you're not a brain-dead gorilla, you should be able to notice that." "Bastard! Who are you calling a gorilla? I saw you deliberately hit him. Deduct this month's salary as medical compensation for Akimda. Also, I need you to apologize to him, or else you can forget about working here. You'll be suspended for a week for reflection." Lin Chengdong's words undoubtedly provoked a group of local workers, including the supervisor. But the fundamental reason was that the management from the Lighthouse District liked to band together to bully the locals. Just as Lin Chengdong hesitated about whether to swallow his anger and endure, Lin Chen, who had entered the secret realm through portal number 1, holding family identification, briskly ran towards mine number 2. He then witnessed a scene where a dark-skinned strongman and the supervisor were teaming up to bully his father. Lin Chen was instantly furious. Two worthless scoundrels who couldn't make it in other districts were actually so arrogant in the old dragon country. He jumped down into mine number 2. At the same time, Li Xiao, who was inspecting work in the adjacent mine, suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Although he felt it was impossible, he still turned around sharply, only to see that the one who had summoned a level 350 world boss in a level 40 dungeon had indeed jumped down from his own mine. What the hell? How could that lord appear in my family's mine? Li Xiao stumbled in shock, nearly falling off the inspection platform of mine number 1. He quickly steadied himself, patted his backside, and hurriedly jumped down into mine number 2. In the distance, the overseer saw his young master suddenly jumping into the pit and thought something significant had happened, so he quickly set aside his work and rushed over. What do you want? Seeing several people of the same skin color closing in, and even someone using their muscular chest to bump into his father, Lin Chen wasted no time. He raised his foot and kicked that person away, shouting angrily, "Get lost!" When Lin Chengdong recognized who had come, his expression froze for a moment, then he felt somewhat incredulous. "Yezi, what are you doing here?" Lin Chen turned to look, the anger on his face dissipating, forcing a smile. "I came to see you. Who the hell are you, daring to hit our people?" The dark-skinned supervisor strode forward, his eyes filled with rage as he raised his whip to strike Lin Chen. Seeing this scene, Li Xiao, who had just landed, was nearly scared to death. "Stop!" he screamed desperately, throwing himself towards Lin Chen. Just before the whip landed, he positioned himself in front of Lin Chen. Crack! The whip struck Li Xiao's forehead hard, leaving a bright red mark on his fair skin that was extremely conspicuous and glaring. But strangely, the second young master of the Li family, who had been unjustly whipped by his subordinate, not only did not get angry but instead showed a look of relief as if he had survived a disaster. Fortunately, he had made it in time. Li Xiao seemed to be drained, his tense body staggering back a few steps. When he saw the appearance of this young master, the black supervisor felt like he wanted to die. Before he swung the whip, he never imagined that the second young master of the Li family would voluntarily step up to meet his whip, taking a blow that should have landed on that little bastard. Although it was unintentional, after all, the other party was the second young master of the Li family, and to put it bluntly, that whip just now was like striking his own mother. It should never have caused the second young master any pain. "Li Xiao, how did you come here?" The supervisor was so scared that his heart felt shattered, and after stammering for a long time, he couldn't organize a complete sentence. The other local workers huddled together, shrinking their necks. They couldn't imagine what kind of disaster that whip would bring to their boss. Li Xiao ignored the fool behind him. He looked terrified, his heart racing as he stared at the deeply hidden big shot in front of him. The two locked eyes for less than 2 seconds before both began to look away nervously, their faces filled with tension and unease, with a palpable anxiety bubbling beneath the surface. Die. Suddenly, a scene from last night flashed through Li Xiao's mind. Clearly, the big shot had been targeted by the officials of Nan City. If he were to uncover the other's identity at this moment, wouldn't that mean he would be killed to silence him? His heart sank. Li Xiao instantly became alert. He feigned calm on the surface, but inside he was a bundle of nerves. "Brother, didn't we meet yesterday in the Kuyu dungeon?" Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, Lin Chen looked at him a couple more times and immediately remembered. His expression turned to one of shock as he said, Li Xiao? Yes, that's me." Li Xiao was overjoyed that Lin Chen still remembered his name. It was a big deal, considering someone like Lin Chen was high above, looking down on everyone else, rarely revealing his true self, let alone remembering someone's name. But once the excitement of recognizing the big shot faded, Li Xiao's heart began to feel anxious again. "Brother, I saw everything that happened just now. You don't need to say anything, I promise to handle it clearly." "I'm fine, but what about the injury on your face?" Lin Chen frowned and reminded him. "Oh, I'm tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, taking a few lashes is nothing. Thankfully, I didn't hurt you, esteemed guest, or else I, Li Xiao, would be ashamed before my ancestors. Ashamed of my parents' nurturing grace." As he spoke, Li Xiao suddenly broke down, covering his face and crying, not even sure if it was from fear, nearly stumbling over his words. The arriving manager was nearly choking on his anxiety. He took 2 steps and 3, leaped forward, and swung the whip in his hand, striking the trembling supervisor hard across the face, gritting his teeth as he said, "You son of 1,000 knives. How dare you humiliate the second young master? I see you're tired of living. What are you all staring at? Get to it. Beat him, cripple him, kill him, I'll take responsibility. If I don't vent this anger for the young master today, I'll go to General Li and commit suicide to apologize." The manager, filled with rage, led several key personnel, each taking turns to whip the local supervisor. Those who liked to band together and were placed in the second mine by this supervisor, although they feared the wrath from above, came from a free country and couldn't stand to see such unfreedom happening. "I protest, you can't bully people like this." It was clearly Lin Xingdong who threw stones at the supervisor. "And my brother, why are you treating him like this?" "Brother? So there's still a fish that slipped through the net." Li Xiao pinched his nose and kicked the protester away. "Damn it, my uncle looks so familiar. He must be kind-hearted and generous. You dog-like people only know how to slander others. From today on, all of you get lost." Li Xiao waved his hand decisively. The manager was also quick-witted and immediately understood who was behind this incident. Although he wasn't clear on the relationship between Lin Chengdong and the second young master, he knew he had to make his supportive stance clear. Old Lin, how many years have you been working in our factory? The manager clasped his hands behind his back, smiling as he looked at Lin Chengdong behind Lin Chen. Putting on a friendly leadership demeanor, he patted Lin Chen's head from behind, thinking himself to be amiable, and praised, "Not bad, this is your child, right? He has such delicate features, he will definitely be able to find a wife in the future." Thud. Seeing the steward patting the big shot's head, Li Xiao was so frightened that his knees went weak and he collapsed to the ground, truly scared out of his wits this time. Damn it! If you can't read the room, don't force your way in. You haven't even figured out who the main person is, yet you're trying to act official like others. Li Xiao's face was filled with despair, and he was screaming internally. At that moment, he wished he could dig up the steward's ancestors and execute them all over again. Yezi, hurry and call someone. Lin Chengdong pushed Lin Chen's back gently and then smiled, saying, "It's been 3 years." Hearing his words, the steward smiled and nodded, completely oblivious to the second young master who had already collapsed behind him. Lin Chen ignored the portly leader, his gaze bypassing him to look at the suddenly kneeling Li Xiao. And he asked in surprise, What's wrong with you?" I'm fine." Li Xiao forced a smile towards Lin Chen, relieved as he stood up, then slowly took off his shoes. "Then you should get a raise." The steward smiled meaningfully, but did not directly elaborate. The goal was to make Lin Chengdong plead with him, allowing the adept steward to gain face while also bestowing a favor on his subordinate. Truly a cunning old fox. Lin Chengdong's eyes lit up, clearly pleased. Seeing his reaction, the steward felt a twinge of disdain but mostly a sense of rightful pride. "Look, even if you have connections with the second young master of the Li family, in the end, you still have to curry favor with me to get a raise." Just as the corners of his mouth began to lift, a sudden gust of wind whistled past his ear. The smile that had yet to fully form on his right cheek was violently deformed by a shoe sole. There was no time to react, and he stumbled sideways, falling to the ground. "What do you think you are? How dare you speak to my uncle like that? Do you know what an uncle is?" Li Xiao's face turned red as he yanked the fat steward's ear and slapped him. The fat steward, with a face full of grievance, covered his slightly swollen right cheek, looking confused and innocent. I didn't know. I really didn't know he was your uncle." Boo-hoo. This factory manager, who had just been so self-important, completely broke down. He clung to Li Xiao's leg and cried. Li Xiao kicked him away, looking at Lin Chengdong with a serious expression. "Uncle, I don't know this person. I'm not familiar with him. He isn't an employee of our factory. I have no idea how he got this steward uniform. There must be serious negligence in the factory's security work. We will definitely do our utmost to correct it in the future. If you are willing to come here to experience life, our factory would be greatly honored and has the obligation to improve your working environment." After saying this extremely official statement, Li Xiao bowed deeply to Lin Chengdong, filled with trepidation. This scene left the old Lin, who had been mining for over a decade, utterly bewildered. "What the heck? What is he saying? I can't understand a word." Lin Chen was also confused, looking at old Lin, and asked in surprise, "Do we have a relative with the surname Li?" "No, don't think too much, maybe. Young Master Li is just that approachable, caring for us old employees." Lin Chengdong tried to explain, but the more he explained, the more suspicious Lin Chen became. Something's off. There must be a big problem here. As a member of the transmigrators and having awakened such a powerful profession, how could his parents be so ordinary? Everything that happened today clearly indicates something. "Young Master Li, my son is here. He wants to take a leave today. What do you think?" Lin Chengdong rubbed his dirty hands, feeling a bit embarrassed as he spoke. "Uncle, what do you mean by taking leave? You can come whenever you want and your salary will still be paid," Li Xiao said with a beaming smile, showing no trace of a young master's demeanor. Instead, it was Lin Chengdong, the old miner, who seemed more like the young master. The other miners around were dumbfounded. When did Lin Chengdong, this old man, become related to young master Li? Just a few days ago, they had seen him being exploited for his wages by the leaders, right? As they walked out of the C1 secret realm, both father and son were in a daze. Lin Chen had been holding back his thoughts all the way home, and after locking the door behind them, he looked at Lin Chengdong seriously and asked, "Dad, how long are you going to keep this from me? That young Master Li is so polite he's almost calling you Dad. Do you still dare to say that the Li mining company isn't under your name? Are you dreaming?" Lin Chengdong poured himself a glass of water and gulped it down. He let out a long sigh and said, "I still can't figure out what's wrong with that young Master Li. Is he speaking in riddles? The upper management loves to play these games for the sake of face." "I don't think so," Lin Chen said, glancing at an old photo on the table. It was a picture of him and his father at the park taken 10 years ago. Suddenly, he thought of something. Since he could remember, he had never heard his dad mention his mother. If she had passed away unexpectedly, there should at least be an old photo of her at home. But Lin Chen had never seen one and still didn't know what his mother looked like. Today, encountering the Li mining incident made him think of a series of connections. Could it be? "Dad, I get it now.
You're actually a shareholder of the Lee family mine? Or is the Lee family group related to my deceased mother? Put.
Lin Shengdong spat out the apple he had just bitten into.
What nonsense are you thinking?
Your mom is your mom, and our family is our family. If you want to know about her, just search for Archbishop
Lan Yuat online. She is your mom.
Lin Shengdong crossed his legs, munching on the apple, seemingly distracted as he spoke. After hearing this, it was Lin Chen's turn to be shocked.
My mom isn't dead?
You must be kidding your mom.
To death.
Lin Shengdong rolled his eyes and took a big bite of his apple. Lin Chen quickly took out his phone and searched for Archbishop Lan Yue. When he saw the ethereal artistic photo, Lin Chen's brain instantly crashed. The person in the photo was extremely cold, with an unparalleled aura, holding a staff adorned with radiant patterns, sitting gracefully on a magnificent throne, looking down on everything.
Her fair face, though showing signs of womanhood, conveyed both majesty and sanctity.
Notably, behind her was a statue of a six-winged angel, holding a rising orb of light, exuding a similar celestial aura that made one dare not look directly at it.
This is my real mom? Can you be sure? Lin Chen repeatedly looked at the artistic photo, comparing it with Lin Shengdong, the old man, and instantly felt he had been deceived. Lin Shengdong suddenly became serious. Yezi, I've never deliberately hidden anything. Although she didn't like you and didn't like me, she is indeed your real mom, and she is also one of the archbishops of the Radiant Temple. Recalling his own talents and profession, Lin Chen somewhat believed his dad's words. After all, Lin Shengdong had never lied in his life. Then why did she leave you? Lin Chen asked casually.
Lin Shengdong shook his head and said, back in the day when your father was at his peak, I was quite the looker. Although I was a minor, I was lucky enough to unearth a divine mine and earned the top achievement badge of Divine Craftsman.
I was somewhat well known in the circle. At that time, full of vigor, I used this divine mine to win her over. She was just a little believer back then, and after taking my divine mine, she was able to take on a leading role. Then her career took off, and she soared to great heights. Wait a minute. If you don't want to talk, I won't ask, but please don't brag. Who doesn't know who between us father and son?
Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth, looking incredulous. Lin Shengdong cleared his throat twice, disdainfully saying, you've only inherited a fraction of my looks. Even the girl next door, Xiaolan, comes over every
day asking if you've come home. Really? Don't make up something to make me happy just to cover up your bragging,
Lin Chen said with a stern face, but inside he was secretly delighted.
So I can also charm the young girl next door. On a serious note, back then your mother was just a candidate for the leader.
Because her status was average, there wasn't much resistance to our romance. But your mother is extremely irresponsible when it comes to feelings. She refused to marry
me no matter what.
However, I was devoted and determined to spend my life with her, so I persisted and ended up having 2 children. One daughter, your sister, who was said to have excellent innate conditions, was taken away by her. Ultimately, I wanted to keep her with the children, but she didn't want that. The result was that we never got married, but we already had 2 kids. The gap in our social status grew larger, and we were both very cold and proud individuals. I haven't sought her out in all these years, and she has never inquired about us. Yezi, remember this, a man, no matter how bitter his heart is, must never bow his head to a woman who doesn't care for him. Lin Shengdong took a deep drag from his cigarette, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. After hearing his father's words, Lin Chen gradually fell silent. Looking at the father who had raised him since childhood, he felt a mix of emotions. He suddenly asked calmly, then why don't you find someone else? Lin Shengdong's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. He suddenly looked up, meeting Lin Chen's gaze, and smiled nonchalantly. Isn't it because I was afraid you were too young and would be bullied by a stepmother? Now that you've grown up, it's time for me to find a wife. I'll only pretend I heard the first half of that. Seeing this man, who had been in despair for nearly a decade after his wife left, Lin Chen felt an indescribable sadness. What's wrong with the archbishop? Can she just abandon her husband and children after achieving success? If it weren't for that divine mine as a stepping stone, even with her career potential, she probably wouldn't have had it so easy. Since they had been together and had 2 children, why act so high and mighty? If he were Lin Shengdong, choosing to love that woman for a lifetime during his most spirited days, only to end up with a broken family, how much hatred would he feel? How tragic. Now that woman had become one of the top archbishops in the 5 major districts, and she had likely become a knot in Lin Shengdong's heart, making it impossible for him to breathe or hold his head high. Lin Chen grasped Lin Shengdong's hand, just like when he was a child walking on a snowy path, holding on tightly. Through gritted teeth, he said, Dad, even if you're a miner, I will make you the best miner in the world. I'm really not bragging. With money in hand, Lin Chen immediately thought of Lin Shengdong. After a night of drinking, he transferred 20 million to Lin Shengdong. This huge sum shocked him, and he immediately questioned its source. When Lin Chen spoke about his profession and the experiences of these days, Lin Shengdong finally felt at ease, tears welling in his eyes as he cried for a rare moment. Then, from beneath the table that held his father's spirit tablet, he took out a small brocade box that had been hidden in a compartment. Back then, I believed your mother's nonsense and really raised you as if you were useless, Lin Shandong said, looking at the box with a face full of resentment.
Lin Chen felt a headache coming on but didn't rush to interrupt. Lin Shandong opened the box and took out several gleaming golden stones and agate.
Your dad may not have many skills, but in mining
and prospecting, he's top-notch in the industry.
Over the years, I haven't saved much, but I secretly kept a few top-grade refining materials and some rare refining blueprints, all
meant for you to use when you marry in the future. Now it seems they won't be needed, so just pick one blueprint to use as transitional equipment.
As for the money you gave, Dad, we'll still go open a mine, but 20 million is only enough to contract a very small mining site. Once you can earn big money, Dad will contract a secret mine vein like the Li families, where there are plenty of good things, like top-grade blueprints, top-grade ores, heavenly spirits, and even high-level veins that can yield divine alchemical materials. Your dad once found a flawless 7-colored stone for your mom to make a divine staff.
As for how I found it, that's related to my talent.
I'm not bragging. In mining, your mom had to respectfully call me the king of mines. When he talked about this, Lin Qingdong, slightly tipsy, was animated, shaking off his previous dejected demeanor.
Lin Chan's eyes
flickered as he suddenly understood why his father, who was now at the bottom of society, had once been able to walk alongside that lofty woman. Clearly, Lin Qingdong back then was
also a standout in the mining world.
But having fallen into despair, his spirit exhausted and lacking a platform to rise, he naturally sank into oblivion.
Then why are you willing to stay in that broken place of the Li family? Wouldn't it be easy to be a mine supervisor in another big company?
Hearing Lin Chen's question, Lin Qingdong suddenly sobered up. Chill running through him as he thought, that was close, I almost let something slip. I lack good mining drafts, and my master craftsman medal was stolen.
Without these two things, where can I find a good job? Do you think being a miner is like your combat profession?
Alright, stop asking, go to sleep. After a dismissive wave, Lin Qingdong collapsed onto the bed, mumbling, when you can buy an A-level or even S-level secret mine vein, Dad will find you some divine materials, I'll keep my word. Your mom became a bishop so quickly, and that staff with divine attributes helped a lot. Snoring after mumbling for a short while, the disheveled man on the bed was already asleep. Lin Chen sat on the edge of the bed, filled with countless doubts. Just loves to brag, he muttered. Waking up from the alcohol, Lin Chen ultimately didn't believe his dad's drunken words. The next day, the new students of Tiannan Academy faced their first test. Lin Chen received a notice from the class monitor and got up early to head to the academy. Originally, at his level, there was no need to follow the academy route, but he certainly couldn't miss out on the official resources that could be obtained for free. Moreover, joining top-tier academies and guilds in the future would also require going through this channel. So, despite his reluctance, Lin Chen still went to the academy's training room as usual. Lin Chen, you're up so early. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? I specially prepared this for you. From a distance, he saw Lin Chen by the clock-in machine, and Lian Shangyun, with light steps, hurried over with breakfast. Her eyes were clear and bright, radiating the unique charm of youth. She handed over the breakfast with both hands, then nervously stared at Lin Chen's handsome profile. The people around them looked on with envy, their eyes wide. The class flower, Lian Shiyun, unexpectedly took the initiative to bring breakfast to a waste of space, and it was specially prepared? Although everyone was reluctant to believe it, the facts were right in front of them, leaving no room for self-deception. Lin Chen finished clocking in and turned around. He looked at Lian Shiyun, who was full of anticipation, politely thanked her, and then declined. Sorry, class monitor, I've already eaten.
Oh, I see. Lian Shiyun slightly retracted her outstretched hand, looking a bit disappointed. Can I team up with you then?
Today's puppet test allows for teams.
Is that so?
Then I'll go check the strongest level of that puppet first.
If it's too weak, teaming up wouldn't be much fun, right, class monitor?
Lin Chen smiled brightly, not directly refusing her invitation to team up.
Hearing his words,
Lian Shiyun instinctively pressed her red lips together and smiled understandingly. That's true, Lin, with your strength, you probably don't need a team.
Lin Chen, are you kidding?
The class monitor is the second strongest in our class, and you actually turned down her invitation. You don't think just because you changed your gear, you can compare with a
mage, do you? Damn, how come this good fortune didn't fall on me? If the class monitor isn't teaming up with you, then I will. Right, and me too, I'm very willing. Suddenly, some people around couldn't hold back any longer and stood up to criticize Lin Chen. Hey, stop it, I'm really not as strong as Lin Chen.
Lian Shiyun covered her blushing face with her hands, wishing she could find a rock to hide under. She had seen Lin Chen's true strength, but the ignorant newbies in the class couldn't see the level of Lin Chen's gear at all. They just thought he had spent a lot of money on some flashy
equipment with attributes. Hearing the class monitor's humility immediately sparked a round of praise from the class. In front of Lin Chen, Lian Shiyun's face turned red and she felt too embarrassed to stay any longer, turning around and fleeing in a hurry. Being the second in the class, she probably can't even compare to Lin Chen's pinky finger. After walking far away, Lian Shiyun thought to herself, feeling inferior. But her hurried figure happened to be heading towards Xiaoyan, and her head was lowered, making her look shy. Seeing her holding 2 portions of breakfast, Xiaoyan smiled knowingly, pulling up the corners of his mouth in what he thought was a charming manner. Shiyun, you're here to find me, right? Today is the independent test assessment. Do you want to team up to tackle the B-level metal puppet? Xiaoyan, who had also arrived early at the academy, had returned to his usual spirited self after 2 days. He wore a full set of level 15 flame light armor, riding his majestic young dragon everywhere, as if afraid others wouldn't know he was a third-tier profession. No, I already have someone in mind. Lin Shiyun smiled apologetically at Xiaoyan. If she were still in the dark and unaware of Lin Chen's true combat power, she would definitely have accepted the invitation from Xiaoyan, the strongest in the class on the surface. But now, she wanted to collaborate with someone even stronger, even if that person hadn't given her a response yet. Xiaoyan, perched on the young dragon's back, looked down at the girl from above. The young dragon snorted 2 puffs of white smoke, seemingly venting its dissatisfaction. You're a bit pretentious, class monitor. Without teaming up with me, do you think you can handle a B-level puppet on your own? I wanted to give you this opportunity because I wanted to help you. Don't think too highly of yourself. Lin Shiyun's expression was stunned, then her face flushed red as she retorted angrily, why can't I refuse? You're being too domineering. Your coy tactics are outdated. Now I unilaterally declare that I will no longer invite you to join my team, and you will forever be under my thumb. Xiaoyan's gaze was disdainful as he squeezed the dragon's back and left with an arrogant posture. Clearly, in his eyes, the fact that he could take the initiative to invite this little mage was already a great favor to her. But instead of being grateful, she was so ungrateful, playing hard to get as if she thought she was the belle of the class that everyone admired. You stop right there. Did I say anything? What gives you the right to say that? About me? Lin Shiyun, holding 2 breakfasts in her hands, felt wronged and her eyes turned red as she shouted at the back of Xiaoyan as he walked away. Xiaoyan ordered the young dragon to stop, turning around with a sympathetic look towards Lin Shiyun. These 2 breakfasts in your hands were also prepared for me, right? Sorry, when I saw you running towards me so eagerly, I still had a bit of appetite, but now, you might as well keep them for yourself. Plop. Big tears fell from Lin Shiyun's lower eyelid. In her entire life, this was the first time she had encountered someone so self-righteous, with their nose in the air, completely oblivious to others. How could he be so confident? Even the most arrogant person wouldn't be this shameless. The students in the distance who noticed the commotion over at Xiaoyan were all blushing. Xiaoyan's strength is recognized as the best by everyone, but what he did today was indeed a bit too much. He's gotten too inflated. It's like he's become a different person. There are too many sycophants in the class. They would kneel in front of him and sing his praises just to join his team. It's no wonder he's so arrogant. Make sure this doesn't get out, or else Brother Xiao will lose face. This is hilarious. Although Lin Chen is a poor student, he not only rejected the class leader's invitation to team up but also didn't take that breakfast. Meanwhile, the Xiaoyan you all worship is just trying to save face, getting angry and attacking with words when he couldn't even invite the class leader. What a real man. The students who hung out with Xiaoyan didn't know how to retort, instantly falling silent. After all, when it came down to it, their leader was in the wrong, becoming the one who embarrassed himself. At this moment, Xiaoyan's loyal dog, Wu Qian, glanced at everyone and disdainfully said, "What qualifications do you have to discuss Brother Xiao? He's already level 15, and what about you? Is there anyone here above level 10? Upon hearing this, the loudest person instantly felt as if cold water had been poured over him and obediently shut his mouth. Seeing that everyone was silent, Wu Qian crossed his arms and became even more smug. If you don't have strength, don't shout nonsense. To put it bluntly, even if Brother Xiao made the class leader cry, she would deserve it. A mere level 11 mage, how dare she act tough in front of Brother Xiao? Without my Brother Xiao, she could at most get a C rating today. Let's see how she has the face to cry then. She can't even seize a free opportunity." Although this was harsh, it was a fact that everyone couldn't refute. After all, Xiaoyan was the acknowledged number 1. He had only awakened his profession a few days ago and was already at level 15. Not only had he left his classmates far behind, but even the class leader, who was usually favored by teacher Zhao, was overshadowed. It was clear how wrong her choice was to reject Xiaoyan's invitation to team up. Level 15? Is this what a Dragon Knight is? Lin Chen, who was watching coldly from the side, thought in surprise. He had originally thought Dragon Knights were strong. As it turned out, the results of the other party in just a few days were not even as good as his 1-minute yield in a level 1 dungeon. So the question arose again. What was Xiaoyan so proud of? What right did he have to bully the class leader? Feeling a bit indignant, Lin Chen was lost in thought when he noticed Lin Shiyun, looking aggrieved, tiptoeing her way in front of him. She lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Her voice weak and choked as she asked, "Classmate Lin, can you team up with me?" The way she asked was like a bullied little girl seeking help from a reliable big brother. She appeared particularly pitiful, evoking a sense of compassion. Lin Chen was already upset by Xiaoyan's bad attitude, and now seeing the class leader's aggrieved expression made his heart soften, and he agreed, alright. Initially, his relationship with the class leader was average and he hadn't planned to take her alone. But who among people is devoid of feelings? Seeing her being bullied and crying naturally stirred his sympathy. The other students in the class were instantly in an uproar. They simply couldn't understand why the class leader would favor Lin Chen, a summoner, instead of fawning over Xiaoyan. Wu Xian, who was loyal to his master, frowned deeply and looked at Lian Shiyun with pity, saying, "Was it just a few words? Is it really necessary to find a poor student to take revenge on Brother Xiao? Yeah, class leader, Brother Xiao is a bit arrogant, but he doesn't mean any harm. If you team up with Brother Xiao, you can definitely get AB rating, but if you find a summoner, you might not even get a C. Damn, Lin Chen, what kind of charm did you use on the class leader? Why does she want to take you flying?" Listening to the ignorant and rude comments around him, Lian Shiyun clenched her delicate fists in anger and shouted, "Lin Chen is the top student in the class. Xiaoyan can't even compare to his pinky finger." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into a sudden silence. But in an instant, it erupted into waves of laughter. Lin Chen shook his head, feeling he could no longer stay. These little newbies, with their low levels, looked down on summoners. The time he spent explaining to them could have been better used for his second job. Advancement. Let's go. With that, Lin Chen turned and walked away. Lian Shiyun obediently followed behind him. Along the way, she couldn't help but glance back at those students who seemed like frogs at the bottom of a well, suddenly feeling a pang of pity, but at the same time, a strange sense of glee. Only she knew Lin Chen's true strength. The others not only didn't understand but also mocked and humiliated him. If she performed a bit better, he would surely have a better impression of her, right? While her mind was wandering, the two had already arrived at the assessment's puppet room. The assessment teacher beside them looked at Lian Shiyun and gently asked, "What level of puppet do you want to start with?" Lian Shiyun thought for a moment, looking eagerly at Lin Chen. A level. As expected, Lin Chen was indeed going to take her to a level. Hearing this desired level, Lian Shiyun couldn't help but clench her delicate fists, feeling a bit excited inside. Truly, comparing people makes one die, and comparing goods makes one throw them away. Just look at him, and then look at Xiaoyan, who can barely defeat a B-level puppet and is already puffing up his tail. Lian Shiyun thought disdainfully in her heart, her gaze towards Lin Chen's profile becoming more admiring and affectionate. "What? Are you sure you want to start at a level?" The assessment teacher couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Chen with a discerning gaze, and when he found he couldn't access the other's personal information, he reluctantly gave up. After the assessment teacher left, only the two of them remained in the closed assessment room. Having only experienced the strength of C-level puppets, Lian Shiyun couldn't imagine what A-level puppets were like. She nervously hugged her staff, standing obediently behind Lin Chen, her eyes fixed on the empty space ahead. Suddenly, the stone layer in front began to contract, and a 4.5-meter tall flame golem slowly rose from below. Its stone surface was etched with fiery red patterns, resembling a human chief, with white facial markings on its head. As its two black stone eyes spun wildly, it suddenly spewed a large burst of explosive blue fire towards Lin Chen's position. Instantly, a bizarre scene unfolded. The moment the blue fire filled the room, it caused the temperature in the closed chamber to plummet to freezing point. Even Lian Shiyun's body stiffened slightly. I can't lift my hand, it's so cold, so cold," Lian Shiyun said with a frightened expression. In contrast, Lin Chen remained calm and composed, kicking the dazed whitewashed black water crab water demon explosion. Upon hearing the master's command, a giant demon formed from water droplets immediately materialized above the black water crab. It closed its eyes tightly, its thick arms spread wide, raising two streams of water in its palms. It resembled a blue-skinned Aladdin's lamp, looking extremely imposing. A whitewashed black water crab? Wait, isn't the black water crab's growth limit only level 10? Why is this one different? Lian Xian looked up at the water demon in shock, murmuring to herself. In the next moment, dozens of roaring water columns surged up, nearly tearing the ceiling of the confinement room apart. The level 35 fire demon statue was instantly shattered by just a brush from the water column. In fact, the water column didn't even have time for a second explosion before the assessment ended. Caused water impact. Damage 98,000. Continue, Lin Chen said, arms crossed. The assessment teacher outside widened his eyes but said nothing, continuing to increase the difficulty. Next up was a level 40 water demon statue. Again, it was just a water demon explosion from the whitewashed black water crab. Following that was a level 45 thunder demon statue, with destructive power off the charts. So far, no one at Tian Nan Academy had ever defeated it during the Enlightenment period. But it was still just the two water demon explosions from the whitewashed black water crab. However, due to attribute restraint, it not only lost some lifespan but also suffered considerable backlash. Damage.
At this moment, looking at the shattered remains of the demon statues on the ground, Lin Shiyun was completely stunned into silence. She knew Lin Chen was very strong, but limited by her perspective, she didn't truly understand how strong he was.
Now she knew. 100 Xiaoyans couldn't match Lin Chen's little pet.
Let alone compare with Lin Chen himself.
He wasn't worthy, and neither was she. Lin, do you want to continue?
The assessment teacher outside looked at him with a complex expression.
Lin Chen nodded.
Bring up your strongest demon statue directly.
The strongest is only level 60.
Then level 60. Lin Chen shrugged, indifferent.
Alright, please wait a moment.
The assessment teacher outside wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurried to arrange for the
level 60 demon statue.
As expected, it was still instantly defeated by Lin Chen's little pet.
This time, it was replaced by 3 skeletal mages.
Looking at the 3 skeletal soldiers wielding lightning in their hands, Lin Xian suddenly asked in awe, Lin, you're really a summoner. These 3 skeletal soldiers are so cool. Lin Chen turned his head and smiled. Class monitor, do you really
think skeletal soldiers are cool? Don't girls usually fear these things?
Having her little thoughts exposed, Lin Xian couldn't
help but blush, thinking, I just didn't want to directly compliment you.
In the adjacent confinement room, Xiao Yan struggled to
defeat a B-level demon statue while riding a young dragon.
When the assessment teacher asked if he wanted to continue, both he and the
dragon were already exhausted on the ground.
Although Western dragons are powerful, before they grow up, they start to struggle against
demon statues that need to be destroyed.
Moreover, being suppressed by 15 levels and still defeating the opponent, if not compared to Lin Chen, was already enough to be proud among his peers.
And the assessment.
Xiao Yan panted as he sat on the ground, a proud smile curling at the corners of his mouth. When he recalled the oblivious class monitor Lin Shiyun, his eyes were filled with disdain and
mockery.
She's probably still struggling under the claws of the sea-level demon statue.
He. With that thought, Xiao Yan revealed a cold smile. Calmly getting up, he mounted his beloved little dragon and lazily walked out of the assessment room.
Xiao Yan, B-level. Upon hearing the results announced by the assessment teacher, the little fans surrounding Xiao Yan erupted into a frenzy of screams. Xiao Yan is so handsome, he really passed the B-level assessment. I heard that the B-level assessment requires defeating a
level 30 golem.
He can defeat a level 30 monster at just level 15. His future is limitless.
Yeah, he's definitely the top newcomer in the academy this year. I really like his arrogant demeanor.
I wish he could be my boyfriend. You can stop dreaming. He has the class monitor, Lian Ban, in his heart.
In the old days, young men and women idolized celebrities.
A century has passed, and although people's values have changed dramatically, the admiration for the strong remains unchanged.
Nowadays, the strongest newcomer, Xiao Yan,
naturally became the best refuge for the girls in the academy, a place for their youthful, unexpressed emotions. It was their fervent
adoration that led to Xiao Yan's current inflated ego.
You're making too much noise in my ears, Xiao Yan said coldly while riding the
young dragon. He seemed completely unaffected by the flattery around him.
He raised his chin and, as he passed by Lin Shiyun, who had just come out of the confinement room, he curiously smirked. Sea level passed?
From now on, we'll be from 2 different worlds. I heard you teamed up with Lin Chen? You really know how to annoy people,
but this is the last chance I'm giving you to annoy me, he said arrogantly, then disdainfully shifted his gaze away from Lin Chen, intending to leave. Just then, the assessment teacher walked out with
Lin Chen's evaluation report, a complex expression on his face. Assistant Lin Shiyun received an A-level evaluation and a newcomer growth package.
After the assessment teacher finished reading a long list of rewards decided by the higher-ups, everyone on site was
left dumbfounded. They couldn't have heard wrong, right? Lin Chen actually received a 4S rating? What level was that? Did Tiannan Academy have such a high ceiling for basic assessments?
They only knew the highest rating was S, and it was rare to see even one in a
century.
Yet now, suddenly, there was a 4-time champion. A 4S rating. What the hell was this? Even if there was a 4-time champion, it should belong to the Dragon Knight Xiao Yan. What qualifications did Lin Chen have to receive such a high evaluation? Just as everyone looked shocked and bewildered, Xiao Yan stumbled and fell directly off the young dragon.
Lin Chen. He lay on the ground, his face pale with anger, his lips trembling as he murmured, Isn't he a summoner? Yeah, I am a summoner.
Lin Chen rolled his eyes. He turned around, his back stylish as he went to collect his reward. The crowd watched him leave, their faces filled with complex confusion. They temporarily forgot about Xiao Yan, who had fallen from the dragon's back. Similarly, unexpected to everyone, Lin Xian glanced at Xiao Yan, who was struggling to get up from the ground. She shook her head and said, Look at Lin Chen. Clearly, his strength is on a different level than yours, yet he humbly lets others see him as a poor student without arguing, and he treats people with great grace and politeness.
So what? Did you pass the A level on your own? Xiao Yan glared at
Lin Shiyun through gritted teeth.
In response to his questioning, Lin Shiyun smiled, not feeling ashamed but rather proud. Yeah, I did ride on the coattails of the great Lin Chen, but I'm still several times stronger than some people who only have a B level yet still think highly of themselves. Hey, I'm telling you kids, not far away. The assessment teacher couldn't bear to watch any longer and quickly stepped in to mediate, saying, Xiaoyan, your profession is equally impressive and your future prospects are limitless. How about this? I will personally reward each of you with a return city scroll as a recognition of your assessment results. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those around became even more dramatic. Goodness! The reward given to Lin Chen was read out from a list. Now, for Xiaoyan, it was just a compensation of a return city scroll? What was most infuriating was that he kept insisting it was a form of recognition. Who are you humiliating? Xiaoyan was so angry that he felt like he could crush his back teeth, his eyes glaring fiercely at the assessment teacher. Clearly, he also found the compensation a bit too meager. The classmates looked at Ling Yun with a complex mix of pity. They had previously mocked him for teaming up with a poor student. Now it seemed that everything he said was true, while they themselves looked like clowns, praising Xiaoyan and belittling Lin Chen. In an instant, everyone felt a wave of shame. Those who were going for the assessment went for it, and those who were leaving left, no longer able to stay here. After receiving the reward, Lin Chen was personally taken to the academy's treasury by the old dean, Wendawa. He hunched over, hands clasped behind his back. His figure stopped at the treasury door. Looking at Lin Chen with a kind smile, he asked, Child, you are a once-in-a-century genius of the academy. Go pick out a piece of equipment or a pet that you like from the treasury. This is a privilege you rightfully deserve. You should feel happy, child. Also, please tell me your profession when you come out. Okay, Dean Wen. Lin Chen nodded. With a hint of anticipation, he walked into the academy's grand treasury. Inside, there were all sorts of items, but there weren't many particularly exceptional ones, and they were all things Lin Chen couldn't use. After wandering around for a while, Lin Chen finally discovered something he liked in a corner. He reached out, brushed off the dust on the necklace, revealing its even uglier true form. It was a necklace made from finger bones strung together. Identifying, more than 10 minutes passed, and the identification scroll finally revealed the attributes of this equipment. Finger magic necklace level, 80 category, magical equipment quality, platinum. Magic power plus 1200 allies recover 900 health per second, summon creature damage plus 30% special effect. Finger magic absorption. Finger magic absorption. For every monster killed, absorb 1 unit of finger magic, up to a maximum of 5 units. Each unit of finger magic can corrupt 10% of the surrounding monsters' bodies. When the corruption reaches 50%, there is a 50% chance to control the monster or cause it to self-destruct. This effect is ineffective against special bosses and world bosses. Heritage *** serial number 2208011. When Lin Chen saw the two striking light green words heritage, his heart twitched. His hand trembled, thinking he had stumbled upon a treasure. But upon looking at its special effect again, he felt it didn't seem to affect game balance too much. It seemed that even heritage equipment had its good and bad sides. However, although the attribute bonuses of this necklace weren't great, the special effect was somewhat interesting. This will do. The Academy is losing $1 billion. The dean won't go back on his word when he sees me coming out with this necklace, right? Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought, the dean proactively approached from outside, smiling at Lin Chen and asking, Have you chosen? Then let's go. The dean turned and walked away, neither asking about the equipment Lin Chen was holding nor seeming to worry about him taking an extra item. When the two returned to the training ground, the dean looked at Lin Chen, patted his shoulder, and said with a deep gaze, Child, achieving a 4-time championship as a summoner is extremely difficult. It's not an exaggeration to say it happens once in 100 years. I don't care what method you used to pass the assessment, even if you borrowed external power, that is still your own ability. Having lived for nearly 2 cycles of the zodiac, experiencing the darkest turbulent times, I have a wealth of wisdom to share. If I were to speak, it could take a day or two to finish. But when it comes to guiding promising juniors, I still want to keep it simple. Be humble and cautious. The hidden dragon waits in the deep. Watching the old dean walk away, Lin Chen felt for the first time the Academy's expectations for him and this elder. With a hint of respect, Lin Chen pinned the unique potential king medal of Tiannan Academy to his chest. The storm of the assessment had not yet passed. The new students were soon faced with the trial of the demon refining tower. Lin Chen returned to the team wearing the silver gray medal. Although there was no trace of arrogance on his face, those who looked at him curiously felt an inexplicable aura of superiority. No one would see him as a poor student anymore. However, to say that everyone could immediately accept the fact that Lin Chen had become the top new student was not very realistic. In short, no one was there to praise Xiaoyan anymore. He himself had also wisely toned down his arrogance. Lin Chen, I admit you are strong, but I am not weak either. Let's take the demon refining tower and have one last competition to see who can reach the 10th floor the fastest. How about that? At this moment, Xiao Yan walked up to Lin Chen and said expressionlessly. The people around showed complex expressions. Although they didn't think Xiao Yan could win, they still admired his competitive spirit. If it were anyone else who had been thrown so far by Lin Chen, they would have probably tucked their tails between their legs by now. Lin Chen glanced at Xiao Yan and frowned. Is it polite to speak like that? Xiao Yan looked surprised, glanced at the mount beneath him, and then realized. He jumped off the young dragon's back and issued another challenge. Seeing his persistence, Lin Chen nodded. Alright, let's get started. The demon refining tower cannot be teamed up. I'll go alone, and you'll go alone. It's fair. After saying this, Xiao Yan deliberately glanced at Lian Shiyun behind him, clearly implying something. Lian Shiyun didn't indulge him, coldly saying, Lin Chen earned his 4-time championship through his own strength. I didn't say anything, Xiao Yan shrugged, showing an innocent expression. Lin Chen didn't want to waste any more words with him. Since he was unconvinced, he would just have to beat him until he was convinced. The timer starts now. At this moment, his little brother Wu Qian took out his phone and said. Xiao Yan quickly jumped onto the dragon's back, and just as he settled in, Lin Chen had already disappeared from the spot. Everyone looked up and saw that he had used a flying talisman and swiftly darted into the academy's small demon refining tower. Xiao Yan was reluctant to buy one and could only watch Lin Chen's figure vanish quickly. Just as one of the young dragon's feet crossed the entrance steps, everyone heard the tower guardian teacher's voice filled with shock and a hint of surprise. New student Lin Chen, 20 floors in 6 seconds, breaking the historical record. Xiao Yan froze in place. In an instant, Lin Chen shattered the little self-esteem he had just built up. The others wore expressions of astonishment. 20 floors in just 6 seconds. What does that even mean? A normal person would take longer just to pinch their nose or go to the bathroom. You say 10 floors, and he went straight to 20. Before you even entered, he had already passed in 6 seconds. How the hell can you compare? What can you use to compete with him? Dimensionality reduction strike doesn't even begin to cover it. At this moment, the students looked at the small demon refining tower with deep reverence. They were completely awed by Lin Chen's strength. Looking at Xiao Yan was like staring at a stone sculpture frozen at the entrance. From him, everyone saw a phrase. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. What a self-inflicted humiliation. Lianqi shook her head in silence, feeling even more disdain for Xiao Yan's actions. Inside the demon refining tower, Lin Chen, accompanied by 3 law kings, fought his way from the 20th floor up to the 37th floor, finally encountering a level 60 monster, while his own level had reached 62. If he continued to fight through 23 more floors, he would clear the tower. But Lin Chen was not in a hurry. He habitually began to clear out the monsters. The supervising teacher of the tower, seeing the carnage inside, felt a mix of joy and worry, and quickly shouted to the talented student inside, Lin Chen, stop killing. I know you have exceptional talent and strength. I can just give you a record for clearing the 40th floor. At this rate, the energy of the demon refining tower will be exhausted soon, and then other students won't have monsters to kill. Inside the tower, Lin Chen, being the top of his class, naturally understood the operational logic of the demon refining tower very well. Even if he did exhaust the energy, the academy could replenish it with materials. Thus, the supervising teacher was nearly concerned about his own wallet. I am the flower of the district, bearing the heavy responsibility of the flourishing academy. What's wrong with killing a few monsters? Lin Chen thought indignantly. Pretending he hadn't heard anything, he continued to ascend and kill. The experience bar was rapidly increasing. Basically, every time he cleared a floor of monsters, he could level up by 1 or 2 levels. Seeing that his persuasion had no effect, the supervising teacher quickly called Teacher Zhao. He didn't have such a good attitude towards that old man. He immediately shouted angrily, Zhao Xueming, are you still managing your students? On the other end of the line, Zhao Xueming was taken aback. He was out receiving admissions office personnel from the 5 major districts and had no time to argue, so he bluntly replied, we'll talk about it when I get back. Your student is about to tear down the demon refining tower. What do you mean we'll talk? You'll have to pay to fix it. The supervising elder slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Although he valued Lin Chen highly, he was more concerned about his own wallet than the 2 extra levels Lin Chen had gained. The academy's funds were already limited, and they had previously given Lin Chen additional support. Now, if the demon refining tower was destroyed, the supervising elder would have to spend money and effort to repair it, losing sight of the bigger picture like the principal. Suddenly, Zhao Xueming became interested and excitedly asked, is it Lian Qiyun? Or Xiao Yan? Who cares? There's a new prodigy summoner in your class named Lin Chen. Lin Chen? Are you sure you're not mistaken? If you let him kill, he might just clear 5 floors at most. He won't consume much energy from the demon refining tower. Hearing Zhao Xueming's somewhat dismissive and condescending words, the supervising elder immediately jumped up and cursed, you old man, he's almost cleared the 40th floor, cleaning out all the monsters below. The core of the monsters can't keep up with his kills. Are you sure? Zhao Xueming's breathing became rapid on the other end of the line. Who has time to argue with you? The supervising elder snapped angrily. Hello? This matter, you find. Hello? Why can't I hear you? Beep beep. The call suddenly disconnected. The supervising elder suspiciously called back, but the phone showed it was turned off. This made the supervising elder slam his hand on the table again in anger. On the other end, Zhao Xueming hurriedly left the hotel and took out another phone to find Lin Chengdong's number, Lin Chen's parent. Hello, is this Lin Chen's parent? Yes, I am. What's up? Zhao Xueming took a deep breath, suppressing his inner joy, and said into the phone, I would like to come for a home visit tomorrow. Are you available? It would be best if I could find some time to have a good talk with Lin Chen. Reflecting on his previous neglect and indifference towards this student, Zhao Xueming was determined to pay a home visit and connect with Lin Chen to build a relationship. Although he hadn't returned home yet and hadn't witnessed the words of the old guardian of the tower with his own eyes, the fact that the child could climb to the 40th floor already spoke volumes. One must know that the monster level on the 40th floor of the demon refining tower ranges from 65 to 100. Just a few days had passed? That Lin student already possessed such strength. What terrifying potential! It could be said that this was a once-in-a-century occurrence since the establishment of the academy. Thinking about his lukewarm attitude towards Lin Chen, Zhao Xueming regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself. On the other end of the phone, Lin Chengdong found it a bit strange why the other party wanted to visit at this time, but he still agreed. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Xueming clenched his fists in excitement, contemplating whether to bring a set of equipment or a summoner's skill book tomorrow. It's not easy to provide timely help, but adding a finishing touch is still necessary. Anyone with eyes can see Lin Chen's potential. If he didn't reach out during the child's weakest period, he would only be able to look up in the future. Demon Refining Tower. The old guardian of the tower sat on a wooden chair, smoking a pipe, feeling the greatest sorrow of a heart that had died. Through the magic ball on the high platform beside him, he could clearly see the scene inside the demon refining tower. A figure in a starry robe was crazily slaughtering the wooden heart mechanisms on the 43rd floor. Wherever he passed, wood chips exploded. The demon finger necklace is something special, truly a heritage. Inside the tower, Lin Chen followed behind the three-headed magic king, with 5 finger bones emitting a scarlet aura floating around him. As his thoughts stirred, the 5 fingers flew forward, and the wooden heart mechanism surrounded by them immediately showed signs of decay. If the gaze of the wooden heart mechanism changed from red to white, it meant control was successful. The 70-level wooden heart mechanism in front of him exhibited such a situation. Explode. With the command given, the wooden heart mechanism self-destructed on the spot. The cooldown time for this special effect was 10 seconds. If he controlled this wooden heart mechanism to fight for him, he would only have 10 seconds, so self-destruction yielded the greatest benefit. Since this place was the product of an alchemist, he can only gain experience without any special dropped items. Those shattered cores scattered on the ground didn't even pique Lin Chen's interest. He took the three-headed magic king and directly ascended to a higher level. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 79, gaining 4 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 80, gaining 4 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 81, gaining 4 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 82, gaining 4 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 89, gaining 4 points to allocate freely. The high-level mechanisms inside the tower could not stop Lin Chen's summons. He pushed through to the 60th floor with unstoppable momentum, and his level rose to 89, encountering 100-level mechanical tigers. However, at this level, the three-headed Magic King's heavenly fire became somewhat strenuous. Fortunately, with Lin Chen's 5-finger demons providing support, although the success rate decreased after reaching level 100, it still played a crucial role. Ding! The Mechanical Tiger King challenges you. Ding! You do not have a return scroll and cannot refuse the challenge. Suddenly, in Lin Chen's line of sight, a silver-white Mechanical Tiger King over 2 meters tall appeared. As soon as they met, the Mechanical Tiger King pounced directly at Lin Chen. This powerful leap nearly crushed Lin Chen beneath it. Sword of Judgment. At the critical moment, the angel Chiral appeared, casually waving her sword. The boss room was suddenly engulfed in a surging storm of radiant light. The ability light orb, filled to the brim, directly engulfed the Mechanical Tiger King. At this moment, let alone a mere level 100 boss, even the demon refining tower began to sway precariously, and the barrier above shattered with a loud bang. The elder guarding the tower, who had just closed his eyes in sorrow to take a nap, looked up at the magic orb. Bang! The expensive magic orb cracked like a spider web. A wave of holy and peaceful energy seeped out from the cracks of the magic orb. The elder guarding the tower was dumbfounded. He hurriedly got up and flew to the topmost level of the tower. Kill the level 100 Mechanical Tiger King, gain 300,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 90, gaining 4 points to allocate freely. Ding! Your level has reached the first transfer limit. Please proceed to the Sublimation Temple for your job change. A flash of golden light appeared on Lin Chen. He shook his shoulders, revealing a contemplative expression. He planned to head directly to the sublimation temple for his second job change. Just as he turned to leave, an old man in a tattered robe suddenly emerged from the distant entrance. The elder stroked his beard and frowned, quickly walking up to Lin Chen, asking suspiciously, "What kind of summoning creature is that?" It actually unleashed energy waves that surpassed the limits. Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied straightforwardly, "An angel." "What's wrong? An angel?" The elder looked bewildered and quickly pulled out a monster catalog from his backpack, searching for the ranking of angels but found nothing. The ranking of angels should be very high. Why isn't it recorded here? The elder guarding the tower tugged at his beard, murmuring in surprise. Hearing his doubts, Lin Chen leaned in and glanced at the catalog in his hand. He immediately rolled his eyes and said, "You're holding a wild monster guide. It's a miracle if you find anything." "Ah, it doesn't matter if I can't see it. Angels must be summoned from the second sequence, right? At your level, you actually managed to summon one? Are you sure you're not pulling my leg?" The elder guarding the tower asked, somewhat incredulously. Lin Chen smirked and said, "Second sequence? Supermodel." The elder guarding the tower felt a sense of awe. He had never seen an angel in person, having spent his life as a teacher in this small place, with very limited knowledge and experience. But thinking of how Lin Chen could quickly clear the demon refining tower and become the academy's top student in a century, the elder couldn't help but feel a sense of appreciation. He took out an old yellow cloth bag from his backpack and, like a frugal old man, began counting various blueprints one by one. "Originally, I didn't plan to reward you since you were about to empty the demon refining tower, but after being a teacher for so many years, I can't help but appreciate talent. Here's a blueprint for a mechanical tiger mount, along with 2 blueprints for level 100 arcane rings." "Thank you, Grandpa." Lin Chen's eyes lit up with joy as he quickly bowed to the elder guarding the tower. Seeing his politeness, the elder's last bit of resentment vanished, and he stroked his beard with a kind smile, looking at this rare prodigy of the academy as if he were his own descendant. Holding the blueprints given by the elder, Lin Chen left the academy and headed straight to the Jade Cauldron shop. It had everything from potion mixing to equipment forging. Even the position of alchemist was not vacant. However, the shop owner, Su Huai, was not present today, and a beautiful woman in a qipao with light makeup was responsible for attending to Lin Chen. "May I help you, sir? I'm here to pick up the potions I ordered a few days ago. Here's the receipt." Lin Chen handed over the receipt, and the woman in the qipao took it, glanced at it, then smiled and nodded, asking him to wait a moment while she went to fetch the potions. There are a total of 45 bottles of clear spring potion, 21 blood-boosting pills with a loss rate of 6% and 15% for preparation and refining, respectively. You know that no pharmacist can achieve zero loss, but our store's quality control is generally above excellent. The woman in the Cheongsam explained with a smile. Lin Chen nodded, reaching out to take the large bag of potions she handed over. After counting for a while and finding no issues, he looked up and said, "Please help me forge these few forging blueprints." After glancing at the neatly arranged blueprints on the table, the woman in the Cheongsam pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you have quality control requirements?" Lin Chen replied, "The mechanical tiger should use the best materials. The other 2 pieces of equipment, just do them as you see fit, they aren't too important." The woman in the Cheongsam nodded with a smile and reminded, "The mechanical tiger requires hiring an alchemist, and the materials needed are also very rare mechanical core materials, so you should be mentally prepared." When can I pick it up?" "In about 5 days. That's too slow." Lin Chen frowned. The woman in the Cheongsam patiently began to explain something. Lin Chen waved his hand and said straightforwardly, "I'll pay extra." "All right, sir. I'll expedite the shipment within 2 days. City Lord's Mansion. Today welcomed 2 guests of different identities but with the same purpose. Su Huai was chatting with Su Zheng about the genius they encountered the other day. Suddenly, a graceful woman in black stockings flew in from a distance. She respectfully bowed slightly to City Lord Su Zheng and said, "City Lord Su, a prodigy has recently appeared in the sublimation temple, completing the advanced maze in just 59 seconds, breaking the record of over 3 minutes set by the governor of Lanzhou." As an administrator of the sublimation temple, the woman in black stockings felt it was her duty to report the emergence of this new genius to the local city lord and explain the situation. Upon hearing her words, Su Zhang widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, 59 seconds? How did he do that? The advanced maze is for level 100, and one must carefully think through the routes, plus the routes inside are randomly generated. There's no strategy to speak of. This is raw strength, Su Huai said, putting down his tea, his eyes flashing with brilliance as he marveled. Su Zhang nodded and curiously asked, "Who is that person? Did you manage to get his contact information?" The woman in black stockings showed a bitter smile and said, "I wanted to ask that handsome guy out, but he doesn't look at me." "Who told you to flirt with him? I meant for you to properly ask for his contact information." Su Zhang glared angrily, instantly scaring the woman in black stockings into losing her color. I was aiming for that, the woman in black stockings replied, her face flushed and struggling to respond. What's his name? Which academy did he come from? Su Zhang snorted coldly and continued to ask. The woman in black stockings thought for a moment, took out an investigation report about the prodigy, and handed it to Su Zhang with both hands. He took it and read for a while, when Su Huai, who had leaned over, suddenly brightened his eyes and laughed loudly. Huh, big brother? What did I say? That kid is a hidden class. Seeing the familiar name, Su Zhang's expression turned strange. Could it be a coincidence? Impossible, I've dealt with him several times, Su Huai asserted firmly. Hearing his certainty, Su Zhang's brows relaxed. Initially, when Su Huai came to talk about that child, he was somewhat dismissive. But now, the woman in black stockings had also come to him. Because of that child. After listening to her report on the temple's performance, Su Zhang took it seriously and looked at his brother. Aren't you acquainted with him? Why don't you take charge of bringing him in and inviting him to our guild? Me? I'll give it a try. Su Huai accepted the task and left. Just then, Lin Chen had just come out of the jade shop. When the two met, Su Huai smiled in quickly, took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it over. Such a coincidence. No thanks, I won't draw. Lin Chen waved his hand and intended to walk past him. Su Huai frowned and thought for a moment, then quickly turned around and said, Little brother, I have something to discuss with you. Returning to the jade shop, Su Huai specifically had someone serve Lin Chen a cup of fragrant tea. Su Huai looked at Lin Chen and said, You don't have a guild yet, do you? Lin Chen paused with the teacup in hand, looked up at Su Huai, and shook his head. You called me over just to say this? Smart. I like dealing with clever people. Su Huai exaggeratedly praised him. Well, forget it. I'm only considering the top guilds in Manhwa. You know, the stronger the guild I join, the better the benefits and attribute bonuses I receive. This is all taught in the books. Lin Chen directly refused, giving the other party no room for negotiation. He was only level 90 and already had the power to summon a level 1 god. Why would he lower himself to join some unknown small guild to help others? Spare me, that's a privilege reserved for retired big shots. He was still a potential powerhouse, far from the level of helping others. Having thought this through, Lin Chen stood up, intending to leave. He was in a hurry to change jobs at the temple. Su Huai had never considered that the other party would refuse so directly. For a moment, he was stunned, but seeing Lin Chen was about to leave, he quickly stood up to stop him. With a wry smile, he said, You're really not giving me any face. Our guild's president is the city lord. Hearing this, Lin Chen's expression turned to one of shock, and he sat back down. What level is the city lord? Su Huai's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of pride in his voice as he said, Level 289. Dual Blade Battle Sovereign. Looking at the proud expression on the other person's face, Lin Chen awkwardly scratched his head, truly reluctant to burst his bubble. I still have some things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Seeing the young man about to leave again, Su Huai's smile froze. What was going on? Could it be that even the Dual Blade Battle Sovereign City Lord couldn't hold him back? What was there to talk about? Su Huai felt a wave of discouragement rising in his heart. He couldn't understand why this young man was so arrogant. However, if he knew that Lin Chen could summon creatures far beyond this level, he wouldn't be so surprised. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, Su Huai gritted his teeth and offered a complete set of top-tier summoning gear for level 100 plus a flying equipment. I beg you, little brother, to join our guild. Our guild may not be high level, but we can definitely train you to the level of the president, or even higher. Boss Su, you're making it really hard for me. Lin Chen looked distressed. He completely didn't understand why he suddenly caught the attention of that old city lord. If he refused, he would offend someone. If he didn't refuse, he couldn't just agree. While holding his nose, serving under someone at the city lord's level was truly stifling. In the end, Lin Chen still rejected the shop owner's invitation. He hurriedly used a flying talisman to leave the South City, planning to go to the Lin City for his job change. On the way, City Lord Su Zhang suddenly stopped him. There's no need to be so nervous about refusing to join my guild and escaping from South City. Su Zhang looked at Lin Chen with a resentful expression. At first, Lin Chen didn't know who had stopped him, but hearing this, he suddenly realized. City Lord Su? Why are you here? I'm worried you might do something foolish, Su Zhang sighed, looking kindly at Lin Chen and said, After all, you are a prodigy from our South City, and you will inevitably return to your hometown like the governor of Lanzhou in the future, perhaps even hold an official position. Even if you refuse me, that's fine. My only goal is to ensure that a talent like you doesn't go to waste. Although this statement sounds a bit insincere, it is quite heartwarming. However, Lin Chen's vigilance towards Su Zhang has never relaxed, and he pretended to be grateful on the surface, saying, Thank you, Lord City Master, for your generosity. That's not true. You weren't this polite when chatting with my brother, Su Zhang retorted, not in the best of moods. Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed by the remark and could only feign an honest, simple smile. The two were not far apart, and Su Zhang stood with his hands behind his back, scrutinizing him for a few moments. Aside from the robe that could render reconnaissance scrolls ineffective, he saw nothing extraordinary about him. With that, he still wanted to join the top guild of the old dragon kingdom? Forget it, I'll teach this arrogant young man a lesson. Thinking of this, Su Zhang looked Lin Chen in the eye and said, "You want to join one of the top guilds in our dragon district, right? I happen to know a great figure who has reached the 8th transition. The guild he belongs to is called the 7 Kills Hall, commonly known as 7 Kills World, and it is one of the top forces in the dragon district. The guild has several 9th transition giants, and the president is at the pinnacle of excellence. They enjoy the benefits of a max-level guild and have top-tier resource pools. It all depends on whether you have the ability to get in. I'll invite him over tomorrow, just in time for your martial arts exam. We can resolve it together with the top academy and the guild." Su Zhang revealed a sly smile like an old fox and then added, "However, there's a condition." Lin Chen's smile froze on his face, and he asked calmly, "What condition?" "Su Zhang, if you fail to enter the 7 Kills Hall, you must choose the Dragon District's Lanzhou as your top academy among the 5 major districts." Upon hearing this requirement, Lin Chen suddenly showed a complex expression. "It seems I underestimated the city lord's intentions. Although his level is not high, his vision is quite broad. All right." After seeing off the city lord, Lin Chen began to look forward to the day he would enter the top guild. However, for now, he still needed to focus on completing the sublimation trial. The sublimation temple in Lin City. It is also open to outsiders. Lin Chen took out his student card and smoothly entered the main hall. The receptionist, a young lady, sat with her beautiful legs crossed, her attitude neither warm nor cold, next to a magic orb. Lin Chen preferred not to be disturbed. But when his gaze fell on the administrator, it naturally shifted to her fair, long legs. "First transition, right, Junior?" The young lady looked at Lin Chen with a half-smile, seemingly enjoying being admired by a handsome guy. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and shook his head, saying, "No, second transition." The young lady looked slightly surprised but said nothing further and directly opened the maze door for his second transition. "May you receive the blessing of the Caesar Demon King." After saying this, the 2 little devil horns on her head playfully revealed themselves, and sharp tiger teeth protruded from her red lips, clearly indicating she was an evil-type transitioner. Lin Chen didn't notice these details and rushed into the maze. All the way, he charged through like a hot knife through butter, encountering any terrain or mechanism as if walking on flat ground. This is the charm of having a million radiant shields. 55 seconds. The second transition's advancement maze was completed. After defeating that little boss, Lin Chen looked at the stone disc slowly rising from the ground. Ding! You have entered the trial phase, task difficulty S level. Transition Stone Disc Task 1, kill the level 100 Demon Lord of the Mysterious Sea Cave and obtain the Demon Lord's Crown. Task 2, find the mysterious thief hiding in the Black Wild Plains and retrieve the stolen God Mage Seal. Task 3, with the Purifying Spirit Bottle, go to the Cave of the Withered Magic Tree to collect 10 portions of spring water contaminated by evil spirits. Task 4, submit 5 spirit cores of different attributes from demon-type monsters. Note, only monsters above level 100 have a chance to drop spirit cores. Suddenly, 2 maze doors in the temple opened on their own. 2 differently dressed transitioners walked out. They were both outstanding young talents about to undergo their second transition in Jun City. "Today, we gathered here not for the second job change but to sprint for the fast clear ranking of the temple maze." Besides them, many local young people were tirelessly revisiting the advanced maze for the second job change, all aiming for the generous rewards of being number 1 on the leaderboard. To this end, even many skilled players capable of the second job change deliberately held back their levels just to obtain that advanced gift pack. Beauty Zhang, restart the advanced trial. No more, a maximum of 10 times a day. You guys who have already reached 10 times, leave immediately. The administrator, known as Beauty Zhang, said coldly. Some people, realizing there was no hope for today, left in disappointment. The other 2 who exited the maze first chatted as they walked towards the main hall. "Ah, I can feel it. It's a sign of breaking into first place. Wang Gu, how long did you take this time?" "I just hit 5 minutes and 9 seconds. "Me? Ha ha." Hearing his companion's question, Wang Zhe burst into laughter again, saying 4 minutes and 26 seconds, 1 second faster than the first place, just enough to win. "You don't know, when I charged into that thunderstorm area, luckily my pet took a hit for me. The pet died, but it was that one block that did the trick." "Ah, your pet died?" His companion felt a bit regretful but still congratulated him. "Congratulations, Wang Gu. I knew you had the most potential to take the first place in this year's Temple's second job change ranking. You have good eyes. That pet was worth nearly 2 million, and the training costs even more, but this honor and the advanced gift pack are worth its sacrifice." Wang Zhe grinned without a care. His companion sighed in envy. "I can't compare. I charged for nearly 50 seconds, and at most I could do 4 minutes and 50 seconds, and I even got a bit hurt. Now seeing you at number 1, that obsession has faded. I'll start the second job change trial tasks tomorrow." As the 2 talked, they walked towards the demon sister. Seeing someone approach, the administrator still had her leg crossed, her attitude neither warm nor cold. "Beauty Zhang, it's time to give my brother his reward. He. Wang Zhe leaned on the stone table with one hand, looking smug, and posed as if to wall slam the beautiful administrator. The administrator shot him a sidelong glance and said coldly, "What reward? Want me to give you a big slap instead?" Hearing this, Wang Zhe immediately felt displeased and shouted, "I'm number 1 on the leaderboard." The administrator chuckled and, in front of the two, pulled up the maze leaderboard. It clearly displayed the information of the first place, Lin Chen from South City, first job level 90, time 55 seconds. When he saw that the first place was not his, Wang Zhe suddenly felt dizzy, staggering back a few steps, staring at the administrator with a lump in his throat. He didn't know that when he claimed first place, Lin Chen's record had just appeared a moment later. However, there was only one reward slot available within a month, and if he hadn't encountered Lin Chen, he would have indeed claimed this month's reward. His companion stared at that person's record, his eyes nearly popping out. Impossible. 55 seconds. Is he even human? Who took 55 seconds? Wango, you ran for 55 seconds? In an instant, his companion's words attracted more onlookers. When everyone saw Lin Chen's time, they were all shocked into silence. The administrator rested her chin on her hand, looking mockingly at the once confident assassin, smiling as she said, "Not only did he take only 55 seconds, but he also killed the boss in just one encounter. Same first job veteran, look at him. Then look at you all, how embarrassing. Wow, he's even an outsider. This is ridiculous. Who can sleep tonight? Must be cheating. Who can be that fast? I don't believe he ran away by himself. There must be some trickery involved. I'm not convinced. I seriously suspect there's some shady deal going on here. Beautiful lady, you wouldn't get lost." The administrator rolled her eyes dramatically and suddenly pressed her lips together, saying, "It's not impossible." This statement instantly left a group of rough men stunned, as if struck by lightning. Losing the competition was one thing, but they couldn't even compete for a woman. I refuse to accept this record. No one has ever completed the second transition maze in just 1 minute. Is 55 seconds okay? The administrator propped her head up, unable to suppress her eye roll. Wang Zhe's face turned pale with anger just as he was about to say something more. In the distance, a figure in a starry robe walked by, head down. Seeing him appear, the administrator's eyes lit up and she kicked Wang Zhe's leg, smiling, "It's this handsome guy." Him? Wang Zhe turned around sharply, scrutinizing the other person. The others also gathered around, staring at Lin Chen as if he were a monster, looking at his bewildered expression. "What's going on? Is there something weird on my face?" Lin Chen retreated warily. Wang Zhe rushed forward, cornering Lin Chen against the stone wall with a wall. Slam, his hands pressed firmly against the wall. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Bro, tell me the truth, did you use hacks?" "Ha?" Lin Chen was momentarily confused by this fierce-looking guy suddenly calling him bro. "Are there hacks in real life? Games?" Wango, no need to waste time with him, just make him run the maze again. Someone quickly suggested. A companion stepped forward, pulling Wang Zhe away, trying to mediate. "No need for that, let's compete peacefully. It's true, so let's all give a thumbs up to brother Lin Chen, but if there's any trickery, just say what you want, stop being so cryptic." Lin Chen frowned. Everyone quickly turned their attention to Wang Zhe, clearly wanting him to take the lead. Wang Zhe was angry but not foolish. He rolled his eyes and forced a smile, saying, "Bro, we all doubt that your 55-second maze record was achieved legitimately, so could you run it again?" "What? Do you think I'm that free?" Lin Chen looked surprised and turned to leave. Seeing him about to walk away, everyone panicked. Wang Zhe, in a moment of inspiration, shouted, "Wait, if you run it again, I will each give you 100,000 as a reward." Hearing this, Lin Chen paused. After thinking it over, realizing he could make a fortune in just a minute, he readily agreed to the strange request. In this day and age, you really can meet all kinds of people. The others thought 100,000 was nothing, so they accepted Wang Zhe's unilateral decision. They wanted to see for themselves how he could finish the maze in a minute. With a hint of anticipation for the show, everyone gathered around the administrator, their eyes glued to the scene in the crystal ball. Entering the restarted advanced maze, Lin Chen strolled leisurely, not in a hurry at all, stepping over the dense spikes. The onlookers frowned at the scene, pondering what equipment mechanism or defensive skills from what profession he was utilizing. As he continued, Lin Chen passed through a tunnel where poisonous arrows shot wildly, still strolling casually, not dodging at all. At this point, Wang Zhe was dumbfounded. The administrator furrowed her brows tightly. The others gaped, as if reading a foreign text. "Those poison arrows could take me out in 5 hits, even in the third transition. I wouldn't dare to tank like that. Technique, there must be some technique we're not seeing here. Everyone, pay close attention, learn from this experience, and don't interrupt your thought process," Wang Zhe said, still not giving up. With his reminder, everyone's expression turned serious, and they began to observe every move of Lin Chen more closely. The administrator, taking out a phone blessed by the Demon King, recorded Lin Chen's progress through the level. What she didn't know was that this casual recording would become the textbook for maze completion in all the academies of Jiangcheng. Inside the maze, Lin Chen encountered a particularly difficult challenge. In front of him was a broken bridge, surrounded by surging fire pythons. If he fell, he would be teleported out, and anyone attempting to fly would also be struck by the lava from above. Similarly, if he jumped from a standstill, the other side of the broken bridge was bubbling lava, where several lava trolls lay in wait, ready to leap up and grab him mid-jump. Lin Chen knew all this because he had been caught before. Last time, he had jumped from a standstill, but this time he wanted to be a bit more graceful. After all, there were outsiders watching, and who wouldn't want a safe face? Mage King, fly over and connect the broken bridge. Upon receiving the command, the three pitiful skeleton mages, enduring the high temperatures below and the dripping lava above, pieced together a bridge made of skeletons across the broken gap. Lin Chen stepped onto it, walking step by step into the sea of lava. The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. Wang Jie directly held his head in his hands, feeling as if his worldview was crumbling bit by bit. No, there must be some trick hidden here. What is it? What equipment? When Lin Chen emerged from the pile of lava, the onlookers finally relaxed their tense hearts. The Thunder Magic Golem group requires deciphering the routes within. It's the most difficult part of the maze. One wrong step and he'll be struck by lightning, suffering a fatal injury and getting teleported out. Let's see how he solves this. His companion's head was flushed, fists clenched tightly. He was desperate to see the other party's embarrassing failure. No one had ever seen someone so disrespectful of the maze mechanisms. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the crystal ball. Inside the maze, Lin Chen didn't even glance at the group of magic golems ahead, his pace unwavering. As he walked forward, he was lost in thought about which trial task to complete after exiting, completely ignoring the continuous lightning strikes hitting him. Boom! The magic golems unleashed their power, raining down thunder like a torrential downpour. Immediately, one of the skeleton mages left this world. Moving forward, an even more powerful thunderstorm awaited him. Lin Chen showed no signs of stopping, his feet continuously stepping into the maze's designated danger zones. He boldly bathed in the sea of thunder, walking in a straight line to the exit. Behind him lay the corpses of two mages. This was the charm of the standing user. 1 minute and 12 seconds. To prevent the onlookers from becoming too anxious, Lin Chen deliberately slowed his pace, resulting in a different outcome than before. When he saw Lin Chen walk out of the maze's main gate, Wang Jie's hands, which had been holding his head, slowly fell, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. He was convinced. And he was wholeheartedly convinced. What the hell were tricks and equipment mechanisms? A person was invincible. What more tricks did he need? His companions looked at him with awe, giving Lin Chen a thumbs up. You can't learn this. Others also felt a sense of reverence, watching Lin Chen leave. The administrator chased after him, taking out an advanced gift pack from her backpack and handing it to Lin Chen. Before parting, she playfully ruffled Lin Chen's hair, her face turning red, and she fled. As if escaping, Lin Chen looked at the graceful figure of that crazy woman, shaking his head helplessly. Now he somewhat believed his father's words. A boy like him, at 18 or 19, must surely be very popular with older women. In a hurry to reach the mysterious sea cave, Lin Chen directly used a flying talisman to leave. What would have taken half an hour was reduced to just 4 minutes with the talisman's boost. Upon arrival, the familiar way station appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. However, for a level 100 dungeon, a pass was no longer needed. If you could kill the sea monsters here, it would benefit the local residents and you would be rewarded. Looking for a team, 3 spots left, need a healer, a strong healer. Gourmet monster meat lunchboxes, all large pieces of premium seafood, only 1,000 federal coins per serving. You can't go wrong, you can't be fooled. Female summoner looking for a party, offering 3 packages, hiring price negotiable. Selling knives, freshly made slender big knives, guaranteed to produce gold. As Lin Chen passed by these various vendors, he curiously glanced at a flamboyantly dressed summoner and suddenly, without thinking, asked, "What are the 3 packages?" Immediately, people around began to tease, sweet mouth, happy package, satisfaction guaranteed. Seeing the woman roll her eyes with a hint of charm, Lin Chen quickly understood what was going on and fled in embarrassment. Feeling hungry, he bought a marine set meal, rumored to be made of monster meat. Now that he had some money, Lin Chen treated himself to the top configuration, sitting alone on a small stool to eat. In the distance, a group of similarly dressed job changers quickly walked into the way station. The leader, a middle-aged man in a white fur cloak, cast a dark glance at the people resting around. With a slightly polite tone, he shouted, "Brothers, today the lady from our heavenly union branch will personally kill the boss here to obtain the graduation certificate from Phelan Academy, so please give Ning a little face and don't interfere." Chairman Ning is joking, hearing that your guild is hunting the boss, no one would dare to meddle. Exactly, who doesn't know the weight of the Heavenly Union Guild in South City's harbor? Even if you don't say a word, no one would dare to snatch it. Chairman Ning, just rest assured, we will spread the news. Then thank you all. Although he said this, Chairman Ning still wore a serious expression and had someone post the announcement on the bulletin board. The girl in a yellow dress following him seemed to be hiding her equipment, looking very slim and delicate. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, squatting in the corner and gnawing on a large shrimp, suddenly turned his head and frowned unconsciously. What a coincidence, his trial task happened to collide with the other party's graduation task. It would be a matter of skill then. Lin Chen quickly finished the monster meat and turned to enter the dungeon. Don't rush to reveal your trump card. This is my first time in this dungeon, and I'm still in the dark about the boss room's location. I need to find someone to ask. Lin Chen thought as he moved closer to the person ahead. Stop. Speak if you have something to say, if not, it's best to stay 5 meters away from me, or I can't guarantee my arrows won't hit you. When she noticed him intentionally moving closer, the young woman with a bow and arrow aimed sharply at his head and warned him in a low voice. In this lawless place of the dungeon, violent incidents of murder and robbery often occurred. It was only natural for everyone to be on guard. Lin Chen didn't blame her for her rudeness. Instead, he put away his skeletal staff to prove his innocence. I mean no harm, I just want to ask you about the boss's respawn location in time. Just stand there, the female archer said, still wary, her face showing vigilance. Are you a newcomer? The boss respawns once a week and the location is usually not fixed, you have to find it yourself. Thank you. Lin Chen cupped his fists towards the female archer. Without any hesitation, he turned and left, presenting his entire back to the skilled archer. The dungeon thrived on the law of the jungle. Seeing Lin Chen so careless, as if he had no defenses at all, the female archer narrowed her sharp eyes and knocked 3 silver arrows, which she had kept in reserve, onto her bowstring, silently reciting a spell in her heart. Just at that critical moment, 3 skeletal creatures with flaming hands strolled out from the summoning space. Upon seeing these 3 beings, the female archer's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly put down her bow and arrow, fleeing the scene as if her life depended on it. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, who had not looked back the entire time, furrowed his brows in thought, contemplating whether to make a grand show of farming or to ambush the boss that had been monopolized by the Imperial Guild. Suddenly, a frantic roar echoed from a distance, nearly piercing through eardrums. It was clear that a boss had been summoned over there. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and summoned the angel Chiral, speeding over in haste. The mysterious sea cave was composed of countless narrow passages, the environment dim and the pathway slippery, often occupied by shallow blue monsters with thin heads and fat tails, appearing in droves. However, the main monsters here were still the sirens, human bodies with octopus legs, their hair disheveled, resembling evil spirits. Lin Chen sprinted through, unobstructed, under the angel's guidance, and quickly reached the vicinity of the boss's roar. At this moment, the members of the Heavenly Guild had sealed off the passages within a kilometer radius of the boss. Anyone attempting to approach would be expelled. Yet, even so, there were still many opportunists who, using special classes' stealth or concealment skills, sneaked into the central area where the boss appeared. Most of these individuals harbored the hope of intercepting the boss. There were archers dedicated to poaching others' monsters, second-tier assassins skilled in stealth, and even powerful mages of superior quality below the same level. Of course, the latter were few in number. They could easily approach their prey using class-specific teleportation skills, each lying in wait at different positions for the best opportunity to strike. Prepare to use a large-scale clarity spell. Is that necessary? It's just a level 100 boss who would dare to compete with our Heavenly Guild? You're mistaken. That demon lord has no need to engage with someone of our level, but the younger ones here are all lone wolves with appetites larger than the sea, desperate and reckless. They don't care what guild you belong to. Intercepting it is a skill. If it gets out, it would be embarrassing for our guild while boosting their reputation. Even if we don't steal it, it's just a matter of a well-placed arrow or a skill. Damn, the environment in this lower-level dungeon is so harsh. No sense of the rules of the underworld. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. Cast the spell. President Ning urged with a frown. The guild elder, a middle-aged man holding a dark golden staff, immediately raised his staff after the president's command, reciting a spell. In the name of the god of magic, Aorn, I beseech the goddess of clarity to descend and unveil the true nature of this place. At once, the staff hovered in the air, shining with waves of white light. Then, it suddenly exploded, but silently. The ripples of light quickly spread through the air, gradually enveloping everyone within a kilometer radius. Clarity spell. Manifest. At this moment, any concealment skills became ineffective. All the job changers attempting to take advantage of the chaos were openly exposed to the eyes of the Heavenly Guild. Perhaps they hadn't expected the other side to suddenly cast a large-scale clarity spell, some unprepared. Poachers were thrown into disarray, scurrying like headless flies in the narrow, cramped passages. Miss Ning, we've caught 2 thieves. Several guild members proudly captured 2 poachers, dragging them toward the president's daughter like they were dead pigs. One person was so scared that he was crying and begging for mercy, repeatedly bowing to the girl in the yellow dress. The other person was also kneeling, hands together, his face full of fear as he pleaded for mercy. Ning Ko, the president's daughter, lifted her delicate princess shoe and placed it on the head of the archer. Although her eyes were filled with disdain, her thin lips curled slightly as she said, "It's not impossible to spare you, just bark like a dog. Each of you bark 10 times, and I'll let you go." The man with the princess shoe on his head, without thinking, forced a smile and started barking like a dog. As long as he could survive, he would willingly kneel and lick the mud off Ning Ko's shoes at this moment. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Hee hee, I finished barking 10 times, Miss Ning. You have a big heart, so please spare me this time. Miss Ning, a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. The public dungeon.
belongs to everyone, not just your Tian Tong Guild. Why shouldn't we be allowed to loot the boss? Clearly, the former was a slippery character who could talk to anyone, while the latter, although also begging for mercy, did not demean himself. In fact, he even angrily rebuked the woman in the yellow dress who was stepping on his head. But the situation was stronger than the individual. Ningka's gaze turned cold, and she drew her sword from her waist. With a swift motion, a head fell to the ground. The man beside him was instantly dumbfounded. Trembling, he began to plead for mercy again. Ningka's beautiful eyes flashed with disdain as she raised her sword again, chopping off one of the man's arms. "Ah, Miss Ning, you said you would let me go. You can't go back on your word." The man clutched his severed arm, rolling on the ground in agony. Ningku moved the tip of her sword, wiping the blood clean behind him, and coldly said, "Teacher Carl said that when dealing with scum like you, one must be ruthless. You dared to touch the boss I had reserved. Killing you is already light punishment." Slash! The tip of the sword finally pressed against the man's neck, and blood immediately splattered. Lin Chen, passing by, witnessed the ruthless nature of the girl in the yellow dress. He couldn't help but feel a chill. Moreover, this was not the first poacher she had killed. One after another, dozens of job changers had been mercilessly stripped of their lives by the Tian Tong Guild. For the first time, Lin Chen truly understood what it meant to bully the weak and regard human life as worthless. What was that? What was that light that just floated by? No, it was a job changer. I could barely breathe under the pressure just now. Lin Chen, soaring high above on the smooth stone wall, looked down at the chaotic scene below. At this moment, the boss was still sealed in the mud pit. The Tian Tong Guild was currently settling accounts with all the poachers. However, Lin Chen did not plan to take the boss's first kill just yet. His gaze was deep, and his face wore an unprecedented seriousness. He commanded the angel, "Tell that President Ning to stop." Before approaching the boss, Lin Chen had attempted to use a reconnaissance scroll to check the personal information of the president and the elder beside him. That President Ning seemed to be wearing equipment with special effects, making it impossible to gauge her strength. The elder's personal information was open. He was just a level 189 4th transformation Thunder Mage, his combat power far inferior to that of the angel. Thus, Lin Chen dared to send the angel to intimidate them so recklessly. "President, behind you." When he saw the radiant figure with magnificent wings unfold, the guild elder's skin crawled, and he pointed behind the president, stumbling backward. It was the first time in his life he had seen a living radiant god. The shock in his heart was beyond words. President Ning seemed to sense something, and a golden light suddenly flickered behind him. Almost instinctively, he cast several blessing skills and shields upon himself. Once he fully turned around, the holy aura emanating from Angel Chiral naturally pressured him to remove all his defenses and preparations, leaving him devoid of any fighting spirit. A chill surged from his feet up his spine, reaching his dazed brain. Heavenly messenger? Oh my god, the radiant deity I believe in has actually descended. A miracle, this is a miracle. You must have been moved by my sincere prayers to descend into this filthy mortal realm and see my dirty face and body. President Ning, a pure light healing priest, knelt on both knees, hands clasped together, gazing with utmost reverence at the figure that seemed to illuminate the world in an instant. The other members of the Heavenly Union Guild, though astonished by the appearance of an angel, mimicked their leader and began to worship the deity that President Ning believed in. Every high-level job changer, upon finding the divine altar and temple, would have the opportunity to choose a faith. Once a faith is chosen, the deity would grant you even more powerful primary skills. At the same time, your spirit would be with him. And President Ning, as a high-level priest, was clearly a follower of the radiant deity. Thus, after extreme terror, he displayed a pious demeanor completely different from others. However, all of this appeared to Angel Chiral as mere begging from ants. She coldly averted her gaze, humbly bowed towards Lin Chen, and respectfully said, "If you have any orders, Chiral will comply." Hiss! President Ning gasped. His eyes, filled with shock and fear, turned towards the starry robe hidden in the shadows. Who is he? How could he make the deity I believe in so humbly obedient? Others were equally perplexed. Since she is an angelic deity, why would she show respect to a human job changer? Instantly, countless astonished gazes turned towards Lin Chen in unison. Lin Chen's expression remained indifferent as he gracefully jumped down from the high wall. Looking at the bloodstains and corpses on the ground, he felt an inexplicable sense of disgust and irritation. "Is this your home?" Lin Chen spoke. His first sentence left President Ning somewhat flustered. His daughter Ning Ko, with her beautiful eyes sparkling, stared intently at the handsome young man who could command an angelic deity, feeling extreme envy, admiration, and curiosity. However, at this moment, there was still a young female archer struggling under her sword. This young sir, we did not intend to seal this place. If you had spoken earlier, even if you lent us 1,000 guts, we wouldn't dare to stop you from entering. President Ning quickly noticed the dissatisfaction on the other side and hurriedly explained with a humble attitude. Lin Chen ignored President Ning's words and walked towards the guild's young lady with a grim expression. Seeing this, Ning Ko's heart raced, and she secretly put away her sword, casually twirling a strand of her hair, and graciously extended a fair little hand towards the approaching Lin Chen.
With a sweet smile, she said, "Hello, I'm Ningko, a 20-year-old level 91 genius sword queen." Lin Chen disregarded her eager gaze, bent down, and helped the bloodied girl on the ground. Then he took out a few healing pills from his backpack and fed them into the girl's delicate lips. However, in her bloodied state, it was hard to see what the girl actually looked like. Nevertheless, the girl, in her pain, firmly remembered Lin Chen's handsome face, tremblingly saying, "Don't worry about me. I have the alchemist's life-saving lamp." After struggling to say this, the girl's head tilted and she died. "Young sir, she can't be someone you know, right?" Ningka's eyes widened in horror as she instinctively shifted closer to her father. Others looked at Lin Chen with tense expressions, fearing that his next words would confirm their worst fears. If that were the case, the Tiantan Guild would be finished. Offending a superpower who could summon gods at will was tantamount to self-destruction. The guild elder was drenched in cold sweat, already contemplating leaving the guild. President Ning trembled, caught between tears and pleas for mercy, staring at the corpse of the girl, and raised his hand to slap the face of his daughter, whom he had never dared to hit in his life. "You wretched child, kneel and bow to the deceased." "Ah!" Ningka covered her instantly swollen right cheek, feeling both wronged and resentful as she knelt beside her father. "I'm sorry, I truly didn't know she was someone you knew." In terms of appearance, the girl was pure and beautiful, her voice sweet, but in Lin Chen's eyes, it was filled with a repugnant hypocrisy. He understood that the environment was like this, and he felt powerless to change anything, yet deep down he was still very indignant. "I mean, why did they have to die?" Hearing this inexplicable question, Ningko, who was unwillingly kneeling on the ground, looked at the girl's corpse and could no longer endure the frustration in her heart, gritting her teeth and cursing, "A bunch of worthless scum. My dad warned them long ago, but they still came to their deaths. People like them shouldn't be alive." In the public wild area, bosses are fought over based on skill. That's the rule of the region. Just because you warned them, they can't come? Then I think you should die too. A rare surge of anger welled up in Lin Chen's eyes as he coldly shouted. Sensing her master's fury, the angel Chiral raised her sword and summoned a warm, auspicious light. It floated down like a transparent feather, landing on Ningku. Instantly, her beautiful eyes widened, flashing with despair and unwillingness, before her body tilted and fell to the ground. You actually killed her." President Ning's faith collapsed. In the distance, the poachers snapped back to reality, casting looks of awe and gratitude towards Lin Chen. That blood-stained female demon had finally received her comeuppance. Truly a relief for the heart. Ding! Defeated a second-tier malevolent player, gained 500 chivalry points. Hearing this prompt, Lin Chen was not surprised. Killing one's own kind would naturally increase malevolent points, and when the malevolent points reached a certain level, one could even be wanted by the authorities. Nowadays, there were many notorious villains on the wanted list. They were all deeply wicked, with bounties exceeding billions. Thus, the profession of bounty hunter was born, specifically to capture the wanted demons. Back to the point. Angel Chiral killed Ningku but did not execute anyone else. However, that did not mean Lin Chen would let them off lightly. You all wait to be dealt with by the official alliance. The alliance was an organization specifically for mediating and controlling the mutual killings among job changers. No rules, no order. Even large-scale brawls that occurred in dungeons would nominally be sanctioned by the alliance. However, such organizations usually did not take action. With so many dungeons in secret realms in the Dragon District, various schemes and deceptions played out every day, and with only a few 100,000 members in the alliance, they couldn't possibly manage everything. But Lin Chen had connections. He knew the local leader. We're not the champions of justice. Some matters are better left to professionals. Clearly rejected them. And now you need their help. What a hassle. Lin Chen sighed inwardly and, in front of the Tiantan Guild, called the lord of the city. This was the number the other party insisted on leaving for him. It should be reachable. Initially, upon hearing they were to be sent to the alliance for punishment, the members of the Tiantan Guild breathed a sigh of relief. That place could be bribed to get out. There was no need to fear at all. But when everyone heard Lin Chen's address on the phone, their hair stood on end. You brat love to meddle in other people's business. What? You killed so many people. Damn it, how outrageous. How many second transformation seedlings are there in South City? How can they withstand such brutality? Alright, don't worry, I guarantee that not a single member of the Heavenly Union will escape. Let those core members die. Upon learning of the tragedy here, the lord on the other end of the phone slammed the table and cursed. He quickly contacted the highest leadership of the alliance, asking him to personally lead a team to the Sea Cave dungeon. Lin Chen instructed the Angel Chiral to stay in place while he summoned a second Black Water King Crab, crushing the level 100 boss that had just poked its head out with a claw. This ability to instantly kill a boss left outsiders in fear, unable to intervene in time. Obtained level 100 Death Resurrection, unique. Obtained the Crown of the Demon Lord. Obtained level 100 Black Gold Trident, starry. Obtained level 100 Speed Domain, normal. Obtained Treasure Map Fragment. Obtained level 100 Fairy Shoes, diamond. Obtained the Demon Lord's Legacy. Obtained low-level Water Element Core X2. Opening the legacy treasure chest revealed nothing but scrap metal and low-level equipment. He stored everything in his backpack for future sale. Among them, the unique skill book caught Lin Chen's attention. He took a closer look and found it was a high-level skill book for the summoner class. This made Lin Chen extremely happy. He immediately checked its detailed information. Death Resurrection, consumes 100,000 mana, can resurrect a non-boss ordinary monster, enjoying all summoning. Bonuses, duration 10 minutes, limit 5, cooldown 2 hours. Hiss, is this considered a summoning skill? Forget it, let's try to learn it. Lin Chen thought curiously. Ding. Skill learning successful. Ding. The talent Starlight Radiance activates. Death Resurrection automatically evolves to Undead Resurrection at max level. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Chen's face lit up with joy and he quickly checked the information of the evolved skill. Undead Resurrection consumes 150,000 mana, can resurrect any creature, reaching max level cap, enjoying all summoning bonuses, duration 1 hour, limit 3, cooldown 8 hours. Holy crap, does this mean I can even resurrect bosses? What about world bosses? Although it only lasts for 1 hour, having 3 max level bosses appear out of nowhere is an astonishing sight, and even if they disappear, I can resurrect other targets in 8 hours, which roughly equals invincibility. Lin Chen was overjoyed and quickly checked his personal information again. Lin Chen profession, Divine Envoy level, LV.90 first transformation stamina, 38810 mana, 55800 strength, 4760 agility, 6233 talent passive, Divine Seal, Starlight Radiance, Stand-in Messenger. Signature skills, Divine Guardian, War Flag ordinary skills, Black Water King, Divine Revelation, Undead Resurrection buffs, Luck bonus 500, all attributes bonus 200%, Radiant Shield, Radiant Affinity, Experience bonus 100%, Combat Power. Assessment 108 stars. Not realizing it before, no wonder his attribute growth was so much higher than others. It turned out to be due to the Angel's attribute bonus. He almost forgot about the other buffs on him. At this moment, he took a special look and felt somewhat powerless about the 150,000 mana limit. I hope that when I reach the second transformation, my attributes can double again. Otherwise, I'll have to wait until level 200 to use Undead Resurrection. With a sigh in his heart, Lin Chen took advantage of the time while waiting for the alliance to arrive. Packing up his backpack, Lin Chen casually opened the treasure chests, gourds, and gift packs. After all, it was boring to be idle now. Opened the golden treasure chest, obtained ancient secret medicine, rare item, X1. Open 7 blessing gourds, obtain level 10 green robe, silver, common herbs X2, premium lifespan pill X3, healing potion X1 with his 500 luck bonus. He truly had moved from non-mainstream to mainstream. Look, even the golden treasure chest yielded a rare item. This was quite impressive. Lin Chen sighed inwardly and tossed the ancient secret medicine into his mouth. Ding! Swallowed ancient secret medicine. Strength increased by 500 points, magic power increased by 1000 points, movement speed increased by 20%. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Chen was once again astonished. As expected of a rare item, the attribute boosts were almost on par with an entire level 20 player. While continuing to organize his backpack, he realized he had forgotten about the spring water potion and blood boosting pill and immediately began to consume them. Ding! Swallowed spring water potion, gained 100 points of magic power. Ding! Swallowed spring water potion, gained 100 points of magic power. Ding! Swallowed spring water potion, gained 100 points of magic power. Ding! Swallowed spring water potion, gained 50 points of magic power. Ding! Swallowed spring water potion, gained 10 points of magic power. Ding! Swallowed spring water potion, gained 8 points of magic power. Ding! Swallowed blood boosting pill, gained 100 points of stamina. In total, he consumed 45 spring water potions and 21 blood boosting pills. He gained 1344 points of magic power and 578 points of stamina, adding the 200% attribute boost granted by the Angel. Lin Chen instantly gained 4000 magic power and 1700 stamina, which was indeed a bit exaggerated, though his mouth felt a bit bitter. Finally, Lin Chen opened the advanced gift pack he obtained in Jiangcheng. Obtained level 90 Divine Warrior Cloak, Platinum. Obtained level 90 Divine Warrior Helmet, Platinum. Obtained level 90 Divine Warrior Armor, Platinum. Obtained level 90 Divine Warrior Boots, Platinum. Obtained level 90 Divine Warrior Pants, Platinum. Obtained level 90 Divine Warrior Belt, Platinum. Lin Chen took a look at this so-called advanced gift pack. It merely provided him with a full set of platinum-grade universal gear. The set bonus was quite high, but for him now, it was hardly worth mentioning. Damn, it would have been better to give some pills or pet potions. Complaining, Lin Chen casually tossed the items into his backpack, planning to sell them to the shady merchant, Old Su. Then, he took out the inheritance key he had hesitated to use for a long time. Logically, with my 500 luck bonus, I should be luckier than ordinary players. I shouldn't end up with something worthless. Right? Damn it, I can't hold back anymore, let's just open it. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen crushed the inheritance key worth hundreds of millions. A crisp sound, reminiscent of a clock ticking, echoed. Before Lin Chen, a long-haired goddess of fate suddenly appeared, her eyes glowing with white light, holding a dark golden ancient clock, its hands spinning continuously. "Lucky sir, the time-traveling portal is ready for you, please step forward." It was Lin Chen's first time using a top-tier treasure, and he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous as he looked at the goddess. However, seeing her respectful demeanor, as if she were a server holding her hands out, Lin Chen took a deep breath and confidently stepped into the golden portal. The scene shifted. Lin Chen found himself in a dimly lit secret chamber. In front of him was a large dark golden treasure chest. Looking up, he wore a contemplative expression. Surely the inheritance equipment was inside there? He quickly walked over and tried to reach out to open the chest. At that moment, a crisp sound echoed in the secret room. A piece of equipment that transcended time and space fell at Lin Chen's feet. A surge of intense excitement welled up in his heart. This was the moment of fantasy. He quickly bent down to pick it up, only to find it was already in an identified state. He checked it directly. Extreme Misery Star Level, Unlimited Category, Forbidden Staff Summon Damage plus 200% T2 Summon Speed, plus 100% T2 Summon Transforms into Invasion State T1 Allied Magic Power plus 50,000 T3 Allied Shield plus 100,000 T3 Allied Speed, all speed bonuses plus 50% T2. Forbidden Effect, Undead Army initially possesses 1 soul pool. For every non-undead creature killed, automatically devours 0.1 soul power. When a total of 10,000 creatures are killed, a second soul pool will be nurtured, with a maximum limit of 10 soul pools. Each time a soul pool is nurtured, the staff undergoes a transformation. Each soul pool can store up to 10,000 soul power. Consuming 1 soul power can resurrect a level 1 skeleton. Consuming a certain percentage of soul power can upgrade the skeleton to max level, capped at level 99, with a quantity limit of 100,000. Heritage serial number 0031 limited drop from the era of calamity. Only 3 have been produced to date, each one forbidden. After reading the detailed information about the equipment, Lin Chen barely had time to feel joy before a cold prompt rang in his ears. Ding! You have been cursed by the gods. Your experience gain is reduced by 100%. Your luck is reduced by 100 points. All your resistances are reduced by 100%. You will frequently encounter jealous demons. Your class change difficulty will increase. Ding! Warning, discard the weapon to avoid the curse. Hearing the system warning in his ears, Lin Chen's hand holding the staff trembled slightly. However, once he clarified the details of the curse, he tightened his grip even more. What a joke! A forbidden weapon. The graduation artifact of a summoner. How could it be discarded just because of this little curse? Even if I don't use it, selling it would be a great deal, right? Just casually exchanging it for a few trillion, and I could live a comfortable life with my dad. Moreover, the attributes of this staff were incredibly overpowered. Lin Chen could even foresee the shocking scene when he filled 10 soul pools and summoned 100,000 level 100 magic kings. As long as the magic kings exist, I will not perish. What does it matter about curses? With the blessing of angels to offset it, I am still lucky, and even the experience gain has only returned to normal levels. As for the negative resistance state, I can easily find some gear to compensate for that, right? The difficulty of class change and encountering demons is even less of a concern. As long as a demon god doesn't suddenly drop in, Angel Carol can easily take care of it. Besides, Lin Chen was eager for battle, craving a fight. With all his strength, even the Lord of South City would have to kneel, yet he found himself in this tiny place, with little room to unleash his abilities. That's why Lin Chen was thinking of joining a top guild to tackle bigger dungeons and even secret realms to indulge his summoner cravings. After class change, I'll continue leveling up. South City is too small, it can no longer contain me. This statement was extremely domineering, exuding a sense of pride, yet it was an undeniable fact. Lin Chen's gaze deepened as he looked at the staff in his hand, suddenly gripping it tightly, then turned and stepped through the teleportation portal without hesitation. As he left the Sea Cave dungeon, the members of the Alliance had already taken away the people from the Heavenly Unity Guild. Lin Chen also began to continue his class change task. His next stop was the withered domain of the Demon Tree to collect 10 samples of spring water tainted by evil spirits. First, go to the shop and buy 10 purification bottles, and while I'm at it, clear out some junk equipment. With this thought, Lin Chen used a flying talisman and headed to the Jade Cauldron shop. When he arrived, it wasn't long before he saw the shopkeeper, Su Hui, watching him fly away. Another million had been credited to his account. In the past, this was a speed of making money Lin Chen wouldn't even dare to imagine. But now, a million was almost pocket change. He hummed a little tune as he flew towards the withered domain, looking quite pleased. Withered domain. Yang Meng, who had been wandering here for almost 2 days, was listlessly walking through the fields with a camera hanging from her waist. She was the female summoner who had posted about Lin Chen's 3-headed magic king in the summoner's bar. Through that viral post, she gained her first batch of fans in her life. Although there were only 700, she cherished them greatly and used the sponsorships from her fans to buy an expensive camera blessed by a magic god. This type of camera, while still an electronic product, could capture some special images, making it slightly more expensive. With the magical camera, her fans could see the grandeur of that big shot more clearly. For 2 consecutive days, she had stayed in this desolate place, hoping to encounter that summoner again. My popular post. When will I meet him again? Filled with her fans' enthusiasm and her admiration for that big shot, she searched all over South City but couldn't find that starry magic robe again. In despair, she returned here. After wandering for almost 2 days, she still had nothing to show for it. Yang Meng squatted under a withered tree, propping her head up, with her hands staring blankly at the ground. Just as she was lost in thought, a handsome young man, looking around, walked up to her and gently asked, "Excuse me, senior, where can I find the spring water polluted by evil spirits?" The textbook says the fastest way to find a quest target is not to use items but to ask seniors or veterans. Lin Chen had been searching for a while nearby without seeing anyone, and finally, when passing by here, he spotted a girl. His eyes lit up, and with a smile, he walked over to ask her. Hearing the sudden voice, Yang Meng, startled like a frightened rabbit, kicked the mud a couple of times and quickly stood up against the tree, jumping 10 meters away. But when she saw the person's face, her already round eyes widened even more, and she suddenly exclaimed with joy, "It's you, big shot." Lin Chen carefully examined her for a moment, and a look of realization gradually appeared on his face. No wonder she seemed familiar from a distance. It turned out he really knew her. What a coincidence. You're still leveling up here, Lin Chen said awkwardly, glancing around at the empty surroundings. Yes, I quite like it here, Yang Meng replied, acting like his little fan, excitedly closing the distance between them. Suddenly, a natural fragrance wafted over. Lin Chen showed no sign of discomfort, and smiled at her, saying, "Can you tell me the location of the magic spring? I've purified 3 groups, and I'm still short 7. Yang Meng blinked her big eyes. Although she didn't understand what the big shot needed this for, she still earnestly replied, "I know, I'll take you there." "Okay, thank you." And so, the two walked forward, one in front and the other behind. But strangely, Yang Meng, the guide, fell behind. Lin Chen found it odd, but didn't say anything. "Big shot, can I take a front-facing photo of you?" I want to keep one, Yang Meng said, a bit shy, ultimately not daring to mention posting it in the summoner's bar. Lin Chen turned around, looking at this cute girl, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I don't mind how many photos you take, as long as you're happy." "That's great, thank you." Yang Meng bowed to Lin Chen, and her camera accidentally hit her forehead, causing a bit of pain, but it just made her look a bit silly. Lin Chen shook his head and continued walking forward, allowing this seemingly clumsy girl to take pictures of him from all angles. Could she possibly be interested in me? Lin Chen touched his nose, thinking a bit narcissistically. Soon, a stretch of shallow black water appeared ahead of them. Various herbs were growing nearby, and Yang Meng picked some and handed them to Lin Chen, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Chen thought for a moment and accepted them. He also returned the favor with a gift, a jade-quality diamond ring. Seeing the small ring in his palm, Yang Meng's eyes widened, and she quickly refused, saying, I just picked some herbs, I can't accept such an expensive ring. It's too rare." For some reason, even though she was older than him, seeing her adorable round-eyed expression made him want to reach out and ruffle her hair. Lin Chen did just that and then felt a bit pleased. "Take it." He pretended to be cool as he dropped the line and turned to fly away. With his back to the blushing girl, Lin Chen's face turned red and he flew even faster. Yang Meng's mind went blank, her face flushed bright red. "The big shot actually patted my head." After she posted the newly acquired photos to the summoning items forum, she quickly received a flurry of praise from female fans and jealousy mixed with disdain from male fans. "The big shot looks so handsome in that starry robe. Get it straight, okay? It's not just about looks, he has strength too. What does that starry robe have to do with it? I'm a new fan. This big shot is both good looking and powerful." Little Grass Wang, you have 1 day to get Lin Chen's photo collection out. What's so handsome about him? He doesn't even compare to me. Nosepicker. Get lost, he's a rising star among summoners. What are you even? Stop arguing, just keep updating the big shot's daily life. I love it. Little Grass Wang, don't worry, the big shot is really nice. I got his contact information and the academy address, and I even have the location marked from his signal bee. I know where he goes. Little Grass Wang, I'll regularly livestream the big shot's battle scenes for you all. Little Grass Wang, let's all learn together, improve, and cheer each other on. After turning off her phone, Yang Meng, transformed into a devoted fan, felt even more determined. Meanwhile, after Lin Chen left, he hurriedly rushed to the next dungeon, Black Wild Plains. Usually, job changers would transition from first to second here. Therefore, compared to the Sea Cave dungeon, there would be more first-time newcomers in this area. Because of this, there were countless people lurking at the mysterious thief spawn point. These people weren't like Lin Chen, who had received a task they were purely farming for treasures. It goes without saying, every mysterious thief hid treasures on them, but the types were not fixed and the grades were completely random. Thus, when Lin Chen approached, he immediately encountered several job changers lurking around the village's perimeter. Bro, is the mysterious thief around here? Hearing the question, the man in the yellow cloak turned his head in surprise. Yeah, you must be a newbie, just ahead in that area with the yellow sand and swirling winds. He usually doesn't come out, only at night does he stroll around to hunt. Thanks, Lin Chen nodded gratefully. After clarifying, Lin Chen headed straight for that windy area. Seeing this, the man in the yellow cloak was stunned and quickly got up to call out to the newbie. His girlfriend, who was smirking beside him, held him back tightly and whispered, "Let him go. If he dies, we can loot his bag. His equipment isn't cheap." The man in the yellow cloak thought, his eyes darting, but he couldn't resist the wicked thought in his heart and shrank back to his original position. On the other side, a delicate-looking female priest suddenly stood up and shouted, "Are you stupid? We old-timers are waiting outside. And you, a newbie, are rushing in. Not to mention the special restrictions outside, even the group of leaders inside the village are not something you can handle." It was unclear whether it was due to the strong winds or if Lin Chen had already walked far away. He seemed not to hear and continued forward, without looking back. "Don't mind him, he'll know the pain after suffering losses," the burly man chuckled coldly. "Good advice is wasted on a dead man," the yellow cloak retorted sarcastically. Beside them, the girlfriend glared fiercely at the female priest and said in a mocking tone, "What are you pretending to be a good person for? If he dies and you dare to loot his body, I'll expose you online tomorrow. Bitch, you're asking for death." The female priest's teammate instantly became furious, standing up to confront her, but was stopped by the female priest. Just as everyone was waiting for the figure in the starry robe to collapse, a massive tree shadow suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking out the sun. The sky darkened abruptly. Looking at the giant creature that easily broke through the restrictions and stood above everyone, the job changers' expressions turned serious, and they all began to retreat frantically. What's going on? How can a creature of this level appear in a plain dungeon? Look, under that ancient giant tree stands a figure in a starry robe. It seems to be that newbie. Impossible. He doesn't even know where the mysterious thief is. How could he have such strength? Why isn't that giant tree attacking him? Instead, it's using its skills to help him destroy the entire village. Just as everyone was filled with doubt, a second-tier alchemist who had also come here for a task furrowed his brow and suddenly threw several diamond-shaped colored crystals into the air. Chanting a spell, all things returned to their source. The magic of this law manifest. Instantly, the floating diamond-shaped colored crystals began to emit light while forming a three-dimensional triangular formation, each face reflecting a mirror-like bright sheen. Before long, the ancient giant tree and Lin Chen's figure magically appeared on the mirror's surface. Seeing this scene, everyone was still in awe of the alchemists' superb skills when they were stunned by what appeared above. The massive ancient tree casually swung several vine whips that seemed capable of crushing the sky, effortlessly demolishing the entire village that appeared minuscule at its feet, including all the leaders inside who could not escape. On the other side of the crystal, the figure in the starry robe suddenly appeared, busily picking up the spoils on the ground. The giant tree above, though withered and resembling an elderly man, was very gentle, using countless small vines to help its master clean up the battlefield. The alchemist and the job changers who witnessed the entire process were all in shock. That figure in the starry robe was no newbie. It was clearly a giant capable of commanding colossal monsters. Why would such an existence appear here? Or is there some special purpose or task? The alchemist's face was filled with awe and fear as he hurriedly put away the several mysterious crystals that were spying on the big shot. As he left, he respectfully bowed towards the hurricane zone as an apology. Then he fled as if escaping. The female priest trembled, gripping her companion's arm tightly, her face filled with panic. I didn't disrespect him just now, did I? Her companion looked utterly despairing, clenching his fists tightly. Just wait for the consequences. The others nearby were equally terrified. Some fled for their lives, while others didn't dare to escape, standing there in a daze, waiting for the judgment of fate. Time passed second by second. These people had never been so sensitive to time as they were today. Almost every minute that passed added another layer of cold sweat to their bodies. When the starry robe appeared in the distance again, they were all so frightened that they froze in place, not daring to move. At this moment, the seemingly gentle Lin Chen appeared to them as no different from a fierce demon. Seeing their faces drenched in cold sweat and filled with panic, Lin Chen felt a bit puzzled and stepped forward with a smile, asking, "What's wrong? Is there a boss appearing?" The one in the yellow cloak, completely ignoring the big shot's words, knelt down without a second thought. His girlfriend, who had originally planned to escape, was so terrified at the thought of such a giant monster that she burst into tears on the spot. Trembling, she pleaded, "Big shot, I know I was wrong. I was blind to look down on others. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. What happened? What's going on?" Lin Chen was bewildered and hurriedly helped the yellow cloak up. Were you scared by the giant tree? Don't worry, it's my summon creature, it won't harm anyone. At this moment, seeing Lin Chen being so easy to talk to, the female priest felt a huge weight lift off her heart, but still nervously apologized. Sorry, big shot, I just thought you were a newbie, I'm sorry. She slightly bowed to Lin Chen. Lin Chen frowned and replied matter-of-factly, I am a newbie, I haven't graduated from the intermediate academy yet. After saying that, he lost interest in this group of strangely behaving job changers and directly used a flying talisman to leave. Watching the big shot fly away, the group of job changers felt guilty and stood there like wooden puppets. After leaving the dungeon, Lin Chen flew directly to the Jade Cauldron shop. He had just harvested a batch of supplies and planned to sell them first, before buying 4 different attribute spirit cores to complete a quest. The trembling evolution spirit is of slightly lower quality. Selling it to the pet shop would be more expensive than selling it to us. As for the other equipment, considering you are a regular customer, I'll buy it for 1,070,000, plus miscellaneous materials, a total of 1,078,000. Su Huai glanced at Lin Chen and spoke in a calm tone. Lin Chen picked up the glass-like trembling evolution spirit again and curiously asked, so how much should I sell it for? Su Huai feigned indifference, I don't know. Then can I leave? I won't come to your shop anymore. After saying that, Lin Chen turned to leave. Su Huai broke the ice first, revealing a helpless smile. I do know, but you have to negotiate with the shop owner about the pet shop's price. What I say doesn't matter. Anyway, this kind of spirit material is perfectly fine for evolving monsters, and if you find a buyer who needs it, you could get a premium of 1 to 2 million. So expensive? Then I'll just keep it to evolve my little snake. Lin Chen directly put away the pet supplies and shrugged at the shop owner. 180,000, no bargaining. I sell you good stuff every day, and you're still so stingy. I say, little brother, you've already made 100 million in our shop, and you still say such ungrateful things. Su Huai glared. Lin Chen took the golden card handed to him by the staff, checked the amount inside, and confirmed it was indeed 180,000, then happily gave Su Huai a thumbs up and flew away. No matter how much money you make, you can't change your small-minded thinking. Su Huai looked at the figure in the distance and scolded with a smile. Back at the Ascension Temple in Jiang City, Lin Chen was blocked by several local reporters waiting at the entrance. One short, chubby reporter, with a big smile, shoved a microphone under his chin and asked, handsome guy, you cleared the second transition maze so quickly, do you have any tips? After a while, it turned out they were interviewing about the maze. Lin Chen thought his looks had stirred up the Federation and society. The tip is, there are no tips. Looking at the eager-faced reporter, Lin Chen initially thought about making up a story, but after some consideration, he decided against using any toxic platitudes to deceive those diligent and hard-working newcomers. The reporters showed no signs of disappointment. Another man seized the opportunity to ask, as a resident of Nan City, why did you specifically come to Jiang City? Are you deliberately trying to challenge all the geniuses of Jiang City? Sigh, I say, you reporter, your conscience is seriously lacking. You just have to stir up some trouble, don't you? Lin Chen's face darkened as he directly pushed the man aside and walked into the Transmigration Temple. The next day, major media outlets of Jiang City simultaneously reported that a certain genius from Nan City had slaughtered the leaderboard in the maze, brutally beaten passers-by, and looked down on the geniuses of Jiang City. They even attached a background image of a certain passerby reporter being pushed aside, inciting outrage among the local populace. But that was all a matter for later. After submitting all the task items, a sphere of law for transmigration appeared before Lin Chen once again. However, today's was a deep purple color, looking exceptionally profound. As he reached out to touch it, a warm current surged through his body, making him involuntarily let out a soft hum. In an instant, a light silver divine mark appeared in his pupils, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. Lin Chen felt an unprecedented enhancement in his mental power, as if he had broken through to the next bottleneck, becoming exceptionally sharp and clear-headed. His right-hand staff seemed to shimmer with a faint golden glow, looking incredibly mystical and dazzling. Congratulations, you have transmigrated to become a divine judge. Congratulations, you have awakened a new passive talent, Divine Might. Congratulations. You have awakened a new talent skill, Mark of Judgment. Divine Might. When enraged, it generates an aura that surpasses all beings. Within this aura, all creatures have a 10% chance to become timid, and it achieves a 100% intimidation effect. Mark of Judgment consumes 10,000 mana, with a 5% mental drain, causing the target to be affected by a cursed imprint, reducing damage by 100%, speed by 100%, and applying a vulnerability debuff, lasting for 10 seconds. After briefly reviewing his newly acquired 2 talent skills, Lin Chen opened his personal attribute panel. Lin Chen. Occupation, Divine Judge level, LV.90 second transmigration physical strength, 110810 mana, 255670 strength, 13040 agility, 27895 passive talents. Divine Seal, Radiance of the Stars, Stand-in, Divine Might signature skills, Celestial Guardian, Banner of War, Seal of Judgment common skills, Black
Water Emperor, Divine Forest Master, Resurrection of the Undead buffs, Luck bonus 400, all attributes bonus 200%, Radiant Shield, Radiant Affinity. Combat Power Assessment 217 stars indeed. After the second transmigration, his mana had received a massive boost. This was something Lin Chen valued greatly. However, the reason he could break through the 200,000 mana mark so quickly was largely due to the contribution of the forbidden weapon. Transmigration complete. The sky was darkening. Lin Chen went to a restaurant for a big meal to replenish his strength and then headed home to sleep. The next morning, several unexpected guests knocked on Lin Chen's door. Lin Chengdong crawled out of bed, yawning widely as he opened the door, only to find several foreigners standing outside. He immediately asked suspiciously, "What do you want?" One of the white men wearing a fedora smiled respectfully and extended his hand. "Hello, I am Baikdar, here specifically to recruit your child to our prestigious institution in the John District for training. I am Horwan, from the Lighthouse District, also here to recruit your child. Moreover, the benefits we offer will be more generous than those from other major districts." The African man from the Lighthouse District wore a hint of arrogance on his face, not extending his hand as politely as the recruiter from the John District. Looking at the foreigners in front of him, dressed like a bunch of clowns, Lin Chengdong scratched his head, somewhat puzzled about how they got the news that his son had immense potential, prompting them to rush from other regions to poach from Nanchang. However, no matter how much he pondered, he couldn't figure it out. The selection of prestigious universities was something Lin Chen had to handle. Personally, he shouldn't interfere. "Lin Chen, the admissions office is here." Shouting into the house, Lin Chengdong left the few bulky figures outside, not bothering to invite them in, and went inside on his own. After Lin Chen got up and dressed, Lin Chengdong passed by him, bringing a cup of warm water and casually saying, "Once you go abroad, we won't be able to see each other often. Plus, I find those bastards outside quite unpleasant." After saying that, Lin Chengdong scratched his messy hair and went back to sleep. Lin Chen frowned at this. As he walked out, he immediately saw the few admissions office staff in suits. "Isn't the martial arts exam not even over yet? Aren't you guys overstepping a bit?" Lin Chen remarked, sizing them up. The man in the bowler hat, exuding gentlemanly charm, took off his hat and bowed, saying, "I heard you cleared the Demon Refining Tower at Tiannan Academy, so I rushed over. The martial arts exam isn't necessary as long as you prove your potential and value our region's prestigious universities will welcome you anytime." "Ha, what kind of benefits can the Dahan region offer?" "My Lighthouse region is willing to invest $1 billion in nurturing Lin Chen, and will even throw in a complete set of level 60 top-tier gear for all professions." With such generous conditions, the African man scrutinized Lin Chen with even more confidence, a smirk of assurance on his lips. Lin Chen disliked the way the man looked at him, as if he were appraising an object rather than a person. The short man from Sakura District slightly bowed, his expression serious as he said, "Although our region's conditions aren't as generous as Mr. Horwan's, our academy can provide 2 private geishas, the kind that people your age find very appealing, cute and youthful, willing to be at your beck and call, even to be humiliated if necessary." Lin Chen's face scrunched up in disgust. What on earth is this? Is the competition for admissions this fierce now? What he didn't know was that the number of people who could clear the little demon refining tower in the Intermediate Academy was extremely limited in the entire Dragon region. Otherwise, these flies wouldn't have rushed over to curry favor after receiving spy reports. "Sorry, I'm only considering the prestigious universities in the Dragon region." Bang! The security door was slammed shut. The admissions staff from different regions all wore ugly expressions. They had never encountered such a stubborn little brat from the Dragon region. Since that was the case, if they couldn't get him, they would ruin him. The African man from the Lighthouse region left with a dark expression while dialing a special department's number. Lin Chen, on the other hand, went to the Sea Cave dungeon to level up as usual. Little did he know, the online community between Jiangcheng and Nanchang was about to explode. Yesterday evening, news broke that a genius from Nanchang had dominated the Jiangcheng maze, crushing the local players, and it had already started to ferment in both places. People from Nanchang thought it was a brilliant move, but a bit too arrogant. They shouldn't have attacked bystanders. Jiangcheng residents were furious, but they could only shout in frustration. In the vast Jiangcheng, they couldn't find anyone capable of taking Lin Chen down from the maze leaderboard. For a moment, the geniuses from Jiangcheng felt ashamed, all clamoring to challenge Lin Chen to a duel. With the martial arts exam approaching, a genius from a certain academy in Jiangcheng directly named Lin Chen and declared he would publicly challenge all geniuses, including Lin Chen, in the martial arts exam, vowing to return victorious and wash away the shame of the maze leaderboard. If he had watched the video of Lin Chen clearing the maze, he probably wouldn't have dared to say such things. But the challenge had been issued, and there was no turning back. The martial arts examination was originally a confrontation between the two academies. When the strongest academy in Jiangcheng openly challenged them by name, the leadership of Tiannan, considering their reputation, and the impact on next year's enrollment, naturally agreed without hesitation, fully confident in Lin Chen's strength.
At this critical moment, however, the official administrator of the Jiangcheng Divine Temple suddenly issued an announcement stating that it was a malicious reporter who had deliberately stirred up trouble, causing Lin Chen to push the ground, and that he had not assaulted any bystanders. The onlookers in both places, seeing that the official had come forward to refute the rumors, immediately realized the truth and collectively condemned the unscrupulous journalist. With this, Nanchang not only saved face but also gained the upper hand. Lin Chen's name officially resonated in Nanchang, and today, a sorcerer from the Night Watchman Guild descended upon Nanchang. The city lord, the leaders of the alliance, and the director of the Demon Capture Division, along with a group of local bigwigs, were all waiting respectfully on the city tower.
The figure held a gnarled yet vividly lifelike wooden staff, resembling a lifeless, withered old tree. Every part, from the roots to the branches, was intact, appearing to be held in hand yet seeming to merge with the old man and the staff. Half life, half human. The old man in a gray robe and hood had eyes of an extraordinary green, his expressionless gaze sweeping over the crowd that had come to greet him. "Greetings, sorcerer of the withered wood." The crowd knelt on one knee, respectfully exclaiming in unison. When the sorcerer looked over, everyone felt a wave of heart palpitations and fear. City Lord Wang Zheng even had beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Once the sorcerer shifted his gaze away, Wang Zheng seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, exhaling a suppressed breath. The sorcerer's might was enough to make the local bigwigs in Nanchang feel overwhelmed with just a plain, ordinary glance. After scanning the crowd, the old man in gray slightly nodded, his voice ethereal and insubstantial, as if it did not come from his mouth. "You may rise. I am merely passing through this time. Where is that girl Jiangying? Didn't she say Nanchang was in trouble? I happened to come by to help resolve it." Upon hearing this, City Lord Su Zhang was left bewildered. What major trouble had Nanchang encountered? How could he, as the city lord, be unaware? The director of the Demon Capture Division hurriedly approached, respectfully leading the old man. At this moment, with the sorcerer present, Su Zhang felt it inappropriate to ask too many questions. He waited silently until the old man departed, then quickly called the deputy director. "What mess have you all stirred up in the Demon Capture Division? Why did the sorcerer of the Night Watchman specifically pass by us? He even said he would help solve the problem. Are you trying to make me look incompetent as the city lord?" "City lord, it's really nothing major, just a small spy. Jiangying from the Night Watchman isn't capable enough to handle it, so we let the sorcerer come by to take a look." "A spy? Damn it, you brought a sorcerer here for just a mere spy? What use do you have in the Demon Capture Division?" "Useless. After he leaves, I'll settle the score with you." The call ended. On the way back, he suddenly remembered his bet with Lin Chen. He hurriedly dialed a younger colleague's number. "Nephew, it's been a while since we last contacted each other. How did the matter I entrusted you with go?" "What do you mean he doesn't want to come? I really have a good seedling here. He has already speedrun the Demon Refining Tower of the Intermediate Academy and is almost at level 90. Even though he's a summoner, his abilities are exceptionally strong. You should plead with that bigwig, otherwise your uncle's face will be completely lost." "Alright, when you come over, I'll personally take you to the music division to listen to some tunes." Nowadays, although the experience buff was gone, Lin Chan's leveling speed was still impressive. In the Sea Cave dungeon, after a day of wandering, he had already reached level 108. It was just unfortunate for those job changers who were competing with him for monsters. Before they could even make a move, they saw a large number of sea demons being harvested. Lin Chen single-handedly pushed the safety zone of the Sea Cave forward by 3 to 4 kilometers. Some latecomers among the job changers, even those who got lost wandering in the Sea Cave, didn't encounter a single monster. Just as he was about to head back, 2 shadowy assassins quietly followed him. After casually browsing through the Jade Cauldron shop and clearing out useless gear from his backpack, Lin Chen took the heavy sum of over 10 million gold cards and walked contentedly towards home. Suddenly, the space behind him twisted. The 2 assassins, who had appeared from nowhere, attacked him from both sides. A crisp sound rang out as several daggers struck Lin Chen's nape. He barely had time to react before one of the assassins had already closed in, appearing like a ghost. A dagger glinting with cold light stabbed fiercely at Lin Chen's neck, aiming for a quick kill. Injured, shield reduced by 9999. Injured, shield reduced by 10980. However, this meticulously planned assassination did not result in the instant kill they had anticipated. Instead, it felt like a harmless scratch, and even their opponent's shield remained unbroken. "That was close. Luckily, I have an invincible body, or I would have really fallen for your trick," Lin Chen said, patting his chest with a look of lingering fear. The reaction speed and assassination skills of that assassin were top-notch, but their only mistake was choosing the wrong target. If it had been any other level 100 job changer, they would likely have already found themselves in a different place by now. "Not good, this person is an imposter. He is definitely not the genius from the Intermediate Academy."
Seeing the intact starry robe, the two assassins looked astonished and immediately turned to flee. Lin Chen's expression turned fierce as he suddenly chanted a spell, Judgment. As the two turned around, a curse mark immediately circled above their heads. Their escape speed, in Lin Chen's eyes, instantly slowed down several beats. Seizing the 10 seconds of opportunity, the heavenly fire summoned by the three Law Kings suddenly descended upon them. Crackle! The sound of burning was incessant. Assassins were known for their extreme output. Their defenses were thin, and even at level 150, they were still overwhelmed by the entanglement of heavenly fire, and the curse of the judgment mark instantly charred black. Ding! Defeated a level 3 malevolent player, gained 1000 chivalry points. Ding! Defeated a level 4 malevolent player, gained 2000 chivalry points. Ding! Your knight's badge has advanced to a hero's badge, movement speed plus 60%, magic recovery plus 10 per second, damage plus 10%, all resistances plus 5%. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Chen's face showed little joy. Although the assassins who had come to kill him were dealt with, he still hadn't figured out who was behind them or their purpose. This was a problem. Suddenly, Lin Chen thought of a skill. His eyes narrowed as he chanted another spell. In my name, I grant you the chance of rebirth. Awaken, rats in the gutter. As soon as the words fell, the two skeletons on the ground suddenly sat up straight. Ding! Your passive talent, Radiance of the Stars, has activated. Lin Chen was not surprised that these reborn beings could also enjoy the Radiance of the Stars. He opened their information to check. Name, Vito Baki level, VL 180, third transcendence limit, race, human. Undead health, 780,000/780,000 stamina, 130, 799 magic, 3890 strength, 11501 agility, 48, 255 combat power assessment, 156 stars. The other undead had similar attributes. It seemed their original levels were not high, after all, as they were only at the third transcendence with a limit of just 180 levels. After analyzing their information, Lin Chen stared coldly at the two assassins with vacant eyes, looking dazed. Who sent you? It was the order from the Lanzhou branch. What branch? Be clear. It's. The scruffy white assassin showed a confused expression and stammered. It's the spy agency we set up in the lighthouse area in Lanzhou, responsible for contacting me. It's Lieutenant Churchill. Then why are you targeting me? Have I offended that Churchill? Lin Chen suppressed his anger, his face turning ashen as he questioned. The white assassin struggled to answer. I don't know. Fine, since you're already dead, I won't make it hard for you. Now, take me to Churchill immediately. Once we arrive, your only goal is to kill him. Eliminate the entire organization. Do you understand? Lin Chen said darkly, his voice cold. Understood, master. Facing the bone-chilling wind at night, Lin Chen used dozens of flying talismans in succession before finally following the two undead puppets to the branch they mentioned within half an hour. Lanzhou, Qingda Town. In a narrow alley, a drunken local man leaned against a gray old wall, looking at the sign lit with pink lights, and shouted inside, Sister, come out and let your brother in. Don't you have legs? Idiot. A long-haired woman in sexy attire sat cross-legged on a leather sofa, her head down as she cracked sunflower seeds. Hearing the rough shop from outside, she rolled her eyes and spat. At that moment, two dark-faced customers passed by outside the shop. One of them, with stiff hands, patted the drunken man's shoulder, his movements awkward as if controlling someone else's arm, straight yet lacking coordination. What's up? Yo, the two gentlemen are back. Seeing the newcomers, the local man showed a face full of flattery, as if he had seen his own father. Suddenly, two sharp blades pierced into the man's neck. Then, without a sound, they silently brought him down to the ground like a ghost. They were top assassins trained by the lighthouse area when they were alive. Now that they were undead, although their movements seemed a bit stiff, their killing skills remained as sharp as ever. Ding! Defeated a first-tier malevolent player, gained 100 chivalry points. Looking at the Asian-faced man, Lin Chen knew without thinking that he was definitely an insider, a lackey. The two returning assassins passed by the flirtatious woman and entered the basement, where the cold wind swirled. Hiss, these two brothers are so cold. The woman hugged her bare shoulders, thinking disdainfully. She was the facade, bought off and coerced, while the burly men in the basement were the real backbone. The purpose of the two assassins was to eliminate them and force Churchill to reveal the information Lin Chen wanted to know. Familiar faces and skilled in assassination. Caught off guard, two white men sitting outside the iron barred door smoking and drinking had their heads suddenly slammed onto the table, making a muffled sound. Passing through a narrow path that held prisoners, the two officially entered the core area. The decapitation operation began. Both were Churchill's trusted aides, practically confidants. They were very familiar with each other's techniques and hiding spots. If top assassins like them were to directly assassinate a sorcerer skilled in curses, hexes, and stealth, their chances of success would be zero. But due to their mutual trust, they had a 30% higher chance of severely injuring him. Before long, a loud bang and a beastly roar came from the basement of the pink-lit shop. Lin Chen knew he couldn't wait any longer and hurriedly charged in with the three Law Kings. As he rushed in, the woman was just about to go down to check the situation. Just as the secret room door was opened, Lin Chen yanked the woman aside and leaped down the secret passage. Through his connection with the last undead, Lin Chen quickly found the room where the battle had taken place. Why? You two traitors, go straight to hell. Churchill, in a fit of rage, completely lost his sanity. The soul artifact in his hand suddenly unleashed several ferocious demons, their claws bared. They swiftly flew out, biting into the undead assassin's head, shoulder, and legs, effectively pinning him in place, unable to move. The several shadowy figures, appearing as grotesque demons with solidified black mist, seemed to sense something. Suddenly, a wisp of energy shot out from the soul artifact held by the wizard, quickly flying to the door where Lin Chen stood, opening its gaping maw to pounce. In that instant, the slightly hunched-over, white-haired man turned around. With his dark, hollow eyes, he fixed his gaze on the direction of the demon's attack. "Oh, so it's you, little thing. I was so enraged that I foolishly thought my two trusted subordinates would betray me. Are you a wizard? Or a witch doctor? What means did you use to control them? No rush, we can take our time to chat." As he spoke, the white-haired man revealed a mad smile typical of the sickly. Beneath Lin Chen's feet, several dark circles appeared. Curse of confusion, you will be disoriented for 5 seconds. Dreaming, you will fall into a deep sleep for 5 seconds. Killing curse, you will be trapped in a dream, at the mercy of the caster. As expected of a general from a major faction, despite only being at the 4th transition level, he could quickly make judgments and deliver the most lethal blow to his enemies. If Lin Chen were just an ordinary summoner, he would have already been done for after a single encounter. Just as he was about to fall into a deep sleep, an inexplicable surge of offended anger welled up within him. The aura of divine might surged forth. In an instant, the demon was frightened and darted back into the soul artifact. Churchill's expression suddenly turned blank. In his eyes, Lin Chen radiated a chilling authority that looked down upon all beings. However, it was just a fleeting moment. The effect of the intimidation vanished without a trace. "Damn you, bug. You actually made me feel a hint of fear. It's unimaginable. Utterly unreasonable." Churchill trembled, his body tense. Endless fury surged within him, and the soul artifact in his hand erupted with an even fiercer counterattack. A thick cloud of black mist quickly emerged from the artifact, attempting to envelop the entire lounge. In fact, the speed at which the black mist spread was comparable to the sudden illumination of lights in a room. In an instant, it engulfed Lin Chen, slowly forming an indescribable entity that writhed madly against the walls, claws and fangs bared. It continuously tore open various orifices that sprayed toxic mist. There were even humanoid monsters resembling 2 rows of serrated teeth lunging towards Lin Chen. They came in an endless stream, sending chills down his spine. From Lin Chen's perspective, he suddenly found himself trapped inside the belly of a demon. He felt a wave of nausea and cold dread, yet there was no fear in his eyes as he coldly remarked, "All show and no substance. I can't discern your level, but the 3 undead skeletons behind you have betrayed your true profession and strength. Well, let's put it this way, even if you are a 4th or even 5th transition Grand Summoner, I wouldn't bat an eye. After all, summoners are just rookies who command pets to fight. However, if you clarify which organization sent you, I can grant you a quick death. Otherwise, you will become nourishment for my soul artifact." Churchill's face twisted into a cruel smile, as cold as the claws and fangs of the demon. Before coming here, Lin Chen had already inquired with the 2 undead about Churchill's profession, combat characteristics, and survival methods. He never fought battles he wasn't confident in. You should be grateful this is a human habitat, a peace zone. However, dealing with you 3 head sorcerers is more than enough. Clearly, large summons would face severe restrictions in the town. This could lead to civilians becoming homeless, and even suffering casualties. In the end, what was meant to be a good deed could turn into a malevolent act. Lin Chen chanted incantations, continuously casting the seal of judgment and the banner of war. Just then, without any warning, a cursed Churchill raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised that he had this trick up his sleeve. He quickly continued to incite the curse, causing Lin Chen to fall into a deep sleep. The surrounding serrated monsters surged forward, enveloped in toxic gas, seemingly intent on devouring the living human completely. Suddenly, a chilling frost filled the entire room. Including the slowed and weakened Churchill, everyone fell into a brief state of frozen sluggishness. The lounge instantly formed a thick layer of ice shards. Damn it! With the continuous deceleration, Churchill opened his mouth, but the speed of his incantation became sluggish. Seizing this opportunity, the other 2 simultaneously cast the ice and fire spell. The frost in the room solidified further, and along with those demons, they quickly faced the high temperature pressure from the heavenly fire, creating a more violent energy fluctuation that forced the ice layer to shatter, transforming into countless razor-sharp ice spikes that whistled through the air. Heavenly fire scorched, and the ice layer exploded. One cold, one hot, both were extremes. Churchill's frozen legs, even with protective gear, were directly blown to a bloody pulp by the high critical damage.
Other parts of his body suffered severe fatal injuries, continuously oozing blood. He stared in horror at the young man who had fallen into a deep sleep. The combination of ice and fire techniques cleverly triggers a massive damage increase from the ice and fire spell, coupled with the curse's deceleration and vulnerability. For a wizard who is not good at defense, it's almost a dead end. A combat genius. I already know you are the elite sent by that organization. Today, I admit defeat. Churchill gritted his teeth, and his figure suddenly emitted a thick black mist, accompanied by a series of eerie cackles. Lin Chen abruptly opened his eyes, his expression stunned. As the black mist dissipated, Churchill's figure bizarrely transformed into a scarecrow dressed in the same gear, grinning at him with narrowed, dead fish eyes. Goodbye, friend, you will pay the price. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression slowly returned to calm. He suddenly recalled what the two undead assassins had said. He has scarecrow substitutes hidden in many places, making him very difficult to kill. Even if you have great power, you know that a wizard excels at playing tricks on opponents, whether in reality or in dreams. Outside, high above the town, the angel Chiral looked down at the entire town, her gaze gradually focusing on a figure in a black robe swiftly escaping from the town. With a cold expression, she raised her holy sword and gently swung it down. Instantly, a wave of indescribable warmth surged up Churchill's back, now clad in a simple black robe. He turned back in astonishment, realizing that today's sunlight was particularly intense, causing him to squint. But soon, he sensed something was wrong. His body rapidly melted into a pool of blood. The survival skill had a cooldown time, and this time, Churchill could no longer use the scarecrow to escape. Ding! Defeated a level 7 malevolent player. Gained 10,000 chivalry points. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to the top 50% of the world chivalry leaderboard, displaying faction information. Respected master, I have completed the task you assigned. Confirming that the wizard is dead, the angel Chiral said respectfully. Lin Chen nodded, calmly leading the three headed out of the small town. He stopped by the pool of blood, considering for a moment, first picking up a wooden stick from the ground and drawing a large circle next to the blood, then covering it with straw. He summoned the whitewashed black water crab and ordered it to guard the spot. Wait for 6 hours. Until the undead revival cooldown is over, and then I'll come to settle the score with you. With this thought, Lin Chen turned and flew back to the secret chamber. Before coming here, Lin Chen had pondered whether to directly use the angel to break through the spy's lair, but he feared that the leader might indeed use the so-called scarecrow substitute to escape, just as the two undead had said. Letting a fourth turn which Dr. escape would have unimaginable consequences. Lin Chen would have to sleep with one eye open from then on. Therefore, for the sake of caution, he kept the large summoning creature that could destroy the residential area. As a backup, he would be in the open while the angel remained hidden, hunting down that spy leader together. The outcome was obvious, his judgment was correct. High-level transmuters were definitely not as easy to deal with as imagined. Underestimating the opponent was always the most foolish behavior. Lin Chen thought with lingering fear as he returned to the secret shop. You are from the Dragon District. I won't do anything to you. Just wait for the official judgment. Little brother, I'm innocent. I was forced, boo-hoo. The flirtatious woman cried. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to respond and directly went down to the -2nd floor. He remembered that a certain alley was still holding a group of people, almost all of whom had Asian faces. As he walked over, a voice caught Lin Chen's attention first. Little brother? Hey, are you from the Dragon District? Not from the west or the east, right? Which organization sent you to rescue me? I heard the battle just now. Churchill escaped? No worries, let me out, and I won't spare him once I'm out. Lin Chen approached the voice and found a severely injured convict locked in a cell. Seeing Lin Chen come over, he forced a smile. Hey, hello there. You're quite optimistic. Oh, you're one of us, impressive. You chased Churchill away at such a young age. He's dead, Lin Chen said calmly. What did you say? The man in the cage suddenly jumped up from the ground, staring at Lin Chen in shock. Can you be sure? He's a wanted criminal in the Dragon District worth 200 million. How old are you? Upon hearing the news of Churchill's death, the other prisoners also excitedly got up. Oh my god, you actually killed Churchill. You're a hero. Wow, oh, that's amazing. You're a great person. Let us out first. We're all good people forced to be locked up here by this bunch of dog food. Right, we're all good people. There were all sorts of prisoners from various districts. Since they could be sent to the Dragon District by the organization, they naturally excelled in the local dialect of the old dragon country. Moreover, nearly 200 years had passed since the 5 major districts merged, and the language of the dragon country had long been popularized worldwide. Even if Lin Chen hadn't learned the world language, he could communicate normally with these outsiders. In fact, he could even distinguish where they were from just by their accents. You said that Churchill is worth 200 million? Lin Chen was still more concerned about money and squinted at the disheveled man. That's right. As long as you kill him and bring his head to the authorities as proof, you can receive a bounty of 200 million. The man spoke respectfully.
Since this person could kill a 4th turn witch doctor, he must be a powerful transmuter. In his view, he had to be at least a 6th turn or even a 7th turn. Big shot, so his attitude became even more respectful. Senior, I am a master of forging from the Night Watchman Guild, and I was captured here by spies by chance. I kindly ask you to let me go, and I will surely repay you handsomely in the future, the man pleaded sincerely. Lin Chen had heard of the Night Watchman's reputation, but he wasn't sure if the man's words were true. The man noticed his doubt and quickly revealed the emblem on his chest. It was a Western gargoyle crouching on an oil lamp. Lin Chen didn't like this contract mark, it felt a bit too Western for his taste, but there was no denying that the man was indeed a legitimate member of the Night Watchman Guild. Crack! Lin Chen broke the door lock with his bare hands. The man had weak spell seals wrapped around his feet, hands, and neck. To remove these, a professional priest or a rarer Halo Master would be needed. It's fine, I'll notify the city guards to come over right away, said the man named Wang Tong, his face full of smiles. He extended his right hand and shook Lin Chen's hand warmly. Thank you very much, senior. If it weren't for your sudden arrival today, it might have taken a long time for the people outside to find this place. Just a small favor. By the time the city guards arrived from dozens of miles away, Lin Chen had already resurrected Churchill's undead. The leading officer looked Lin Chen up and down, then glanced at Churchill behind him, his face filled with disgust. Are you sure he was dead? And then you resurrected him? I am sure, officer, but only for an hour. Please settle the bounty. Thank you. Lin Chen displayed a greedy smile and said politely. The officer suppressed his disgust and said seriously, we should be the ones thanking you. You have done a great service for Lanzhou. This local spy division has assassinated several officials and continuously sent undercover agents throughout Lanzhou, seriously endangering the safety of various towns. Your contribution will be forever remembered by Lanzhou. This is a first-class merit medal awarded to you by the higher-ups, along with 320 million black gold card. Additionally, if you are willing to settle in our narrow water city, the city lord will personally gift you a seaside villa. As you know, with the rampant beast tide today, the seaside is no longer what it used to be. The city lord hopes you can stay in narrow water city and continue to shine. The treatment is not an issue, you can discuss it with him in detail. This is also the intention conveyed by the Lanzhou governor just now. What is this? They want to recruit me? Lin Chen showed a strange expression and frowned, but I'm still a student at a mid-level academy. Looking at the youthful face under the starry robe, the officer was momentarily stunned. You are still at the Enlightenment Academy? The officer appeared particularly shocked upon hearing this response. Then how did you kill Churchill? He was a master wizard, more cunning than a rat. He had been hiding in the Dragon District for 3 years, having escaped from our army's watch several times. He was an elite among enemy spies, and everyone thought he had returned to his home country. I didn't expect he was still hiding in Lanzhou, simply cunning. Lin Chen took the black gold card he handed over with a smile. That's a good question, I'll answer you next time. On the way back to South City, Lin Chen learned everything from Churchill. It turned out that the spy organization in this small town sent someone to kill him because they received a special report from the admissions office stating that a talented summoner genius had emerged in South City and they needed to send someone to eliminate him. The old tradition of the Lighthouse District was to first try to buy off good things from others. If that didn't work, they would send him away or even offer a whole piece of land to meet God. Lin Chen listened with a face full of anger and ordered, go kill that admissions office staff member, and then you go meet God. Yes. Churchill left with a pale face. When he reappeared, he was already on the 3rd floor of a 5-star hotel. The air in the corridors suddenly dropped a few degrees. In room 302, Horwin abruptly opened his eyes, discovering that the ceiling and the surrounding walls were writhing in an indescribable manner. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, threw off the covers, and quickly climbed out of bed. Suddenly, several emaciated demons, their faces twisted in grotesque smiles, fell from the walls and lunged at Horwin. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere. In the darkness, Horwin fell to the ground, clutching his neck in disbelief, his gaze fixed on the old acquaintance standing in the corner. Curse you, may you forever fall into a deep sleep, you damned pest. The next day, accompanied by Jiang Ing, the old man in the gray robe flew to the first crime scene, the withered domain. From high above, the two could clearly see the desolate scene below. There were no traces of beasts, and human footprints were rare. The area was completely barren, devoid of the lively atmosphere of the past. The old man in the gray robe looked serious and sighed lightly. For so many years, the 5 major districts have been engaged in open and covert struggles, wasting their resources, and have not helped in pushing the human habitat away from the forbidden lands. Everyone is thinking of moving the little farmland they have to their own territory, yet no one thinks of reclaiming the land occupied by demons and monsters. Jiang Ying, following behind him, said helplessly, our dragon district doesn't fight, but the other major districts are doing everything they can to cause destruction. Human hearts are treacherous, we must be on guard against those who are not of our kind. This farmland was left by the former Lord Lu, right? He was quite a man. During his 5-year term, he pushed 15 kilometers outside the southern city, leaving behind several plots of farmland for future generations, bringing benefits to the people and face to the Dragon District. The current lord is too conservative in his actions, only knowing how to fill his own pockets, yet unwilling to take out a bit for the local commoners and the job changers. The old man in the gray robe shook his head in disappointment. Jiang Ying wisely refrained from interjecting. After all, that was a lord of a city, not someone of her small stature could meddle with. Time flows and all methods return to their source. Take a scoop of rootless water, seal it in the pure bottle in my hand. The old man in the gray robe chanted a spell. Suddenly, a surging river appeared between heaven and earth, like a phoenix dancing and a dragon soaring. In that river, the scene of a girl leading the way in a starry robe from yesterday was suddenly reflected, but it quickly flowed away, and in the blink of an eye, the remnants of tree demons killing each other for territory appeared. Soon, the shadow of the river faded. The old man in the gray robe lightly raised the divine staff that merged with his right arm, and immediately a green new branch grew from the withered trunk. It passed through the dimensions of time and space, rapidly spreading into the shadow of the river. There, a glimmer of tender green in the waves appeared extremely eye-catching, as if it had reignited the entire river. Before long, the images in the river flowed back to several days ago. That colossal creature suddenly seemed to descend upon the withered domain again, darkening the sky, and the river rolled and surged, faintly showing signs of breaking. Jiang Ying's eyes widened in shock. As expected of a divine mage, he could cast such earth-shattering magic. The old man in the gray robe stood in the void, calmly gazing at the tree shadow, commenting, "This is a summoner of top-tier caliber. It's impossible for them to be unknown in the 5 major districts. Let's go to the next station." Just as the river's reflection was about to disappear, a splash that reflected the massive tree shadow surged and entered the pure bottle. The next station the old man in the gray robe mentioned was naturally the level 5 burial ground. Once again, a surging river reflection appeared in the sky. When that giant crab emerged with scorched rocks, the old man in the gray robe slightly furrowed his brows. It's not specialized in summoning a single creature. I underestimated that person. They should be the top summoner, enjoying a certain reputation in the 5 major districts. Who could it be? Jiang Ying grew increasingly alarmed. That spy could actually receive such high praise from a divine mage. Fortunately, I didn't foolishly continue to investigate, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. One must know that angering a master summoner is equivalent to putting the entire South City in danger. Then, the dreaming marsh also revealed a reflection of the long river, quickly flowing back to a scene from a few days ago. The old man in gray, unable to keep up, coughed lightly twice. Thunder immediately rumbled in the sky. This last place, once I see it, I'll know who he is. This time, I've paid quite a price. I'm doing this for the Liu family Jr., considering how much he has contributed to South City. I'll help him clean up this mess. Elder, actually you. Jiang Ying looked at the old man in gray with some pity, unable to help but say, now South City is under the Su family, not the Liu family. Girl, remember, the true masters of South City are always the common people, not any individual or organization. The old man in gray said sternly. Jiang Ying's shoulders trembled slightly, and she quickly apologized in fear. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken carelessly in front of you. The old man in gray waved his hand. Suddenly, a blinding white light appeared in the long river of the sky. Jiang Ying was instantly blinded, and a system notification sounded in her ears. Ding! Blinded, duration 10 seconds. Her heart trembled. What kind of creature was that white light in midair, capable of crossing the river of time and space to continue exerting its power in the world? The old man in gray stared intently at that strange light in the sky, his face showing unprecedented shock. She is a goddess. A summoning goddess. In the South City Lord's mansion, the servants today looked as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, their mouths agape and unable to close. The usually imposing master had rarely invited a white-browed old man in a cloud robe and mask to the third-floor tea pavilion, and what puzzled everyone the most was that the master was completely respectful, wearing a smiling face the entire time. It was as if the moment the other party frowned, the master would immediately bow and apologize, appearing extremely humble. A dignified city lord actually had a day of bowing down to someone. The servants did not understand the inside story. The scheming merchant Su Huai, who had come to admire the elder of the 7 Kills Hall, was very clear about it and was not surprised at all by his brother's lowly demeanor. Who was the visitor? Elder Zhuahong of the 7 Kills Guild. That was the top assassin organization in the Dragon Kingdom, which had successfully assassinated 5 district leaders. Such a powerful guild, even if just an ordinary member visited South City, the local city lord would have to show respect and receive them with the highest standards, let alone today's guest was an elder. Elder Zhua, rest assured, that child is definitely outstanding. He is the best talent in South City. In the third-floor tea hall, Su Zhan was vigorously recommending Lin Chen to Elder Zhua. Regardless of whether the other party was interested or not, he had to put in some effort for the talent of South City. Although the chances were slim, If by any chance the child transformed from a local chicken to a phoenix or leaped through the dragon gate, it would be a political achievement for him as the local city lord. Looking further ahead, establishing a connection with the 7 Kills Guild through Lin Chen was even more worth his effort. I heard he is a summoner? Let me be straightforward, our guild does not look down on summoners, but there haven't been any new summoners in the 5 districts that we find impressive. The old man in the cloud robe said coldly. Su Zhang was taken aback, somewhat unable to comprehend. The Su family's external nephew who had invited the old man in the cloud robe quickly explained. Uncle, what Elder Zhua means is that the little summoner you recommended does not have any impressive achievements to speak of. Although the 7 Kills Guild is an assassin organization, it also recruits people from other professions. As long as they are strong enough and extraordinary, summoners can join as well. The old man in the cloud robe shook his head and said, I'm here today not for that so-called summoner candidate, but for a newly emerged shadow assassin from Jiangcheng. He's much more impressive than the person you recommended. I heard from the younger members of the guild that he took a private assassination job targeting a small-time informant from the west, and in less than an hour, he managed to kill that 3rd-tier half-orc. You should know, he's only level 67 right now. He's a genuine rising star and meets our guild's recruitment standards. Su Zhang showed a look of regret and nodded, saying, alright, then let's go watch the match at the academy's arena. Today happens to be the martial arts examination, and the prodigy you mentioned declared a few days ago that he would challenge all the geniuses in Nanchang. I'm quite curious about his strength. The so-called martial arts examination focuses not on testing but on sparring. Every year, new students from various academies declare war on each other and engage in friendly competitions. Those who stand out will become candidates for the top 5 regional academies, and some who may lack strength but have great potential will also receive special attention. Today, in the arena of Nanchang, not only were there recruitment personnel, but many local and external guild elites were also seated in the VIP area to watch the matches. The deans of Jiangcheng and Nanchang exchanged polite handshakes and then sat together on the podium. Dean Wen said, your academy has quite a few talented candidates this year. Although we lost to your academy in the maze of the Ascension Temple, your overall strength still surpasses ours. I hope Dean Allen will show some mercy later. This was clearly a warm-up, polite remark, but the 30-something Dean Allen took it seriously, thinking that Dean Wen was showing weakness, and immediately laughed. Generously, of course, while our 2 academies have disputes, they are merely small conflicts. As long as your academy can clarify the facts online, admit that our Jiangcheng transmuters are superior, and have that Lin genius publicly apologize, then this matter can be put to rest. I believe our academy students are not the type to hold grudges. Dean Wen smiled with squinted eyes, took a sip from his teacup, and changed the subject. This concerns the reputation of the southern region and the prestige of our academy, but it's not something I can decide. By the way, what level is your academy's strongest? 67. Since awakening, he has never been defeated, Alan said with a sense of pride. Oh, that's still quite far off. What do you mean by far off? Our academy's Lin Chen is already level 108. Hearing Dean Wen's calm words, Alan was startled for a moment but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he said, that's impressive, but a higher level doesn't necessarily mean stronger strength. Our academy's Wang Hao has successfully assisted in the assassination of a 3rd-tier half-orc, and such achievements are unmatched in Jiangcheng, let alone in Nanchang, right? Alan raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the old man beside him, then took a sip from his teacup with a hint of pride. Dean Wen stopped speaking, but the smile on his face had vanished. I am Xiao Yan from Tiannan. I originally planned to wait until the next quarter's martial arts examination, but I looked at the level of this year's new students, and it's too low, especially those from Jiangcheng, each of them awakening half a year earlier than me, and they're only around level 30 or 40. How can you dare to claim to be geniuses? On the central arena, Xiao Yan, who had been holding back his frustration for a long time, finally found a window and target to vent today. He rode a mystical young dragon, which had grown even more robust than a few days ago, and his own level had reached 28, having spent a considerable amount of resources leveling up in a secret realm, which gave him today's imposing presence, making him feel capable again. Scanning the new students below, Xiao Yan, dressed in a custom 25 level suit with shiny silver armor and a sharp spear, pointed directly at the group of geniuses from Jiangcheng, exuding an air of disdain. What's Xiao Yan going crazy about again? Didn't we agree that he would wait until the next session to stand out? Teacher Zhao's right eyelid twitched, somewhat displeased with the ostentatious display of his eager dragon knight. Another counselor wore a face of helplessness. The dragon knight is strong, but that's only a slight transformation after the first promotion. Right now, he hasn't even grown. All his hair going up there is just asking to be beaten. This year's talents at Jiangcheng Academy are numerous, and there are other geniuses from different schools who have come here because of the maze. None of them are ordinary. How dare he? The people from Tiannan Academy, whether mentors or students, did not have high hopes for Xiao Yan. Yet he himself was full of confidence, eager to show his skills. Who is This guy? Riding a fat dragon and thinking he's invincible? I don't know, I've never seen him. I'm here for the maze genius. Me too. But where's Lin Chen? He wouldn't be scared, would he? Just send someone up to knock this little newbie down. He looks quite annoying. The students from Jiangqing discussed with indifference. Despite Xiao Yan's imposing appearance, his level was truly unimpressive. Just then, from the distant entrance, a figure in a starry robe entered the crowd. Upon seeing him, the Jiangqing geniuses erupted like a boiling pot, shouting excitedly, "Lin Chen is here. I'll go first, don't fight me for it." "Why not? I've wanted to meet this top genius from Tiannan for a long time. What's the point of arguing? Whoever is stronger goes first. The weak shouldn't embarrass themselves. He's a prodigy who can speedrun the maze. He must have some skills. What about that little newbie occupying the stage? He's been clinging on stubbornly. What should we do? Just send someone up. It'll be easy to knock him down." "I won't go. Bullying a newbie is too embarrassing." "He doesn't seem to be from this batch. Why is he trying to join the fun?" "Whoever wants to go can go. It's pointless to fight such a rookie." Xiao Yan's declaration of war appeared particularly ridiculous in the eyes of the Jiangqing geniuses. Thus, he faced a cold reception. But after Lin Chen arrived, they shifted all their attention to him, no longer caring about the little newbie on stage. This made Xiao Yan feel both humiliated and furious, yet he stood firm on the stage, ignoring the earnest pleas of the teachers and classmates below. "Today, I must defeat someone. I want to prove myself." Lin Qiyun rolled her eyes. Even she felt a bit embarrassed. "They don't want to pay attention to you, why bother? Just come down, your level isn't enough. You'll definitely shine in the next batch." Just as teacher Zhao was helplessly trying to persuade him, finally, a genius from Jiangqing Academy jumped onto the stage. "My name is He Yu, a level 43 first promotion mechanical maniac. I won't bully you. If I don't knock you down with one skill, I'll admit defeat myself." He Yu, wearing a single-sided mechanical eye and old armor, crossed his arms and said. Hearing such arrogant words, the young and impetuous Xiao Yan immediately got angry. "A mere level 40 mechanic, do you think you're strong? If you were already promoted, I definitely wouldn't come up. But from what I see, the gap between us and our professions isn't that obvious," He Yu said with a smile. The crowd below immediately voiced their dissatisfaction, shouting, "Stop talking nonsense, just take him out in one move." Bang! The referee's gong sounded. He Yu stood still, and suddenly, several bursts of golden light shot out from between his fingers, landing precisely at the four corners of the stage. At the same time, a layer of ground spikes rapidly spread out in front of him. The golden light at the four corners dissipated, revealing four gleaming machine gun turrets. Position armed. Damn, embarrassing, coming up and using a big move right away and acting like it's impressive. He's probably afraid of failing, using a big move to be safe, but I'm worried about hitting too hard and killing that genius kid. The Jiangqing geniuses looked on with disdain, disapproving of He Yu's bullying behavior. Squeak! Looking at the all-encompassing machine gun platform on the arena and the thick layer of spikes at his feet, Xiao Yan suddenly felt a pang of regret. He steeled himself, ready to charge forward with his gun. Behind the suddenly rising defensive wall, several grenades were launched, along with a few self-destructing mechanical mice. At the same time, the machine guns at the four corners began to sweep towards him. Rat-a-tat-tat boom. Just as Long Zhu stepped onto the spikes before he could even lose health, he was already blown away. Seeing this scene, Zhang Cheng's genius displayed an expression of course. The side of Tiannan Academy sighed and covered their faces, feeling that he was embarrassing himself. He seems to have some misunderstanding about the Dragon Knight profession. Reading more books and learning theory is better than anything else. It's a shame to waste such a promising profession. Lack of culture is truly terrifying. Hearing the teachers around him, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. Years ago, he had advised Xiao Yan to study more theory, as it would definitely come in handy later. He just wouldn't listen, and now, with a good hand, he didn't know how to play it. At that moment, He Yu on the arena shifted his gaze from the fallen Xiao Yan to Lin Chen, and said, "Just in time to deal with you as well." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He had just arrived. How did he become the target? He was still unaware of the public opinion brewing online. He had rushed over to participate in the martial arts exam after receiving a call from the academy that morning, completely unprepared for the fact that the geniuses from the opposing academy looked at him like he was a fat sheep, all eager to pounce like wolves. Lin Chen suddenly felt a bit displeased. Meeting the gazes of those geniuses and then locking eyes with Yu, he coldly said, "Given how heavily you've dealt with my fellow students, I won't waste any more time." Suddenly, just as Lin Chen's gaze fell on Yu, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. His legs involuntarily trembled, and a look of terror, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, appeared in his eyes. He stumbled back off the arena, saliva dripping from his mouth as he stammered, I concede." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, but soon he understood what was happening. It seemed that his aura effect wasn't as low in probability as he thought. After all, with a 400-point luck boost, it could somewhat increase the success rate. When the fear in Yu's eyes disappeared and clarity returned, he was already off the arena.
Watching this bewildered genius from Zhangchang, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Dean Allen's smug expression faded, replaced by a surge of anger. You! What are you going crazy about? You conceded before the fight even started? How utterly embarrassing. It's one thing to bully a newbie with a big move, but to see Lin Chen step onto the stage and get scared into conceding is truly disgraceful for our Zhangchang Academy. Well done, Lin Chen. The geniuses of Zhangchang are all a bunch of cowards. You should leave the academy. We don't need students as useless as you. He stood there, his face flushed from the insults coming from all directions. He didn't even know what was wrong with him. Just now, seeing Lin Chen felt like staring death in the face, and all he wanted was to escape and concede. But now, looking back, he felt nothing but frustration, devoid of any fear. What's done is done. With failure now a certainty, he could only lament his own lack of resolve in his heart and quietly retreat to a corner of the crowd to watch. The teachers and students of Tiannan finally felt a sense of relief due to Lin Chen's unexpected victory. They could stand tall and exchange insults with the opposing geniuses. Dean Wen couldn't help but laugh, looking at Dean Allen and saying, "What a perceptive child. This kid has great wisdom." Dean Allen responded with a forced smile. "He's just the least impressive genius in our academy." "I apologize for making you laugh, Dean." "What?" The two were subtly mocking and competing with each other, just like the students on the field who were already in a heated argument. "Meiluan, you go ahead," said a teacher from Jiangcheng Academy, looking at a girl with a bow and arrow on her back. A man beside her, dressed as an assassin with a black cloth covering his face, coldly remarked, "He's not worth my effort, and once I make a move, he won't just be injured, he'll be finished." The teacher understands. You should save your strength for the end, to suppress Tiannan and the confidence of all the first-turn seedlings in Nan City, making them realize that Jiangcheng has always been one step behind Nan City throughout history. When you return, the city lord will reward you with a legendary quality assassin's equipment. Hearing this promise, the shadow assassin Jiang Mingjie's eyes lit up, and he nodded indifferently. The elementalist known as Meiluan, dressed in a deep blue robe, had a transparent magic orb floating above her right palm and held a gem-encrusted staff in her left hand as she stepped onto the stage. Facing the gazes from both sides, Meiluan forced a stiff smile and said to Lin Chen, "I'm a level 47 elementalist, awakened in the first half of this year. I guess my leveling speed is a bit fast, sorry about that. By the way, I heard you're a summoner? Can you summon a slime for me? I really like that little thing, it's so kawaii." The Jiangcheng students burst into laughter. What a great mockery. Everyone knew that the most famous and common skill of a summoner was to summon slimes, but they were soft and weak, like a clown begging for mercy. Therefore, everyone looked at Lin Chen with amusement, eagerly anticipating his next move. "Coincidentally, I recently found a slime skill book in the sea cave. Do you want it?" "Of course, I'll give it to you." Lin Chen smirked. Skill book, Slime Warrior, poor quality, Slime Warrior consumes 50 mana to summon 5 level 1 Slime Warriors. The level of the summoned creatures increases with the skill level and benefits from all summoner bonuses. Ding. Skill learned successfully. Ding. The talent Starlight Radiance activates, and the Slime Warriors automatically level up to become Slime Kings. After learning the skill, Lin Chen snapped his fingers. Immediately, a green summoning array appeared on the entire stage. When everyone saw that he really intended to summon slimes, they laughed uncontrollably. The girl on the stage also covered her mouth and giggled. "Why are you so silly? I was just teasing you." Before she could finish her sentence, several large, crimson slime kings with golden crowns suddenly appeared on the stage. Their fierce expressions occupied most of the stage, and they charged towards the girl without hesitation. In shock, Meiluan's smile froze, and she quickly cast an energy shield. A layer of crystal clear, diamond-like light blue barrier immediately appeared in front of her. Then, she quickly recited a spell, and the magic orb in her right hand crackled with electricity. A thick arc of lightning shot out, bouncing around the 5 slime kings. Dealt electric damage, 5800 dealt electric damage, 7100 failed to break the shield, failed to break the shield, failed to trigger paralysis effect. The Slime Kings, with hundreds of speed bonuses and hundreds of thousands of energy shields, aggressively charged through the arcs of electricity and the wind that followed. Like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, swallowing the elementalist whole. The arena fell into a dead silence. Dean Allen's heart tightened, and he instantly stood up from his seat. The Jiangqing students, who had previously laughed at Lin Chen for being too honest, all wore shocked expressions. No one expected that the slimes summoned by Lin Chen would not be kawaii at all. Instead, they were extremely brutal and bloodthirsty, devouring the talented elementalist whole. Everyone was dumbfounded, a sense of dread rising in their hearts. Interesting, the old man in the cloud robe in the VIP section nodded slightly and said, "To summon 5 level 99 slime kings at once, this skill is indeed unique among summoners. Today, I have truly opened my eyes." Beside him, the city lord Su Zheng quickly smiled and said, "As a junior, I wouldn't dare to speak carelessly in front of you, senior. This summoner genius truly deserves to be the top newcomer in our South City. While your demeanor and actions do suit my temperament in terms of profession, I still lean towards
That shadow assassin. Little Sue, you know as well as I do that for top guilds like ours, the number of recruitment slots issued each year is limited. Otherwise, I would have seriously considered taking that kid in. The old man in the cloud robe rarely offered a polite remark. City Lord Su Zhang felt extremely disappointed, but his face still wore a smile. Everyone saw it, right? It was her who provoked the slime first, not my order. Lin Chen wore an expression of indifference. The students from Jiang City were both angry and afraid. If looks could kill, Lin Chen would have been sliced to pieces at that moment. What a cruel heart, actually. Willing to swallow such a beautiful girl. If you're not convinced, why not go up yourself? Exactly, during battle, summoned creatures are uncontrollable. If things get heated, it's normal to be torn apart and swallowed. Lin Chen has already said it wasn't his order, it was your genius who provoked the Slime King. Who can you blame? Just as a student from Jiang City finished speaking, they were collectively attacked by the students from Tiannan. The old director AI, sitting above, had veins popping on his right hand, glaring coldly at Lin Chen on the stage and said, "Justice lies in the hearts of the people. If your Tiannan Academy is so ruthless, don't blame our Jiang City geniuses for being merciless later. I'll go." Jiang Mingjie shouted. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, he dashed onto the stage. The old man in the cloud robe's eyes sparkled with interest. Looking at the person before him, Lin Chen recalled the city lord's advice from earlier that morning, urging him to showcase his strength as much as possible. Well, it's really not interesting to bully you. If it weren't for the elders of the top guild being present, Lin Chen wouldn't even have shown up. What martial exams, what fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, none of it mattered to him. But joining a top guild and enjoying the rich bonuses and resources was something Lin Chen couldn't ignore. If you don't admit defeat now, you'll die a terrible, terrible death. The thin young man with a mask said coldly. Lin Chen looked at him, a hint of pity in his eyes. I'll return that line to you. Ha, do you think a few slime kings can withstand my attack? In just 1 second, I can pierce your weakest heart. Jiang Mingjie's eyes ignited with a dark red flame, his voice carrying the coldness and ruthlessness unique to assassins. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The old man in the gray robe and Jiang Ying flew to the top of the competition stage, attracting the attention of everyone present. Su Zhang suddenly stood up, respectfully bowing to the old man in gray, saying, "I pay my respects to the Lord of the Law." Upon hearing the words of the South City Lord, the other big shots on the scene could no longer sit still, all rising to bow or clasp their hands in greeting, but only the old man in the cloud robe remained seated, his sharp, narrow eyes scrutinizing the people. "I'm here to find someone." The old man in gray swept a serious gaze over everyone present, his eyes finally landing on the stage. Others exchanged glances, puzzled about whom this big shot was looking for at the martial exam. Who could possibly deserve such attention from a lord of the law? Gradually, everyone followed the old man in gray's deep gaze, looking towards the starry law robe on the stage. "May I ask this lord of the law, why do you look at me like that?" Lin Chen stared blankly at the old man in the gray robe. The Jiang Ying floating in midair suddenly narrowed his pupils and pointed at Lin Chen, angrily shouting, "Stop pretending. You are the summoning god who disrupts the various dungeons. Big sister, I warn you, don't slander me." "Who disrupted the dungeons?" Lin Chen retorted seriously. The others present were taken aback, then began to reassess the starry robe. It was completely unclear how this guy resembled the summoning god she mentioned. Jiang Mingjie, who was opposing Lin Chen on the stage, looked a bit dazed and suddenly asked, "How can you prove what you're saying is true? And isn't he a student of Tiannan Academy? When did he become the summoning god who disrupts the major dungeons?" Not only was he confused, but the people from Tiannan Academy also wore puzzled expressions. "My Lord Night Watchman, I think you must be mistaken. Lin Chen is a genius summoner I personally trained, not some summoning god." Teacher Zhao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nervously defending Lin Chen. The old man in the cloud robe became interested and said with a forced smile, "This great mage, your subordinate publicly slandering someone is quite unkind, especially towards a promising freshman. This will have far-reaching effects on his future." The old man in the gray robe remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen. "Without evidence, I won't believe it." As he spoke, 3 bottles filled with clear liquid appeared in his hand. As he opened the seals one by one, the sky suddenly darkened again. In an instant, a towering shadow of a tree that enveloped the entire South City appeared on the horizon. Beneath his massive form stood Lin Chen, who was mixed in with the crowd in a starry robe. Everyone looked closely, and that person was indeed Lin Chen on the stage. Lin Chen frowned and asked, "What does this prove?" Others shared the same confusion. Wasn't it just a coincidence that he was standing under a certain big shot summon? What was so special about that? The old man in the gray robe shook his head and poured out another bottle of the pure liquid. Instantly, the ground sank into mud, and a gigantic crab, enormous beyond measure, burst out from beneath the stage, its claw larger than a house, sending Jiang Mingjie fleeing in panic. By the time he realized it was just an illusion, cold sweat had drenched his entire body. He slumped to the ground, looking somewhat dissatisfied at the mage. "Senior, you don't have to scare people like this." At this moment, however, no One paid attention to his embarrassing state. They were all fixated on the starry robe between the eyes of the summoned creature. What kind of irritable and easily angered boss was this? A slight misstep could lead to being crushed. How could it tolerate a small insect hopping above its head? Everyone fell silent, their hearts beginning to waver. The old man in the gray robe, with a surge of energy, poured out the last bottle of pure liquid. The next moment, a bright light suddenly descended from the dark sky above South City. It was like a sign that the eternal night was about to break at dawn, carrying a divine aura that could not be ignored. Interwoven with a terrifying white light as brilliant as the stars descending upon the world, leaving the big shots present dazed and their eyes glazed over. Under this beam of light stood Lin Chen's illusion, proudly commanding the mysterious something. "What else do you have to say?" the old man in the gray robe declared, pointing directly at Lin Chen on the stage. Lin Chen was full of question marks, looking at the old man in the gray robe and saying, "What should I say? I'm just a freshman from South City, a good young man, and I can't level up in the dungeons?" Desire to cover up only makes it more obvious. "Do you really think you can deceive my discerning eyes just by putting on a fake disguise?" The old man in the gray robe said coldly, his right hand staff suddenly extending a hint of new green. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen didn't think twice, and immediately retreated wildly, creating a relatively safe distance from the old man in the gray robe. Are all you night watchers so unreasonable? Lin Chen's face darkened as he used a detection scroll to check the old man's personal information, but as expected, it failed. What reason is there to discuss with a high-ranking spy from the 5 major districts? Jiang Ying said coldly. In the distance, Teacher Zhao was completely confused and hurriedly ran forward to stop them, saying, "Gentlemen, he is truly a student of our academy, not a spy at all. You must be mistaken." The others slowly began to awaken from their shock. Their gazes towards Lin Chen were filled with complexity and wariness. If the other party was indeed a summoned god spy, then the entire South City would be in danger. Not quite. The elder of the 7 Kills Guild, Zuohong, had his eyes lit up with a ghostly blue flame dancing like a little sprite in his eye sockets. He fixed his gaze on Lin Chen's brow bone and the 2 divine seals in his eyes that exuded power, stating bluntly, "The blood and bones are real. He is indeed a peerless summoner, no, a summoned god. A level 108 summoned god, Lin Chen, this person is definitely ours in the 7 Kills Guild." Just as the old man in the gray robe was about to use his true sight on Lin Chen, Zuohong stepped out from the VIP seats and instantly stood in front of Lin Chen. He raised a crimson gold token, raising an eyebrow arrogantly and said, "He is one of my 7 Kills Hall members. If you dare to touch a single hair on him, you will be at odds with my entire 7 Kills Hall. Old Law God, do you dare to accept the 7 Kills order?" He smirked coldly. Seeing the 7 Kills order in the other party's hand, the old man's expression darkened and he did not respond immediately. The others present began to breathe rapidly. The appearance of the 7 Kills order sent chills down the spines of gods and demons. A certain district chief had previously met a tragic end after infringing on the fundamental interests of the 7 Kills Guild and received the 7 Kills order, dying the next day in his secret residence. To this day, no one dares to bring a public prosecution against the 7 Kills Guild. Even though everyone knows it was this group of madmen who did it, no one dares to accuse them or even cause them trouble. This is the era of supremacy of power. One district chief is gone, the top guild behind the Federation only needs to cultivate another one. But if they were to tear their faces with the 7 Kills Guild and engage in a major conflict, it would not simply be a matter of replacing a district chief from the 5 major districts, it would inevitably lead to a split in power and the rise of warlords. Compared to the reckless actions of the 7 Kills Guild, the Night Watchers, who had been pacified, appeared to be cautious and timid. Jiang Ying stared at the 7 Kills order with a pale face, never imagining that this summoned god would actually be one of the 7 Kills. In this case, even with the law god present, she couldn't touch the spy at all. This senior, he is a spy who disrupts the local dungeons. As an elder of the top guild in the Dragon District, why are you shielding an outsider? Jiang Ying mustered her courage, somewhat angrily. Weighing the token in his hand, Zuohong looked at the old man in the gray robe and Jiang Ying with a playful expression. Let me make it clearer, even if he is indeed a heinous spy today, my 7 Kills Hall will protect him, so you can stop being a nuisance in front of me. Unreasonable. The old man in the gray robe rarely got angry, but didn't dare to say anything too harsh, only managing to scold in a flowery manner. Su Zhang in the VIP seat showed excitement but quickly broke into a cold sweat. At this moment, no matter which side he stood on, he would offend the other side, so the wisest choice was to say less, make fewer mistakes, and simply keep quiet. However, seeing that elder from the 7 Kills Guild so protective of Lin Chen, he felt overjoyed, wishing he could immediately befriend Lin Chen and flatter him. As long as the other party was willing, he wouldn't mind being a little brother. The others in the room looked on with envy. The current 7 Kills Guild ranks among the top, and anyone who can join this guild is essentially leaping over the Dragon Gate, representing a life-changing opportunity that all the geniuses and prodigies from the 5 major regions dream of, but cannot attain. On ordinary days, the big shots from Nanchang and Jiangchang wouldn't even dare to imagine that an elder from a top guild would descend upon a small place like Nanchang, and even in front of them. recruit an unidentified person into the guild. That was my chance.
On the arena, Jiang Mingjie lay on the ground in despair, his body limp as he crawled down step by step, unable to muster even a shred of fighting
spirit.
This was hardly a new student martial arts examination. It could be described as a life and death calamity for the geniuses of Zhongcheng. If he managed to escape unscathed, it was merely the grace of the heavens, allowing the Night Watchman to intervene early. Otherwise, facing Lin Chen, the great demon king, summoning a god, even a single lord-level monster could crush all the geniuses of Jiangcheng or even flatten the
entire city.
Thinking of this, Jiang Mingjie crawled down from the arena, his face filled with despair as he said, I concede.
Mingjie, you lost without injustice.
Lin Chen is a senior, even I, as the dean, would
undoubtedly lose if I stepped onto the stage. Dean Allen encouraged Jiang Mingjie, who was in a low mood and had a negative mindset.
Unexpectedly, Lin Chen erupted completely. He took out a first-class merit medal
directly. Then, he removed his starry robe and glared at the mage, saying, Open your eyes and see, what kind of spy am I? Which spy could obtain a first-class merit medal issued by the Lanzhou government? As a local new student from Nanchang in the Dragon District, I'm level 1, and I can't go to the Blackwater Marsh? I'm level 17, and I can't go to the Dreaming Marsh? Level 40 can't go to the Withered Domain? To add a crime, what excuse is there to not have one? Your official organization in Lanzhou has truly opened my eyes. Bang! That medal, symbolizing Lanzhou's honor, was heavily slammed onto the ground. The old man in the gray robe stared intently at the medal, then looked back at Lin Chen, instantly struck as if by lightning. Beside him, Jiang Ying's eyes widened as he bent down and carefully picked up the medal with both hands. This was a prestigious merit that Lanzhou could hardly produce more than 4 in an entire year. The person they suspected of being a spy actually had one. How absurd! It was like slapping their own provincial leaders in the face. Jiang Ying, who had always prided herself on being upright and guilt-free, held the medal, which was more like a hot potato than an honor, looking like a little girl who had done something wrong, her eyes red as she glanced at the furious Lin Chen, then secretly peeked at the old man in the gray robe. When she saw him close his eyes slightly with a deep expression, her heart sank into despair. Who would have thought that a person capable of commanding deities was merely a new student? If this got out, no one would believe it. The people present exchanged glances, their expressions extremely vivid. I'm sorry, I really didn't expect you to be a new student, I'm sorry. At this moment, Jiang Ying wished she could bow her head and apologize to Lin Chen. She stammered her apologies, feeling that things were about to get serious, and tears streamed down her face. The old man in the gray robe remained silent, his expression dark as he slightly closed his eyes. Ha ha ha, good. Old mage of the withered wood, you've really lived like a dog, not even using your true sight to take a look. Now you're regretting it, right? Elder Zhuahan laughed gleefully, pointing at the old man in the gray robe with a hint of smugness. The people from Jiangcheng were bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What was going on? The old mage could also make mistakes? With suspicion, everyone began to use detection scrolls to check Lin Chen's personal information. Lin Chen faction, hero, stage 2, occupation, divine judge level, LV.108, second transition physical strength, 110980 magic power, 256107 strength, 16230 agility, 27963 combat power assessment, 217 stars. Holy cow, he really is a second transition newcomer. What kind of occupation is divine judge? It sounds so impressive. Can't find any information, it's probably a hidden profession. No wonder he can summon such powerful entities. Lin Chen is indeed wronged. The Night Watchers are being too domineering, falsely accusing a hero of Lanzhou as an interdimensional spy. It's truly despicable. A first-class merit. Only those who have shed blood for Lanzhou or have outstanding achievements can be awarded this medal. This is really disheartening. Keep your voice down. The Night Watchers are a top guild supported by the authorities, not something we small fries can provoke. A prodigy. No, a monster. He's just a little monster. Lanzhou is about to crown a new king. A new king? It's possible, but it seems like both sides are about to turn hostile. At this moment, the students and teachers from both cities transformed into onlookers, whispering among themselves. While they were shocked by Lin Chen's terrifying potential, they also felt a sense of injustice for him. Clearly, he was a great hero hidden in plain sight, yet he was unjustly labeled by the Night Watchers. Was there some kind of grudge between the two sides? Otherwise, how could an elder of the Night Watchers, one of the governor of Lanzhou's trusted aides, commit such a disgraceful act? Suddenly, the elder of the Night Watchers opened his eyes, calmly looking at Lin Chen and said, "You are impressive. From today onwards, Jiang Ying is stripped of his Night Watcher identity and permanently expelled from Lanzhou. The local inspection department is exempt from duties and will have half of its funding cut each year until there are significant achievements." Jiang Ying's face suddenly turned pale, and he turned to the elder, slightly bowing. Jiang Ying accepts the punishment. Watching their performance, Elder Zhuahong of the 7 kills suddenly scoffed, "Elder, are we just going to let our guild's little brother be wronged like this? Does he not care about his reputation?" The gray-robed Elder's expression stiffened, gritting his teeth as he glanced at Zuahong, then at Lin Chen, his voice cold. "The summoner, are you not satisfied?" As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of pressure surged forth. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting. "Though the matter isn't big, if a mistake is made, one must admit it. You can't just brush it off by dealing with unrelated personnel. Apologize sincerely to me, and I will not hold this against you today." It was unclear whether he was relying on the support of the elder from the Seven Kills Guild or if Lin Chen had the confidence to face the wrath of an 8th transition mage, but he unexpectedly took the initiative, standing tall and speaking coldly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, causing the robes of those present to rustle loudly. The wind and sand blurred people's eyes, and some lower-level students, like Xiaoyan, were even swept up and thrown into the air. The scene erupted into chaos. Behind the gray-robed elder, the sky darkened like the bottom of a pot, revealing purple lightning coiling like a dragon, rolling and twisting in the dark sea, provoking a thunderous rage as if the end of the world had arrived, rumbling. In an instant, the sky behind the gray-robed elder transformed into a web of dense crimson lightning, terrifyingly fierce. Yet the expression on his face revealed a hint of kindness and warmth. "Young man, one must leave room for others." In contrast to the dark sky behind the elder, the sunlight was bright and clear behind Lin Chen. Elder Zuahong of the 7 Kills narrowed his eyes. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his starry robe unruffled. Seeing his calm demeanor, he exuded an aura of unyielding dominance, as if he were unmoved by the tides of desire from all directions. The others at the scene did not possess his strong composure. Some were thrown back, tumbling in disarray, while others crawled on the ground with faces full of fear, or wept and begged the old mage for mercy. But without exception, they all felt genuine admiration and shock at Lin Chen's upright figure. Just the mere pressure emanating from the old mage was enough to nearly break them. It was hard to imagine what Lin Chen, at the center of the storm, must be feeling. "Are you going to fight? My guild summoning god is willing to give you a chance to apologize, which is a privilege. If you dare to accept the 7 kill order, let's both report to our guild leaders right now. If we don't fight to the death, it won't be satisfying." Elder Zuahong, feeling embarrassed in front of Lin Chen, directly issued a harsh threat. "Add me to that." Lin Chen fanned the flames. Since he had already joined a top-tier guild, why should he fear an old mage of the Night Watch? Wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of the 7 kill world? Wouldn't he be ridiculed by outsiders? His confidence grew stronger. Hearing their threats, the old mage's eyes, glowing with a green light, suddenly burst forth with a surge of foul air. He took a deep look at Lin Chen, then glanced warily at Zuahong, and suddenly bowed to Lin Chen, saying, "I apologize, esteemed summoning god." In the end, in the clash of momentum, the old mage was clearly at a disadvantage. But as for true combat power, that could only be determined through battle. Ding! You have received an invitation from the 7 Kill World Guild. Ding! You have successfully joined the 7 Kill World Guild. Ding! You enjoy member benefits and attribute enhancements. Ding! Monthly Resurrection Altar activated. Ding! Triggered Guild Altar attribute enhancement. Ding! Experience increased by 500%. Ding! All attributes increased by 50%. Ding! Mana recovery increased by 500%. Ding! Health recovery increased by 500%. Ding! Luck increased by 370 points. Ding! Critical hit rate increased by 480%. Note, enhancement based on base critical rate. Ding! Movement speed increased by 500%. Ding! Attack speed increased by 200%. Ding! Casting speed increased by 200%. Ding! Fire resistance increased by 27%. Ding! Frost resistance increased by 27%. Hearing the continuous notification sounds in his ears, Lin Chen finally understood the value of the top guild in the Dragon region. A trusted aide of a governor, the old mage who had watched the world change, actually apologized to a freshman from Tianan Academy, even though the other party was a summoning god. The disparity in prestige and status in the Dragon region was still astonishing and shocking. They watched the old mage leave calmly, and deep down, they all understood that from this day forward, the Night Watch and the 7 Kill Guild had completely formed a grudge because of Lin Chen. But what outsiders didn't know was that at this moment, the old mage felt not only the anger of humiliation but also a hint of regret and loneliness. If he had known in advance that the true identity of that summoning god was merely a student, then there would have been no entanglement with the 7 Kill Guild, and the Night Watch would have gained a potential prodigy. "Jiang Ing, you must be thrown into a death cell," the old mage roared violently in his heart. This esteemed elder from Lansao had never lost his composure like this before. "Boss Lin, although your starting point is very high, your level is still low. Are you interested in coming to our Longhua Academy? You can propose any benefits, and as long as our academy can afford it, we will agree." "Isn't that nonsense? So the conditions are whatever the person wants, and whether they get it depends on your mood?" The admissions staff from the capital's academy looked disdainfully at the man in a suit who was being overly attentive to Lin Chen, mocking him. "You!" The man was furious, adjusting his tie, too. lazy to waste words with an old rival. He said directly, with Lin's potential right here, starting off as a summoner god, tell me, what are the conditions? At that moment, a beautiful lady from the Magic City Academy, her eyes curved with a smile, said, Lin, our academy guarantees a girlfriend for you, and there are beauties everywhere. We offer you a scholarship of 1 billion every year, plus 5 tickets to the Super Treasure Secret Realm. Hearing her flirtatious words, the middle-aged man from Jiangbei Academy couldn't sit still and angrily retorted, what do you take Lin for? Do you think he would be swayed just because your female students are pretty? Who are you insulting here? Lin Chen sniffed and shamelessly replied, that could work. The people from Jiangbei Academy were left dumbfounded. The representatives from the capital City Academy quickly said, with your conditions, even the goddess of the church would introduce herself if she took a liking to our academy. The Nine Turns Dean will personally make the connections. As the competition grew fiercer, the people from Manhwa Academy also racked their brains. On top of what the capital City Academy offers, we will add another 5 billion, giving you a scholarship of 15 billion every year, along with a set of legendary summoning equipment with no level restrictions. You will also have multiple opportunities to enter the Treasure Secret Realm every year. Hearing such exaggerated recruitment conditions, all the admissions staff present were left speechless. Those neglected students, including Jiangqing's top genius Jiang Mingjie, stood aside, enviously drooling, casting jealous glances at Lin Chen. While few were interested in their side, Lin Chen's side was crowded with admissions staff from the top 5 districts. All the attention was stolen by that new summoner god, leaving them standing there like clowns, enviously green with desire. Comparing people really is infuriating. Then it's Longhua Academy, Lin Chen said calmly. The other academy representatives immediately looked dejected and dispersed in a hurry. Only the Longhua Academy staff remained, their faces filled with joy as they extended their hands, warmly shaking Lin Chen's hand, thinking to themselves that the position of the admissions office director was surely theirs now. The director of the admissions office at a prestigious academy is a lucrative position. Even if they recruit 10 talented students, it might not be their turn, but as long as they successfully recruit Lin Chen, the current director would have to step down. The reason is simple. As a new summoner god, Lin Chen has an astonishing starting point and immense potential. Furthermore, he is allied with the top-tier 7-kill guild in the Long District, which is also a force not to be underestimated. The two factors complement each other, resulting in the rare scene of top academies from the 5 districts competing for one person. Typically, it is the students who showcase their skills and charm to get noticed, rather than being treated like a group of sycophants as they are with Lin Chen. Are you the Frost Mage? What level are you? Why do you want to enter a prestigious academy this year? A representative from the not-so-top-tier Rising Sun Academy raised an eyebrow, crossing their arms, and scrutinized Lian Shiyun with a judging expression. Lian Shiyun nervously clutched her clothes, weakly saying, my brother is also in your academy, so I wanted to see if I could be chosen by you early. What do you think? Level 24 is too low, and you haven't even advanced yet, so your potential isn't apparent, the admissions representative said. Upon hearing that her brother was also in the Rising Sun Academy, their attitude improved noticeably, but they still politely declined. In this vast world, with so many geniuses, there are countless examples like Shang Zhongyang. The admissions staff are also afraid of recruiting a seemingly brilliant talent who later proves to be lacking. This not only increases the burden on the academy behind them but also damages their reputation. Shiyun, have you talked to your academy yet? At that moment, Lin Chen walked over to Lian Shiyun with a smile. In this academy, the only 2 friends he was familiar with were her and Amu. Now, as everyone is about to go their separate ways, Lin Chen just wanted to come over and say a quick hello, nothing more. After all, 3 years of camaraderie as classmates shouldn't end like strangers, appearing and disappearing without leaving a trace. You know Lin Daolao? The admissions officer from the Rising Sun Academy, seeing Lin Chen smiling as he approached Lian Shiyun, immediately replaced his previously expressionless face with a polite smile. Yes, she's my friend. Lin Chen nodded at the person, then turned to Lian Shiyun, his eyes clear as he extended his hands and said, Class monitor, let's have a hug before we part ways. I hope you have smooth sailing in the future. Oh, okay, sure. Perhaps not. Expecting Lin Chen to remember her, the little class monitor, after his rise to fame, she hurriedly extended her arms and gently hugged Lin Chen, feeling a warmth in her heart. Seeing this scene, the nearby admissions officer immediately had a change of heart, looking at Lian Shiyun with a much warmer attitude than before, saying enthusiastically, you should have mentioned you were friends with Lin Daolao. With that connection, your future achievements are limitless. Our academy welcomes your joining at any time. Really? Thank you so much. Lian Shiyun gratefully glanced at Lin Chen's departing figure, then bowed to the admissions officer. After chatting with Amu for a few moments, Lin Chen waved at him and strode off, following the elder of the 7 Killers Guild. Lin Chen, I wish you smooth sailing too. He waved goodbye, bringing closure to the moment.
This chapter of Lin Chen's not-so-memorable high school life came to an end. Yang Meng, who had been a bystander since the martial arts exam, transformed into a not-so-professional little reporter holding a magical camera and snapping shots of Lin Chen's figure. Then, with a slightly disappointed expression, she uploaded the photos to Summoners Forum. Edited content. After three-headed mage king, Lin Chen has unknowingly raised 5 level 99 slime kings, using only slimes to suppress all the geniuses in Jiang City. Even an old mage showed up midway to expose Lin Chen's 3 mysterious summon lords. The little grass elder's magical camera was too poor, only capturing his 5 slime kings. I'm sorry everyone. Attached gallery. Bowing in apology JPG, Slime King JPG, Lin Chen JPG. This post quickly became popular within half an hour, garnering hundreds of comments. Yang Meng kept refreshing the post, patiently replying to each comment. Is this the cute slime? I'm a newbie summoner, don't trick me, okay? My goodness, what kind of person can raise a slime into such a monster? So scary. Too strong. Lin Chen, you always bring something different to everyone. I thought the Mage King was already incredible, but seeing the Slime King left me dumbfounded. Why does Lin Chen's summon creatures exude such a perverse aura? Slime dogs aren't even needed. Sorry, wrong place, I was cursing the low-level slimes. Is it true? Can slimes really be raised to level 99? And why does the king in the photo look so different from the ones I encounter in the wild? It looks like a demon-type slime? Why is my slime just a tiny lump? What cultivation method did the big shot use? Please, explain. Wow, I think I've seen this state on a certain vice president of a summoning guild. Seems like invasion? Such an impressive special summoning effect. Usually only seen on top-tier gems and artifacts. Damn, not only powerful but also wealthy, even able to pull off such divine skills. I'm crying with envy. No wonder someone who can summon 3-headed mage kings can refresh my understanding of these ornamental creatures again. Please quickly update Lin Lao's detail information. I want to go and apprentice under him. Who is that woman hugging Lin Lao like that? Sisters, it seems I have no chance now. What are the 3 major lord creatures? If you need money, just say so, we'll sponsor you. Isn't it just bullying newcomers with max-level summons? What's there to show off? Just as Yang Meng was about to turn off her phone, she suddenly received a comment that made her a bit angry, and she replied, Lin Chen is only 18 this year. He just awakened not long ago, so what's wrong with participating in the martial arts exam? Immediately, someone replied, you're kidding, right? If he just awakened not long ago, I'll eat shit upside down. The user who had been mocking Lin Chen, Xingyan Xiaolong, disdainfully replied, you internet scammers just love to put on a show. He's clearly an old-school summoner pretending to be young to attract the attention of newbie summoners, just to harvest benefits later. Yang Meng picked up her phone and clenched her fist, quickly typing a reply, you can slander me, but don't slander Lin Chen. He has always been passively photographed by me. If you really don't believe it, go ask about Lin Chen at Tiannan Academy in Nan City. Xingyan Xiaolong, ask about him? What's he worth? Just a waste hiding behind the internet marketing. Just wait, once his fan count goes up, there will definitely be a wave of harvesting. You're all just leaks, haha. Shunlong replied to Qinyan Bailong, aren't you just a waste hiding behind the internet? If you have the guts, go compare with Lin Lao, don't just bark here. Elina, I recognize this account, seems like someone from the Summoner Guild, a first-rate guild? Yang Meng, unable to hold back her anger, immediately retorted, Lin Chen is from the 7 Kills Guild. I just didn't dare to photograph that great mage, otherwise, I would have scared you to death. Xingyan Xiaolong replied to Zaya Kaowing, stop bragging here. The 7 Kills Guild never accepts summoners. If you don't believe it, go check the recruitment notice of the 7 Kills Guild. It clearly states they only recruit strong attack-type professions. Summoners are just trash in their eyes. Before you brag, can you at least check the facts? It's quite awkward. Xingyan Xiaolong became even more assertive. Everyone can see clearly, this person is just a trash who scams fans online, definitely not a newbie. I tell you, she must have a marketing team behind her. The person on camera is a professional model, specifically for you brainless female fans, and the one who summoned the 3-headed mage and the king-level slime must be someone else, or a collaboration of multiple specialized summoners. Linglong Xiaojian, wow, no wonder you're the first person to debunk in the forum. After you said that, it's really chilling to think about. Ijin Zhan Sangxiong, it seems so. What kind of existence is the 7 Kills Guild? How could they recruit a summoner at the bottom of the professional hierarchy? Zaya Kaowing, you can't really be a scammer, right? Longtime fan Daok Xinziai expressed skepticism. Debunking requires evidence. At least she has pictures from a magical camera. What about you? Just relying on your mouth to spread rumors. Do you think you can erase all her honors? Rational observer Yang Jia, I suggest Xiaolong go to Nine City directly. We can all share the travel expenses and then the truth will be revealed, right? Xingyan Xiaolong, you don't need to pay for the travel expenses. I didn't want to get involved, but the original poster insists on being stubborn. Fine, I'll bring people over tomorrow. Original poster, don't run away.
I'll live stream the debunking, and I guarantee I'll stomp that carefully packaged genius underfoot. Awesome, no wonder you're from the Summoner Guild, your words are so tough. I'll support. For now, but I won't take sides, whoever wins takes all. Wow, are the big shots from the Summoner Guild really going to show up? If Lin Shen is really a package loser, I beg the big shots to tear him apart. So exciting, I love this kind of real debunking. It's probably just mutual hype. When the time comes, the live broadcast will definitely have us go to other platforms. This dog is cursing others for traffic monetization while he himself is getting into the game. Due to the emergence of the anti-fraud person, this post, which originally only became popular within the site, quickly spread to other platforms. Many onlookers, eager for drama, rushed in to stir the pot, throwing all sorts of mud at Lin Shen, and then impersonating the black fans of that Summoner Guild, wildly questioning his motives and intentions. Soon, without Lin Shen knowing, he was labeled by netizens as a web idol and packaged person, while the one who claimed to go after the fraud, Qing Yan Xiaolong, also received new nicknames like Coward and All Talk, which only served to infuriate him. That afternoon, in order to quell the rhythm stirred up by the black fans, Qing Yan Xiaolong directly posted a public challenge in the Tieba to the newcomer King Lin Shen, declaring that he could crush the opposing team within 3 moves, with all passers-by and summoners in the site as witnesses. At this point, both sides were already in a situation they couldn't back out of. Yang Meng squatted on the ground, silently sobbing in despair. She really hadn't expected things to suddenly evolve like this. If Lin Shen, still in the dark, found out, he would definitely be angry and punch himself into the ground. Nancheng, City Lord's mansion. Lin Shen stood on the observation platform, gazing at the distant city walls. Accompanying him were Su Zhang and Elder Zhua. Elder Zhua, may I ask you a question? If I were to duel that old mage, do I stand a chance? Lin Shen curiously turned his head and asked Elder Zhua. Su Zhang's eyelids twitched. Wildly, he kept his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, pretending he hadn't heard. Elder Zhua frowned and thought for a moment, before saying, on the surface, you have the strength to fight, but in divine-level battles, there are too many factors involved. There's combat experience, skill accumulation, understanding of skills, life-saving items, quick-kill combos, or even the ultimate forbidden spells that can take out an enemy in one hit, or special weapons that can instantly turn the tide. All of these are part of the calculation. After a pause, he continued, to look at just one aspect is an insult to the divine level, and the same applies to you. I believe, besides having an angelic deity, you must have other trump cards? After saying this, Elder Zhua glanced at the divine staff in Lin Shen's hand. Although its details were not immediately apparent, the aura of annihilation it emitted made it clear that it was an extraordinary weapon. Lin Shen instinctively tightened his grip on the staff, revealing a thoughtful expression. It seems I have been shallow. No, you are still young, your starting point is higher than anyone else's, and the road ahead is long. Now that you have joined my 7-kill guild, you certainly can't be without a welcoming gift. Withdrawing his appreciative gaze from Lin Shen, Elder Zhua clapped his hands, and a white-haired girl with special chains on her hands immediately walked in from outside. She walked up the stairs, her head bowed in fear and unease, the chains on her hands swaying slightly, producing a faint metallic scraping sound. Seeing her skin so pale it reflected light, Lin Shen guessed she should be Caucasian, but when he saw her 2 pairs of pointed elf ears, he became uncertain. Lin Shen, this is your first welcoming gift. Elder Zhua casually glanced at the girl and said with a light laugh, now that you have the strength to hold your own and have joined my 7-kill guild, you naturally need a few servants for protection. Her name is Elizaveta, just call her Eliza. She is a defeated captive, held by my 7-kill guild, a level 78 elven chef, very suitable for a young man like you to have by your side, warming your bed when it's cold and your stomach when you're hungry. He smiled meaningfully. Lin Shen became interested and began to size up the timid chef girl. She wore an old white dress, with white hair and pale skin, and upon closer inspection, she resembled a pure, uncut jade. Paired with her delicate, 3-dimensional features, she appeared so beautiful that she seemed almost otherworldly, evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld her, and a feeling of inadequacy in those who touched her. Could this truly be a lowly British war captive? Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. If it weren't for Elder Zhua's prior notice, he would have suspected that this girl was a princess from some royal family, at the very least a well-bred young lady, spoiled and pampered, for her skin was simply too tender, and her demeanor exuded a kind of nobility that seemed to transcend the mundane world. The second one, also a war captive from the Sakura district, is a culinary wolf I carefully selected. She's just a half-beast cat-eared cook. If you don't like her, you can choose someone from the guild's main city yourself. As he spoke, Elder Zhua glanced at the black-clad girl with both ankle and wrist chains, who was approaching with a face full of hostility. Alright, Elder Zhua, I appreciate your kindness, but let's skip the cook. I'm currently busy leveling up and really don't have time to sample their skills, Lin Shen said, both amused and exasperated. Elder Zhua shook his head, saying, these 2 cooks are essential for logistics. Besides which, capable man doesn't have a few close aides at home? Rest assured, they both come from respectable backgrounds, ordinary members. Wouldn't enjoy the same treatment as you. I specifically requested the highest quality defeated captives from the guild's logistics department. The white-haired one is a princess from a certain lost clan, and the black-haired one is the illegitimate daughter of a second-rate guild leader from the Sakura district. Here are their master-servant contracts. Beside him, Su Zhang was envious and chimed in, such high-quality cooks are 1 in a million. Lin Chen took the 2 contracts and tore them up on the spot. This action left everyone present momentarily stunned. The 2 captives also displayed expressions of disbelief. Before they could voice their confusion, Lin Chen looked at the 2 captives and calmly said, "If you are willing to follow me, then from today on, you are mine. If not, you can return from whence you came. Elder Zhua, you can draft a new contract later. I can't say I look down on that thing, but I really dislike the old feudal ways." Upon hearing his words, the 2 cooks fell silent. Elder Zhua looked at Lin Chen's profile, a deep admiration shining in his eyes. "Truly worthy of being the young supreme, you indeed possess this kind of pride. I was the one who overstepped. Very well, this is the last gift I have for you, which has gathered dust here for many years, finally finding a worthy recipient." He took out a deep purple skill book and handed it to Lin Chen. Seeing it was a skill book, Lin Chen's heart stirred and he accepted it with both hands. 9 Dragons Chariot. 9 Dragons Chariot consumes 20,000 magic power to summon a chariot pulled by 9-headed ghost dragons. No damage or special effects, duration of 2 hours, cooldown time of half an hour. After reading the detailed information about the skill, Lin Chen felt a slight disappointment. He had expected it to be a damage-type skill book, but instead, it was a mount skill that merely added to his collection. However, he still sincerely clasped his hands in thanks, saying, "This skill book perfectly fills the gap of my lack of flying items. I won't be polite with you, Elder. If you ever need my help in the future, I will never refuse." Elder Zhua nodded with a kind smile, clearly pleased with Lin Chen's attitude. Such a gifted prodigy, yet without a trace of the arrogance typical of youth, was truly rare. This was also the fundamental reason why Elder Zhua was eager to befriend him and draw him closer. It should be noted that an ordinary member of the 7 Kills Guild, even with a welcome gift, would at most receive 1 or 2 pieces of ordinary equipment. No one would be like Lin Chen, who suddenly gained the favor of an elder and was gifted 2 chefs that would make anyone envious. "I am willing to follow you, and I willingly want to be your servant." When the silver-haired girl secretly glanced at Lin Chen's handsome appearance, she instantly dismissed the thought of returning to that cage filled with villains and obediently knelt before Lin Chen, her voice sorrowful. In fact, as long as their eyes weren't blind, they wouldn't give up on a young talent like Lin Chen to return to a hell that treated them like objects and livestock. The cold-faced girl in black still stood in place but also very obediently said softly, "I am willing too." At the moment of parting, Elders was suddenly looked at Lin Chen and said seriously, "You have the qualification to touch the core position of the guild. The benefits and treatment enjoyed by ordinary members, along with the altar bonuses, are all halved. Only by becoming an elder can you reap the full rewards. Moreover, if you become an elder of the 7 Kills Guild, it means you have entered the upper echelons of power. Every word, every small action could cause upheaval and even rewrite the fate of millions. Do you have the confidence to accept the test? Or do you willingly want to continue as an ordinary member in the identity of a summoner?" Elder's gaze suddenly sharpened, staring intently at Lin Chen, trying to read something from his face. Lin Chen slowly raised his head and calmly said, "Naturally, I want to become an elder. If there's an opportunity, I even want to climb to a higher position." "Good. You have the right temperament." A compliment. A smile finally returned to Elder's face. "In that case, before we begin the Elder's test, I will ask you one last question." Lin Chen showed an expression of eager attention. Beside him, Su Zhang's heart was pounding wildly, like a drum in his chest. Was he about to touch the core power of the 7 Kills Guild? A surge of regret welled up in Su Zhang's heart, making his breathing a bit hurried. If he had known that Lin Chen not only could join the 7 Kills but also had the qualifications to become an elder, he should have done his utmost to win him over, instead of being petty and gambling with him back then. What qualifications did his pathetic guild have to extend an invitation to Lin Chen? Just thinking about it made him feel embarrassed. Now he must be dumbfounded. Even if he knocked his head against the wall, he probably wouldn't win Lin Chen's favor anymore. Lord Su was brainstorming beside him, regretting that he wanted to cry. Elder Zhua focused all his attention on Lin Chen, his deep-set eyes asking, "What do you think is the mission of a job changer, or rather, the value of existence?" Without thinking, Lin Chen blurted out, "To live well, to let my dad have a good life, not to work from dawn to dusk, and to live a leisurely life like the big shots on TV." Hearing this unexpected answer, Elder Zhua felt as if he had swallowed a live fly, feeling stifled and uncomfortable. He had originally thought Lin Chen would speak grandly or deliver a righteous speech about saving the suffering, caring for the people, changing the region. changing the world, and other lofty goals to earn the elder's favor. Who would have thought that this kid not only didn't fall for it, but was genuinely terrifying? Elder's old face felt a bit embarrassed and he coughed lightly to cover it up, turning away. What you said isn't wrong. It's just, your awareness needs to be lowered. Our guild is willing to cultivate you, and that's aimed at achieving great things. Look at the current 5 major regions. The dragon region is caught between enemies and everyone wants to take a step in. Although our guild is also stepping in, you must understand that we are from the old dragon kingdom, bearing the heavy responsibility of revival of this lineage. To put it more bluntly, those who are not members of our guild will have different intentions. In this world, only our guild is the orthodox one. Do you understand? Elder's expression became serious as he looked at Lin Chen and said earnestly. Lin Chen gasped, locking eyes with Elder's for a moment, suddenly feeling as if he had entered a den of thieves and boarded a pirate ship. Seeing him silent for a long time, Elder's said coldly, do you know who the district chief of the dragon region is now? That dark-skinned dog. The Federation is purely disgusting. Us. Do you think he should be killed? Yes. A surge of anger rose in Lin Chen's eyes. Beside him, Su Zheng trembled, instinctively, covering his ears and moving further away from them. Wait, the Elder's test you mentioned, it wouldn't be an assassination, would it? Lin Chen's eyes widened suddenly, staring in disbelief at Elder's back. What are you thinking? What I want to express, as long as you understand, don't overthink it. Elder's reminded him in a deep voice. Then he sent Lin Chen the Elder assessment task personally issued by the Vice President. Lin Chen felt as if he were in a dream. The conversation with Elders was still echoing in his mind. He had a feeling that the days ahead would drift further away from tranquility. Ding! You have received a guild-exclusive task. Do you accept? Lost in thought, Lin Chen chose to accept and then carefully reviewed the Elder's promotion. Task content: go to the Forbidden Land of the North and find the whereabouts of Snowstorm City. Task objective: none. Task reward: 7 kill order. Time limit: 6 months. Seeing this brief task content and the absence of any written task objectives, Lin Chen fell into confusion. Elders was slowly turned around, gazing at Lin Chen for a moment. This is a test that every elder will face, evaluated personally by the Vice President to determine if you are qualified. And remember what I just said, it is crucial for your future guild career. Good luck, Junior. Elders turned and flew away without hesitation. Lin Chen watched his suddenly departing figure, growing increasingly silent. Beside him, Su Zhang, with a fawning expression, took out a brand new set of transformation attire from his backpack. Young Master Lin, this is a set of summoner transformation attire worth hundreds of millions, called the Star River Guardian. I noticed you particularly like wearing this starry robe, so I had my brother procure it from other cities. You must accept it, otherwise, it will just rot in my hands and I probably won't be able to sell it. After all, a summoner like you is a rarity in the entire lands. How? Such hospitality was hard to refuse. Hearing him say this, Lin Chen could only accept it helplessly, then cupped his hands and said, I will remember Lord Su's support for me. Perhaps, not expecting that Lin Chen would still be so polite to him now, Su Zhang was taken aback and quickly waved his hand. Young Master Lin, no, Elder Lin, it is my fortune to be able to connect you. Please don't say such formal words. Leaving the Lord's mansion. On the way back, Lin Chen walked slowly in front, with 2 beautiful girls, one black and one white, following him obediently, instantly attracting the attention of many passers-by. Similarly, Lin Chen, now dressed in the Star River Guardian attire, left faint starry remnants in his wake, whether in silhouette or footprints, revealing the mysterious scenes of the universe. The forbidden staff in his hand, influenced by the transformation attire, also turned into a magnificent piece of equipment adorned with countless brilliant stars and various celestial bodies. This was undoubtedly astonishing for a newcomer transitioning to a new class, instantly attracting countless admiring gazes. They would even chase after Lin Chen after he left, crouching down to observe the billions of stars in the starlit footprints. That person must be a big shot. It's terrifying, just the footprints can leave such a phenomenon. If you were from a wealthy family, you could be like him. What are you talking about? Since he's not short on money, he must be a powerful big shot. Sigh, when will I ever have his kind of strength? It's so cool. The girl behind the big shot is too beautiful. And there's even a foreign girl. What a lucky guy. That girl in white has legs for days. Is this the simple and unadorned life of a big shot? Damn, I'm so envious I could cry. Cat ears, elves, and all are chefs. They really know how to have fun. Wow. Back home, Lin Chengdong looked at the 2 stunning beauties Lin Chen had brought back, his eyes nearly popping out. The 2 chefs were quite self-aware. One actively helped Lin Chen tidy up the room, while the other honestly went to buy groceries and cook. Transmigrators also need food to replenish their basic stamina, and some high-level foods can even increase certain attributes and replenish magical power, so Lin Chen didn't mind having 2 very good cooks by his side. Watching the busy girl in the black dress, a hint of shock and relief suddenly appeared on Lin Chengdong's wrinkled, thin face. He pulled Lin Chen into the next room and chuckled softly. You finally wised up, but isn't it a bit too much to bring home all at once? They don't seem to like talking. Have you bullied them? Are they jealous of each other? Your dad is very open-minded. I can accept a few more daughters-in-law. If I can hold my grandson early, brother, you'll be the great contributor to our family, and this cold, quiet home can be lively. After hearing his words, Lin Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Once the food was on the table, Eliza stood obediently to the side, resembling a maid from some wealthy family, appearing very reserved and cautious. The girl in the black dress, Xuan Ai, stood guard outside the living room. As Lin Qingdong passed by her, he couldn't help but remind her, come to the table for dinner? The girl in the black dress looked shocked, but since it was a command from her master's father, she had to obey and sat down with Lin Qingdong. What country's cuisine is this? The table was filled with colorful dishes that almost made Lin Chen want to vomit. There were dead mice rolling in a greenish broth, unknown meatworms sprawled on flatbreads, and the most nauseating was the sashimi live medicine, which was nothing more than a puddle of slimy liquid resembling a slug, continuously wriggling and crawling out of the plate. It was hard to imagine how such a graceful beauty as the white-haired girl could create such disgusting and visually shocking so-called dishes. Lin Qingdong dropped his chopsticks in fright and looked at the fair-skinned girl in white, saying, "Can you really cook?" Questioned by the master's father, the girl in white felt a bit anxious and trembled as she replied, "I'm a second-tier elf chef. These are dishes that can quickly replenish energy and magical power. Are you not satisfied?" Seeing the pitiful sister being bullied by her new master, the girl in the black dress quickly picked up a piece of slug body, then turned pale as she tried to swallow it, suddenly looking as if facing a great enemy, covering her mouth and running outside. No wonder, the elf race's recipes are indeed unreliable. Lin Qingdong didn't blame anyone, he just felt a bit sorry for the thousands he spent on groceries. Walking down the street, Yang Mang felt as if she had lost her soul, struggling internally over whether to tell Lin Chen that the little green caterpillar from the Summoners Guild would soon arrive in South City. She feared that if she spoke up, she would not only face Lin Chen's disdain but also attract unnecessary trouble. After all, Lin Chen today is no longer the same as before. He is now a member of the top guild in the Dragon District. With a snap of his fingers, he could easily kill her and her family behind her. She wasn't worried about the arrival of that little caterpillar, firmly believing that Lin Chen was invincible. Even if he had to rely on the strength of his guild, it would still be a complete victory over that so-called Summoner Guild. The real conflict within her was her avoidance of responsibility and her fear of Lin Chen. Even though she was his loyal fan, a little admirer. Just as Yang Mang was lost in thought, a sudden air raid siren blared over South City. Buzz! Outside the century-old walls of South City, several dark hordes of beasts suddenly surged forth. They came from the Forbidden Zone several miles away, seemingly driven out by some monster, increasing in number as they rushed towards the city gates in the northwest and southwest directions, panicking and charging forward. The city's military and the idle job changers within the city quickly arrived at the scene, engaging in battle with the small groups of beasts that were breaking through. This was a rare opportunity for them to gain experience. Moreover, the residents of the city had long been accustomed to such low-probability events. As long as there wasn't a large-scale beast tide, it was hard to pose a threat to South City. In fact, not many people cared about the battles outside the city. After all, such life-and-death struggles with monsters were happening daily in dungeons and secret realms. Sir, the frontline soldiers have investigated the cause of the beast horde. Speak. A school officer on the city tower stood on one foot on a stone pedestal, frowning as he looked ahead. The communications soldier reported, in an abandoned pond 6 kilometers outside the city, a three-headed crystal giant python has appeared, belonging to the 4th sequence world boss, at level 250. Due to the strong territorial signal it emitted, the beasts in the forbidden area went into a frenzy and fled. I guessed as much. The seasoned officer relaxed his brow. Let those freelancers deal with such minor disturbances. As long as the monster doesn't enter the city, we won't take responsibility. Also, inform the Archer Legion to secretly guard that world boss. It must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Understood. The communications soldier quickly left. Shortly after, the city's military also swiftly withdrew from the battlefield, deciding to only defend the city walls. This left those job changers who wanted to take advantage of the chaos in despair. One side wanted to resolve the issues outside the city without losing a single soldier, aiming for the best results. The other side wanted the city's military to take the lead so they could follow behind to steal monsters or loot treasures. With both sides unwilling to suffer losses, a ridiculous scene unfolded with small groups of beasts at the city's gates. Damn it, I'm done playing. The city's military is too useless. Retreat, retreat, let's not do the officials' work. These people are just a bunch of vampires. Whoever wants to go ahead. I wonder if South City can still hold. Let's all go for the world boss. Together, don't touch the small monsters, just let them charge through the canyon. We'll see who gets anxious first, us or the city's military. What the boss said makes sense. Let's go grab the world boss. We can at least get some loot. The scattered job changers transformed into several groups, rushing towards the muddy pond 6 kilometers away. Ding! The talent radiance of the stars has activated, and 9 dragons automatically evolves into 9 dragons ascending to heaven at max level. 9. Dragons ascending to heaven consumes 100,000 mana to summon a dragon throne pulled by 9 golden dragon phantom beasts, with no damage or special effects, lasting for 1 hour, cooldown time of half an hour. In the sky above the city, 9 majestic Chinese dragons suddenly appeared. The golden light of auspiciousness spread across the sky, forming a radiant path that stretched 100 miles beyond the city of South City. From a distance, it appeared as a celestial ribbon hanging in the heavens, interwoven with magic and propriety, enveloping the entire realm in an aura of inviolable divinity. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with deep reverence and shock. 9 golden dragons glided gracefully along the celestial ribbon, casting a thin mist reminiscent of morning fog over South City. Through this ethereal haze, endless rays of light fell from the horizon onto the faces of the people, vividly revealing their expressions of awe as if witnessing a divine miracle. It was as if, at this moment, the people below were on a pilgrimage, with the 9 dragons above them representing a miraculous sign. What is that? Auspiciousness, heavenly auspiciousness. It's a sign of prosperity for South City. 9 eastern dragons. This is an unprecedented miracle. Wow, I think I saw a dragon carriage behind them. Could there be an emperor or a deity sitting inside? There really is a dragon carriage being pulled by 9 giant dragons. Who could possibly be inside that carriage? The magical camera can't even capture this, it's too shocking. This is definitely a deity descending upon us in South City. No, it must be just passing by. We in South City are not worthy of such divine favor. Let's follow it. Maybe it's some peak powerhouse? I've heard that supreme beings really exist. If we truly see that supreme being, it would make this life worth living. The miraculous sight of the 9 dragons pulling a carriage stirred the hearts of the job changers in South City. This would surely be recorded as a significant tale in the history of South City, prompting more job changers to bravely pursue it outside the city. Among them was Su Zhang, along with a group of big shots from the neighboring Jiang City. Before long, the 9 dragons that had rushed across the horizon suddenly descended near an abandoned pond. Looking down at the deserted village, Lin Chen inside the dragon carriage sighed inwardly about the hardships of the world, then turned his gaze to the 3-headed azure crystal giant python that was frantically driving away the beast horde. Perhaps sensing something, the 3-headed python twisted its body covered in azure crystal-like scales, glaring fiercely at the 9 golden dragons above with the middle head adorned with horns. Clearly, it saw through the mist and understood that it was merely an illusion, not a true dragon carriage in the sky. Yet at this moment, countless awestruck gazes were fixated on the dragon carriage being pulled by the 9 dragons, eager to know who or what divine being was seated inside. Just then, the blue-eyed little dragon, having traveled 1,000 miles from Dongping, arrived in South City accompanied by 2 companions to witness the auspicious scene. Each held a live-streaming device, one with a face full of shock explaining the celestial phenomenon to the audience that they could not see. Is it true? Is there really such an impressive figure in South City? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. 9 dragons pulling a carriage? You guys will say anything for show. I'm a local summoner from South City and I can responsibly tell you that we are indeed favored by auspiciousness. Ha, I'm so happy, let's celebrate with a nice dinner tonight. Garbage equipment. Can't even record the phenomenon, and you dare to compete with Lin Chen? You're just trying to ride the wave. What's wrong with spending a few $100 million on a better camera blessed by the gods? You're just a poor fool. I can't see it anyway. So I don't believe the streamer's nonsense. The locals have confirmed it's true, believe it or not. The little apprentice holding the live streaming device, seeing the audience's comments, shook his head and smiled helplessly. Then I'll take out a special effect blessing talisman. It should let you see for a few seconds. After saying this, he took out a special effect blessing talisman crafted by an alchemist from his backpack and affixed it to the live streaming equipment that had already been enchanted by the blessing master. Then, the viewer's phone screens displayed a scene that could only be described as miraculous. However, it lasted only 5 seconds. The audience in the live stream didn't even have time to marvel at the phenomenon before it vanished in an instant. This outcome led to more people cursing, vehemently criticizing the streamer as a poor fool. In response, the little apprentice was completely at a loss. Meanwhile, the master of fake news, known by the username Qingyan Xiaolong, donned a bright, high-end summoning outfit with a white python that had already grown horns following him, as he leisurely made his way toward the world boss. Don't pay attention to some people in the livestream. We are here to expose fakes, not to show them phenomena, Zheng Fulong reminded. Unable to endure the insults in the livestream, the little apprentice took out a mid-level blessing talisman, saying, "This is the last one. For those of you who haven't followed me yet, hurry up and do so. I am very generous to my fans, and I am proficient in summoning wolf demons. Following me will definitely allow you to learn a lot." The live streaming equipment in his hand was once again blessed and enhanced. Just then, a beam of sword energy descended from the sky, suddenly beheading the enormous world boss that could be seen from a distance. Then, a figure in a starry robe slowly floated down from the dragon. With ethereal demeanor and unmatched grace, he appeared as a divine being. At that moment, whether it was the job changers following the dragon or those attempting to ambush the world boss, they were all left dumbfounded. An angel from the Radiant Temple had descended to the world, and right before their eyes he had instantly killed the world boss. What immense power was this? Thousands of them had been scraping away at the boss's health for half a day, and just as the boss's veins were barely showing white, the angel appeared and cleared out the nearly full health bar with a single sword strike. It turned out that all of them combined were no match for the might of a single sword. Truly, he was a giant who could ride the 9 dragons, a deity. While everyone was shaken, they also felt a sense of dread. Everyone carefully watched the figure in the starry robe, fearing he might harbor murderous intent that could affect the fleeing job changers nearby. It was known that the tempers of such giants were extremely peculiar. Anyone who provoked him, let alone an ordinary job changer, might not even be able to protect the entire South City. Just as everyone held their breath and observed in silence, the figure in the starry robe became increasingly familiar to Su Zhan, who mustered his courage to approach. Upon seeing Lin Chen's profile, he stood frozen in place. Lin Chen? It really is you. Kill the level 250 world boss, gain 9,800,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 109, gaining 4 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 110, gaining 4 points to allocate freely. Acquired 100 level Azure Crystal Armor, Starry. Acquired 100 level Azure Crystal Leggings, Diamond. Acquired Dragon's Gall, Rare. Acquired Horn, Treasure. Acquired Horned Python Muscle, Treasure. Acquired Azure Crystal, Premium. X10 Acquired Water Element Core, Perfect. Ding! Congratulations, you dealt the most damage, earning 2 legendary treasure chests. Ding! Congratulations, you achieved the first kill of the world boss, earning the title of Extraordinary Might. Hearing the voice of Lord Su, Lin Chen turned around, leaving behind a trail of starry remnants, and calmly said to Lord Su, I saw turmoil outside the city, so I rushed over to help kill the boss. There's no need for the Lord to mind, it was just a casual effort. Lord Su was left speechless. This boss had long been regarded as a sure thing by the city's military. Yet now, it had been taken down in a single move by Lin Chen, the summoning god, leaving him both shocked and unsettled. You truly are considerate. Lord Su bowed to Lin Chen, as a junior would. Deep down, he was cursing under his breath. Lin Chen waved his sleeve, indicating that there was no need to pay attention. The onlookers in the distance suddenly remembered Lin Chen's appearance. Isn't that Lin Daolao who just joined the 7 Kills Guild? Damn, it really is him. So it turns out the person from Longyu is Lin Daolao. He actually has this kind of strength. May I ask who is Lin Daolao? You don't even know who Lin Daolao is? Are you from Nan City? He was just accepted into the 7 Kills Guild by an elder today. He's at the peak of his power right now. The one from Tian Nan Academy who topped the rankings in the Zheng City maze. The genius who brings glory to our Nan City. Upon hearing this explanation, the surrounding bystanders instantly understood who it was. Oh my. It's him. Didn't he just graduate from Enlightenment Academy this year? Even if he joined the 7 Kills Guild, his strength couldn't have improved this fast. You still don't know? He was originally a summoning god, which is why he was invited to join the 7 Kills Guild by the elder. Nan City has produced a remarkable talent. With the 9 dragons clearing the way for him, that's a figure of supreme status, not just a remarkable talent. The nose of the 7 Kills is really sharp, no wonder they brought Lin Chen under their wing. I feel like the 7 Kills is somewhat unworthy of Lin Chen now. Come on, have some perspective. What level of existence is the 7 Kills? The president can decide the life and death of a district chief with a single word. Even the Federation has to give them some face. Amidst the surrounding discussions, many locals from Nan City, mustering their courage, tried to get closer to Lin Chen. There were even admirers' faces filled with reverence, asking to take photos with Lin Chen and even requesting his signature, touched by divine brilliance. On the other side, witnessing the world boss being killed in one strike, Zhang Fulong was greatly shocked and quickly ran a kilometer forward with his apprentice, then pulled someone aside, curiously asking, "Little brother, who just made that move? Is your city lord from Nan City really that strong?" The person being pulled stopped, frowned, and sized him up. Seeing that this person was level 187, a big shot in his eyes, he immediately smiled friendly and said, "You must be from out of town. That's our newly risen summoning god from Nan City." Summoning god? What's his name? Zhang Fulong asked instinctively, his expression one of astonishment. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder, a mere small city like Lanzhou actually produced a summoning god. This was truly something new. As a proficient summoner himself, after dealing with that hype team, he could have a good chat with that senior, making the trip worthwhile. The person thought for a moment. His name is Lin Chen. No, don't call him by name directly. He's a being of 9 dragons, and we small job changers can't dare to disrespect a deity. If you must call him something, call him Lin Chen. That's what everyone calls him now. What? Zhang Fulong's eyes widened suddenly and his scalp went numb. Beside him, his apprentices. Hand holding the live streaming device trembled violently. The audience in the live stream instantly erupted. No way could it be a drag? The one who floated down from Longyu is actually Lin Shen? What a coincidence! Damn, is this really Lin Shen? I thought he was just a big shot among the new students. Fake news? It really is fake news. I seriously suspect that Comrade Xiao Wang is a hater, describing a summoning god as just a new student. Ugh, Xiao Wang is a lifelong hater. Thank you, little green bug. You made me realize what kind of existence my idol is. Hands together. JPG, grateful JPG, haha, little green bug, hurry up. Aren't you a member of the Summoner Guild? Go and PK that embroidered pillow, that little fish that has been packaged. People are saying they want to trample on the Lin surname and then post it on the forum. I'm already looking forward to it. Charge, charge, charge. If you don't go, little green caterpillar, you're just a coward. If you're too scared to go to the internet cafe, just announce your withdrawal from the internet, unilaterally admitting you're just a keyboard dog. My Lin God, turning into a fan who says we summoners are without gods? From now on, I've decided to change the avatar of the summoner forum to Lin God. Brothers, before I saw Lin God, I always thought summoners were a trash profession. Now, I know it's us noobs who haven't trained well. It's not the profession that's bad, it's the people. Hype, it must be a joint hype. I refuse to believe there are such big shots among summoners. Endless curses and mockery flew across the screen in the live broadcast room. It was clearly just a small live stream with 3,000 viewers. Yet it suddenly felt like a million-viewer big streamer. The speed at which the comments flew by left Zhang Fulong no time to read them. However, he could see that most were insults from Lin God fans. A wave of extreme regret engulfed Zhang Fulong like a flood breaking through a dam. He felt both terrified and shocked, looking at the comments in the livestream, overwhelmed by the impulse to just turn off the broadcast and walk away. Yet, he was also fearful that such an action would bring disgrace to the Summoner Guild, leading to his expulsion, which would leave him infamous in the Summoner world. Silence, struggle, hesitation, a tightness in his heart. All negative emotions at that moment burst forth like a broken night pot flooding his mind. Zhang Fulong was experiencing the most important decision of his life. Should he face a dignified defeat, or should he choose to die, winning the audience's cheers, preserving the last shred of dignity for his guild and himself, or should he cowardly turn off the live stream and disappear from the guild and the summoner circle, living in obscurity? However, for someone who had already achieved a bit of success and even joined a top guild from another region, the latter was incredibly hard to let go of. It was akin to working diligently for 10 years, just starting to gain some fame in the entertainment industry, only to be forced to withdraw from the internet due to scandals. All the efforts of the past decade would turn to nothing. This was undoubtedly like a sharp sword piercing through Zhang Fulong's heart, more unbearable than death itself. I mean what I say. A voice choked with sobs. Suddenly, Zhang Fulong gritted his teeth and charged towards the figure in the starry robe. Behind him, his little disciple swallowed hard, his hands holding the live streaming equipment trembling violently. Little Qinglong, brother, don't cry. You'll die in one go. Tears are welling up. Fake. Haha, what an idiot. Real man, go for it. After you die, we'll hang your memorial photo on the forum to warn future generations not to boast online without strength, or they'll end up like little Qinglong. Though you die, you still are nothing. Good job, it wasn't a waste of my time watching for so long. Let me see how Lin God will take you out. Honestly, this move by little Qinglong really makes me see him in a new light. Brothers, the show is about to start. This will be the pinnacle battle of little green caterpillar's career. Even if he dies, it's not a loss. As he truly approached the figure in the starry robe and felt the divine aura rushing towards him, Zhang Fulong's momentum suddenly dropped, even making him want to turn back. But having already spoken such harsh words, there was no way Zhang Fulong could turn back now. At this critical moment, the audience in the live stream room was focused and filled with excitement. Zhang Fulong, with a blank mind, felt a layer of cold sweat accumulate with every step he took towards the summoned deity. By the time he was less than 10 steps away from the flowing starry robe, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. It was evident how terrified Zhang Fulong was at that moment. Lin God, I'm also your fan. He gritted his teeth and shouted with a voice barely louder than a mosquito. Yet, despite this, many people turned to look, including Lin Chen, who was surrounded in the center of the crowd. Lin Chen felt a bit of a headache and waved his hand, saying, "Everyone, don't block the way here. I still need to hunt demon beasts, and I don't have time to take pictures with each of you." Fearing they might anger Lin God, the crowd gradually dispersed. Only Zhang Fulong, who arrived last, remained standing there, in a daze, showing no intention of leaving. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind, thinking these people were really idle, leaving the demon beasts outside to come here asking for photos, wondering what they were thinking. Lin God, please wait a moment. Suddenly, just as he was about to leave, Zhang Fulong mustered his courage and chased after him. Then, facing Lin Chen, he deeply bowed. His eyes were filled with regretful tears, and somehow, he suddenly knelt down in front of Lin Chen. Perhaps it was the sudden surge of sorrow, the intense will to survive made Zhang Fulong unable to hold back any longer, and with tear-filled eyes, he choked out, Lin God, you have to believe me, I'm really your fan. As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong, you won't fear the knock at the door. Initially, Lin Chen was just surprised by this person's strange behavior, but upon noticing the evasion in his eyes, suspicion arose in his heart. Did the other party do something to wrong him? I've been secretly following you since your three-headed locking. I really like you so much, but I was afraid of being deceived, so I said some doubtful things, but I'm truly your diehard fan, more genuine than anyone else. I swear on my character. My little Qinglong only has one idol in this life, and that is Lin God. After hearing this fervent fan's seemingly deranged remarks, Lin Chen frowned and asked suspiciously, so, you're here to apologize? What exactly did you say to doubt me that scared you like this? I'm suddenly quite curious. It's just, I doubted that you were packaged by a team and issued a challenge to your team. Zhang Fulong explained with trembling lips. He lowered his head even further, feeling extremely anxious about Lin God's impending wrath. Is that all? Damn, I thought it was something serious. Lin Chen shook his head and turned to disappear from sight. Before he left, he almost wore his disdain on his face, which made Zhang Fulong, who had come with high hopes to showcase his strength on a live stream, feel even more humiliated and hurt inside. Not only did the other party crush him in strength, but they also completely ignored his challenge. For anyone, this would be an extreme humiliation. Gradually, a sense of humiliation arose in his heart, feeling like an ant that didn't know the heights of heaven, bouncing around under the feet of an elephant, vividly illustrating what it meant to be a clown online. If he was lucky enough not to be crushed, he thought the sky above him wouldn't fall, but in reality, the sky he saw was merely the sole of someone's foot, and that person had never seen him at all. Having thought this through, Zhang Fulong suddenly felt a surge of admiration for Lin Chen. This was a true big shot. He also realized that he, as a new summoner, needed to work hard towards a common direction and goal. With a sigh of relief, he came back to his senses and found that his body was completely soaked in cold sweat. Taking out his phone, Zhang Fulong squatted on the ground, silently drafting an apology post that he had deleted many times. Regarding the challenge to Lin Chen in Nanchang, I have initially obtained the forgiveness of Lin God. As a fan of Lin God, I clearly recognize my mistakes. Brothers, I admit defeat. I am wholeheartedly convinced by Lin God, and I feel ashamed of my previous ignorant remarks because compared to Lin God, I am just a nobody, and of course, everyone in the summoner bar is also a nobody. From today onwards, anyone who dares to slander Lin God must first get past me, the little Qinglong. However, once this apology statement was released, it sparked a wave of ridicule and insults in the summoner bar. Leading the charge were those who had watched the livestream. What do you mean by initially obtaining understanding? Laughing to death, so you didn't go to fight, but to apologize. You really are something, little Qinglong. Back when I was young and ignorant, I actually took you as a role model and a big shot. Put, what's going on? The big shot of the Summoner Guild actually apologized to Lin Chen? Isn't he over 100 levels? I'm announcing something. From today on, little Qinglong is just a dog basket. Everyone spit on him when you see him. Those who didn't watch the live stream hurry to be platformed to catch up. It's so damn funny. The little Qinglong of the Summoner Guild is just pure entertainment turned to dust by Lin God. Ha, this is the first time I've heard that an offline duel can turn someone into a fan. Please refer to the poster as little Qingbug. He's just a complete waste. Lin God doesn't even regard him. You really can bend and stretch. You don't even care about your face for the sake of survival. I knew it. I knew Lin God's strength was formidable. He actually made the Summoner Guild submit. Fight? You're overestimating little Qingbug. Lin God didn't even lift a finger, and little Qinglong just knelt down. If you don't believe it, go watch the live stream replay. I almost laughed my pants off. Just got back from watching. Brothers, little Qingbug can pick up a dog's life, all thanks to his impenetrable face. Lin God's 9 dragons flying to the sky is so cool. Not long after this uproar, the survival-seeking little Qinglong was expelled from the Summoner Guild. Lin Chen, of course, was unaware of these developments. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all. At this moment, he was fully focused on clearing the small beast tide invading Nanchang. First, to level up. Second, to absorb the soul power needed for the forbidden weapons. A group of people standing on the city wall looked at the few massive creatures outside the city, their eyes filled with astonishment, and they began to praise. This year, the Manhwa Academy has indeed recruited a young supreme in our Nanchang. If you don't give our Nanchang a few more spots next year, I'll have to report this to young Master Lin. The city lord, Su Zhang, said half jokingly, half seriously, looking at the man in a suit. The suited man, the more he looked at Lin Chen commanding the summoned creatures to slaughter the monsters in the distance, the happier he became, and he generously promised, next year, let Nanchang pick the enrollment spots first, and only after Nanchang is done will we go to other places. Ha, I'll remember that. The city lord Su Zhang couldn't help but laugh heartily. Thus, the several hundred million investment in fashion money would immediately be returned. The military leader in the city, staring at the brilliance behind Lin Chen, said with shining eyes, "You Longhua have really struck gold this time. Even if Lin God doesn't transition to the academy, he already has the strength to stand alone and resist thousands of troops. The small number of wild monsters outside the city was simply too few, not enough for a few big guys to kill." Seeing that the battlefield was almost cleared, Lin Chen put away the summoned creatures into the independent space. Then, he used a flying talisman to go to the city tower. "Teacher Nian, in a few days, when the new students start school, I will go to Longhua to report." "It's alright, you focus on your own matters first. The academy will revolve entirely around you." The man in a suit, referred to as Teacher Nian, nodded gently with a warm smile. Lin Chen greeted the city lord again before flying away from the city tower. Back home, the two cooks were still busy, not only cleaning the rooms but also tidying up places like the television and ceiling, which were rarely attended to, leaving them spotless. It seemed as if both of them had a psychological shadow of being afraid of not working and getting punished. Thus, they were constantly looking for chores to do, which made Lin Shendong frown, yet he couldn't persuade them otherwise. "You came back just in time. Why do they seem a bit off? Are they proper girls?" "They're proper, but they must have suffered quite a bit before coming to our home." Lin Chen thought for a moment and explained. Then he asked, "Are you going to find a new place to live after going to Storm City with me, or are you going to settle down in South City and run a small business in a secret realm? I have cash on hand now, and if luck is on my side, I might soon realize your dream of mining divine ore." Hearing his son's words, Lin Chengdong couldn't help but frown. "You must be careful when you're out there. I won't add to your troubles. Once you're settled, I'll move over to develop the mine." "That works." Lin Chen smiled slightly and left South City with the two cooks. Before leaving, he had visited the Jade Cauldron shop, selling some useless scrap metal and buying a highly accurate latest version of the map of the 5 great regions. Nowadays, the map software on phones could no longer keep up with the times. Every day, the habitable areas in the 5 great regions were shrinking and expanding repeatedly. Even the inland areas occasionally faced large-scale beast tides. The general situation was akin to the sudden appearance of a world boss and small groups of beast riots in South City today. Due to the number of monsters, there would be explosive increases at intervals. Aside from the restricted enlightenment dungeons, the outside forbidden areas were almost all occupied by beast hordes, killing one batch and having another grow back. Unless the city's military could completely occupy a place, new bosses would continuously emerge, rapidly reproducing through various means or significantly enhancing the area's savage growth. A 9-dragon phenomenon appeared in the sky. The two cooks stood on either side, very reserved, accompanying Lin Chen in his vehicle. They stared straight ahead at the 9 majestic dragon figures, their eyes filled with undeniable shock. With their limited experience, it was hard to imagine what kind of existence their newly followed master was capable of, having 9 eastern dragons pulling him alone. Xuanai, the young lady from the Sakura district, had been deeply influenced by her family's elders, holding a profound admiration for strong individuals, especially the strongest. Thus, she had never felt such admiration for a stranger, or rather her nominal master, as she did at this moment. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble, her heart racing. "How fortunate I am to become the servant of this unfathomably powerful young master. He is so handsome and so imposing. If only Shui Lai could." A blush of honeyed crimson rose to Shui Nai's pretty face. The girl in the white dress beside her, though also filled with awe, didn't think as much as the young lady from the Sakura district. She simply felt that their new master seemed entirely different from all the villains she had seen before. This feeling was multifaceted, as both his character and strength made her feel very content. "This must be the result of my sincere prayers. God exists, it must be so," the girl in the white dress thought to herself. Inside the car, Lin Chen crossed his legs, leaning back against the Dragon Emperor's throne, holding a square map made of special material. He squinted at it for a moment and couldn't help but complain, "Damn it, what a broken task. It doesn't even give a completion target, and the location is right at the border of John District and Dragon District. Too sensitive. Forget it, I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work out, I'll focus on taking advantage of the resources from Longhua Academy and help my dad develop his great endeavor of mining divine ore. Even if I can't become an elder, life will still be leisurely. If all else fails, I can start my own guild. Once I grow stronger and have money and power, I can leave 7 kills." He had already mapped out his long-term plans in his mind. Gradually, he felt a sense of ease and comfort about the upcoming elder task journey. After a day's journey from Dragon Emperor to activating the flight talisman, the three of them finally saw the endless expanse of pure white snow. The world was a uniform color, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold wind, as large snowflakes fell from the sky. There was no sunlight here, nor any green vegetation. The scenery before them was nothing but white, with only uneven snow mounds remaining. As they walked forward, Lin Chen suddenly heard the system's notification sound. "Ding! You have entered the territory of the Frost Queen. Temperature decreased by -270%. Affected by extreme cold, your resistance to slowing effects is reduced by 20%. You will be very easily frozen. In fact, without the system's prompt, the two cooks beside Lin Chen had already experienced the harsh cold of this place. They were covered in ice shards, and their hands were red and swollen from the cold. Walking through snow that was half their height, they were also occasionally ambushed by beasts lurking beneath the snow, making their movements even slower and more difficult. Lin Chen had to divide his attention to take care of these two burdens. However, with the radiant shield and good equipment to resist the cold, Lin Chen felt a bit chilly, but he wasn't frozen solid like the cooks. He reached out and tightly held their already frozen little hands, then summoned the path-clearing angel, Carol, which slightly alleviated their physical discomfort. Feeling her master's dominance and the intense warmth from his palm, the girl in the white dress quickly melted the frost on her face, and her originally pale face gained a hint of blush. She lowered her head and said in a barely audible voice, thank you. Similarly, the girl in the black dress felt extremely warm inside, her gaze towards Lin Chen softening with a touch of tenderness. The young master was truly approachable. This was completely different from the harsh attitudes of those bad people towards her. It was unclear how much time had passed. In their line of sight, a city obscured by the swirling snow finally appeared. Storm City. Originally under the jurisdiction of Lanzhou, it had suffered 3 large-scale beast tides in succession. Now, Storm City had lost the prosperity it had 2 years ago. The city lord had died in battle, and the garrison had retreated. Only the old, weak, sick, and disabled remained in the city, or ordinary job changers who could not withstand the cold and could not escape the vast snow. They had become the last flicker of life in the city. At this moment, countless snowfield titans were crazily destroying the city walls and buildings within. A dragon, resembling an ice sculpture, lay coiled atop the city walls. Like a giant overlooking the ants below, its dragon eyes were filled with disdain. With a flap of its massive crystalline wings, it stirred up several tornadoes, while its mouth continuously spewed out clouds of white frost towards the mere dozen or so resistors below. The few who tried to escape were instantly frozen in place. As the cold wind howled past, human-shaped statues shattered into a pile of debris. In the eyes of this ice dragon, these human job changers were nothing but fragile insects. The atmosphere of despair spread among the survivors. Even the big shot sent by the 7 Kills Guild was helplessly crouching in a snowdrift in the distance, not daring to act rashly before the ice dragon revealed any weaknesses. Before long, a figure in a starry robe, leading 2 young girls, appeared before the ruined city gate. The angel responsible for clearing the way effortlessly killed several snowfield behemoths. Lin Chen flew up to the city wall, gazing for a moment, and upon seeing the frost giant dragon, he directly commanded, "Go slay that dragon." Yes. The angel Chiral, wielding a holy sword, struck a brilliant light towards the small boss from a distance. Instantly, the sword energy, infused with violent energy and the scorching heat of the sun, touched the surface of the ice like a red-hot blade, immediately tearing the dragon's back apart into 2 halves that were continuously burning and emitting plumes of white smoke. Witnessing this shocking scene, the survivors who were frantically fleeing in the city all poked their heads out, casting surprised glances at the dazzling light. Is that the official support arriving? Ah, I knew the officials wouldn't abandon us. Too strong, they actually dealt a fatal blow to the snowfield's leader, the ice dragon, with a single strike. What kind of creature is that? It doesn't seem like a summoner. Lin Chen held the hands of the 2 girls and quickly followed the angel's figure. Although the ice dragon's body had a massive gash, it was still writhing on the ground, struggling to rise. Its cold eyes fixed intently on the approaching angel Chiral, suddenly letting out a reluctant dragon roar from its mouth. Roar, a powerful shockwave splashed the thick snow on the ground. Several people who had just poked their heads out were blown away, and some timid survivors were so frightened by the roar that they lost their courage, struggling to survive. The angel Chiral showed disdain in her eyes, casually using basic attacks to kill. She raised her holy sword and struck out another blade of light, directly creating an enormous pit in the dragon's head. Kill 200 level Ice Crystal WIRM. Gain 3,800,000 experience. Obtain 110 level Imperial Ice Claw, Gold. Reputation increased by 1,000. Picking up the scattered equipment on the ground, Lin Chen casually tossed it into his backpack. Then, he glanced at the listless survivors and asked, "What's going on? How did this city become like this? Where is the garrison?" As he spoke, several Ice Crystal WIRMs accompanied by countless snowfield behemoths charged over. Among the survivors, an elderly man with a weary face respectfully replied, "My lord, aren't you from the officials? We have sent dozens of distress signals to the neighboring Guardian City and even sent signals to the cities in Texas, and now we finally received a response. Thank you so much. I am not." Lin Chen's words shattered the last glimmer of hope in the survivors' hearts. They had to admit that Storm City had completely fallen from a contested area between the 2 major districts to a forsaken pawn. Wails of lament echoed among the survivors. They seemed to have lost all their spirit in an instant. Some slumped down in despair, while others looked up at the dim, boundless pale sky. Their lives once again plunged into endless despair. With a lack of water and food, and no officials willing to provide supplies, they found it nearly impossible to survive, let alone escape this frozen expanse filled with snowfield behemoths in extreme cold. Lin Chen noticed the disappointment in their eyes and asked, "So, this place has been abandoned by the officials?" Suddenly, a red-hooded assassin burst out from beneath the snow. He leaped right in front of Lin Chen. After sizing each other up, the red-hooded assassin crossed his arms and squinted, saying, "Where are you from?" "This abandoned city is my private territory, so please return from where you came." "Your private territory?" Lin Chen shot a sideways glance at the red-hooded assassin and coldly replied, "It's already been declared a wasteland. I have a mission to complete and must stay here for a while. Are you so blind to my summoned creatures behind me, or just short-sighted? I am a member of the 7 Kills Guild. If you dare to touch me, the 7 Kills will hunt you down to the ends of the earth," the red-hooded assassin said confidently. Hearing this, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. "What a coincidence, I'm also a member of the 7 Kills Guild. My name is Lin Chen, a recent addition. Damn, what kind of luck is this? Our missions can't possibly be the same, right? My name is Xiao Jian," the red-hooded assassin said with a face full of frustration. Lin Chen didn't think much of it and straightforwardly said, "Since we're from the same guild, let's make it clear. I'll do my mission, you do yours, and let's not disturb each other, understood?" Xiao Jian was somewhat displeased with Lin Chen's tone, but seeing the winged angel standing behind him, he nodded politely out of caution. "All right, you do as you wish. I'll continue pondering the task assigned by the higher-ups." Before leaving, Lin Chen secretly used a detection scroll to check the other's level. "Fifth transition shadow assassin," he mused, raising his guard. As he flew to another intersection outside the city, the corpses of the diamond warriors and several young dragons, along with a giant dragon's body, immediately caught Lin Chen's attention. All the diamond warriors were killed in one hit, the young dragons all have critical wounds, and the giant dragon's spine is completely shattered. It's clear that these fatal injuries were all inflicted by the same person. Not simple at all. Dragons are not easy to kill. That assassin managed to achieve this level, and although he's already at the 5th transition, assassins are generally not suited for direct combat and struggle against large-scale beast tides. How could he withstand so many waves of invasion? At this thought, Lin Chen's gaze suddenly turned cold. He abruptly turned around, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. "Ancient giant tree, appear. Seal all the exits of the city immediately. Blackwater Emperor, temporarily take charge of repelling the incoming invaders to prevent the ancient giant tree from being distracted. Angel Chiral, go and capture that shadow." After quickly issuing orders to his subordinates, Lin Chen felt his shadow suddenly elongate as he turned. His heart raced as his body was suddenly ensnared by his own shadow. A cold, glinting dagger silently emerged from his own shadow's hand, hovering at the back of his neck, sending a chill through him. Quick reaction. Xiao Jian in the distance smirked, his right hand gesturing continuously. Lin Chen showed a look of disdain, standing still as he coldly laughed. "The moment I saw you, I anticipated this outcome. Since the vice president sent me here, it's impossible for him to arrange for you without reason. There can only be one of us taking on this task, right? Smart, but not enough. Your angel sister is indeed very strong, surprisingly so, but my moves are almost all instant burst damage. How many of my instant kill attacks do you think you, a level 110 kid, can withstand?" The true shadow assassin Xiao Jian spoke in a humorous tone, delivering the most threatening words. "Back off, we're both from the same guild, no need to make this so tense. After all, you're one of the few geniuses in our guild. He. Xiao Jian continued, his smile turning sinister to the extreme. At this moment, Lin Chen's shadow had tightly wrapped around his neck, even splitting into 3 heads and 6 arms, each hand and mouth holding the sharpest daggers. 9 in total, each one at level 250, forged by a master blacksmith's own hands. When unleashed through the secret arts of an assassin, no one could fathom the terrifying damage it could unleash in an instant. Meanwhile, the shadows of trees on the horizon had already appeared. This was the downside of the summoner profession. It took time to command the summoned creatures, and then they would execute their skills. It wasn't that Lin Chen's reaction speed was slow. When did you actually have such powerful summons? The world had darkened without anyone noticing. Countless large nets woven from ghostly vines, like spirit snakes, silently crawled from the street corners, the snowy ground, and the eaves, creeping up to the feet of Xiao Jian. In the midst of laughter, a deadly atmosphere had already surrounded them. The situation took a sharp turn. When the towering ancient tree that obscured the sky descended from above the people's heads, countless thick lines, resembling giant pillars, suddenly sealed off a corner of Storm City. In that corner, the old vines tightly sealed off the last ray of light from the outside world. It was as if a domain of confinement had formed, with ghostly vines as thin as spirit snakes spreading and controlling the area, a perfect blend of coarse and fine. It was pitch black. The unfortunate survivors huddled in the corners, trembling in fear. At the same time, the angel Chiral also immediately obeyed Lin Chen's command to cast control skills. Eye of Light, Sword of the Sun, Judgment Suppression. Instantly, the pitch-black sealed area lit up with endless white radiance. A thick, unyielding black smoke rapidly spread from Lin Chen's side. That was the figure of the red-hooded assassin fleeing. But before he could fully activate his displacement skill to save himself, the densely packed ghostly vines, like an endless sea of snakes, swiftly coiled around his waist, ankles, and even his neck from behind. Blade fans psycho flame in a moment of desperation, amidst the boundless black smoke. A circle of clawing spirit fire emerged around Xiao Jian, with a blade fan made of countless daggers swiftly harvesting the ghostly vines. He successfully escaped, but before he could feel any relief, a large mass of ghostly vines suddenly pressed down upon him from above. From a distance, it looked like dark clouds pressing down on a city, evoking a sense of shock and fear. And it wasn't over yet. Next, endless white radiance pierced through the black smoke area. As Xiao Jian squinted and clenched his fist, the scenery before him instantly transformed into a sea of white light. Ding! You have been blinded. Duration 10 seconds. On the other side, Lin Chen was immediately attacked by the 9 daggers in 2 rounds. Critical piercing damage dealt 590,000. Shield not broken. Critical piercing damage dealt 440,000. Shield not broken. What? How can a level 110 have such a high shield value? Xiao Jian, who was frantically fleeing, exclaimed. At the same time, affected by the blindness, he found himself ensnared by the vines hanging down from the ancient trees, leaving him with no escape unless he could create a gap in one blow. But that would take time. And at this moment, what he lacked most was time. A 5th-turn assassin could escape 1,000 meters away in a second, even without a trace. Yet he had encountered Lin Chen, this freak who possessed so many powerful summons. It was simply terrifying. The brief blindness allowed the ghostly vines to climb up his body, binding him tightly and slamming him heavily to the ground. The angel Chiral, who had cast the Eye of Light, nearly stood in place, locking onto the person's position through the black smoke. With her jade-like right hand, she lightly waved the sun-holy sword. She slightly raised her chin, her narrow eyes shimmering with a spiritual light, and coldly said, "This is where it ends. You, rat in the gutter." A brilliant wave of light that cut through the heavens swept across the entire sealed area. In an instant, Xiao Jian, who was bound like a zongzi on the ground, was cut in half. Suddenly, a strange event occurred. A black-robed phantom, holding a bright lamp, revealed its pitch-black skull and eerily emerged from behind Xiao Jian. This was the strongest research achievement of alchemists in a century. The lamp of the Grim Reaper. Its price ranged from hundreds of millions to billions. The effects varied, some good, some bad. And what Xiao Jian had was the most inferior resurrection item. Even if he barely retained his life, he would fall into a state of weakness for a week. It was far inferior to the guild's holy altar. However, before Xiao Jian could escape from the Grim Reaper's scythe, a unique radiant mark suddenly appeared around him. One misstep, and every move was a misstep. At that moment, even without the entangling control of ghost vines, Xiao Jian was firmly suppressed within the radiant formation. His hands and feet were bound in place by fine-sealing purple lightning, leaving him with no strength even to lift his eyelids. I miscalculated. Lin Gur, I was just joking. In the distance, the angel Chiral quickly flew to Xiao Jian's feet, following Lin Chen. Lin Chen, with his hands behind his back and a slight smile on his lips, looked at Xiao Jian, who resembled a dead dog on the ground, and chuckled. Just joking? I don't think your actions look like a joke at all. Lin Gur, I wasn't anxious, I just lost control for a moment. Didn't you also break one of my lamps? Xiao Jian said with a forced smile. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? If I'm not mistaken, the task of this elder position is not focused on the task itself but on the competition? Surely, many people have come after me, right? What happened to those people? Did you kill them, or scare them away? Xiao Jian squinted his eyes and scrutinized Lin Chen again, his expression darkening as he said, Who told you this internal information? Was it Elder Zuohong? Did someone else need to tell me? Lin Chen shook his head and scoffed. When I first arrived, your hostility towards me was unmasked. Moreover, we are both ordinary members. Why should we be the only ones given the opportunity to compete for the elder position? Xiao Jian's expression turned blank. I don't deny this fact, but in Storm City, it is indeed only you and me, whether you believe it or not. At this point, he suddenly revealed a cold smile of relief, speaking confidently, I admit defeat. If you let me go, I will leave this city on my own. Admit defeat? You've already harbored murderous intent towards me, and you think a single admission of defeat will suffice? Lin Chen turned his back, staring at the distant figure of the Blackwater King Crab, his eyes cold as he said, You overestimate yourself. After resisting so many waves of monster invasions, you must have already fallen into a state of weakness, right? Otherwise, when I arrived, that young dragon would still be rampant? But what I didn't expect was that as soon as I had the thought of forcing you away, merely leaving a small flaw behind for you while letting the angel go first, you couldn't hold back? Lin Chen's smile turned mocking as he suddenly raised his voice. To be honest, I am always cautious and suspicious. I really wouldn't dare to harbor murderous thoughts like today against a master who was hard to pin down. For a 5th-tier assassin, killing someone might not be simple, but escaping from a summoner was still quite easy. Did you deliberately bait me? Xiao Jian's spine suddenly chilled. he suddenly realized that his weak state had been seen through by the other party from the very beginning. If it weren't for this, he would still have the chance of the guild's resurrection holy altar, and his deadly move hadn't even entered cooldown yet. Moreover, even his life-saving talent skill had been used early on to deal with that 320-level giant dragon. Because of this, Xiao Jian only dared to intimidate the other party. After all, there was an angel present. Using the advantage of levels combined with the assassin's expertise in ambush, he unwittingly fell into a trap. Looking back now, it was as if his mind was clouded by pig fat, leading him to seek his own demise. You can't kill me, we're in the same guild. Realizing everything, Xiao Jian suddenly sensed Lin Chen's murderous intent and hurriedly pleaded with a terrified expression. If you let me go, I'll give you money. If you kill me, you won't get a single cent. I have nothing in my backpack, all the good stuff is at home. Moreover, the guild prohibits mutual killings. You're a newcomer, you don't know the rules. Also, my cousin is an elder. If you kill me, you'll definitely die too. Are you threatening me? Lin Chen's gaze was icy as he signaled the angel beside him. Instantly, a light as a feather fell upon Xiao Jian. His eyes bulged out, staring at Lin Chen, his limbs going limp. Ding! Killed a second-tier malevolent player, gained 500 chivalry points. Obtained a level 260 flawless nameless cloak, legendary. Obtained a level 260 epic Huayan golden armor, legendary. Obtained a level 240 divine broken relic, shadow dagger, radiant. Obtained a level 250 dragon king's blessing, emerald amulet, legendary. Obtained a level 250 skyward ring, stellar. Obtained a level 250 skyward ring, stellar. I've struck it rich. Just this dagger alone will fetch a sky-high price. Lin Chen picked up the dazzling golden light scattered on the ground, revealing a greedy smile. However, aside from a set of 4-star assassin gear, he truly found nothing good in the backpack. Just as he had said, the only thing worth noting was the complete treasure map. After examining it for a while and finding no clues, he simply tossed it into his backpack. Rebirth of the undead. Lin Chen softly chanted the incantation. The corpse of the assassin at his feet suddenly sat up straight. He checked the information. Name, Xiao Jian. Occupation, Shadow Killer. Level, VL 300. 5th Transcendence Limit. Race, Human. Undead Type. Health 3000000000000. Stamina, 270. 799 Magic. 7060 Strength. 51. 501 Agility. 188. 255 Combat Power Assessment. 882 stars. Due to the loss of core equipment, Xiao Jian's strength at the 5th Transcendence would undoubtedly be greatly diminished. Lin Chen stared into his lifeless eyes and asked, "Who is your cousin in the 7 Kills Guild?" "Elder Liang Wu," Xiao Jian replied blankly. Lin Chen thought for a moment and then asked, "What level is he? What occupation? Any notable achievements?" Xiao Jian, level 303, 6th. Transcendence Broken Domain. Shadow Kill has independently completed assassinations of multiple outer city lords. Participated in the assassination operation of the Sakura District's district chief. Although only responsible for the outer cleanup, he was personally awarded the Elder Medal by the vice president. Lin Chen frowned at this. He didn't care much about the other party's 6th Transcendence strength, but the Elder Medal was a bit tricky. Immediately notify the entire guild, saying you were ambushed in a secret realm somewhere in Texas and need urgent support. Understood, Master. Just as the master and servant were exchanging questions and answers, a black-feathered raven perched on a distant tower, blinking its shiny black eyes, closely watching the resurrected Xiao Jian. After Xiao Jian took out his phone to notify the guild, Lin Chen asked again, "Do you know what the elder promotion task is this time? How many people are involved?" "Xiao Jian, the target is unclear, the number is unclear, but there are many I've already secretly dealt with." 2. Lin Chen revealed a knowing expression. If he hadn't been sure, with only one elder position available but many participants in the task, he wouldn't have dared to act recklessly against someone from the same guild. To put it simply, since the vice president arranged it this way, it must be to encourage competition among everyone, eliminating the superficial old-timers and allowing the capable to rise and take on the powerful roles of guild elders is indeed the preferred strategy of major forces. Where there is competition, there will be slaughter. Power struggles are not child's play. Lin Chen sighed. He looked up at the sky, feeling as if he had taken a wrong turn. He shouldn't have so easily agreed to Elders' was proposal. What a master at manipulation. If one didn't know better, they might think the vice guild leader holds me in high regard. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of frustration. He swiftly moved to the city wall, gazing down at the endless waves of monsters invading Storm City. He commanded the angels, "Unleash your full strength and kill fiercely. Create a safe zone." Yes. And so it was. The treacherous dragon's lair became the slaughtering ground for Lin Chen's summoned creatures. With the invasion effect of the forbidden weapon enhancing their power, the three-headed Law King, along with the Black Water Emperor Crab, the ancient giant tree, and the angels, all went into a frenzied counterattack against the ice dragon's lair. Meanwhile, the five-headed Slime King stayed inside the city with Lin Chen and the survivors, clearing out the internal monsters. However, even With the high attributes granted by the forbidden weapon, the slime species still struggled in the extreme northern borders, their damage output beginning to wane. Typically, Lin Chen would cast a curse, and the five-headed Slime King would collide repeatedly with the three-headed 100 to 200 level snowfield golems, leaving onlookers both anxious and helpless. If I wait for half an hour for my forbidden weapon to accumulate enough soul power, we'll have a way to deal with the monsters inside the city. With this thought, Lin Chen called for Xiao Jian and handed him a worthless dagger. Go kill, and don't stop until you die in battle. Yes. Xiao Jian obediently took the worthless dagger and began his hunting mission in the abandoned streets and alleys of the city. Kill 230 level ice crystal. WIRM, gain 4 million experience. Kill 180 level snowfield golem, gain 900,000 experience. Kill 100 level snowfield golem, gain 200,000 experience. Kill 300 level ice crystal dragon, gain 800,000 experience. Kill 320 level ice crystal dragon king, gain 20 million experience. Kill 130 level academy golem, gain 400,000 experience. Kill 150 level snowfield golem, gain 600,000 experience. Kill 200 level ice crystal WIRM, gain 370,000 experience. Kill 240 level ice crystal WIRM, gain 470,000 experience. Kill 210 level ice crystal WIRM, gain 380,000 experience. Kill 200 level snowfield golem king, gain 150,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 111, gaining 4 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 112, gaining 4 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 113, gaining 4 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 127, gaining 4 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 128, gaining 4 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 129, gaining 4 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 130, gaining 4 points to allocate freely. Ding! You have reached the third transfer level. Please proceed to the Ascension Temple for trials. After several hours of slaughter, Lin Chen's giant crab and the three Law Kings, along with the Slime King, had all died multiple times. Finally, he had filled up his experience for the third transfer. Outside the city, the safe zone, thanks to the angel's relentless efforts, finally showed some signs of hope. Lin Chen walked ahead, picking up the spoils of war while estimating the distance to the safe zone. Behind him followed a group of survivors, including children, civilians, and elderly job changers. They all looked at Lin Chen's back with awe in their eyes, like mortals gazing up at dazzling stars. The two major cities surrounding them had sent people countless times to clear out the monsters in Storm City, but all had failed. In the end, they even abandoned the place. This showed just how terrifying the beast tide outside Storm City was. It was enough to leave an entire state struggling to muster troops for resistance. Yet this young master before them had carved a bloody path through the massive horde of monsters. His strength was comparable to that of a local giant. Watching as the area outside the city finally fell into a calm safe zone, the refugees here increasingly admired Lin Chen from the bottom of their hearts. The people's hearts are with you, gaining 50,000 reputation points, activating the home function. Ding! You have qualified to incorporate Storm City into your home. Would you like to proceed? Lin Chen paused slightly as he picked up the spoils of war. Was this asking him to compete with the officials for territory? The safe zone he had fought hard to establish. Although it was less than 500 meters in area, it had consumed a great deal of his effort and energy. It would be reasonable to incorporate a city abandoned by Lanzhao under his command, right? He shouldn't face Lanzhao's retaliation or even a bounty afterward, should he? Squatting on the ground, holding a piece of dragon crystal, Lin Chen hesitated. He was following the unconventional path of the Seven Kill Guild. This meant that from now on, whether he aligned with the officials or opposed them, he would become a unique presence. After all, Elder Zhuai had once said that 7 Kill does not kill a single person, but the entire federation. Those madmen even wanted to kill the district chief of the Dragon Zone. What was the point of being timid while working under an organization like 7 Kill? Moreover, Lin Chen vaguely sensed the special intention of the vice president within this. Damn it, I won't think about it anymore. Why can't the territory I fought for be mine? Ding! You have become the Lord of Storm City. Ding! Your affiliated district is empty. Ding! Your reputation ranking is 999 plus. Hearing this notification, Lin Chen felt a jolt in his heart. Wasn't this going to lead him down a path of no return? The power of the 7 Kill Guild is so great, they can't possibly protect me. Lin Chen forced himself to calm down, but his heart was still pounding violently. It felt like he had secretly flirted with a charming married woman. Even though they had long since slept in separate beds and were at the stage of divorce, there was still a thrilling sense of guilt on a moral level. Greetings, Lord. Greetings, Lord. We are independent. We do not belong to any district, nor to the Federation. Great! We finally have a lord again. Long live the Lord! Long live!
The refugees all knelt on the ground, their faces filled with excitement as they bowed to Lin Chen, such a powerful lord. They were all job changers abandoned by the major districts, having long lost any feelings for them.
Now, with a new lord who was so strong, how could they not feel excited and joyful? It was like people trapped in darkness finally seeing a glimmer of light. And Lin Chen was the one who brought them that light? Seeing the respectful worship of those around him, Lin Chen suddenly felt a surge of boldness. Wasn't it just Lan's Hao? If they dared to meddle in this matter, once he became an elder of 7 kill, the first 7 kill order would be sent to the governor's house. Moreover, if he could protect a city that Lan's Hao could not, what right did the officials have to intervene?
Lin Chen suddenly felt a surge of confidence. In a year, I will make Storm City prosperous again. In a moment of inspiration, the youthful vigor of the young man made the usually composed Lin Chen boast a little. But his words undoubtedly gave the refugees great encouragement. Acquired 100 level crystal armor, gold, X561 acquired 130 level crystal. Dragon boots, gold, X219 acquired 100 level hard armor boots, bronze, X1780 acquired 100 level white fluff feather pants, silver, X469 acquired 120 level crystal dagger, diamond, X14 acquired 110 level frostbreaker sniper rifle, starry acquired 110 level firepower turret, platinum, X6. Acquired Refine Arcane acquired Dragon Breath acquired Ice Crystal Array acquired Dragon Roar exclusive, acquired Frozen 1000 Miles unique, acquired Cold Tide Surge. Acquired Dragon Crystal X78 acquired Ice Crystal Flower X122 acquired Premium Thick Fur Skin X1999 acquired Fairy Celestial Gourd, Rare Treasure, X13. Acquired Top Quality Ice Dragon Claw X45 acquired Shattered Dragon Core X151 acquired Perfect Ice Spirit Core X37 acquired Precious Dragon Blood X7. Half an hour later, the backpack was filled with a variety of loot. Lin Chen had no time to examine it closely for now and first ordered people to store the corpses of the snowfield behemoths. Then he commanded another group of aging job changers to do some butchering work. The first step was to prevent the snowfield corpses from disappearing and returning to the system's energy pool. The second step of butchering was simply for food. The city was already at a point of running out of supplies, and with no support from surrounding cities, they could only rely on the behemoth corpses to barely replenish their energy. There were many ordinary civilians in the city, most of whom were children, underage. Although they were dressed very warmly, their faces were still red from the cold, their hands swollen, and even walking was extremely difficult. If they hadn't been huddled by the fire, the remaining children would have frozen to death. Lin Chen ordered the angel cast gentler skills in the city to melt the snow. This will consume a lot of my mana, the angel Chiral reminded. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen dismissed this dangerous idea, then just clear the snow from the civilian gathering areas temporarily so the children can feel a bit better. You truly are a benevolent lord. Chiral, the angel, rarely showed a gentle smile on her face. Lin Chen shook his head. It's just within my capabilities. Today's efforts are for the sake of being able to be a hands-off manager in the future. Running a city has a huge profit potential in the future, but the premise is to hold it firmly in your own hands. The angel Chiral did not understand this. She flew into the air, meticulously controlling the attacks, bringing down beams of light. In the refugee concentration area in the west of the city, the temperature immediately rose above freezing. The snow, which had been as hard as steel due to years of freezing, began to miraculously melt under the shining light, not to mention the large icebergs directly hit by the light. On the streets, in the corridors of residential buildings, and on the walls, snowmelt began to flow rapidly like rain. Feeling all that the Lord had brought, the elderly looked up in awe at the dazzling sun they hadn't seen in half a lifetime. On either side of the sun were a pair of unparalleled angelic wings. Mom, is that the sun? A little girl, rare to enjoy a moment of peace while sitting by the fire, pointed at the sun above her head, her big eyes filled with curiosity. Having lived in the north all her life, it was her first time seeing the sun described in books. After the game invaded reality, the sky in the north was always gray and snowing. No, that is our Lord. The child's mother reached out to wipe her tears with a bittersweet expression. Others were even more mixed in emotions, roasting sizzling, oily meat while looking up in awe at the deity. Silently praying in his heart, he hoped that the new Lord of Storm City would protect the peace of the land just like the first old Lord did. In this era, the strong remain strong. The weak only wish for a place to catch their breath and live through the peaceful years they have longed for. Lord, there are giant dragons attacking from the south and north outside the city. Stay put, we have summoned creatures to hold the line, no need to panic. On the extreme northern border of Lanzhou, there was another city besides Storm City, Boundary Guard City. In the Lord's mansion, Counselor Old Zealand hurried into the conference hall with a document in hand. Waiting for him were several officials from Boundary Guard City. The Lord, sitting in the main seat, had a fair complexion, a distinctive hooked nose, and a pair of light blue eyes that exuded a hint of disdain. Comrade Old Zealand, there's no need to make it so formal.
That broken place is on the edge of the Frost Queen's lair. Even if it is occupied, it will eventually be spat out. You know, no one can hold that area unless a core state level force is deployed. But for us in Lanzhou, that broken city is dispensable because no one can hold it anyway. Not only is it a waste of manpower, but rebuilding that broken city is not worth it at all. Hearing the Lord's indifferent words, Old Zealand chose an empty seat and smiled. I mean the same thing. How long have we been guarding that broken city? How much manpower and resources have we wasted? It's not like it hasn't been abandoned already. A place that even John District, Texas is unwilling to touch, and that summoning god from 7 kills is actually foolishly helping us guard it. Huh? It's really amusing. Yang Bin from the Night Watchman Guild was also one of the few old Longhua people present. Suddenly, he spoke up, still too young, thinking he got a free empty city. If you ask me, we should officially award that summoning god a flag of honor and give him high recognition and affirmation. After all, young people love to get carried away, thinking they are some great hero saving the world. Once he guards for 2 rounds and withdraws, we can then issue a statement to criticize him. This way, we regain the face of the old law god, and 7 kills will also be embarrassed along with that kid. Lord Ryan laughed heartily, slapping the table. Brilliant. As expected of an old Longhua person, let's go with the advisor's idea. Meanwhile, in the Iron City on the Texas border, the director of the Intelligence Bureau walked into the Lord's office and politely knocked on the door. Lord, there are new developments in Storm City. Oh, what? Developments? The old lord, who was handling official business at his desk, lifted his glasses to glance at the director before lowering his head to continue flipping through the documents on the table. The intelligence director reported, an unknown expert has occupied that place and has already withstood the first wave of beast-tide attacks. Lord Bach didn't even lift his head, chuckling, just the first wave. The level of disaster that follows is beyond his estimation and imagination. It's a place that even the state government's forces are unwilling to touch. What can one person do? So, does the state government mean to hunt him down? To assassinate the Frost Queen? The intelligence director hesitated and continued. I believe the organization should take this matter seriously. If that city truly falls into the hands of some organization in the Dragon District, our city will be constrained by territorial limits. With a boundary guard city on the right and Storm City in front, Iron City will be completely locked within its own territory. Unless a civil war breaks out, there will be no opportunity to expand our territory by even an inch. Lord Bach smiled and said, you are absolutely right, Mr. Director, but the Dragon District has no plans to hunt the Ice Queen in the next 2 years, and no one can withstand wave after wave of ice dragon attacks. That expert is merely a flash in the pan, he cannot hold on. Alright, you are right. I will continue to monitor the situation over there. The intelligence director respectfully took his leave. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, who was already able to undergo the 3rd job transfer, as he entered the abandoned temple in Storm City, he left the angel outside to continue blocking the 2nd wave of beast tides. He took out a skill book that seemed to be related to summoning skills. Standing at the entrance of the sublimation temple, he took another careful look. Dragon Roar consumes 12,000 magic power, unleashes a sky-shattering dragon roar that causes fear while summoning 1 to 2 frost wormlings. The number and power of summoned creatures will increase with the skill level, cooldown time 3 hours. Sure enough, seeing the exclusive mark on the skill book, he vaguely felt it was a summoner's skill book. Learn, Lin Chen said happily. Ding, learning successful. Ding, the talent radiance of the stars activates. Dragon Roar automatically maxes out and transforms into Dragon God Roar. Dragon God Roar consumes 350,000 magic power, unleashes a world-shaking Dragon Roar, 100% triggers a stunning effect, 100% instills 5 seconds of fear in enemies, summons 2 frost dragon gods, maximum number 2. Dragon God? The 4th-tier deity after the angels. Lin Chen clenched his fists in excitement and jumped up to punch the sky. Indeed, in high-level areas, higher-level summoner skill books are bound to drop. However, the drop rate is quite disheartening. Lin Chen wondered if it were an ordinary summoner without money to reserve a skill book at the shop and lacking the strength to venture into high-level maps, could they even find 2 summoner skill books in a year? It's worth noting that when Lin Chen farmed maps, he always aimed to clear dungeons, killing thousands of monsters before obtaining this high-level skill book. There were low-level skills too, but those with low-level caps, like slimes, he couldn't use anymore. As soon as he entered a high-level map, it was like scraping the skin. Thus, the difficulty of the summoner profession probably lay here. However, Lin Chen still believed that although the summoner community was small, there were still prodigies like him. In the future, he would have to go to larger state cities to broaden his horizons. The abandoned sublimation temple in Storm City required Lin Chen, the current city lord, to appoint an administrator himself. Eager to increase his magic power, he quickly found an elderly mage in his 80s, recommended by others, who was just over level 110, and asked, "What kind of mage are you?" The old mage, dressed in a worn deep blue robe and holding a silver-white staff, said somewhat shyly, "Just an ordinary mage, without any special abilities. City Lord, I might not be up to the task. I I don't have a magic ball. Nor skills. Lin Chen, impatient by nature, waved his hand and said, "It's just a magic ball. You can start working and I'll give you a full set of equipment for free. As for skills, you can naturally receive them in the sublimation temple as an administrator." After saying that, Lin Chen hurriedly took out a large pile of equipment from his backpack. There were several platinum-level magic balls, and quite a few diamond-level staves and robes, all sparkling and piled on the ground. Lin Chen felt that this old mage was one of the few talents in the city. He didn't hold back and said, "Pick any set, I won't charge you a dime, but the salary. This is too precious. No reward without effort. I'm already at an age where I should be in the ground. I cannot waste the equipment you give me." Looking at the exquisite equipment shining on the ground, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashed in the old mage's eyes. After coming to his senses, he quickly waved his hand to refuse. Lin Chen felt a bit annoyed. "No salary for you. Work for me for free for half a year, no, a year, and you can take it." Knowing the other party was too shy to accept, Lin Chen deliberately pretended to be very stingy. Upon hearing this, the old mage's gaze became even more respectful. Bowing deeply to Lin Chen, the old man said, "In my lifetime, I have no other wishes, only that I do not want to watch my homeland, where fallen leaves return to their roots, gradually turn into a wasteland ravaged by monsters. If you are willing to stay here, I will give my life to you." For some reason, looking at the old mage and the reverent gazes of those behind him, Lin Chen, who originally just wanted to negotiate trades with this city and other major regions to make a fortune, suddenly felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier. He seemed to understand the question Elder Zhua had asked him before leaving. If someone were to ask him now what the meaning and duty of a job changer is, Lin Chen would still unhesitatingly express that seemingly selfish truth, because he understood that no one can change their living environment by their own strength. Those who sacrifice their small families for the greater good are admirable, but it does not contribute to the path of survival. Compared to Storm City, Lin Chen cared more about whether he could safely return home to see Lin Qingdong, and also, "I'll give it a try. After all, I'm here to level up and complete tasks. I want to remind everyone that life is more important than anything else. The homeland can be rebuilt, but if life is lost, everything is lost." Lin Chen calmly finished speaking. He then took the old mage to the Ascension Temple. Everything proceeded step by step. Lin Chen cleared the maze and successfully obtained the first place. However, now, in the abandoned Storm City, there was no administrator sister, nor any mention of rewards. When the task stone tablet appeared, Lin Chen planned to throw the forbidden weapon on the ground, but suddenly a prompt rang in his ears. Ding! The forbidden weapon, once discarded, will automatically return to the energy pool. Ding! The forbidden weapon has been detected in the backpack. The curse is still in effect. Lin Chen wanted to curse. He thought that if he didn't take the weapon, he wouldn't be cursed. But now, it seemed that the system had long anticipated his little cleverness. What else could he do? He could only silently accept the enhanced trial task brought by the forbidden weapon. Ding! You have entered the trial phase. Task difficulty is hell level. Job change stone tablet. Task 1, sacrifice 10 perfect quality or above lamp spirits. Task 2, independently kill a world boss in the Northern Territory. Task 3, without relying on any summoned creatures, purely rely on divine charm to make a level 130 creature actively issue a master invitation. Task 4, submit 100 dragon crystals and 100 ice crystal flowers. After reading the requirements of the trial tasks, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Is this a task meant for humans? Sacrificing 10 lamp spirits is one thing, but they have to be of perfect quality. Does the system know how expensive a single lamp spirit is? Then, there's the requirement to rely on divine charm to conquer a level 130 creature. Is this a task assigned to humans? Where would he get divine charm from? Even if he had it, the description above states that it requires the young god to willingly submit. Ordinary beasts and fairies see him as if they see their enemies, with absolutely no room for maneuver. Lin Chen felt like crying without tears. The forbidden weapon is great, but not everyone can wield it. Only rare materials like dragon crystals, I don't lack. The world boss can be inquired about, but that condition for the lamp spirit to actively recognize its master is too outrageous. Is this treating me like a god to assign tasks? Lin Chen complained indignantly. He quickly submitted the materials. Just like that, several 100 million were gone. Due to the high difficulty of hunting, the drop rate was low. Dragon crystals and ice crystal flowers are precious here. Lin Chen also said that he would sell them after going to other cities. Now, it's good. His inventory was directly cleared by the job change task. Then, Lin Chen stood in place, pondering for a moment, and suddenly took out his phone to make a call. Hello, Mayor Su. I have something I want to ask for your help with. Yes, I'm currently in Storm City. It's nothing. I can hold on for a while longer. This is a task assigned by 7 kills. If I really become an elder, I will definitely help us from South City pick a key training target for 7 kills in the future. That's only right. A child from South City should definitely consider their hometown. On the other end of the phone, Su Zhang was all smiles, quickly patting his chest and assuring, "Don't worry, within a day I will definitely help you get 10 lamp gods. As for the money, forget it. It's just 8 or 900 million. Consider it a friend introduction from my younger brother Su Hui to you. World boss, I can get you the news in half a day, just rest assured, but make sure to pay attention to your safety." Alright. Beep, the call ended. In the office, Su Zhang felt a bit pained and called his younger brother. As expected, he was met with a barrage of angry complaints. "Have you been blinded by pig oil? A perfect quality lamp god costs tens of millions. Where am I supposed to get that? Money is secondary, the key is that this thing needs to be collected from the entire region, with a markup of up to 15%. This deal." Listening to the complaints on the phone, Su Zhang leaned back in his chair, picked up a lighter from the table, and calmly lit a cigarette. "If you only have this little vision, then let's not discuss this matter. I'll find someone else to cooperate and pay out of my own pocket. The extra quota from the Light Dragon Academy for us in South City isn't even worth this amount. Brother, think about it, the immense potential of a young summoner. I can responsibly tell you that Lin Chen is worth investing in. He is also very easy to get along with. If we build a good relationship with him now, who knows, we might really be able to send a descendant of the Su family into 7 kills in the future. Your vision is too grand. By the time Lin Chen becomes an elder, we might have already become retired old officials. Who would still remember this little favor? Then let's take a gamble. This money will be considered a loan from me to you." The next day, the second wave of beast tides outside the city finally came to an end as the snow stopped. The survivors inside the city gathered around the fire, cheering and praising the new city. Lord Strength. Lin Chen stood alone on the city wall, gazing at the white-headed eagle flying towards Storm City in the distance. "I am an envoy from Guardian City. Quickly call Lin Chen out. I have orders from my superiors to convey." On the back of the white-headed eagle stood a man with a mixed-race face. Impossible to tell which nationality he belonged to, but from his accent he was definitely not from the old dragon country. He stood proudly on the eagle's back, looking down at the figure in the star robe. Below, Lin Chen took a distant glance at the man's attire and suddenly said to the three-headed Law King that had revived beside him, "Shoot down that beast." The three-headed Law King was merely a lifeless entity that understood only how to execute orders. It immediately waved its increasingly refined staff and magic ball, shooting several bolts of heavenly fire and a rain of ice spikes towards the white-headed eagle in the sky. "Fuck, you damned bastard." A curse with the characteristics of another country's native language. Unsurprisingly, the white-headed eagle was shot into a sieve by the ice spikes, just as it was about to fall. The man on the eagle's back clumsily activated a flight talisman and quickly descended in front of Lin Chen. His eyes seemed ready to burst with anger as he glared at Lin Chen, shouting, "You dare to attack the city army? Are you looking for death?" Lin Chen shifted his cold gaze towards him. A waste organization that has abandoned its own territory still has the face to call itself the city army? Where do you get your confidence from? You. The man was left red-faced from the scolding. He had indeed been an officer in Storm City, but after the disaster broke out, he received orders from his superiors and evacuated with the main force. Now, he had been demoted and became a messenger captain. Suddenly, the officer, who was locking eyes with Lin Chen, froze, a wave of inexplicable fear surging from the depths of his heart. He did not know where this feeling came from, his body uncontrollably dropping to one knee, trembling as he said, I mean no harm, I'm here to deliver a message. This is the commendation flag from the provincial government for Lord Lin." As he spoke, the captain of the messenger team took out a red banner from his backpack and held it up with both hands. Once Lin Chen shifted his gaze away, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, the strange heaviness in his chest dissipating. The captain of the messenger team felt a mix of surprise and confusion, not understanding why the person before him could exert such a great sense of pressure. The other party didn't seem that old. "Haha, I will accept this banner." Lin Chen examined the 2 rows of large characters on the banner. Meritorious service in defending the city, hero of the Dragon District. The provincial government is quite thoughtful. With this banner for protection, the newly appointed Lord of Storm City could sit more securely. If I can truly hold the fort, then this early official recognition will surely make the officials of Lanzhou regret it deeply, he thought to himself. Lin Chen carefully stored the banner and gestured for the messenger to leave. The captain of the messenger team, astonished, finally understood why he felt such trepidation. It turned out that the person before him was the one who had resisted 2 waves of beast tides, the summoner of the South City. With a hint of admiration, the captain clasped his hands and turned to leave, no longer carrying the arrogance he had when he arrived. Not long after he left, a large merchant ship that dispersed the clouds and mist docked above Storm City. Lin Chen stood on the city wall, waiting for its arrival. Immediately, he waved his hand enthusiastically. "Is this Mr. Lin? The 9 perfect quality lamp spirits you ordered have arrived." "That's me. Does your cargo ship have fuel for the northern border?" Lin Chen called out to the ship hovering above. The person up there quickly leaped down, landing steadily on the city wall. We do have it, but it needs to be sent to Steel City. The delivery manager smiled apologetically at Lin Chen. I'll pay double the price. Lin Chen said straightforwardly. Mr. Lin, this isn't about money, it's a matter of credibility. The delivery manager's smile faded and he said seriously. Triple. Mr. Lin. 4 times. You. 6 times. Alright, sometimes credibility can be set aside. After all, you are a good friend of our Yuding branch's boss. The delivery manager enthusiastically extended his hand to shake with Lin Chen. Lin Chen asked, let's calculate how much in total for the 9 lamp spirits. The delivery manager shook his head, saying, the payment for the lamp spirits has already been made by Yuding's shareholder, Su Huai. Hearing this, Lin Chen was not surprised, so he asked again, please let me know how much it is, I don't want to owe him too big a favor. Oh, sure. The delivery manager took out the ledger, flipped through it for a moment, and said, a total of 2.1 billion. This is quite a costly transaction for Su Huai, as you needed it urgently, each spirit was marked up significantly, so, I understand. Lin Chen nodded, shocked in his heart. He had thought the lamp spirits would be very expensive, but he didn't expect it to be this outrageous. It seems he needs to find an opportunity to repay the favor. Quickly. Mr. Lin, the total is 5.93 million, I'll count it as 5.9 million for you. After calculating the price of the fuel, the delivery manager said with a smile. Lin Chen directly took out a gold card. Let's just make it 6 million. I'll need to trouble you to run to Storm City more often. The people here also need external supplies to live. Alright. As long as you're here, our Yuding headquarters cargo ship will deliver every day. The manager was very eloquent, directly patting his chest to make a guarantee. Then, Lin Chen appointed the temporary life captain in the city to coordinate with the manager for the bulk purchase of daily necessities. In response, the survivors were overwhelmed with gratitude, wishing they could bow to Lin Chen on the spot. After all, Storm City had been abandoned for so long, with refugees either dying in battle or freezing to death, and now they finally had a lord willing to take care of them. Reputation increased by 20,000. Achieved 100,000 accomplishments. Received the Lord's Junior Medal. Damage increased by 10%, all attributes enhanced by 5%. Luck bound to the city, making it easier for rifts and high-level secret realms to appear within. Lin Chen truly didn't know that a lord could bind luck to a city. This was a new revelation. With his current luck value, it shouldn't be low, right? Lost in thought, Lin Chen wore the Lord's medal on his chest. Suddenly, a mysterious feeling surged in his heart as if it connected him to Storm City in an inexplicable way. Ding! Your citizens. Happiness index is below the world average. City luck adapts to 56 points. System evaluation. Imminent destruction. Ding! Your luck value exceeds the world average. City luck adapts to 770 points. System evaluation. A hidden dragon in the abyss. So it's taking the highest value of his and the city's luck. This is outrageous. However, upon further reflection, he found it quite reasonable. After all, he had brought hope to the city, single-handedly, turning the tide. For now, he had temporarily spared Storm City from the impending beast tide. At present, although he had obtained 9 perfect quality lantern spirits from Old Su, Lin Chen still needed to catch one himself. The reason was that almost all the famous shops in Lanzhou had been inquired about by Old Su, and he had only managed to buy 9 lantern spirits. In a desperate situation, Lin Chen left the Tsungu giant tree and the crab to guard Storm City, while he took the Angel Chiral and quickly flew to the ancient ruins where lantern spirits were known to appear. Admission is 100,000 and you can only stay for 3 hours. At this moment, in front of a secret realm entrance near Texas Steel City, Lin Chen paid the admission fee with a gold card. This was an old secret realm that had existed for nearly 10 years. Charging an admission fee was merely a shabby means for the officials to rake in money. Before coming, Lin Chen had inquired and found that aside from the lantern spirits, there was nothing of value inside. Chiral, your task is simple. Catch a perfect quality spirit pet. The lantern spirit. Master, I must remind you that lantern spirits are of the radiant type. They are very close to you and me. I'm not very willing to harm them, Chiral said, somewhat troubled. Hearing her words, Lin Chen felt as if struck by lightning, staring blankly as he said, you mean, the radiant type is close to me? Exactly, you are also a dear friend of my radiant divine clan, Chiral replied respectfully. Lin Chen suddenly came to his senses, excitedly punching his palm. Then, he stepped forward and gave the angel a bear hug. Thank you for the reminder, Chiral. I almost forgot about the blessing of radiant affinity. Held tightly by her master, the usually proud angel Chiral didn't dare to move, her delicate face flushing as she closed her bright eyes. Entering the ancient ruins, Lin Chen and the angel Chiral split up to search for traces of the perfect quality lantern spirits. As they passed an abandoned four-corner altar, 2 solitary lantern spirits immediately caught Lin Chen's attention. He tried to approach slowly, wearing a gentle smile, displaying a very friendly demeanor. However, before he could get close, one of the lower-level lantern spirits was scared away. Lantern spirits. As the name suggests, they are a type of plant with slender branches and a lantern-sized head. The light emitted from the lantern is a pale green, which is the most common little spirit. If one encounters a rare variety with blue branches and an orange lantern, that is what people commonly refer to as a lantern god. Lin Chen had memorized the complete collection of spirit pets. At a glance, he could tell that neither the one up close nor the two watching from a distance were lantern gods. Little lamp demon, I am the master of the deity you believe in. Why don't you come over and acknowledge your master? The lamp demon, standing dazed on the abandoned building, saw Lin Chen approaching and emitted a series of incomprehensible strange sounds, immediately turning to flee as if in panic. Lin Chen's expression was one of astonishment as he stopped in his tracks. He suddenly began to doubt his radiant approach. However, when he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the forbidden weapon in his hand, his heart stirred and he actively stowed it away behind him. Then, he removed the other equipment on his body. This should greatly reduce their vigilance, right? Lin Chen thought to himself. Dressed only in a starry outfit, he slowly approached the two lamp demons in the distance. Suddenly, one of them seemed to sense danger and turned to run. The other, after making eye contact with Lin Chen, was instantly frightened and began to retreat continuously. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen seemed to understand something. He simply closed his eyes and approached the lamp demon unguarded. Sure enough, after the divine might wore off, the lamp demon's consciousness immediately cleared, and it began to scrutinize Lin Chen as he walked closer, suddenly noticing a glow on him that resembled the warm sunlight of winter. That sacred and peaceful aura was incredibly familiar and nostalgic to it. Oh, the lamp demon let out a tentative sound, trying to inch closer to Lin Chen. When they were just 2 meters apart, Lin Chen felt a foul wind blowing towards him, the unique stench of the demon. He couldn't help but frown and pinched his nose. In contrast, the lamp demon, seeing that he showed no aggression, stood still for a long time, then tentatively rubbed its large head against Lin Chen's pant leg, greedily beginning to absorb the aura of the sacred brilliance of the angel chiral that clung to him. Before long, a ding sound echoed in Lin Chen's ear. You have received a recognition request from the lamp demon. Decline. After completing the trial task, a faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips as he kicked the lamp demon beside him aside. With this experience of approaching a radiant-type demon beast, Lin Chen's confidence soared as he continued to search for the perfect quality lamp deity. Soon, Chiral arrived, followed by an extremely excited orange lamp demon. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "So soon? Master, he is not of perfect quality. I came to request your permission to explore the depths of the ruins palace." Chiral shook her head. Lin Chen looked at the little follower behind her and nodded with slight disappointment. "Go ahead, don't worry about my safety." After the angel Chiral left, Lin Chen also began to wander deeper into the ruins. "Xiaomei, how much pet food have you fed? You can't waste it like this. I like that lamp deity. What's wrong with spending a little money? The key is that it doesn't even pay you any attention, but you've already fed it nearly 3 million in pet food." By a dilapidated stone wall, a plump woman nagged tirelessly beside the girl. The girl in the rabbit outfit pouted instinctively and took out a pack of special pet food from her backpack, planning to win over the proud lamp deity with food. But after throwing 3 packs of special pet food in succession, the lamp deity, 20 meters away, still held its head high, glaring at the girl with its crimson eyes. It seemed to say, "I'll eat as much food as you give me, but don't ever think I'll submit." This was like asking for food. The plump woman was so angry that she stood up, instantly scaring the lamp deity away. The girl in pink almost cried, complaining with a tear at the corner of her eye. "What are you doing? Don't you know lamp deities are easily scared? I can't stand it. This thing is too shameless. It has eaten so much of our pet food and leveled up by 4 levels. Why won't it let anyone approach? I think we should just catch it with a pet net. After all, you've already marked it. I've already raised the favorability to 8 points. Just wait a bit longer. Later, when using the net to catch it, there won't be any fierce resistance. Do you understand? Only pets caught this way will be closest to their owner, and they won't be timid in battle." The girl in pink rolled her eyes in annoyance, her pink rabbit ears twitching as she walked away. Just then, Lin Chen passed by a pile of stones on the opposite side. He noticed a lamp spirit with an orange head fleeing and immediately chased after it with a joyful expression. When the lamp spirit sensed someone else was pursuing it from behind, it curiously turned its head back. The moment their eyes met, the lamp spirit was instantly frozen in fear. It trembled and slowed its pace, continuously retreating. However, it seemed that the divine might was too overwhelming. It didn't dare to turn and run. It kept staring at Lin Chen, its eyes filled with intense fear and unease. Too scared to look away, fearing that it would be attacked at any moment. This was the deep apprehension that demon beasts displayed when facing ancient deities. Seeing the little creature's terrified expression, Lin Chen thoughtfully closed his dark eyes and continued to approach it. The girl in the distance, witnessing this scene, immediately stopped in her tracks and shouted angrily, "You'll scare it away. That's my marked pet, don't frighten it." However, the next moment, she widened her eyes in disbelief. She saw Lin Chen casually approaching the lamp spirit, then doing nothing and just standing there. In contrast, the proud lamp spirit, upon seeing a stranger approach, not only didn't run away but also showed a greedy expression, rubbing its head against Lin Chen's pant leg like a well-behaved pet seeking affection. The girl in pink was instantly dumbfounded. She even doubted for a moment whether the lamp spirit she was chasing was someone else's pet. To avoid misunderstanding, she quickly used a detection scroll to check both parties' information several times. First, she looked at the starry robe, then at the lamp spirit. No problem. Just as she repeatedly compared their behaviors and intimacy, she suddenly looked up to see the lamp spirit, like a lovesick puppy, happily chasing after that person. The girl felt both angry and wronged. Even more infuriating was that even when that person kicked it away multiple times, the lamp spirit, to which she had fed nearly 3 million pet food, still clung to him, greedily rubbing against his pant leg, as if it were consuming something. Moreover, when the girl, with a face full of disbelief, caught up, she heard a line that struck her like lightning. If it's not perfect, then don't follow me. It's not worth anything. Oh my, he still wanted a perfect lamp spirit. How rare must that be? Just this ordinary lamp spirit had already cost her countless pet food, and she still hadn't captured it. Oh no, I must have encountered a great deity. The girl in pink hurriedly caught up and stood in front of Lin Chen. Then, like a junior meeting a senior, she bowed to him and said, "Hello." Lin Chen glanced at her and asked in confusion, "Do you need something?" When their gazes met, the fangirl suddenly felt a wave of panic, but it quickly disappeared. Could you teach me how to approach the lamp spirit?" Looking at Lin Chen's handsome appearance, the girl in pink asked nervously. Stuttering, Lin Chen, annoyed by the lamp spirit clinging to him, lifted his foot and kicked it away. Then, he casually said, "I have radiant closeness." "Oh right, just like that." At that moment, Angel Chiral happened to return. Lin Chen stepped forward, standing under her 2 pairs of holy white wings, basking in the warm, sun-like radiance. Seeing this astonishing scene, the fangirl sat down on the ground in shock. This, Master, I've brought back the perfect quality lamp god. The prerequisite is that you need to have an angelic sister. Lin Chen revealed a faint smile and turned to leave quickly with the angel Carol, who hadn't glanced at the girl the entire time. After hearing his words, the girl in pink went completely blank. After leaving Iron City, Lin Chen received a familiar phone number. "Hello, Lin God. I've got some news for you. Ming City has erupted in a massive beast tide, and there's even a world boss that has appeared, not very high in level, perfect for you to undertake a trial task. Thank you so much, Lord Su. If you ever need my help in the future, don't hesitate to ask." With Lin God's words, Su was already content. "Hurry to Ming City, I'll have my old friend seal the city for defense, trying not to cause you any trouble." "Okay, I'll come right over." The call ended. Su Zhang stood on the city tower of Ming City, looking at his old friend, the city lord, and said, "Did you hear that? Just relax, as long as Lin God comes, this little turmoil outside the city will be resolved in an instant. I'm not afraid he won't come, I'm afraid that Lin God you mentioned, he won't be able to handle it. Look at the scale of the beast tide outside the city." The city lord of Ming City exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his brow furrowed as he continued, "Just to wait for him alone, I've even closed the city gates. Old Su, if you dare to let me down, our 10 years of friendship will come to an end." "What are you talking about? If I didn't have some confidence, would I let you not call for external help? If something goes wrong, I'll be held responsible too, old comrade," Su Zhang said confidently, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and refilling the city lord's. Looking at the vast beast tide outside the city lord couldn't even smoke anymore, his brow tightly knitted as he ordered the soldiers to continue defending. At this moment, no one could understand his pressure. The large-scale beast tide outside had reached a level that required consulting the state government to mobilize the night watchman to intervene. If everything went according to the normal process, it would be all good, and there would be no risk at all. But the problem arose when, at the very moment the disaster broke out, he received a call from an old friend, urging him not to let the state government's armed forces intervene, thus incurring a huge favor. Therefore, he had the soldiers defend without attacking, and the scattered players inside the city were also prohibited from leaving under the pretext of protecting their safety. This measure was, in fact, without any issues. Usually, during large-scale beast tides, the main focus is to protect the local job changers. Only the less promising soldiers were allowed to leave the city to resist, holding out until the state government's support arrived. But today, even the soldiers were not allowed to leave the city. This resulted in Ming City being surrounded by enemies, brewing an unprecedented momentum for city destruction. The citizens looked at the endless beast tide outside the city, feeling anxious and fearful, and began to question the military's capabilities. Some job changers even lost their rationality and started to rush towards the gates, wanting to force their way out to escape. "Everyone, listen to me. The state government has already abandoned us. I called the night watchman and the state government's public phone long ago. If they were coming, they would have been here by now. We can't wait any longer, let's rush out and escape. The city lord is still alive. Ming City hasn't reached its final moment of destruction yet. Everyone, hold on a little longer. When the city lord is dead, will you still have a chance to escape? Don't be delusional. The state government has already given up on Ming City. What are you holding on for? Damn it, that dog of a Lance House state government. They promised to confirm the situation and send someone over. immediately, but they still haven't come, and the monsters are about to break into the city. Whoever dares to stop me, I'll fight them to the death. Exactly, staying in the city to wait for death is worse than fighting our way out together. Everyone, don't listen to rumors. Staying inside the city is the safest option. Outside, there are all level 100 and above monsters. Once you go out, you'll be overwhelmed by the beast tide, and there's no doubt you'll die. An officer shouted from the city tower, trying to calm the people's hearts. But in reality, at the very moment the disaster broke out outside the city, the officer had already crossed the line to contact the state government. Not just him. The city lord of Ming had superficially agreed to his old friend not to involve the state's power organizations, but secretly he had also discreetly sent his deputy to notify a senator from the state government, urging him to quickly send night watchmen over. Losing friends was minor, losing the city would mean losing his life. Because of this, the city lord's brows were tightly furrowed. Moreover, the unease in his heart grew stronger. Who is so powerful that both city lords are waiting for him to come and deal with the world boss outside? The gray-robed elder, who understood the inside story, stood beside a young master with a smile and said, "Which young summoner offended the old law god?" "Ah, it's him, I thought so." Li Jinza, who had come from the state government, revealed a wicked smile, his eyes narrowing slightly, "Since old Su and old Jiang have chosen to stand behind that kid as support, let's deal with them all at once. The state government can pretend it never received the distress signal from old Jiang. And as for the mastermind behind it, once they are brought to military court, let Zhang's wife testify. You like that beautiful woman, don't you? When the city falls tonight, I'll reward her to you, but you'll have to clean up the mess afterward. Old Su and old Jiang can die, and that young summoner must die too, but my Li family's Ming city can only be broken, not destroyed. Do you understand? Li Jinza said calmly, holding a folding fan. The gray-robed elder showed a sinister smile, bowed respectfully, and then withdrew. When he reappeared, the gray-robed elder arrived in front of a earthen building. A group of people who had been waiting above all knelt on one knee as he approached. "Greetings, great steward." "No need for that. You 5 tigers and 6 eagles. One team is responsible for secretly ambushing that summoner, and another team is responsible for the security work inside the city. Remember, protect the buildings. If people are lost, we can still take in refugees from other places. If the city is gone, then your heads will be gone too. Whoever can kill that summoner will be the next direct disciple of the old law god." The gray-robed elder said coldly. Upon hearing this, the 2 teams on the earthen building had their eyes light up with fervor. Immediately, a team from the Night Watchman's Eagle faction swiftly leaped down from the earthen building, disappearing in different directions. Unbeknownst to them, the wild monsters outside the city had already gathered into a small mountain, starting to crazily climb the city walls. The 2 city lords could no longer stand by idly and began to respond with serious expressions. The city lord of Ming, Zhang Huayan, broke through the air with a sword, unleashing a rain of densely packed light swords outside the city. In an instant, he harvested the top layer of monsters. On the other side, a middle-aged female advisor, who specialized in support, held a radiant staff and immediately cast a blessing spell for the soldiers on the city wall. "In the name of the radiant goddess, I grant you immortal armor." Instantly, a layer of silver armor enveloped all the soldiers, boosting their confidence. However, the seemingly indestructible armor was instantly rendered useless when a flock of black-feathered giant birds attacked, disappearing without a trace. The defending soldiers either fell, had their heads severed, or were torn apart by the black birds above, raining down countless pieces of flesh and blood. Those watching were shocked and completely lost the courage to fight back. "Don't panic. 1 team of archers up front, 5 teams of shield soldiers holding the line. We can definitely hold out until the reinforcements from Lanzhou arrive." The experienced officer, despite feeling turmoil inside, remained calm and composed on the surface as he directed the operations. The city guards retreated while frantically shooting arrows at the black clouds in the air. As the shield warriors, skilled in field combat, entered the fray, the anxious Lord Jian was the first to charge in with his sword. Among the horde of monsters gathered like a small mountain below, several massive creatures suddenly leaped high into the air. These were elite monsters, the lion-tiger beasts, whose size rivaled that of houses, and with sheer brute force, they struck the city walls, creating several cracks with a single paw. Following them, a dozen more charged in, despite the powerful bombardment from Su Zhang and the senior officers of various teams. Yet, some managed to slip through and attack the archers. In an instant, it was like wolves entering a sheepfold. With their massive claws swinging, they stirred up clouds of blood and flesh. Even the sword and shield warriors, known for their defensive capabilities, suffered heavy losses. Elite monsters starting at level 200 were brutally violent and bloody when it came to slaughtering the newly transitioned fighters. There was no reasoning to be had. Inside and outside the city, screams echoed. A sense of despair quickly spread through the army. Many soldiers, in a bid to save their lives, began to retreat into the city. With the city gates on the verge of collapse, the civilians panicked and fled, their mouths filled with complaints about the provincial government and curses against the lord's incompetence. This is just the first wave of the beast tide outside the city. There's still a world boss behind. If the provincial government doesn't intervene, what can Ming City use to cope? The Lord can protect himself, but he can't safeguard us. Hurry and escape. The gates in other directions are about to fall too. We can't keep listening to the military's lies. They just want us civilians to stay behind to deal with the beast tied outside. They have no good intentions. Old Sue, let me be honest with you. I notified the provincial government before you arrived, but they haven't sent anyone over yet, and the so-called summon god you mentioned has also gone silent. You give me a straight answer. Has the higher-ups already given up on Ming City and deliberately sent you here to pressure me? As Lord Jian fought his way through the monster horde, bloodied, he leaped back onto the city walls and shouted at Old Sue, whose eyes were red with anger. Upon hearing this, Old Sue was furious as well. You bastard! Since you reported to the Lanzhou provincial government, how dare you blame me? I regard you as a brother, yet you treat me like a fool? Do you really think I'm just playing you? Lord Jiang sneered, slashing his sword against the city wall, and laughed in rage. You consider me a brother? Then where are the people you brought? Where are they? The city is about to fall, and you're still here trying to fool me. I'm putting it out there today. If the people don't come, I'll defend Ming City myself. With that, Old Sue's aura suddenly erupted to its peak, and a brilliant golden broadsword smashed down into the horde of monsters below, instantly splattering countless severed limbs and broken arms. Both men, being passionate individuals, fell silent after their argument and began to exert all their strength to slay the monsters outside the city. At that moment, Old Sue's heart began to waver. Lin Chen, if you see this scene and get scared, not coming, then I'm really done for. Old Sue thought mournfully. He raised his sword again, sending 2 lion-tiger beasts flying. Outside the west gate of Ming City, an extraordinary 2-winged angel soared above the world boss. With a light flick of its 2 swords, it unleashed a rapidly expanding energy storm. The world boss didn't die, but the wild monsters surrounding it fell in droves. Roar! The ancient tree demon, wounded by the 2 fatal strikes, let out a desperate roar, its aged face twisting in agony. However, in this contest, courage played a minimal role. The angel Chiral summoned the Sword of Judgment. The once dim sky suddenly showed signs of dawn breaking. A beam of brilliant slanting sunlight descended from the heavens, illuminating the angelic sword blade as if it had pierced through the abyss of chaos and confusion, suddenly bringing forth the dawn of the mortal realm, carrying a breath of untainted holiness, intertwining the realms of law and way. The sheer divine pressure was so sacred and inviolable that it instantly rendered the ancient tree demon unable to lift its head, its eyes filled with fear. The other creatures on the western city's ground trembled in their hearts as well, gazing at that streak of blazing sun on the angelic holy sword, frightened into a panicked retreat, devoid of any ferocity or brutality. At this moment, her face was like white jade, every inch of her skin radiating purity like light. The holy sword in her hand, though held high, represented the light that dispels darkness, symbolizing the hope that people yearn for. Inside the city, outside the city, whether fleeing or hiding in corners, everyone was unconsciously drawn to that warm ray of dawn, their eyes filled with shock at that unique brilliance of heaven and earth, increasingly dazzling, making them squint as if staring directly at the sun. Judgment! When they saw that miraculous figure raising the sword, everyone thought she intended to slay the world boss. But at the moment the light from the holy sword fell, the entire land trembled in response. The 299-level ancient tree demon was sliced in half as easily as cutting tofu by that streak of white light above. A violent energy crashed down onto the surface, like gunpowder exploding, suddenly stirring up a thunderous hurricane that disrupted the clouds in the sky, while the ground below roared incessantly. Another wave, carrying the might of heaven and earth, surged forth like a terrifying backlash of vast ocean waters flooding into a valley centered around the angel Chiral, rapidly spreading outwards for miles, effortlessly obliterating the hordes of monsters along the way into a layer of floating mist. A divine strike with all its might was indeed a heavenly punishment. As the tumultuous energy waves subsided, the people on the distant city walls looked on in shock at that streak of light wings, suddenly turning around and gracefully landing before the figure clad in a robe of starry rivers. She slightly sheathed her sword, lowered her brow, and bowed, saying, "Master, the cleansing task has been completed." Lin Chen nodded, glancing towards the aftermath of the battle in the east of the city, and continued to issue orders. "Since you're here, let's help Ming City resolve the issues once and for all. After all, this is a world boss that Lord Su painstakingly found." Understood. Angel Chiral bowed in acknowledgement, turned, and flew away wielding her twin swords. The people's gaze followed her, shifting towards the eastern part of the city. "Oh my, is this a deity? I found it." The divine illustration says this is the envoy of the radiant divine realm of the second order, also known as an angel. She's so respectful to a human. Who is that person? How can they possess such terrifying power? I'm not sure. They must be here to help us. Could they be from the provincial government? Nonsense about the provincial government. If they wanted to help us, they would have sent someone long ago. I think it's just a passing big shot who happened to save us in Ming City. So terrifying. What level of existence can command a deity to act? At the pinnacle? The big shot is mighty. Finally, we don't have to flee as refugees anymore, haha. Our homes are safe. That's better than anything. The big shot is truly impressive, wiping out the small beast tied outside the west of the city with a single sword. What big shot! That's a true god. At this moment, many survivors, whether commoners or job changers, were sitting on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Their eyes were fixed on the area where the monster horde was concentrated. That was the main gate of Ming City. There, a light illuminating the vast universe appeared. It was continuously swinging. The sword, slaying the dark, surging beast horde below like a tide. Upon witnessing this scene, the blood-soaked old Su shed tears of excitement, laughing heartily. I told you, I trust Lin Shen. Lin God? Mayor Jiang stared in shock at the glowing wings floating in the air, then repeatedly scrutinized the starry robe that had leaped onto the city wall. Suddenly, he clasped his fists in apology, his voice trembling as he said, You are the summoning god that old Su invited, right? What summoning god? My name is Lin Chen, Lin Chen replied calmly. The scene that had just unfolded at the West City Gate was witnessed by Mayor Jiang himself. While feeling grateful, he was also somewhat anxious. Having played tricks on old Su, the friend of the summoning god, would he hold a grudge against him afterward? Even if he saved Ming City today, he might not escape death. Thinking of this, guilt, gratitude, and fear surged in Mayor Jiang's heart all at once. He knelt on one knee, trembling, faced with this divine giant who could easily extinguish his life. He found it hard to remain calm and composed. Lin God, your ability to save Ming City is equivalent to saving my life. Yet, I foolishly deceived old Su. At the first sign of disaster, I reported to the provincial government in Lanzhou. Although they did not send any rescue, I still feel guilty in my heart, guilty for the great kindness you have shown to Ming City. His sincere attitude and choked voice made it hard for outsiders to imagine that this Mayor Jiang, who had dominated the rise and fall of Ming City for over 4 years and held significant power, would one day kneel to apologize. Even on his waxy old face there was an expression of incomprehensible fear and humility. A provincial mayor, wielding real power, held a status comparable to that of a city mayor 100 years ago, a significant official. In his own right, he was accustomed to receiving respect wherever he went, yet now he knelt before a young man whose identity he did not even know. In the distance, the officers and subordinates had complex expressions. Yet, they did not dare to speak, intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards the direction of the starry robe. Lin Chen frowned at Mayor Jiang and said, You deceived old Su, that means you did not treat him as a friend. At the first sign of disaster, predicting that Ming City could not resist and reporting to the provincial government was a responsibility to the ordinary people of Ming City. I have no reason to blame you, and you need not show such a guilty expression. I am here because of old Su, I owe him a favor. Hearing this, old Su felt a warmth in his heart and quickly stepped forward, cupping his hands and saying, Lin God can intervene to solve the problems of Ming City that shows concern for the people. How can I dare to accept this favor? Lin Chen smiled noncommittally and did not respond. Mayor Jiang was sincerely convinced by the summoning god's discernment of right and wrong. He clasped his fists in gratitude and said, In any case, I owe you a life. From now on, if you have any orders, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. When they saw the angel Chiral descend beside Lin Chen, holding dual swords and respectfully reporting the battle situation, the soldiers on the city wall finally came to their senses. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. So that divine being was actually a subordinate of the young man named Lin. No wonder he could make 2 city lords act so humbly and even kneel to apologize. On the other side, at the watchtower in the city, Li Jinza, holding a folding fan, greedily stared at the distant glowing wings. Teacher, I want to sleep with that angel. The old man in gray fell into silence. Then, with a blank expression, he said, At the very least, you need a senior divine level. Li Jinza licked his lips and smiled, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Then let 6 eagles try the waters first. Another day, I'll bring old Law God and the guest from the Li family to Storm City for some fun. Young master, I remind you, he is currently a member of the 7 Kills Guild. The 7 Kills Guild already possesses the strength to threaten your father. Your father also does not wish for you to openly seek trouble with that young summoning god. Then I'll disguise myself before going. Li Jinja waved his hand to directly interrupt the teacher's rambling, then impatiently said. The old man in the gray robe tucked his hands into his sleeves and lowered his head in silence. Just as the angel Chiral flew away again, Lin Chen turned around, and a giant golden net that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere came crashing down, sealing off the entire city wall. In the next moment, 5 slime kings from the summoning space, along with 3 mage kings, appeared simultaneously. The 5 slime kings, with their plump bodies, created a narrow space for Lin Chen's petite figure, preventing the razor-sharp golden threads of the giant net from harming their master. Receive slashing damage 19999. Receive slashing damage 19999. Receive slashing damage 17999. However, the giant golden net covering the entire city wall continued to shrink, slicing through everything within. The 5 slime kings at the top let out cries of pain. Their bodies began to ooze thick, crimson liquid as the net kept constricting. Lin Chen turned his head to scan the surroundings and quickly ordered, "Angels, keep an eye on the perimeter. We must not let him escape." The angels in the distance swiftly scanned the crowd within the city. The two city lords, rushing to the southern part of the city, were still unaware of what had happened. Several dark arrows, like flowing light, shot swiftly towards their backs. At the same time, the soldiers and archers who had originally fallen dead on the city wall suddenly tore through a layer of flesh with their bare hands, revealing their true black armored forms. They were positioned less than 10 meters away from Lin Chen. Although they were under the net, it was unclear what special skill they had used, as their bodies moved like liquid. Silently, they approached Lin Chen's feet. In an instant, several dull glimmering daggers struck Lin Chen's back at a speed of 5 strikes per second, as quick as a phantom. Thud, thud, thud. Critical damage dealt 199,999. X5 critical damage dealt 128,799. X3 critical damage dealt 159,999. X5 in just one encounter. The million-point shield on Lin Chen was shattered. Immediately, one Slime King, serving as a blood bag, was blown apart into a puddle of liquid. Perhaps not expecting Lin Chen to still be alive, the assassins behind him were momentarily stunned, and their calves were frozen by a layer of frost. The three Mage Kings, receiving the command, summoned down ice spikes like raindrops. The distant angels also coldly unleashed a sword. In an instant, white light covered half the city, blinding all the assassins. The subsequent light blades sliced through the three frozen assassins and the two Slime Kings trapped in place like cutting wheat. Final damage dealt 399,9999. X3 final damage dealt 599,9999. X2 one liquefied assassin, lucky to escape, shot 2 arrows at Lin Chen in a reluctant manner. But when his body returned to its original form, at the moment he locked eyes with Lin Chen, the fully drawn bowstring suddenly released, and his face turned pale with fear as he turned to flee. Lin Chen signaled to the three Mage Kings beside him. Behind the fleeing black-armored assassin, 3 massive mushroom fire clouds surged into the air. But that wasn't the end. The arriving angel Chiral swung his sword at the speed of light. As the assassin was burned by the heavenly fire, his upper body was directly severed by a single strike. He fell to the ground, eyes wide open in fear, unable to close them. Witnessing this scene, the distant crowd and injured soldiers were all astonished and retreated in shock, completely unaware of what had happened. Just then, the two heavily injured city lords stumbled back to the main gate, carrying several heads. Looking at the chaos on the ground and the summoning god standing intact on the city wall, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. "Everyone, don't panic. These thieves must have come to assassinate me, trying to take advantage of the beast tide in Ming City to catch me off guard. The outcome is obvious. With Lin Chen present, no matter how many people they send, it will be of no use." Mayor Zhong's cold gaze swept over the crowd, then he subtly flattered Lin Chen. The people felt a chill in their hearts, all looking at the starry robe on the city wall with awe. That lord not only saved Ming City but also rescued the attacked Mayor Jiang. Lin Chen is simply our savior in Ming City. I propose we all donate money to build a merit statue for the senior. This is a must. If it weren't for Lin Chen's repeated assistance, Ming City and the mayor would probably be gone by now. The Lanzhou provincial government is just a useless institution, nothing compared to the big shots. Brother, be careful, Ming City is under the jurisdiction of the provincial government. Damn, I almost lost my home. And I can't even vent my anger on them? It's really too unreliable. If it weren't for the senior's righteous intervention, the city would have been gone long ago, and what jurisdiction would they have? I am willing to donate money, half of my fortune specifically to build a grand merit statue for the big shot. In fact, the people present were not foolish. The reason they revered Lin Chen so much was also to secure a good backing. Comparing him to Mayor Jiang, the people wished they could keep Lin Chen in the city as the mayor, so that in the future, when faced with similar large-scale beast tides, they wouldn't have to worry about their homes being destroyed and fleeing for their lives. But to Mayor Zhang's ears, this was somewhat unpleasant. After 4 years of exhausting efforts to protect Ming City just because of a little trouble today, he found that it couldn't compare to Lin Chen's single act, which brought immense gratitude in the hearts of the people. On the watchtower, Li Jinzi closed his folding fan, his expression unchanged as he said, "A favor for a grain of rice, a grudge for a grain of millet." The provincial government has protected Ming City for so many years, yet just because they didn't intervene once, they are met with scorn. In contrast, that summoned god, with a casual act of rescue, has matched the contributions of my Li family for decades. Truly, the world has changed, and people's hearts are no longer as they were. The old man in grey robes beside him said solemnly, "The people are inherently ignorant and foolish. To put it bluntly, young master, please, don't be angry. Speak." Li Jinzi said coldly. The old man in grey thought for a moment, weighing his words before saying, "That being said, the people pay taxes and should naturally receive protection from the provincial government. This time, it is indeed our negligence. The young master must not think of it as them repaying kindness with enmity. Otherwise, you will not be suited to hold power and will be looked down upon." Hearing this heart-wrenching statement, Li Jin's body stiffened slightly, then he smiled and said, "Your guidance is timely. Young master, it's time to go." The old man in grey bowed and reminded, following Li Jinza like a shadow, disappearing from the watchtower. Meanwhile, among the few lost assassins, 3 were resurrected. The old man in grey, hidden in the shadows, suddenly revealed a glint in his eyes. From nearly 1,000 meters away, he summoned a layer of reflection on the lake surface that separated the 2 realms. Just as Lin Chen sensed something, a black-robed skeleton holding a pitch-black scythe suddenly appeared before the 3 undead. In just a moment, a stream of soul-like milky white substance flew out from the mouths of all the corpses present, wrapping around the black-robed skeleton's dark side. Lin Chen's eyes glinted with ferocity. Before he could give the order, the angel Kakil had already raised the holy sword, erasing that black-robed figure on the spot. However, when Lin Chen turned around, he suddenly realized that a green lake had appeared in the center of the city without him noticing. In the reflection on the lake's surface, a grey-robed skeleton figure, shouldering a pitch-black scythe, was showing him a terrifying smile. Then it used a return scroll and vanished into the anomaly. "Young master, I am no match for that angel." "Then how do you know? He will die and come back to life?" Outside the main gate of a city in Lanzhou, Li Jinza asked curiously. The old man in the grey robe, having shed his true form, replied expressionlessly, "He once eradicated a spy nest, and your father paid close attention to him, bestowing a bounty of over 300 million, along with a first-class merit medal to win him over, but he refused on the grounds that he was still in school. What an ungrateful wretch!" Looking at the already shriveled corpse on the ground, Lin Chen clenched his fists in anger. This bastard came prepared. "Master, he knew he couldn't defeat you, so he used a return scroll to escape," the angel Chiral said. Feeling somewhat guilty, Lin Chen glanced at her and sighed. In a direct confrontation, we definitely wouldn't lose to such a godly figure, but when it comes to underhanded tricks, we are indeed lacking in experience. Chiral felt ashamed and self-reproached, saying, "If only Chiral's attack speed were a bit faster." Lin Chen laughed. "Even if your attack speed were faster, he still has resurrection items to save his life. Killing him would just send him back to the guild to revive. Lin God, let me take care of this investigation. They may not be targeting you. I was also ambushed just like Brother Su," Mayor Jiang said with a serious expression. Lin Chen looked at Mayor Jiang, nodded, and turned to leave with the angel Chiral. Although the details of this assassination attempt were still unclear, whether the targets were the 2 city lords or him, or if it was to sabotage the spies. In Ming City, Lin Chen felt a hint of unease. "I need to hurry back to complete my job change, raise my magic limit, and then summon the dragon god. The more summoned creatures I have, the tougher I become. I'm just waiting for that 100,000 army of forbidden weapons." Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt much more relaxed and was even more eager to return to Storm City. The girl who had been chasing Lin Chen all the way to Storm City had her hands and feet frozen into pig hooves. If it weren't for the sunflower protecting her, she might have died on the way. Fortunately, upon arriving in Storm City, she said she was looking for Lin Chen and was immediately warmly welcomed by the local survivors. Just as they were gathered around the stove chatting, the 2 guardian beasts outside the city finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed into a pool of blood, barely alive. Thus, the 3rd wave of the beast tide had not yet reached its halfway point. "Fortunately, we made it back in time." Lin Chen and the angel Chiral appeared outside Storm City, and the logistics captain, who had been watching from a distance, couldn't help but cheer with a few others. After seeing the 2 guardian beasts die, they thought they would have to face the endless rampage of the ice dragon again, which had them worried sick. But now, the city lord had finally returned. "Chiral, I'll have to trouble you again. Once I summon the divine dragon, you will have a companion," Lin Chen said with a smile to Chiral. Chiral nodded, slightly furrowing her brow, but said nothing as she went to carry out her task. Lin Chen rushed towards the sublimation temple. On the way, he summoned the ancient giant tree and the blackwater king crab. This nearly exhausted all his magic power. He hurriedly drank magic potions like crazy, combined with his own magic recovery effects, allowing him to recover up to 900 magic points per second. Arriving at the stone platform in front of the sublimation temple, Lin Chen quickly submitted the last lamp spirit for sacrifice. Instantly, he was enveloped in a brilliant golden light. In his eyes, the hidden divine seal suddenly released 2 beams of light that pierced the air. Then, a series of obscure and profound golden runes rose from the soles of Lin Chen's feet, swirling around him before merging into his limbs and bones. Lin Chen opened his eyes wide, and to his astonishment, he found a mirror suddenly appearing beneath his feet, reflecting his true form. Rather than a true form, it was more like a divine image. The man who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Chen held a staff that symbolized divine authority, his body adorned with lifelike carvings of the river of stars. His silhouette stood tall like a mountain, and although his face bore a hint of youthfulness, it still exuded an imposing divine presence that made even him hesitant to look directly at it. "Is this really me?" Lin Chen couldn't help but ask himself. It was just this fleeting thought that caused a misstep. The reflection beneath his feet nearly shattered. A surge of nameless anger welled up in his heart, as if the thought itself was inexplicably resentful, and the malicious thoughts mocked him without reason. The turmoil left Lin Chen with a splitting headache. For a moment, he couldn't distinguish which thought truly represented what was in his heart. Mediocre people trouble themselves, while divine beings remain unperturbed. You still have a long way to go, hee hee. Youngster, do you think you can ascend to divinity? Give up that thought. You trash are only fit to survive. In the mortal realm, dreaming of touching the divine position, it's simply laughable. Ha 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 ha. Look at your pathetic state. Even your own mother doesn't want you. Why don't you just go die, huh? Countless thoughts flitted through his mind. In reality, there were also countless demons, some sneering, others lurking in the corners, watching. Some clung to Lin Chen's back, whispering softly in his ear, seeking to disturb his mind. Enough. It's just a divine position. Why shouldn't I be able to obtain it? You all can go die. Lin Chen suddenly opened his murky eyes, raised the forbidden weapon in his hand, and smashed it down on the heads of those demons. Meanwhile, in reality, the old mage watched Lin Chen, who seemed to have gone mad, wildly striking the wall with his staff. With a hint of uncertainty, he called out, "City Lord? What's wrong with you?" Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Chen snapped back to reality and exchanged glances with the old mage. I understand now. I've been tormented by demons and almost lost my mind. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of foul air, looking at the forbidden weapon in his hand. He bitterly smiled and said, "If you don't show the value I expect, then go to the auction house. Congratulations, you have transitioned to Summoner God. Congratulations, you have awakened a new passive talent, Power of Faith. Congratulations, you have awakened a new talent skill, Golden Armor Illusion. Congratulations, you have awakened a new passive talent, Immortality. Power of Faith. You are now qualified to construct divine statues. Your followers will provide you with Power of Faith, which can be stored indefinitely. Skills released using Power of Faith will gain enhanced divine effects with a twofold increase in values. Golden Armor Illusion consumes 50,000 mana points, providing a diminishing golden body buff for summoned creatures within a designated area. During the buff's duration, monsters will take 50% less damage, their size will increase by 200%, and their damage will increase by 100%, gradually weakening over 1 minute with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Immortality, your lifespan is enhanced by the Power of Faith. Each point of Power of Faith equals 1 day of time. When the Power of Faith accumulates to 100 million, you will be free from lifespan limitations. You can only be destroyed. Your equipment will be imbued with divinity and will not be subject to durability limits. At this moment, after understanding his new profession, Lin Chen squatted slowly on the ground, holding his head, his mind blank. This was only the third transition, and he had already reached the divine tier? What kind of splendor awaited in the subsequent 8th and 9th transitions? Lin Chen couldn't even bear to think about it. He squatted there, laughing one moment and then filled with worry the next. The old mage beside him was utterly confused, and couldn't help but remind him, "City Lord? Are demons appearing again?" At the very moment he completed his transition, Lin Chen couldn't wait to open his personal attribute page to check. Lin Chen Faction, Hero, Phase 2, Class, Summoner God Level, LV.130, 3rd Advancement Faith Value, 0 Stamina, 151030 Magic Power, 379200 Strength, 28530 Agility, 40963 Combat Power Assessment, 581 stars. Because of the guild's holy altar, the attribute bonus from the Angel's Blessing. After completing the job change, the base value of magic power was doubled. This is the specialty of the class. In contrast, strength and agility remained at just a few tens of thousands. Even if Lin Chen wanted to dual cultivate strength and magic, he wouldn't be able to deal any damage. However, his growth in magic power, among the mages, was indeed outstanding. When considering the attributes provided by equipment and the additional massive bonuses, mages of the same level would be left far behind. Now that I have the Power of Faith, even if I don't show my face in the future and hide in some corner, I can outlast most of the top experts of this era. I just wonder if those peak existences can also accumulate faith power like I do? Lin Chen thought, feeling a mix of joy and worry. On one hand, he was happy to have stepped into the divine tier. On the other hand, he was concerned that others might have the same. As a rising star, he certainly couldn't compete with those old-timers who had accumulated for decades, or even centuries. It's a pity that the Angel's Sister is my innate skill, which can be summoned without consuming magic power. Once I have enough faith value in the future, I'll invest my first bucket of gold in the Dragon God. That attribute will surely explode. Lin Chen couldn't help but think excitedly. As he turned and strode out of the Ascension Temple, he made his way to the city gate, standing still, suppressing the excitement surging within him. He began to solemnly chant the incantation. Outside the city, on the wasteland, a large magical array in the shape of a dragon, shimmering with golden light, immediately emerged. As the incantation was recited, Lin Chen's magic power rapidly drained away. In the blink of an eye, it was nearly depleted. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and dust and stones were stirred up without wind. Lin Chen's robes rustled, his facial features shifting between light and dark, and his staff hovered in mid-air, presenting an awe-inspiring majesty that was hard to look at directly. Survivors drawn out by the commotion.
Outside the city flew up to the city walls, some gazing towards the lord of the city, while others huddled in corners, peeking secretly. Among the crowd, a petite girl dressed in heavy anti-freeze gear, even heavier than her own, saw this scene, her mouth agape, and inexplicably picked up a magical camera to snap photos of Lin Chen. Roar! Suddenly, a sound explosion echoed across the wasteland in front of Lin Chen. Accompanying it was a massive sound wave that erupted from his mouth like a magnificent sea of clouds, rapidly spreading towards the distant beast horde a kilometer away. In an instant, the beast horde panicked and turned to flee. Even the angel Chiral showed a momentary daze, but in the blink of an eye, she regained her senses. The two ancient giant trees and the emperor crab, already exhausted, could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of wreckage. The onlookers in the distance were also affected. They were swept away by the terrifying sound wave that approached from afar. The girl covered her ears in pain, her eyes filled with stars, and her ears buzzed. But fortunately, the pain came quickly and ended even faster. When the sound that shattered eardrums finally subsided, two massive four-winged dragons thundered down from the sky into Lin Chen's line of sight. Instantly, the ground shook violently. Debris was sent flying high into the air. The people on the city walls held their breath, staring fixedly at the two colossal creatures, not daring to move. Frost Dragon God, level, max, species, divine beast, frost. Health 3 billion/3 billion. Physical strength 81206000 magic. Power 107000 strength 905500 agility 188934 skills frost breath icebound miles ice armor roar transformation strength growth barbaric combat power assessment 3910 stars. Influenced by Lin Chen's outfit, the scouting scroll activated by the girl failed. Even so, she did not forget to pick up her camera and began to snap away at the two ice dragons, even though her hands and legs were trembling from the cold. As expected of you, Lin God. Dragons. Such huge dragons. This aura is terrifying. I feel that if I get any closer, I won't be able to breathe. The Lord is mighty. Storm City will definitely pull through. This seems to be a divine dragon? A divine beast. Indeed, it is the dragon god. It's in the illustrated guide. A divine beast extremely rare in the northern region, which once wreaked havoc in several surrounding cities. The Steel City of Texas was almost destroyed by it, but in the end, it was killed and driven away by the dragon-slaying generals from two major districts, fleeing to the extremely cold areas of the far north. Our Lord summoned two at once. This is too impressive. Long live the Lord. The Lord's power is simply unimaginable. A miracle. This is a miracle. Who would have thought that the divine dragon of the far north would one day become a summoned creature of the Lord? The elderly residents left behind in the city, with faces full of reverence, explained some legends about the divine dragon to the younger generation. The listeners' gazes became even more respectful. They felt a deep-seated submission to the new Lord. At the same time, the pale faces, which had been suffocated by the pressing war, finally wore a smile. It was a hope for the Lord, a longing for a peaceful future. Lin Chen naturally had no interest in noticing the expressions of the people on the city walls. He suppressed the excitement and joy that surged within him once more. Like a small grass facing an old tree overhead, he tilted his neck back and gazed up at the two massive dragons before him. They were enormous, and the collapsed city walls appeared like small mounds in their presence. With their necks held high, their large scales were clearly patterned, with just one scale being as large as half of Lin Chen's body. Facing these two creatures, Lin Chen felt a bit of a fear of giant objects. He instinctively moved a little further away. From a distance, the four dragon wings, resembling ice sculptures, were the first to catch his eye. Then came their massive dragon heads, with a pair of azure dragon eyes that could scare anyone to death with just a glare. After a rough glance, Lin Chen's most immediate impression was one of dominance and majesty, something that would certainly impress anyone. It has a bit of the flavor of the azure-eyed white dragon, but Western dragons lack some of the spirit of Eastern dragons. This guy has thicker blood than angels, but its combat power assessment is more than half weaker. Compared to crabs, this old tree is much stronger, considered a second-tier summoned creature. However, having thick blood has its advantages. Their blood is equivalent to my own, right? Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. The battle ahead was pressing, and the 5 seconds of fear felt incredibly brief. Before long, the third wave of beast tide attacked the city gate once again. If it weren't for the war god Angel Chiral being present, the survivors in the city wouldn't even have the qualification to climb the walls and observe. Dragon 1, Dragon 2, go guard 1 kilometer away. Whoever comes to kill. Lin Chen's expression returned to indifference. He issued orders to the two giant dragons. The two divine dragons, who passively received names, let out a few low roars in succession. Then, they stomped off, shaking the ground as they headed towards Angel Chiral's second front line. Stay away from me. Angel Chiral inexplicably felt a hint of hostility towards these two ugly creatures. Her eyes released a chill as she directly warned them. Feeling the powerful
aura emanating from the angel. The two paired divine dragons naturally did not dare to provoke it and hurriedly went to another battlefield. That place was guarded by the resummoned old tree and crab. They trembled and instinctively ran far away, not daring to stay close to the two divine dragons. Faith value +1, faith value +2, faith value +1, faith value +3. Ding. Important reminder: 1. Deities should maintain an appropriate distance from their followers, as this is more conducive to the generation of faith value. Ding. Important reminder: 2. Statues should be spontaneously built by followers, not claimed by the deities themselves, otherwise the generated faith value will continue to sharply decline. When the two divine dragons stood like mountains, stationed 1 kilometer outside the city, the survivors inside the city gained a tremendous sense of security, and instantly dedicated a wave of faith value to Lin Chen. Having obtained this for the first time, Lin Chen couldn't help but take a look. He opened the detailed faith information. Lin Chen divine rank, level 0, number of followers, 157, faith value, 854, dedicated statues, 0, daily income, 0, devout followers. Yangmeng Shrine, Nun Temple, Nun Divine Protection List, Yangmeng, Wang Air, Chen Shanshan Contribution Ranking, Yangmeng 449, Wang Air 3, Chen Shanshan 2. Meanwhile, the fan leader Yang Meng felt guilty, having chased all the way from South City to Storm City, nearly dying on the way. She had marked Lin Chen and just happened to appear in the northern territory when she disappeared the day before yesterday. Then, due to her ever-growing fan base, along with the account following surpassing 2,000, she was reluctant to just log off. So, in the name of Lin Chen's fan leader, she chased all the way to Storm City. The initial reason was to apologize, then let Lin Chen handle it. After all, it was her fault for causing trouble for him online. If you do something wrong, you have to admit it, even if it means being disliked by Lin Chen. But when she witnessed Lin Chen's summon creatures once again, her worldview was refreshed once more. Again, she couldn't help but want to post online, to show off her idol. For this, she felt honored. Even if she would later be hammered into the ground by Lin Chen, she would not mind. There was no helping it. A woman's fervent admiration for her idol, combined with the chance to closely interact with the online community's revered summoner and gaining first-hand information about his summoned creatures, created a huge sense of vanity that made her feel extremely excited, even though she was doing something that had nothing to do with her. Now I want to see what the online haters and jealous fans have to say. Yang Meng excitedly uploaded the first-hand information she had taken to the summoner bar. After the excitement passed, she froze in place, jumping up and down, curling up into a ball. She didn't even dare to show her rosy little face. But it wasn't long before she couldn't help but scroll through the latest comments on her phone. What the hell? Is this photoshopped? I've never seen such a big dragon in my life. When I was level 100, I was still playing with snakes, and they were already coiling dragons. Snakes are already pretty impressive. I'm still raising a big cat, and it's a wild cat. Damn. Is this another one of Lin Chen's? Are you his little assistant or sidekick? Why do you always get to take close-up photos of him? Bro, are you missing the point? Look at his dragon. What the hell is this giant creature? Why can he always summon such a high-level existence? I'm crying. Is this little grass elder a level 102 turn summoner? I'm level 204 turn and have never seen such a summon creature. What profession is he even? Don't lie to me. There are no such big shots in our summoner community. I don't believe it unless you privately message me the skills you learned in the summoning creature training tutorial. Please, let Lingard join the forum. I want to see him share strategies. Is this strategy really something you can learn? I took a quick look, and I dropped my cigarette in shock. This is the frost dragon hiding in the extreme cold of the northern realm. It was once called the top of the 3 disasters of the north by experts. Can this thing really be summoned? Wow, that's amazing. Lingard always brings me something new. I'm following him. Damn it, why can't I believe this? Although I admit Lin is powerful, have you ever heard of a summoner being able to summon such a divine beast throughout history? No, right? I suspect it's a coincidence. It shouldn't be a summoned creature. Yang Meng at Qingyan Xiaolong, don't believe it? Go ask the little Qinglong. He was brutally beaten by Lingard offline. Qingyan Xiaolong, don't cue me. Qingyan Xiaolong, I have no desire to compete with the world. Old peeping dog, little Qingbug supports continuing to debunk. Ha ha. At this time, we need a debunker to step in. Little Qingbug, you can't back down. Qingyan Xiaolong, I believe. Firmly believe it. Nose-picking JPG, useless, just nose to follow. The crowd without thinking, no spirit of debunking at all. Can what the magic camera records be fake? You can be jealous, it's not easy to have a great god in our summoner circle, and you outsiders just know how to make a fuss. Exactly, ever since little Qingbug failed to debunk, I've firmly believed in Lingard. Support Lingard, he is the strongest among us summoners. Let's see who dares to say that our summoners are all weaklings. If you have the guts, fight Lingard's little pets. Showing off JPG, crow sitting on a chicken. I haven't even spoken yet? How did it come to Lin being the strongest? Give it a rest, you just know how to talk big. Exactly, this little account is clearly an outsider's peeper. Trash, get out of our summoner forum. Lin God can crush you with one hand. Pure waste, just knows how to talk online. Crow sitting on a chicken, a bunch of ignorant, fearless youngsters. As the outsiders revealed themselves, everyone immediately recognized their identity, leading to a collective mockery. That person was left unsupported, and after throwing out a harsh remark, he fled in disgrace. Little did he know, his true identity was the second generation of the Summoner Guild. Although he had awkwardly pretended online, he still harbored thoughts of pulling Lin God into his guild. Faith value +1, faith value +2, faith value +1. Lin Chen was stunned to see that familiar name. Yang Meng? Isn't she that cute little summoner? How could she generate so much faith for herself? She's too devout. She must be blessed. Although the two were less than 200 meters apart, Lin Chen was unaware that she had arrived in Storm City. Thus, he activated his blessing ability, and a reminder sound immediately rang in his ears. Ding! Dear Summoning God, what would you like to gift your devout believer Yang Meng? Lin Chen thought carefully. Since she was so devout and ranked first on the contribution list, he definitely had to give her something good. Otherwise, she might not be so devout in the future, and wouldn't that be a loss for him? After some consideration, Lin Chen decided to take out 2 pieces of level 100 equipment. He had a bunch of such items in his backpack, and the selling price wasn't high, just a few tens of thousands. Meanwhile, Yang Meng's world suddenly plunged into boundless darkness. The next moment, a bright statue stood before her. It was a handsome, divine man holding a divine staff, his body carved with the sun, moon, and stars. After looking for a while, Yang Meng inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity and a deep, heartfelt reverence. What the heart desires will surely resonate. Thud. She willingly knelt down, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at the statue. She recognized it. The statue looked just like Lin Chen. You really are a god. I'm sorry. Ding. You have received the gift of Summoning God Lin Chen level 100 Crescent Necklace, Diamond, level 100 Cold Jade Ring, Starshine. Ha, but Lin Chen is right beside me. Yang Meng was a bit dazed. Kneeling on the ground, she received Lin Chen's gift with both hands. Her heart was filled with a mix of surprise and something strange. In the distance, Lin Chen, having completed these actions, heard the prompt in his ear again. Ding. Please note, the top 3 on the contribution list are qualified for prayer requests. You may consider fulfilling their wishes or ignoring them. However, the higher the devotion of the believers, the more their inner wishes will resonate with you. This is the gift a deity should bestow upon their followers. Ding. As a level 0 deity, while gaining faith points, it is necessary to maintain your mystery. This is the final prompt from the system. Ding. You consumed 5 faith points to bestow 2 pieces of level 100 equipment into the hands of the devout believer Yang Meng. Lin Chen stood in place, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Had he become a deity or an idol? He still had to maintain an air of mystery, which meant he had to bear the burden of being an idol. Lin Chen shook his head and turned to leave. He completely failed to notice the girl on the city wall behind him, looking at him with awe. He thought to himself, that divine ability I just used to send the equipment to that lovely girl from 1,000 miles away must have scared her. He chuckled to himself as he walked back. Little did he know, the girl on the city wall was holding the equipment with both hands, looking somewhat at a loss. Calling out to Lin Chen from behind would seem disrespectful. After all, he had just gifted her 2 top-tier pieces of equipment. Since he was right there, why did Lin Chen use such divine powers? Was there a deeper meaning? Was he telling her not to disturb him? This made the girl start to overthink. For a moment, she even forgot that her feet were frozen to the ice below. Back at the Lord's residence, Lin Chen stood on the dilapidated watchtower, distractedly rummaging through his overflowing backpack. Occasionally, golden light of upgrades would float above his head. However, after the job change, leveling up wasn't as fast. About once an hour, the golden light of upgrades would shine twice. Nevertheless, this speed was still terrifying among job changers. Lin Chen felt nothing. He looked down to check the items in his backpack. Almost every so often, he would check his backpack, open boxes, and so on. At this moment, he happened to have some free time. He took out the 4 legendary treasure chests he had accumulated. This was a reward only for those who dealt the highest damage to world bosses. He opened them all. Level 130 Lantern Helmet, Dark Gold. Level 130 Phantom Dark Claw, Dark Gold. Level 130 Clarity Ring, Dark Gold. Level 130 Skyhawk Cloak, Dark Gold. Looking at the dazzling golden equipment on the ground, Lin Chen held the ring in his hand, tossing the other 3 non-summoner pieces into his backpack. He planned to sell them later in the southern city or at a trusted place. Then, Lin Chen used a knowledge scroll on the dark gold ring. After waiting for about 10 minutes, he finally identified it. Clarity Ring level 130 category Dark Gold. Ring magic power plus 15,000 physical strength plus 5,000 casting speed plus 20% elemental resistance plus 10% special effect. Spirit Binding. The first Time affected by an abnormal state, the spirit binding effect will activate, clearing all negative effects. This effect can trigger once every hour at most. A little artifact. It shouldn't be cheap. After reviewing the detailed information about the equipment, Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he made a comment. However, he did not intend to sell it. He directly replaced the novice's magic ring with the new one. On his other hand, he had already swapped the commander's ring for a higher magic-enhanced level 100 starry ring. Now I just have to wait to get my hands on that custom no-level requirement set from the Manhwa Academy. And there's still 1.5 billion in scholarship funds, Lin Chen thought happily. He then opened the golden treasure chest and the fairy's magic gourd dropped by the monsters. Heart-guarding scales, premium, x5 dragon's power, charm, x3. Fairy flag, special, x10 experience elixir, special, x3 quivering evolution spirit, flawless, x2 lifespan pill, boutique, x4 dragon pattern ice pick, blueprint, x1 ice soul rejuvenation pill, secret medicine, x1 for pets only. As expected from the items dropped by the fairy's magic gourd, they were almost all treasures. Ordinary people, let alone someone like Lin Chen, would be lucky to even see 2 or 3 of these at once. These were all high-spec 648 accumulated from the piles of thousands of monster corpses. With good luck, it wouldn't be a problem to get a black dragon, golden dragon, or phoenix chick from the old dragon kingdom. Lin Chen smiled as he picked up a cold heart-guarding scale. Heart-guarding scale item type treasure effect, when equipped, can withstand 1 attack. With a quick glance, Lin Chen equipped all 5 of them. Dragon's power was a charm that, when used, allowed the job changer to gain power equivalent to that of an ice giant dragon. For a short time. This was something Lin Chen was very short on. Although he could become invincible with his summoned creatures, it was still too uncomfortable to be passively hit every time. With the dragon's power charm, he would smash those reckless assassins to pieces, even if he had to throw money at them. As for the fairy flag and experience elixir, they were items for gathering monsters and leveling up. The selling price in the shop was very high, especially for such high-quality experience potions. However, Lin Chen still planned to use them himself. The rest, apart from the dragon pattern blueprint, were all pet supplies. I've never heard of this thing, Lin Chen said curiously as he picked up the blueprint and examined it. Then, he took out his phone from his pocket and searched for it. Oh, so it's a specialty from the northern region. The blueprint costs a few million, but the materials for forging are expensive. A finished product, a low-level dragon pattern ice pick, can sell for a sky-high price. You merchants really know how to hype things up. Lin Chen disdainfully tossed the blueprint into his backpack, planning to ask old Su about the price later. After all, once the Storm City stabilizes, old Lin can safely mine here and fulfill his grand wish of digging for divine-grade ores. A piece of divine-grade material could buy 4 Li Group companies. If he had really found a colorful stone when he was young, even if he lost his medal, with such a big reputation in the circle, he wouldn't have been forgotten until now. Old Lin's tall tales have too many doubts. Lin Chen shook his head, unable to believe it. At night, the northern region was completely dark, with hands unable to see 5 fingers. Due to the severe damage to the power system in Storm City, when night fell, the survivors' gathering area could only rely on faint firelight for illumination. Above them was an iron shed to shield them from the wind and rain, and people huddled together, sitting in front of the increasingly dim large charcoal fire, either whispering to each other, burying their heads in sleep, or staring silently at the distant ruined houses. Even with Lin Chen, the city lord, present, they still dared not return to their homes to sleep. Firstly, they feared air raids at night. Secondly, their homes were not as warm as outside. They had also grown accustomed to huddling together for warmth, enjoying the warmth of human connection. Squeezed in the crowd, young Meng, dressed in a frost-proof cotton coat that was hardly lighter than iron armor, curled up into a ball. After a whole day of travel, she had dozed off, dreaming of the figure of the forest god she had seen during the day. The Lord's mansion. It was one of the few buildings that had survived the frost of the ice dragon. 2 cooks, clad in heavy custom gear, were bustling about in the front and backyards. Elizabeth, with her elven ears, planned to brew a pot of earth spirit fish eye stew for her master. The medicinal ingredients were purchased from the southern city. The dish had restorative properties and ranked high on the elven recipe list. Shanae, with her cat ears, wearing a thin white gauze dress, blushed as she slipped into Lin Chen's bed. In the luxurious bedroom, Lin Chen had just finished a hot shower and was about to lie down. Ding! Your weapon, the Extreme Star, has undergone its second transformation, increasing the weapon's base attributes by 10%. Unbeknownst to him, since acquiring the staff, the summoned creatures outside had already killed 20,000 non-undead beings. Lin Chen glanced at the storage pool. He could now summon 2,000 level 1 skeletons at once. Paired with the radiance of the star's talent, that meant 2,000 level 99 skeleton soldiers. Moreover, all of them would be affected by his equipment bonuses. The scene of that summoning would likely scare even some top-tier players. If he accumulated to 100,000 level 1 skeletons, it would be equivalent to conjuring an entire undead army out of thin air. Compared to the military forces of all the cities within the state, it would be far more massive, and each one would be a magic king. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. Just as Lin Chen was taking off his gear and preparing to lie down comfortably, he suddenly sat down on something soft and fluffy. In shock, he jumped up, grabbed a candle from the table, and lifted the blanket to take a look. A wave of warmth mixed with the sweet scent of a girl rushed into his nostrils. There, curled up in a ball, was a petite girl, her smooth legs bent, her whole body resembling a shrimp. Her long hair covered the corners of her eyes, and countless glimpses of spring peeked out from beneath her white gauze dress, but her cat ears were trembling. Lin Chen's breath caught for a moment, but the biting cold wind of the night brought him back to his senses. Are you trying to kill yourself in this freezing weather? I was warming your bed, the cat-eared girl said, shivering and stuttering. It's over -200 degrees. Even I'm freezing and have no strength left. How can you wear so little? Lin Chen, holding his thick pajamas, said with a mix of laughter and tears. Just then, a girl with elven ears walked barefoot into the room, braving the bone-chilling wind, dressed in an exquisite black swan evening gown. Her black hair fell over her right shoulder, dancing chaotically in the wind outside. Yet, it made her look very fresh and lively. Her small, delicate feet were painted with striking red nail polish. Fortunately, the room was covered with a genuine leather rug. Although cold, it was very soft under her toes. The girl held a bowl of fish eye soup in her hands. As the cold wind blew, the scent of the medicinal ingredients wafted through the air. She carefully placed it on the coffee table with her delicate white arms, then turned to Lin Chen, who was staring at her without blinking, and smiled back at him. The gentle curve of her smile immediately revealed two very cute dimples on her cheeks. Master, I made you a supplement. Lin Chen's gaze shifted from her porcelain-like beautiful legs to the magnificent curves of her upper body. Aren't you cold? You're all dressed so casually. The elven girl shook her head, and immediately, sparkling ice shards fell from her hair. Not cold. Seeing her pale, frozen lips, Lin Chen couldn't bear it any longer. He got up, took his coat, and draped it over the girl whose thoughts were written all over her face. Next time, don't make supplements. You should learn more about the traditional dishes of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Chen stared at the fish soup on the table, with its rolling fish eyes, feeling utterly unappetized. Oh, the elf-eared girl nodded obediently, a hint of frustration in her heart. Yet, wrapped in the coat given by her master, she felt a touch of warmth. It had been a long time since she had experienced such comfort since the fall of the royal family. The next day, the third wave of beast tide ended at noon. The safe zone outside the city had been pushed back to a kilometer away. Yet, one could still see countless monsters lurking in the distance. After a night of rest, Lin Chen's mental state had fully recovered, and his level had risen to 144. Compared to before the second job change, this was considered slow. After all, there was no shortage of monsters to kill here, but their quality and levels were uneven. Early in the morning, Lin Chen went to the safe zone outside the city to collect a wave of loot, then greeted the angels. After that, he directly boarded a passing cargo ship to sell the loot in his backpack at Iron City. He hadn't walked long when a luxurious warship broke through the clouds and docked above Iron City. At the bow of the ship, Li Jinza stood with his hands behind his back, dressed in a luxurious white lord's robe, exuding an air of nobility. His cold eyes looked down at the dilapidated city below. Even if my Li family doesn't want it, the trash thrown on the ground isn't something just anyone can pick up. Beside him, the old mage, blending with the withered tree, suddenly flashed a look of astonishment with his greenish old eyes. That is, heaven helps me. Old mage, the three pests have appeared again outside Storm City. Today is a great opportunity for you to wash away your previous shame. Li Jinza laughed heartily. What he referred to was the two evil dragons lying on the ground a kilometer outside the city. The old mage also showed a pleased expression and sighed. This is only the third wave of the beast tide, and a divine dragon has already appeared. One can imagine that if the state continues to send reinforcements, it will only be a futile effort. Retracting the front line is the wisest choice. After all, the beast tide at the border will also affect our old neighbor, Texas. If we hold our ground, they will inevitably take action as well. With 7 kills backing that kid, we can't kill him, but we can suppress him a bit. The old mage shouldn't refuse, right? Li Jinza's lips curled into a mischievous smile. The old mage replied expressionlessly, doing so is meaningless. Although their internal strife and 7 kills is severe, once outsiders get involved, they will unite against them. Li Jinza instantly felt dissatisfied, frowning as he reminded, he has taken my city of Lanzhou, shouldn't we show some response? The old mage replied, he'll spit it out in less than 2 days, but we can take the opportunity to strike a blow, verbally humiliating him. If he takes the initiative against you, we will take all the face value, and we must also close the door to beat the dog. After all, this city is still within the territory of Lanzhou's Dragon District. Even 7 kills, no matter how domineering, wouldn't come to trouble the state for a minor character with no reputation. Very well. Li Jinza smiled sinisterly. During their conversation, behind their magic ship, 2 gray-robed old men with their faces hidden under hoods appeared around Storm City. With their movements, dark, gloomy lights immediately lit up in various corners of Storm City, imprinting mysterious ancient symbols. All of this was done silently, without any passing survivors noticing. Ordinary equipment 2,250 pieces. The other higher quality items have been appraised by the appraiser, totaling 3,790,000,000. Adding in the top grade materials you finally brought out, along with the common materials that aren't considered rare, the appraiser has given a price of 426 million. However, since you are a senior member of our Uding, the purchase price for the materials will be higher than that of ordinary people. If you are willing to sign a sales intention contract, that means in the future, you will only sell items to our store and you can receive an additional 2% rebate on the purchase. The beautiful store manager at the counter smiled gracefully and said, "Please wait a moment." Lin Chen shook his head directly. "I trust you, that's why I came to your Uding shop. As for the contract, there's no need for that." "Alright then, please hold on. The transfer of such a large sum requires approval from the headquarters." The beautiful store manager smiled apologetically and turned to the adjacent hall. After a short while, she returned with a black gold card and handed it back to Lin Chen, her attitude even more respectful as she said, "Mr. Lin, 36,004,000,000 has been deposited into your account." Lin Chen took out his phone to check. Indeed, a huge sum had just arrived. His current balance, 4,059,008,551. If he were in Nanchang, he would already be considered the local richest. But looking at the entire Lanzhou, or even the whole Federation, he wouldn't even make the list. After all, the old families of the Dragon Kingdom, the aristocratic clans, and the companies that have successfully transformed over a century are countless. Compared to those powers, Lin Chen's financial strength could only be considered middle class, far from the upper echelon. However, he didn't think too much about it. He was already quite satisfied. From being a poor kid who couldn't even scrape together 100,000 for nutritional supplements, he had completed a magnificent leap in social class in just a month or two. The road ahead was still long, and his focus remained on improving his strength and upgrading. How much would it cost to create a dragon pattern ice draft without the materials? Lin Chen asked the young woman at the counter. The beautiful store manager took the draft he handed over and turned to wave at a bespectacled man in the adjacent hall. The appraiser quickly walked over and smiled. "What's up, Ms. Mellis? Please take a look at this gentleman's draft." Mellis gently placed the draft on the table for the appraiser to observe. After examining it for a while, the appraiser looked up at Lin Chen and politely said, "Hello, the base material of this draft is very good, so the upper limit is relatively high, and the lower limit is also high. At least around 20 million would be needed to create it. Tell me the most expensive option and the mid to high standard." Lin Chen replied without any hesitation. The appraiser said, "The most expensive set of materials includes a divine-grade ancient elf secret ingot. Although there's only one piece, its price exceeds several hundred billion. The quality of the draft produced would be at least a divine artifact, randomly accompanied by a divine-level effect. The upper tier option would be made primarily from eternal gold ingots, cold soul fragments, and some secret method source stones. Although the finished product is far inferior to the ancient ingot option, it is the most cost-effective set when calculated. The price ranges from 6 to 800 million. After finishing, he adjusted his glasses, and his smile appeared somewhat ingratiating. Lin Chen frowned and asked, "Do you price based on the finished product?" Yes, because until the equipment is created, no one can guarantee what its final quality will be. But our shop can guarantee that at the very least, it will be a legendary grade dragon pattern ice draft. If it turns out to be extraordinary, you should understand." The appraiser's smile became increasingly sycophantic. Lin Chen glanced at the Uding sign and, with a bold face, said, "I know your shareholder Su Huai. Can I get a discount?" Su Huai. He is a minor shareholder and has no authority to offer discounts at the branch. The beautiful store manager displayed a professional smile and continued, "However, if the handsome guy is willing to leave a contact number, I can personally give you a 4% discount card." After saying this, she even winked at Lin Chen with her lightly made-up phoenix eyes. Lin Chen, being quite experienced, directly ignored her flirtatious gaze, paid the deposit, and left. After he walked away, the beautiful store manager, somewhat lacking in confidence, picked up a mirror from the table to touch up her makeup. "I even sold my looks but couldn't keep that big client. I think Sister May just wanted to sell her looks." The appraiser shook his head and said bluntly, "Get lost." The beautiful shopkeeper shot a flirtatious glance at the appraiser. However, to be honest, the extraordinary aura and flawless appearance of the guest just now did stir a hint of youthful excitement in her heart. But it was also true that building a relationship with important customers mattered. Returning to Storm City, Lin Chen saw from a distance a lawship flying the flag of Lanzhou province, hovering above the city. Two old men in gray robes accompanied an elderly man who seemed to merge with a withered tree, followed by a young man in splendid attire, who stood on the city wall pointing and gesturing at the crowd below. "Look at these foolish commoners, the city is in ruins, yet they still foolishly stay inside. Truly, they are beyond redemption." Li Jin's gaze swept over the survivors huddled together, a trace of disdain appearing on his face.
The gray-robed elder beside him, acting as a teacher, frowned, wanting to say something, but held back. Young Master Li, it's freezing cold, the roads are difficult to traverse. The guest elder Yuan smiled and chimed in, hands tucked into his sleeves. Li Jinzi shook his head, sneering, they're just lazy, unwilling to leave. A mere 10 miles, the lawship could cover it in the blink of an eye. If they wanted to leave, they could crawl over in half an hour. Such bottom-tier trash deserves to freeze to death or starve. The teacher's frown deepened as he glanced at Li Jinzi, saying, do not let those words spread. Elder Yuan still wore a smiling expression, his sturdy figure resembling a smiling tiger. Old law god? What brings you here? Lin Chen felt a surge of vigilance and immediately called back his angel companion. He leaped onto the city tower, arms crossed, coldly staring at the 4 individuals. The old law god turned to him, a kind smile on his face. Congratulations, Hero Lin, you've survived the 3rd wave of beast tides. Truly deserving of the title of Dragon District Hero. Elder Yuan also exclaimed in admiration. Li Jinzi's teacher nodded at Lin Chen with a smile. Only Li Jinzi looked at Lin Chen with a face full of resentment, sizing him up before his gaze fell on the extraordinary angel Chiral behind him, growing more envious by the moment. Are you the newly appointed Dragon District Hero of Lanzhou? Li Jinzi clasped his hands behind his back, deliberately blocking the old law god's view, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized Lin Chen. Is there something you need? Lin Chen's gaze was icy as he looked at him, his tone unfriendly. Anyone close to the old law god was certainly not a good person. He had no obligation to give them face. Secretly using a detection scroll, he was not surprised to find it completely ineffective. The group was dressed in expensive special effect outfits, capable of avoiding external scrutiny. This was particularly common in upper circles. 1. To prevent others from seeing through them and understanding their true nature. 2. Experts valued hiding their strengths. For instance, the 3 smiling at him now each exuded an aura far beyond that of the young master. Lin Chen focused his attention on them. This is my territory in Lanzhou, and you ask me if there's something I need? Ridiculous. Have you forgotten who awarded you that banner? Li Jinzi pointed his chin at Lin Chen, his voice growing colder, almost flaunting arrogance. Although there was an element of intentional provocation, it still seemed a bit excessive. Lin Chen frowned, about to speak. Upon hearing the young master's words, the survivors below immediately became displeased. Lanzhou province is just a dog basket. What right do you have to speak to our city lord like that? Storm City no longer belongs to Lanzhou. Your province has no right to interfere in Lord Lin's private matters. Get out, this is not a place for you. You from the province still have the face to come here. If it weren't for your cowardice, how could Storm City have fallen to this state? The old mage of the sublimation sanctuary trembled with rage, pointing his finger at the nose of the young noble and scolding. The fall of Storm City happened in an instant, and you all hid in the provincial capital enjoying your comforts, ignoring the refugees. Now that you hear the chaos in Storm City is calming down, you rush over to pick up the pieces. Are the people from your provincial capital all dogs? You run away after taking a couple of hits, and when you catch a whiff of shit, you hurry back to feast. Truly, you are the pests of Lanzhou, the shame of the Dragon District. The old mage ranted, spitting as he spoke. The other survivors around, although also cursing, could not match the old mage's words in their piercing intensity. Lin Chen felt the gloom in his heart lift. Seeing the faces of the 4 grow increasingly dark, he made a gesture to send them away. Storm City does not welcome you all. You're seeking death. Li Jinzi, who had completely exploded, had veins bulging on his forehead, his face flushed red. He roared, picked up a folding fan with bone spikes, and charged towards the old mage, poised to stab him in the neck. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, and he glanced at the angel out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared on the scene. The old man in gray robes, with a grim expression, summoned a massive bone shield. In a critical moment, he narrowly blocked the swiftly approaching sword light behind Li Jinzi, which was sharp beyond compare, piercing through the bone shield and embedding itself into the second layer of the barrier. Then, it was unclear which smiling old man, Yuan, used some method. The imminent shattering barrier unexpectedly carried the residual force of the sword light, veering towards the nearby survivors. Such a heart deserves to be punished. Lin Chen was furious and directly commanded the angel to descend a radiant shield. This saved the crowd from disaster. However, after this initial clash, they no longer dared to crowd around to watch the excitement, scattering in all directions. Only a few elderly people from the city, holding on to their last breath, stared defiantly at the group of big shots from the provincial capital. You people from the provincial capital can only bully the weak, facing the beast tide outside. You're not even as strong as a single hair of our Lord Lin. Stop talking, old Chen. Why not? This beautiful land is left with only this little bit, and they still want to send it away. Isn't that a traitorous coward? I have only one life. If they want it, take it. If they can't take it, I won't close my mouth until I'm buried in the ground. The old mage, with a determined heart, spewed out all the grievances he had accumulated from what he had seen and heard during this time. You old fool.
Li Jinza gritted his teeth and kicked the frail body of the old mage away. Then, he suddenly turned his head and glared at Lin Chen, saying, "If you dare to interfere, I'll kill you too." "Jinza, don't lose your temper," the old mage shouted. The old man in grey robes stared at Lin Chen with an increasingly sinister gaze, saying, "You are indeed a member of the Seven Kill Guild, but my young master, as the legitimate son of a provincial governor, came here to inspect the situation in Storm City with good intentions. Not only were you, a wild-born city lord, disrespectful, but you also faced insults from the commoners. I have reason to suspect you instigated this, and that sword just now has already broken the surface rules. Now, I represent the provincial government to formally strip you of your identity as the city lord of Storm City. If you do not kneel and apologize to my young master, that sword just now, our provincial government will return it without hesitation." Although the words of the old man in grey were somewhat harsh, they did not provoke the old mage's dissatisfaction. Li Jinza provocatively stepped on the old mage's body, only to be spat on with thick phlegm. "Pa! You only know how to bully ordinary citizens, you dog. Food-fed son of the provincial government. You!" Li Jinza was furious and was about to make a move. Suddenly, four massive creatures came rushing back from a distance. Two of them resembled icebergs, shaking the ground with their tremors. Several people turned their heads at the same time, instantly dumbfounded. They saw Lin Chen standing atop the ice mountain. The cold wind swept by, causing his robes to rustle, and his eyes, filled with murderous intent, fixed on the four below. "On my territory, you dare to speak so boldly." He stood on the dragon's back, letting out an ancient and distant dragon roar. The violent sound wave immediately shattered the eardrums of the three on the city wall. Even the old mage experienced a momentary daze. Li Jinja was so frightened that he wet himself, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. He pressed his hands tightly against his ears, but despite this, 2 streams of crimson blood still trickled down. Apart from the survivors within the city, the other 4 stared at the terrifying ice mountain dragon beneath Lin Chen with a strange gaze. Once they fully regained their senses, the expression on the old mage's face was nothing short of spectacular. "Is that your summon?" Old Yuan exclaimed. The old man in the grey robe was momentarily speechless. The old mage was filled with shock. Only the aristocratic Li Jinja, covering his bleeding ears with his hands, stared blankly in terror and shouted, kill him now." Clearly, the situation on the scene had spiraled out of control. On the side of the state government, no one had expected that the 2 divine dragons outside the city would actually be Lin Chen's summons. Those were the legendary top 3 disasters. They had slaughtered countless border warriors and job changer teams. Just one would require countless job changers and a massive amount of time to hunt down. Yet Lin Chen had 2. What a terrifying thing this was. The expression on the old mage's face changed repeatedly, but ultimately, reason took hold. Just as he was about to speak, countless ghostly vines suddenly wrapped around the bodies of the 4. Especially Li Jinja, who was still a bit dazed, half kneeling on the ground, his neck tightly constricted. His eyes began to roll back as if he were about to be strangled by the ghostly vines. He desperately grasped the slender vines that wrapped around his body, even penetrating his orifices, letting out a desperate ugh. The old man in the grey robe on the city wall, though fearful of the angels guarding Lin Chen and the 2 divine dragons watching hungrily, saw his young master on the verge of death, and dared not hesitate any longer. He immediately revealed his true form as a necromancer. A side emanating black mist was suddenly hurled forward by him. It released a crescent-shaped arc of black mist, instantly severing the vines that were choking his young master's neck. The skull hidden beneath his hood suddenly lit up with 2 ghostly blue flames. Those were his eye sockets, coldly staring at Lin Chen on the dragon's back. "How about we each take a step back? This city, I, Lance Hao, will give to young Master Lin." "Give? What right do you have to talk about giving?" Lin Chen said disdainfully. Upon seeing the true face of the old man in the grey robe, his already sharp gaze immediately surged with a nearly tangible killing intent. "You are the assassin leader who appeared in Ming City that day? Good. It's fate that brings us together. You dare to come to me. Kailar, kill them all, leave none alive." With a single command, the dragon beneath Lin Chen suddenly exhaled 2 blasts of frost. This extreme cold, like an air compression cannon, rapidly spread 1,000 meters away the moment it landed. The thick frost directly enveloped the 4 on the city wall. Apart from the old mage, whose expression fluctuated, almost everyone was affected by the freezing. The worst off was Li Jinja, who was completely frozen in place. He turned into an ice sculpture, clutching his own neck, his clothes already covered with a thick layer of frost and snow, his bones and flesh frozen into blocks of ice. Just the shockwave from the dragon's 2 roars dealt varying degrees of critical damage to Li Jinja and the 2 frozen in place. Received finishing damage 999999. Received frozen destruction damage 97233. Received frozen destruction damage 91600. Equipment effect activated, successfully immune to freezing. The survivors had long received Lin Chan's orders and scattered to escape outside the city. When they curiously looked back from a distance, they saw a battle area suddenly shrouded in frost, where a shattered humanoid ice sculpture appeared. The gray-robed skeleton, witnessing this scene, had its hollow eyes suddenly dive into two even more intense azure flames. Its voice was ethereal and filled with extreme resentment. As it roared, "You actually dared to kill him. He is the bloodline of the governor. Old Law God can no longer hesitate. This kid is determined to go against us." Yuan Lao's face no longer held a trace of ease, his gaze dark as he reminded. At the same time, his robe began to move without wind. He floated up, a bronze compass shining with golden light appearing in his hand. Immediately, a magic ball containing the essence of fire floated in front of him. Within it, a fire dragon could be faintly seen crashing against the walls, struggling as if imprisoned. Inside, in that moment, the guest elder of the Li family appeared so dignified, profound, exuding a terrifying aura that could not be ignored. On the surface, the old law god was the greatest assurance for the young master of the Li family traveling to Storm City. But secretly, the always amiable Yuan Lao was also a level 306 turn secret technique saint whose status in the Lanzhou provincial government was second only to the old law god. He had previously intervened multiple times to quell beast tides, making him a highly valued veteran powerhouse of the Li family. And this grey-robed elder was also a level 275 turn master of necromancy. Although not as powerful as the first two, he was well versed in a complete set of assassination and survival techniques. Even though Li Jinjia had already died at this moment under the influence of the death god's lantern, the grey-robed elder still concealed his soul within the scythe to avoid being affected by the battle again. "You insulted our provincial government first and then caused the death of the governor's son. This grudge cannot coexist." With an angry shout, the old law god, thoroughly enraged, no longer cared about the deterrence of 7 kills. The flesh of the left half gradually merged with the dry wooden staff of the right half, forming a majestic, ethereal old tree. Staff effect activated. Nature domain. Wonderful law seed parasitism. All-encompassing nature cursed by the forest god. Remain in the nature domain for every 3 seconds, be imprisoned by magical vines for 1 second, and ordinary creatures continuously suffer invasions from parasites with debuff effects. Random. Cursed by the forest lord. All natural recovery weakened by 20%, damage taken increased by 10%. Plant-based attacks can ignore its resistance. In just a moment of confrontation, Lin Chen's side was already ensnared by several curses from the old law god. The world before his eyes gradually transformed from the silver-clad storm city into a desolate wilderness. Countless old trees shot up from the ground, reaching for the clouds. Looking up, he could not see the heads of the rows of old trees. Only through the mist and frost swirling around the lush branches could he vaguely see the rough lines that seemed to have life, constantly writhing. The ground was also covered with green and yellow vines, almost enveloping the entire frosty earth. It formed a scene resembling a sea of snakes that twisted, spread, and entwined. The sight was extremely horrifying. If someone with a phobia of dense objects were present, they would surely faint on the spot. Just as Lin Chen focused on examining the opponent's methods, various large phantom beasts suddenly charged out from the surrounding woods. Some were upright white tigers wielding large double axes, rushing in with fierce expressions, while others were wolf kings with flickering ghostly lights in their eyes, or massive unicorn rhinoceroses charging forward, and so on. Roar, as the two divine dragons roared and swung their thick necks, ready to charge into battle. The ocean of writhing vines beneath them surged like flames meeting dry tinder, eagerly climbing up the dragons' bodies. Their bodies lunged forward, then violently reared back, their front paws lifted for just half a second before they stomped down, breaking free from their restraints like two wild horses unleashed, crashing through the monster-filled forest. Instantly, giant trees fell in droves, and those phantom beasts were crushed and vanished. Kylar, don't get entangled with him, unleashed the divine punishment directly. Lin Chen stood steadily on the dragon's back, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the surroundings before issuing the command to the angel above. Suddenly, he felt a bone-chilling coldness rise behind him, as if pressed against ice. A pitch-black scythe, swirling with deathly energy, suddenly sliced past the edge of his neck. Received damage from a normal blade, heart-guarding scale shattered. Angel's blessing activated. Necromancy skills are ineffective against you. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had no time to heed the system prompt ringing in his ears. He abruptly twisted his body, using the right hand that had just crushed the dragon power talisman, transforming his palm into a fist, and accurately predicted the position of the grey-robed elder based solely on sound. Bang! A sonic boom erupted. The grey-robed elder never expected that Lin Chen, as a summoner, had such a skill. In his shock, he was sent flying over 100 meters by a single punch. Dealt critical damage of 79,999. But that wasn't the end. The 3 mage kings and 5 slime kings immediately pounced. 3 clusters of heavenly fire, gradually expanding infinitely over the ocean of vines, suddenly erupted at the position where the grey-robed elder stood. A massive shockwave, accompanied by crackling flames, instantly plowed a deep trench through the vines on the ground. The grey-robed elder's figure tumbled through the air. Having received a direct frontal impact, his ordinary grey robe was completely obliterated, revealing a gleaming set of expensive armor hidden beneath. He spat out a mouthful of foul air, his gaze filled with resentment as he prepared to vanish. But as his body twisted and turned in midair, it was suddenly ensnared by countless slender ghost vines, quickly twisted into a braid and crushed by a massive black claw that surged up from the ocean of vines below. In an instant, radiant equipment scattered across the ground. However, a wisp of soul took the opportunity to panic and escape through the gaps of the giant claw. Lin Chen, lacking any special means, naturally could not see the person's spirit. Assuming he had perished, he focused all his attention on the natural domain. Thunderfall. The old law god, hidden in the forest, suddenly appeared on an ancient tree, revealing his cold, green eyes as he quietly observed the angel Kylar holding the divine sword. As the incantation left his lips, a resounding thud echoed from the heavens above. It was as if a divine being was beating a drum, causing all who heard it to tremble. In the next moment, the once bright heavenly realm, illuminated by the angel's holy sword, was once again shrouded in dark clouds. Several purple lightning dragons emerged from the clouds, their terrifying heads glimmering, and then suddenly ignited a spark that spanned north to south in midair, accompanied by a curtain of lightning rain that poured down from the heavenly realm, descending upon the position where the angel Kylar stood. When all the light in the world converged upon a single sword, the boundaries between heaven and earth suddenly vanished. Apart from the explosive, surging purple thunder, radiating infinite arcs of light, the world was left with only the dazzling brilliance of the star-like glow held by the angel Kylar. In that instant, Yuan Lao and the old law god, gazing at that brilliance, were both affected by the negative effect of blindness. Even the two intertwined spirits became utterly visible. The grey-robed elder of the undead let out a mournful wail, extinguished in the endless brilliance. As the son of the provincial governor, Li Jinza triggered the long-awaited lantern of death at a critical moment, his body resurrecting. In Storm City, crack, boom, endless thunder, bearing the might of annihilation, clashed against the most dazzling star radiance atop the angel Kyral's sword tip. Several serpentine dragons, formed of purple lightning, soon arrived. Their presence was fierce, their forms grotesque and twisted. Intertwining and entangling, they ultimately condensed into a firefly-like singularity under the guidance of the old law god, skillfully traversing the opposing energy field and landing on the shoulder of the angel Kyral. A brilliant purple flower, entwined by the dragons, suddenly bloomed on the angel's body. But at the same time, Lin Chen, on the dragon's back, sensed the unusual thunder from the horizon and immediately cast golden armor illusion. All summoned beings in the natural realm, including the angel, instantly doubled in size, with damage increased by 100% and damage reduction by 50%. The duration was only 1 minute and gradually weakened. War flag. As he had yet to discern the hiding place of the old law god, Lin Chen could only cast supportive skills. Under his command, the two even more majestic and massive dragons beneath him charged forward into the thunderous forest. Instantly, large areas of the forest collapsed. Kyral, who was under the old law god's special attention, had smoke rising from her armor, and a distinct black lightning scar appeared on her right shoulder. Fortunately, Lin Chen's golden body buff came just in time, otherwise, she would have at least sustained some minor injuries. Found you. The two moving icebergs trampled through the ocean of vines beneath them. Finally, in a grove closest to the angel, they located the hiding place of the old law god. Boom! Under the most violent and direct forceful impact, the old tree where the old law god resided was immediately crushed to pieces. The old law god was forced to reveal his true form, unable to suppress a curse. Then, regaining his composure, just as he intended to slip back into the field barrier, a flash of swordlight suddenly pierced through his body. Instantly, a newly sprouted tender green branch, stained with light yellow blood, fell into the ocean of vines below. A thick aura of annihilation emanated from the severed dry branch. The old law god, suffering from severe backlash, suddenly coughed violently. The ocean of vines below, shrouded in the aura of annihilation, gradually withered away, revealing a patch of snow. Still watching the show? The old law god continued to retreat, angrily shouting. The secret law envoy Yuan Lao, who had been silently plotting in the shadows, suddenly appeared on a branch, shrouded in mist. He held an ancient bronze compass, his expression grave as he casually waved 2 fingers, causing the sealing array originally placed within Storm City to gradually reveal itself at the 6 points of the compass. An unfathomable scene unfolded. The 6 directions of the natural realm also correspondingly revealed several dark ancient symbols. At this moment, Lin Chen, standing on the dragon's back, felt a sudden twitch in his right eyelid. 6 chains, glowing with bloodlight, suddenly emerged from the void, wrapping around Lin Chen's neck, right arm, and even his calf and torso without warning. Moreover, it felt as if an invisible spell had sealed his mouth, rendering it impossible to open. His eyes could only see endless blood. Light, as if he were in hell, inexplicably sending chills down his spine. What shocked Lin Chen even more was that all of this had occurred without his summons noticing. If it were an ordinary summoner, this single move would instantly shatter his battle situation. But Lin Chen's vitality was equivalent to that of his summons. Even if he temporarily lost command, until the moment they were all killed, they still had no way to deal with him. Lin Chen's mind raced, trying to calm himself and think of a countermeasure. The hunt is over. Lin Chen is already Within my 6 seals, I can have him killed at any moment. Old Yuan said, holding a compass, a hint of pride in his voice. Then let's deal with him first and then negotiate with the angel. Or go back to the mansion to find more powerful beings to hunt him down. The injured old mage, hiding in the shadows, spoke coldly. However, as soon as his words fell, a tremendous energy storm suddenly erupted within the natural domain. It was the judgment sword that the angel Chiral was desperately wielding. At the same time, a pair of radiant eyes appeared above the old mage's head, coldly staring down at him. The violent and rampant shockwave, as if it could devour everything, suddenly swept through the area where the old mage was hiding. He was thrown back, spitting blood in shock. The true form of the ancient tree was completely shattered, and several broken branches, under the fierce gaze of his blood sacrifice, transformed into 3 fiery true words that resembled talismans, gathering into a fire meteor that heavily smashed down into the withered vines that had lost their life force due to the old mage's severe injuries. True words of fire, refined with my blood. The staggering old mage chanted a spell, but was struck by the sword light coming from afar. The protective barrier within the domain was utterly ineffective against the angel's sword light. But this time, the old mage's ultimate protective treasure was triggered. The branch of the world tree. Just before his body was about to be damaged, it directly teleported him into another dimension. The true words of fire, second only to forbidden spells in the outside world, suddenly detonated the entire natural domain. From the direction of the giant dragon, that distant spark looked like a fuse, racing towards them at an exaggerated speed, bringing with it a vast expanse of crimson flames that directly engulfed them. Sustained burning damage, reducing 590,000 health per second. Sustained burning damage, reducing 720,000 health per second. The ancient giant tree, already heavily injured from its struggle with old Yuan, was now met with true fire and was directly burned to a pile of ashes. The 2 giant dragons, their bodies seared and in unbearable pain, fell into a state of chaos, rampaging wildly in all directions. Witnessing this scene, old Yuan, who originally planned to trouble Lin Chen, suddenly revealed a sneer. Let me add some fuel to the fire. He summoned the fire spirit that had been imprisoned in the magic sphere for many years. Watching the unsealed fire dragon phantom excitedly dive into the sea of flames below, old Yuan murmured expressionlessly, things have escalated to this point. Lin Chen, even if you are the king of heaven, you must die here today. Boom! Boom! The sea of fire now had a rampaging fire dragon, which immediately made the 2 opposing divine dragons suffer greatly. Just then, the angel Chiral, who had lost track of the old mage, flew in with her holy sword. From 500 meters away, her radiant eyes had already locked onto the sneaky old man. At this moment, taking advantage of his moment of summoning the fire dragon, Angel Chiral used her mana-consuming time-space wings, suddenly vanishing into thin air, and when she reappeared, she had already beheaded old Yuan, her figure gracefully landing beside his corpse. The battle situation was changing in an instant, especially when facing a genuine young deity. This act of crossing boundaries to autonomously cast skills was truly a last resort. With her master ignoring her time and again, she could only think of her own strategies. Although her mana was now depleted, old Yuan's life had been reaped. Just as Angel Chiral turned to leave, a heavy frost suddenly spread rapidly from the 2 divine dragons at the center of the sea of fire below. Ice sealed the 1,000 miles. The 2 divine dragons, startled, were indeed frightened by their natural nemesis. If it weren't for that, they would have used their ultimate talent skills to break the spell long ago. When the natural realm turned into a sea of fire, it was enveloped by 2 surging waves of extreme cold, causing the flames to diminish significantly. The area, already on the verge of collapse from the dragon's impact, continued to fracture, presenting a scene that looked precarious. I know we can win, but I never expected the opponent to have the ability to seal from a distance. This is too sinister, Lin Chen said, feeling a bit of a chill run down his spine. He then quickly leaped off the dragon's back and approached the angel Chiral, softly asking, "Where's the old mage?" Angel Chiral expressed her guilt. "He has a life-saving artifact, and I have no means to deal with it. But he has already been severely injured," she added. Lin Chen furrowed his brows and swiftly made his way to the spot where the old man in gray robes had died, moving his body next to that of another person. Resurrection of the undead. He chanted a series of incantations. Immediately, 2 corpses sat up straight from the ground. After assessing their professions and levels, Lin Chen's expression shifted to one of realization. "No wonder I was sealed by you, old dog. Turns out you're a rare mystic." The 2 had no color in their faces, their eyes dull and lifeless, as if they hadn't heard their master's words. Lin Chen snorted coldly. "I know your young master isn't dead. Go intercept him halfway and kill him." Yes. Although Lin Chen had already looted their equipment, the skills and level they possessed in life were enough to pin down the 80-something level young Masterly. However, after being resurrected, young Masterly was already terrified. On the way, he summoned his pet, the Wolverine, and rode it as it galloped towards the city of defense. His heart raced wildly in his chest, as if it might leap out at any moment. If he had to make a choice again at this moment, he definitely wouldn't follow someone with a radiant angel to seek trouble with a summoning god. That person looked young and seemed easy to handle, but in reality he had 2 divine dragons, an angel, and at the very least, a crimson slime king. Without the protection of the old mage and the others, he realized that aside from his age advantage, he had no other strengths to compare. Even a small pet could easily take him down. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The opponent was just too formidable. He even began to worry about the old mage and the others. Only after experiencing death can one truly understand that kind of despair and learn to fear it. However, just as he was fleeing with a terrified expression, 2 familiar figures suddenly blocked young Master Li's path. The Wolverine slammed to a halt, but despite being familiar faces, it kept barking madly at the 2 lifeless individuals, turning to flee with its master, who hadn't even had the chance to greet them. Spirit pets have their own will. People are not old friends. Young Master Li didn't have time to ponder the reason behind the Wolverine's reaction when he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. His entire head was sent flying away. At this moment, in the neutral camp of the temple, the city of the 100-armed giants, the Hall of 7 Kills, Elder Zhuahong had just returned from a mission when he heard something utterly unbelievable. What the hell? Sent him to Storm City to temper his character and compete for the elder position with other members, and he took the city down? Hearing this, the Dark Chief Steward spat out a mouthful of hot tea. The informant, masked and unable to see his expression, clearly bowed slightly with his eyes downcast and said, "That's right." He even held out through the 3rd wave of beast tides. The candidates for elders heading to Storm City said they saw deities fighting and didn't dare to approach. Someone also reported that, to become an elder in Storm City, one must pay a safety deposit of 100 million for the citizens. The elder's eyes widened, let him realize his low awareness, but not at the expense of our own people. Lanzhou, North Storm City. Lin Shen crossed his arms, his expression grim as he stared at the person in front of him and said, "Reporting me is useless. I am the city lord here. Each of us in 7 kills is a dangerous element. If we accidentally harm the civilians, who will take responsibility? Collecting 1 billion as a security deposit is already considering our shared guild." Hearing such shameless words, Chen Haiyang dared to be angry but couldn't speak. Behind him, a woman nicknamed Little Fox Fairy had one hand on her curvy waist, her chest poised to burst forth, squinting her watery peach blossom eyes, and said in a sweet voice, "Oh, Lord Lin, I have no money. We are all from the same guild, you just..." In the main hall of 7 Kills, Vice Guild leader Long Li sat at his desk, with a black and a white strange bird standing on either side of his shoulders. His hair was streaked with gray, a long mane of black and white cascading down to his shoulders. Occasionally, a strand of hair would sway near his mouth, but his focused gaze completely ignored it. He wore a Zhongshan suit typical of the old Dragon Kingdom, without any equipment, yet those who approached him felt an inexplicable sense of dread. "Vice Dragon, you should be aware of the situation in Storm City?" At that moment, Elder Liang Wu walked into the side study. Once he stood still, his gaze dropped, and he bowed his hands in greeting. Long Li did not lift his head, still holding a fountain pen, writing something on the paper. His voice was cold. "Go to Lanzhou and handle Lin Shen's matter." How should it be handled? Liang Wu kept his head down, waiting for Long Li's response. However, the air in the study fell silent for a few seconds before Long Li suddenly put down his pen. In his narrow eyes, only a hint of the whites could be seen. When he looked directly at others, his dark, deep gaze always sent chills down their spines. Even with his head bowed, Elder Liang Wu still felt an invisible pressure. He knew it was a sign that his aura had been crushed, and all his pretenses and psychological preparations had crumbled. Thud! Without thinking, Liang Wu knelt on the ground. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. "Vice Dragon, I indeed harbored murderous thoughts towards the child. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. My uncle's old Shao family is nearly extinct, with only a little girl left at the Enlightenment Academy." At this point, Liang Wu's old tears streamed down, his hands pressed against the ground. This elder, who had more seniority in the 7 Kills Guild than most core members, usually held a prominent position in front of his subordinates, displaying an imposing demeanor. Yet now, facing Vice Guild leader Long Li, he was as humble as a servant beside his master. Long Li picked up a white cloth from the table, expressionless, and wiped his unmarked left hand. His gaze fell on a painting of the 7 Kills Brotherhood hanging on the wall. It depicted people holding 7 different weapons, celebrating with swords raised. The current emblem of the 7 Kills Guild was also composed of the 7 weapons in this painting. After silently observing for a while, Long Li clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Which elder of 7 Kills did not climb up over the corpses of fellow guild members? Liang Wu, your role is no longer as significant as that child's." Bang! Bang! Liang Wu suddenly knocked his head against the ground several times, trembling all over. With a terrified gaze, he said, "Vice Dragon, I..." Long Li raised his hand, intending to cut off Liang Wu's words. The purpose of 7 Kills' existence is not to nurture a group of people who only take credit. If I, Long Li, become useless to the organization, I too will be expelled by the president. Liang Wu, you are old, you should have had this awareness long ago. After speaking, Long Li turned around, his cold gaze falling on Liang Wu. For a long time, Liang Wu, whose body could not stop trembling, crawled to Long Li's feet and gently kissed the surface of his shoe. 7 kills will surely perish. Long Li closed his eyes. Just as Liang Wu stood up and was about to leave, a trace of a bitter smile suddenly appeared on his face. Dragon Deputy, if I die on this mission, please send my 7-kill order to the home of Long District Chief Laxianti. Long Li nodded. After Liang Wu left, he returned to his desk, picked up his fountain pen, and continued reviewing the guild's trivial matters. Soon, a 7-kill order belonging to Liang Wu was secretly sent to the home of the Long District Chief. The hunting operation that arose without warning officially sounded the alarm from this day onward. This is a right that every elder of the 7-kill guild can enjoy, whether in life or death. If they are dissatisfied, even the federal leaders backed by the 5 great temples dare to issue a decree of life and death, even if the final result is total loss and destruction. The 7-kill guild, at its inception, relied on a fierce determination to fight to the bitter end, instilling fear in their enemies, which allowed them to rise to the top tier of guilds in the Long District. They have offended countless powers and killed numerous big shots. It is precisely for this reason that the 7-kill guild adopts the slogan, 7 kills must perish. The outside world jokingly refers to them as a group of madmen, but it is indeed true. Storm City. Lin Chen had not yet chased away the newly arrived pair of men and women when 3 more guild members with different appearances arrived. Fool, do you think Storm City is something you can occupy? This is the result of a joint discussion between the 2 major districts of Lanzhou and Texas, temporarily deciding to give up. Do you think you can quell the beast tied outside the city all by yourself? The cat-eared male assassin, with a profession special to him, disdainfully addressed the figure in the starry robe atop the city wall. Another swordsman riding a white tiger stopped outside the city, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Chen as he said, "You think you can monopolize Storm City? Then we, the 7-kill members, might as well just make you an elder directly." The little fox fairy covered her mouth and giggled. "A few young gentlemen, you may not know, but Lord Lin indeed has that strength." "You little vixen, are you trying to seduce him?" "Little fox fairy, if you dare to meddle, I will definitely kill you." The third unwelcome guest, clad in red armor, with 2 balls of demon fire igniting in his fists, roared at the little fox fairy, and flames engulfed him entirely. The little fox fairy displayed a pitiful expression, raising her hands in surrender. "I'm so scared. It's a pity that demon fire brother talks tough but is soft-hearted. You, demon fire, how can you speak to my fox fairy sister like that?" Just as the fighter known as Demon Fire was about to explode, a dashing young man, dressed in ancient attire from the old dragon kingdom, descended beside the little fox fairy on a flying sword. The spirit sword nurtured a sword spirit, a type of top-tier pet that can be used as a flying tool but cannot be equipped as a weapon. "Yang Fingji, you came at the right time. Let's kill our way in together and see if that Lin can hold us off," the tiger-riding swordsman said coldly. The fighter's fists cracked with a loud sound, filled with battle intent as he said, "Add me in." Hearing their words, Chen Haiyang proactively stepped back, wanting to keep his distance from these hot-headed newcomers. They had just arrived and were unaware of the situation inside the city. But he had been lurking outside Storm City for nearly 2 days, fully grasping Lin Chen's strength. Rather than saying they were teaming up to kill their way in, it would be more accurate to say they were going to their deaths. Just a single dragon was something they couldn't handle. Not to mention, there was also the angelic deity guarding the city. Chen Haiyang kept his distance, already mentally preparing to abandon the mission. The little fox fairy also turned to leave but was pulled back by Yang Fingji, who winked and said, "Brother will take you in. He. You go in first and then talk." The little fox fairy rolled her eyes and turned to leave more decisively. The fighter scoffed derisively, "With cowards like you, do you even deserve to compete for the position of elder? Ignore them, let's go in and see what Storm City really has." Since Vice President has chosen Storm City as the assessment target, there must be some arrangements. Perhaps there are large secret realms hidden within this broken city? The 3 members of the team couldn't help but indulge in their imaginations. Chen Haiyang and the little fox spirit exchanged smiles, both holding a mindset of just wanting to have some fun. Who else is there? Once everyone is here, we can start. On the city wall, Lin Chen finally spoke. He leaped down, positioning himself in front of the 3. Suddenly, a pair of angelic wings descended behind Lin Chen. In the distance, a rumbling sound echoed. When the group turned back in shock, they found their escape route completely blocked by several massive creatures, including Chen Haiyang and the others who were hiding on the outskirts. The sky above darkened abruptly. Everyone looked up at the surroundings, their eyes fixed on the summoned beings that loomed like 4 great mountains, their hearts trembling with fear. The martial artist stared intently at the 2 majestic dragons, so frightened that he fell to the ground. When he turned his head, he was bathed in the radiant light and he completely collapsed, breathlessly pointing at Lin Chen's back. God, deity. This sudden overwhelming pressure left the few present devoid of any fighting spirit. They felt more like lambs entering a wolf's den, trembling as they looked around, their minds consumed only with the thought of escape. Before coming here, who could have imagined that the task assigned to them by the vice president would be monopolized by such a terrifyingly powerful individual? The tiger rider, Yang Fingji, the fire fist master, and Chen Haiyang, who was watching from the sidelines, all felt a strong sense of regret. "Big brother, I'm just a passerby. just a passerby. Chen Haiyang quickly summoned his life-saving treasure and shouted towards Lin Chen. The little fox spirit shrank her neck, her tail tightening in fear, and trembled. I am too. One must always be wary of others. I'll send you back to the guild. Lin Chen smiled lightly, glancing at the angels from the corner of his eye. Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me, I can pay. Under the desperate pleas of the Fire Fist Master and the Tiger Rider, a beam of swordlight cleaved through the ground, burying them deep in the ravine. Following that were the frenzied stomps of the two dragons and the bone-chilling frost breath. The resurrected Black Water King Crab and the ancient giant tree also joined in the frenzy, either lifting them high or mercilessly whipping them. Before long, several young prodigies, who were considered the cream of the crop in the outside world, were buried beneath the frozen muck by Lin Chen's summoned creatures. Lin Chen collected their top-tier equipment, along with the White Tiger and Sword Spirit, happily returning to Storm City. Faith value +2, faith value +1, faith value +1, faith value +3. The public, in response to the Lord's second expulsion of foreign invaders, claimed it was to protect them, contributing a significant wave of faith value. As Lin Chen walked, he smiled and waved at the cheering crowd on both sides of the road. He appeared very approachable. He secretly glanced and saw that his faith value had increased by 600 or 700, already surpassing 1,000. This was still in Storm City, with less than 1,000 people remaining, resulting in such enormous gains. If Storm City were to regain its former prosperity and build a statue, how terrifying would the daily faith value he received be? Lin Chen excitedly envisioned this in his heart. Long live the Lord. We vow to support the Lord to the death. Long live. The Lord is the savior of our Storm City. No, the Lord is a God, sent by heaven to save us. That's right, the Lord is a God. I firmly believe. Thank you, Lord, for driving away those bureaucrats who devour people without spitting out bones. Listening to the cheers of the crowd, Lin Chen felt all the gloom in his heart dissipate. Everyone has their own selfish motives. He originally intended to sell Storm City after acquiring it for his own business purposes. But now, Lin Chen has a greater goal. He wants the people to actively build a statue for him. He wants to truly become an immortal existence. This is far more valuable than earning any amount of money. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen unleashed the 9 dragons ascending to heaven. Immediately, colorful rays of light fell from the sky above the city. The hazy spectacle of the 9 dragons soaring instantly shocked the crowd following behind, causing them to prostrate themselves. This action allowed Lin Chen to harvest a significant amount of faith value. The momentum continued to grow even after he returned to the Lord's mansion. Miracle! The Lord has brought a miracle. Someone excitedly reached out to catch the auspicious light descending from the sky, a look of reverence on their face. The old mage trembled as he walked in front of the crowd, his gaze filled with awe as he said, "The Lord is divine, so every move he makes brings forth miracles. Ha ha! Our Storm City is blessed by the gods. God Lin has given us so much, yet we have not repaid him at all." Yang Meng in the crowd looked at the ring on her hand with a face full of shame. Hearing her words, the old mage turned around and scanned the crowd, saying, "The survival of Storm City to this day is all thanks to the protection of God Lin. I propose that we build a statue in the city, and as long as Storm City exists, we will worship it daily to show our respect for God Lin." "I agree, we are willing to donate money." "Old Wang, I'll cover your share, your living expenses are almost gone. You can donate when you earn money later. God Lin has made such great contributions to our homeland. We must build a statue, and it must be large enough for anyone passing by from outside the city to see. Yes, if we can't contribute anything, how can we call ourselves human if we don't donate for the statue? I am willing to donate all my savings." Yang Meng, filled with admiration, raised her small fist and said, with her leading the way, others eagerly began to shout out their donations. Looking at the united compatriots from his hometown, the old mage revealed a look of comfort. Bang! The elderly mage, having just released the pent-up frustration of his homeland, calmly fell to the ground, his head tilting, as he closed his eyes and passed away. Someone has collapsed. It's the old mage, he's gone. Seeing the old mage suddenly pass away, the survivors huddled together in mourning. The young boys and girls who had once enjoyed his little snacks either teared up or cried while staring at the cold body on the ground. The hearts of children are always the purest. This also indirectly proved the old man's kindness. At the Lord's mansion, feeling suddenly uneasy, Lin Chen took out his phone and dialed a number. "Mayor Su, I'm coming to South City right away. Please keep an eye on my dad." Yes, the death of the governor's son has nothing to do with me, it was his subordinates who killed him. On the other end of the line, Su Zhang sat at his desk, his expression complicated as he said, "This is a big deal. I heard that a guest from the Li family personally brought Li Jin's body to see the governor, and then he inexplicably died as well. Okay, I'll wait for you." Putting away his phone, Su Zhang stood up and walked to the window quietly, lighting a cigarette. 2 paths lay before him. One was to betray Lin Chen and hand his father over to the governor. In that case, Su Zhang would soar to great heights, becoming a guest of honor in the provincial government. He would also have ample political capital for future elections. The other was a path to death. To continue helping Lin Chen resist his superior. In that case, Su Zhang would undoubtedly gain a powerful friend. But what benefits he could gain in the future was uncertain. Moreover, once he chose a side, there would be no turning back. At that time, the leadership of South City would inevitably change hands. A series of framing and entrapment followed, and they wouldn't rest until they had him locked up. Ding ding! Just as he was repeatedly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, the phone in Su Zhang's pocket rang again. Hello, this is Su Zhang from Nanchang. Have you made your decision? By helping the state government capture Lin Chen's father now, you will directly enter the Senate of the Dragon District, touching the core power of the region. A cold voice came from the other end of the line. Su Zhang's heart trembled and he instinctively held his breath. The coveted position of a legislator was right in front of him. With just one word, his future career would be smooth sailing. Okay. Su Zhang's heart raced. He was in a state of extreme excitement, trembling as he put the phone into his pocket. Then, he lit one cigarette after another. Taking a deep breath, he finally managed to suppress the surge of heat rising within him. Among the three things a man loves most, power ranks first. Su Zhang did not deny that he was tempted, but reason told him it was best not to wade into this murky water. He couldn't afford to offend either side, nor could he refuse. Caught in a tight spot, Su Zhang faced an unprecedented crisis. If he crossed over, there would be light at the end of the tunnel. If he chose wrong, it would be a bottomless abyss. Su Zhang trembled as he flicked away the cigarette butt. He took out his phone and dialed another number. Little brother, gather everyone from our guild and guard Lin Chen's father's house. Go now. As long as Lin Chen doesn't come back, no one can take Lin Chengdong away. Be quick. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Zhang shouted into the phone. After hanging up, he rushed towards Lin Chen's home. The state government wants to use a knife to kill. They want to move Lin Chengdong without letting themselves be known. And there's no need to promise such generous rewards like a legislator. The more Su Zhang thought about it on the way, the more alarmed he became, his scalp tingling as he thought, either they are openly trying to win me over, or secretly they want me to turn a blind eye, allowing the state government to smoothly take Lin Chen's father away. After all, my relationship with Lin Chen has long been thoroughly understood by the state government's intelligence department. If it weren't for that, the state government could have just asked me to take the person without needing to promise anything. With this thought, an unprecedented sense of crisis arose in Su Zhang's heart. At the same time, a figure in a gray robe appeared at the door of Lin Chen's house. His gaze was extremely cold, and the old tree branch on his right side was broken in half. Some yellowish liquid faintly seeped out, solidifying on the surface of the broken branch. Not here? Then where could he be? The old man in the gray robe furrowed his brows in thought. His right hand, resembling a withered tree, reached out with new branches, like tentacles entering the void. This immediately triggered the river of fate to flow backward rapidly, gradually revealing the figure of a tall, thin middle-aged man. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it! A sudden fit of coughing caused the old mage to spit out a few drops of blood. This was extremely rare for an old mage who had fortuitously stepped into the divine level. At the same time, it indirectly proved that his physical injuries had reached a point that could not be ignored. On a snowy day, a tall, thin man riding a mechanical tiger was on his way, hugging himself with the snot under his nose frozen. Damn, can anyone survive in this broken place? Lin Chen, why don't you find another place to be the city lord? I'm afraid of freezing, Lin Chengdong said, pressing the phone against his shoulder, his voice trembling, as he spoke to his son on the other end. Lin Chen, you're not in Nanchang? How could you not be in Nanchang? Lin Chengdong, if there's danger, why wouldn't I run? Lin Chen, don't joke with me, how do you know there's danger? Lin Chengdong, you don't really think your profession has its shining moments, do you? Lin Chen, Dad, I'll come to pick you up. The father and son met in the vast snowy field. When Lin Chengdong saw him, his butt was already frozen to the mechanical tiger, which had broken down halfway due to overheating. Lin Chengdong was also curled up in a snowdrift, reaching out to take the fuel rod that Lin Chen handed over. If you had come any later, it would have been a final farewell. Hearing his carefree complaint, Lin Chen rolled his eyes, not at all auspicious. Then, the father and son climbed onto the back of the divine dragon together. Lin Chengdong looked at the giant beneath them and exclaimed, Xiaoyi, this guy is bigger than a house, like a small mountain. We won't need to buy a house anymore, we can just live on this and get by for a lifetime. Why save that money? I'm worth 4 billion now, and there's another 1.5 billion in scholarship funds yet to arrive. Once you go to Storm City, I'll hire someone to build you a garden villa from the last century, then hire a butler and a dozen servants so you can enjoy a life of ease. Lin Chen grinned. Only in front of Lin Chengdong would he show such a childlike side. Lin Chengdong's eyes lit up. That's too much. A dozen servants is excessive. Just find one who's capable. The divine dragon carried Lin Chen back to Storm City. After settling Lin Chengdong, Lin Chen led his summoned creatures to the front lines. He needed to push for the fourth transition and continue to enhance his strength. Today's battle made him aware of his shortcomings and increased his desire to expand his summoning team. The snow in the northern region was getting heavier, making it difficult to see things 100 meters away. Facing the blizzard sweeping through the city, the fourth wave of beast tide was once again at the gates. Among the white mass of beasts, several snowfield titans stood out, violently pounding the ground with their enormous black fists, sending shockwaves that caused the already crumbling city walls to collapse completely. Boom! The houses within the city also collapsed in response. In the distance, a large number of rending scouts appeared in the sky, unleashing a wave of sonic attacks. This immediately caused the giant crab and the ancient giant tree to suffer from the confusion negative effect. Clear ring effect. Activated, successfully immune to negative effects. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Chen, on the dragon's back, looked at the approaching beast tide with a serious expression. Why is it getting harder and harder? At this moment, two ice mountain-like dragons, along with the angels, guarded the deep snow area 1 kilometer outside the safe zone. Although the dilapidated houses in the city were affected, the people remained unharmed. They sat around the campfire, silently praying for the Lin god to help Storm City through the crisis. Kill, go all out to kill. I'll provide support, replenishing your magic and life. Lin Chen held 5 potion bottles in one hand, releasing support skills while using potions to recover. The stronger monsters brought in substantial experience, which provided Lin Chen with some comfort. The two dragons became the main force, taking the front line and attracting most of the firepower. Every stomp could crush a group of wild monsters, making it quite simple and brutal. If they got too carried away, the two ice mountains could charge through and crush the larger, more heavily armored snowfield titans into a pile of mush, directly causing fatal damage. With them drawing fire, the Emperor Black Water Crab, which turned the snowfield into a muddy ground, also had room to maneuver. Occasionally, it would emerge from the ground with its giant pincers, crushing two low-level monsters before burrowing back into the mud. The massive tree's shadow still mysteriously loomed in the sky, seemingly without a physical form. Its combat target was a group of rending scouts resembling birds, but it wasn't about killing all these elite monsters over level 280, rather, it was about using ghost vines to intercept them to avoid harming the refugees in the city. Then, the angels would shuttle back and forth, harvesting the enemies. Almost single-handedly, he completed the workload of the entire army group. 2 years ago, there was the northernmost defense line of Storm City. The scattered job changers from Steel and Guardian City, or the students from the academy, were all very willing to come to the deep snowfields and take risks. If anyone, or that team, defeated a frostwormling, they would become the envy of the entire academy. They took pride in this. After Storm City fell and the Ice Queen appeared, the two major districts abandoned the city. They retreated without a fight, breaking the hearts of the locals, which led to an even greater beast tide rampaging. Nowadays, very few people dare to step into the deep snowfields. Xiaojia, do we really have to go there? But I think Storm City is very dangerous right now. In the vast white snowfield, several boys with half their bodies buried in the snow were commanding their flying pet, the ghost lantern, to melt the snow while trudging toward Storm City. In front of their line of sight, a lantern spirit radiating an orange glow was walking leisurely. It could lightly tread on the snow, emitting a faint glow, constantly bestowing buffs on the members of the team. Coward. If we don't hunt the strongest creatures in the snowfield, how can we prove we are qualified job changers? The boy leading the way, Xiaojia, scolded his companion irritably. The boy in green armor scratched his head, not daring to say more. A girl with a pair of pink rabbit ears jumped several dozen meters ahead, turned back to make a face at Xiaojia and the others, and cheerfully said, "You guys are too slow. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Teaming up with you is too dragging." Unknowingly, this noisy group entered the safe zone of Storm City. Just as they were surprised to find the city so empty, a scene in the distance instantly made their scalps tingle. Is that a divine dragon? What a huge tree spirit. Did reinforcements arrive at Storm City? I'm not seeing things, am I? I think I see an angel again. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Then, with the lantern spirit's protection, the little girl, with her gaze fixed on the holy glow in the dark distance, curiously walked toward that direction, and exclaimed in shock, "Is it him? It really is him. I see that big shot's angel again." Although the others were also shocked by the angel's radiant image, the closer they got, the more the endless treasure light emanating from the ground made it hard for them to open their eyes. The densely packed spoils, like stars, quietly piled together. Some resembled small hills, while others were haphazardly scattered on the ground. What made their hearts tremble even more was that with every step closer, they would step on one or two treasures. Overflowing, some emitted a hazy white light, while others had a dazzling blue light swirling in one spot like a meteor, making it clear that there was a top-notch piece of equipment there. Or, countless dark gold light pillars shot into the sky, connecting heaven and earth, forming a scene resembling a large formation. Those who walked in felt as if they had stepped into a divine realm. Besides the shock on their faces, their eyes were filled with endless greed. "Ha, we struck it rich, really struck it rich. So much equipment. Wow, there's even a 10 consecutive draw for gourds. My favorite. So many top-notch materials, how many giant dragons did we have to slay? Silly kids, come back quickly, don't touch the spoils on the ground." Just as everyone was about to lose their sanity, the only clear-headed one, the little girl, hurriedly shouted at her companions, who were mesmerized by the treasures scattered on the ground. "These are the things of the gods, we can't touch them. There will be trouble." Hearing her anxious cries, everyone felt as if they had just woken from a dream, as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed on them. The Academy's genius, Xiaoxia, suddenly looked up at the two ice mountains further away, frightened enough to drop the spoils he had just picked up onto the ground. He suddenly realized this is someone else's property, everyone mustn't pick it up. Damn, I almost let greed cloud my judgment. A team that can slaughter so many ice dragons must be incredibly strong. They must be a core power organization from the area, we just need to avoid them. Right, let's just watch enviously and see how the big shots fight. Let's go. Since Storm City has already sent reinforcements, we might just snag a frost whelp. If I can really hunt down a lone ice dragon, I could brag about it for a year when I get back. After coming to their senses, the student team withdrew their greedy gazes. They weren't foolish, they understood how deeply strong individuals despised interference. Moreover, it seemed the other side was a legion or a state-level power organization. If they angered them, the chances of being killed in this desolate snowy wilderness were extremely high. However, the group of junior students was soon stunned by the battle scene in the distance under the night sky. With the boost from the special effect experience potion, Lin Chen, surrounded by monsters, was also leveling up rapidly. Kill 232 level Ice Crystal Whelp, gain 4 million experience. Kill 150 level Snowfield Golem, gain 1,800,000 experience. Kill 299 level Snowfield Titan, gain 8 million experience. Kill 280 level Snowfield Titan, gain 7,200,000 experience. Kill 190 level Ripper Scout, gain 2,900,000 experience. Kill 210 level Ripper Scout, gain 3,300,000 experience. Kill 300 level Titan Leader, gain 10 million experience. Kill 200 level Golem Leader, gain 3 million experience. Kill 280 level Ice Crystal Dragon, gain 6,200,000 experience. Kill 299 level Ice Crystal Dragon, gain 8 million experience. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 155, gain 5 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 156, gain 5 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 157, gain 5 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 158, gain 5 points to allocate freely. After the combined efforts of several summoned creatures, Lin Chen, who was assisting from the side, finally endured until the Beast Tide's offensive began to weaken. The safe zone of Storm City also successfully expanded by about 300 meters. Don't be fooled by such a small distance, it was fought for with the lives of 2 divine dragons and the heavens. Old trees and crabs had died countless times. Moreover, through this battle, Lin Chen discovered that before a summoner had developed, they were indeed like a pile of mud. Anyone could come and step on them. But once they grew and gained the ability to stand on their own, their role in resisting the beast Tide and their sustained combat ability would be incomparable to that of basic professions like assassins and warriors. However, Lin Chen was also using himself as a comparison. For other summoners, even growing up was a very difficult task. Not to mention, they had to possess at least one powerful summon like the Blackwater Emperor. This was already a height that many summoners would never reach in their lifetime. Lin Chen's starting point was the pinnacle of the profession that most summoners needed to look up to. He just wasn't aware of it yet. You all continue to push forward, I'll go back and collect some loot. After giving the order, Lin Chen leaped down from the dragon's back and looked towards the safe zone behind him, filled with treasures, feeling a wave of satisfaction from the harvest. Look, someone is coming. It seems like they are picking up treasures from the ground. Hurry up and remind them that these belong to the big shots and shouldn't be picked up carelessly. The boys who had been standing quietly at a distance suddenly saw someone stealing the spoils of the big boss and transformed into little warriors of justice, rushing over. Lin Chen had just tossed a radiant treasure gourd into his backpack. When he looked up, he found several young faces, red from the cold, surrounding him. Noticing that their attire didn't resemble that of the people from Storm City, Lin Chen immediately furrowed his brows, suddenly worried that his spoils might be taken by them. However, he didn't rush to speak. Instead, he scanned them with his cold eyes. During this silent act of pretending to be a master, Lin Chen thought to himself, I've become a god now. I must not act like I used to, or I'll lose my divine status. On the surface, Lin Chen's gaze was deep, his youthful face hidden beneath the starry hood, making it impossible for others to see his facial expressions. They could only vaguely discern the general outline in the shadows, but that didn't prevent outsiders from being startled by his sharp, cold features that seemed chiseled from stone. The extraordinary aura emanating from him, combined with his starry robe, made it impossible for people to suppress their awe, and the closer they got to him, the greater the invisible pressure they felt. This feeling was quite mysterious. It was like a desperate person encountering an old Taoist priest coming out of a temple on a mountain. A villain, filled with guilt, suddenly sees a humble monk. Besides feeling respect, there was also a hint of timidity. After a careful observation, none of the Academy's group dared to speak first. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Xiao Mei had once encountered Lin Chen in the ancient ruins. Seeing him again now, she noticed that his aura had undergone a tremendous transformation compared to a few days ago, making her hesitant to approach and acknowledge him. Gee, great God, I the spoils here all belong to the reinforcements from Storm City. Just as Xiao Mei was stammering to say something, the slightly older Xiaozhe mustered his courage to remind her. Lin Chen shifted his gaze to him, just about to speak when he suddenly saw the familiar girl covering the boy's mouth tightly, her face filled with panic as she looked at him with timid eyes and said, "We were just passing by, we didn't touch a single spoils, I promise." Lin Chen nodded and looked at the girl, saying, "You are a child with a pure heart." After saying that, he waved his hand, and the scattered spoils on the ground quickly flew into his backpack. "Storm City has a safe zone now, you are always welcome to come and hunt." He casually tossed this remark over his shoulder. Lin Chen, whose ambitions were growing larger, turned and continued walking toward Storm City without looking back. The crowd was left in confusion. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei's face flushed with pride from the compliment. She covered her burning cheeks with her hands and said, "He is the master of that angel sister." Upon hearing this, her companions seemed to awaken from a dream, turning their heads in unison, all gazing in shock at the distant radiance. After cleaning up the spoils on the ground, Lin Chen returned to the beast tide. Behind him, a few little followers trailed at a distance. They excitedly took out their phones, snapping pictures and sending messages to show off, while eagerly discussing among themselves. "Wow, I thought it was an official combat team or some top guild sweeping the beast tide outside Storm City. Turns out the great god suppressed the beast tide all by himself. Unbelievable. I've lived this long and never seen such a powerful big shot. The great god seems to be a summoner? Can a summoner be this impressive? That's a summoning god. Wow, I've learned something new. This grand battle scene is something some people might never see in their lifetime. We're really lucky. Quick, take a picture. When we go back, we'll have enough to brag about for a lifetime." Holding on to the thought of promoting Stormwind City, Lin Chen on the dragon's back resisted the urge to drive away these little creatures. He leisurely chewed on a potion, occasionally casting a few support skills, and together with the angels, they fought their way to the snowy hills 2 kilometers away. Dawn broke. The beast horde finally retreated. Beneath the feet of 2 towering dragons, a dark pit suddenly revealed itself. Ding! Source of the earth vein discovered. Ding! Do you wish to enter? Enter. Without a second thought, Lin Chen agreed. World announcement, congratulations to Lin Chen for becoming the 5th human class changer to enter the source of the earth vein in the northern region. Reward, Human Dawn unique medal. Only 5 exist in the world. Human Dawn, magic power plus 50,000, movement speed plus 500%, strength plus 2,000, agility plus 2,000, special effect, heroism, gain an admiration effect, making followers more sincerely worship plus 20% eloquence plus 20% persuasion chance, suggestions and proposals will receive more recognition from others. Ding! You have attracted the attention of the Ice Queen. Please be prepared for an attack at all times. As soon as the news of Lin Chen obtaining the Human Dawn medal spread, Steel City and Guardian City could no longer sit still. The state governments on both sides issued secret instructions to the lower cities simultaneously. The staff of the Lanzhou state government held an emergency discussion meeting without pause. Meanwhile, the governor's wife, Li Ranlan, briskly entered the governor's office accompanied by her attendants. "Where is he?" The female secretary bent down awkwardly and respectfully said, "Madam, the governor is in a meeting. I'll wait for him to finish." Li Ranlan slammed her phone down on the desk and plopped into the governor's office chair. The female secretary glanced at the attendants guarding outside the door and suddenly closed it gently. "Madam, please don't be angry, the governor is also upset about Lin Chen's matter. You know, that summoner is a candidate elder of the 7 kills, not easy to deal with." As she spoke, the female secretary brought a cup of tea to the governor's wife. Seeing her sickeningly pretentious demeanor, Li Ranlan, already filled with rage, raised her hand and knocked the offered tea to the ground. "You blind dog servant! When did the affairs of the state become your business to meddle in?" Her expression fierce, she unleashed all the pent-up anger she had been holding back onto the female secretary. Not only did she shatter the teacup the secretary had handed her, but she also slapped her several times. Slap, slap, slap. The attendants outside heard the loud slapping sounds and quickly averted their gaze, no longer daring to look. However, when the scalding tea splashed onto Madame Chin's feet, it immediately left a mark on her toes. Through her casual attire, as she continued to fan the female secretary's face in a fit of rage, the mark on her toes transformed into a deep green spiderweb-like pattern, spreading across Madame Chin's entire body. Just as she paused, a poisoning alert sounded in her ears. The passive victimized female secretary's expression of weakness, grievance, and fear vanished in an instant. Instead, she became cold, unfamiliar, as if she had transformed into a different person.
Madam, I know I was wrong.
Madam Chin, deeply poisoned, had bulging eyes and clutched her neck
Tightly, unable to utter a complete sentence.
Seeing the female secretary's expression suddenly turn sinister, her eyes filled with terror, she turned to jump out the window to escape.
Madam, please calm down, let me give you a massage. A layer of skin was torn away, revealing the true face of a man in a black robe.
His expression was calm as he took a step forward, 12 beams of light appearing behind him, then piercing into Madam Chin's ribs, neck, and lower back, targeting vital joints. He was Liang Wu, the current chief assassin of the 7 Kills Guild branch. His direct strength might not match that of the governor of Lanzhou. However, his skills in disguise, infiltration, and assassination made everyone who had received his intelligence feel a chill down their spine. In an instant, Madam Chin clutched her neck and departed this world. Even the speed at which the Grim Reaper's lantern could revive her couldn't match the swiftness of Liang Wu's hidden killing move. Feeling comfortable, Madam Chin? This is a technique I intended to use to serve Governor Chin. You are quite fortunate today.
Liang Wu, expressionless, used a
special tool to peel off Madame Li's entire skin. At the same time, he emitted a human-like voice from his mouth, a basic skill every master assassin must possess.
The attendant outside shook his head, expressing sympathy for the secretary's unfortunate fate. To be beaten and still eagerly approach to massage, truly a loyal dog wagging its tail in submission. Inside the office, Liang Wu donned a new face.
He had originally planned to assassinate the governor of Lanzhou using the identity of the female secretary. But that guy was too vigilant, especially after his son's death. He spent every night in meetings with his staff, discussing strategies, leaving no time for solitude. Now, having coincidentally encountered Madame Chin, who had come to cause a scene, the experienced assassin Liang Wu immediately seized the opportunity and successfully donned the new skin of Madame Lanzhou. You mutt, do you even deserve to give me a massage? Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? He calmly opened the office door and strode out. The attendant didn't think much of it and turned to follow his master's pace. Inside the office, Liang Wu's trusted follower, holding a document, sashayed into the conference room. Knock knock. Governor Chin, your wife just came by and asked you to return home immediately after the meeting. She said she has urgent matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing the voice outside, the aides at the table immediately turned grim. Governor Chin's brows involuntarily furrowed. A flash of sternness crossed his eyes, and his lower lip tightened, as if he shivered slightly. His right index finger instinctively tapped the table, producing a soft thud. All right, I understand. Strangely, the usually stern Governor Chin was unusually calm today, not scolding his subordinate for their insensitivity. Soon, the sound of the female secretary leaving in high heels echoed. Outside, the aides in the conference room exchanged complex and inscrutable glances. Continue. Let's temporarily set aside the matter of my son's death. I want you to provide a solution to this issue without any personal grievances. Governor Chin, feeling agitated, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and spoke in a deep voice. No one anticipated that the young man could summon the deity for so long. If the source beneath the ground is destroyed, then it's hard to say whether Storm City will fall into the hands of the 7 Kills. A young white-skinned councilman smirked and said, It's quite simple, my governor. If you don't mind that he killed your son, we can negotiate with him, offering substantial benefits to persuade him to voluntarily abandon that city. He has just taken the first step towards peace. Why should he be persuaded? The elderly judge coldly snorted, his expression unfriendly. The young councilman shrugged, displaying an innocent expression. If he continues to hold on, the power groups at the district level will also order us to drive him out, which is not beneficial for the higher-ups' attitude towards Governor Chin. Governor Chin said in a deep voice, Persuasion is impossible. What I want is a straightforward solution, not for you to bicker and argue. A white judge with large waves of hair frowned and said, Your son has already offended the 7 Killers. Instead of thinking about how to resolve the issues in Storm City, it would be better to deal with the one who created the problem first. He definitely can't come openly, so we should secretly hand a knife to someone else. If something happens, the state government will be completely unaware and can issue a statement to the outside world. I have a plan, said the military advisor Shirlong, his gaze fixed on the table as he squinted. If Lin Chen has truly connected with the source of the earth veins, then the beast tide 5 kilometers outside the boundary city and the beast tide west of Steel City can be continuously driven away using a large-scale deterrent formation and the intimidation skills of mages. Look, the distance between Storm City and the beast tides of these two cities is less than 3 kilometers. By utilizing a large number of mages' intimidation skills and the deterrent formation, we can definitely lead them towards Storm City. With millions of monsters, even if the 7 killing gods of the 7 Killers Guild come, they will have to retreat obediently. If Lin Chen dares to be stubborn and not retreat, then we will intensify our efforts and use the strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, completely destroying Storm City, leaving him with no capital to occupy it. After hearing the military advisor's words, the conference room fell into a brief silence. Governor Chin's index finger tapped the table, rhythmically, getting faster and faster, the cigarette butt in his mouth already burned out, but he was oblivious. I agree, the female judge nodded, her expression unchanged. The loss of Storm City is the result of a joint discussion between the two major districts. If we allow a guild with an unclear stance to occupy it, it would be detrimental to the cooperative relationship between our district and the John district. I also agree. We can retract our front lines, but we must not hand a dagger to the 7 Killers Guild that could choke us. What about the solution after Lin Chen escapes? The relatively calm Governor Qin extinguished the cigarette but with his bare hands and looked at the military advisor beside him. Shirlong stared blankly at the large map on the table, murmuring, if he runs directly, then prepare a large army to drive them away. Governor Qin, first, try to negotiate with Steel City. Faith value +3. Faith value +5, faith value +2, faith value +8. Meanwhile, Lin Chen entered the source of the earth veins and inexplicably gained a wave of faith value. He put on the brilliant badge in his hand and then commanded the summoned creatures to continue advancing into the dark underground world. The cave environment was dim, and looking up, he could see a hazy purple light. Walking on the muddy path, Shenlong stepped deeply and shallowly, looking extremely laborious. On the back of the dragon, Lin Chen suddenly heard a piercing scream and the system's frantic alert sound. The speed of the kills was like music played at multiple speeds. Apart from the ringing sounds, nothing else could be heard. Today, the 100-armed giant city, born in the game world, trembled suddenly after its appearance was announced. It had 100 arms and 50 heads, with each arm and each head representing an independent city. From a distance, it looked like a colossal stone statue that opened the heavens and the earth, soaring into the clouds, majestic and imposing, yet it also showcased the ancient and mysterious nature of the game world. At the same time, it did not belong to any major district. Existing south of the abyss on the world's central axis, it was occupied by different forces, either as a gathering place for religious organizations or the main city of guilds. Of course, official forces were also involved, but in the mixed giant stone statue cities, their actual status and dominance were far inferior to the nominal controllers of the heavenly sect. He is a fish that slipped through the net. Is that so? I don't think so. At this moment, at the absolute peak of the Grand Giant, stood a faceless old man draped in a runic robe. His lower body seemed ethereal, floating in midair. The hood was filled with mist, revealing only a pair of deep blue spiritual eyes constantly gazing at the void beneath the giant's back. Occasionally, a few ancient symbols of varying spiritual light would illuminate on the robe. They danced with agility, like little sprites detached from their bodies, sometimes vanishing like stars, sometimes evolving into myriad living forms before returning to their original place. Beside the old man was the only giant head that had not been occupied. Suddenly, it blinked its enormous stone eyes, revealing a childlike innocence. The two overly prominent stone-colored lips on its face parted slightly, emitting a tender voice that only the old man could hear. Two-winged angel, the lowest of deities, a little thing that is turned to humans, I will devour her. The faceless old man replied, she is still a child. Having made a mistake, she needs a chance for self-redemption. Archbishop Bosch, please inform the Ice Queen of the North, let her guide that human cub to find the right path in the temple of the 12 Titan gods, nurtured by the Storm City in the rich secret realms, rather than establishing a divine position that would ruin the Orthodox foundation. Understood, my lord. In the neutral zone, the goddess hall, Pope Chio Ryoan, dressed in an unparalleled purple gold goddess robe, sat gracefully on the magnificent throne. As she raised her right arm, the luxurious sleeve fell away, revealing an even more exquisite jade arm, gently supporting her chin. Her pair of indifferent beautiful eyes gazed into the void, and her delicate lips, as soft as fragrant petals, suddenly parted slightly. Every movement captivated men, stirring their souls and tugging at their hearts. Truly a stunning beauty, unmatched in elegance. That little friend must be the most outstanding child in the 5 major districts in nearly a decade. Her voice was like ice springs, dripping, crisp yet carrying a chill of authority. Below, a chief female bishop awaited, her eyes lowered, fully displaying a respectful demeanor. Reporting to the Pope. From the momentum, that little summoning god indeed surpasses the other prodigies in the 5 major districts. However, in terms of true strength, the complete form of the sealer from the Dragon District, the new king from the John District, the mechanic from the Lighthouse District, the mechanical war god, the puppet master, the little witch god, and so on, are not necessarily inferior to his potential. Among them, the newly risen new king from the John District, that little guy from the Magic God Association, has the highest starting point and the strongest potential, surpassing the summoning god that recently emerged from the Dragon District. Upon hearing this, Pope Chio showed a hint of interest, slightly raising her exquisite chin. The chief female bishop understood her intent and lowered her head to say, he is very low-key, and his professional abilities are well concealed, but he still revealed some flaws in the competition for the new king. After professionals analyzed several of his battles,
It was found that he knows more than one forbidden spell. Almost all his skills are at the forbidden spell level, and his level has not been able to rise, indicating he is under a significant curse. The black mark of the forbidden spell has also appeared on him, showing signs of having his limbs initially sealed. Pope Chio suddenly sat up straight. The beautiful Pope, with the ultimate charm of an Eastern classical beauty, finally showed a hint of seriousness on her stunning oval face. Has he formed a contract with a god? As she asked this question, the female Pope fixed her gaze on the expression of the chief female bishop. Suddenly feeling the pressure, the bishop thought carefully and said, yes, he has called for divine protection before. The power granted to him is the most devout, a divine manifestation that only those who are highly valued would receive. Upon hearing this answer, the hope in the female Pope's eyes was completely extinguished. Her expression returned to indifference. Keep an eye on that child. Appropriately reward him, his potential is the greatest. Who do you mean? The bishop asked respectfully. Chio blinked her beautiful eyes. Lin Chen. At the same time, in the Dragon District, the Radiant Temple, also known to outsiders as the Sky City, in the main hall of the temple, the majestic Pope held a divine staff facing away from the two archbishops below. His eyes radiated bright light and his gaze slightly lowered to the statue of the six-winged angel, suddenly breaking into a grin. Lin Chen. I seem to have heard that name. He should be from my Radiant Temple. No, it's the sun. After speaking, he turned around, a warm smile that felt like a spring breeze gracing his lips as he looked at a stunning female archbishop below and said, Lan Yu, you agree, right? Archbishop Lan Yu slightly bowed her head, her calm demeanor unshaken, and replied, do you mean for me to invite him to the temple? The Pope nodded gently, chuckling without pretense, since he's one of our own, why not? Bring him back to the temple for proper training? Lan Yu, you're being too formal. Archbishop Lan Yu looked confused. Please clarify. The Pope squinted his bright eyes and said, I remember you once befriended a 9-star miner? Yes, I have no ties with him anymore. Archbishop Lan Yu responded with a calm expression. Seeing her still playing dumb, the Pope stated bluntly, Lin Chen is your son. Legally speaking, that is Lin Qingdong's child. Archbishop Lan Yu's tone carried a hint of coldness. The Pope nodded, then Archbishop Lan Yu, please bring the son back to the Radiant Temple. He is one of the most suitable candidates to bond with the six-winged seraphim. My lord needs to form a contract with him, do you understand? Archbishop Lan Yu bowed to the statue of the six-winged angel and then turned to leave. A similar scene was unfolding in countless religions that worshipped deities. Before the era of Cataclysm, the followers of the sect had already occupied 2/3 of all humanity. After nearly 2 centuries since the game materialized, everything was regressing, yet this group was growing more intense, almost becoming the true controlling force of Blue Star. However, there were also some who, like the Duke of Yi, suddenly saw through the essence and fiercely opposed this group. Kill 1,200 level 3 goblins, gain 3,200 experience. Kill 580 level 5 goblins, gain 2,200 experience. Kill 790 level 2 goblins, gain 1,300 experience. Kill 2,800 level 8 goblins, gain 6,720 experience. The source of the Earth Vein Dungeon. The divine dragon could easily crush dozens or even hundreds of goblins with a single step. Lin Chen bent down to look at the ground covered in gold coins, his eyes nearly dazzled. So, there were so many goblins hidden in this source of the Earth Vein. A casual glance revealed the various tribes below, and goblins fleeing with bags of gold and treasures. I struck it rich. No wonder this is a special dungeon that only 5 people in the world have ever set foot in. It's simply a money grab. Lin Chen summoned the sword spirit he had just befriended. He flew down from the dragon's back frantically, sweeping up the massive amounts of gold scattered on the ground. Occasionally, he even picked up a few pieces of top-quality ore. During this money-grabbing process, Lin Chen's divine dragon and angel had already penetrated deep into the caverns. Ding! Gain gold X1, 808, 678. Gain mother and child cloud or X2, 789. Gain cold iron or X6, 872. Gained wings of thunder, divine item. Gained magic carpet, flying item. Gained magic star surround, costume effect. Gained thief, goblin, pet. Gained purple crystal X675. Gained level 1 iron dagger X85, 632. Gained level 3 wooden bow X27, 560. Gained level 3 inferior cloth armor X3, 441. Just from picking up the massive loot scattered on the ground, Lin Chen was already exhausted. In the end, he could only give up on picking up the trash equipment and focused on collecting the shining, gleaming treasures. Along the way, a pair of wings woven from lightning, radiating a scarlet glow, soared into the sky. Lin Chen felt excited and hurriedly rushed forward to pick them up. Thunder. Wings type, treasure quality, divine movement speed plus 2000% basic effect, thunder flight special effect, thunder blade. Twin daggers thunder flight, explode with a speed that surpasses lightning for a short time, no consumption, cooldown time of 2 minutes. Thunder blade twin daggers, wings woven from lightning that can transform into a pair of electric blades, causing continuous paralysis effects and attribute attack damage to enemies, no consumption, no cooldown time, damage is enhanced by equipment and
Player attributes. Cursed treasure by the god King Zeus. Players wearing it will be unable to use any lightning-based skills. After reading the introduction of the divine treasure, Lin Chen was so excited that he could hardly catch his breath. He just wanted to say, truly divine. Whether it was the flying ability or the accompanying lightning strike effect, it made Lin Chen feel like he had wings. Moreover, the curse that came with the treasure could significantly weaken other players, especially mages. But Lin Chen was a summoner, relying solely on summoned creatures to fight, so the impact on him was minimal. Awesome. Even if I don't use it later, I could sell it at the Jade Shop for at least a few 100 billion, right? Lin Chen thought happily in his heart. He was enamored with the divine treasure. He directly took off a piece of heart-protecting scales and equipped the thunder wings. Then he equipped the newly acquired outfit Demon Star surrounding in the outfit effect slot. As expected, a pair of crackling thunder wings suddenly appeared behind him, and the dark demon stars swirling around him elevated his entire aura to a new height. At that moment, Lin Chen, draped in a star robe with thunder wings on his back and surrounded by demon stars, finally exuded a divine majesty. The angel Chiral, who came to report, suddenly saw her master's transformed aura and flashed a look of surprise, followed by a hint of admiration in her eyes as she respectfully bowed. Master, it would be an honor for me to serve as your guard. What's the situation ahead? Lin Chen asked calmly, suppressing the emotional waves rising within him. Angel Chiral thought for a moment and said, the true form of the depths of the cavern has begun to reveal itself. There is a source vein here, and one of the 4 divine guards, Kalamii, is present. He is quite difficult to deal with, but I am confident in defeating him. Alright, let Long Day and Long Air take the lead to draw fire while you provide support from behind. After briefly laying out the tactics, Lin Chen suddenly remembered something. Since there was a source vein here, didn't that mean that as long as he destroyed the source vein, there wouldn't be a beast tied outside Storm City? The textbook says that the formation of dungeons depends on the size of the underground source veins. If left unchecked, it will continuously form beast tides, repeating endlessly. If I destroy them all, it will trigger the wrath of a domain boss, leading to a major battle. But if I manage it well, destroying most and leaving a small part, then a safe zone outside Storm City will form a dungeon with fewer monsters. However, this only solves the beast tide in one area. There are still vast areas to the south and west. Thinking of this, Lin Chen sighed deeply. It truly felt difficult to develop the city. He didn't know how long it would take to make Storm City as prosperous as South City. The team continued to push deeper. The prompt sound in Lin Chen's ear kept ringing. Ding! Your weapon, Extreme Misfortune Star, has undergone its 7th transformation, increasing the weapon's basic attributes by 10%. Ding! Your weapon, Extreme Misfortune Star, has undergone its 8th transformation, increasing the weapon's basic attributes by 15%. Ding! Your weapon, Extreme Misfortune Star, has undergone its 9th transformation, increasing the weapon's basic attributes by 15%. Ding! Your weapon, Extreme Misfortune Star, has transformed into Extreme Misfortune Calamity. Each time you cast a spell, it will bring misfortune to the enemy. The 10th transformation was achieved. This means that the first soul pool is full. In other words, Lin Chen now has a full army of 10,000 Law Kings. What does this concept entail? The mage profession is already quite rare. Wherever they go, they are courted, even revered as esteemed guests. That's why they are referred to as the Mage Lords. The Mage Guild is worthy of standing on equal footing with the temple. Yet Lin Chen can summon 10,000 Mage Lords at once. Although their levels are a bit low, their sheer numbers are impressive. 1 heavenly fire is 1 heavenly fire, but 1,000 heavenly fire skills are equivalent to a forbidden spell, right? If that's not enough, then how about 100,000 heavenly fires? Facing an old law god, even a basic attack could take him down. To take it a step further, even if he encounters some formidable big shot, a single strike could wipe out a large number of Law Kings. Those 10,000, or even 100,000 Law Kings, would likely exhaust the opponent's magic power, turning them into punching bags, and it would be hard to kill them all. Of course, this is all just Lin Chan's unfounded speculation. The real situation remains unknown. He couldn't help but excitedly grip his staff. Having an extra army of undead, the peaceful days in Storm City are finally in sight. Just then, a creature that resembled a wolf but was not quite a wolf suddenly appeared deep within the cavern, wielding a pair of sharp claws. It was massive, only slightly shorter than a divine dragon, with a furry face and golden battle armor. Each time it attacked, it would create a cloud of confusing black smoke, and it often reappeared behind its opponent to deliver a fatal blow. Its movements were elusive and hard to decipher, making it a very troublesome opponent. In just one encounter, it had already severely injured the crab, causing it to bleed. Caused armor piercing damage 999,999. Caused bleeding damage 1,080,000, duration 12 seconds. The poor summon creature had not received much protection from its master's equipment. Attributes, and the few shields it had were broken in an instant, letting out a painful shriek. Lin Chen remained calm and activated a reconnaissance scroll to check the opponent's attributes. Kirame title, Guardian of the Four Under the Gods, World Boss Level, Max Race, Strength Type or Demon Health 110 billion/110 billion Stamina, 77 215 560 Magic, 0 Strength 1 700 000 Agility 3 380 020 Skills, Blood Pool, Shadow Strike, Infinite Growth, Savage Bite. Combat Power Assessment 4,700 stars. After reviewing the detailed information of the Earth Vein Guardian, a question suddenly arose in Lin Shen's mind. This guy's health is way too thick. According to normal stamina ratios, it shouldn't even reach 100 billion. Could it be because of his golden battle armor? Or does he have a special passive talent that provides a bonus? Lin Shen was somewhat puzzled but didn't want to delve deeper. As long as the combat power assessment is lower than that of his summoned creatures, then he could take him down. Tree Shadow Bind. Crab, quickly unleash your mud domain and ambush the monster from behind. Dragon 1, Dragon 2, take the front to draw fire. Don't be afraid of pain, you're meant to take hits. Kylar, attack from the side, just don't get hurt by the wolf's claws. After assigning clear roles, Lin Shen hurriedly cast the judgment seal on the large monster that was flashing in mid-air, followed by the war banner. Seeing that he was about to attack the angel, he quickly activated the golden armor illusion. Normally, after casting his skills, Lin Shen would be out of the game, but now he possessed the existence of lightning wings. Even if the lightning damage was minimal, he could still participate in the battle, right? This was much better than just hiding on the side and feeling anxious. This is the downside of being a summoner. When fighting a boss, you're just a cheerleader the whole time. If the summoned creatures were human teammates, they would definitely curse him for slacking off and being useless. Roar, Long Di and Long Air let out a frustrated roar. Then they transformed their sorrow and anger into hatred for Kalamii, charging madly towards him. In an instant, the ground shook and the mountains trembled. The large monster, deeply afflicted by the bad luck buff, failed to dodge and was directly hit by the two giant dragons. This left him utterly confused. Clearly, these two clumsy dragons, moving with brute force and no finesse, had bizarrely collided with him. What terrible luck! However, before the monster could think further, a sudden blast of cold breath erupted from the mouths of the two divine dragons, instantly freezing the boss. High above, Chiral, who had been gathering energy to unleash a skill, raised the judgment sword high, his eyes cold as he slashed down two beams of light that nearly tore the dungeon space apart. Lanzhou Prefecture. Just as Qin Zhouzhan was about to leave work and head home, he suddenly called his female secretary. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, squinting at her as he asked, "Are you wearing equipment that shields personal information? You've been working in the prefecture for a while now, don't you know the rules?" "No explanations. Now, take off the shielding equipment, immediately." The female secretary was about to explain but was interrupted by Qin Zhouzhan's impatient expression. Just at that critical moment of exposure, someone suddenly walked in from outside. Bang bang. Although the door was open, it was still knocked on by Shilong. He crossed his arms and smiled slightly, saying, "Qin Zhouzhan, I need to talk to you." "All right." Qin Zhouzhan shifted his gaze from the female secretary and quickly walked over to Shilong. The female secretary, who had narrowly escaped a crisis, let out a sigh of relief in her heart, and the skill she had been preparing for a long time also calmed down. But just at that moment of relaxation, suddenly, Shilong at the door curled his lips into a cold smile. In his right hand, a rusty compass appeared out of nowhere. As he slightly raised both hands, Qin Zhouzhan's office abruptly flipped into a mirror image. In the eyes of the female secretary, the entire world turned upside down. It was hard to distinguish whether it was an illusion or if she had truly fallen into a predicament. Her gaze turned icy as she realized her identity had been exposed. With rich assassination experience backing her, she forced herself to calm down and made a throat-cutting gesture towards the two figures in the reversed water bottom. "If I can't kill you this time, you won't be so lucky next time. Aren't you afraid?" Qin Zhouzhan stood like a fisherman on the shore, examining the shadow beneath the water with a cold gaze. "How about we make a deal? Do you think you're worthy?" The female secretary in the mirrored image smiled disdainfully. "I think I am." Qin Zhouzhan suddenly laughed. He reached out a hand towards the water bottom, intending to fish out the catch. As his fingers touched the mirror beneath, they abruptly transformed into a dark, sharp claw. Delving deeper, black scales suddenly unfolded between his fingers from the knuckles to the entire arm, like barren land being turned over, revealing a dense array of black scales that continuously writhed, swallowing flesh and blood as if alive. A terrifyingly dark dragon arm extended into the mirrored world. The female assassin, who had been racking her brain to break the deadlock, was suddenly seized by something that gripped her neck tightly, as if she were a chick being lifted, dragged from chaos into the real world. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. After the female assassin's body left the mirrored world, it instantly transformed into a pool of blood. Qin Zhouzhan's eyes revealed disappointment. The military advisor beside him shrugged and said, "A madman from the 7 kills. This should have been a small fish. She came to test the waters? You should have noticed it earlier." Hearing the military advisor's words, a cold smile appeared on Qin Zhouzhan's face. I noticed something was off with her days ago. Someone who has followed me for 2 years can't learn to mimic so well. If it weren't for capturing him alive, letting the Military Supervision Bureau's people torture him, and turning him into one of us, I would have killed him long ago. The military advisor nodded and said, you should report the assassination attempt to your superiors. I'm afraid that person was just here to gauge your situation. The subsequent elder assassination is the real focus. I have that in mind, Shin Zhouchang said in a deep voice, habitually lighting another cigarette. He picked up the briefcase on the table and left. The female assassin, resurrected at the guild altar, took out her phone and sent a message to Liang Wu. My mission is complete. On the other side, at the governor's mansion, Mrs. Qin sat upright on the swing in the garden, holding a glass of red wine. She gazed deeply at the clear sky, a hint of hatred for the person who killed her cousin rising in her heart. Why should I, whose cousin is dead, have to clean up after that enemy? Risking my life. Long Li, you are so biased and so rational. Bang! The wine glass in her hand was crushed by her grip. You finally came back. Governor Qin. Liang Wu unleashed all his pent-up resentment onto Governor Qin. Seeing him return with the briefcase, Mrs. Qin angrily walked up and slapped him across the face. Your son has been dead for so many days, yet you haven't killed Lin Chen, you useless piece of trash. Slap. 2 resounding slaps landed. Caught off guard, Governor Qin grabbed her wrist with his bare hand. You crazy woman. Is Lin Chen someone I can just kill whenever I want? Governor Qin shouted angrily. He then pushed his wife down to the ground. Sitting on the floor, Mrs. Qin silently shed tears, her expression one of grievance. Witnessing this scene, Governor Qin, feeling irritated, adjusted his tie and, unable to bear it, walked over to gently help his wife up. You know I must kill Lin Chen, but in this tense situation, as governor, my first priority is to avoid a direct conflict with the 7 kills and then slowly plan for revenge for our son. I understand the gravity of the situation, but I can't stand seeing him walk all over you after our son's death. What gives him the audacity to meddle in Storm City? Just because he has the 7 kills backing him? Mrs. Qin said resentfully, her eyes filled with bitterness. Hearing her words, Governor Qin's expression turned blank. If the district-level department doesn't want to clash with the 7 kills, there's really nothing I can do about it as governor. But wait a few more days, and I will make him die in Storm City, I promise. Mrs. Qin sniffled and nodded emphatically. Just as Governor Qin was about to leave with his briefcase, Mrs. Qin's expression suddenly turned cold. She slightly raised her hand, unsure of what she was thinking, and then abandoned the perfect opportunity for a backstab. The argument just now undoubtedly made Governor Qin let his guard down for a moment. But after this, whether the other side would secretly use detection scrolls, Liang Wu could not know. Deep down, he was already considering giving up on this assassination mission. Rather than helping Lin Chen eliminate a major enemy, it would be better to fake his death and watch the dogs fight. Having made up his mind, Liang Wu suddenly jogged ahead with a beaming smile to Governor Qin. Time rushed to the evening. At the 100 Arms, 7 Kills Guild Branch. In the study, Long Li leaned back in his chair, his eyes slightly closed. At that moment, a masked woman hurried in, her face pale as she bowed and said, Deputy Long, Uncle Liang, is dead. The assassination mission failed. Long Li kept his eyes closed, his pale lips curling slightly. He was disloyal to the 7 kills. Ah! The masked woman's face turned white, her heart filled with panic. Long Li, this group has a total of 7 main assassins and 3 informants. Even if we replace the head with a pig to wield the sword, it will still be killed. Liang Wu has only used you as a stand-in from beginning to end. Thud. Before the words were even halfway through, the masked woman knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, silenced like a cicada in winter. Dragon Li continued, put aside Liang Wu for now, go deliver his 7-kill order to the district chief's residence. Dragon. Deputy. Since you know he has issues, why? Dragon Li opened his eyes and glanced at her, and the masked woman immediately obediently shut her mouth, though her body continued to tremble uncontrollably. He is disloyal. I cannot act unjustly with the 7-kill. The rules are set by the president. They cannot be broken. The other brothers in the guild must understand that rules are rules, and feelings are feelings. After hearing Deputy Dragon's words, the masked woman bowed her head heavily twice, then quickly disappeared from the branch hall. Not long after, a girl with waist-length hair walked into Deputy Dragon's study. Behind her followed a clown puppet, moving in a way that resembled a living person. The girl with golden pupils chewed gum, casually surveying Deputy Dragon at the desk, while the clown puppet beside her suddenly emitted a comical sound as it opened and closed its mouth. Old man, what do you want from me? Deputy Dragon smiled slightly. We're preparing to gather. Who are we killing this time? The clown puppet rolled its eyes. Wait for the other killing gods to return, then we will cleanse the Dragon District and restore the orthodox order, Deputy Dragon said calmly. The girl with golden pupils gasped and covered her mouth. So fast. I haven't had enough fun yet. Deputy Dragon shook his head. Cut one batch, grow another. It's better to cleanse it all at once, and our people have already declared war on the dragon district chief. So who do we kill first? Where do we start? The girl with golden pupils blew a bubble and the clown puppet made a strange sound to ask. Deputy. Dragon handed over a dark bronze token. First, welcome the newcomers into the 7 kill. The Hall Master's order? You must be joking. Upon seeing the inscription on the token, the girl with golden pupils immediately lost her composure. Deputy Dragon nodded calmly. Our team should gain a potential stock for the 7 kill. The Hallmaster is just a stepping stone. Are you crazy? In the Dark Department, the Dragon Guild, how many elders with strength and merit are there? Why should he be one of the 7 kill? The girl with golden pupils glared angrily. Deputy Dragon looked at her, his expression unchanged. That kid has the strength. The girl with golden pupils fell silent, but the rolling of her eyes betrayed everything. Deputy Dragon, when delivering the token, first kill Liang Wu, the withered wood law god, then go cleanse the power group in Lanzhou. Remember, only kill the big shots from the outer districts. Since we've declared war, there's no need to hold back. Such trivial matters, you can have Zhuo Hong and the others handle it. I'm just waiting to kill that black bastard of a district chief and see if the bounty in the Federation can rise again, the girl with golden pupils said excitedly while chewing gum. You should act decisively and leave a good impression on the new partner. Not long after the meeting at the Lanzhou provincial government concluded, Steel City and Boundary Guard City secretly reached an agreement. They simultaneously dispatched regular troops, initiated a series of large-scale formations, and collaborated with a dozen senior mages to drive the beast tide lingering outside towards Storm City. Among them, the 4 guest officials presiding over the situation were all 7-turn powerhouses, on par with the old law god. With their presence in Boundary Guard City, the local city lord was even more unrestrained in increasing troop sources, simultaneously driving away the beast tide that had already moved far from Boundary Guard City, forming a defensive wall with the Steel City Legion across the east and west. Although the pace of advancement was extremely slow, the mages on both sides, along with the 3 law gods from both provincial governments, simultaneously unleashed area-level skills of fear. Amid the consumption of vast amounts of potions and state funds, the next afternoon saw Storm City plunged into a dire crisis once more. However, despite the success of this strategy, the lords of both regions could hardly find joy in it. 2 kilometers outside Storm City, a multitude of monsters still lingered, and after their terrifying consumption of manpower and resources, the 3 waves of beast tides converged into a more horrifying army of monsters. In other words, the 2 state governments had invested so many resources at the border, only to have the beast tide twist together like 3 different thicknesses of rope suddenly twisted into one. This sounded absurd and bizarre, and if it were to spread, it would surely raise eyebrows. Yet, it was a reality, occurring on the front lines of the far north. Moreover, it had been sanctioned by district-level departments and recognized by the higher federal authorities. If the public, who were aware of the human grip on power and the insider information, were not clear, they might suspect that Gain NPCs had infiltrated the federal government. Not good. Governor Chin, the 7 Kills Guild has declared war on the Dragon District. A state official burst into the governor's office holding a confidential telegram. Governor Chin, who was sipping tea, spat it out upon hearing the shocking news. They really dare to do that. Beasts, they won't even spare their own district. Governor Chin's face turned red and then pale, and he slammed his fist heavily on the table. The official who had delivered the telegram was so frightened that he could hardly speak, trembling as he handed over the telegram. Upon reading it, Governor Chin's mood suddenly calmed down considerably, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Send the order down. From today onwards, the state government is on high alert. Anyone found associated with the 7 Kills Guild is to be killed without mercy. Additionally, immediately mobilize all night watchmen to capture Su Zhang, who has ties to Linchen. Yes. The official turned and left. However, as the news of the 7 Kills Guild declaring war on the Dragon District spread, the Lord of South City suddenly stepped down. In a dark prison cell, Su Zhang, bloodied and battered, was bound in cold chains, dressed in a blood-soaked prison uniform. His body was suspended in mid-air, his limbs suffering from crushing blows, with bone fragments protruding from his crimson flesh, and several ribs breaking through the skin, exposed to the air. He appeared half dead, his face barely recognizable, continuously bleeding. Beneath Su Zhang's head stood several cold-faced night watchmen. Among them, an old mage with a slightly hunched back suddenly looked up at Su Zhang, revealing a chilling smile. Su Zhang, why persist for an outsider? As long as you lure Lin Chen out or reveal his whereabouts, I guarantee you can continue to be that imposing lord. The old mage smiled sinisterly, coaxing him gently. Su Zhang, already half dead, coughed twice, his breath weak. Do you think I'm a fool? If I lure him out, I won't survive the wrath of the 7 Kills Guild either. Kill or torture, do as you please. I accept my fate. Upon hearing his words, the executioner among the night watchmen turned his expression into a snarl once more. He raised a shiny cleaver and directly severed one of Su Zhang's fingers. If you don't obediently comply, I will slowly dismember your body and feed it to the dogs. Stop with this meaningless intimidation. the captain of the night watchman said coldly. Then, he clapped his hands. Outside the cell, a team immediately brought in Su Zhang's elderly father and his brother Su Huai. Both were injured, with Su Huai's right arm reduced to a stump and his lower leg broken, dragging on the ground. Seeing this scene, Su Zhang let out a howl, struggling and shaking the chains. You beasts, you haven't killed many of the monsters outside the city, yet you only know how to fight among yourselves. His crimson eyes roared with anger, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Brother, just agree to them, Dad. Dad is running out of breath. His younger brother Su Huai, having been in business for many years, had long lost the courage that Su Zhang possessed. His eyes were filled with fear, and his voice trembled as he pleaded. Hearing his words, their old father also let out a series of trembling pleas for mercy. The tragic state of the family was undoubtedly like a sharp blade piercing through Su Zhang's iron-like heart. The old law god sneered continuously. Go ahead. Don't struggle. Do you believe that the intelligence agency of the state can gather all your relatives in a day? Underground dungeon. Just as Lin Chen was leading his summoned creatures to hunt down Kalamii, he suddenly received a call from Su Zhang. He furrowed his brows for a moment before pressing the answer button. Hello, Su Zhang, what's the matter? There was a long silence on the other end of the line, and then a weak voice suddenly came through. Lin Chen, 7 kills, has declared war on the state. I am being held captive by the night watchman in the dungeon of South City. I really didn't want to make this call. Su Zhang's voice broke down, choked with emotion. Lin Chen's frown deepened as he listened. It was hard for him to imagine what the rugged man had gone through to call him in such a state. However, upon hearing Su Zhang mention the night watchman, Lin Chen vaguely understood something. I'm not clear on the 7-kill situation for now. The night watchman, huh? You tell the old law god, if he dares to touch you, I will kill him. Send the address to my phone, I'll go find him. Right away. Lin Chen suppressed the anger surging within him and spoke in as calm a tone as possible. Suddenly, there was a burst of static on the other end of the line. Then, a voice he was all too familiar with rang out. Lin Chen, you want to kill me? How about this, you tell me where you are, and I'll come find you. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's fists clenched tightly and he coldly laughed. I'm in Storm City. Remember to bring more people. I'm afraid it won't be enough to kill. Also, old law god, listen well, if you let Su Zhang die, I will wipe out your entire state. Ha ha. A burst of arrogant laughter came from the other end of the line. Lin Chen listened expressionlessly. Kid, do you know what a state is? A state governs hundreds of cities. Even if you just send a local army over, you and your Storm City will be crushed to dust in an instant. Ha! Lin Chen's response was very simple. After a cold laugh, he directly hung up the phone. However, his mood became heavy as a result. He wasn't afraid of the state actually sending an army to attack. With 2 divine dragons, crabs, an old tree, and the trump card. Angels, plus 11,000 level 1 skeletons transformed by the talent Starshine, forming the army of the Law King. To put it boastfully, Lin Chen was even thinking of counterattacking the state now. Therefore, the only thing he truly worried about was Su Zhang's safety. Angel, Kalamii only has the last bit of blood left. Don't waste time with him, use the killing move directly. Yes. Hearing the master's command, the angel Chiral raised the holy sword and exhausted her last bit of magic power. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged through the heavens and the earth. After the brilliance from the holy sword fell, the large monster that was fleeing suddenly had a white light pattern split open on its head, which then rapidly spread throughout its body. Boom! The entire underground world shook violently. Immediately after, the 100-meter-high divine guard shattered into countless pieces, crashing down to the ground. Kill the max-level Kalamii, gain 9.8 billion experience. Ding! Congratulations! You have been promoted to level 160, gaining 5 points of free attribute allocation. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 161, gaining 5 points of free attribute allocation. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 162, you have gained 5 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 169, you have gained 5 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 170, you have gained 5 points to allocate freely. You have obtained the 150 level Gale Claw. Starry, you have obtained the 150 level Shattered Relic of the Divine Shadow Ring. Radiant, you have obtained Shadow Kill. Exclusive, you have obtained the 150 level Bone Collar Helm. Starry, you have obtained 12 superior illusory crystals. Enchanted, you have obtained 1 enlightenment magic stone. Exotic, you have obtained 1 ocean life stone. Exotic, you have obtained legendary jewelry. Unidentified, you have obtained a 5-star power gem. Unidentified, you have obtained a 7-star destiny gem. Unidentified, blueprint armor of light. Divine. A red light shot up from the ground, dazzling in a spectrum of colors. Lin Chen couldn't hide his joy. I hit the jackpot. It wasn't a waste of time on you, he thought excitedly. Lin Chen quickly gathered all the treasures scattered on the ground into his backpack. Then, he cast necromantic resurrection on the large skeleton of Kairame. Bang, bang, bang. Watching the towering divine guardian rise, Lin Chen's heart raced, almost bursting from his chest. It was simply exhilarating. Such a powerful world boss. Even if it only existed for an hour, it was worth 1,000 troops. Lin Chen's face lit up with wild joy. He spread his thunder wings and flew up to Kairame's shoulder. This scene left the angel Kairal utterly shocked. His master could even resurrect monsters of this caliber. How powerful he was. With the guardian of the underground world dead, the next step was to clear the source veins in the area. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, gazing at the shimmering crystals in the boss's lair, and suddenly said, let's leave 1/10 of it. In the future, Storm City will rely on this land to thrive. Understood. After destroying the underground source veins, a split dungeon appeared 2 kilometers outside the south gate of Storm City, which Lin Chen named Icefield. After completing all this, Lin Chen used a return scroll, and his figure instantly appeared in the precarious Storm City. Along with him, several large summon creatures also appeared within the city. The survivors witnessing this scene, who had previously worn expressions of despair, were now filled with intense joy. God Lin is back. You finally returned. Storm City is on the brink, and God Lin hasn't abandoned us. Some spoke with tears in their eyes. God Lin, please save Storm City. The speaker knelt down in reverence. Others followed suit. Seeing God Lin appear with thunder wings, they bowed repeatedly, as if in the presence of a true deity. It was clear that these poor refugees had long regarded God Lin as the last glimmer of hope for their faith in Storm City. Lin Chen was initially a bit dazed. He thought to himself that he had only been gone for a short while, and now there was another beast tide in Storm City? But when he saw the vast army in the distance, stretching endlessly, he was instantly stunned. What the hell? Didn't I destroy the source veins outside the south gate? Why is the beast tide growing larger? Just as Lin Chen was filled with confusion, a girl with golden eyes and black hair suddenly appeared beside him. Alongside her was a strange puppet grinning widely. We need to go. The scale of the monsters outside Storm City is beyond your control now. Hearing the voice, Lin Chen turned sharply, staring intently at the puppet that was making strange sounds. Who are you? He immediately became alert, putting some distance between himself and the girl. Let me introduce myself. I'm from 7 Kills, codenamed Juju. After saying that, the girl with golden eyes seemed to feel something was off and immediately explained. Originally it was the spider's web, but people thought it sounded bad, so it was changed. Now it's called the red of those who are close to vermilion. Okay, but what the hell is that noise outside? Lin Chen, not in the mood to focus on her name, directly asked since he heard she came from the 7 Kills. The girl with golden eyes rolled her eyes. You caused trouble, didn't you? The 2 major district state governments have joined forces to drive the beast tide from the northern border all the way to here. If you don't run now, I can't save you either. The slightly bloated clown emitted a series of uncomfortable sounds. Lin Chen glanced at the clown puppet, then at the girl, and said irritably, can you show some respect? You have a mouth. Why use ventriloquism? Are all puppeteers like you? The girl with golden eyes let out a disdainful ha. The clown puppet said, you're an idiot, I'm not made of wood. Lin Chen looked over sharply, discovering that the clown puppet had made a very human-like expression of anger, as if it were upset about being someone else's substitute. Let's not talk about that for now. Damn it, the 2 districts are simply insane. Storm City is, after all, a human habitat. How could they do this? Lin Chen said indignantly. At that moment, he was utterly disappointed with the Federation. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The absurd actions of the 2 major districts were definitely related to those above. Are you leaving or not? The clown puppet asked angrily. Lin Chen glanced at the refugees inside the city, then looked at the beast tide that had already breached the walls outside, and a surge of nameless anger rose within him. Why should I leave? The city lord wants to run, so he runs. In the face of disaster, he doesn't even put on a show and just escapes? What's the difference between that and the beasts of the state government? After hearing this, Ming Zhu gritted her teeth in anger. She raised her pink fist and then suddenly let it drop. The clown beside her said listlessly, damn it, Dragon Vice, why do I have to do this kind of task? Suddenly, the box in the clown's abdomen opened. A bloody head slowly rolled out. I killed Liang Wu for you. I originally planned to come to Storm City to pick you up and kill the governor together, but your performance has disappointed me, so I'll do it myself. After the clown puppet finished speaking, it angrily waved its arms and ran off. Watching her companion leave, the girl in the white dress helplessly shrugged her shoulders and followed. Lin Chen, who was completely caught off guard, stared at the head on the ground, his expression somewhat dazed. Liang Wu? That elder? Thinking of this, Lin Chen's heart surged. That elder died because of him? At that moment, a dozen powerful auras appeared on the horizon. Immediately after, the old law god and the core forces of the Night Watchman Guild also appeared in Storm City. Leading
Then was Governor Qin, who walked towards Lin Chen with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent as he said, "You have quite the mouth, and your courage is not small." "Heh, Lin Chen, aren't you arrogant? I brought 6 divine ranks from Lanzhou and 19 renowned strongmen. Are you dead or alive?" The old law god couldn't help but laugh loudly. The middle-aged Governor Qin, who had lost his son, had a chilling smile, as he directly ordered, "First kill Lin Chen, then deal with the beast tide." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen finally came to his senses. Suddenly, among those 19 strongmen, an old man hidden in a black robe stepped forward, unexpectedly placing his 5 claws against Governor Qin's waist. In an instant, a crystalline thread blossomed in his hand, quickly wrapping around Governor Qin. The old man's movements were stiff like a puppet as he yanked back violently, causing Governor Qin's protective scales to flip outward, splattering blood everywhere. "Captain Yang, are you crazy?" "No, he has the aura of death. Quick, make a move to save him." Governor attacked. The state government, caught off guard, all showed expressions of shock. But before the 6 big shots could react, the grim-faced Governor Qin felt a surge in his back. Suddenly, he tore apart large chunks of flesh, revealing the massive true form of the Western Black Dragon. Clearly, someone who could sit as a governor was not a paper tiger. Governor Qin was a genuine dragon type, dark attribute, 7-turn Black Dragon King. "Spider, no need to be sneaky. I'm going to crush them head on." Lin Chen was deeply disgusted by the cruelty of those in power, coupled with the beast tied outside the city and the incident involving his friend. Seeing the arrogant face of the old law god, he could no longer hold back. His anger erupted and he directly waved the extreme misery staff, triggering the special effect of the undead army. Instantly, a thick aura of death spread throughout the city. In the darkness, behind Lin Chen, a vast expanse of dense scarlet eyes suddenly appeared. The refugees who reacted first scattered in all directions into the city, or trembled as they hid in corners. The stench of decay filled the air, so thick it felt as if the entire city had turned into a cesspool, causing many to gag uncontrollably. In their horrified gaze, in various corners of the city, broken rooftops, desolate streets, abandoned tilehouses, dim alleys, even on the city walls, waves of skeleton monsters crawled up from the ground. The scene was terrifying, skeletons pressing against skeletons. They were as dense as rice waiting to be harvested in a field, enough to make anyone with a fear of crowds faint on the spot. The most frightening thing was that this massive, oppressive army of skeletons was continuously moving in one direction. They held flames in their hands, commanded lightning, or were protected by earthen shells. Their attributes varied, but the aura they emitted was overwhelmingly powerful, carrying the majesty of the law god. Such an army of seemingly endless law kings descended from the heavens, occupying a significant part of the city, making outsiders feel their scalp tingle with fear and dread. "My god, what kind of divine technique is this? They seem to be not harming us? I see it, it's the summons of the god Lin, they are all gathering behind him. It's actually real, God Lin is too strong, he must be here to save us Storm City. Long live God Lin. Ha, with this army of skeletons, our Storm City is finally saved. God Lin." Some excited believers shouted. Those refugees who had been hiding began to cautiously approach the Law King. Seeing that they truly meant no harm, the refugees cast grateful and odd glances at the lightning wings in the air. Faith value +11, faith value +15, faith value +6, faith value +8, faith value +3, faith value +5. Suddenly, another wave of faith value was harvested. Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that his faith value had already surpassed 12,000. With the ability to release the Black Water Emperor and the War Flag, what would the skills transformed by faith value look like? Lin Chen was already looking forward to it. "I can't believe it. This, is he hacking?" In a shadowy corner, Ming Zhu, who had started chewing gum again, looked at the massive Law King behind Lin Chen with a tingling scalp. Governor Qin, who was battling the puppets, suddenly froze upon seeing the expressions of his subordinates. A very ominous premonition surged in his heart. Suddenly turning around, when his gaze fell upon the vast array of skeleton Law Kings behind Lin Chen, Governor Qin's enormous dragon eyes widened in shock, and he stumbled backward, falling to the ground. His face was filled with horror, and his body uncontrollably retreated. "It's impossible. This is impossible. An illusion, it must be an illusion. How many mages are there in the entire dragon region? How could he possibly summon such a massive army of mages?" Qin Zhouzhang trembled in horror as he stepped back. The old mage god hovering in midair stared blankly, like a dazed goose, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Like Qin Zhouzhang, his first reaction was to think it was an illusion. But when the army of skeletons, with heads packed tightly together, surged towards him, he could no longer afford to be hopeful. His face turned pale as he retreated. It's real. He's not human, he's a monster, a monster." Upon hearing this, the 6 big shots of the state government felt a storm brewing in their hearts, utterly unsettled. They were all centenarians who had witnessed the rise and fall of the dragon region, the changes of dynasties. Usually, a stomp of their feet could cause tremors across the land. But tonight, with the countless
vicissitudes they had experienced and the wisdom accumulated over a century, they were actually frightened by the scene before them, witnessing something they had never seen or heard before. It was a shocking spectacle that could only be described as a miracle. Qin Shoujiang, you underestimated him. Li Qingshu, the state government's senior guest, sighed deeply in despair. Then, a sinister look emerged on the weathered face of the night watchman's president. Li, if you're afraid at this moment, then it's like letting the tiger return to the mountain. Can your Li family bear the cost of this? Upon hearing this, Li Keqiang gritted his teeth. When we return, every single one in the state government's intelligence department, one by one, will be taken out and executed. The old mage god forced himself to remain calm, his eyes filled with resentment. We must kill him, or else the entire Lanzhou will never know peace. Despair flickered in Qin Zhoujiang's eyes. Another old guest, his face ashen, snorted coldly. As long as he is a summoner, no matter how strong the summoned creatures are, they have a fatal weakness. Hearing this, Qin Zhoujiang's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped the last straw of hope. You mean, to hunt the summoner? Exactly. Quickly end this, and only take Lin Chen's head. The old guest shouted, and behind him, a giant of golden light wielding dual swords materialized. Its face was fierce, and it suddenly slashed forward with a sword. Instantly, a sword aura sliced through the air. The shriek of the air being cut echoed in mid-air. A powerful shockwave spread throughout the area in an instant, blocking the falling snowflakes from the sky, rushing towards Lin Chen like a thunderbolt. In that fleeting moment, dozens of others also made their move. Lin Chen looked on with disdain and simply snapped his fingers. Immediately, a protective shield of nearly 10,000 layers appeared in front of him. It was thick enough to send the outermost dozen strong individuals flying. Although it caused no actual harm, it certainly frightened them greatly. Just the accumulation of the defensive shields was enough to knock them back. If all the mages unleashed their fire skills together, wouldn't they burn the entire city down? At this moment, looking at the thick, almost solid blue glass wall, the state government strongmen stared blankly, as if they were looking at a monster fixated on the lightning wings within the wall. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? The old mage god, particularly unwilling to accept defeat, gritted his teeth and said, It only looks thick, a mere mage's shield. I can break it with one strike. Lightning summoning spell, heavenly thunder. The two ultimate skills were unleashed simultaneously. Immediately, dark clouds gathered above Storm City. Boom! Crack! Several terrifying, thick purple lightning bolts struck down on Lin Chen's head. Bang bang bang! In the blink of an eye, hundreds of layers of energy shields shattered. But there were still thousands of layers before reaching Lin Chen's body. When he saw that the blue glass protective layer had only faded slightly, the old mage god's heart trembled violently, and he could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood in despair. No one can deal with a mage king army except for armies and gods. Everyone else fell into a dead silence upon hearing this. Lin Chen, through the blue protective layer, sneered, Had enough of the commotion? If you have, then die. Heavenly fire, burning thunder summoning spell. Ice and fire spell. Ming Zhu, caught in endless shock, felt that her trip to Storm City today was not in vain. In her golden pupils, a flicker of fire first ignited, followed by a frost so dense it felt tangible, and then the world suddenly plunged into darkness, where one could not see their own hand. Above Storm City, the clouds were as dark as if they were about to drip with water. The overwhelming pressure made all the humans on the ground feel a heaviness in their chests. Just then, before their expressions could change, a cascade of golden lightning poured down from above. The most despairing part was that the entire Storm City had fallen into a frost domain. Any divine equipment immune to freezing here seemed to lose its effect, only managing to avoid being frozen, but attempting to move even half an inch. Slowed down to the pace of slow motion, merely turning around consumed half a minute for a dozen powerful beings. Moreover, the frost domain was too vast. No matter where they tried to escape, they were always affected by the slowing effect. As a result, it was no surprise that Qin Zhoujiang and a dozen powerful beings were the first to fall into despair, hastily invoking life-saving skills, or using life-saving treasures, or frantically calling for help from several divine ranks. But everything became powerless and ineffective amidst the endless magical skills. When the dense fire serpents sweeping across the entire sky domain landed in one area, the ground suddenly began to heat up dramatically. The ice blocks that had solidified over the years on the surface were, in that instant, broken through by the extreme high temperature, turning into rising steam. The sky transformed into a sea of fire. Yet the refugees only felt an unprecedented warmth enveloping their entire bodies. They sweated, their masks glowing with fire, all in a state of comfort. Once the sea of fire settled in one place, the snow in Storm City ceased. The sky was filled with continuous fiery clouds, like the evening glow reflecting on the horizon. This scene was undoubtedly a sight that those born in the northern region would rarely witness in their lifetime. The citizens of Iron City, the border city, and the refugees of Storm City all looked towards the distant red clouds, cheering as if the people from the south had suddenly encountered a rare snowy day. Besides excitement, the refugees of Storm City referred to the scene as a miracle brought by the Lin god they revered. However, soon, the fiery clouds on the horizon turned dark and ominous. The earlier flames for the refugees of Storm City might have been merely a blessing from the gods, but the area ravaged by the onslaught of fire serpents had turned into a sea of fire, a purgatory. Even buildings and land turned to charred smoke in the blink of an eye. Following that, the surging and continuously expanding firestorm made the air emit shrill sounds and ear-piercing explosions. The more than 10 powerful beings targeted by the attacks of 10,000 magic kings instantly turned into pools of black humanoid marks on the ground. Whether or not they had resurrection items, at this moment they had already turned to ashes. Bang, bang, bang. The second round of attacks, which left the fortunate survivors horrified, began unexpectedly. The sounds of water vapor rapidly condensed and then exploded, triggering the second stage of the ice and fire spell. Endless, densely packed sharp ice cones, like a torrential downpour, accompanied by the thunderstorm in the sky, and a band of lightning waterfalls that submerged that frost-slowed area, suddenly wreaked havoc upon the 6 divine ranks and a few who were barely hanging on and severely injured. Run! The old guest elder, his body charred black, let out a terrified wail. Just as he was about to use a return scroll to escape, a golden armored figure rushing from afar, clutching the head of an ice dragon, suddenly left a cloud of black mist in place. When it reappeared, it had already swung its claws, slapping the old guest elder down to the ground. At the same time, he himself was also subjected to massive ice cone attacks and the baptism of lightning. However, for the Kairamai with 100 billion health points, this was merely a negligible loss. Meanwhile, outside the city, the angels were resisting the endless army of monsters. Even dragging their exhausted bodies, they rushed to kill just in time when the powerful beings of the state were trying to escape. The Eye of Light activated. The figure of the old mage, who was barely hanging on, appeared in the angel's sight as he cast a large teleportation array. But after she spread her wings and flew over, she merely interrupted his skill, allowing the old mage to hide back into the space of the world tree's branches. Just as the angel Chiral, in disappointment, folded her angelic wings to withstand the lightning strike, the branches of the world tree, hidden in the void, shattered into several pieces under what seemed like an endless baptism of thunder. The old mage, hiding in that space, had his right hand, a withered tree, completely severed from his body. Suddenly, he was flung out from the vanishing spatial rift, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Chen, who had been under an energy shield, narrowed his eyes and ordered the angels, "Capture him, don't kill him yet." Angel Chiral nodded silently, spreading her wings and swiftly flying over, her sword striking down on the old mage's remaining body. In despair, the old mage, with reddened eyes, pleaded, "Spare me, I was forced into this. Everything I did was under the governor's orders. I had no choice, old man." Angel Chiral ignored his pleas, lifting her sword as if prodding a dead dog, and went to Lin Chen's side. After leaving the old man on her sword, she turned and flew away again, taking part of the Mage King to deal with the beast tied outside the city. "Old fool, what have you done to Su Zhang?" Lin Chen asked coldly. The old mage, lying on the ground, suddenly caught a glimpse of the angel flying away with his peripheral vision. A flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes. Immediately after, a thick lightning sword shot out from his sleeve towards Lin Chen's head. The speed was so fast that it left no afterimage. It seemed to appear out of thin air and then vanish just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen's head was struck. Boom! Seeing his final killing move hit, the old mage forced his trembling body to stand up, unable to suppress his laughter. "Ha, Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, you are too careless." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw Lin Chen standing motionless in front of him. That astonishing strike, even dealing 6 million critical damage, was enough to kill any summoner twice. Yet it seemed to have caused Lin Chen no harm at all. How is this possible? Do you have some protective treasure? No, my lightning sword's might cannot be blocked by any protective treasure. You can't possibly have taken no damage at all. The old mage screamed with bloodshot eyes. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash another killing move against Lin Chen. But Lin Chen, as if annoyed by a fly buzzing nearby, raised his staff and struck down hard. The old mage, whose true form had been destroyed, despite his high innate quality, could not evade this seemingly ordinary blow. "Keep an eye on him." Lin Chen grabbed the old mage, who was desperately trying to cast spells, and directly threw him into the Mage King's army. Every time the old mage cast a skill, 1 or 2 Mage Kings would die. Yet Lin Chen suffered no damage at all. Fortunately, outsiders were unaware of all this. Otherwise, from the state government to the temple, they would view Lin Chen as the source of disaster. Although the 7th-turn Black Dragon King had thick health, he could not withstand the siege of 10,000 Mage Kings. In his panic, as he planned to use a return scroll to escape, he was horrified to find that the teleportation portal had been interrupted countless times by the dense spells in the area. After enduring 3 rounds of attacks comparable to forbidden techniques, the teleportation scroll became usable, but he had already died once and was in an extremely weakened state. Just as he turned to flee, the vast army of mage kings, using only their staffs for normal attacks, killed him instantly. The dignified governor of a state died so easily, it's frustrating. If this were to be told, no one would believe it. The remaining 4 divine ranks are either severely injured or completely out of life-saving skills. One of the great sword masters was even struck down by concentrated ice spikes after the death god's lantern was used. Moreover, what they found strange was that the low-level skills, which could usually be easily avoided, repeatedly failed tonight. Otherwise, a divine rank would have been able to withstand 3 rounds of carpet bombing from skills. After all, the accumulation of life-saving skills and items is crucial here. However, even divine ranks, when facing a mage profession, especially one with 10,000 complete skills, unified targets, and a king of magic in an invasion state who never retreats, would have to flee in panic, having no strength to fight back. Unless they brought a regular army, the best outcome of this battle would be that they could survive by a stroke of luck. Li Keqing, severely injured, exchanged a furious glance with Lin Chen. Kid, you've taken the wrong path. Don't think that having a king of magic army makes you impressive. The punishment of the gods, a strike from a peak powerhouse, can easily crush you and the skeletons behind you into dust. With that furious roar ending, Li Keqing closed his eyes tightly, enduring his injuries, silently reciting a spell. He knew that given the current situation, escape was basically impossible, so he could only go all in, or perish together. I have an appointment with the ocean goddess Tyaris. I humbly request the revered goddess to descend upon Storm City and bestow divine punishment upon the enemy. As he recited the spell, Li Keqing's expression alternated between dark and bright, truly mysterious and solemn. In the next moment, he was lifted by a stream of water. His toes lightly stepped on the water column, and before him was an illusion of a vast ocean. Enveloped in the hazy illusion, the king of magic, fearless and undaunted, attacked towards the goddess, who was about to appear in the sky. Lin Chen gazed at that sea area. With the rolling waves converging into towering tides, they pressed towards the entire Storm City. A terrifying pressure emerged. Even the beast tide that had entered the city suddenly paused. Countless odd gazes turned towards the stunning, majestic blue-haired figure at the horizon. That was a breathtaking goddess who made Lin Chen's eyes widen in astonishment. Her figure loomed over the entire Storm City, as if the heavenly emperor had descended to the mortal realm. Horror. Slender and graceful arms spread wide, her cold and proud face slightly raised, looking down upon the masses with a pair of bright eyes, radiating white light, showcasing her overwhelming authority. Behind her divine form was a surging wave that could engulf the entire sky, a towering tide that seemed capable of annihilating a city of 1 million people in an instant. Even the masses below felt this unprecedented sense of oppression. The monster army experienced a brief chaos, either fleeing outside the city or cowering on the ground, trembling. Regardless of the true power, just this divine might had already intimidated the vast majority of the monsters. However, the king of magic army, influenced by the invasion effect, remained fierce and unyielding, emitting bone-grinding sounds towards the goddess in the sky, as if protesting. Lin Chen, as the commander of the army, naturally could not act with mere passion like the summoned creatures. Facing the threatening skeleton army and the heavenly flood, he forced himself to calm down and ordered with a deep gaze, Dragon 1, Dragon 2. Be ready to unleash icebound 1,000 miles at any time. Angels, cast shields and hunt down those who summon the goddess. Kairei my will. Also focus on hunting. After quickly giving these orders, Lin Chen immediately summoned the deceased old tree again. Following that, he consumed 10,000 faith points and once again summoned the Black Water Emperor. In an instant, a large hexagram summoning array emerged on the ground. But before Lin Chen could complete the summoning, the goddess's divine form in the sky indifferently waved her arm. On the other side, the mechanical war king, also a deity, was hiding in the shadows, covered in blood, and with his remaining arm, he pulled out an ancient bronze communicator marked with a nuclear symbol. Forbidden spell * heavy nuclear strike coordinates Storm City 743-1321. Just after the guest official finished calling, a small, ghostly clown suddenly attached itself to him like a magnet. Then, its wooden mouth opened and closed, emitting a strange sound. Human habitation. Forbidden spells are not allowed. Hearing the chilling voice, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man turned sharply, and his body was immediately encased in a large protective armor, with a dazzling crystal energy gun appearing in his hand. A loud bang echoed as several plumes of smoke erupted around him. If an enemy were to come into contact with this smoke, they would be plunged into a brief silence and blindness. It must be said that the blonde man's reaction speed and the instant activation of his skills were truly remarkable. As the smoke bomb exploded, a shockwave grenade detonated behind him. Yet the clown clung to the blonde man's body like snot, continuously emitting a childlike, eerie laugh. With his nerves highly strained, he suddenly felt a sense of collapse within. His extensive combat experience told him that the puppeteer controlling the clown was certainly extraordinary. Your head is about to fall. A white shadow swept past his head. Several nearly invisible fine threads had somehow wrapped around the foreigner's neck, and as she ran through the air on the transparent threads, a head was pulled away, splattering blood everywhere.
The heavily injured mechanical profession deity had been focused on that clown puppet the entire time. Little did he know, the real killing move had already been initiated the moment he raised his one arm. Trapped in his own web, in an unseen place, a transparent fine thread woven by a girl's hand had sealed off every corner of the abandoned house he was in, and the clown puppet clinging to him was merely a trigger for a mousetrap. The light of death. The reborn white man calmly lit a cigarette, sitting leisurely on the ground. He looked up coldly at the girl crouching above him and chuckled. As expected of the killing god Red Spider from the 7 Kills, next time we meet, I will turn your 7 Kills headquarters into a scorched earth. So, who are you? The girl, Ming Zhu, crouching in midair, revealed a faint smile. The voice, coming from the clown, was laced with a ridiculous disdain. Mark Lonville, a brigadier general affiliated with the Onsai Guild of the Dragon District Military. My life is more precious than theirs. The white man took a deep drag from his cigarette, calmly lying back down as the ground was already flooded. The girl chewed her gum, and as she stood up, that head was thrown up again, rolling into the clown's open belly, and she vanished without a trace. A torrent of water poured down from above, completely submerging the city. The hexagram summoning array on the ground erupted with a strong and dazzling brilliance, and a massive red-shelled crab, its back covered in jagged scorched rocks, leaped out of the water like a godly coastal rock crab carrying a small mountain. Lin Chen caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. On this crab, summoned with faith points, sat a mermaid with flowing golden hair. However, the mermaid was also enormous, comparable to a house. Upon closer inspection, she had a fish tail, a human body, and a cascade of brown hair, her facial expression obscured. Master, water, so much water, ha. The mermaid sat atop the giant crab, looking up at the tidal waves above the city, joyfully waving her fish tail and radiating a happy smile. Lin Chen paid her no mind. He quickly opened her personal information. Shinbin water rock crab level, max species, divine beast, spirit type, water type health 3.2 billion/3.2 billion stamina, 10-9-25-22 magic power, 512-960 strength, 729-080 agility, 323-000 skills, water magic explosion, summon tidal wave, domain of the sea, wild devour, combat power assessment, 3600 stars. Growth has reached its limit. Glancing casually, Lin Chen roughly remembered her basic information. Long death, long air, freeze the 1,000 miles. Skeleton army, collectively unleash. Frost breath against the tidal wave above. Just as Lin Chen was methodically issuing commands, the golden-eyed girl suddenly appeared beside him, followed closely by a clown who waved his arms, his voice sharp. Get out of here quickly, that madman from the Anger Guild has already used a forbidden spell on Storm City, a heavy nuclear strike. Upon hearing this news, Lin Chen's scalp tingled. He turned sharply to glare at the clown puppet. He dares to use a forbidden spell in human territory? The clown puppet did not answer him a second time. After dropping 2 heads, it turned and followed the girl, running away with a light step. Lin Chen glanced at the 2 heads on the ground and found they were both faces of the Landeshauptgest officials. He was slightly taken aback, but there was no time to think further. He immediately ordered Kalamiai and the Shinbin water rock crab. You find a way to deal with that missile blocking above, no matter what method, even if it means mutual destruction. After coldly issuing the command, Lin Chen hurriedly flew to the Lord's mansion. He was not worried about his own safety, but Lin Qingdong was just a small miner and could not withstand the destructive impact of a forbidden spell. Before the thunder above fell, he had to do everything possible to protect Lin Qingdong, ensuring he faced no danger. Otherwise, even if he was a powerful summoning god, it would all be meaningless. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, when the goddess indifferently spread her arms, causing a 1,000-foot tidal wave to tilt down from above Storm City. 2 majestic divine dragons, standing atop piles of monster corpses, suddenly swung their elongated necks. In that abruptly opened blood-red maw, an energy singularity rapidly collapsed first, then the cold waves converging from all directions quickly intertwined, entangled, and gradually merged into a cold pearl larger than the entire massive dragon body. At the same time, the undead army, with undiminished momentum, collectively unleashed their frost skills. 2 enormous cold pearls led the charge. After the tidal wave poured down from the horizon, it was immediately frozen in the moment it touched the ground by the cold pearls shot out by the divine dragons, forming a winding ice pillar that seemed to want to support an entire sea area. Following that, on the ice pillar connected to the earth, 2 cold pearls continued to exert their power, rapidly freezing the overwhelming tidal waves, pressing down into a massive iceberg submerged in water. However, even the small splashes that slipped through were frozen upon landing by the skills released by the skeleton army, forming a giant statue of the goddess merging with the iceberg that was tightly connected to the ground and frozen above the entire city. Refugees hiding in different locations narrowly escaped disaster, unable to help but break down in tears or kneel down in prayer. At this moment, they seemed to be living beneath a layer of ice. Above them was an irregular ice layer. Within arm's reach, and at the road intersections on either side, there were either houses merging with the massive ice rocks or enormous ice pillars connected to the overhead iceberg, acting as supports. Occasionally, a few demon beasts or skeleton warlocks could be seen frozen inside.
The scene resembled the end of the Ice Age, evoking a sense of despair. What a cruel master, to have me die the moment I emerge, boo-hoo. The wild devourer climbed up the iceberg, suddenly leaping high into the air, its gaping dark mouth wide open. A massive shadow of a crab, seemingly detached from its shell, suddenly appeared in front of the main body, then opened a gaping abyssal mouth that tore apart from both sides of its body. Chaos erupted atop the iceberg, a distorted field of struggle. As the terrifying black projectile descended, the mermaid on the crab, frightened, covered her eyes with her hands. The crab's shadow that manifested before her quickly swallowed the projectile, then darted into the black hole of the main body's mouth. Just as the projectile, equivalent to the power of 1 million TNT, hit the ground and exploded, the lifeless Kirame suddenly leaped up, swinging her massive claws, embedding them into the crab's rocky abdomen. Holding her aloft, it raced swiftly out of Storm City. This scene was radiant, reminiscent of the ancient legend of Kwafu chasing the sun. The ground beneath the giant trembled incessantly. Even the iceberg began to tilt and collapse, threatening to obliterate Storm City at any moment. When the suddenly rising mushroom cloud surged towards the cloud top, a wave of fusion energy, carrying the might of annihilation, swept through, first reducing the crab to ashes and then targeting Kirame at the center of the storm. Her entire body was flung several kilometers away at bullet speed by this irresistible force, crashing heavily to the ground, losing nearly half of her health and falling into a state of severe weakness. Fortunately, these two blood pools shielded the center of the explosion. The energy storm that spread out was significantly weakened. However, it still turned the iceberg above into a vast expanse of water vapor in the blink of an eye. Finally, the affected Storm City was flattened in an instant. In this critical moment, the radiant shield of Angel Chiral descended upon everyone. Lin Chen's golden armor was also cast upon his father and the refugees. The final command given to the skeleton army was to release shield skills to protect Lin City East and the refugees around him. Thus, after the consumption of a divine beast and divine guards, combined with the angel's shield and the skeleton army's magical shield, everyone survived this calamity. But ordinary houses, buildings, and even the already crumbling city walls turned into a wasteland. Clearly, under the nuclear strike, it was only the ordinary people in Storm City that were most affected. If Lin Chen hadn't been protecting them, he could have easily withstood it without any harm. Angel Chiral carried a person and walked in front of Lin Chen. The ruins they stood in were once the magnificent lord's mansion, now reduced to crumbling walls and desolation. Ding! Entering the radiation zone, physical attributes slightly decreased. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Chen's face turned pale as he kicked the pants of Li Keqing. Damn it, just for this little personal dispute, you even used a nuclear strike. Unable to evade, Li Keqing fell to the ground. With a thud, he looked at Lin Chen, his face covered in dirt, with a complex expression, saying, "No, it wasn't me who called for the skill, I don't have that authority. So it has nothing to do with you?" Lin Chen gritted his teeth in anger. A good human habitat had been turned into a radiation zone by this group of lunatics. Who would dare stay here after this? Damn! Lin Chen, feeling indignant, raised his foot and kicked again. After venting his frustration, he directly ordered the angel, filled with killing intent, send him on his way. Hearing this, Li Keqing's face immediately turned pale with terror, and he screamed, "Don't kill me. I am a member of the Li family." The Li family holds an extremely prominent position in the Dragon District. A god tier like me has a large entourage, and even a strong person like me doesn't rank highly in the Li family. A strong person like you? Is it just because of the favor of the gods? Lin Chen scoffed coldly. If it weren't for the ocean goddess's charity, would you even qualify to be called god tier? You! Li Keqing's face flushed red and then purple from the insult. He sighed heavily. Although I don't rank highly in the Li family, I am still a member of the main branch's collateral line. Ha! You kill me, I kill you, it's only natural. Lin Chen said with a cold smile. Not wanting to waste any more time with this person, he directly signaled Angel Carol. Wait, I'll pay you. How much do you want? I'll give it all. Li Keqing shouted anxiously. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and said, 10 billion, do you have that? Li Keqing was momentarily stunned, then angrily retorted, do you think I have that? Lin Chen rolled his eyes and laughed. Then you should at least show some sincerity. Let me see the amount before I consider whether to kill you. After pondering for a moment, Li Keqing steeled his heart and took out his phone from his backpack, transferring 200 million to Lin Chen on the spot. Upon seeing the transfer notification on his phone, Lin Chen disdainfully shook his head and said, "You dare to call yourself god tier?" Seeing Lin Chen's condescending expression, Li Keqing glared in frustration. Big brother, 200 million is already a lot. It's enough for you to buy a decent top-tier summoning equipment. Send him on his way. Lin Chen said straightforwardly. Wait. Li Keqing hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Under the threat of death, he hesitantly transferred another 500 million to Lin Chen. Seeing the notification pop up on his phone, Lin Chen was about to speak, when Li Keqing suddenly stood up from the ground, looked at Lin Chen seriously, and handed over his phone. A clan uncle from the main branch of the Li Family wants to speak with you. Send him on his way. Lin Chen didn't even look and directly ordered the angel. With a scream, Li Keqing was slain by Angel Carol with a single sword strike. Bang bang. The phone fell to the ground. Lin Chen glanced down and crushed it underfoot. After dealing with this god tier from the Li family, he stuffed the scattered high-tier equipment and some miscellaneous items from his backpack into his own pockets. Master, the beast tied outside has not receded, Angel Carol said wearily. Lin Chen looked at the desolate Storm City, feeling a sense of despair that he was unable to save it. In the end, I still couldn't protect Storm City. Go kill, just in time to reach level 180 for the 4th transfer. After giving the order, Lin Chen wandered around the city. Angel Carol and the 2 divine dragons continued to resist the beast tied outside the city. Only a couple of 1,000 remaining skeleton soldiers followed behind them, acting as ranged units for a frenzied output. At that moment, the golden-eyed girl appeared before Lin Chen again. Behind her, the clown puppet smiled and swayed its head, saying, "Big brother, the vice president asked me to take you back." Hearing that chilling voice, Lin Chen suddenly turned around and stared intently at the clown puppet. "Why does the vice president want to see me?" The clown puppet waved its wooden arms and rolled its eyes, saying, "You'll know when you go." Lin Chen shook his head. "I don't have time right now. I need to find a way to repair Storm City." The clown puppet couldn't help but remind him, "Just invite a great mage to cast a purification spell here, and it will be fine. Also, if you want to continue being the lord of this city, you'll need to spend a large sum of money to hire a professional architect to handle it." After hearing the clown's words, Lin Chen's eyes brightened slightly. He thought Storm City was basically finished, but unexpectedly, it could actually be repaired. Don't get too happy too soon. Selecting materials for reconstruction will require a significant amount of funds. Even just rebuilding the city walls is not something you can afford. The clown puppet poured cold water on him. However, Lin Chen was not discouraged. As long as his first batch of followers was still alive, spending money to rebuild Storm City would not be a loss. This was his first step on the path to becoming a god, and it was the most crucial foundation that could not be taken lightly. By the way, Spider, where is the Li family? That Li Keqing, and the others from Qin province, they should all have resurrection altars, right? Lin Chen asked with a serious expression. The golden-eyed girl beside him could no longer hold back, spitting her gum on the ground, her round eyes wide open, and angrily said, "My name is Ming Zhu, not Spider. If you have an issue with me, just say it directly, okay?" Hearing the girl's crisp voice, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. "You were the one pretending first, thinking I was a fool, right? This clown is just a wooden puppet." "You're the wooden puppet, your whole family is wooden puppets." The clown puppet immediately protested, using its 2 swinging arms to continuously hit Lin Chen, like a girl acting cute. Lin Chen pushed the wooden puppet away with one hand. Just a glance was enough to make the clown behave completely. Ming Zhu let out a heh, took out another piece of bubblegum, and started chewing. While puffing her cheeks to chew, she casually said, "Do you think everyone is as merciful as 7 kills, big shot? Qin province is just a local puppet. The real power behind Lanzhou is the Li family and the local military. Let me put it this way, the materials used to fill the resurrection altar are extremely rare and expensive. The altar itself is made from various divine materials, and even those so-called big families have very few of them, so the number of people that can be resurrected is limited. But we, 7 kills, are different. We open the altar to all core members, including ordinary members. Just think about it, how massive the 7 kills guild is. It can't be compared to a few big families standing behind a single province." The golden-eyed girl proudly blew a bubble. Lin Chen was quite shocked. He thought everyone had access to the resurrection altar. It turned out it was only for core members. Moreover, the family controlling Lanzhou was not even as strong as 7 kills. No wonder they didn't have an altar, they were all just tools. Seeing him a bit distracted, Ming Zhu reminded him again, "Hey brother, you killed those few divine ranks, and there are 2 you need to pay attention to. One is a guest of the Li family, and the other is a foreign caste brigadier general from the Anger Guild's military department. The former's backing is insignificant for 7 kills, but in the Dragon District they are considered a first-class family. The latter is a powerful general with the authority to launch efficient recourse strikes, so he has divine rank strength since he was a 6th-turn mechanical war king. Your Storm City will be targeted by him after resurrection, and it won't be easy for you." Ming Zhu's voice was pleasant to hear. While chewing her gum, she spoke leisurely. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. "Is that what you call divine rank?" Ming Zhu replied, "Sigh, as long as the Federation recognizes it and is willing to print a few more divine job certificates, even a dog on the street can become a divine rank. But don't underestimate them. In terms of hard power, they may not be as strong as you, but anyone who can get a federal divine job certificate basically has divine rank strength of the 7th sequence." Lin Chen instantly became interested and asked, "Is divine rank also divided into sequences from 1 to 7? Ming Zhu made a sharp hissing sound. What else could it be? In this day and age, even stray cats and dogs are called divine ranks. If we don't differentiate, how can those who climb to the top with real strength survive? It would be so annoying. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. So what level of divine rank do you think I am? Ming Zhu looked Lin Chen up and down, suddenly smiling with her eyes curved. I've seen your information, you started as a god of the 6th sequence. Now, it's hard to say, you should be stronger than me. But the divine rank is just a generalization of power reaching a certain level. It doesn't mean your overall strength is necessarily greater than those peak experts at level 399. Among those you've killed, the one with the most solid foundation is the Old Law God. He ranks in the top 10 on the divine list in Lanzhou, making him quite a tough nut to crack. Thanks to you taking care of him, the remaining defeated soldiers will be much easier for me to deal with. When Lin Chen noticed the beauty mark at the corner of the girl's eye, a memory suddenly flashed in his mind. It was after he had killed other regional spies and received his first bounty. Lin Chen had specifically checked the wanted list of the Dragon District and the bounties released by the Federation this year. Among them was a girl who looked strikingly similar to Ming Zhu. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the girl and said, "You can't be the killing god Red Spider, can you?" Ming Zhu frowned slightly and nodded. Lin Chen couldn't help but slap his forehead. His expression astonished. Damn, 7 kills actually sent a federal SS level wanted criminal to help me. Your bounty is a staggering 210 billion. How many hunters must be watching you all the time? Ming Zhu shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Bro, come here for a hug. Welcome to the Bad Guys Alliance." Lin Chen rolled his eyes, passively receiving a soft embrace from the fragrant girl. He said irritably, "I'm starting to suspect that the so-called elder task from the vice president is actually guiding everyone towards violating federal laws." Ming Zhu laughed heartily. Smart. This time's assessment criteria include the highest federal bounty. If nothing unexpected happens, bro, you'll be wanted in the Dragon District tomorrow or the day after. Lin Chen rubbed his cheeks, suddenly feeling a darkness before his eyes. What kind of organization had he entered? Look on the bright side, although you've become at least an S-level wanted criminal, you've joined the big family of 7 kills. From now on, not only can you do whatever you want, but 7 kills will also focus on training you to become the first killing god. Ming Zhu patted Lin Chen's shoulder with a schadenfreude smile. Then she handed him the Hall Master token. Seeing the inscription on the token, Lin Chen was stunned, suppressing the complex emotions in his heart, and asked, "What does this mean? So I become the big boss of the 7 Kills organization?" "That's right, I acknowledge you, bro. From now on, you'll be a formal Hall Master of the 7 Kills Dark Division, and the benefits you enjoy will be personally discussed with you by the Vice President." Ming Zhu draped her arm over Lin Chen's shoulder and grinned mischievously at him. Lin Chen ignored the somewhat frivolous girl. The moment his right hand touched the Hallmaster token, a series of prompt sounds suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! You have been promoted to Hallmaster of the 7 Kills Guild, enjoying full-level altar attribute bonuses. Ding! Triggered the attribute amplification of the guild altar. Ding! Experience increased by 1000%. Ding! All attributes increased by 100%. Ding! Mana recovery increased by 1000%. Ding! Health recovery increased by 1000%. Ding! Luck increased by 1000 points. Ding! Critical hit rate increased by 1500%. Note, amplification is based on base critical hit rate. Ding! Movement speed increased by 1500%. Ding! Attack speed increased by 500%. Ding! Casting speed increased by 500%. Ding! Fire resistance increased by 50%. Ding! Frost resistance increased by 50%. Steel City. In a luxurious hotel somewhere. After Ming Zhu brought Lin Chen to the room, she consciously left and stood guard outside the door. Vice President Long Li looked at Lin Chen, who had an extraordinary demeanor and lightning wings on his back, with a warm smile on his face. He took the initiative to stand up, extending a right hand devoid of any texture, and gently shook hands with Lin Chen. "Hello, my name is Long Li, and I am the Vice President of the 7 Kills Guild. I am Lin Chen." Lin Chen nodded slightly and then sat down at the tea table on the balcony alongside the Vice President. The two exchanged glances for a moment. Long Li maintained a warm smile on his face. Lin Chen's expression was calm, showing no emotional fluctuations despite the vice president's courteous treatment. "Wasn't it said that the reward for this assessment task is an elder?" Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Long Li chuckled. "For guild members with great potential, 7 Kills has always been willing to invest the most resources in their development. Your conditions are excellent. Even if you don't become a god of death in the Dark Division, you have the potential to become a divine general of the Dragon Guild. If it were any other guild member, they would have likely been overwhelmed by the vice president's compliments, but Lin Chen remained unfazed, expressionless as he said, "This is different from the path I envisioned when I joined 7 Kills." Long Li nodded. "I understand. However, the scale and strength of 7 Kills will surely alleviate your concerns in the days to come." Lin Chen asked seriously, "Are you really confident in challenging the Federation?" Long Li shook his head. Lin Chen almost couldn't help but curse. No confidence and yet declaring war on the Dragon District? Wasn't that asking for trouble? Then, Long Li seemed to notice the confusion on Lin Chen's face. He took the initiative to explain, "Don't worry, kid. 7 Kills has grown from opposing a city, a state, to even a district. We can't deal with the Federation, but we have absolute deterrence in the Dragon District." Lin Chen nodded with a complex expression. Long Li took out a crystal card and placed it in front of Lin Chen. "This is the activity fund for the new hall of 7 Kills 4. This quarter, totaling 200 billion. You will be notified by the steward about the events you need to handle. After you deal with the matters in Storm City, you will go to Huzhou to oversee things, where we will have clashes between the defectors we've recruited and the regular army. Additionally, you can apply to the guild's craftsman department for a set of summoning equipment that is currently at your level and of no lower quality than legendary. Once you finish the matters in Huzhou, you will officially enter the training phase with a significant amount of resources directed towards you." Lin Chen listened quietly. A sense of aversion suddenly surged within him. Lin Chen did not take the card, looking directly at Vice President Long Li and asking, "May I ask, what exactly is the nature of the 7 Kills organization?" Long Li gently placed the card on the tea table, understanding the confusion on Lin Chen's face, and patiently explained, 7 Kills, killing occupies half. Since the 5 major districts merged under the unified jurisdiction of the Federation, the power structure in the Dragon District has rotted from the roots. 7 Kills cannot rebuild order, and for now, we cannot deal with the Federation. But we simply cannot tolerate a white man claiming to be a general of the Dragon District or a black man looking down on us and lecturing us. So, if we can't tolerate it, we must kill. At this point, a sharp glint finally appeared in Long Li's eyes. It was a piercing gaze that even made Lin Chen feel wary. He suddenly began to understand the actions of 7 Kills, but it was still hard for him to convince himself to be a mere tool. "I'm sorry, I don't like the feeling of being controlled and being a sharp blade. Moreover, I haven't seen any substantial training from 7 Kills towards me. After dealing with the matters in Storm City, I need to consider for a while whether to take this Hall Master token." Lin Chen spoke frankly. Before accepting the assessment task, the 7 Kills token was a ticket to the upper echelons of society. But after completing the task, all the mysteries were unveiled, and this coveted Hall Master token was seen by Lin Chen as a hot potato, hesitating whether to walk down a dark path. Long Li's face showed no signs of displeasure. He instead looked at Lin Chen with appreciation, as if assessing his own junior. "Very good. Your awareness is even lower than expected. 7 Kills needs someone like you." Long Li pushed the crystal card forward with a gentle voice. "Whether you agree or not, you are already the Hall Master of 7 Kills. You should keep this activity fund. The establishment of the new hall requires your arrangement, and the selection of personnel and appointment of department heads all need your approval. I've sent someone else to handle the task in Huzhou. It wasn't a big deal anyway. I wanted you to experience the darkest side of the Dragon District. Since you're unwilling to go, let's officially enter the training phase." The vice president's consistently gentle attitude surprised Lin Chen. He thought that by refusing the other party he would be ruthlessly abandoned. Unexpectedly, the vice president was so magnanimous as to allow him to continue as Hall Master, making Lin Chen feel a bit embarrassed. "Then I'll give it a try? If you don't do well, you can be replaced at any time." A smile finally appeared on Lin Chen's face as he humbly said. A glint of a cunning fox flashed in Long Li's eyes, and he suddenly became serious, saying, "Let's give your new hall a name first. I'll have Zhuo Hong work under you. You two can get familiar with each other. You can choose one more member, and I'll only help you transfer half of the members." Lin Chen nodded heavily and thought for a moment. "Let's call it the new hall. As for the other elder, let Mingzhu come over. I have high hopes for that girl." Long Li's expression first showed shock, then he burst into laughter. Mingzhu, who was waiting outside, gritted her teeth in anger and rushed into the room. "Do you look down on people? Ha! You don't think much of the elder, do you? Then I'll give you the position of Vice Hall Master." Lin Chen felt a bit guilty as he sniffled. Mingzhu spat and turned to leave. "I'm going to clean up Lanzhou. Don't anyone stop me." South City. The old law god, reduced to a prisoner, lay bloodied on the ground after enduring several rounds of torture. In the cell, Su Zhang's eyes widened, still feeling unsatisfied. As he lashed out with the whip, "Old thing, you probably never dreamed there would be a day when you'd be under my foot. Su Zhang, stop hitting me. I admit defeat. I'll serve the Su family as a dog for life. Just spare my life." The old law god trembled with despair in his heart. How the tides have turned. The dog that once had to kneel before him could now defecate on his head. All of this stemmed from him having chosen the right path and found a good master to rely on. Thinking of this, the old law god seemed to grasp at a last straw of hope, struggling to crawl to Lin Chen's feet, humbly pleading, "Lin God, if you let him spare me, I'll provide you with confidential information about Lanzhou for 7 Kills." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately became interested. Without even looking at the old law god, he said to the new hall steward beside him, "1 hour, pry his mouth open." A few stewards who voluntarily joined the new hall took the wailing old law god to a secret room. Meanwhile, Zhua, the elder who accompanied Lin Chen, sighed inwardly, feeling quite Uncomfortable, as an 8-turn elder, I've endured for so long without being able to sit in the vice hall master position, yet a newcomer I casually recruited has become my superior. In less than half a month. Where am I supposed to put my old face? Lin God, thank you for coming. Su Zhang, struggling with his serious illness, directly knelt on one knee before Lin Chen, who had now become the esteemed hallmaster of 7 kills. He felt incredibly fortunate to have formed a bond with Lin Chen, otherwise, by the time he became a discarded child of Lancao, he would truly be beyond redemption. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back. The lightning wings on his back flickered with his gaze. You don't need to do this, you have suffered persecution because of me, so saving you is only right. The million-strong beast tied outside Storm City was extraordinarily vast. After killing a portion of them, the remaining ones escaped, leaving behind a ground full of spoils. However, the price paid was a sharp reduction in the number of the skeleton army. During this time, the divine dragon had died 3 times, and the angels had disbanded once. If it weren't for Lin Chan's timely reinforcement of summons, even the already destroyed Storm City might not have been able to cope with the vast army of enraged monsters outside. After all, they had been driven from 3 lands, with the main forces consisting of elite monsters like the Snowfield, Titan, Ripper, and Ice Dragon. With thousands of them charging in, even a well-trained army of hundreds of thousands would take several days to fight them off, and the losses would be an unknown factor. After the 3 monster armies outside Storm City were defeated, the city finally welcomed a brief period of peace. As the city lord, Lin Chen established a skeleton battalion within the city with the remaining few hundred magic kings. This served both to defend against external enemies and to create his own military organization. Although they only took orders from him and were rather rigid and dull, in critical moments, if Lin Chen was not in the city, they could still play a significant role. Comrades, I heard that the city lord wants to rebuild the city for us. The captain of the merchant fleet that flew over from other major cities is asking for over 960 billion. We can't just let Lin Chen bear this cost alone. He has helped us drive away wave after wave of beast tides and provided us with fuel for our daily lives. We cannot repay this great kindness, but in matters within our ability, we must not sit idly by. Storm City is our homeland. Now that it is destroyed, and Lin Chen is willing to help us rebuild without asking for a single penny, what do you think we should do? A logistics captain temporarily in charge shouted from a high platform to the crowd of refugees gathered below. Donate money. We must donate money. My life was saved by Lin Chen. I promised to contribute half of my savings to build the statue, so I must do my part. If it weren't for Lin Chen's unwavering support, my family of 4 would have perished long ago. Now that the city is destroyed, Lin Chen is the first to stand up and think of ways for us. I don't understand much else, but I know we must have a conscience. My family will contribute. Uncle, aunties, this is not money for worshipping the gods, this is to rebuild our home. Yes, with Lin Chen's protection, Storm City will not fall. Why shouldn't we contribute to rebuilding our home? I'll contribute 230,000, leaving a little for fuel. I saved a bit of money when I was young, and now I can't leave this snowy place, so I'll donate it all. Hee. I'll donate 132,000. Wow, the older generation really has money. Although I'm young and strong, my home was gone as soon as I came of age. I'm a bit short on cash. I'll donate 8,000, a young man in thick fur said, his face turning red as he spoke softly. The elderly man who donated 1 million smiled kindly. 10 years east of the river, 10 years west of the river. When you reach my age, money will be secondary. In the crowd, Yang Meng's eyes turned red. She was a rather emotional girl, and seeing everyone working together brought her comfort. She cupped her small hands to her mouth like a trumpet and shouted loudly, I'll donate 800,000, I'll donate it all. The logistics captain on the high platform quickly raised over 300 million in the name of rebuilding the city. Although the refugees in the city were united in spirit, their numbers were not large. Moreover, very few could take out 1 million all at once like that elderly man. Holding this heavy burden of the refugees' hard-earned money, the logistics captain wore a somewhat bitter expression, biting his dry lower lip tightly and uneasily. Sought out Lin Chen and the merchant fleet captain's conversation room. Knock knock. Lin Chen, I have something to report. Come in. Inside the room, Lin Chen was sitting in front of the coffee table, with one leg crossed over the other. When the man in animal skin entered, he and the guild leader exchanged glances. The two calm gazes immediately made the life team leader feel awkward, and he nervously lowered his head and said, Lin Chen, I represent the indigenous people of the city and have brought 300 million in construction funds. After saying this, he feared that Lin Chen would be displeased with the small amount, so he hurriedly stammered to remedy the situation. We have already done our utmost. As he spoke, his voice became increasingly faint. After hearing the man's words, Lin Chen straightened up suddenly and took the universal savings card he handed over with both hands. His expression was somewhat complex, yet also a bit relieved. Having this intention is already enough. When our Storm City becomes prosperous in the future, we can make up for it, Lin Chen said jokingly. He generously accepted this money, which was hard-earned for the refugees, into his backpack. He knew that if he refused, it would not only strip the refugees of their dignity but also deepen their sense of guilt. Since he intended to make Storm City the first stop of faith, he had to do his best to make it thorough. The Life Team leader caught a glimpse of Lin Shen accepting the card, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. He deeply bowed to Lin Shen, performing the gesture of a believer, and then retreated with a small sense of joy in his heart. Retracting his gaze, the guild leader frowned and said, "Lin Shen, Storm City has already caught the attention of the Lanzhou military. It's quite difficult." Lin Shen replied calmly, "You just need to transport people. If anyone dares to touch your guild members, my 7 kills will step in to settle it. In this piece of land in the Dragon District, there is no single force that can confront 7 kills head-on." This statement was a bit bold, but Lin Shen had to speak fiercely to reassure the passing merchant convoy, otherwise, no one would dare to come to repair Storm City. Cold sweat began to bead on the guild leader's forehead, and he nodded gently, Okay. When I return, I will have one of the presidents from the group come personally to discuss this matter. I am insignificant and lack authority. I really cannot make decisions about cooperating with 7 kills on my own." After saying this, the guild leader forced a flattering smile. Lin Shen nodded in understanding. Nowadays, being associated with 7 kills was equivalent to opposing the Dragon District. If 7 kills couldn't maintain control, outsiders were likely to be implicated. "Next time you come, bring more supplies and fuel." Lin Shen thought for a moment and said. The guild leader nodded earnestly. "How much do you need?" Lin Shen replied, "Bring a few ships of various daily necessities, 10 ships of fuel. The refugees in the city are financially strained, and I want to set up a cheaper store primarily for supply to help them get through the winter. Once Storm City is rebuilt, they can go out hunting and become self-sufficient." "You truly are an understanding lord," the guild leader praised sincerely. Just then, a series of notification sounds rang in Lin Shen's ears. World announcement, Storm City. Ding. Your ruined city has several large secret realms, level unknown. Ding. Your ruined city has 12 large temple labyrinth secret realms where deities can be worshipped with limitless opportunities. Ding. Your ruined city has several rifts to other worlds, level unknown, which may threaten the safety of your homeland. Ding. Monthly data report. Your city's safety rating, 0 stars, your city's livability index rating, 0 stars, your people's happiness index rating, 1 star, your reputation, 478700, overall ranking, 999 plus, no heavenly blessings received, please continue to work hard. My broken city can have secret realms and rifts? Even temples? Lin Shen showed a look of surprise, unable to comprehend. The guild leader beside him also wore a shocked expression. It took a while for him to recover, repeatedly praising, "You truly are a fortunate lord. There are now natural secret realms and fissures in the city, so in the future, more people will be rushing to Storm City. At that time, by charging admission fees, selling mining rights, and offering blessings at the temples, we will definitely make a fortune," the guild leader said enviously. Lin Shen, however, remained very calm, merely nodding slightly before sending the guests away. Although he couldn't understand why a city on the brink of collapse would have secret realms, it didn't prevent Lin Shen from assessing the levels and scales of those natural dungeons. With a hint of anticipation, Lin Shen walked to the first fissure area within the city. It was located in a wasteland to the west of the city. There was a space crack emanating a purple-black aura, appearing fierce and terrifying against the pristine sky. The surrounding refugees, upon seeing Lin Shen arrive, respectfully made way for him. "This must be the blessing brought to us by the God Lin. God Lin is immortal. God Lin is the true dawn of humanity. Faith value +4, faith value +5, faith value +7, faith value +9. Hearing the cheers from the crowd, Lin Shen calmly walked to the edge of the fissure and looked up. The books say that white fissures are the lowest level, blue is next, and purple-black represents high-level fissures, which are also extremely dangerous and very suitable for seasoned adventurers like me to enter for treasure hunting, Lin Shen thought to himself. However, he didn't plan to go in just yet. Storm City would still rely on these fissures to attract outside job changers in the future. Its prosperity depended entirely on them. Next, Lin Shen went to check out several other secret realms within the city. While reaping a large amount of faith value, he gained a rough understanding of the levels and types of those secret realms. There were 3 A-level secret realms and 1 B-level realm. Among the A-level secret realms, there were various or monsters everywhere. According to Lin Shengdong's analysis, it should be a pure mining realm, and if rented out, it could generate at least several billion in income per year. There were 2 purple-level fissures in total, and elders was suggested temporarily keeping them as public areas to make money from admission tickets. Lin Shen also had this plan, but he was more ambitious, thinking that once the city was completed, he would establish a rule allowing only the commoners of Storm City to purchase tickets to enter. This included the 12 temple mazes. As Lin Shen strolled through the city, he thought to himself, the temples are the most attractive aspect. After all, they can directly enhance a person's combat power. If one is lucky enough to be chosen by a deity to become a disciple and the divine messenger grants some talent or divine skill, that would be a qualitative change. Some people, clearly having mediocre talent and average professions, gain the qualification to become divine tier just because they were favored by a deity and received a certain divine skill. However, such lucky individuals are extremely rare. I probably have no chance. While he was lost in thought, Lin Chen stepped into the first temple maze. The mechanisms in the maze posed no difficulty for him. He directly activated the thunder wings to withstand damage and flew through. As expected, in less than half a minute, Lin Chen entered the main hall. Before him stood an ancient and majestic statue of a deity. It depicted a tall man with a bare chest and flowing hair, his cold, hard eyes gazing at the star map above the main hall, with an irregular star body hovering in his hand, inexplicably exuding a grand and awe-inspiring aura. After observing for a moment, Lin Chen stepped forward, ready to take out offerings for worship. Just then, a woman in luxurious clothing, holding a divine staff, quietly appeared behind him. She stared at Lin Chen's back for a long time, then suddenly emitted an ethereal voice. "Don't worship." Hearing the voice, Lin Chen abruptly turned around. When he saw the unfamiliar face of the woman, he froze in place. The high priestess of the moonlight had skillfully concealed the unusual expression on her face and said coldly, "Your talent is quite impressive. Our radiant temple would like to invite you to become a holy son." Lin Chen stood there, his eyes naturally revealing sharpness that dissipated into emptiness. All that remained was complexity and indifference. "I won't go," Lin Chen said directly. Archbishop Lan Yu tightened his grip on the staff. Patiently, he continued, "By becoming the holy son of the Radiant Temple, you will hold certain divine powers, viewing the rules of the mundane world as nothing. Those guilds and local power groups that once oppressed you can be crushed underfoot." Lin Chen remained unmoved, looking at Archbishop Lan Yu, and darkly asked, "Is that why you came?" "You already know." Archbishop Lan Yu slightly lowered his autumn water-like eyes, expressionless, and said, "My heart is towards the radiant moon, with no thoughts of the mundane. Little Lin, my child, in this life do not worship gods, do not fear gods." As he spoke these words, an unprecedented severity appeared in Archbishop Lan Yu's gaze. Lin Chen was confused and did not respond. Looking at her felt like looking at a stranger. "Take this, it is the key to the angels." Transformation. Archbishop Lan Yu stepped forward, and immediately before her appeared an angel wielding a divine sword. The two sides exchanged glances. Angel Chiral showed a hint of fear in her eyes and respectfully bowed, saying, "Greetings, elder." Archbishop Lan Yu ignored her greeting and, in front of Lin Chen, handed a brilliant warm-colored halo to Angel Chiral, coldly saying, "From today on, your divine rank will transform from a celestial soldier to a true god." Legacy of Boya * divine ring. Upon seeing this divine object, Angel Chiral trembled uncontrollably. Lin Chen's pupils also constricted sharply. A divine relic? Despite the overwhelming shock within, Lin Chen maintained a calm and indifferent facade, but did not stop. "Thank you for the elder's promotion." Angel Chiral was so excited she was on the verge of tears. She could sense the bloodline connection between the elder and her master, so she did not refuse. She naturally regarded it as her master's supreme reward for her diligent efforts in battle. A level 1 angel requires precious moon dew dropped from high-level dungeons to undergo transformation, but her limit will only be a true god. Whether she can improve in the future depends on whether you, as her master, have that fortune. The ethereal voice echoed in the temple for a long time. Lin Chen stood there like a wooden statue, completely oblivious to Angel Chiral, who had already replaced her iron halo with a warm sun-colored halo. She changed her usual aloof demeanor, flying to her master's side, almost in tears, and said, Master, why are you ignoring me?" Hearing her pitiful voice, Lin Chen snapped back to reality, forcing a smile as he reached out to pinch Angel Chiral's smooth, delicate cheek. Feeling a mix of emotions inside, a blush immediately appeared on Angel Chiral's swan-like neck. Just as Lin Chen was contemplating whether to worship the NPC gods in the game to gain unknown powers, the stone slab beneath his feet suddenly transformed into a dazzling starry sky. As Lin Chen looked around, countless meteors suddenly fell. The ancient statue began to shed its stone skin, revealing its original majestic form, and the celestial body it held in its right hand emitted a deafening explosion. In Lin Chen's shocked gaze, the statue transformed into a true god, holding an increasingly larger wooden celestial body, enveloping him in a shadow so deep he could not see his own hand. As the scene of the divine being holding the celestial body grew more magnificent, Lin Chen felt insignificantly small, as if he were seeing human bacteria or microorganisms. Before the great god who regarded an entire galaxy as a mere plaything, he felt utterly humiliated, a deep sense of submission and reverence welling up from within. "Now that you have seen this god, why do you not worship?" As one of the 12 titans, Sias thundered at the minuscule Lin Chen, his voice booming like a bell. Lin Chen had originally held a certain respect for true gods, but upon hearing such arrogance, his rebellious spirit flared up instantly, and he glared back, cursing, "You're just a game NPC, acting like you're my grandpa." "Game NPC? Are you insulting this god? Do you not fear the divine punishment I could unleash?" Sias exuded an overwhelming divine might, and Just a single furious rebuke made Lin Chen feel dizzy. At that moment, Lin Chen's irritation had reached its peak. He glared at Sius in the sky, just an illusion. Do you really think you're a celestial god? After being provoked repeatedly and realizing that intimidation wouldn't work on Lin Chen, Sius immediately softened his tone, speaking solemnly, my true form is in the forbidden area, not easily revealed, and is also bound by the rules of this place. However, if you sincerely worship me, offering a feather of an angel daily and forming a contract to become a devout servant, I will grant you the forbidden spell to summon meteors and end divine punishment. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Was he really about to receive the highest level of divine blessing? But the forbidden spell to summon meteors was a skill for mages. Moreover, he had just nearly fought with this being, so why was Sius suddenly begging for worship? Did gods really grovel like this? Something was off. There had to be some trickery involved. Lin Chen's thoughts raced, and he directly refused. Before I came here, I might have considered your request, but now, get lost. However, if you worship me daily and enter into a master-servant contract, I might consider granting you a feather of an angel. How about that? Isn't that a generous offer? Lin Chen said mockingly. Sius, looming above him, instantly erupted in thunderous rage, roaring in frustration. For anyone else, just the piercing sound would have made them tremble, and to hear that signing a contract would lead to a forbidden spell would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Chen ignored the roar. He had made up his mind not to consider forming a contract with any god. That was something only the weak would accept as charity. He was destined to walk the path of becoming an immortal god. With his heart set, the illusion faded. The temple remained silent, and the statue appeared lifeless. It was as if everything that had happened before was merely a dream of Lin Chen's. Yet, his aura underwent another transformation, exuding a coldness that looked down upon all beings. Glancing at the unchanged scene, Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, as if he had suddenly realized something. Thoughts arise from the heart. The so-called celestial gods are nothing more than this. He murmured softly, turning away without a trace of nostalgia. He couldn't be bothered to look at the other temples anymore. He spread his wings and flew towards Iron City, planning to deal with the spoils that had filled his backpack. At the city gate, Lin Chen inadvertently caught sight of his wanted poster, alongside those of other members of the 7 killers. Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, Summoner. Job, Lord of Storm City. Bounty, 1 billion. Seriously, just 1 billion? And a summoner? You must be kidding. If there's really an idiot who believes the official statement, the grass on their grave must be several meters high by now. Among the crowd gathered around the bulletin board, a student who had once had the fortune of meeting Lin Chen rolled his eyes and said to those nearby. Peering closer at the wanted poster, Lin Chen frowned. That's a bit disrespectful, right? What kind of power does Lin Chen have? This is ridiculous. The moment the speaker caught sight of Lin Chen's profile, he instantly shut his mouth. It wasn't until Lin Chen turned to leave that he trembled all over, stammering, Lin Chen. Upon learning that he was wanted, Lin Chen activated the special effect of his treasure, unleashing a burst of lightning speed in an instant. Ordinary city guards could hardly catch a glimpse of that flash of lightning, but they sensed something was off and quickly sounded the alarm to alert everyone. Just as the alarm blared behind them, Lin Chen blinked and soared into the air, arriving at the entrance of the Jade Cauldron shop. At the same time, the main attacking assassin from the new Team 2, who had been following in the shadows, quietly appeared in the commander's office. Team leader Ho Liang, clad in sleek black armor, crouched at the edge of the window, his face covered, his sharp and gloomy gaze fixed on the officers already subdued by several seasoned assassins. His voice was icy as he said, "Tell your police team to be quiet." Why yes, understood. Upon seeing the 7 kills emblem on their shiny armor, the commander swallowed hard, realizing that a big shot from 7 kills had come to Iron City. He immediately picked up the communicator, forcing himself to remain calm as he cancelled the city gate alarm. Being punished afterward was one thing, but losing his life over this would be the end. Moreover, when facing the dark side of 7 kills, even the Lord of Iron City had to tread carefully, let alone someone in his lowly position. Oh my god, you. The beautiful shop manager stared at the equipment and material lists sent by Lin Chen, completely bewildered. Over 50,000 pieces of level 180 silver equipment. Did you rob some large trading company? There are also over 9,000 pieces of gold level items. There are actually 182 pieces of star quality items. This is just too overwhelming. Seeing such a vast amount of high quality equipment, the beautiful shop manager was almost at a loss for words. She looked up at Lin Chen a few more times, unable to help but swallow hard, and confirmed again, "Mr. Lin, did you really farm all this? Otherwise?" Lin Chen frowned. The appraisal master Nick Jellin, who had just come out of the appraisal room, heard their conversation and adjusted his glasses with curiosity. "Manager, treating a customer like this is quite impolite." Nick smiled as he walked over to the manager, offering Lin Chen an apologetic smile. After glancing at the list, he couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. "Over 1 million gold coins. Do you plan to sell all of it?" "Yeah. And those hundreds of thousands of materials, high grade and low grade. Sort them out clearly for me. I chose your Jade Cauldron shop purely out of trust. If this transaction makes me feel cheated or dissatisfied, not only will the deal be called off, but you will also lose a loyal customer, Lin Chen said bluntly. The beautiful shop manager quickly nodded, her face beaming with a smile. Rest assured, I guarantee you an absolutely fair price. Additionally, if this transaction goes through, our Iron City branch is willing to take the risk to open another Jade Cauldron shop in Storm City to show our group's support for you and 7 kills. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised and curiously asked, aren't you afraid of the Dragon District's suppression? The beautiful shop manager smiled shyly. Our Jade Cauldron belongs to the neutral zone and does not participate in any substantial conflicts. We only engage in pure business and caravan activities. Moreover, our upper shareholders include high-ranking officials from the 5 major districts and even military leaders. In such a complex relationship, even if we trade with you or other guilds labeled as rebellious, there is a certain level of assurance. After all, this is just business, sir. Due to the sheer volume of spoils Lin Chen brought, the Jade Cauldron shop took several hours to calculate and finally handed a valuation list to Lin Chen. Lin Chen examined it closely. When his gaze shifted to the divine relics on the list, he suddenly frowned and said, why is the shadow ring so cheap? Even if the equipment is of a lower level, it shouldn't be like this for a dazzling quality item. And the flying item, the magic carpet, and the purple crystal, they are all worth over 100 million, yet the divine relic is only a few tens of millions? Faced with Lin Chen's doubts, the appraisal master Nick quickly explained, the magic carpet is an infinitely rechargeable flying item, and its market price is indeed higher than that of a level 150 divine relic. My valuation of 790 million is absolutely fair. As for the purple crystal and the sea river life stones, each one is worth tens of thousands to millions. Since you have so many, the total value is around 1.2 billion, far beyond what a level 150 divine relic can compare to. Hearing his explanation, Lin Chen looked down for a moment. Which profession uses my 7-star destiny jewelry? Why is it so valuable? Upon seeing that long string of zeros, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask in surprise. Nick rubbed his hands together, a broad smile on his face, and said, assassin, and while it significantly increases basic attributes, it also provides a special effect for survival. My valuation for you is between 3 billion and 5 billion. It's better than the Lantern of Death, so it's best to take it to our auction house, where the markup is over 120%. You know, these days, items related to survival or skills start at hundreds of millions. Ordinary people simply can't afford them. It's the big shots competing for them that really matters. Lin Chen suddenly realized. So, just the 7-star destiny jewelry and other legendary jewels were almost worth 10 billion. He examined everything carefully for a while, found no issues, and then had Nick take the jewelry and other precious equipment to the auction house. After a whole day of hustle, Lin Chen, who was quietly sitting in the VIP room sipping tea, received a payment detail brought by the beautiful store manager. 642,571 million. If you find no issues, our headquarters will immediately transfer the funds to your universal account. The beautiful store manager said with an increasingly respectful smile. Lin Chen looked over the details again. Although he was extremely excited, he maintained his composure and said, well, I've compared the approximate value of the items with the trading market online. Your Yuding shop is relatively fair, but the commission on those few good items is a bit high. Upon hearing this, the beautiful store manager's expression became tense, and she said with a wry smile, Lord Lin, a 3% fee is already very low. Other places start at 4%. I see you are a regular customer and a top VIP, so we reduced it by 1 point. Ha! Lin Chen didn't believe her words, signed his name, and then handed it to the beautiful store manager. After receiving over 600 billion, Lin Chen's personal account showed a balance of 70,011,350,208. The 200 billion given by Long Li earlier was not his personal funds but the activity funds of the new hall, including the monthly salaries of members, arrangements for large assassination activities, and the replacement of old and new equipment. All expenses were included. Of course, even if Lin Chen misappropriated public funds, no one would dare say anything to him. After all, he was the top leader, and the higher-ups were currently in the process of winning him over, so they wouldn't care too much about the whereabouts of that 200 billion. That night, Lin Chen went to the Sublimation Temple in Steel City. Now at level 180, he faced the trial task for the 4th job transfer. Ding! You have entered the trial phase. Task difficulty, nightmare level. Job transfer stone plate. Task 1, team up to kill the bloody matriarch of the abyss. Task 2, clear the 100th floor of the Tower of Heaven within 1 hour. Task 3, pull out the broken blade from the remains of the destroyer. Task 4, own a temple, cannot be self-built. The first 3 tasks were manageable, but the last one was truly difficult. Lin Chen stood still, lost in deep thought. How on earth can I get the citizens of Storm City to voluntarily build a temple for me? They have no money and no divine envoy to guide them correctly. This task is just too absurd. Lin Chen sighed inwardly and turned to quickly disappear into the temple. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The number of cargo ships docked at Storm City had increased significantly, and hundreds of professional architects, even master builders, had arrived locally. Under the promise of generous bonuses and Lin Chen's constant supervision, they worked day and night to systematically rebuild and plan the dilapidated city. With the integration of the game and reality, the construction of the outer city walls only required the materials to be selected in advance. Then, professional engineers and architects could, like diligent bees gathering honey, carry their backpacks full of materials and perform large-scale construction through magic. The basic process was akin to an automatic house expansion pack in MC. As long as the payment was made, the construction period could be shortened repeatedly until completion. Thus, the outer city walls of Storm City were rebuilt into 4 higher and more magnificent walls made of mid-grade materials under the rush of hundreds of experienced architects. Next came the Lord's Mansion and the affordable housing area. 4 commoners. Aside from this housing area and the still towering sublimation temple, the entire city showed signs of being in ruins. Lin Chen did not intend to spend more money on repairs. He wanted people coming from outside to spend their own money to buy land and build houses in the city. This confidence stemmed from the newly opened Icefield dungeon and the retreating Beast Tide. The secret realms, interdimensional rifts, temples, and so on were all excellent selling points. However, relying solely on these might not make Storm City prosperous in a short time, but with local peace and stability over time, the influx of outsiders would surely increase. By then, even if the Lord did not introduce foreign investment, businesses within the city would flourish. Old Zwa, I'm reallocating a little over 100 billion to build our 7-kill city. Deputy Long won't hold it against me, right? In the Lord's Mansion, Lin Chen stood up and proactively poured a cup of tea for Elder Zwa. Elder Zwa's eyes darted around. Being old and cunning, he immediately smiled broadly and said, "Oh, even if it's not the 7-kill city, it's only natural for the Hall Master to reallocate some funds." Then how do we report this to the higher-ups? Lin Chen asked, looking genuinely puzzled. Elder Zwa paused with the teacup in hand and chuckled. Our new hall has conducted a series of buyouts, alliances, and assassination activities in Lansao, costing a total of 1,500 billion. But I haven't seen any results, Old Zwa, Lin Chen questioned. Elder Zwa cursed inwardly, but maintained a respectful demeanor. Results? Tomorrow, I'll take 2 teams to assassinate that war king who bombed our Storm City. Last time he brought a battalion of professional gunners and bombed the merchant ships passing through our border. I've already figured out their movement patterns. While he is being suppressed and punished by the merchants, we should strike first and eliminate him in the confinement room. Speaking of this, a glint of sharpness finally appeared in Elder Zwa's eyes. Lin Chen touched the cold handle of his staff and nodded. No, we should directly take out that camp. Assassination won't solve the problem. I'm afraid he has a resurrection backup plan, and Storm City can't withstand a second nuclear strike. If it weren't for the famous merchant guilds in the 5 major districts having business worth over 100 billion here, those people would definitely use forbidden spells again. Moreover, I have a premonition that they will act again after all the architects from the guild have withdrawn. Elder Zwa's expression turned cold. Alright, then let's mobilize the entire hall and make a big score. I trust you to oversee this operation. I need to report to the Manhwa Academy in the neutral zone soon and also complete my job change task, Lin Chen said after a moment of thought. Elder Zwa smiled slightly. Hall Master, the job change task is important. Leave the assassination to your subordinates. Also, the Longhua Academy is close to the Dragon District. We won't be around, so you must pay attention to safety. Before leaving, Lin Chen entrusted the important matters of Storm City's development to a director of the new hall. He was transferred from headquarters, and although he was very reluctant to manage such a dilapidated city, upon hearing that Shinton had nearly 100 billion in investments here, he pinched his nose and accepted the task assigned by Lin Chen. To speak of it, north of the abyss of the world axis, right next to the triangular area between the Dragon District, the Lighthouse, and the Cherry Blossom District, there is a wealthy enclave that has avoided the baptism of disasters such as beast tides, war, and natural calamities since the game first merged with reality in the last century. This place is also known as the refuge of the old era's nobility. This area originated in the last century, just before the disaster of the game invasion broke out, when there were no formidable job changers on Blue Star, during a time when everyone was a newbie. The upper-class nobles frantically poured money into newspapers, media, short videos, and various channels, brainwashing and promoting a love for the game, encouraging those passionate job changers to go to the front lines to resist the beast tides. As a result, the front lines suffered a series of defeats, and the human habitats on Blue Star sharply decreased. All the wealthy families and companies began to relocate to that triangular area rumored to be free of game monsters, and later they used the resources and power they held to influence the front lines to retract to the current central positions of the 5 major districts. As long as the job changers on Blue
Star were not completely annihilated, this area, which gathered countless upper-class nobles, would forever enjoy the superior life brought by peace, evolving into a neutral zone that does not participate in any conflicts on Blue Star. Perhaps in their eyes, the 5 major districts are the guardians of the neutral zone. No matter how they fight, it does not affect the transcendent status of the neutral zone. After all, it is home to a small group of extremely wealthy individuals from the last century. As time has evolved, no one knows the extent of their assets and wealth. Moreover, the neutral zone is not accessible to everyone. Only billionaires who pay a security deposit of 1 billion are qualified to become a member, and their status is merely that of the lowest level civilian. Additionally, the district government has clear regulations. Once one chooses to join the neutral zone, they must remain neutral forever and may not interfere in the conflicts of other major districts, although personal grudges are allowed. Otherwise, they will be permanently stripped of their status and expelled. When he was just admitted, Lin Chen had already received the student ID from Manhwa Academy. With the student ID from the prestigious academy, he could temporarily stay in the neutral zone for a month, and after the validity period of the document ended, he would need the academy to intervene and reapply for study time. Understanding the uniqueness of the neutral zone, Lin Chen had Long Day and Long Air used their transformation skills. They transformed into 2 chubby ice dragons the size of a palm, sometimes cloaked to conceal their true stats from outsiders. I can skip studying, but I must get the money, and that set of attribute-less summoning equipment sounds enticing, Lin Chen thought as he walked towards the solemn gates of Longhua Academy. Just then, having learned in advance that the head of Shintong's branch was coming to the neutral zone, a man dressed like a gentleman from the last century approached him, wearing a tailcoat, a small top hat, and holding a black cane. Smiling as he reached out to Lin Chen and said politely, "Hello, Mr. Lin. My subordinate learned that your escort could not come in, so I specially came to welcome you." Lin Chen's gaze was drawn to his little mustache, and he pondered, "Who contacted you?" He smiled gently as usual. "Ho Liang." Lin Chen stepped forward, pushed him aside, and pretended to scold him a few times before entering the Dragon District Academy. It must be said that the prestigious academy is indeed luxurious. The road is paved with high-quality stone, pleasing to the eye and comfortable. After walking for a while, a roundabout filled with exotic flowers and plants appeared ahead, with a magnificent statue of a hero built in the center. He was not a traditional figure holding a textbook but a valiant warrior clad in armor. Lin Chen paused for a moment, slowly walking past the statue. "Lin, oh no, I should call you Lin God now." The director of the admissions office, who personally received Lin Chen, smiled and waved from afar, then enthusiastically extended both hands to shake his tightly. "You finally made it. I was worried you wouldn't come. I might lose my position as director." Director Chen Xiaoping said half jokingly, half seriously. Lin Chen replied calmly, "I've been a bit busy lately, just took some time to come over and do some trial tasks." "Ah, you have another job change?" Hearing Lin Chen's words, the admissions director was overjoyed and became even more enthusiastic in chatting with him. "Lin God, this is the 1.5 billion scholarship for this year. I heard you were coming and they immediately approved it." The admissions director handed Lin Chen a card from the neutral zone bank with both hands. Lin Chen calmly accepted the card and put it into his backpack. Feeling satisfied with the academy's attitude, Chen Xiaoping smiled and said, "This is a set of legendary level summoning equipment with no level requirements, worth at least as much as that card. Moreover, the young lady of unparalleled beauty that our academy introduced to you is about to arrive." "What? Is it the connection made by the old principal? I can find a boyfriend myself. Do I need him to introduce someone? A commoner from outside the area? That really lowers my status. I'd rather have Nangong Huang join our team to level up in the abyss. I don't care about dating or anything." "Alright, stop rambling. I'm going to meet him." A girl with 2 cute ponytails was rolling her eyes while talking on the phone. She wore a casual black hoodie on top and plain white stockings below, with no decorations at all, not even a skirt, just a slightly loose hoodie hanging over her thighs. The most eye-catching part was her bangs dyed with a hint of blue, exuding a playful and flamboyant vibe of a two-dimensional girl. She tucked her phone into her backpack with one hand and walked, her ponytails swaying behind her. Lin Chen learned from Chen Xiaoping that as long as he resided in the academy, he could hire servants, who could also obtain a temporary residence permit applied through the academy. So, he had someone send Xiaoxue, who could cook Dragon Kingdom cuisine, to the courtyard arranged by the academy. Out of courtesy, Lin Chen first went to pay a visit to the principal and his mentor. Left alone in the small courtyard, Xuanai, after tidying up the place where her master would temporarily stay, planned to go out to buy some food. On her way back, 2 young men in splendid gear were knocking on the door of their courtyard. Xuanai walked up with some confusion and asked, "Are you looking for my master?" Hearing the voice, Nangong Huang turned around and, with an aggressive gaze, scanned the cat-eared girl up and down, his eyes instantly lighting up. "Cat-eared beast girl. And so cute too, what a gem." Xuanai unconsciously took a step back, her face showing a cold expression. "Hey, don't be scared, I'm
Here to find Lin Chen. I heard he's some kind of summoning god. I don't like much, but I do enjoy bullying geniuses, especially famous ones like him.
Nangong Huang crossed his arms with a mischievous grin. The young man beside him, sporting ear studs, couldn't help but frown. Nangong, you're already the top student of the academy this year. Why bother fighting with someone from the commoner district? It's so beneath you. You don't know, he's famous in the Dragon District. What's it called? Blue State or Lan State? Anyway, very
well known.
I heard he's coming, and he's in the same year as me with the same mentor, so I definitely have to meet him.
Nangong, Huang said with a smile. The young man shook his head, still somewhat reluctant. How strong can someone from a place like the Dragon District be? Nangong, didn't you already defeat him with one hand? Just a self-indulgent circle. My master's weakest summon can easily take you all down.
Xuanai's face flushed with anger as she retorted, her cat ears twitching. Nangong Huang wasn't angry. He stepped forward to pinch Xuanai's cat ears, but she nimbly dodged. She hurriedly ran into the courtyard and dialed her master's number.
This is boring. Am I not handsome enough? Why did that girl run away scared when she saw me?
Nangong Huang ruffled his hair, looking displeased. The rich young man beside him chuckled awkwardly. She's not worthy of you.
True. Let's go back, have a drink, take a nap.
And when that kid returns, I'll challenge him to a duel.
The wager will be that girl.
Nangong Huang shifted his greedy gaze away from the cat-eared girl in the courtyard and turned to leave with his little follower.
After visiting the dean and the mentor, Lin Chen heard
that someone was causing trouble for his maid and immediately flew back to the courtyard. Just then, the twin-tailed girl from the
same batch had followed Xuanai into the yard.
Lin Chen landed directly in front of them, glaring at the twin-tailed girl. We seem to
not know each other, right? Hearing this inexplicable remark, the girl was taken aback. Xuanai quickly explained, Master, she's not from the last batch.
I was introduced by the dean, the twin-tailed girl named Ling Yuner coldly explained.
Sorry. Lin Chen smiled apologetically. So you are Ling Yuner, huh? You seem younger than I imagined. After sizing up the fresh and elegant girl, Lin
Chen quickly withdrew his gaze, thinking to himself, she's dressed quite lightly.
I'm 23 this year, just petite, Ling Yuner proudly said, puffing out her heavy chest.
While speaking, she secretly glanced at Lin Chen's appearance a few times, lingering on the wings behind him for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, wow, nearly a limited edition thunder wings. Where did you buy them? They dropped from a dungeon, Lin Chen replied calmly. Pfft, what a load of nonsense. Ling Yuner couldn't help but roll her eyes, lifting her delicate chin. You country bumpkins just love to brag.
The number of these wings that have dropped so far is less than 10. Where did you get yours?
Upon hearing her insulting words, Lin Chen's expression instantly turned cold.
Did the dean only tell you to come here and not give you any information? What information? Aren't you just a genius student from the Dragon District? Don't people from your place call us country bumpkins? Ling Yuner frowned in confusion.
Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, suppressing his disgust, and turned to Xuanai, show her out.
Hey, can you get your facts straight? The dean begged me to come. What kind of attitude is that?
Ling Yuner, who was used to being pampered, was instantly furious. Xuanai didn't care who begged whom. She immediately turned cold and
pretended to chase her away.
However, Ling Yuner was also proud. Before Xuanai could approach, she shot Lin Chen a glare and stormed
off.
Just as she stepped out of the courtyard, she felt a surge of anger. Suddenly turning around, she gritted her teeth and glared at
Lin Chen, saying, we can never be. Lin Chen's expression remained indifferent as he gestured for her to leave. I'll give the dean some face. Disappear from my sight immediately.
Seeing this, the girl's chest heaved with anger as she flicked her ponytail and walked
away.
On her way, she happened to run into her good friend and recounted the incident.
Ha! How could the dean introduce you to someone like that?
Being from the Dragon District is one thing, but he's so lacking in grace.
Could it be a ploy? Nowadays, boys are all
into such lowly pickup tricks. Who cares? I'm just doing the dean a favor.
The goods from the Dragon District, I wouldn't even bother to glance at them usually.
Ling Yuner, a rich second-generation native of the neutral zone, said disdainfully. The girl beside her also wore a face of contempt.
What does he have to show off? With our Yuner's family background, even the son of the district chief from the Dragon District might not be worthy.
Her companion, quick-witted, lifted the girl's spirits with a single sentence, proudly raising her head and saying, there are countless aristocratic heirs chasing after me. He's nothing.
Let's go. I heard Nangong Huang
has been staying at the academy recently. We can invite him to join our team to complete the abyss task assigned by the mentor.
If he
doesn't come, with our team's current strength, it seems a bit challenging.
The Nangong family members are too arrogant, but this time I brought a gift. He should like it. You even brought a gift? Her companion exclaimed in surprise.
Ling Yuner smiled lightly
and said, Nangong Huang is the top student of our cohort.
If we can bring him into our team, future tasks and instance assessments will no longer be a challenge.
If the relationship is handled well, the two families might even develop further. My elders have such
Intentions, after all, the Nangong family holds a prominent position in the neutral zone, comparable to the Huangpu family.
The Nangong family members are too proud, but if Yuner takes the lead, he will definitely give you face. Her companion flattered with a smile. Ling Yuner's smile grew even brighter. At this moment,
in the living room of a retro villa, Lin Chen, accompanied by 2 ice dragons,
coldly stomped his foot heavily on Nangong Huang's head. I heard you have your eyes on my maid? You bastard, don't rely on these 2 ice dragons.
Nangong Huang, beaten to the point of feeling like his body was falling apart, pressed his hands firmly on the ground, turned his head, and defiantly glared at Lin Chen while pushing against his foot with his pale face, shouting angrily.
Lin Chen also got angry and directly sent the 2 dragons flying away.
Then, his thunderous wings suddenly struck towards Nangong Huang's upper body. After suffering consecutive heavy blows, Nangong Huang, already exhausted, was about to force himself to stand when a powerful current surged through his body, causing him to foam at the mouth and his eyes to roll back as he trembled uncontrollably.
Brother, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the mountain. I admit defeat. I won't fight anymore. Lin Chen's basic attack using the thunderous wings
hadn't lasted long before Nangong Huang, overwhelmed with despair, was crying and snotting all over. He had never been beaten like this
in his life and couldn't help but beg for mercy. Suddenly, the doorbell outside the villa rang. Both Lin Chen and Nangong Huang were
taken aback, then looked towards the luxurious door. Through the visual doorbell, 2 pretty girls stood somewhat awkwardly outside. Among them, Ling Yun, whom Lin Chen had just met, was smiling brightly and waving at the camera.
Brother Nangong Huang, can Yuner team up with you?
The mentor is assigning this week's combat task, and I heard the target location is still the abyss.
The monsters there are too high level, and the mentor doesn't allow external help, so Yuner can only find you to team up. After all, you are the strongest. This cohort, the abyss, should be easy for you. Are you home? Yuner brought you a gift. On the villa's LCD screen, the girl was seen holding a gift.
But no one inside responded for a long time, and her smile became increasingly stiff, the exquisite gift box drooping by her beautiful legs, looking somewhat awkward.
Do you have something going on with her?
Lin Chen coldly looked at Nangong Huang beneath his feet, asking with some disdain. Nangong Huang struggled on the ground, begging for mercy while awkwardly getting to his feet. He looked at the girl outside the door and shook his head vigorously, saying, I'm not familiar with her at all. She must be here to
ask me to team up for training.
Today, the instructor should tell you that we need to form teams for combat training.
The scores will
be recorded for level assessment, which will affect the resources we can obtain from the academy in the future.
However, resources are secondary. We don't really care about that. What we mainly want is to take first place and then compete with the geniuses from
other academies and districts to earn some fame, haha.
Nangong Huang forced a smile, trying to be patient. He then skillfully took
out a pack of special cigarettes and a branded lighter, wearing a grin that showed he held no grudges.
Lin Gu, wanna smoke? Lin Chen glanced at him but said nothing as he walked away.
The moment he stepped out of the villa, the 2 girls outside were about to leave.
In disappointment,
suddenly, Ling Yuner, who was directly in front, caught a glimpse of someone coming out of the villa area. Her previously sulky face instantly brightened with a sweet smile.
Nan.
When their eyes met, she widened her eyes in surprise, swallowing back the words she was about to blurt out. What are you doing in Nangong Huang's yard? She asked, her face full of confusion.
Lin
Chen ignored her question and took off directly.
Seeing this, her companion couldn't help but ask curiously, do you know him?
He's the guy the dean introduced to me, Ling Yuner said through gritted teeth, staring at the lightning wings.
He must be here to ask Nan Gong Huang to join his team.
This guy really has no shame, coming to curry favor with the strongest of this session right after arriving
at the academy.
Both the companion and Ling Yuner looked at him with disdain. They saw that the yard was empty and no one else was
coming out, so they tried calling out a few times.
Hiding in the villa, with a bruised face, Nangong Huang had no face left to show
anyone. He swallowed his healing medicine in resentment while pretending not to hear anything. He vowed that he wouldn't step out of the villa until the bruises on his face faded, no matter who called for him. A day passed quietly like this. The next morning, the instructor Yume, who had notified the current students to gather at the training ground, walked steadily towards the assembled students. With a warm smile, she was dressed in a sharp little suit, her short hair neatly styled, and she looked quite impressive. Lin Chen
exchanged a polite smile with her. Students, today we have a new member joining us, Yume said, scanning the group of students who were chatting and laughing, her voice crisp and pleasant. Lin Chen stepped forward, facing everyone, and calmly introduced himself. My
name is Lin Chen, from the Dragon District.
As he spoke, no one below paid him any attention, too busy chatting with their companions. Seeing this, Yume offered Lin Chen an apologetic smile. Then, she clapped her hands and said, everyone, please quiet down. This week's training subject will still be to hunt a high-level elite monster or boss in the abyss as much as possible.
During this process,
everyone needs to wear a damage calculation wristwatch at all times.
Don't worry about encountering danger. 5 high-level instructors will accompany you throughout, guiding you on how to learn to combine professions to hunt difficult elite monsters. Moreover, each team must have at least 4 members, 1 main attacking warrior, 1 support, 1 control, and 1 or 2 tanks to draw aggro and attract monsters. Is everyone clear? Students who do not form a team with these 5 types of professions will be randomly assigned to other teams. Please make the most of your time. After lunch, we will set off. The duration is 3 days, and those who pass the training will enter the treasure's secret realm. The one with the highest completion will receive a 6-star jewel personally customized by the Academy's artisan department, along with a free crafted piece of equipment of any type. Teacher, you may clap her hands. Again, the loud sound of applause echoed in the spacious training ground, drawing all the students' attention back. After methodically explaining the requirements of the training subjects, she turned and led the impressive Lin Chen to the strongest student of this cohort. Nangong Huang, since you're a senior, why don't you help Lin Chen get familiar with things? By the way, what happened to your face? Teacher, Yumei asked, staring in surprise at the bruise on Nangong Huang's face, utterly puzzled. She thought to herself, who could have possibly beaten him up in the academy? Nangong Huang forced a smile that looked unnatural, extending a hand towards Lin Chen and saying, "Welcome, Lin classmate, to Longhua Academy. The injury on my face was left by a monster. I tried to challenge the academy's forbidden area today, and unfortunately, well, you understand, teacher. The forbidden area is no joke. If your strength isn't enough, don't push yourself, it can lead to hidden ailments." Yumei didn't notice the strange look Nangong Huang was giving Lin Chen. After kindly introducing Lin Chen to the strongest student of the academy, she turned back to exchange a few pleasantries with Lin Chen. Before leaving, "You two, teaming up will definitely yield great results, so work hard," the teacher said with a smile before turning to go elsewhere. Once it was just Nangong Huang and Lin Chen facing each other, a hint of awkwardness filled the air. "Lin Gu, since we've fought and gotten to know each other, how about we team up?" Nangong Huang said sincerely. He had always been someone who liked to associate with strong individuals. Even after being beaten, he only thought about using his strength to fight back. However, given the current gap between the two, that was clearly impossible. Just as Lin Chen looked surprised, 2 girls suddenly jogged over from a distance. The leading girl, Ling Yuner, completely ignored Lin Chen beside Nangong Huang and sweetly said, "Brother Huang, let's team up. I'm a puppeteer with super high control." Hearing her words, Nangong Huang frowned and turned to Ling Yuner, saying, "I don't want soft control." In the face of absolute strength, all auxiliary means seemed superfluous. The teammate he was looking for had to be a strong attacker like Lin Chen. "I see." Ling Yuner couldn't help but lower her gaze in disappointment. "No need." With that, Lin Chen turned to leave. Nangong Huang jogged after him, looking complicated as he said, "Lin Gu, I really don't care about what happened yesterday. Between us men, it's perfectly normal for you to hit me and for me to hit you back. I've been doing this since I was a kid, and I actually admire your deeds in Lansao, really." Lin Chen suddenly stopped, chuckling, "Go cool off, I'm not willing to take you along. I didn't mean to have you take me along." Looking at Lin Chen's back as he decisively walked away, Nangong Huang was left speechless. Not far away, Ling Yuner showed a look of shock and asked her companion, "Did I hear that wrong? What did Nangong Huang call that guy?" It seems he called him Lin Gu." Her companion also looked astonished. Given the Nangong family's status in the neutral zone and Nangong Huang's strength in Longhua Academy, there really wasn't anyone worthy of him lowering himself to call brother. In the dean's office. Knock knock. Lin Chen knocked on the office door, and an old, slightly hoarse voice immediately came from inside. "Come in." Pushing open the office door, Lin Chen revealed a smile. He then confidently walked over to sit down in front of the leather sofa. At the desk, the old dean, Charles, looked at Lin Chen with a kind smile and said, "The people from the Goddess Hall contacted me and said they wanted to meet you. They should be here shortly." "The people from the Goddess Hall? I shouldn't have any connection with them, right?" Lin Chen frowned and replied. Charles nodded, picked up the black fountain pen on the table, then put it down again, his expression complex as he said, "You are now the primary candidate for a contract with the 5 great temples. It's normal for them to be enthusiastic about you." "Dean Charles, I won't hide it from you. I can't possibly contract with game NPCs," Lin Chen replied straightforwardly. Charles smiled, his tone meaningful. They can't be considered game NPCs. "Forget it, let's not talk about that for now. I have a proposal, child. I have some connections in the Dragon District. If you withdraw from the 7 kills now, I can help mediate and resolve the conflict between you and the Dragon District, as well as the charges from the Federation." Lin Chen thought for a moment and declined the old dean's goodwill. "Storm City is my foundation. Even if I withdraw from the 7 kills, I can't give it up," Lin Chen stated directly. Charles shook his head, stood up, poured 2 cups of tea, and handed one to Lin Chen. "Then I won't say much more. The Academy is willing to nurture all potential students, regardless of their background, their past, As long as your heart is still with the human race and with me, the old dean, it's not a bad thing. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen set down the teacup in his hand and looked at the old dean with a complex expression. He could understand the meaning behind the old dean's words. The Neutral Faction Academy has always cared only about the prosperity of humanity, indifferent to the conflicts between major districts and personal powers. In terms of structure, the people in the neutral zone have always been the largest, but this also precisely indicates their transcendent status in the Federation. Having understood all this, Lin Chen leaned back comfortably on the sofa, no longer feeling any restraint. Dean Charles. Suddenly, a woman dressed in a purple gold goddess robe gracefully walked into the office. A fragrant aroma immediately filled the air, wafting into Lin Chen's nostrils, making him feel inexplicably pleasant. Though she had a warm jade-colored veil covering her face, the willow-like eyebrows and watery autumn-like eyes, paired with a delicate and exquisite nose, made her look exceptionally pleasing at first glance. Stunningly beautiful. This woman is too beautiful. Lin Chen stared at the woman's stunning face, secretly admiring her in his heart. He swore he had never seen anyone as naturally beautiful as her, a graceful beauty like a lotus emerging from the water. Ahem. Lin Chen, this is a distinguished guest from the goddess temple. Old Dean Charles coughed twice to remind him, then nodded at the veiled woman with a gentle smile. Coming back to his senses, Lin Chen exchanged glances with the woman, and he felt an unexpected sense of inferiority. He thought it was bad and quickly averted his gaze, saving his face. Are you Lin Chen? I've heard much about you. She looked Lin Chen up and down, and a hint of appreciation appeared in her cool, beautiful eyes. Lin Chen replied directly, "What do you want with me?" Shio Ryoka didn't beat around the bush. She flicked her jade-like fingers, and immediately a burst of golden light flew out, landing on the coffee table in front of Lin Chen. As the golden light dissipated, the true form of the incense burner was revealed, with a golden silk bag quietly lying beside it. Lin Chen's expression was puzzled, but before he could ask, Shio Ryoka began to explain in a voice as soft as water. This is a monster gathering incense burner. By sacrificing monster golden cores or demon cores, you can filter out the monsters you want to farm continuously. It's very suitable for accumulating certain materials. Next to it is a high-quality attribute enhancement elixir. There are a total of 10, each capable of increasing your magic power limit by 2000. Even if you are a summoning god, you should still be lacking in magic power, right? After hearing this, Lin Chen became even more confused. Unable to help himself, he asked, "No reward without effort, what do you mean by this?" Shio Ryoka replied, "When you have time, I would like to invite you to the goddess temple as a guest." Lin Chen neither answered nor refused. She nodded at the old dean and turned to leave slowly. Lin Chen, the goddess church, holds a prestigious position in the 5 major districts. You should go and sit with them, it might help you with your current situation. In the Dragon District, Charles said, lifting his teacup with a deep gaze. However, Lin Chen was no longer thinking about that. He looked at Charles, scratching his head a bit awkwardly, and said, "Old Dean, the Ling Yuner I introduced to you isn't suitable. Is that opportunity to find a partner still valid?" "Of course, it's valid. With such an outstanding child like you, our academy is more than willing to introduce you to someone," Charles said with a hint of amusement. Just as he was about to take a sip of tea, Lin Chen's next words made him spit it out. "Can you introduce me to that sister from earlier? I quite like her." Lin Chen pressed his lips together and shamelessly said. Charles wiped the tea stains from his mouth with a handkerchief, staring at a young man, faintly radiating golden light, held a solar staff and slammed it heavily onto the ground, seemingly expressing his dissatisfaction with the choice of captain. Apart from him, the other 3 also wore displeased expressions. In fact, all the students who could enter Manhwa Academy were the cream of the local talents, truly among the elite. They were proud of their abilities and looked down on all other talents except themselves. Even though Lin Chen inadvertently exuded a very powerful aura, and the wings he bore indicated his extraordinary nature, almost no one present knew this genius from the Dragon Kingdom, nor did anyone care about the level of his strength. Simply put, the captain represented authority, the true controller of the team. He could also significantly influence the individual scores for the team's future hunts. No matter who it was, they would strive to claim that position. "I accept this captaincy, anyone who doesn't want to stay can leave on their own," Lin Chen said coldly, casting a glance at the Holy Light Apostle, speaking directly. "Hey, you're a newcomer, do you even know how to respect your seniors? Why do you think you can be captain? I'm a 213 level 6-armed mutant, did I say anything? What's your 6-armed mutant worth? My profession is a rare T-type robot, your kind wouldn't even scratch me. Damn it, are you looking to practice or what?" The young man, who claimed to be a 6-armed mutant, glared fiercely, his arms slightly tensing as his entire body swelled several times, sprouting 4 powerful, muscular arms, each half a meter thick, with grotesque veins covering their surface. Additionally, each hand wielded a luxurious sword. With 6 arms, he had 6 weapons, 4 more than an ordinary profession. Seeing this, the T5 robot student scoffed disdainfully. Flames erupted from beneath his feet, propelling him skyward. During his ascent, his arms transformed into retractable cannons, accurately targeting below waist with a combat power of just over 800,000. Through the optical technology of the T5 robot's visual system, he quickly calculated the opponent's specialties and combat index. Although there was some discrepancy with actual combat power, it would still greatly assist him in the upcoming battle. This was a unique way for robots to assess enemy conditions. However, when the T5 series robot's optical system inadvertently scanned the coldly observing lightning wing nearby, a warning flashed on the screen visible only to him, suddenly turning red with an extreme danger alert. Combat power? 8763, combat power, 69,805,066. This person is extremely dangerous, please avoid combat immediately, avoid combat immediately. On the T5 robot screen, the crimson text flooded the display, with constant alerts, urging him to retreat. This was a survival instinct of the machine brain. Even though he personally did not resist combat, the moment he felt hostility towards the lightning wing, his will to fight was instantly extinguished. Damn! Almost 70 million in combat power. This must be above divine level. I don't think any of the Academy's instructors have a higher combat power than him. How could such a person be among the students? Is he even a student? The T5 robot began to doubt his life choices. With just over 1 million in combat power, he was leagues behind the deeply hidden powerhouse. What was there to fight for? Just as he was stunned and lost in thought, 6 sharp sword lights suddenly shot out from the 6-armed mutant below. Without any delay, the several meter-long sword lights sealed off all escape routes for the T5 robot. Bang! Bang! The robot's chest was struck repeatedly by the sword lights, leaving behind a pitch-black mark. When the 5th sword light struck, he finally reacted, hurriedly spewing a large burst of blue flames from his feet. Soaring into the sky once more. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not competing anymore. Ha, you little nobody who doesn't know where you came from. I thought you were strong, but it turns out you're just this. The being with 6 thick arms couldn't help but laugh triumphantly, looking up at the sky. Lin Chen observed both sides with great interest, not noticing any weaknesses in the robot. How did it suddenly concede? The T5 series robot landed on the ground, glared at the being, and said irritably, I acknowledge the person recommended by Nangong Huang as the captain, not you. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Nangong Huang looked as if it was only natural. He understood Lin Chen's strength better than anyone else present, just the 2 unfathomable little dragons were far beyond what he could handle, not to mention that the other party hadn't even revealed their trump card yet. The other 4, confused, wondered why the person who had just opposed Nangong Huang's recommendation suddenly compromised. Even if they were to compromise, it should be towards that big brother being. What did it have to do with the Thunder Wing? Everyone was puzzled, and the T5 series robot didn't bother to explain. At that moment, the mentor Yume hurried over with an anxious expression. What are you all fighting about? Lin Chen is the strongest among you. Of course he should be the captain, Yume said with a face full of certainty. Now that the mentor had stepped in to finalize the captaincy, even if the others were still unconvinced, they could only lower their flags and cease hostilities. At the same time, everyone scrutinized the Thunder Wing with intense gazes, trying to figure out what made him stronger than themselves. Lin Chen didn't care about the title of captain. What he wanted were a few cheerleaders who could understand human speech. As for strong support, powerful output, and reasonable team composition, he didn't need any of that. Before heading to the abyss, Lin Chen specifically extracted detailed information about the bloody matriarch from the database. The information stated that the bloody matriarch resided in the fallen domain of the abyss. High-level demons and rare fallen angels often appeared there, with a very high level that required a strong team to deal with. Only by reaching the fallen altar and igniting the blood pool could one draw out the Demon King, the bloody matriarch. After reading the target's information, Lin Chen suddenly realized that the abyss, as the world's axis, was no longer the ordinary dungeon one usually encountered. Its difficulty was extremely high for most students. No wonder the mentor specifically had the students team up and even arranged for several counselors to act as bodyguards. They were afraid that a genius student might die there. Defeat the bloody matriarch within a day. Lin Chen, suddenly ignited with fighting spirit, silently made up his mind. As batches of students boarded the ship, several large magical ships that dispersed the fog, along with countless mounts and pets, flew towards the abyss. In fact, Lin Chen had already seen the black wall rising from the abyss before leaving the neutral zone. That deep wall resembled a light curtain, with air currents constantly swirling, forming a barrier that separated the 2 shores. The magical ships and spirit pets could only stop at the edge of the abyss, unable to soar through the air, otherwise, they would be torn to shreds by the turbulence. To safely reach the other side, one needed to rely on the border cities of the 2 major regions, and the large teleportation arrays that charged fees to cross. As they approached the boundary of the abyss, a towering giant loomed into The clouds, its many arms intertwined, like a dominant ruler of a territory. The closer one got, the more one could feel the menacing and terrifying aura it exuded. Is that one of the miracles in the game, the 100-armed giant city? Lin Chen looked astonished, as the large magical ship he was on appeared extremely small in front of that giant. Other foreign students also gathered at the edge of the magic ship's railing, enjoying the coolness of the mist while gazing in awe at the towering 100 arms, a sight that could be called a miracle. Listen up, everyone. If you encounter danger, the return scrolls are ineffective here. You need to promptly press the rescue function on your damage calculation wristband. And remember, once you press it, your training mission will come to an end, said a calm-voiced middle-aged man in a black robe on the deck. Most of the students let the words go in one ear and out the other, completely ignoring what the instructor had said, and scattered as soon as they disembarked. Ling Yuner, who followed the crowd, glanced back at Lin Chen's group from a distance. When she saw Nangong Huang smiling broadly and approaching Lin Chen to curry favor, she furrowed her brows in confusion and suddenly turned to her best friend, hesitatingly asking, how could someone as proud as Nangong Huang be so polite to that guy Lin Chen? Does he have some official special background in the neutral zone? Hearing this, her companion shook her head and said, I checked it out. I haven't gotten detailed information yet, but people over there said he got into big trouble in the Dragon Zone and is a wanted criminal by the Federation, and he's also one of the 7 killers. I see. So he does have some skills. But that shouldn't make Nangong Huang act like a primary school student, Ling Yuner said, increasingly perplexed. Just as she pondered this, Nangong Huang, grinning, ran up to Lin Chen and said, Dude, I'm a strong attack class, so just assign me to the front row for damage output and tanking. The rest of the chores can be left to those guys in the back. Who are you calling a sissy? Said Zhang Bingyan, known as the first beauty of Longhua, her expression icy. She held a dragon marrow jade bone staff that exuded a chilling aura, with dragon marrow as the core and jade bone as the shaft. From the delicate patterns at the tail end to the finely carved designs at the top, every detail seemed naturally formed yet perfectly crafted. If someone had the eye of prophecy, they would discover that the staff in her hand was an extremely precious divine item. When Lin Chen turned around, he was immediately drawn to the staff, but after a moment of admiration, he shifted his gaze away. Damn, you're a support type, soft control Froststar mage. What else would you be if not a sissy? Nangong Huang, I admit you're stronger than everyone else, but please show some respect to my future girlfriend. As he spoke, the otherworldly Chang stepped forward, standing beside Bingyan, and flashed her a confident, toothy smile. That said, I support you. This earned him a roll of the eyes and a look of disdain from Jiang Bingyan. Chang felt quite hurt but did not back down. Without a control class in the team, how far can you go? Jiang Bingyan said coldly, unwilling to back down. At that moment, the light apostle stepped forward and arrogantly declared, I am the strong support here. If you don't cling to my leg, I might not be able to cast a light spell in time, and who knows if it will cause any of you to leave early. A threat. A blatant threat. In the abyss, the light apostle was indeed recognized as one of the stronger support classes. Nangong Huang fell silent. Any strong attack class with a brain would not offend a strong support before the battle even began. Even if the process might be very easy and they might not need support, there's always a chance that they could suddenly encounter some special elite monster or boss. In the abyss, with negative buffs piling up and no healing support, a disaster was inevitable. The abyss is not like ordinary areas. All dungeons here are random events, completely unpredictable to outsiders. Knowing this, after the light apostle spoke, everyone else fell silent. Lin Chen glanced at the man and calmly said to everyone, once we go in, your only task is to follow. Chang crossed his arms, looking displeased, and said, what do you mean by that? The apostle of light rolled his eyes almost to the back of his head, and sarcastically remarked, so, we just watch while you go in alone? The T5 series robot remained silent. Nangong Huang, who also understood Lin Chen's strength, merely frowned. Jiang Bingyan had a strange expression, looking Lin Chen up and down, unable to help but shake her head. You really are beyond saving. She then turned to the other 4 and said seriously, let's choose a new team leader. I can tolerate a boy's arrogance, but not to this extent. Chang scoffed, what arrogance? He's just bragging, and it's really pathetic not standing on solid ground at all. If we don't go, can he really make it out of the black narrow path alone? The apostle of light showed disdain. Forget the black narrow path, by the time we reach the abyss he might already be gone. Oh, a sharp glint suddenly erupted in Lin Chen's eyes. Among the 3 who had been speaking, 2 immediately felt their hair stand on end and fell silent. An oppressive atmosphere filled the air, making it hard to breathe. Both Nangong Huang and the Apostle of Light had equipment or talents that granted them immunity to abnormal states. Yet even so, when they locked eyes with Lin Chen, they still felt a sense of fear. Although it wasn't as extreme as Chang and Jiang Bingyan's panic retreat, they were still intimidated, temporarily daring not to confront Lin Chen directly, instead lowering their heads to avoid his deep, inscrutable gaze. Faced with this strange phenomenon, they had no way to respond, their minds blank and their hearts filled only with submission. Lin Chen, rarely showing authority, said, "I said, you do as I say, don't cause trouble." Then, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a mysterious silhouette for everyone. It's strange to say, the once fearless prodigies were collectively showing signs of fear for the first time today. They couldn't grasp the key to the situation, but were very clear that they were under the influence of some special effect. This made Nangong Huang and the robot admire Lin Chen even more. Meanwhile, Chang and Jiang Bingyan, who were at a loss, felt extremely ashamed and embarrassed about their earlier behavior. Among the two, one was somewhat renowned locally, hailed as a once-in-a-century genius, while the other came from a prominent family in the neutral zone, with extraordinary talent. Both were exceptional individuals, yet now they faced such humiliation in front of an unknown newcomer. "You stand where?" Chang, who cared most about his pride, instantly became furious. The veins on his coarse face bulged, and his muscular arms swelled with power. He aggressively blocked the path of the Thunder Wing, his eyes wide open, fully embodying the fierce glare of a diamond. However, when Lin Chen's indifferent gaze swept over him, Chang's expression froze, cold sweat unconsciously dripping from his forehead. He didn't know what was happening to him. Just moments ago, he was filled with rage, but once he made eye contact with Lin Chen, he immediately lost all fighting spirit and even felt a bit of retreat. "Lin Chen, you." He had just started to speak. Suddenly, two towering frost dragons appeared in the wasteland, blocking out the sun. They loomed like two terrifying icebergs, suppressing the 6 people without warning. The world darkened, and when they looked up, a bone-chilling frost hit them, evoking a sense of insignificance akin to ants gazing up at deities in their hearts. They were dumbfounded, completely unable to believe their eyes. What kind of terrifying existence was this iceberg that could not be fully seen? And who was the extraordinary genius capable of summoning him? They found it unimaginable and dared not even think about it. "I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary student on equal terms, but since talking doesn't work, let's practice a bit." Lin Chen's lips curled up as he coldly stared at the burly man in front of him. Upon hearing this, Chang trembled all over. He swallowed hard. If there weren't others present, he would have knelt right down. To remedy the situation, Chang clasped his hands together, his face pale, and pleaded, "Brother Lin, I raised my voice a bit just now. Please, let me off this time. I'm still young, and I can't afford to have any hidden ailments. I truly know I was wrong. I admit defeat. You are the captain, and that's well deserved, 1,000 times better than a small fry like me." He spoke with a humble and flattering tone. Lin Chen remained unmoved, coldly saying, "Long de, show him a thing or two." Roar. Hearing the roar, Chang instinctively wanted to flee for his life, but a wave of overwhelming frost froze him in place. Then, a dragon tail, wide as dozens of yards, swept in and sent Chang flying. In this critical moment, the counselor, who had been lurking in the shadows, stepped forward with a stiff resolve. He took out a pair of gilded scissors and, aiming at Chang, snipped the air, creating a drafty rift. The scissors rolled, and the space followed with a sharp whistle, forcibly wrapping Chang inside. "Lin God, please show mercy," the black-robed counselor said with a bitter smile. Lin Chen showed no surprise at his appearance. "I thought the students of a high-level academy would be different, but it turns out that a mutant genius just over level 200 is so easily defeated? Is this vast Longhua Academy filled with nothing but useless trash?" Lin Chen expressed his disappointment. Upon hearing this, the counselor could only force a smile. He had heard of Lin God's deeds and naturally did not dare to flaunt his meager authority in the academy. The other students had varied expressions but surprisingly did not refute anything. Nangong Huang wore a bitter expression and said, "Brother Lin, others may not know your background, but I do. You are the Hall Master of 7 kills, so please, don't joke with us juniors." "He is actually the Hall Master of 7 kills? Jiang Bingyan's face showed shock. Although she was born in the neutral zone, she had admired 7 kills' boldness and vengeance since childhood. This year, she proactively gave up her title as a viscount in the neutral zone, secretly joined 7 kills through acquaintances, and became an undercover agent, all while hiding it from her family. Since she had only recently joined, she couldn't leave the neutral zone just yet, so she had to accept her pawn status for the time being. However, this did not mean she was blindly worshipping the evil alliance as a rebellious young lady without ambition. On the contrary, she was eager to enter the upper echelons of 7 kills and work together with them to revive the old dragon kingdom. On the surface, the 7 Kills Guild appeared to be an anti-federal organization, but Jiang Bingyan, who had followed the 7 Kills Guild through newspapers and news since childhood, knew all too well that it was a group of extreme patriots disguised as traitors. As a member of the old Dragon Kingdom and a lover of ancient culture, she longed to leap out of this neutral zone, which outsiders envied and dreamed of, and join the ranks of 7 Kills to achieve the ultimate ideal she had harbored since childhood. When others learned this news, they were surprised, but not to the extent of losing their composure like Jiang Bingyan. "Damn, big brother. You're the Hall Master of 7 Kills. Is it really appropriate for someone of your level to be lurking in Longhua Academy? The light.
Apostle slapped his forehead, both shocked and speechless. Chang, who had narrowly survived, cast a wronged glance at Lin Chen, then pursed his thick lips and shrank his neck as he returned to the group. The T5 series robot was not surprised and continued to watch coldly. Students, watch your words. The black-robed counselor suddenly said with a serious expression, Lin Chen is a rare prodigy in our academy, one that hasn't been seen in 100 years. The dean has personally received him. What more do you have to say here? As young people, look at Lin Chen and then look at yourselves. Is there any comparison? Just because someone has high strength doesn't mean they are a senior or an old powerhouse. The time they awaken might not even be longer than some people's time stuck at level 1. Although these words were a bit harsh, they were an undeniable fact, shocking everyone present.
I was wrong. The holy light.
Apostle was momentarily speechless, obediently lowering his head and shutting his mouth. Lin Chen impatiently said, let's go straight to the altar. Target the bloody matriarch. As expected of Brother Lin, this target is very appropriate,
Nangong Huang said with a grin as he approached.
The T5 robot hesitated. Brother Lin, according to my database analysis, it might be a bit difficult.
You useless artificial intelligence, stop analyzing here. Chang couldn't help but retort, then took the opportunity to flatter Lin Chen. Again, with the 2 divine dragons of Lin Chen here, charging to the altar will be a piece of cake, right? If Lin Chen is willing to take you along and give you a chance, that's something your ancestors earned with smoke from their graves. Don't be ungrateful. Damn.
I am the Hoi of the god of machinery. I can't communicate with this lowly dog.
The T5 robot cursed angrily. Jiang Bingyan ignored
the quarrel between the two, and at this moment, only Lin Chen remained in her eyes.
Lin Chen, can I have a word with you?
With a hint of doubt, and considering her looks, Lin Chen followed her to the side. They walked to a deserted gravel area, where Jiang Bingyan sneaked glances at the few people standing dumbly behind her, occasionally revealing a mysterious smile towards Lin Chen.
Appearing both cute and perplexing, Lin Chen stood still, frowning as he asked, what is it? Are you really the master of the 7 kills?
I need to confirm this cautiously because my identity is also quite extraordinary,
Jiang Bingyan said meaningfully.
Lin Chen was
even more puzzled.
Are you trying to tell me that you are also one of the 7 kills?
Then what is your identity? Have you seen through me already? Jiang Bingyan was a bit dazed, staring in surprise. Lin Chen felt a headache coming on, thinking to himself
that with her expression, it was almost like they were on the same side on their faces.
Although he was complaining in his heart, Lin Chen still cared about her identity, so he asked seriously, go ahead, I really am the master of the new hall. You can trust me with your true identity. New hall? Alright, I don't know much, but I believe the counselor in Nangong Huang. Jiang Bingyan
stepped closer to Lin Chen, whispering a fragrant breeze in his ear, her voice soft, I am an undercover agent.
Upon hearing this,
Lin Chen couldn't help but turn his head to look at this beautiful girl a few more times.
The 7 kills actually sent an undercover agent into a high-level academy in the neutral zone, and she was even one of the outstanding talents, whom continued to stay undercover. Lin Chen nodded expressionlessly.
While he sighed in his heart, he didn't have much to say.
Just as he was about to turn and leave,
Jiang Bingyan suddenly grabbed his hand from behind, revealing a face full of desire and grievance.
Master, I've been undercover since I joined the neutral zone for almost half a year now.
Just let me participate in some assassination or stimulating activities. I have strength. Even if you look down on my lack of strength, I can spend money.
I can directly buy a management position from my superiors. I really don't want to be a boring undercover agent anymore.
She gently tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, like a little girl acting
cute towards an elder, speaking pitifully.
Lin Chen glanced at her, suddenly feeling a bit interested. Tell me, how much loyalty
can you contribute to the organization?
Jiang Qianbing's beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately raised 4 slender fingers, saying, for billion, no, if you let me become an elder, I'll add a 0. Lin Chen was stunned.
It took him a while to react.
He stared at Jiang Qianbing for a long time and said seriously, deceiving the organization will result in punishment.
I'm not lying.
The public bank in the area was founded by my grandfather, and your famous Jade Ding shop in the Dragon District has a significant
investment from my family.
Jiang Bingyan was eager to prove herself and shared some details about her family's small businesses. Although Lin Chen was extremely shocked inside, he maintained a calm demeanor.
Very good. Congratulations on joining the new hall. Really? Then my position? Jiang Bingyan asked excitedly, waving her small fist. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Well, the organization will not let down any loyal and diligent undercover. Now I unilaterally announce that you have been promoted to the candidate for
elder, temporarily serving as the undercover of the new hall.
Thank you, Hall Master. You are too kind.
Jiang Bingyan, who only heard the first part and automatically ignored the latter, said with a joyful expression, after enduring in the neutral zone for so long, I finally look forward to a position in the decision-making layer. Her excited little face turned red, and she didn't know what to
Say. Lin Chen noticed she didn't show much reaction. He lightly coughed and reminded her the new hall is currently in a development phase, and you new members need to work hard. Zhang Bingyan nodded seriously. Then, as if she remembered something, she immediately assured, Hall Master, don't worry, after this trial, I will definitely maximize my contributions. You must reserve the elder position for me. Lin Chen nodded slightly, thinking, no wonder they have a bank at home. If I don't get a big sum from her, it would be a disservice to the 7 kills for nurturing her. As for the elder position, after passing the test of wealth, I'll set a combat power threshold for her. Without real skills, I can't entrust such an important position to a super-rich third-generation heir. The nobles in the neutral zone are incredibly wealthy. For trillion, enough to buy myself 2 divine armors. While Lin Chen sighed inwardly, he flew down to the lower levels of the abyss with a cold expression. The 5 people behind him followed obediently, no longer daring to cause any trouble. The path down the abyss was a staircase made of floating stones in the air, with distances varying, requiring a certain level of flying and gliding ability. Otherwise, one could easily fall into the bottomless abyss. Since ancient times, no one has known how deep the abyss truly is. Standing on a floating piece of rubble and looking down into the abyss, one could only see a thick, lingering black aura, like countless intangible tentacles writhing and spreading densely in all directions. When people looked at it, it would subtly hide its form, leaving behind a layer of hazy disorientation. Ding! You have stepped into the abyss, dark. Resistance minus 100%, you will be more easily entangled by demons. Ding! Affected by the soul-devouring buff, your vision will decrease by 5% for every 100 meters you descend. The team members' minds echoed with similar system prompts. The Holy Light Apostle couldn't help but frown and asked, Lin Gu, how do we deal with the debuff in the abyss? If we go down to the altar, won't we all be blind? As a strong support, he actually had skills to temporarily dispel such debuffs, but he deliberately chose not to, wanting to see how that unfathomably powerful captain would handle it. However, Lin Chen ignored him completely and continued to speed down into the abyss. Bringing these people along was merely to fulfill the academy's task. He had no expectation that they could be of any help. Even if they all went blind or were severely injured, it would be insignificant to him. However, he could still take care of his own people. Lin Chen thought to himself. He turned to Zhang Bingyan and said, stay close. Zhang Bingyan nodded seriously. With her own white feathered wings, her flying speed was only slightly behind Lin Chen. Intentionally trying to challenge Lin Chen, she didn't wait for a response, and the Light Apostle immediately became a bit displeased. After all, he was the only strong support in the team, possessing various skills specifically designed to counter abyss monsters. Even if the captain was strong, he shouldn't be so dismissive. If you just said a few good words, I would have gladly used my blessing skill. The Light Apostle felt his pride was at stake. He pressed on, Lin Gu, this won't do. If we keep going like this, we might end up wiped out before we even reach the altar. The other team members also looked grim. Some of them were already showing signs of abnormality due to negative effects. What are you babbling about? Aren't you a light mage? Why don't you cast a blessing? He shouted angrily. Chang's arms bulged as he crushed the little demon trying to cover his eyes from behind. Hearing his words, the Light Apostle finally felt a sense of being valued. But he had no intention of clearing Chang's negative effects unless the captain personally asked him to. With this pathological vanity, the Light Apostle only cleared his own negative status, then coldly looked at Chang and said sarcastically, you have good insight. I can indeed solve this negative effect, but it consumes a lot. Just bear with it a little longer, okay? I'll bear your mother. Is this how you assist? Chang couldn't help but curse. Flying ahead, Nangong Huang frowned at the support, his fists already clenched. Are you playing me? What am I playing? The Light Apostle said innocently. Seeing his smug expression, Nangong Huang let out a cold laugh, turned his face away without saying anything, his expression growing darker. The further they went down, the greater the assistance and negative effects Zhang Bingyan experienced. In contrast, Lin Chen ahead continued to plunge down rapidly. Originally, their target for this trip was set at around 500 meters into the cave. But now, with Lin Chen's addition, the academy team, under his leadership, exceeded the members' capacity to endure due to the mismatched class combinations, leading to Chang being tormented by demons. Zhang Bingyan's vision was also growing darker. She turned to the Light Apostle sitting on the magic carpet and said angrily, why aren't you blessing everyone? Faced with the accusation from the beautiful girl, the Light Apostle felt some apprehension but still replied perfunctorily, I'm brewing. Just wait until I'm ready, and I'll give each of you one. But I have to say, Lin Gu, as the captain, shouldn't you think of a way too? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen wasn't angry. He suddenly paused. The others stopped as well. Then, Lin Chen turned to them and said, word by word, just follow along, got it? Lin Gu, I'm ready to lie down and take it. But this negative effect. Chang forced a smile, trying to appease The light apostle also smiled broadly. Everyone recognizes Lin Ji's strength, but we might drag you down. After all, going further down means facing negative resistance, and we have no visibility. We can't help if we encounter danger. If you can't go down, will you just stay up there? Lin Chen said irritably. The light apostle's face turned pale from the retort. Jiang. Bingyan looked at Lin Chen with a pitiful expression and softly said, Captain, but I want to go down. Hearing this, Lin Chen spoke. Gently, albeit with a hint of favoritism, if you want to follow, then follow. The light apostle's expression darkened again, secretly. Grinding his back teeth, thinking, without me, if you go down, just wait to flip over and embarrass yourself. Nangong Huang and the robot remained silent. They seemed to understand the captain had no intention of bringing them along. Kylar, listening to your summons, master. A ethereal voice echoed. Suddenly, a rift opened in the void, as if a door of light had been swung open. Dazzling brilliance poured down, bestowing a layer of sanctity upon those who looked up in awe. Just as everyone was captivated by the sight, a flawless angelic wing first caught the viewer's eyes. Following that was the transformed angel, her pure and petite beauty strikingly exquisite. She wore a warm yellow halo atop her head, wielded a magnificent holy sword in her hands, and her outer garment, imbued with divine patterns, shone even more brilliantly, like the midday sun. I grant you the light of hope, dispelling darkness and filth. Ding! You have received the angel's blessing, gaining immunity to darkness. Holy crap! An angel! A Chang, free from negative effects, couldn't help but clutch his head and exclaim. Immediately after, the robot and the apostle of holy light fell silent. The captain can actually summon an angel? Jiang Bingyan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Lin Chen took in the expressions on their faces, suddenly feeling that the once highly anticipated college life seemed a bit dull and uninteresting. After all, it was just too strong. Once he had fully enjoyed the rewards from the academy, he would leave immediately. Lin Chen thought to himself, feeling bored. Then, he turned to Jiang Bingyan and said, let's go, let me see your skills. Oh, okay. Jiang Bingyan nodded obediently, a hint of delight bubbling up inside her. What should we do? After Jiang Bingyan followed the captain, A Chang scratched his head, hesitatingly asking. The T5 robot's floating dual-eared sprite ball began to analyze intelligently. The big shot doesn't like us, he's a bit biased. Goddess Jiang is about to fall. A Chang, your crush has gone with someone else. Nangong Huang, you're over 60 million combat power behind the big shot. As for the apostle of the holy light, your class functionality compared to the angel's sister is just a pile of. What are you pretending to be? Don't think I don't know it's you talking just because you're using a transmitter. So what if I'm 60 million behind? I'm still young, I have plenty of time to chase after her. Nangong Huang puffed out his chest, speaking somewhat defensively. The apostle of holy light felt as if he had suddenly swallowed a live fly. Despite feeling stifled and uncomfortable inside, he couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. The reason was simple. He had originally wanted to show off and annoy the captain. As a result, the captain had summoned a deity in response. A blessing descended, granting a group immunity to abyssal negative effects for half an hour. What does this mean? Normally, a supportive blessing would at most just dispel effects, and one would still be ambushed by demons. A strong support would merely extend the duration of purification, fundamentally unchanged. At this moment, the entire team was bathed in holy light, and demons dared not approach. Even their original dark resistance and vision had been restored. It could be called divine support. You just stay here. The captain said that there are useless people who can't come down here, so just stay up there and don't make things difficult for yourself. A Chang mocked him, mimicking the apostle of holy light's previous demeanor. Then, he turned and used a flight talisman to leave. Jester. The T5 robot shook its head in pity and flew away. Hearing his words, the apostle of holy light could no longer hold back and cursed. What do you have to show off about? Isn't it all thanks to your Lindad? Damn, what are we showing off? Don't you love to act useless? Then we'll just treat you as useless. Just don't stick your face around here, with trash like you as support. Hurry up and go back up to stay obediently. Those are the captain's exact words. Nangong Huang stepped onto the upper floating stone, arms crossed, looking down at the holy light apostle with a somewhat condescending air, as if holding a chicken feather as a command. You! The holy light apostle's face turned pale with anger. After venting his frustration, Nangong Huang leaped down, effortlessly stabilizing himself with sheer strength. We've arrived. You're in charge of clearing the path ahead, while I let the angels scout for the altar's location. Understood, Hall Master. When Lin Chen and the others landed in a clearing filled with swirling dark energy, a large group of clawing demons immediately surged forward. Some had wings sprouting from their backs, their mouths gathering crimson projectiles, while others crawled on all fours like beasts, opening their gaping maws to pounce on Jiang Bingyan, who was leading the way, moving as swiftly as a phantom. Jiang Bingyan, who had been at level 211 for some time now, fearlessly took out a dazzling, star-shaped brooch, and as she walked forward, the demons around her melted away like snow under the sun. Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise. What kind of treasure is this? Hearing Lin Chen's inquiry, Jiang Bingyan blinked her large eyes somewhat sheepishly. It's a single-use consumable treasure called the Blazing Star God. Lin Chen was at a loss for words. Using a treasure worth hundreds of millions to clear minor monsters, anyone who married this spendthrift girl would truly be hitting the jackpot, cutting their effort in half for a lifetime. Noticing his silence, Zhang Bingyan, still in her elder assessment period, suddenly felt flustered. She worried that her strong control skills might not catch the Hall Master's eye, so she resorted to a bit of cleverness, leveraging the high damage of the consumable treasure, only to have it exposed by him. Hall Master, I was wrong. Zhang Bingyan lowered her head obediently like a schoolgirl admitting her mistakes. In front of Lin Chen, this great figure, all her family background and pride were shattered, and she willingly regarded him as her senior. Lin Chen smiled faintly. As long as you have enough money, that is part of your strength. Really? So, have I passed? Zhang Bingyan asked, her eyes sparkling. Lin Chen shook his head, not quite. Your current task is to escort me safely to the altar and then defeat the bloody matriarch. Ah, then how much will that cost me? As she spoke, Zhang Bingyan's voice grew softer. However, since her superior had already made a request, she nodded seriously, despite feeling somewhat powerless. When the energy of the Blazing Star God was nearly depleted, she took out 5 identical ones from her backpack, leaving the few who had followed her dumbfounded. It was their first time being in a group with the aloof Zhang Goddess. They had no idea she cleared minor monsters like this. It was simply extravagant to the extreme. No wonder she comes from a banking family, Nangong Huang said enviously, stroking his chin. Beside him, the robot felt a pang of electronic pain and couldn't help but say, Xiaomi, search the market for a quote, see if I can trade for a set of T4 level chips and combat systems. The floating robotic sphere immediately lit up a screen, reporting, the total price for 5 Blazing Star Gods is in the range of 3.2 billion to 3.5 billion, which can purchase 68 sets of T4 level chips or 103 sets of combat systems of the same level. Damn rich woman, the T5 robot cursed under its breath, harboring a grudge against the wealthy. Originally fond of the Zhang Goddess, Chang suddenly felt relieved. He lit a cigarette, holding it in his mouth, and looked at the couple with a complex expression, sighing. That was close. I almost brought home such a spendthrift girl. My dad said not to marry a rich girl. Upon hearing this, both of them rolled their eyes simultaneously. Nangong Huang, if you, a broke loser, could actually pursue Goddess Zhang, it wouldn't just be smoke rising from the ancestral grave. It would mean your ancestors came back from the dead to write you 2 couplets that would shine on your door. Get lost. Chang, embarrassed by his true thoughts being exposed, spat back angrily. With 5 treasures consumed, a large number of demons lay dead on the ground. Looking at the scattered loot, Zhang Bingyan collected everything into her backpack, then took out the 4 precious drops of moon dew from inside, holding them in her clean, tender little hands and presenting them to Lin Chen. Master, look, I got some water drops. Lin Chen glanced at them twice, instantly unable to look away. The angel's sister needs this. I learned about it in the divine order, so consider it a contribution from a subordinate. Zhang Bingyan said with a bright gaze. Seeing her cute little appearance, Lin Chen found it somewhat amusing. Are you trying to bribe me? No, I wouldn't dare. Zhang Bingyan immediately backed down, shaking her head repeatedly. From Lin Chen's understanding, moon dew drops were a rare drop from all high-level dungeons. The probability of obtaining them was extremely low. Often, even after killing 100 small monsters, one might not get any. If Zhang Bingyan wasn't wearing lucky gear, she could truly be considered lucky. Continue, Lin Chen said calmly, not intending to make things difficult for this pretty girl. Okay. Ice Burial. After using up her ordinary consumables, Zhang Bingyan unleashed her signature ultimate move, walking as she called down a wide range of ice spikes, freezing all the demons rushing towards her in place while they were continuously bombarded by the rain of ice spikes from above. If only looking at the control ability, this skill would be sufficient for grinding small monsters in the abyss and slowing down bosses, but the damage was mediocre, and each round of falling ice spikes had a delay that made Lin Chen's fists clench. Use your strongest skill, Lin Chen said with a serious expression. Strongest? Well, that would still be a treasure, Zhang Bingyan said somewhat awkwardly. Then, she thought for a moment, troubled. Master brother, my elders don't allow me to easily take out that treasure. It could attract unwanted attention. With me here, what are you afraid of? Lin Chen retorted impatiently. Hearing him say that and recalling the angel sister from earlier, Zhang Bingyan's doubts vanished. She directly took out the diamond crystal that was shining with dazzling titanium light from her equipment slot. In an instant, the surrounding air was condensed into ice shards. Lin Chen and the others felt as if they were in an ice cave. Even Lin Chen had the illusion that he was back in that -270-degree northern region. The surrounding environment was no longer the dark abyss. The air was filled with thick white frost sticking to their faces, making them shiver. The visible crystalline ice layers were irregularly climbing and spreading in every visible angle around them. The scene was magnificent, exuding a natural, magical power and terror. Is this the effect of the frozen domain? Lin Chen frowned, surveying the transformed surroundings, shaking his head. The treasure's effect seems average. Master brother, we haven't even started yet.
This is the 9 nether ice soul spike. The aura emanating from it is the cause,
Jiang Bingyan said earnestly. Lin
Shen was first taken aback, then stared at the dark ice in her hand for a few moments, suddenly realizing a very serious problem. What did you say it was called? As if recalling something, Lin Shen's eyes widened.
in shock.
Jiang Bingyan replied curiously, the 9 nether ice soul spike, one of the 10 ancient treasures from the Divine Weapon Chronicles we learned in the first year.
Wow! Lin Chen exclaimed. His face was
filled with disbelief as he stared at the piece of dark ice for a while longer.
This is an immortal level treasure? You've been wearing it all this time?
When he asked these questions, Lin Chen's expression
was as exaggerated as it could be.
He could hardly imagine that this seemingly ordinary girl was holding an immortal relic that surpassed divine artifacts, a treasure of ancient heritage.
It should be noted that
divine-grade equipment already starts at hundreds of billions, even thousands of billions. As for ancient treasures, they are even rarer and more valuable, like a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn.
Yet, what Jiang Bingyan
held was an immortal treasure even scarcer than ancient artifacts, and it was 100% a legacy passed down from the last century, a taboo.
Her family's background and strength could no longer be described as merely wealthy, as rich as a nation.
Because immortal equipment, no matter how rich a person is, cannot be bought. It is a true treasure that even deities would envy, each possessing a terrifying power that makes them
wary, even fearful.
Seeing Lin Chen's expression, Jiang Bingyan smiled sweetly and said, when my grandfather first gifted it to me, I had the same expression, feeling it was unbelievable. But after using it for a while, it just feels normal, not as good as your angel sister. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen looked deeply at Jiang Bingyan, his heart filled with mixed emotions.
He didn't know whether to be happy to meet a true heiress, or to feel disappointed that he lacked the courage to seize it. No one is a sage, seeing such a heavenly treasure, who wouldn't be moved, who wouldn't harbor greed, but thinking of how she could casually take out 400 billion to buy an elder position, Lin Chen felt relieved and let it go. Some people are simply born in Rome, naturally superior, the chosen ones.
One could say that with this treasure, she would be the top of the world, instantly overshadowing her profession and level, drawing all efforts to win her over.
The reason is simple. The control power of that treasure is disturbingly strong. It can be called the world's strongest control equipment.
Lin Chen's gaze was complex as he bitterly smiled. One of its passives must be the ice slow field.
Jiang Bingyan nodded, a hint of pride in her voice as she said, after staying in the ice slow
field for 3 seconds, it will freeze all living beings with a 100% chance, and they will be silenced for 3 seconds, unable to gain immunity. After the silence ends, the ice must be broken from the inside, otherwise, they will continue to be frozen.
Unbelievable.
Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. Just this one passive exceeds 99% of ice mages worldwide, placing you among the top control masters.
Hearing his praise, Jiang Bingyan's
smile became even more radiant. You're overestimating me, brother Hall Master. However, the active skills later on are indeed a bit terrifying. Sometimes I can't even master them well, she said, a hint of fear in
her heart.
Lin Chen glanced at her small hand, which had slight frost cracks, and understandingly said, put it away, you've qualified.
Thank you.
After lurking in Longhua for more than half a year, she finally made contact with the higher-ups and gained his recognition, which made Jiang Bingyan jump in place with joy, like a little girl who had never seen the world. At first glance, she had a bit of the Ice Queen vibe, but once Lin Chen's identity was revealed, she immediately transformed into a friendly neighbor girl, not only cute but also radiating the purity and brightness of a beautiful girl.
He thought to himself, getting 400 billion for free, plus recruiting a top controller, that's a huge profit.
Moreover, as long as I maintain a good relationship with her, even if I part ways with 7 kills or fail in the struggle between 7 kills in Long District, I can still form a CP team with her to crush the competition. My summoned army is strong, but it also lacks strong control and strong support. The transformed angels slightly compensate for the lack of blessing skills, but against flashy opponents, we still fall short in control. With Jiang Bingyan's addition in the future, I can have her by my side, controlling one for 3 seconds, and I won't have to
worry about anyone escaping anymore. With this thought, Lin Chen's gaze towards Jiang Bingyan grew increasingly fervent.
He immediately took out his phone and called the person in charge of the 7 kills in the neutral
zone. We met today. You, what do you want?
I want the hidden pawn you have buried in Longhua Academy, Lin Chen said in an unquestionable tone to the person on the other end of the line.
Hearing his words, the person on the other end fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly asking, who? Does that mean you've recruited a lot of people?
Lin Chen was a bit surprised but didn't think much of it and directly
replied, Jiang Bingyan. She won't do, absolutely not.
She is the best candidate I've received this year, with immense potential. If you take her away, my total performance will be cut in half during this year's
task summary. Lin Chen's expression turned slightly cold as he said, this is not a question, it's a notification. Any issues can be reported to the superiors. Jiang Bingyan is now an elder of our new hall and is also your superior. Do you understand? There was another round of silence on the other end of the line. Then, Lin Chen didn't give him a chance to refute and directly hung up the phone. He then used the system to pull Zhang Bingyan into his team, entered the new hall management, approved her application to join, and conveniently promoted her to elder. Normally, Lin Chen wouldn't have the authority to promote an elder, but Long Li wanted to win him over and specifically let him experience the taste of holding power. The effect was clearly as expected. Nowadays, Lin Chen was increasingly benefiting from his identity as the master of the 7 kills. Zhang Bingyan, just over level 200, is considered very low among the elders of 7 kills. From now on, just follow me to level up. The organization won't let down an ambitious and idealistic newcomer, Lin Chen said in a very mature manner. His words were also very official and polite. Zhang Bingyan's eyes lit up with joy as she bowed to Lin Chen. Thank you, Hall Master brother. Just call me Bingyan. Lin Chen smiled slightly. He had quite a good impression of this beautiful and spirited girl. However, in his mind, the most impressive and charming woman was undoubtedly the Pope of the Goddess Hall. If he were to score them both based on figure and looks, he would give Zhang Bingyan a score of 94 out of 100 and the Pope 99. If she were to remove her veil, he felt he could give a perfect score, as it was hard to find a woman in the world who truly deserved to be called delicate and enchanting. Brother Lin Chen, if we can take down this layer's bloody matriarch, we'll definitely be first when we go back, Zhang Bingyan said with a hint of excitement. Lin Chen, with his easygoing personality, summoned 2 divine dragons and the angel Chiral, continuing to tread forward. Seeing the 2 fly away on the back of the divine dragon, the 3 of them seemed to awaken from a dream, gradually coming to their senses. You nobles in the neutral zone are really too damn perverted. The T5 robot couldn't help but curse. Nangong Huang shrugged, speechless. Her family really spoils her. They dare to flaunt such things, truly fearless. Chang silently lit a cigarette, the flicker of fire in his heart completely extinguished. Nangong Huang noticed the sorrow on his face and couldn't help but hit him with a remark. Do you know why Goddess Jiang doesn't look at you? I don't want to know. Chang grumbled, glaring. Seeing he was a bit worked up, Nangong Huan laughed heartily. Let me tell you, the good girls in the neutral zone all like bad boys. The worse, the more they adore you. You should go to the Federation and get a wanted notice one day. I guarantee Jiang Bingyan will look at you differently. I don't even care. For wild women. Chang grumbled in a deep voice. On the other side, with 2 divine dragons leading the way, the demons swarming from all directions were instantly frozen into a vast expanse of ice sculptures. As the giant dragon swung its 100-foot-long tail, the surrounding demons were immediately crushed into a pile of shattered ice. Hearing the constant system prompts ringing in her ears, Zhang Bingyan looked at him with admiration and said, Brother Lin Chen, you're so strong. Are you really the same age as me? Just call me Lin Chen. Our ages really aren't that different, Lin Chen reminded her in a friendly tone. Jiang Bingyan's eyes turned into 2 beautiful crescent moons as she smiled. The more she looked at Lin Chen, who was exceptionally strong yet not much older than herself, the more she found him pleasing to the eye. If she could engage in assassination activities with someone like him, or even overthrow, life shouldn't be boring, right? With a hint of anticipation for the future, Zhang Bingyan took out a small gift box from behind her and handed it to Lin Chen, saying, Lin Chen, thank you for helping me level up. This is a small gift. Lin Chen glanced at her but didn't take the gift. You're the new elder of the new hall, my right-hand person. It's only natural for me to help you level up. Hearing him say that, Zhang Bingyan, who had longed for the war-torn outer districts, felt an immense joy in her heart, and her tone softened even more. Hall Master Lin, just accept it. It's not an expensive gift. I just happened to have it in my backpack, so I gave it to you. It wasn't specially prepared. You just have too much money. Lin Chen found it somewhat amusing, and shook his head helplessly. Then, he took Zhang Bingyan's gift, opened it, and a burst of bright red light immediately shot out. This isn't expensive? Lin Chen's eyes widened as he stared intently at the skill book radiating red light. Sagittarius, Divine Skill ** Exclusive * Summoner. My backpack is too cluttered, and there are many things that my uncle got for me while leveling up. I was too lazy to sell them, so I just tossed them in a corner. Today, I happened to run into the hall master, so I thought I'd show it to you. If you think it's too shabby, I can go to the family's shop and find a rarer divine skill for you. You're my superior, so I can't give you something too mediocre, Zhang Bingyan said seriously. Lin Chen was fixated on that divine skill, feeling a bit numb. Bingyan, this skill, it's worth no less than 600 billion. Ah, so cheap? Well then, I'll have my family help you get a skill book that ranks well in the summoner community another day, Zhang Bingyan said apologetically, reaching out to take back the shabby book. It was clear that her concept of money started at the billion level. Giving Lin Chen a skill book worth 600 billion made her feel embarrassed to present it. Little did she know, Chang and the others, who had rushed over, nearly spat blood from jealousy upon hearing their conversation. 600 billion. That's enough for me to work my whole life for. Goddess Jiang is too generous. Chang gulped. One of the 3 richest families in the neutral zone, what do you think? Nangong Huang sighed with a complex expression. His family elders had once urged him to pursue Goddess Jiang, but he was ruthlessly rejected. A small gift carries deep feelings. Lin Chen seemingly accepted the skill book without a care, then said calmly. In reality, he was secretly overjoyed. Sagittarius consumes 500,000 magic power to summon a spirit transformed. From Sagittarius, cooldown time 1 hour, limit 1 learn. Lin Chen said eagerly. Ding! Learning successful. Ding! Your passive talent Starlight has been triggered. Sagittarius automatically evolves into Zodiac Guardian. Zodiac Guardian consumes 700,000 magic power to summon a Sagittarius star god from a distant galaxy. Cooldown time 2 hours, limit 1 after putting on the new summoning set. Lin Chen's base attributes skyrocketed, and with the guild attributes and angelic blessings, his magic power had surpassed 700,000. This meant that as long as Lin Chen wanted, he could unleash the newly learned skill at any time. Star God. It should be a proper divine being, right? Lin Chen thought excitedly. Since the day of Job awakening, so much time has passed. Now, at last, I can summon a second deity, aside from the angel. The divine dragon and the rock crab belong to the category of divine beasts, but they cannot be compared to true gods. Although I am still unclear about the strength of the star god from the detailed skill descriptions, I can already faintly sense that it is likely to surpass the current top combat power, the angel. Suppressing the joy in my heart, Lin Chen said to the girl beside him, let's make it quick. I'm all set, just waiting for the guild leader to take us flying, Zhang Bingyan said, a bit flushed. Although both of them were young and there was no generation gap after those words were spoken, they both felt a bit strange. Lin Chen continued to command the divine dragon to advance. The demon monsters that had surged forward gradually turned to flee. Like wheat in a field, the divine dragon stomped down, instantly flattening a large area. Its powerful and brutal strength required no fancy skills to level this place. The loot on the ground transformed into streams of light, automatically collecting into the treasure gourd in Zhang Bingyan's hand. She smiled lightly and said, Guild leader Lin Chen, I see you haven't prepared any treasures for automatic loot collection, so I'll give you this storage gourd. Looking at the treasure gourd handed to him, Lin Chen didn't bother to be polite and directly hung it at his waist. If he had bought this thing himself, he would have definitely been reluctant to part with it, but if it was a gift from the girl, then it was truly delightful. Lin Chen, don't you have anything you want to give me? Zhang Bingyan's heart raced as she boldly asked. Usually, she wouldn't care for anyone's gifts and had nothing that caught her eye. But today, for some inexplicable reason, she suddenly wanted to tease this seemingly serious superior. Lin Chen thought seriously for a moment and felt that it wasn't good to always receive gifts, so he rummaged through his backpack. He only saw the blueprint for the divine grade radiant armor, and just as he was about to take it out to give to her, he heard Zhang Bingyan burst into laughter. Lin Chen, you're giving me this. I'm a girl, can't you give me something cute or a bit more adorable? Zhang Bingyan seized the opportunity to push further. Lin Chen felt speechless inside and deliberately put on a serious face, saying, for the trial, where am I supposed to get you something like that? How about a slime? Before Zhang Bingyan could respond, he directly summoned 5 slime kings. Feel free to squish and squeeze them, a cute pet for you to guard you. When Zhang Bingyan saw the 5 ferocious red slime kings, she could no longer speak, completely rendered speechless. The divine dragon carried the 2 of them, racing towards the altar. They encountered no resistance along the way. Even if elite monsters appeared, they were swiftly subdued by Dragon 1 and Dragon 2 with a single move each. They were truly invincible in this layer of the abyss. Lin Chen was satisfied as he flew down from the dragon's back, then took out the special item just obtained from the treasure gourd and tossed it into the altar. The 2 stood before the large altar, which resembled a candle flickering in the wind, waiting for the boss to appear. After a short while, blood suddenly surged from all directions, instantly filling the space where they stood. At the critical moment, Zhang Bingyan released her shield skill. A thin, gossamer-like light curtain appeared, isolating the encroaching blood from the outside. However, aside from the spot where they stood, all other areas had been completely submerged, brewing into a stinking, terrifying blood pool. Who? Another detestable human. I am the bloody. Suddenly, boiling hot air erupted from the blood pool, and as the heat rose, countless grotesque demonic forms emerged. They were formed from coagulated blood, transforming into an ugly, bloated giant that continuously bled, with heads bearing fierce and brutal visages. However, before he could finish his opening line, a sword of light floated down from above, while on either side, giant dragons swung their heads and bit into him, unleashing a terrifying force that nearly tore the bloody matriarch in half, freezing the surging blood pool into a solid mass of blood ice. Kill the 330 level bloody matriarch, gain 130 million experience. Hearing the notification sound, Zhang Bingyan's small face first froze in surprise, then she danced with excitement. Wow, you actually killed the bloody matriarch in one hit. With this speed, you must be the best among the younger generation in the neutral zone, she said with admiration in her eyes. Lin Chen, however, appeared indifferent and said gently, the mission is over, let's head back. Zhang Bingyan nodded with a radiant smile. With this boss below the 1,000 layers dealt with, their team was undoubtedly the first to complete this mission. Gained Meteorite X3 gained Magic. Sealed Spirit Gourd, Rare Treasure, X1 gain 10,000 Aspects X1 gain Star Upgrade Rune, Special, X8 gain 200 level Forged Crystal Pants, Starry, X1 gain 200 level Evil Fought Cloak, Golden, X1. After picking up the scattered loot from the ground, Lin Chen immediately opened the magic sealed gourd. A drop of blood essence, Demon God, as the demonic energy overflowed from the gourd, a burst of red light shot up into the sky, showcasing the extraordinary nature of the treasure. It's actually Demon God. Blood essence. This is a top-notch restorative for the demon type, Jiang Bingyan exclaimed in delight. Although this item was of no use to her, seeing her guild leader discover something good still made her happy. In fact, without her saying it, Lin Chen could also see some clues from that red light. He smiled and tossed the demon blood into his backpack. I have over 100 fairy gourds, all farmed in the northern region. Do you think I could get a little golden dragon or a mutated version of a little black dragon? Actually, I'd prefer a Kung Fu Panda version of the fighting Buddha, Lin Chen said slowly. Jiang Bingyan's eyes lit up. Over 100? I used to love opening these things too. I had everything from white tiger to vermilion bird and sword spirit. I even bought a golden dragon egg to corrupt, but in the end it either got taken by my big brother or borrowed by my little sister to show off, she said helplessly. On the way back, Lin Chen suddenly felt inspired and decided to let her open half of the fairy gourds. If you get something good, I'll share the profits. I don't want it. Opening gourds is all about the thrill. Unless you get a heavenly book, I don't need most of the other stuff. But if it's a forbidden spell for ice magic, then forget what I just said, Jiang Bingyan said as she focused on opening the gourds. Lin Chen suddenly became interested and asked, Bingyan, you've been in the neutral zone since you were little, have you heard of the forbidden spells of summoners? Of course, the forbidden spells of summoners are also very valuable. A couple of years ago, I encountered one at the Qianrun auction house. A few old guys almost fought over that forbidden spell, and it finally sold for over 12 billion. I think it was bought by the president of an incoming summoner guild, Jiang Bingyan said, her eyes reflecting nostalgia. Hearing her response, Lin Chen was slightly surprised. The Summoner Guild has such power? Jiang Bingyan thought seriously for a moment and said, well, sort of. The Summoner Guild is the lowest among the top-tier guilds, but it's also the strongest summoner guild in the world. Our 7 kills is the top force in the Dragon Kingdom, no doubt about it, but in the entire Federation, we're only considered top-tier. After saying this, she opened her mouth, hesitating to continue. Lin Chen frowned and said, if you have something to say, just say it. With the promise from the Hall Master, Jiang Bingyan looked at him with admiration and said, according to some secrets my family has obtained, the 7 kills is divided into 2 factions. One focuses on killing, led by the 7 killing gods, while the other focuses on shadows, which is the Dragon Society. The members among them are either city lords recruited from certain places or the backbone of some major forces who were secretly placed into other prominent families for cultivation by the 7 kills a long time ago. The ambition of the 7 kills is not just limited to the Dragon District, Jiang Bingyan said excitedly, her small face glowing. After hearing these secrets that even the Hall Master was unaware of, Lin Chen was skeptical and said, are you saying that on the surface, the 7 kills only has first-rate strength, but secretly it has already developed into a super first-rate national force? You didn't know? I learned about the deeds of the 7 killing gods when I was very young. They were being hunted by the local state government at that time, and one of their companions died halfway after that. I don't know how it happened, but they were clearly driven to a forbidden area, yet suddenly appeared at the governor's house and slaughtered his entire family. That white governor treated people from the Dragon District as slaves and privately opened several black mines. There were already dark secrets exposed about him, and even I wanted to leave the neutral zone to settle the score with him back then, Jiang Bingyan said resentfully. Lin Chen fell into silence. It seemed his understanding of the 7 kills was still too one-sided. 100 years ago, when the Federation was established, the Dragon Kingdom ceased to exist, and various ethnicities mixed together. It seemed like they were twisted into a single rope, but in reality, the discrimination against the human race had not changed at all. The old Dragon Kingdom people were relatively open-minded. The other prodigies transferred from major districts, such as the noble people from the Lighthouse District and the self-important people from the A District, etc., after the disaster broke out, did not regard the people from the Dragon District as human beings at all. This was also the fundamental reason why the world was becoming increasingly chaotic. After Lin Chen crossed over, he read many ancient and old books, which allowed him to quickly understand some of the matters involved and suddenly grasp the ruthlessness and venom of the 7 kills. Fortunately, the place I was born in is a state and city led by an old Dragon Kingdom person. Otherwise, I would definitely have been a member of the 7 kills. Filled with hatred for the world, Lin Chen sighed inwardly. Suddenly, the gourd in Jiang Bingyan's hand shattered, bursting forth with a brilliant golden light. Golden dragon egg. Upon seeing the object she was holding, she couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Chen turned his head sharply. He saw the uniquely patterned golden dragon egg radiating colorful clouds, shining alongside the sun and moon. He was stunned, his breathing gradually becoming rapid. What luck! You really are my lucky star. Lin Chen could no longer contain himself and excitedly clenched his fists. Seeing the hall master so happy, Zhang Bingyan felt a surge of joy in her heart, opened her arms, and cheerfully said, "Come here for a hug, let's celebrate." Without any hesitation, Lin Chen directly embraced her. Warm and fragrant, soft as if boneless. Zhang Bingyan, who had her wish fulfilled, felt her pretty face flush red, and secretly glanced up at his extraordinary profile, a hint of sweetness suddenly rising in her heart. He's so handsome. Bingyan, saying we should split the rewards is too mundane. Consider it as me owing you a favor, Lin Chen said, unable to suppress his joy. Zhang Bingyan's face grew redder, obediently snuggling in his embrace, letting out a charming nasal sound. Lin Chen did not notice any of this. After they separated, he picked up the golden dragon egg, completely oblivious to the three onlookers behind him, their eyes nearly popping out. Damn, just opened a drop of demon god's blood, and now this good thing comes out? What the hell? Lin Go actually got his hands on it. Who the hell told me that Goddess Jiang was cold when she came here? Cold? That's something only losers like to say. For a quality man like Lin Gu, as long as he speaks, even the coldest woman can warm up immediately. Nan Gong Huang couldn't help but pout in envy. He was completely in awe of Lin Chen, who had actually managed to win over the #1 rich beauty in the neutral zone so quickly. What are you all paying attention to? He opened a golden dragon egg, and all you see are women, right? At that moment, the T5 series robot, which couldn't reproduce through thermal friction, exclaimed in frustration. Hearing this, the two were left dumbfounded. Damn, so that was a golden dragon egg. Chang didn't even know how many times he had exclaimed today. Anyway, being around Lin Chen meant either being shocked or eating dog food. Dog. Supporter. I've opened almost 3,000 fairy gourds and haven't gotten one, Nan Gong Huang said with jealousy. Chang rolled his eyes. It's all about the rich guy. One fairy gourd could keep me working hard for half a month. Damn, I'm so envious. With the divine dragon and the little golden dragon. I wish I were a child from the neutral zone. The T5 series robot was turning green with envy. Nan Gong Huang scoffed. You forgot, he's a genius from a small place, just like you guys. Chang and the T5 robot had nothing to say. Golden dragon eggs are also regulars at the auction house. If sold, they should fetch a small fortune in the billions. Zhang Bingyan took out her phone, checking data as she spoke. Lin Chen shook his head. Impossible, this thing is valuable but has no market, and it's a late-stage graduation-level divine pet which requires some investment for later cultivation. It's all about luck. I suggest buying 500 more divine beast rejuvenation pills to revert the little golden dragon to its mutated state. Its value will skyrocket, not for anything else, just for that black skin. I don't know how many people in the neutral zone would be willing to pay extra. Zhang Bingyan encouraged. Lin Chen thought seriously for a moment, then smiled wryly. 150 to 200 per divine beast rejuvenation pill. If I'm unlucky, using 1,000 without mutation would mean I'd be losing a fortune. Oh, but the black dragon is cooler and it matches the aura of the hall master better. Forget it. I'll invest in over 100 for you and I'll use the rest for my divine pets mutation. Zhang Bingyan generously took out a set of extra divine beast rejuvenation pills from her backpack, presenting them to Lin Chen with a radiant smile, free of any impurities. Looking into her pure, beautiful eyes, Lin Chen felt a stir in his heart. This girl felt so clean. When did she become so generous? Isn't this their first meeting? Chang stared intently at the treasure in Zhang Bingyan's hands, then repeatedly glanced at the two beside him, asking with a dazed expression. Nan Gong Huang couldn't be bothered to respond. The T5 series robot sighed heavily. You lowly beings just love pretty appearances. So you're saying you're ugly? Nan Gong Huang couldn't help but retort. Chang, gritting his teeth in anger, touched his strong jaw and protested. I'm just not as delicate as Lin Chen. I'm slightly less impressive. So how am I ugly? Aren't muscular men in vogue now? Nan Gong Huang pretended not to hear his mysterious confidence. The T5 series robot's flying assistant automatically responded in a mechanical voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. In the game world, player Lin Chen's attractiveness level is nearly at its peak. Yours is only at a passing level. If it weren't for your muscular build and masculine features, you wouldn't even pass. Damn it, believe it or not. I'll smash you, you broken robot. Chang shouted in a fit of rage. For some unknown reason, Lin Chen still accepted his subordinate's goodwill. Then, he commanded 2 divine dragons to rampage, planning to level up while moving up to the higher tiers. Of course, Lin Chen had already reached the peak of the 3rd transition and could only continue leveling up after the 4th transition, but that didn't stop him from helping his companions level up. The 3 tails following behind were filled with envy and admiration the whole time. Those 2 invincible divine dragons, when encountering demons, were like elephants, meaning ants, almost crushing them with a single step, sweeping through thousands of troops. They thought to themselves, with these 2 big guys, they wouldn't lack money or experience for the first 320 levels. even if they came to a high-level dungeon like the Abyss, as long as they didn't descend into the depths of hell, all the elite monsters and bosses they encountered along the way would be instantly killed. It was simple and brutal, yet it gave a very strong sense of security. Damn it, why did we randomly spawn the rotting, mad three-eyed tentacle demon king? This is a super boss at level 350. How could it appear on the 500th floor? Maybe it's because I brought a luck-enhancing treasure. You mother you're going to get us killed. When the boss reaches level 300, for every level higher, its health and 5-dimensional attributes increase by 125%. You triggered a hell-level dungeon monster all at once. The difference in attributes is several orders of magnitude. How are we supposed to fight it? Ha! Captain, stop scolding him. He's a lucky class, that's all he's good for. I'm not just a lucky guy, I'm the child of destiny. I can deal damage too. The introverted Wen Yan said softly, his face full of guilt. His class was hard to advance, had low damage, and poor skills, but there was one good thing, his luck was super high, and he was the only hidden class in the world, the lucky one. Due to the uniqueness of his class, he often had to rely on other job changers, playing the role of opening treasures, dungeons, and monsters, among other luck-based tasks. At the same time, when he dealt damage to a boss, it would definitely drop better equipment, but he had never told anyone this feature, fearing it would bring trouble. He only mentioned that his luck was relatively high, without revealing just how high it was or providing detailed information about his class to others. As a special student from a poor family in the northern region of the Dragon District, Wen Yan had always been conservative and humble in his actions. Now that he had caused trouble for the team, he kept apologizing without rebutting anything. But it was precisely his weak and easily bullied nature that made the captain, Yan Wudao, scold him even more fiercely. In the end, he directly raised his hand and slapped Wen Yan across the face, then kicked him hard, angrily cursing, I finally found this quest event. After so long, and you, useless piece of trash, messed it up. Captain, stop hitting him. Let's run for our lives. Damn it, what bad luck. And he's supposed to be a lucky guy? What a jinx. After a few curses, several members of the team unanimously abandoned Wen Yan and fled. Wen Yan's eyes were filled with sorrow as he covered his swollen, red cheek with his right hand and slowly got up from the ground. His reaction was too slow. Just as he stood up, several dark shadows from the writhing mass of black tentacles behind him struck out, sending him flying and dealing nearly fatal critical damage. Critical damage. Dealt, 9999999. Fortunately, his equipment was decent, and he hadn't skimped on treasures, so he managed to survive thanks to the special luck effect, but he was left with only a breath of life. However, the subsequent attacks plunged him into despair. Suddenly, 2 divine dragons appeared in the upper level dungeon, heading straight for Wen Yan. Lin Chen floated on the dragon's back, looking at the nauseating tentacle monster ahead with a frown. Isn't this the upper level abyss? How could there be a super boss with exponential health? Jiang Bingyan was also stunned, rubbing her eyes vigorously, and exclaimed, wow, it really has exponential health. This random event in the abyss is too cruel. Who wouldn't run into this? Run? Exponential health can kill just the same. Lin Chen declared with fighting spirit. This demon king has nearly 100 million in power. Jiang Bingyan quietly reminded. Lin Chen certainly understood her meaning and said seriously, as long as the power isn't exponential, it can be killed. With a power attribute exceeding 100 million, can the divine dragon withstand 2 hits? Without the corresponding summoned divine equipment, the divine dragon would probably struggle to endure even 2 hits, Jiang Bingyan said honestly. Lin Chen looked at the divine dragon already entangled with the demon king and suddenly frowned. The divine dragon is too heavy, not suitable for this battle. Bingyan, use the ancient treasure to assist me in killing this monster. However, my treasure can only be used a limited number of times per life, combined with the Reaper's Lantern and the Guild's resurrection opportunity, plus 1 fake death effect from the divine equipment. That's a total of 3 times. Jiang Bingyan revealed everything. Anyone encountering an exponential value monster would not dare to be careless. She could only do her utmost to cooperate with Lin Chen, assisting him in trying to defeat that powerful demon king. Lin Chen did not say any pretentious or polite words. They were both superior and subordinate, as well as comrades, each needing to bear certain risks, so there was no need for useless small talk. Above the 9 heavens, there are star clouds. Just as the divine dragon let out a wail and vanished, floating in midair, Lin Chen closed his eyes tightly, reciting a strange summoning incantation. Suddenly, the entire 500th floor of the dungeon was filled with dazzling starlight. The originally dark void suddenly coalesced into a large, bizarre formation. It obscured the sky and blocked the sun, as candlelight broke the dawn. Just as all the players in the 500th layer abyss looked up, a deity began to reveal itself from the feet, like a lotus emerging from the water, breaking through the mirror image. A delicate pink jade foot extended out, followed by a straight, slender, dazzlingly white leg, adorned with a naturally fitting light yellow battle skirt. A pair of full breasts, covered by bright armor wings, floated down with waist-length hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding a sense of freedom and the unique grace of a beauty. Her eyes were like cold stars, with a small nose and cherry lips, and in front of her floated a harp-like divine bow, equipped with arrows. Of the stars, which, after completely emerging from the summoning array, suddenly reflected a beam of starlight from the distant Sagittarius constellation, perfectly illuminating her silhouette, manifesting an extraordinarily divine star map. Deity? Oh my god, whose summoned creature is that? Is that the Sagittarius formation? It's so beautiful. Star god, it must be the star god. Wow, the star god is a major deity of the fourth order among gods. She's qualified to enter the halls of faith. I believe in Sagittarius. My faith has actually appeared. Who on earth summoned her? This power is simply against the heavens. There must be a great deity passing by. They are here to help us defeat that super boss. The great deity is magnificent. A certain captain was so excited that tears filled his eyes. In his life, it was the first time he had seen a true divine being. Those deities worshipped in temples, no matter how strong they were claimed to be, could not compare to witnessing and deeply feeling the reality. At this moment, no one was not shocked, all looking up at the shining star of destiny that seemed to have stolen all the light in the world since its appearance. She floated down, like a fairy descending to the mortal realm, instantly illuminating everything around Lin Chen. Sagittarius star god, I greet my master. When her gaze fell upon her master, the coldness in her eyes naturally disappeared, replaced by a gentle smile, with a hint of curiosity and hope shining in her beautiful eyes. Is this my master? Lin Chen opened her personal information. Sagittarius star god, deity, level 3 deity affiliation, god, zodiac system, Sagittarius, strong. Attack divine position, Sagittarius health 12 700 000/12 700 000 stamina 420 094 510 mana 52 304 661 strength 12 000 agility 2 100 712 568 skills, arrow of the stars, piercing celestial stars, eye of the heavenly eagle, rain of arrows, summon celestial meteor, rain of divine arrows. Combat power assessment, 1,130,000 stars. After reading the attributes of Sagittarius, Lin Chen's breath suddenly quickened. Immediately, a tingling sensation spread across his scalp and an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. The strongest deity he currently possessed was an angel, and he had already obtained the divine rank of a true god. His attributes had undergone a tremendous transformation, increasing by 1.5 times compared to before. If he could cultivate to a level 1 true god above level 5, the transformation in attributes would be even more exaggerated, and he might even grow 4 wings, becoming a legitimate 4-winged angel. However, even so, it still couldn't compare to Sagittarius. Ever since the departure of the Grand Archbishop of the Moon, Lin Chen had stayed up all night studying some information about deities. According to the classification by levels from low to high, they are level 1 to level 5 deities, level 1 to level 5 true gods, level 1 to level 5 great gods, level 1 to level 5 celestial gods, and level 1 to level 5 god kings. If one happens to be lucky enough to obtain an immortal item that can trigger a transformation in life levels, they could ascend to become the supreme god lord. It is known that most of the legendary Olympian gods are also great gods, and their leader Zeus is one of the few god kings known among the people of Northern and Western Europe today. Lin Chen believed that since the game world could endow Sagittarius with divine rank, manifesting as a unique star god, then the Olympians of Northern and Western Europe, the 12 Titans, and Greek mythology should also be possible. After all, they were the legends that truly garnered faith among the people in the last century, just like Buddhism, which has believers all over the world and has now evolved into one of the 5 great temples of the present day, known as the Holy Hall. If Lin Chen's guess is correct, the Buddha worshipped in the Holy Hall should also be of a similar god-king level. Of course, all of this was just a chain of speculations that Lin Chen formed after understanding some reference books. How much of it is true and how much can be verified still needs to be discerned by him in the future. However, that being said, the great god level is already a near supreme existence in this world. Celestial gods like the 12 Titans can annihilate a nation, a region, or even destroy a part of the universe with a snap of their fingers, but they must also have their limitations. Otherwise, with the human race's self-destructive tendencies, they would have perished long ago, and there would be no way to maintain the last 5 major regions. Looking at the ethereal Sagittarius sister before her, Zhang Bingyan seemed dazed, unable to speak for a long time, but she kept tugging at Lin Chen's arm, like a little girl lost in wonder at something new. Sagittarius's gaze turned slightly cold as she glanced at the girl who was getting too close to her master, causing Zhang Bingyan to shiver with fear and instinctively take a few steps back, a reaction one has when facing an extremely dangerous existence. Lin Chen reached out and gently pulled her to his side, calmly saying, "Don't be afraid, she is summoned by me." Zhang Bingyan's mind went blank. As a wealthy heiress from a prominent family, she had never seen a great god in person. For a moment, she didn't know what to say, only looking up at Lin Chen's jaw with admiration, her small hand instinctively gripping the hem of his clothes, leaning a bit closer to him, feeling slightly reassured. Go and slay that monster below, his health is extremely high, already exceeding 1,000,000,000, just like yours. Then, Lin Chen added, I'll have the angel assist you, you two should work together to kite him, don't engage directly. Understood, master. Sagittarius replied respectfully. Looking at her master's delicate yet resolute human face, her stunning complexion slightly revealed a captivating blush that extended all the way to her neck. Master, could you give me a hug? Infatuated with the young boy, Sagittarius emitted a soft, sheep-like voice, her face flushed to the point of not daring to look at Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. He couldn't help but glance at this uniquely graceful, voluptuous yet petite goddess a few more times, stepping forward in confusion. Are you a Western deity? Your manners are a bit excessive. Behind him, Jiang Bingyan, inexplicably feeling a bit jealous, still clung to Lin Chen's clothing, unwilling to let go. She looked at the exquisitely dressed, ethereal star goddess and felt an inexplicable wave of inferiority rise within her. This was extremely unusual. She had never felt ashamed of herself from childhood to adulthood, nor did she disdain the competition among women for beauty, but today she felt defeated, and utterly so. Compared to that Sagittarius sister, she felt like a dull, unremarkable ugly duckling. Seeing her master agree, Sagittarius stepped forward. Her face flushed, and tightly embraced Lin Chen. Master, you are just too cute. Sagittarius, I can hardly breathe. Lin Chen's head was buried in a soft embrace, and he awkwardly called out in a muffled voice. Although the feeling was nice, doing such an embarrassing thing in front of a girl he had feelings for was quite mortifying for Lin Chen. After the hug, Lin Chen pushed Sagittarius away and said helplessly, Kylar, let's go kill that super boss. Don't let it get close, don't worry about my safety. Yes. The angel Kylar, now in a new skin, respectfully accepted the order, then glanced warily at Sagittarius before charging in with her twin swords. Recovering her gaze, Jiang Bingyan belatedly reacted and, not wanting to fall behind, summoned the 9 Nether Ice Soul Spike. Eternal Frost Domain. In an instant, an intensely bone-chilling white frost spread out from the ice crystal she held, expanding at the speed of light, enveloping the entire level 500 dungeon in the blink of an eye. The massive, menacing tentacle mountain charging towards Lin Chen was immediately covered by a layer of ice crystals, its initial frenzied speed slowing down to a crawl, eventually coming to a complete halt, the entire writhing tentacle mountain frozen in place. Eternal Frost Domain, continuous speed reduction, decreasing total speed by 120% per second. While under continuous ice slow, there is a 50% chance of freezing, cannot be immune, and the effect persists for 1 minute after leaving the domain. Supreme object, this treasure cannot be destroyed. The effects produced will increase by 20% for every minute it exists, while deducting a certain lifespan and impairing the holder's functions, with no upper limit on enhancement until the holder perishes. Enduring the intense stinging pain from the spider web cracks in her right arm, Jiang Bingyan gritted her teeth as she looked at the frozen demon king below, reciting the incantation again to activate the treasures. Active skill, Absolute Frost Eruption. Instantly, under this extreme cold, a chaotic blizzard suddenly stirred in the sky, mixed with countless visible ice shards, coalescing in the blink of an eye into a terrifying ice meteor that threatened to crush the heavens. The sky of the dungeon turned pitch black, obscuring visibility. Ordinary players huddled together, trembling as they gazed at the ice meteor blocking the distant sky above. Sagittarius elegantly sat on a meteor, and without needing to pluck the bowstring, the magnificent harp before her flowed with her master's intent, automatically stringing the arrows of the stars. Arrow of the stars. Each one requires the consumption of a star from the heavens above. It's easy to imagine that the moment the cosmic stars are shot out, an earth-shattering power must erupt. Looking down at the doomed demon king, the graceful and composed Sagittarius, with her beautiful legs crossed, her lovely eyes blinked slightly as she gazed at the little fellow who had taken out the immortal treasure, revealing a hint of curiosity. In the moment their gazes met, a meteor that illuminated the entire sky streaked across at the speed of light, leaving a brilliant trail above everyone's heads, effortlessly piercing through the ice meteor, smoothly passing through the center of that tentacled small mountain like silk. Dealt 99999999999 critical damage. Dealt 999999999 splash damage from the divine weapon. Dealt an additional 999999999 damage from the power of the stars. When the ice meteor fell, it perfectly completed the monster's final burial after death. Until the end, it could not move its body again. This is the absolute control of the immortal treasure. Just as the angel Carol raised the holy sword, intending to unleash judgment, she awkwardly lowered her dual swords. In the next moment, a notification sound rang in. The ears of Lin Chen and Jiang Bingyan simultaneously killed the 350-level demon godguard. The rotting and mad three-eyed tentacle demon king gained 231.9 billion experience. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 215, gain 6 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 216, gain 6 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 219, gain 6 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 220, gain 6 points to allocate freely. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Chen and teammate Zhang Bingyan for achieving the hidden achievement of quickly killing the demon God Guard.
Captain Lin Chen received 18.2 million hidden contribution points from the Abyss Dungeon. Teammate Zhang Bingyan received 2 million hidden points. Ranking first on the weekly contribution list, rewarded with 100 magic sealed spirit gourds, 2 demon god challenge orders for extreme disaster hell entry. Tickets, a sealed magic sword, a sealed black magic staff, a sealed soul device, a sealed necklace. After hearing this, Lin Chen's expression was somewhat complex, and he couldn't help but glance at the Sagittarius lady sitting on the meteor again. She smiled radiantly at him, stunningly beautiful.
Zhang Bingyan looked at her empty hands, covered in scars left by the treasures, and suddenly felt a bit wronged, saying, "Why didn't I get a reward? The system is too unfair." Hearing this, Lin Chen, who rarely showed high emotional intelligence, quickly took out 50 magic sealed spirit gourds and a sealed black magic staff, sincerely saying, "Bingyan, you contributed a lot this time. I plan to team up with you long term. Can you be my dedicated support from now on?" In fact, Zhang Bingyan didn't care much about the reward itself.
The reason she complained was that she felt the system was too harsh. It was one thing for support to not get high scores, but to not even receive a consolation prize was a bit disappointing. Of course, she highly recognized Lin Chen's strength, to the point of wanting to worship him. That was a super boss with health reaching billions. Just like that, it was taken down by a single arrow? She had only controlled it for a short while and hadn't played any significant role. How could she be qualified to share in Lin Chen's rewards?
Zhang Bingyan quickly declined, saying, "Master, I feel unworthy.
With the power of your summon creature, even without my control, it could have killed it instantly. Besides, I already gained a few thousand billion experience, which is very satisfying. I was just complaining about the system being stingy, not knowing it wouldn't encourage a little support like me," she said softly, a bit shy and blushing. After hearing this, Lin Chen didn't know what else to say. After all, she was the young lady of a major consortium in the neutral zone. How could she lack his little trinkets? He smiled encouragingly. "Bingyan, don't underestimate yourself. Your treasure is very powerful, and it will play a decisive role when facing those classes that have special skills and excel at hiding and escaping."
"But, am I really qualified to be your teammate?" Zhang Bingyan asked timidly, stealing a glance at the angel and Sagittarius not far away, feeling a bit guilty.
At that moment, Lin Chen seemed to transform from a peer of similar age into a great deity she needed to look up to, and this shift in status left Zhang
Bingyan feeling unaccustomed.
Lin Chen nodded seriously. "You are my subordinate, an elder of the 7 kills, so you are naturally qualified to be my dedicated support. Moreover, as my support, I will help you with any difficulties you encounter in leveling up and job changing in the future."
"You are so kind."
Zhang Bingyan's eyes brightened, and she said with a joyful expression, "Don't call me that, it feels distant," Lin Chen said helplessly.
Hearing him say this, an unusual feeling arose in Zhang Bingyan's heart.
"All right, brother Lin," she sweetly called out. Lin Chen noticed the scars on her delicate arm and
instinctively reached out to gently lift the area of the wound, turning to the angel Chiral and asking, "After your transformation, can you use healing spells?"
"Yes, master," Chiral replied respectfully. Lin Chen said, "Then go ahead and cast it on her."
Holy light descends. A ray of warm sunlight broke through the horizon, shining down on Zhang Bingyan.
She couldn't help but let out a comfortable sound, her face slightly flushed with gratitude as she looked at Lin
Chen and said, "Thank you."
Lin Chen gently lowered her smooth arm and then turned to head towards the place where the treasures had dropped.
Obtained level
200 Divine Relic, Domain Seal Heavy Shield, Legendary, obtained Legendary Jewelry, Unidentified, obtained Precious Dragon Blood Sand Dustfruit, Divine. Obtained Divine Craftsman's Call, Divine Pickaxe Blueprint, Ancient Treasure. Obtained Kalen's Magic Mirror, Treasure. Obtained Level 200 Demon King's
Artifact, Horseshoe Print Boots, Legendary. Obtained Level 200 Demon King's Artifact, Void Tentacle, Legendary. Obtained Level 200 Golden Dagger.
Obtained Demon King's Third Eye, Treasure. Obtained Void Steed, Mount. Obtained Demonic Seed, Demonic Item. Obtained Spirit Essence Pill, Divine, X1. Looking at the red light soaring into the sky all around, Lin Chen approached excitedly and began to pack the spoils into his backpack.
One by one. Did I step in dog poop today?
Normally, getting one divine item is already amazing, but how did so many good things drop
this time?
The more Lin Chen looked, the more shocked he became, his gaze sweeping back and forth over the items in his backpack, gradually
revealing a look of ecstasy on his face. Kalen's Magic Mirror. A rare treasure that surpasses ancient relics, capable of replicating
any weapon of any quality and level, but the replica cannot be replicated again or enchanted, making it equivalent to a dead object.
Wow!
I'm not seeing things, it's the most valuable currency in the world. Kalen's Magic Mirror,
Zhang Bingyan said, taking small, excited steps towards Lin Chen.
She continued, "We must keep it to replicate a peak-level graduation weapon, you mustn't sell it."
Lin
Chen grinned, "Only a fool would sell it. Even if you offered me $1 billion, I wouldn't sell it. Such a rare treasure that is hard to
come by. I will definitely use it to replicate even more powerful forbidden weapons."
"Hey,
why is your luck so good?" Kalen's Magic Mirror. The world's production in 100 years is only 100, and I just happened to see that everything that dropped on the ground was red light. That's too exaggerated. I could take a photo and show off in the family group, Zhang Bingyan said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It is a bit outrageous. I've never been this lucky before. Lin Chen smiled, a wave of happiness washed over him as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Just then, the team that had originally been leaving suddenly returned, dragging someone along, quickly, making their way towards Lin Chen. Greetings, Great One. Can the Great One give me a photo with the Sagittarius star god? Please. He still wants to run. Great One, we've caught this culprit for you. Kneel down, you broom spirit who only brings disaster to the team. The captain kicked Wen Yan in the backside, scolding him with a face full of anger. The force of the kick sent him tumbling forward, landing in a heap. Injured and somewhat aggrieved, Wen Yan climbed up while thinking to himself, didn't they say I often manage to avoid disaster? Can't my professional talent be a bit more reliable? Just escaped from the tiger's mouth, and now I'm caught in the wolf's den. After kicking Wen Yan down, the captain was the first to kneel on one knee before Lin Chen, bowing respectfully and saying, Great One, that monster just now was summoned by this fool. After saying that, he shot a malicious glance at Wen Yan, who had just gotten up, a smirk of triumph flashing in his eyes. Feeling Lin Chen's gaze, Wen Yan's scalp tingled. He knew well the power of this lord and hurriedly knelt down, lowering his head, trembling, and said in a low voice, Thank you for saving me. Lin Chen filtered out the voices around him, raised his eyes, and fixed his gaze on Wen Yan, asking, Are you saying that monster just now was summoned by you? Wen Yan shrank his neck, shook his head, then quickly nodded, Yes, I accidentally triggered a random event. Who knew? Impossible, there has never been a Hell Dungeon boss appearing above level 500. You're lying. Zhang Bingyan cut through the nonsense sharply. Lin Chen's expression also turned slightly cold, displeased as he said, You can stand up to speak. We are not bad people and have no time to make trouble with you. Just tell the truth. Hearing this, Wen Yan, frightened, didn't dare to stand up and honestly explained, It really was a random event I triggered. I have very high luck. Very high? How high does it have to be to attract a super boss from hell to above level 500? Zhang Bingyan asked with a sly smile. Clearly, Wen Yan's explanation still didn't pass muster with her. Lin Chen had lost his patience at this point, coldly saying, If you're unwilling to speak, I won't bother asking further. Let's go, he said gently to Zhang Bingyan. Just as the two were about to leave, Wen Yan, filled with extreme anxiety, hurriedly got up and jogged to Lin Chen's side, his voice weak and timid. I have 10,800 luck points. Lin Chen and Zhang Bingyan were both stunned. Their first reaction was to think the other was lying. However, upon seeing Wen Yan's timid appearance, Lin Chen instantly dismissed that thought. How could someone so scared that their legs were shaking dare to lie? Moreover, even if he were to fabricate something, there would be no need to make up such a meaningless ability, right? How did you accumulate that? Lin Chen suddenly became interested and asked. Wen Yan hesitated for a long time, then sighed deeply, This is related to my profession. I am the only one in the world who has awakened the lucky profession with an initial luck bonus of 1,000. After doubling it with a special skill and the passive talent from my first promotion, anything I do will trigger a series of significant changes, either good or bad. After hearing his words, Lin Chen suddenly remembered the red light that had burst out earlier. Are you saying your profession is lucky? He asked, his eyes wide open. Yes, apart from luck, I'm useless, but it seems that luck hasn't brought me any good fortune. Wen Yan said, his heart feeling like ashes. Looking at the expressionless young man, Lin Chen's mind instantly flashed with countless thoughts. If such a lucky guy could be recruited into the team, specifically to handle monster spawns and treasure chests, the drop rate of high-quality loot would greatly increase. Moreover, he also had the ability to attract the super bosses from hell to the upper levels. Any one of these points would be extremely beneficial for Lin Chen at this moment. Big shot, we're from the same academy. I was just angry and did something foolish earlier. Wen Yan, you need to help me out here. If it weren't for you, this unlucky guy, would our team be chased like this? Noticing Lin Chen's unfriendly gaze, the captain hurriedly began to explain, then shot a cold, fierce look at the usually weak and easy to bully Wen Yan. Lin Chen coldly stared at him, stepped forward, and kicked him to the ground, speaking harshly. I'm going to make trouble for you. You think just because we're from the same academy, it's all okay? The captain, fearing Lin Chen's strength, knelt on the ground obediently, his face filled with panic. Big shot, I have my reasons too. He attracted monsters that our team couldn't handle, almost leading to our team's annihilation. If anyone were the captain, they probably wouldn't treat him kindly either. As he spoke halfway, his expression changed abruptly, and he quickly softened his tone, but I did go a bit too far. I'm sorry, Wen Yan. I apologize, I was too irrational earlier, so I lost my temper. Hearing this, Wen Yan was taken aback and quickly shook his head. Brother Wang, you did nothing wrong. It was all my fault. Lin Chen glanced at the agreeable Wen Yan, feeling a bit frustrated. That's because your team doesn't know how to use people. He's a lucky one, and as the captain, how can you blame all the mistakes on him? Even if you Can't beat them, you could have him do other tasks, avoiding contact with the mission items, right? Yes, it's my fault as the captain. For not arranging the work properly. How about this, Wen, after this reminder from the big shot, come back to my team with me. Let's understand your profession well and discuss how to complete the tasks assigned by the mentor. The captain smiled ingratiatingly. He was clever. Upon hearing about Wen Yan's outrageous luck, he immediately thought of his hidden potential. He wanted to take advantage of the situation to pull Wen Yan back into his team. Lin Chen's gaze grew colder. He looked at Wen Yan without speaking, wanting to see how this kid would react. If he agreed, then there would be no need to recruit such a fool into the team. No, Brother Wang, I don't want to trouble you. Wen Yan, with his gentle nature, politely declined. Jiang Bingyan had been paying attention to Lin Chen for a while. She naturally understood his intentions, so she smiled and beckoned Wen Yan over. Come here for a moment. It's my fault as the captain. It has nothing to do with you. Let's go back and study your profession. As long as you don't hide anything, I guarantee I can maximize your professional characteristics, the captain said with a friendly smile. Wen Yan thought for a moment, nodded perfunctorily, and then followed the pretty girl to the side. He lowered his head and asked softly, "Did you need something from me?" Jiang Bingyan turned her back to him, thought for a moment, and said, "Name your price. I plan to hire you for a while." Hire me? Hearing her words, Wen Yan was a bit stunned. Am I really worth being hired? Jiang Bingyan turned around, looking at him calmly. Yes, your luck is very much appreciated by my family's leader. How about $1 million a day? $1 million a day? You're not joking, are you? Wen Yan stammered. His face filled with shock. 1 million was something he might not earn in half a year given his current situation. With a mediocre job, he could only make around 600,000 to 700,000 a year through hard work. Unlike other combat professions that could earn money by grinding monsters, selling equipment, and looting, the luck-based profession destined him to make money through side hustles. Moreover, after his first job change, he would need to rely on others for leveling experience. If he encountered the wrong people, like today, he would have to pay the team leader for every level gained, and with his already limited savings, he couldn't afford to waste money on growth. He had never been offered a price of 1 million a day before. It truly shattered his understanding of money. Do you think that's too low? Then how about 5 million a day? No, 5 million an hour. How does that sound? Jiang Bingyan said, frowning. Her thought was simple. Since the guild leader had taken a liking to this lucky one, he would surely spend a lot to recruit him into the team. Besides, for her, who had hundreds of billions in monthly pocket money, 5 million an hour was just a drop in the bucket. As long as she could keep him around and make the guild leader happy, she really didn't care about such a small amount of money. When Yan's heart raced, and he widened his eyes, saying, "Are you really going to hire me? Otherwise, do you think I'm just chatting with you?" Jiang Bingyan rolled her eyes, exasperated. Wen Yan took a while to steady his heart, which felt like it was about to leap out of his chest, and then, in the calmest tone he could muster, he stammered, That's too much. You don't need to give me so much money. My life was saved by the great God. Even if you don't pay me, just a word from you, and I'll do anything." He lowered his head honestly, speaking softly. Though he was a boy, he gave Jiang Bingyan a somewhat delicate impression. Looking at his refined, pointed face, if he didn't speak, he could indeed seem a bit feminine. Jiang Bingyan suppressed her inner complaints, cleared her throat, and said, "I don't like taking advantage of others. Since the guild leader saved you, I'll still give you a monthly allowance of 1 million. You just follow him from now on and do whatever he asks, understood?" Wen Yan let out a soft resignedly lowering his head to follow Jiang Bingyan back to Lin Chen and the others. "What were you just talking about?" Lin Chen asked, frowning at Jiang Bingyan. Jiang Bingyan stuck out her pink tongue, stood on her tiptoes, and whispered in his ear, "It's a secret." Playfully, after finishing her words, she quickly distanced herself from Lin Chen, as if afraid of being caught and beaten. "Let's head back to the team. Great God, thank you for your guidance. We will be more careful in the future." As he spoke, the team leader put his arm around Wen Yan's shoulder, looking very affectionate. In reality, he was using brute force to pull him away. Feeling the other person's dominance, Wen Yan's already anxious and worried heart became even more uncomfortable. He struggled to turn his head and looked longingly at the beautiful girl, his eyes filled with helplessness. "Help him." Lin Chen suddenly said coldly. Jiang Bingyan, watching the slick guy who was good at manipulating situations, raised an eyebrow. Immediately, from a distance, Chiral swung his sword. In an instant, the sword light cleaved through the ground, soaring towards the man's head. A suffocating sense of impending death suddenly enveloped the team leader's heart. He turned around sharply, his scalp tingling, and hurriedly exerted all his strength to cast a defensive skill. Meanwhile, Wen Yan, who was forcibly held in the leader's embrace, stumbled over the rubble on the ground, narrowly avoiding the dazzling sword light. "Great God, spare me!" However, just when he thought he was about to perish, the sword light was not aimed at him but instead plunged into the bodies of several demons. Seeing this, the team leader felt as if All his strength had been drained, collapsing weakly to the ground, gasping for breath. Awakened for nearly 5 years, he had already reached level 172, yet just sensing the aura of that sword light crushed his spirit, nearly leading him to despair. If he were to face it head on, he couldn't even imagine what the outcome would be. Let's go. Lin Chen glanced at Zhang Bingyan and slowly turned to leave. The captain struggled to rise from the ground, gazing deeply at the back of the great god, his expression complex as he said to Wen Yan, "You lucky brat." Wen Yan ignored what he said and stumbled forward, shouting towards Lin Chen, "Great god, can you wait for me? I can't fly." Hearing the shout from behind, Lin Chen turned around, looking at the thin figure rushing over, and asked Zhang Bingyan, "Did you buy him off?" Zhang Bingyan smiled lightly, revealing her cute rabbit teeth. "I think he's very suitable to be a tool for opening cans, no, a tool for opening treasure chests." Lin Chen didn't respond, but a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Since that kid wasn't a fool who would just take a beating without complaint, it was necessary to pull him into his team. Even if he was just a tool, it could bring him immense benefits. After all, there was only one lucky profession in the world. Having him around would also be quite impressive. "Great God, thank you for being willing to wait for me." Wen Yan ran up to Lin Chen, shyly lowering his head and apologizing. Lin Chen looked at him seriously and said, "Joining my team comes with one requirement: you cannot betray us." "I understand. Whatever the great god asks me to do in the future, I will do it," Wen Yan replied honestly in a soft voice. Seeing him so obedient, Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He reached out and patted Wen Yan's shoulder, trying to make him relax a little and not be so stiff. However, with that gentle pat, Wen Yan shrank back like a delicate flower. Seeing this, Lin Chen frowned. "Dude, are you a softie?" "Great god, I'm a bit timid. I thought you were going to hit me," Wen Yan said, his head down, his face flushed. Looking at his increasingly rosy and delicate face, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh, while his gaze gradually softened. Although this person had a somewhat weak personality, so far, aside from being a bit timid, there was nothing about him that was displeasing. Lin Chen smiled and said gently, "What are you afraid of? My name is Lin Chen. I'll look out for you at Longhua Academy," he said half jokingly, half seriously. Wen Yan took it to heart, feeling touched, his eyes shimmering with misty tears. "Thank you, great god. My name is Wen Yan. I'm a nobody at the academy. If I become useless in the future, just tell me, and I will leave on my own." He wiped his eyes and said softly, "Where are you from?" Jiang Bingyan couldn't help but ask. She always felt this guy was a bit too weak, not at all like a man with backbone. "I'm from Lanzhou in the Dragon region, Storm City. My parents, woo-woo." Halfway through his sentence, Wen Yan broke down and started crying. Jiang Bingyan rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "Dude, we're here for a team interview, not for you to share your sob story of the year. Why are you crying?" Lin Chen's catchphrase was immediately mimicked by her. Hearing her words, Wen Yan sniffled hard, his eyes reddening. "I'm sorry. The doctor said my tear glands are too developed, so it seems a bit melodramatic." "Sorry." Lin Chen asked seriously, "You said you're from Storm City?" "Yes." Wen Yan wiped his tears. Lin Chen's expression suddenly became complex. "Then your parents, my father and mother, were both soldiers in the city. They unfortunately perished while defending against the beast tide." As Wen Yan spoke of these things, tears streamed down his face once more, but his lips trembled as he said, "My tear glands are too developed. I'm sorry." "It's fine," Lin Chen said, casting a sympathetic glance at Wen Yan. Whether it was due to their shared hometown or his pity for Wen Yan's background, a sudden thought of bringing him into the 7 Kills organization sprouted in his mind. So, he gently said, "First, help me open the magic sealed gourd. Let me see your abilities." Okay. Taking the gourd that Lin Chen handed over, Wen Yan wiped away the remaining tears from the corners of his eyes and carefully took out one of the items to open it. During this process, he fervently chanted a mantra for good fortune in his heart. Obtained the severed finger of the 9 Abyss demon god Azura, sealed divine item. Instantly, a scarlet beam of blood light shot up into the sky. The powerful demonic energy nearly suffocated Wen Yan, who was holding this severed finger. His body felt weightless, and before he stumbled and fell, he hurriedly handed the sealed item to Lin Chen. "Wow! A divine-grade demonic supplement. If this thing were given to an extraordinary person or a sealer, like a Chang with his 6 arms, it could easily increase their combat power assessment by thousands, leading to a qualitative leap in strength." Zhang Bingyan couldn't help but exclaim. Her knowledge seemed to surpass that of Lin Chen and Wen Yan. They saw the red light erupting and naturally understood it was a divine item, but they could only shout 666, having no idea about the specific uses and value of this sealed item. However, with the addition of such a knowledgeable girl to Lin Chen's team, he no longer had to worry about things being sold off cheaply. Moreover, through her family's business association, it would be much more convenient and beneficial for Lin Chen to sell goods in the future without the worry of being taken advantage of. Lin Chen showed a look of surprise and couldn't help but glance at Wen Yan a few more times. Just as he was about to put the
severed finger into his backpack. Chang, who had been watching from a distance for a long time, suddenly sprinted up to him. In front of everyone's astonished gaze, Chang directly knelt before Lin Chen, his expression excited as he said, "Lin God, do you still need a godson? I am willing to be your godson, as long as you are willing to sell me that severed finger of Azura." Looking at the big guy kneeling at his feet, Lin Chen asked somewhat speechlessly, "How much can you offer?" Chang was momentarily at a loss for words. He quickly said with a sincere face, "Lin Dad, I am willing to take out a loan. You lend me for 50 years and I will pay you back every year." 50 years? You can pay back tens of billions every year, including principal and interest? Nan Gonghuan, who had followed behind, couldn't help but pour cold water on him. The T5 series robot also shook its head. "Brother, listen to my advice, this level of supplement is not something your family can enjoy. Even if Lin God is willing to take you as his grandson, this treasure worth hundreds of billions is not something you can handle. I will serve Lin Dad as a beast for a lifetime, just hoping to swallow this supplement." Chang's eyes turned red as he pleaded, extremely unwilling. From his frenzied demeanor, Lin Chen could see just how tempting this treasure was for extraordinary professions and sealers. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at Wen Yen again. If it had been someone else opening the gourd instead of him, they likely wouldn't have had such good luck. "I don't have spare money for charity," Lin Chen said indifferently, turning around and flying up onto the back of the divine dragon with the two of them. Watching his departing figure, Chang felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. For some reason, after seeing that severed finger, a voice within him kept urging him to snatch it, to beg for it, to use every means possible, even at the cost of his dignity. He instinctively felt that the severed finger was crucial for his future career path. If he obtained it, he would surely soar to great heights. But Lin God's attitude left him in despair. Since awakening, aside from the purchase of equipment and gems and various miscellaneous items, his savings amounted to just under 2 million, not even enough to cover the tip of that divine sealing item. If I buy a magic sealing gourd, I want to summon such a divine object too. In despair, Chang's gaze gradually became fervent, planning to gamble on a gourd like that kid and summon a faithful sealing item himself. "A gourd costs nearly 1 million. How much do you have to spend? Don't mention money. Do you think everyone is as lucky as Lin Shen? He casually summons divine items and drops divine treasures. For ordinary people, even if they have a bit of luck, the most they can hope for in the next dungeon is a subpar exotic treasure. As for us non-lucky folks, we are basically insulated from divine items. I've never dropped one," the T5 robot said with envy. Although what he said was true, Chang was already obsessed and didn't hear it at all. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, riding the divine dragon, continued to ascend the next 500 floors. Countless monsters were crushed along the way, and the massive loot dropped was absorbed into the storage gourd, making his subsequent cleanup work much easier, no longer needing to fly down slowly to pick up items behind the divine dragon. Thus, Lin Chen and the others arrived at a derived secret realm on the 452nd floor. The newly joined Wen Yen, who had just hitched a ride, skyrocketed from level 70 to 90 in no time. Under normal circumstances, leveling up 10 levels in a row would cost him a fortune, but now with a great god leading the way, he not only didn't have to spend money but also received the first share of the divine item he summoned. Wen Yen, with a weak personality and somewhat unusual looks, had suffered bullying and hardships in daily life since childhood. He had never encountered someone as purely kind as Lin Chen, and he was immediately moved to tears, wiping his eyes with both hands. "Your tear glands are too developed. Thank you for the equipment you bestowed. I've never worn starry level gear before," Wen Yen said softly, his eyes red. Holding a piece of golden crystal battle armor that was larger than himself, he felt extremely excited inside but dared not show it on his face. Lin Chen waved his hand, saying, "It's just ordinary equipment. You can keep this set for now, and when we find something better later, I'll swap it for you." "No need. This is already very good." Wen Yen repeatedly shook his head in gratitude. While they were conversing, a group of people in the distance was herding several students from Longhua Academy toward Lin Chen's direction. "Young Master Luo, it seems there's a divine beast over there." "So what if there's a divine beast? If it dares to cause trouble, we'll take it down just the same. This secret realm is already under our control. If he really has no sense, then let him practice a bit." "Not good. It's a dragon-type divine beast. He's wearing an outfit that shields personal information. I only noticed it using my inside eye." "Does it even need the inside eye? With such a big building, anyone not blind can see it's an ice dragon," said a one-eyed man in the team, his voice cold. The white-robed girl activating the inside eye continued to report expressionlessly that dragon is the top of the 3 pests in the northern region of the dragon zone, possessing strong control skills and power specialties. "We need to switch to specialized equipment or items that are immune to freezing." After hearing this, the one-eyed man pulled away the white cloth covering half of his eye, revealing a slit filled with eyes that covered half of his face, looking extremely eerie and strange, causing a physiological discomfort. Sixfold heaven. As the incantation fell, all the eye slits on the right side of his face opened simultaneously.
In an instant, a layer of hazy light and shadow quietly enveloped the secret realm from top to bottom. After doing this, the one-eyed man turned to the captain, a slight smile on his lips. Young Master Luo, the groundwork has been laid. Whether to fight or retreat is entirely up to you. The young man known as Luo Shao appeared as if he had albinism, with a sickly pale white forehead and hair. His upper and lower body were covered in dark ancient symbols, densely packed like inscriptions on a stone tablet, as if countless invisible chains had completely sealed this body within a cocoon, leaving no room for struggle. Including his 7 orifices, internal organs, and limbs, he was bound like a black-patterned mummy, unable to make a sound, only able to respond through a telepathic device, relying on his thoughts. Drive him away. The captain has spoken, drive that person away. The one-eyed man, Shun, crouched on a withered tree, said coldly. A tall, robust woman, shouldering a broad blade taller than a person, tossed her long crimson hair and strode past the defeated from Manhwa Academy, shouting towards the distant ice dragon, "Hey, the brother standing on the dragon's back, this place has already been occupied by our 5 Extremes abnormal team." Hearing the shout, Lin Chen frowned, somewhat puzzled, and asked Jiang Bingyan, "What exactly is this 5 Extremes abnormal team? How dare they speak so boldly in front of my giant dragon?" Jiang Bingyan looked towards the group in the distance, her gaze slightly focused, and said, "They are a well-known veteran team, having made a name for themselves in the Dragon Zone. Since the new leader Luo Zihan joined, this team has entered the ranks of the world's top 100 teams." World's top 100? No wonder they're so arrogant, Lin Chen said with a relaxed expression. Jiang Bingyan continued, "Captain, none among them is anything less than a prodigy. The captain, Luo Zihan, has been rated by the heavenly sect of the 100-armed giant city as the most promising sealer of the human race in a century, and he is also the top among the younger generation in your Dragon Zone. If we encounter him in a place like this, and if there's no enmity between us, I suggest we coexist peacefully," she rationally advised. "Coexist peacefully? We are the 7 kills, not the 7 goods," Lin Chen said irritably, reaching out to gently tug at Jiang Bingyan's fair pink ear as a form of reprimand. She bit her lip, her pretty face unconsciously turning red. "I thought, having one more enemy is worse than having one more friend. After all, he is also the top person in the Dragon Zone, although he's nowhere near as strong as Brother Lin. But what if we could recruit him into the 7 kills? Are you dreaming? A prodigy like him has probably long been bought by another force." Lin Chen, being a gifted individual himself, naturally understood how major forces would spare no effort in recruiting prodigies like him. "Well then, I've been influenced by my family and have lost the previous drive I had," she said apologetically. Lin Chen ignored the shout from the robust woman and continued to command the divine dragon to head towards the rare secret realm. The Longhua Academy students who had been driven away by the 5 Extremes abnormal team looked towards the approaching ice dragon, feeling a mix of freshness and anticipation. "It's really strange, how come we encounter so many big shots on the 400th floor? Who knows, damn it, I just ran into the previous Kyoto senior and got beaten down like a grandson, leaving all dirty and disheveled, and before I could get far, I ran into a big shot riding a divine dragon. Now there's no place for us even in the mid to lower level leveling zones. Slow down, what if they start fighting? When gods fight, mortals suffer. That divine dragon could stomp 2 of you to death, so don't go looking for trouble. In my opinion, the divine dragon definitely isn't as strong as Luo Xiao's team. Do I even need to say that? Luo Xiao is a once-in-a-century prodigy among sealers, and he has received strong support from the heavenly sect. Just unsealing a finger could probably poke that divine dragon to death." The people around were buzzing with discussion. Following behind the group, Ling Yuner flicked her ponytail, hands in her pockets, and muttered with an unhappy expression, "What the heck, we just happened to stumble upon a secret realm and it got snatched away. The counselor from Longhua Academy is utterly useless." Hearing this, the black-robed counselor replied expressionlessly, "Miss Ling, each member of the 5 Absolutes starts at level 300 with a 6-turn hidden class, and they have passed the Federal Divine Damage Assessment. In solo combat, they can already unleash over 100 million in damage. They are the elite of the elite, part of the long-established top 100 teams in the world. Losing a bit to them is nothing to be ashamed of. Shameful. Absolutely humiliating. If only Longhua could send a few more high-level mentors, let's see if they would dare to act so recklessly." Ling Yuner shouted angrily. Seeing that her persuasion was ineffective, the black-robed counselor fell silent in resignation. Another black-robed counselor who had encountered Lin Chen looked deeply at the divine dragon and suddenly said with a hint of meaning, "Miss Ling, there might be a turn of events. The esteemed person the dean introduced to you has already arrived." "Who?" Ling Yuner looked in the direction of the black-robed counselor with a strange expression, instantly turning into a dazed goose. "How could it be him? Lin Chen? Miss Ling, if your family knew that the dean introduced you to such a promising young man, they would probably rush to the academy to arrange this marriage with the dean immediately." The black-robed counselor spoke sincerely, continuing, "You must seize this opportunity." Ling Yuner stood frozen for a moment. After finally reacting, she was choked by the counselor's words. Sees what? He's just a guy with a divine dragon, right? He can only show off in front of students. Against the 5 absolutes he would be dead in an instant. Poof. Ling Yuner turned her head away, stubbornly denying her feelings. The black-robed counselor shook his head, choosing not to say more. If it weren't for the fear that Lin Chen might not be interested, he would have wanted to introduce his own daughter to him through the dean's connections. When encountering such a powerful and promising prodigy, which prominent family wouldn't be eager to marry off their daughters? Only a foolish girl like Miss Ling, who was blessed but unaware of her fortune, would push someone away. However, although she pretended to be indifferent and even a bit disdainful, her gaze would occasionally dart towards Lin Chen. When she saw the beautiful girl beside him, her eyes widened slightly and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Goddess Jiang? How did she end up hanging out with that country bumpkin from a small place?" A sudden wave of bad premonition surged in Ling Yuner's heart. Perhaps the person the dean introduced wasn't as unworthy as she imagined? Her heart became a bit chaotic, and with a thick face, she flew onto the back of the divine dragon. A tuft of blue bangs blocked her view, and just as she hesitated to say something, Lin Chen, who had his back to her, suddenly shouted down at the burly figure, "What are you babbling about? Either get lost or fight. Life and death are your own responsibility." Upon hearing this, Ling Yuner and the 5 absolutes below were all stunned. No one expected him to be so assertive, so domineering. You're facing the 5 absolutes, not some random nobody. Is it necessary to act so tough? Ling Yuner wrinkled her delicate nose. Although she felt very pleased and relieved inside, reason told her that Lin Chen's current display of strength was not enough to support such arrogance. A burly woman with red curly hair furrowed her brows into a frown. She glared angrily and said, "You don't know your place, do you? Not understand the rules of first come, first served? Captain, that guy is not giving face." The sharpshooter Qilin laughed playfully as he pulled the trigger of an old-fashioned heavy sniper rifle. The captain of the sealers, covered in dark runes, sat on a stone like a lifeless object, lowering his head in silence. "You handle it, don't make things too tense with Longhua. The captain wants us to handle it ourselves. Don't hurt anyone from Longhua Academy." The three-eyed Shun laughed loudly. The aura master responsible for scouting enemy movements, Bailey Tutu, said calmly, "No. His profession is summoner god. He has already touched the threshold of divine power. His talent is extremely abnormal. My suggestion is to retreat for now and leave a mark behind him, waiting for the right moment to act. Tutu, give me the detailed information on his talent later." Shun said with a deep smile, "It's been a long time since I've encountered such a strong summoner genius. I love killing geniuses. The stronger they are, the more fun it is. Hee. Plan before acting. First understand the opponent's professional characteristics and weaknesses, then it will be easy to hunt." The gunslinger Qilin said expressionlessly, "There is one good thing about a seasoned team. Although they are usually reckless, at critical moments they often reach a high level of consensus and do not question the judgment of an aura master with insight." Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, who had unknowingly entered the hunting list of the 5 extremes, he remained oblivious. Why hunt him? Where's the profit? Captain Luo Shao transmitted through the loudspeaker. He himself kept his head down in silence, even his expression was hidden, like a black wooden post lifelessly standing in place. The other members of the team showed unfriendly expressions upon hearing this. "If we don't kill something that doesn't know its place, where is the reputation of our 5 extremes? He dares to snatch food from us, he should know the consequences." "Stop talking nonsense, the captain is right. Let's first probe his background. If it's solid, then we'll let it go." The red-haired, burly woman, wielding a broad sword, said in a deep voice. The others remained indifferent and said no more. "If you want to fight, you should at least clarify your origins first." The red-haired woman, with a pair of demon wings spread, flew close to the divine dragon's long neck and said, expressionlessly, "The new leader of 7 kills, those who block the way will be killed without mercy." Lin Chen did not hide anything, replying coldly. Then, he ordered the ice dragon to unleash a wide-range spell attack covering the few people opposite as well, instantly causing snow and frost to fill the sky, and the temperature dropped to freezing point. The massive divine dragon let out a hoarse roar and charged forward indiscriminately. The ground trembled continuously, and the monsters frozen in an instant within the secret realm shattered into pieces, leaving only a few scattered spoils. In the direction of the 5 extremes, everyone changed their expressions completely, not expecting him to act so decisively. Although they were angry, they still held back due to their fear of the 7 kills leaders' identity. The Vice Captain Shun retracted his cynical attitude, turned, and flew into the sky, respectfully cupping his hands towards Lin Chen, saying, "So it's a senior from 7 kills, I've long admired your name. I won't disturb your hunt any longer, goodbye." The anticipated conflict did not occur, and Lin Chen was quite surprised to glance at the strange man with the right side of his face covered. It seemed that the reputation of 7 kills was quite strong in the 5 major districts. He retracted the hostility on his face, nodded lightly in acknowledgement, and then ordered the divine dragon to continue advancing. The purpose of this move was not to compete with anyone,
but to clear out monsters extensively, collect battle resources as much as possible, and also to level up the 2 new members who had just
joined the team.
Lin Chen had already thought it through. As soon as he had extra money, he would have Jiang Bingyan inquire about the
forbidden spell level skills of summoners and the original pieces of peak summoner equipment or copies that could be provided.
This required a massive amount of cash support and was not something that could be accomplished in a day. It needed years of accumulation to help him quickly achieve graduation gear and top-tier summoner skills. Therefore, clearing the field and farming for treasures was very necessary.
This is Lin Chan's main source of income.
He doesn't have a good family background. Everything must be earned and accumulated through his own hands. Not fighting isn't wise. I haven't figured out his strength yet, Li Tutu said, staring gravely at Lin Chen's departing figure, his voice cold. Then go dig, uncover all his methods and secrets.
He doesn't look very old. I hope he's not a kid from the
Dragon District, otherwise he will inevitably clash with the captain. This year's reward for the new king of the Dragon District in the neutral zone can be a fully starred dragon sniper, a divine exclusive profession treasure of choice, along with some senatorial rights
from the Federal Assembly.
Within a day, gather all his information.
If his real age exceeds 30, then let's give 7 kills some face.
The older generation of strong ones isn't in our battle zone, so there's no need to expend effort dealing with them. But if he really is a newcomer, then he deserves our attention. The sharpshooter Qilin exhaled a puff of cigar smoke, his gaze sharp.
Shun pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of something. I think I know who he is. There's only one summoner in the Dragon District, Lin Chen. After Wu Ju actively retreated, Ling Yuner grew increasingly curious about Lin Chen. She walked over to Jiang Bingyan, politely greeted her, and then intentionally or unintentionally glanced in
Lin Chen's direction, feeling a bit embarrassed as she opened her mouth but closed it again, unsure of what to say. Lin Chen turned around, coldly assessing this seemingly cute but internally ugly girl, and said, "We don't seem that familiar, do we?" I'm here to find Goddess Jiang," Ling Yuner said stubbornly, leaning a bit closer to her. Jiang Bingyan frowned, glanced at Lin Chen's expression, and instantly understood everything, coldly saying, "We're even less familiar, so please leave, Miss Ling." "Oh, Goddess Jiang, we're all kids from the same district.
Can't you take me along?"
Ling Yuner continued with a mournful face. "I really don't want to go back and collaborate with those useless things.
Just keep me. I'm willing to do all the dirty and tiring work."
"Sorry, I don't have the final say. The captain is Lin Chen." Jiang Bingyan deliberately distanced herself from Ling Yuner, standing beside Lin Chen, her expression indifferent. Anyone with eyes could see that Lin Chen didn't like this person.
As his subordinate, Jiang Bingyan wouldn't be foolish enough to unilaterally decide to keep her.
Ling Yuner felt extremely frustrated. It was hard to come across a strong team, yet it turned out to be an old enemy. This made her feel conflicted while also resenting her own greed. She had already rejected him before, but now seeing him getting close to Goddess Jiang, her little thoughts began to stir again. Driven by vanity and the trial task, Ling Yuner actively lowered her stance, looking at Lin Chen, her voice softening. "Lin Chen, the call from the dean earlier woke me up. He was right.
Since you don't like me, I shouldn't insult you without manners. After all, even if we can't be lovers, we can still be friends."
After saying this, she sneakily glanced at Jiang Bingyan beside her, feeling a sense of smug satisfaction rise within her. Lin Chen's frown deepened.
"What are you talking about? This is something that hasn't even started. Who said anything about being lovers?"
"Lin Chen, I've already admitted my mistake.
Why are you still holding on to it? If you really can't let go, then we could still reconcile."
"The dean is an old friend of my family, and I trust the people he introduces," Ling Yuner said half-truthfully.
If Lin Chen
agreed, she could play along for a while and then kick this outsider to the curb, gaining face and stealing the object of Goddess Jiang's admiration, making her reputation surpass that of the
famous wealthy heiress. "Sorry, but no.
You now have 2 choices, either roll away by yourself or be thrown out by my divine dragon," Lin Chen said coldly, without any courtesy towards Ling Yuner.
"Lin Chen, you bastard. How could you treat a weak woman like this?"
Ling Yuner squatted on the ground, feeling wronged, and began to sob, unsure if it was genuine or just an act. However, to be fair, even Nangong Huang, whom she admired the most, had never spoken such harsh words to her. Growing up, she was a beautiful girl with both family background and connections. Her elders had always treated her with utmost care, as if she were something precious that could break easily.
Who wouldn't greet her with a smile and a kind attitude? Only Lin Chen, that
despicable guy, showed no pity for her. Seeing Ling Yuner truly crying, squatting on the ground and wiping her tears, Jiang Bingyan felt a pang of sympathy and said, "Yuner, you're too weak. Lin Chen would never team up with you. Besides, who would feel good listening to your lies?" Before she had witnessed Lin Chen's true strength or had much contact with him, she might have believed Ling Yuner's words. But now, standing beside him, even she, from a wealthy family, felt ashamed, let alone a young lady from a neutral family. Lin Chen's actions were straightforward
and brutal.
He rarely felt irritated, but he stepped forward and lifted the squatting Ling Yuner as if she were a sandbag, swinging her away.
"I hate people who act. If you want to cry, go cry far away. A scream echoed as the delicate and precious Ling Yuner was thrown out forcefully. With the annoying presence gone, Lin Chen cleared his throat and suddenly smiled gently at Jiang Bingyan, extending a hand to gently fix her hair that had been blown by the wind. Bingyan, I never hit women, but that person just now was beyond the realm of biology. Suddenly treated. Gently, Jiang Bingyan felt a bit flustered, her face turning red as she lowered her head and let out a soft The third wheel beside them squatted on the ground, drawing circles, not daring to look at the ambiguous actions between the golden boy and the jade girl. Jiang Bingyan's heart raced, and her mind began to wander. Fortunately, Lin Chen quickly withdrew his attention and refocused on the ice dragons. The two ice dragons pushed up from the lower level to the top of the abyss, once again seeing the vast blue sky. Since the trial task and the professional task had been completed, Lin Chen had no reason to linger any longer. He summoned the 9 dragons to the sky, taking the 2 team members back while letting Wenyin continue to open the magic ceiling. Gourd. However, his luck was indeed far beyond that of ordinary people. But that was only under the condition of triggering special talent effects. The actual probability was only about 100 times higher than that of Lin Chen and Jiang Bingyan. Yet, the basic drop probability of divine objects was less than 1 in 1,000. Without triggering Wenin's special talent, the overall quality of the treasures opened was high, but not as outrageous as Lin Chen had imagined. Bro, what exactly is your talent? Once it attracted a transcendent level big boss, and another time it helped me open the Azura's severed finger. Those are quite considerable gains. Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Having received some benefits from the captain, Wenin felt it was inappropriate to hide anything further and honestly replied, Great God, my innate talent has a cooldown of 1 hour called Heavenly Luck Moment. The specific effects after triggering are not detailed, but when I used to kill low-level bosses, I often dropped rare treasures. The biggest drop was 2 keys to the ancient hidden chamber, one of which was snatched away, and I didn't dare to sell the other for fear of being robbed again, so I just opened it. What did you open? Jiang Bingyan asked, her beautiful eyes shining. Lin Chen couldn't help but look at Yen with new eyes. Most people might lose one in their lifetime, and that would be a sign of good fortune from their ancestors, but you? Not only did you lose 2, but someone also snatched 1 away. Just hearing about it makes me feel the pain. I just have good luck. As a low-tier fighter, it's already a blessing to keep my life. When Yen continued, a bit embarrassed. I opened a time-space ring, but it's sealed. To take it to the shop, I need to buy $1 million transformation essence and a seal-breaking scroll. I have no money, so what time-space ring? I have a seal-breaking scroll, and Lin Chen just dropped a few transformation essences. I can help you verify your goods, Jiang Bingyan said generously, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, Wenyin glanced at her nervously, feeling troubled. Big shot, I only have this one good item, and I plan to keep it as a family heirloom. You don't think I want yours, do you? Jiang Bingyan said, her face showing disbelief. I've been collecting ancient keys from all over the world for years and have at least 800 of them. What kind of equipment? Haven't I seen? I still have 3 in my pocket. Oh, then Bingyan, help me take a look at the staff I have. What quality is it? Lin Chen asked with interest, handing over the staff in his hand. Jiang Bingyan observed it carefully for a while, and after removing the outfit from the staff, she suddenly exclaimed, the source of extreme misery, ranked in the top 100 of legacies. You really recognized it? Lin Chen widened his eyes, finding it hard to accept. Jiang Bingyan raised a confident smile, a bit smug. I can't speak for other things, but when it comes to legacies, no one knows more than us Jiang family members. My family has a book that records all forbidden spells, legacies, ancient sets, divine objects, and immortal sacred texts. The immortal treasures lost by humanity back then are on par with yours, but they aren't even recorded in the books, only special events at that time are noted. Tell me, what exactly is it? Why is it being fought over by various forces, and even led to the extermination of a Dragon Star general from the Federation? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, seemingly intentionally posing a difficult question to Jiang Bingyan. She thought for a moment, then suddenly became serious. I'll tell you, but you mustn't tell anyone that I told you. That thing is called the Breaking Heaven Pearl, a fateful object that the peak grand mages dream of. Whoever obtains it will no longer be bound by this world and will not be limited by controlled skills. They can go anywhere in the world at will, observe forbidden deities, and roam the vast cosmos. Jiang Bingyan spoke with longing in her eyes. Then, she leaned closer to Lin Chen and said in a very low voice, right now, the Breaking Heaven Pearl is in the hands of the Heaven and Earth sect. It was the Pope of the Heaven and Earth sect who intervened back then, summoning an ancient god to suppress that general and his clan, ultimately seizing the immortal treasure and exterminating the entire family. The Federation has always been used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When something happens to their own, they not only refuse to help but also intentionally cover it up to avoid suspicion. What a bunch of spineless guys, Jiang Bingyan said indignantly. After hearing her account, Lin Chen was skeptical. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to Wenyin. Did you hear that? She's the daughter of one of the 3 richest conglomerates in the world. Do you really think she would be interested in your broken ring? I was wrong, Wen Yen said, shocked beyond measure. He had greatly underestimated the family background and financial power of that beautiful sister. Collecting a key might not cost her much, but collecting hundreds or thousands, going to various auction houses to have people bid for them, the premium involved was unimaginable. It was likely that it would cost at least several trillion. When Yen gained a rough understanding of Zhang Bingyan's financial power, he handed the time-space ring to her with a big smile, saying, with Zhang Bingyan's insight, you should be able to tell its origin without needing the seal-breaking scroll. This ring is not bad, the attributes are average, but it has a special teleportation skill that consumes a lot of magic power. After taking the time-space ring, Goddess Zhang explained it to herself without looking at it for long. Seeing that the ring had no special features, she casually tossed the unsealing scroll, along with the ring and the myriad transformation to Wen Yen, saying, you need to unseal it yourself, it will take some time. Wen Yen, surprised and flustered, held the expensive materials and said somewhat awkwardly, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Precious my foot. How can a genius with a hidden profession look so pathetic? Goddess Jiang couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically. Lin Chen, having come through tough times, could understand Wen Yan's current situation, so he kindly said, even brothers settle accounts clearly. You don't have money now, just pay Ice Yen back when you do. We're all in the same team, helping out with this little thing is nothing. Hearing the god say this, Wen Yan looked at him gratefully and sincerely said, I will definitely save up to pay it back. Thank you, Lin God and Goddess Jiang, for taking care of me. Meeting you is something I must have earned in my past life. Get lost. Lin Chen couldn't take it anymore, laughing and scolding him. Zhang Bingyan was even more speechless. You've teamed up with Lin God. Is this little bit of money really that important? That's true. I will definitely work twice as hard to bring more treasures for Lin God. Wen Yan awkwardly scratched his head, clumsily expressing his loyalty, looking quite humble. The grand spectacle of 9 dragons ascending to heaven came to a halt as it approached the neutral zone. The reason was that flying was prohibited in the neutral zone, while the various academies could turn a blind eye to their students internally. Once outside, anyone from any faction had to obey the ban, or they would be expelled for 6 months. Lin Chen's team, having returned to the academy early, parted ways. From Mentor Yumei, he learned that they needed to return to the academy in 2 days for a summary and commendation meeting for the trial tasks. After understanding the situation, Lin Chen immediately took Wen Yan to the next location for the job change task. On the way, he passed by the Wanchang shop in the neutral zone and stopped to call Zhang Bingyan. I remember your family has shares in this brand? You remembered wrong, my family mainly invested in Yuding shop. Wanchang is our arch rival, don't sell that bag of good stuff to them. Zhang Bingyan smiled and said. They had only parted for a while, and she had said she wanted to follow the hall master, but was ruthlessly left behind. Now seeing him again, she couldn't help but have a little thought. Lin God, what task are you doing? Tell me about it. Lin Chen responded. Job change task, grinding gold in the abyss. It's taking a bit long, I need to hurry up and do the job change task. First take me to Yuding shop to sell equipment, I'll clear my bag, then I can wander around outside and come back to sell again. Okay. Zhang Bingyan said sweetly, her face showing 2 adorable dimples. This charming appearance left Wen Yan, who had just mustered the courage to lift his head, completely stunned. The group arrived at the nearby headquarters of Yuding shop. Seeing that Miss Jiang was a distinguished guest, the manager, who was attending to other customers, immediately set aside his tasks and hurried over to greet Miss Jiang and her group before the service staff could. His face was filled with flattering smiles as he respectfully bowed to her. Greetings, Miss Jiang. I came to sell some things, Zhang Bingyan said straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately took it seriously. Please, this way, I will find a professional appraiser right away. Call over more people, about 10 to 20 should be fine. Zhang Bingyan casually instructed. The manager's expression stiffened for a moment but quickly returned to normal. Although he was unclear why the young lady needed so many appraisal masters, as long as she spoke, even if it was 100, he would have to find at least one. Please wait a moment. Xiaoli, hurry and have someone bring Miss Jiang some tea, the best spirit tea, along with pastries. Yes, manager. The already busy high-end shop became even more strained in human resources with the arrival of the major shareholder's daughter. The beautiful receptionist responsible for serving tea, holding a luxurious porcelain tray, prepared the high-quality spirit tea for the esteemed guest and gracefully walked into the elegant room. Miss Jiang, your tea. Just put it on the table. Just as another waitress was serving pastries, Zhang Bingyan quickly stood up, personally took the tea from the receptionist, and carefully placed the first cup in front of Lin Chen at the main seat, smiling. This tea is quite good. It can slightly enhance attributes and accelerate magic recovery. Lin Chen nodded slightly and thanked her. The external store manager and the senior president, who were standing respectfully nearby, looked astonished, stealing glances at this extraordinary young man, unable to comprehend what kind of status he held in the neutral zone that made Miss Jiang treat him with such respect. Moreover, her openly bringing a stranger to sell things was unprecedented. Even the outside waitstaff and the female receptionist, after delivering the tea and snacks, couldn't help but sneak a few more glances at this golden couple, feeling it was quite rare. It should be noted that even the young masters from powerful families usually couldn't catch Miss Jung's eye, let alone bring an unknown stranger into the store, and even act politely, adopting a subordinate demeanor. Encountering such an unprecedented situation, the perceptive senior president quickly smiled and stepped forward, respectfully offering Lin Chen a pink gold card with both hands. Young Master Lin, since you were personally brought in by Miss Jiang, I will personally be responsible for receiving and handling your related business in the future. I hope you won't find it bothersome. This is my business card, the middle-aged president in a suit said. Politely. Lin Chen used a reconnaissance scroll to check the man's level and profession. He was a 312 level 6 transformation peak flame tiger fist king, a figure considered a local tyrant in the outside world, yet merely a senior president at the Jade Cauldron shop, showcasing the terrifying depth of the Jade Cauldron's foundation. Then I will trouble President Zhuge Ming in the future. Lin Chen responded politely, casually taking the thin, gossamer-like pink gold business card. Seeing this, the senior president, thinking he had made a connection with a young master of formidable background, displayed even more flattery on his face, exchanged a few more pleasantries, and respectfully took his leave. After the president personally brought in 25 appraisal masters to the elegant room, Lin Chen took out the massive haul from his backpack, tossing it into the folding space conjured by the shop's mage. Instantly, dozens of equipment, mountains radiating various colors of treasure light filled the first folding space. Among them were some that shot up like rainbows, as if about to pierce the sky. Witnessing this scene, the external store manager rubbed his eyes vigorously, staring in disbelief at the dozens of treasure mountains that required him to look up. Even the senior president, who was used to great storms, showed a hint of surprise but quickly composed himself, smiling, as expected of the young master brought by Miss Jiang. The quantity of your unappraised loot is almost comparable to half a year's worth of goods at the Jade Cauldron branch. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen stretched his arms and, with another burst of energy, took out several high-quality pieces of equipment glowing with eerie blue light and purple gold pillars. Even when handling such exquisite equipment, he treated them as if they were trash, piling them all together. Standing in front of nearly 20 mountains, everyone felt as small as dust. From a distance, those 20 or so mountains looked like a chaotic heap of trash radiating a precious light. Lin, young Master Lin. The senior executive wiped the sweat from his forehead, just about to say something when Lin Chen soared into the air, casually dumping several materials in various props, creating a hillside of stacked items. At that moment, even Miss Jiang, who had been following Lin Chen, was momentarily stunned. She had been right by his side and had no idea he had already collected so many spoils. A rough glance suggested at least 1 million items. However, upon reflection, she realized she was already at max level and about to change jobs. Given that he had slaughtered the entire upper abyss, it was only reasonable for him to amass such a large number of spoils. Wen Yen, who had never seen much of the world, looked at the dozens of treasure mountains, his breathing becoming heavy. This was all money. Piles of shiny silver were right in front of him. Grabbing just a handful would be enough to lift him out of poverty and into wealth. He suppressed the urge to reach out with greedy hands, gazing in awe at Lin Chen's back, his resolve to follow him as a lifelong subordinate growing stronger. With a trashy profession like his, if he didn't follow a strong person, he could only wait for his demise. Now that he had caught the eye of a great god, if he didn't seize this opportunity, it would be the biggest loss of his life. What Wen Yen didn't know was that after teaming up with him, Lin Chen had benefited from his luck value boost, significantly increasing the drop rate of spoils and the probability of high-quality items. In truth, Wen Yen was his lucky star. That's all, Lin Chen said, spreading his hands and letting out a long breath. Wen Yen, the dozens of appraisers present, along with the store manager and senior executive, instinctively swallowed hard. Just as the senior executive was about to say something with a beaming smile, Lin Chen suddenly remembered something and took out several divine items glowing red, breaking through the barrier, at least 7 or 8 in total, leaving the onlookers mesmerized and exhilarated. This time, without waiting for Lin Chen to speak, the senior executive, whose heart was racing, quickly said, "I'll go fetch a few hundred more appraisers right away, you please continue." "This time, it's really all gone," Lin Chen replied. An experienced appraiser adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, staring at a piece of sealed object within the red light, saying, "Demon God, no, the finger of the demon god's ancestor, Azura. You actually managed to bring out such a divine item. It's among the top-tier divine items. If that seal master or an extraordinary person were to obtain it, their strength would undergo a tremendous transformation, starting at the divine level," another appraiser couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly hesitated. "Then I won't sell it. Such a good item is a rare treasure. What if I need it in the future?" he said half jokingly, half seriously. The store manager immediately looked disheartened, beginning to complain about the appraisers in his heart. "Then let's start calculating for young Master Lin," the store manager politely reminded. The 20 appraisers immediately immersed themselves in their work. while the apprentice responsible for statistics, with a shocked expression, recorded data while greedily eyeing the treasures scattered around. If they could get just one pile, it would be enough for a lifetime. What kind of strength did this young master possess to accumulate so many spoils? It probably took years, even decades, to gather this much. Thinking of this, the store manager couldn't help but respectfully ask, "Young Master Lin, you probably don't like selling equipment, right? If you don't have time to come by in the future, I can send someone to your residence to collect it so it doesn't take up space in your bag. You have nothing to say, so you don't have to." Jiang Bingyan was somewhat speechless and blamed. These treasures were all farmed by Lin Shen this afternoon. Why do you need to send someone to collect them? Hearing Miss Zhang's words, the store manager and the senior executive who had just returned from a phone call both felt their scalps tingle, looking again at Lin Shen, who was casually sipping tea. To farm so many spoils in one afternoon? That must mean slaughtering millions of monsters. Moreover, according to the drop rate of high-level dungeons, killing 7 or 8 might not even yield a single loot. How many monsters did he have to kill to drop such a massive amount of loot? All at once? The more they thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. In this process, Lin Shen's true identity and the impression he left on them became increasingly mysterious and unfathomable. 3 hours later, with the joint efforts of the appraisers and the majority of the neutral zone of Yuding, they finally compiled a rough list and value of the equipment. The store manager responsible for reporting stepped forward, took the heavy data sheet, swallowed hard, and respectfully stood before Lin Shen and Miss Jiang, reporting in a clear voice, "Respected young Master Lin, wait a moment. I'll make it clear up front, if anyone dares to profit from Lin Shen today, I will immediately have the power holder of Yuding replaced." Jiang Bingyan suddenly spoke with a strong attitude. Then, before anyone could react, she added, "This is my Supreme VIP card, which grants a 5% selling premium and an 85% discount on purchases. I am now transferring it to Lin Shen. This is a notification, not a negotiation." "Understood, Miss Jiang." The store manager nodded honestly, cold sweat streaming down his face. The senior executive beside him said solemnly, "Young Master Lin is an important guest personally brought by Miss Jiang and is also a super big client of our Yuding. I am willing to present a set of 29 special fashion selection packages and our store's exclusive Supreme VIP card on behalf of the headquarters." Seeing the store manager being so tactful, Jiang Bingyan's expression softened a bit. She put away the card and nodded gently, "You deserve to be in your current position." Before Lin Shen could refuse, a woman in a cheapo pushed the door open and walked in gracefully, holding a delicate redwood brocade box. She opened it in front of Lin Shen, revealing a professional smile. "Dear guest, this is a set of 29 series special fashion selection packages and our store's top-tier VIP card. Please accept it." After glancing at the gift, Lin Shen helplessly said to Jiang Bingyan, "Let's skip the fashion. I can't just take advantage of others." "Please don't say that." The senior executive quickly explained with embarrassment, "I didn't make it clear to you. These gifts were arranged because you are an important client." "Oh, I see." Lin Shen realized and graciously accepted the gift. Jiang Bingyan stepped out of the private room to take a call. The young appraiser responsible for reporting the statistics, seeing the senior executive signal with his eyes, respectfully said, "The total number of equipment is 2,713,954 pieces, of which 67.2% are ordinary equipment at level 180, 26.5% are medium-quality equipment, and 6.3% are high-quality equipment." After Master Anthony Will's personal calculation, the average acquisition price for ordinary equipment above level 180, which is non-legendary equipment of golden quality or below, fluctuates between 110,000 to 160,000. Since most of what you provided is golden quality and the quantity is massive, and you are our store's Supreme VIP, we will acquire it at a price of 160,000 with a 5% premium per piece, totaling 291,804,334,080 federal coins. What do you think? If it seems appropriate, please sign on the acquisition terms." The attitude of the young appraiser grew increasingly respectful as he handed the acquisition details to Lin Shen, his demeanor extremely humble. Clearly, even though no one knew the true background of this young master, the million-level equipment he presented and the exaggerated profits from just one afternoon inspired awe and admiration. It's worth noting that the average salary in the Dragon region had just reached 10,000 a month. In more remote areas, like Storm City, the situation was even worse, with people struggling to afford daily fuel. This illustrated just how astonishing Lin Shen's financial power had become, leaving even the high-ranking nobles and CEOs in the neutral zone shocked. "Since this is a store invested by Jiang Bingyan, I trust it, so I won't scrutinize the details," Lin Shen said casually. In reality, his heart raced wildly. He had anticipated a significant profit, but he never expected that just the high-level gold and below equipment would sell for nearly 3 trillion. Taking back the 2 signed acquisition agreements, the young appraiser cast an envious glance at the long string of numbers. This first small transaction alone was enough for him to live several hundred lifetimes.
If he were a bit more ambitious, nearly 3 trillion federal coins would be sufficient for him to ascend to the upper echelons of society, fully upgrading his equipment and skills to graduation level. The acquisition price for mid-grade equipment fluctuates over the years, but this does not affect our supreme VIP clients. For others, the acquisition price ranges from 240,000 to 380,000, which is essentially a bundled purchase at 240,000. However, because it's you, we put in considerable effort in appraising the mid-grade equipment, carefully pricing nearly every piece. The total is 359,598,905,000 federal coins. After hearing this, Lin Chen signed without even looking. He realized that with Jiang Bingyan present, the people in the Jade Cauldron shop wouldn't dare to play tricks. This acquisition price had far exceeded his expectations. However, thinking about the nearly 10,000 luck points he had, Lin Chen felt it was only natural. After all, influenced by the luck bonus, the quantity of loot dropped had increased by dozens of times, and the overall quality had improved countless times, far beyond what he could achieve alone. Having sorted through these thoughts, Lin Chen's gaze towards Wen Yan became fervent. Wen Yan was too busy swallowing hard to notice the strange look the master was giving her. We spent the most time on the appraisal of high-quality equipment and have prepared a detailed appraisal datasheet for your review, the young appraiser said, not daring to be careless, respectfully handing over another thick list to Lin Chen. He still needed to review the legendary equipment and the top-tier starry legend-grade equipment appraisal. Even though he knew the other party wouldn't dare to play any tricks, out of caution, Lin Chen carefully read through the entire 100 pages of appraisal data and compared it with the quoted prices. After a round of questioning and inquiries, Lin Chen tossed the stack of appraisal data onto the table and asked expectantly, "What's the total price?" "If you have no objections, I will continue reporting," the appraiser replied. Excluding those divine relics, as well as jewelry, legendary equipment, and other special items, the total for the remaining high-quality equipment is 495,839,395,800 federal coins. The special items need to be auctioned, and you will have to wait 2 days, the young appraiser said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt ecstatic inside but maintained a calm exterior. "Then let's auction them, I'll wait 2 days. "All right." Then, several hours passed until nightfall. The shopkeepers finally finished tallying the remaining treasures and materials. The collective efforts of nearly 200 appraisers, the results of almost a day's work, were all recorded in a thick stack of documents. The young appraiser responsible for the report stifled a yawn, unable to hide his fatigue. After all, he was in a lifestyle profession, with low 5-dimensional data and mental strength, needing to replenish energy and restore vigor like a normal person through food or medicine. Shaking off his drowsiness, he looked at the last column of statistics on the document and suddenly felt invigorated. The total number of materials is 3,700,812, with low tier accounting for 73.62%, mid-tier for 21.54%, and high tier and even premium materials for 4.84%. The total for low-tier materials is 10,843,660,422 federal coins. The total for mid-tier materials is 143,691,954,519 federal coins. The total for high-tier materials is 157,624,984,704 federal coins. The amount for the first transaction is 1,459,403,234,525 federal coins. The young appraiser finished in one breath, his heart momentarily stopping, staring blankly at the long string of dizzying numbers. Over 14 trillion, close to 1.5 trillion federal coins. Even with vehicles for transport, it would take thousands of them. In less than a day, he had witnessed a dashing young man become a veritable nouveau riche. Such a vast sum was already enough to buy a portion of shares in Yuding. Lin Chen's chest felt like a drum beating, his face flushed with excitement as he quickly took the written contract handed to him by the staff and signed his name without hesitation. Next to him, Jiang Bingyan gazed at his profile with admiration. Even this wealthy young lady felt a twinge of jealousy, experiencing pressure and frustration regarding money for the first time. An entire afternoon, that Sagittarius deity had nearly wiped out an entire upper abyss. The unfortunate players encountered along the way could only watch in silence as the monsters were cleared by the divine. Even more amusing was that those students who had gone to the abyss for academy tasks faced an empty instance space, waiting for the next boss to respawn, while those who dared not venture into the lower abyss returned to the academy covered in dust, without a single boss or elite monster to show for it. If it weren't for this, Lin Chen wouldn't have been able to push through the layers of abyss instances to reach the top in just one afternoon. With the lucky Wen Yan by his side, he was as if aided by the gods, dropping countless materials and premium equipment, making the usually unbothered Jiang young lady, who would feel nauseous at the sight of money, envious to the core. If one had the ability, who wouldn't want to earn money with their own hands? Moreover, earning an astonishing 14 trillion federal coins in just one afternoon felt far more fulfilling than any allowance from
home, satisfying a small vanity.
Seeing Lin Chen's expression soften, Jiang Bingyan smiled as she handed him the long-prepared purple gold card.
This is for buying.
This is my return to the new hall. Thank you for the organization's training over the past 6 months. After saying this, she even performed a mock bow to Lin Chen. Lin Chen found it somewhat amusing, accepting
the card and casually asking, "Is it that 4 trillion?" Jiang Bingyan nodded like a chick pecking at rice.
Suddenly feeling the weight of the purple gold card in his hand, Lin Chen, burdened with 2 trillion federal coins, inexplicably felt as if he were playing a twisted version of a legendary game from the last century where one hit could deal 999999999 damage, and logging in would grant 10 billion treasures. In fact, since his awakening he had been on a rapid ascent, from the initial tens of thousands, to millions, then hundreds of billions, and now trillions. Every step has been a leap forward. At this moment, he really wanted to learn from the founder of the world's strongest internet company, Master Ma, who famously said, "I've never touched money, it just gets deposited into my account. I'm not interested in money because I earn so much that it has become numb."
1,000 billion?
A small goal, Lin Chen thought
arrogantly to himself.
After a brief moment of self-satisfaction, he decided to cash out all the money he had earned to avoid devaluation. Money can always be earned again if he didn't spend it now. When the world was in turmoil and the federal system faced problems, he would truly regret it. People are like this: when they have no money, they desperately think about making it, but once they have it, they become fearful and cautious. At this moment, Lin Chen was a typical example of someone who was anxious about gains and losses, always feeling that the money came too easily, making him somewhat uneasy. After all, 2 trillion is just an upper-level standard in the neutral zone, but in the 5 major districts, it could be considered top-tier wealth. This is your purple gold card, which contains all the acquisition funds. Please take a look. The senior president respectfully handed over the card, his gaze carrying a hint of admiration. Then, as Lin Chen took the card to check, the senior president jokingly said, "With this batch of goods, our headquarters won't need to acquire low-tier and mid-tier equipment and materials for half a year." I was planning to come back tomorrow," Lin Chen said, slightly disappointed as he looked up. Upon hearing his words, everyone present fell into a long silence. The senior president, sweating profusely, said, "You can come, but this batch of goods really needs some time to digest. With your abilities, the branches won't be able to handle it. How about this? I personally suggest you temporarily sell at other brand stores or store them for now. In a month or so, our headquarters will distribute the goods in batches to the branches for sale, and you
can come back then." "Okay, I understand."
Lin Chen put away the 2 purple gold cards and suddenly asked, "Are there any collectibles that hold value, or universal currency?" Hearing this question, Jiang Bingyan, who came from a top-tier consortium, had the most authority to speak. She invited Lin Chen to a side room and suddenly leaned closer to him, saying mysteriously, "Brother Lin, in my family, money is really just a string of numbers. The 3 major consortia in our neutral zone and other families control the economic lifeline of the entire federal 5 major districts. As long as there is war outside, needing weapons and logistical support, the families in the neutral zone will never fall." Lin Chen's expression was shocked. "Is this something that can be said? Oh, you are my superior. It's harmless for me to reveal a little secret. Besides, Lin Chen, you are a core high-level member of 7 Kills. You should know something about it, right?" Jiang Bingyan asked curiously. Lin Chen felt his face was about to lose its luster, so he quickly changed the subject. "So what? As long as the wild monsters are not cleared out, the war will not stop." Jiang Bingyan shook her head. "Do you know where the weapons and materials you just sold went? To the players in the 5 major districts?" Lin Chen frowned. Jiang Bingyan showed hesitation and sighed slightly. "You're right, but if Yuding or other stores also swallow a large batch of weapons, they will artificially create chaos, triggering conflicts in the 5 major districts, keeping players in a state of instability, urgently needing various equipment for self-defense and manufacturing materials to prevent market saturation." Hearing this, Lin Chen completely understood. He wasn't a 3-year-old child. He naturally knew the influence of the major families in the neutral zone behind the scenes in the 5 major districts. Perhaps, during a certain district-level war in the era of the epics, there were shadows of them amidst the beast-tide conflict. The fall of Storm City without a fight, the inexplicable chaos caused by 7 Kills throughout the Dragon District, and their plans to assassinate the district leader, Blackie, all suggest that it's not merely about guild rules. Lin Chen did not believe that. The way 7 Kills treated elder-level figures reveals how cold-blooded and cruel this guild is. It's impossible that they would push 7 Kills into the spotlight just because of guild regulations. As the vice president, Long Li had only interacted with him a few times, but the other party's terrifyingly rational way of doing things left a deep impression on him. He absolutely did not believe that there would be no profit in the decision for 7 Kills to declare war on the Dragon District. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Bingyan, the young lady from the consortium who was willing to share everything with him, and a sense of gratitude surged within him. If it weren't for her awakening him, he wouldn't know when he would be able to see the full picture of the federal situation.
So, you're saying that Yuding's important industrial layout is in the Dragon District, so they have had contact with 7 kills, or perhaps they facilitated 7 kills assassination of the Black Leader in the Dragon District? Lin Chen grasped the implication in Jiang Bingyan's words and stated it directly. Jiang Bingyan feigned ignorance, saying, "What? Who has contacted whom? Our neutral district is absolutely neutral." Lin Chen smiled deeply, speaking to himself, "No wonder Yuding dared to take risks to contact me. Even using the excuse that I'm a major client to open a branch in Storm City. They want to leverage 7 kills to make a profit in the soon-to-be chaotic Dragon District." Jiang Bingyan covered her ears, pretending not to hear. "Let's get back to the main topic. What exactly do you want to recommend to me as a more valuable currency?" Lin Chen looked at Jiang Bingyan curiously and asked. Jiang Bingyan uncovered her fair hands from her ears and smiled. "Lin Chen, do you know about the Chaos Stone?" "Chaos Stone? Is it the exclusive drop from the forbidden area of Chaos?" Lin Chen frowned, somewhat puzzled. "I leveled up too quickly and I don't really need equipment, so I'm not very familiar with these things." "Lin Chen, you're so Versailles," Jiang Bingyan teased, sticking out her pink tongue playfully. Then, she thought for a moment and continued, "The Chaos Stone is also a type of universal currency in the high-end market. Its main function is for equipment use, as it can randomly refresh various attribute entries of the equipment. If you're lucky, even ordinary white equipment can randomly become magical equipment with special effect entries." "I understand that a bit," Lin Chen nodded. Before he awakened, he liked to read various popular science books in his spare time, so he had some understanding of high-level items like the Chaos Stone. "I remember that in the altar automatically generated by the system, sacrificing a Chaos Stone can also yield double experience potions, right?" Lin Chen recalled some information about the Chaos Stone and calmly added, "Yes, that's also a major reason for its value retention. If you sacrifice 18 Chaos Stones, you can exchange for the highest tier experience secret potion, which can increase experience gain by 5 times for half an hour. It's one of the coveted potions for most players who find leveling up difficult in the later stages," Jiang Bingyan said seriously. After hearing this, Lin Chen curiously asked, "So what is the price of a single one? Is the world's production high?" Jiang Bingyan shook her head. "It's in a very scarce state. Although it's only a drop from the Chaos Domain, due to the Chaos Essence produced in dungeons worldwide, there's also a recipe to sacrifice it into a Chaos Stone at the system altar, so its circulation is quite broad, and production has increased somewhat. Currently, as far as I know, the market selling price of a Chaos Stone fluctuates between 3.5 million to 4 million, with a purchase price above 2.8 million. Depending on demand, the purchase prices can also vary greatly." Speaking of which, she clasped her hands behind her back, looking at Lin Chen with a sweet smile, revealing her signature cute dimples. "Brother Lin, if you agree to a small request of mine, I can immediately ask someone to help you prepare the lowest purchase price for Chaos Stones, and as for how many you need, I can get as many as you want." Hearing this, Lin Chen was slightly surprised. From what he knew about Chaos Stones, although they had a general circulation, much like gold jewelry and diamonds from the last century, most high-level players had 1 or 2 stashed away for emergencies, as they held their value under the right conditions. No matter how chaotic the outside world became, the demand for upgrading provided by Chaos Stones and the need for top-tier special effects from graduation-level equipment would never disappear. This was the cornerstone of their value. However, just because most players had some didn't mean that Chaos Stones were easy to obtain. Up until now, Lin Chen had only dropped nearly 10,000 Chaos Essences, and according to the sacrifice ratio of 720 to 1, even with his high-intensity clearing of dungeons, he could only exchange for a dozen or so, just barely enough to redeem a 5-fold experience potion. If used to refresh the attributes of the extreme source, one careless mistake could turn it into a useless item. Without a sufficient quantity of Chaos Stones, one should not attempt to refresh equipment. Otherwise, it could end up like that internet celebrity Lin Chen had seen online, who spent 100 Chaos Stones without getting the desired special effect attributes, resulting in the original attributes becoming worthless, even worse than before, leaving a crowd of onlookers entertained, while the well-known gambler lost a few hundred million. This illustrates just how scarce and precious Chaos Stones are, with a more concrete potential for value retention and demand gap compared to gold and natural gemstones from the last century. As long as players exist, Chaos Stones will always circulate. "Do you really have a large supply on hand?" Lin Chen asked, somewhat uncertain. Jiang Bingyan smiled lightly. "If I put in some effort, I can still get a few tens of thousands of Chaos Stones." After saying this, her beautiful big eyes stared unblinkingly at Lin Chen, as if to say, "Why haven't you agreed to my small request yet?" Lin Chen nodded. "First, tell me the request." Jiang Bingyan's heart leaped with joy, and as if recalling something, her cheeks suddenly flushed slightly. She shyly averted her gaze and said, I would like to invite you to visit the Dream City in the neutral zone after the trial tasks at the Academy are over. It's quite interesting. There, the most prosperous scenic spot in the entire neutral zone." "Is that all you want?" Lin Chen was taken aback. "Pick a time, and after I complete my job change, we can go take a look." I come from a small place and have indeed never seen the grand sights of the neutral zone, he said with a self-deprecating smile. Jiang Bingyan quickly waved her hand. Don't say that. Your strength is already quite rare in the neutral zone. Moreover, with your current financial resources, you can join the neutral zone at any time and become a noble here, enjoying, well, let's skip the multiple wives, that's too low. Anyway, there are a whole bunch of rights like servants, exclusive estates, and so on, plus there are ample official military organizations here. So your estate can be entered by the wind and rain, but not by the king. Coming here to retire means no longer having to be disturbed by the chaos of war, and nobles can even bring their families over to live together. How wonderful is that? Jiang Bingyan sincerely advised. Lin Chen revealed a complex smile. I can consider retiring in the neutral zone in the future, but I'm still young, right? Hiding in the neutral zone seems rather dull. I could bring my family over to let them enjoy a comfortable old age in the neutral zone. Let's not talk about that. I want to buy some moon dew for the angels first and then exchange some money for chaos stones to preserve their value. Jiang Bingyan felt a surge of joy in her heart. As long as Lin Chen was willing to come to the neutral zone to retire, then her earlier words of earnest advice wouldn't have been in vain. Most importantly, she would be able to see him every day, and there was even a chance they could become neighbors. When they both grew old and could no longer play, well, it would be quite fitting to end up as a couple. Feeling a bit embarrassed at the thought, she cleared her throat and said, Yuelu is a cheap product. I'll have Yuding send you some stock for free. Don't. You can give me a discount, but it absolutely cannot be free, Lin Chen replied, his expression softening a bit as he said seriously, no merit, no reward. Bingyan, your sweet talk is about to corrupt me, your leader. He. Jiang Bingyan covered her mouth and giggled, a blush creeping up her fair neck. Alright then, I'll have them give a discount and clear out all the Yuelu stock at headquarters so that the angelic lady can grow. She continued, in a gentle voice. What? A discount to clear out Yuelu? I'm telling you, Miss Jiang, you're going a bit too far here. Yuelu is a high-grade material, it's not cheap when sold individually. The senior executive firmly opposed her suggestion as soon as he heard it. But before he could finish, Jiang Bingyan's gaze turned cold, and she shot him a look. The man's face paled, in the face of absolute interest at headquarters, even if it meant offending the major shareholder's daughter. As the main responsible person, he could not show any signs of retreat. However, Jiang Bingyan didn't give him any room to struggle. She directly took out her phone and called her father. Darling daughter, it's been half a month since you last called me. What do you need? The middle-aged man on the other end of the line asked with a teasing tone. Jiang Bingyan held the phone and huffed, I've run out of money, send me some more. I want to clear out the Yuelu stock at Yuding headquarters. Why? The Chin family has plenty of money, but you need a reason, right? So the family knows where you've spent your allowance, what new equipment you've bought, and whether you've been scammed. It's easier for the family to settle accounts with them, the middle-aged man replied in a calm tone. Jiang Bingyan replied straightforwardly, I bought an elder position at Chisha to play around. Do you think it's worth 400 billion? That does sound like a bit of an investment. It's the most valuable investment you've made. This year, Dad is very optimistic about it, the man on the other end said with rare satisfaction. Jiang Bingyan added, spend a few million for you, find a decent boyfriend, and have a relationship. Would you oppose that? There was silence on the other end. But soon, the deep voice of the middle-aged man came again. Money is a small matter. I can't control who you date, but at the very least, the other person should be decent. Don't let just anyone think they can get close to my Jiang Chaoai's daughter. Dad won't agree. After he finished speaking, in a certain elegant courtyard, a middle-aged man in a white shirt with half-closed eyes moved the phone aside and turned to the elderly man in a Zhongshan suit standing respectfully beside him, who was responsible for secretly protecting the young lady lately. The old housekeeper's expression remained unchanged, and he replied steadily, Master, it's the team from the old Taoist. What did he say? The middle-aged man in the white shirt reclined on a fragrant sandalwood chair, calmly observing a pair of beautiful servants carrying a vermilion birdcage, showing no concern that his phone was still on the line. The old housekeeper pondered for a moment before respectfully replying, recently, the one who has been close to the young lady is the new hallmaster of Chisha, the child who just received the Human Savior Medal. Oh, him. No wonder. His momentum is too strong, it's not good. He lacks the subtlety of hiding his talents. I'm not optimistic. The old housekeeper lowered his eyes, standing by and carefully listening to every word the master said, secretly pondering in his heart. After finishing his earlier words, the middle-aged man in a white shirt suddenly became interested, picked up his phone, and called his precious daughter again, but the call went unanswered. He put away his phone without surprise and waved his hand slightly, saying, she's just a girl, let her have her fun. Spending a little money to find a good kid to play with and stir things up isn't a big deal. After all, I've earned so much money, isn't it just for the next generation to squander? Besides, just because I don't see potential doesn't mean that kid doesn't have investment potential. What if my Jiang family girl ends up pulling in someone who becomes a true dragon in the future? No one can say for sure. Our old Jiang family needs to master the art of accumulating. wealth in the first 100 years to stand at the top of the neutral zone's pyramid, and in the next 100 years, we'll have to rely on the wealth distribution methods left by Zhang's ancestors to gather people's hearts, raise our own dogs, and maintain our offerings. The old butler listened quietly from the side and then turned to inform the people at the Yuding headquarters. On the other side, the senior president who received the Zhang family's call felt extremely envious. He glanced at Lin Chen in the private room and then turned around, bowing respectfully to the sulking Zhang Bingyan, saying, "Miss, it's not that I'm unwilling to budge, it's just that the value of the moon dew is too high for someone like me to decide." "And then?" Zhang Bingyan asked coldly. Cold sweat broke out on the senior president's face, and he hurriedly salvaged, "Just as you say, we'll take the stock from headquarters and give it to your friend for free." "No, it's a discount. He doesn't like taking other people's things for free," Zhang Bingyan corrected him seriously. After hearing her words, the senior president couldn't help but complain internally, "A discount? That's even worse than giving it to him for free. How did a stunningly beautiful super rich woman like Miss Zhang end up with such a shameless guy? When will I ever be like him?" After entering the private room and finishing the negotiations with Miss Zhang, the senior president personally brought a set of 2 sales contracts to Lin Chen. His heart was bleeding, but he had to force a smile and say, "Thank you so much. Our headquarters has finally cleared out the moon dew that hasn't sold in nearly half a year." The earlier words were so fake that he felt a bit nauseous himself, but the latter part was very real. Moon dew, although a high-tier material, isn't used much by ordinary players, so it's mostly bought by special professions like alchemists and potion makers. Therefore, the headquarters usually doesn't stock much, and the monthly sales are very low, but that doesn't affect its high price. The general market price is around 8 to 900,000, and now it's being sold at a discount. The senior president could only pinch his nose, endure the pain from declining performance, and force a smile, saying, "In total, there are 3,896,421 units of moon dew. At the market price of 100,000, minus the supreme VIP discount, the unit price is 73,002, totaling 285,218,017,200 federal coins. So expensive?" Lin Chen was a bit taken aback. But then he thought about the fact that this was a million-level quantity and it was an exclusive upgrade item for angels, so he quickly calmed down. Losing a bit is fine, after all, he had already made quite a bit of money at the Yuding shop and it was time to let others earn some too. With this understanding, Lin Chen didn't haggle and generously said, "For Zhang Bingyan's sake, I'll reluctantly take all your stock." Okay, thank you so much," the senior president said with a beaming smile, but inside he was twitching. If it weren't for the other party's strength and status, he really felt like going up and punching him a few times. This is just too shameless, getting a bargain and still acting coy. How did Miss Zhang end up with such a shameless person? How many levels can the nearly 4 million moon dew for angels help you level up? Lin Chen asked with a smile in his heart. The angel Chiral, whose thoughts were already aligned with his, let out an excited echo in the summoning space. "You actually brought so much moon dew, enough for me to advance to level 5 divine being." After the transaction was completed, Lin Chen immediately paid the fee of 280 billion. Then, he tossed the purple gold gourd that the woman in the cheapo had brought over directly into the summoning space of Angel Chiral. "Upgrade to your heart's content. During this time, I will inquire about the advanced divine items needed for ascension beyond the divine being," Lin Chen said gently. Upon hearing this, Angel Chiral's expression was filled with excitement, her right hand pressed against her full chest as she slightly bowed, her voice trembling with sincerity. "Master, you are Chiral's hero and I am willing to fight to the death for you. Without your support, Chiral would have only been a heavenly soldier in this life, forever unable to touch the divine position." As she spoke, tears of pure angelic emotion streamed down her face, revealing her genuine feelings and complete submission to Lin Chen as her master. Lin Chen, unfazed, replied, "You are mine. Don't say just divine being, even if it's the God King. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I will do my utmost to help you ascend." Master Chiral, overwhelmed with emotion, had tears in her eyes. No one had ever treated her this well since her birth. Unable to contain herself, she manifested, her angelic figure radiating a gentle warmth, brushing against Lin Chen's face and gently enveloping him in a tender, warm spring breeze. Ding! Angel Chiral's loyalty to you has reached 100%, triggering the bond of the light of hope. Light of hope, your personal charm causes the radiant god to always turn towards hope, inspiring companions, unleashing core potential, and granting the effect of radiant resurrection, enjoyed by all friendly companions, with a cooldown of 1 day. The cooldown time decreases with the radiant god's level, while also enhancing the special effects of awakening after resurrection. Radiant resurrection, reflection of the god, resurrecting the bones. Suddenly embraced by Angel Chiral, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, but his face quickly flushed as he exclaimed, "Chiral, you've evolved. I told you, how could an angel not have a resurrection skill? Here it is," he said excitedly. Although he was already close to invincibility, who would complain about having a strong life? Moreover, wouldn't it also grant allies the bond effect? That would be like giving companions an extra life. And it triggers once a day. This effect is ridiculously powerful.
Sensing her master's joy, Chiral, floating in the summoning space, also revealed a radiant smile. Master, once I absorb all the moon dew, the bond effect can be further enhanced. She then began to consume the moon dew in large quantities. In no time, nearly 4 million drops of moon dew were completely absorbed in one go. The warm sunlight halo above her head became increasingly intense and dazzling, pure as the warm sun on the horizon, making one feel inexplicably at ease and close just by looking at it. All things are born towards the sun. Angels symbolize light, as the god of light, naturally possessing a powerful affinity that is enchanting. Following that, on her increasingly delicate and small white jade-like face, a pair of light-filled eyes, like searchlights, became even more sacred and extraordinary, embodying an innate pride and coolness, no longer tainted by a hint of worldly smoke, as if washed clean of all embellishments, illuminating like the moon, ascending to the divine position. Lin Chen stared unblinkingly at the extraordinary brightness in the summoning space, his heart racing with anticipation. Sure enough, aside from the transformation in temperament and divine posture, her original 2 wings had grown into 4, revealing a cold and sharp halo hidden in the void behind her, as if draping Chiral in a stunning cloak of warm sunlight, exuding divine martial elegance. Even more so, the once extraordinary holy sword and the bright battle armor now seemed like tattered rags under the overwhelming divine aura radiating from the transformed angel Chiral, making them utterly unworthy to be associated with her, which was extremely displeasing to Lin Chen. No way. This armor no longer matches you, Lin Chen said, his emotions stirred. Master, Chiral lowered her head, speaking somewhat shyly. Currently, suitable armor and weapons for me are extremely rare, so please don't spend any more. What does this little money matter? It's just a few trillion, right? I'll go get you a set of divine-grade gear right away, guaranteed to be no less impressive than what you're wearing now, Lin Chen said grandly. If the master has enough money, then Chiral indeed should change her equipment. The attributes provided by this heavenly soldier's attire can no longer keep up, the angel Chiral said softly, her gaze like water. After her transformation, not only did she increasingly possess the ethereal quality of a goddess, but her complexion was also pure, unlike anything mundane, especially those long, straight, flawless legs, as smooth as white jade, and her delicate, pinkish-white feet, which were almost blindingly beautiful. After a thorough appraisal, Lin Chen found it hard to look away. He really wanted to go up and touch her, to see what the difference between a god and a human was, and whether they could have normal children. The indecent thought flashed away, and Lin Chen forcibly withdrew his gaze, smiling as he said, "Don't worry, once I clear all the dungeons, I must arrange a set of ancient treasure-level legacy gear for you. Master, I think if you want to quickly enhance Chiral's strength, you should first get her the 6th broken wing of the seraph. That way, my divine rank can be elevated again," the angel Chiral said gently, her gaze towards Lin Chen filled with endless affection. Lin Chen felt a bit guilty under her gaze. Even after becoming a summoner god, a man's lustful nature was hard to change. He thought the Pope of the Goddess Hall would be the first woman he liked. But the truth proved that as long as she had a good personality and was beautiful to a certain extent, he found it hard not to like her. I should consider having a few big fat grandsons for old Lin Chen thought to himself, increasingly captivated by the now infinitely charming Chiral, who also carried a hint of loneliness in her essence. Alright, the 6th broken wing of the seraph, got it. After agreeing, Lin Chen couldn't help but open Chiral's personal information to take a look. Chiral, God, level 5 true God race, God, radiant system, blessing system divine position, God of light health 51 billion/51 billion physical strength, 176, 291, 171 mana, 521, 893, 400 strength, 3078, 013 agility, for 208, 909 divine king Yatoso's armor of light, calamity of the red sun, 4th judgment, super temporal light wings, radiant blessing, sacred heavenly punishment, eye of light, divine might, combat power assessment, 673,200 stars. After reading the information about the angel Chiral, 2 words popped into Lin Chen's mind, invincible. It should be noted that even in existence, like the old law god was only approaching a combat power of 6 to 7,000 stars, ranking in the top 10 in the entire Lancao, yet the gap between him and Chiral was like that between heaven and earth, completely incomparable. It was evident how astonishing the strength of his summoned beings had become. It was likely that just one of them could easily crush the younger generation of job changers, leaving them unable to lift their heads. Once I finish my job change, I'm going to sweep through this year's grand arena in the neutral zone. I want to take on 10. Lin Chen roared in his heart, a surge of uncontrollable fighting spirit rising within him. What rookie king? My goal is the God Lord. First, we will cleanse the Dragon District and establish our own monument, with temples blooming everywhere, living forever in the hearts of our followers, becoming immortal. After making this determination, Lin Chen's turbulent heart gradually calmed down. He walked out of the private room alone and found the senior president, who was talking with Jiang Bingyan, asking, "Do you have any divine grade sets? Preferably suitable for angels." Angels? The senior president was taken aback, and after realizing it, he was shocked and uncertain as he asked, "Are you looking to buy a divine grade set suitable for angels?" Lin Chen disliked repeating himself and simply nodded indifferently.
Seeing this, the senior president, who received a confirmation, looked deeply at Lin Chen, then lowered his head to think for a moment, respectfully, saying, "Yes, there is a set of the Phoenix in the divine category and the holy set of Radiant Atom. The quantity of ancient treasures is very limited and generally not sold separately. However, since you have asked, even if it cannot be sold, I will do my best to negotiate for you." The senior president spoke in a somewhat flattering tone. At this moment, he had completely understood the priorities. Lin Chen nodded, "Then let's temporarily go with a set of the Phoenix. A little less attribute enhancement is fine. The effect of resurrection once is quite good. You truly have an eye for this, but there are also Phoenix accessories of ancient treasure level. What's the price?" Lin Chen asked straightforwardly. The senior president replied, "A single ancient treasure can enhance the set effect by 180%, so the price will be a bit higher. If you are only interested in a divine grade set, excluding enchantments, star upgrades, and top-level enhancements, then the 6-piece set will only cost 120 billion, and with the discount it totals 96 billion. I'll buy it. For now, I won't enchant or upgrade the stars. That little attribute isn't even enough for my summoned being's pocket change," Lin Chen said nonchalantly. Beside him, Jiang Bingyan explained, "Lin Gij, if the entire set is fully enhanced, upgraded, and enchanted, it can provide several million additional special attributes beyond the set, but the cost would be n times that of purchasing this set. Not considering it, just a few million attributes." Lin Chen shook his head, decisively rejecting Jiang Bingyan's suggestion. All he wanted was the percentage enhancement and resurrection effect provided by the Phoenix, not a large numerical boost. That little enhancement wasn't even enough to fill the gaps for the current angels. With the previous successful collaboration, this transaction was also very quick. He directly sent the divine grade set he obtained into the summoning space, and suddenly, a delicate voice rang in his ears, "Master, my clothes are all wrinkled too. I want new clothes to wear." It turned out to be Sagittarius in another summoning space, sitting on a divine bough, swinging her delicate legs with a look of grievance, clearly using her weapon as a swing. Lin Chen glanced at the equipment she was wearing and chuckled, "You want the Phoenix set too? That set of equipment isn't as good as what you have on. I want it, as long as it's from Master, I want it all." Sagittarius swayed her fair and plump body on the swing, her beautiful eyes looking pitifully at Lin Chen outside the summoning space, extending her hands in a pleading manner for a hug. With such a wife at home, even goji berries can't cure it. Lin Chen thought, both amused and helpless. "Let's not change the equipment for now. How about I get you a doll as tall as a person?" Later, he thought of it on a whim, knowing that girls love dolls, and said it out loud. However, before Sagittarius could respond, Angel Chiral also chimed in with a pitiful tone, "Master, I want one too." All right. Then, one for each of you," Lin Chen said helplessly. Sagittarius said, "I want a sculpture of Cupid. He is the deity I have liked since I was little. Sculptures are not allowed. Let's go with dolls." Lin Chen decisively refused. He would not allow his summoned creatures to bow to other deities, even to the love god Cupid, who had no competitive spirit. "But I want to ask him to appear and secretly shoot an arrow at the master in me," Sagittarius said boldly, blushing. Lin Chen was left speechless. "Stop dreaming, the love god doesn't even exist." He poured cold water on the idea. The angel Chiral over there said, "If he dares to appear and shoot an arrow at the master, I'll be the first to make him fall from grace." She rarely showed a fierce glint in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Sagittarius made a teasing expression of fear. Lin Chen didn't want to pay any more attention to these two, withdrawing his consciousness from the summoning space and returning to reality. "Brother Lin, my dad has helped you finalize the acquisition of the Chaos Stones, a total of 400,000 pieces, at a price of 2.5 million each, totaling 1 trillion, Jiang Bingyan said, playfully clasping her hands behind her back and looking up at Lin Chen with a smile. 2.5 million? The senior executive was shocked by this low price. In fact, the Jiang family even personally used their resources to help him acquire a quantity of chaos stones that he could never earn in his lifetime. 400,000. Enough for some small families in neutral zones to look up to. Common forces, even with 1 trillion, couldn't gather so many chaos stones. First, the price would have to double, and there would be a severe lack of acquisition channels and their own low influence in the trading market. Some forces even specifically hired acquisition teams to buy low-priced chaos stones worldwide. On one hand, they profited from the price difference, and on the other, they used the Federation's virtual currency to cash out game currency with permanent value prospects. However, despite the major forces with keen eyes hiring professional teams for acquisition, they still only managed to obtain a meager few hundred each year. A family business that performed well might cash out a few thousand, which would already be considered a top family in the 5 major districts. It was completely incomparable to the Jiang family sale at 2.5 million, with an immediate release of 400,000 pieces. According to the senior executive's professional judgment, this order meant the Jiang family had lost 1/3 of the total price. He was extremely envious yet deeply impressed. Who could blame them for having the ability and capability to catch the Jiang family's eye and deliberately offer a hefty sum to win them over? Lin Chen naturally understood Jiang Bingyan's help in this matter. But he was unaware of the difficulties in acquiring chaos stones and the external value placed on them. Then let's save some for fun. By the way, if there are any forbidden spell level summoner skill books in the 6th Severed Wing of the Seraph, let me know, Lin Chen said to Jiang Bingyan. What he didn't know was that the world was about to undergo earth-shattering changes, and chaos stones would hold a crucial position in the currency system. It must be a forbidden spell? If you lower your requirements a bit, my Yuding shop can immediately mobilize resources from the 5 major districts to find you some, at least a few suitable summoner god level skills, the senior executive seriously suggested. Jiang Bingyan added, Brother Lin, forbidden spells are hard to come by, especially for summon creatures. Even if there are any, they would definitely be snatched up by those old geezers who have lived for over 100 years. However, god-level skills really don't match Brother Lin, you need mythic epic-level original techniques, she said, somewhat troubled. Lin Chen understood their meaning and didn't want to add more trouble, so he settled for a compromise. Alright, just keep an eye out for the forbidden spells, and I want as many god-level skills as possible, but they need to be of different types. Okay, the senior executive nodded seriously and then respectfully turned to leave. After he left, Lin Chen began to look forward to the scene of being surrounded by a group of divine servants in the future, which would surely be spectacular. In the past, he couldn't afford to buy divine skill books. Now, money was just a string of numbers to him. Divine skill books, he would buy as many as there were to enrich his army of summons. Moreover, Lin Chen was well aware that money kept in his pocket would always depreciate. If the Federation fell into complete chaos, the long string of numbers in his account would shrink severely. Before leaving, the senior president informed him that tomorrow a divine skill for summoning professions would arrive at headquarters, and at that time he just needed to bring money to collect the goods. Generally speaking, the skill books for divine items would have to go to the auction, where the price would be at least 3 times higher. However, Lin Chen's relationship with Jiang Bingyan was delicate, and the person in charge at headquarters did not dare to be negligent, so they could only try to please him, even at the cost of some benefits. Lin Chen was naturally unaware of all this. He thought that by spending money at Yuding to buy skill books, he was helping their business. Jiang Bingyan insisted on following Lin Chen to complete the job change task. With no other choice, he could only agree. During the journey, a strange phone call rang. Jiang Bingyan paused her steps, hesitated for a moment, and directly pressed to answer. Who? Long Li. Hearing this thunderous name, she immediately perked up, feeling a bit guilty as she said, Deputy Long, why do you have the time to find me? When you joined, I had already secured a position for you in the Neutral Zone's Dark Department. You just need to hone your skills for 2 years until your temperament stabilizes and you will be competent. However, since Lin Tangzhu has taken a liking to you, I won't say much more. You should hurry to Baibi and I'll explain a few things. Jiang Bingyan made a bitter face and said, I knew you were just painting a big picture. I don't believe you would let me take the deputy position. Back then, I couldn't even buy a position from you with money, and now that I've gained Lin Gij's attention through my own efforts, you come to waver my stance. Your intentions seem a bit unwholesome. Walking ahead, Lin Chen listened to their conversation with mixed feelings. Lin Gij, Deputy Long wants to talk to you. Lin Chen took Jiang Bingyan's phone, held it to his ear, and said in a low voice, Deputy Long, I've signed you up for the Newcomer King competition, which will be held in the middle of this month at the independent autonomous city of Weiyang in the Neutral Zone. If you can place in the top 3, I'll help you arrange things, and you can stay in the Neutral Zone's Goddess Hall as a Guardian 1-star Dragon General, gaining legal rights to autonomous territory in the name of the Goddess Hall. Additionally, the President has used connections to invite the Chief Speaker of the Global Summoners Association in the Neutral Zone. He has already reached the peak and is a revered spirit summoner in the summoner community, enjoying a high reputation and status. 3 of the top 10 summoners in the John district are his disciples, and they are already 6th-order divine powerhouses, not much worse than you. From now on, you can focus on leveling up, aiming for the peak level. If you lack any materials or other items, you can apply to the organization, you have that privilege. The President owes a huge favor to the Summoners Association for you. That Chief Speaker agreed to personally guide you because of you, and the purpose is obvious. He has the intention of pulling you into the association. Just keep your balance. I've said before that the 7 killers will spare no effort in cultivating you. Once you reach the peak level, you must go to Lanzhou to stabilize the situation. Currently, the situation in the Dragon District is becoming increasingly complex, and both sides are on the brink of full-scale war. If the Federation also intervenes, you need to be mentally prepared to command the new hall at any time. On the other end of the phone, the instructions continued without interruption. Lin Chen listened in silence and said, I understand your meaning. I happen to lack some developmental directions for summoners at their peak, so I appreciate the President's extra effort. He thought for a moment and then added, Can I really apply for anything from the organization? Absolutely. Then get me a 6th Severed Wing of the Seraph. Also, I am in great need of skill books above divine quality for summoners, no matter what they are. On the other end of the phone, there was silence for several seconds. Suddenly, a sigh came through. The seraph is a six-winged angel, a powerful deity within the Forbidden Zone. In the past, when it was not constrained by the top human powers, the severed wings of the six-winged angel did occasionally emerge, but now, you either go to the fallen source domain yourself to challenge the seraph there, or you take a chance to acquire it, but such a priceless treasure is unlikely to be sold by anyone. As for the skill book used to summon deities, the guild can provide you with an exclusive level 1 every month. Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped that the 7 Kills Guild could somehow get that severed wing, but now it seemed completely unrealistic. However, being able to get a free exclusive summoning skill book every month was still quite appealing. Just after he hung up the phone, an email from the guild arrived. Inside was a glowing exclusive skill book, titled Far Scout Skyhawk. He checked the detailed information of the skill book. Far Scout Skyhawk consumes 90,000 magic power, summons 2 level 100 white feather skyhawks to scout everything within a 20-mile radius, limit quantity 2, cooldown time 1 hour. Learn. Lin Chen chose to learn without hesitation. Exclusive skills are always welcome, no matter how poor they are. Ding. Skill learned successfully. Ding. The talent of Starlight Radiance takes effect, and the Far Scout Skyhawk automatically evolves to a 3-eyed Divine Hawk at max level. 3-eyed Divine Hawk consumes 200,000 magic power, summons 2 max 3-eyed Divine Hawks, capable of seeing through the void, surveying the world, scouting everything within a 100-mile radius in detail. Any killing intent or hostile enemy cannot escape its third Divine Eye, limit quantity 2, cooldown time 3 hours. Looking at the description of the evolved skill, it seemed to be a reconnaissance-type role. He just didn't know if the 3-eyed Divine Hawk had the ability to find bosses or hidden quest characters. Lin Chen thought to himself, a faint smile appearing on his face. Just as he was handing his phone back to Jiang Bingyan, his own phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw an unfamiliar number. Without thinking, Lin Chen answered. Lin Chen, this is Jun Hao. A deep voice came from the other end of the line. Jiang Bingyan's expression changed slightly upon hearing the name, and she whispered in surprise, "It's actually the president. How does he have the time to call? What's going on today? Both heads of the 7 Kills Guild are looking for Lin Gage?" Lin Chen ignored her murmurs. This was his first time speaking with the president. For that mysterious man who controlled both the 7 Kills and Dragon Guilds, the outside world was filled with legendary stories about him, including records of his deeds in the Academy's books, known as the world's #1 ghost slaughter god. The name Junhao was like thunder in Lin Chen's ears, and with a hint of respect he said, "President, is there something you need? I've got the 6th severed wing of the seraph for you." With that, the call ended with 2 beeps. Lin Chen glanced at his phone, blinking in confusion. So straightforward? So generous. Truly the leader of the 7 Kills. When the 6-winged deity says to kill, it's done. Lin Chen was overjoyed, having snagged a mythical quality treasure for free. Was this the charm of a top guild? Junhao is really strong. He's going to personally go to the fallen source domain to take the seraph's wings, Jiang Bingyan said excitedly. The little transparent Wen Yan instinctively shrank his neck at the mention of the deity, feeling a chill run down his spine. Lin Gage, I'll head to the 100 Armed first, and we'll meet up later. Before leaving, Jiang Bingyan said goodbye to Lin Chen. Lin Chen watched her leave, and with Wen Yan continued towards the direction of the ancient world ruins. On the way, after leaving the neutral zone, the two took the Jolong Yutian, hurrying non-stop towards the ancient ruins. Lin Chen looked at the delicate young man squatting beside the throne, hugging his knees, and felt a pang of sympathy. "Come sit up here, there's no need to be so reserved with me." "Lin Chen, I'm fine sitting here, you don't need to worry about me," Wen Yan replied with a subtle smile. Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Lin Chen suddenly remembered the large sum of money he had earned earlier, most of which was thanks to Wen Yan's efforts, and he hadn't rewarded him yet. "You've helped me collect so many spoils, so tell me, what reward do you want?" "Miss Jiang has already paid me, I'm very content," Wen Yan said, feeling uneasy, and quickly waved his hand. Lin Chen, however, was unmoved. 1 million a month, is that enough to beg for scraps? With your top-tier hidden profession, which team wouldn't treat you like royalty? If I shortchange you, I wouldn't be able to face myself, let alone build a good team. He continued seriously. "Speak up now, do you want money or equipment?" Seeing Lin Chen's fierce expression, Wen Yan lowered his head in fear and said honestly, "Alright then. Thank you for your appreciation. My luck is good again, so I'll use the fairy gourd for you now." "Then go ahead and use it," Lin Chen said, his tone softening. To avoid wasting Wen Yan's lucky moment, Lin Chen specifically sold 100 fairy gourds at the Yuding shop for him to carry, using one every hour. Sure enough, when the passive cooldown was up, the honest Wen Yan took out a gourd and opened it. With a puff of blue smoke, a high-level skill book radiating golden light appeared in his hand. However, it wasn't a summoner's book, but it was still quite valuable. Lin Chen casually stuffed it into his backpack and looked at Wen Yan, who had a somewhat feminine appearance, and asked, "Have you thought it through? What do you really want?" "Money," Wen Yan mustered his courage to say. Send me your account. Here's a bonus of 100 million for you to use first, and I'll insure your equipment later, Lin Chen said generously.
Upon hearing this, Wen Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, shaking his head in refusal. This is too much.
I don't deserve it, Lin Chen. Just a few hundred or a few thousand would be fine. Being able to be by your side is already the greatest blessing. No, you're a man. Why are you being so wishy-washy?
Lin Chen immediately transferred him 100 million and said in an undeniable tone,
take it.
As long as you have a good heart and treat me, Lin Chen, as the team leader, you'll definitely become a noble in the neutral zone.
Wen Yan
trembled as he held his phone, staring at the seemingly endless string of numbers, his heart racing, his face flushed with excitement as he said,
Thank you.
Wherever Lin Chen goes in this life, I will follow.
I will change my profession to assist you. Stop with the nonsense, I want to see real action. Seeing his naive expression, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle.
Reflecting on his own awakening, he had also thought that 100 million was an astronomical figure, but now, it was just the simple and monotonous life of a top-tier wealthy person.
He casually rewarded his subordinate with 100 million.
Indeed, in this world, the best tool for winning people's hearts is none other than money. In Lin Chen's backpack, the golden dragon egg quietly lay, and unbeknownst to him, a crack of light had appeared. He continued to steer the Jiulong forward, leaving behind a spectacular sight that spanned the horizon, causing the unaware citizens to gather and exclaim in wonder. In the Federal Autonomous Region, Shenzhou,
in the eastern part
of the ancient ruins, a group of people surrounded a broken statue of a destruction god, some closing their eyes in silent prayer, hoping for divine blessings and opportunities, while others climbed onto its shoulders trying to pull out a stone sword to complete a hidden quest, or knelt in worship,
treating it as their faith. Damned little days, this is the esteemed destroyer Libona. What you're doing will bring down divine punishment. Divine punishment? How many people have come before and after, stepping on his shoulders to relieve themselves? Has he made a peep? He's just a fallen god defeated by humans. I might as well pull out the sword from his body and see its quality.
You pull it out, with your pathetic strength, barely over 20,000. I bet pulling out a strange carrot planted by the Rabbit King would be a struggle for you.
Don't even think about competing for dungeon rankings, let alone pulling out the destroyer's broken sword.
Humiliated by words, the little one from the Sakura district cursed the national essence, and in a fit of anger, gripped the stone sword tightly with both hands, exerting all his strength, yet he couldn't budge it an inch.
In the end, amidst the laughter of the crowd, he could only leave in a huff. The destroyer has fallen for so many years, countless strong ones have come and gone, and those who can pull out a stone sword from him are few and far between. That little one is nothing but a feather, clearly a coward. Damn, only those under 20 can pull it out to make the rankings, leaving a mark in history forever etched in the annals of ancient ruins. Otherwise, I would have pulled it out to show you all. Get lost, with your measly Blade King. What kind of power attribute do you have to dare shout about pulling swords? You might as well kneel and lick the destroyer's boots. Who knows, the fallen god might just bestow some power upon you. The onlookers laughed and jeered, creating quite a scene. A figure in a starry robe arrived, accompanied by a seemingly subservient assistant, quickly catching up to the captain's pace. There are so many people here. The somewhat socially anxious Wen Yan, suppressing his expression, walked along the edges of the crowd, fearing to attract others' attention, appearing quite flustered. Leading the way, Lin Chen resembled a starry figure. Outsiders could only see a flickering starry sky, like a dream that vanished in an instant, leaving Wen Yan 100 meters behind. Wow, that big shot has such fast movement speed, 100 meters per second? I think it's even more than that. He must be an assassin or something. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought a boss had appeared. Hey, what level is your friend, and what profession? That outfit looks pretty cool. Someone grabbed the petite Wen Yan, who turned pale with fear, his eyes widening slightly as he repeatedly waved his hands, stammering, I don't know. Then, he lowered his head and fled as if escaping. Oh, it's a girl. Sorry, looking at your outfit, I thought. Seeing Wen Yan's delicate and fair appearance alone, with a somewhat androgynous voice, the person felt a bit embarrassed. Lin Chen, soaring above the hunchback destroyer, found himself surrounded by several players who were diligently trying to pull out the stone sword. It was rumored that those stone swords sealed within the destroyer's remains were left by the sword gods among human warriors, each one a divine item, and with good luck, one might even pull out an ancient broken sword surpassing divine quality. Moreover, even without mentioning the quality of those stone swords, offering them at the system altar would yield unexpected rewards. Additionally, if one made the rankings, they would be bestowed with honor and inherit the legacy left by the human emperor for outstanding descendants. This was part of the game's storyline. Give it up. Among the top 10 on the rankings, 6 are of otherworldly professions, and the first is a radiation fusion monster from the Sakura district. This isn't malicious slander. His profession is called radiation fusionist. I've heard he can endlessly devour the bones of strong ones and merge them into himself. He has already surpassed the 100-armed and set a Guinness record in Lighthouse Country for the highest number of arms and heads. Damn, that's terrifying. Does that mean he could surpass the 100-armed giant? With so many equipment slots, how strong must he be? He's practically a freak-level monster. He's known as the Sun God, the strongest of the new generation in the Sakura district. Beyond the gods, the 100-armed giant is a mythic deity. Do you think that just because some random creatures have multiple arms, they can compare to a god? Let me tell you, the 100-armed giant is dead. If he were still alive, with just one finger, he could crush that bastard. A dragon. Region class changer said, feeling unconvinced. Another class changer from the dragon region scoffed, all you do is complain. Sure, they can't compare to the 100-armed giant, but they are the world's #1 on the Ancient Ruins dungeon leaderboard. Do you have any comparison? Are you kneeling and licking your father's boots? It's just an Ancient Ruins dungeon, right? Not long ago, our dragon region had a human savior. Does he have a fusion? Has he ever penetrated the source of the Earth's veins? You're changing the subject. I'm talking about the top of the Ancient Ruins dungeon leaderboard. And you're bringing up some human savior. I see you dragon region folks are just used to feeling inferior, unable to hold your heads high under the pressure from the cherry blossom region, shamelessly flaunting any character you can think of. Wei Xiang, an old class changer from the lighthouse region, grew increasingly disdainful. Well said. The dragon region is just a bunch of despicable lowlifes. They don't deserve to be compared with us from the cherry blossom region. Back in the day, our cherry blossom region was one of the strongest nations on Blue Star, not like the backward dragon region. The class changers from the cherry blossom region cheered loudly, collectively attacking the shamelessness of the dragon region people. Although Lin Chen was far away, he could still hear the chatter of those lackeys. However, this was not the right time to deal with them. He focused intently on the broken sword embedded in the body of the destroyer beneath him, contemplating which blade to pull out without affecting the nearby dragon region class changers. Being out and about, seeing people from his own region felt comforting. After all, the internal conflict in the dragon region was far worse than the former federal 4th district, and class changers from other regions were actively dominating various dungeons, using all means to seize the top spots and oppress the weaker class changers. If even their own people bullied each other, the dragon region would become a complete laughingstock in the entire federation. After deciding on the position to strike, Lin Chen was about to summon the angel to draw the sword when a guy next to him, equipped with a pair of gravity mechanical gauntlets and sweating profusely, walked over. Seeing Lin Chen was also from the dragon region, he became very familiar and waved his hands repeatedly. Hey, brother, don't try it. This broken sword seals the bones of a deity. It's influenced by divine power and can't be pulled out by non-strength or other worldly professions. His enthusiastic advice did not elicit a response from Lin Chen. Suddenly, a radiant halo of divine light descended upon the destroyer's head, illuminating half the sky with a dazzling glow, casting a misty, enchanting light. Dust that clearly appeared above the heads of all the class changers. The destroyer has manifested. The destroyer has manifested. My daily prayers have finally been answered. My lord, please grant me the power of destruction. Upon seeing the celestial phenomenon, someone immediately knelt down in tears, believing that the deity they had been begging for power had appeared. Those whose hearts were not sincere but still excited to see the manifestation of the destroyer also knelt down and worshipped. The team from the lighthouse region, led by Wei Xiang, and the group from the cherry blossom region hoping to befriend them, also immediately stopped drawing their swords, all raising their heads to gaze at the increasingly brilliant and blinding light. The warm sun shone on their faces, illuminating their skin like light, as if they were bathed in holy light. Everyone displayed an expression of enjoyment and comfort, as if all their distracting thoughts and worries had vanished in that moment. What remained was only endless warmth and tranquility. A feeling akin to returning to the womb, extraordinarily divine, intoxicating the heart. They unconsciously opened their mouths, exhaling breaths that were actually pure, milky white energy, which surprised everyone. They hurriedly maintained this excellent state of receiving blessings, looking even more reverently at the earthly radiance bestowed by the destroyer. My lord is immortal. Destruction God, you have finally awakened. Is this the power you bestowed? Why does everyone have it? They are all false believers. False. I want a contract. Give me a contract quickly. I am willing to be the Lord's devout believer for a lifetime. The true God manifested, a myriad of forms. The holy four-winged angel God, bringing forth storms that swept across the heavens and the earth, finally appeared in everyone's sight, leaving them all dumbfounded, their minds crashing. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back on the remnants of the destruction god, looking down at the group of job changers from various regions prostrating on the ground. Feeling somewhat speechless, thinking, I just let Kaler out of the summoning space, is it really necessary to be this polite? Master, Kaler is ready. At any time. The divine halo behind her, like a celestial phenomenon reflected in the void, exuded majesty and dignity, showcasing the divine presence. Gently waving her four wings, the angel Kaler, clad in a set of divine-grade red and white battle armor of the immortal phoenix, bowed respectfully. Her eyes shining brighter than searchlights, casting two warm suns upon the prostrating believers below. She made the signature gesture of a guard, requesting permission from Lin Chen. Even now, having become a level 5 true god, Kaylor still regarded Lin Chen as her master, herself as a servant, with not a shred of change from before. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the angel Kaylor, and said, "Strip all the broken swords from the destruction god's body, then destroy his foundation." Yes. Then, Lin Chen's gaze turned cold as he looked down at the job changers from various regions. While others worship people, you worship ghosts. Today, I will completely destroy this remaining image of the destruction god for humanity, making you all fully awaken. Crack. Facing the remaining statue, an unprecedented pride appeared on Kaylor's fair and flawless face, no longer showing the respect and humility she had towards Lin Chen. She swung her 4 wings fiercely and with sheer strength, pulled out all the broken swords sealing the destruction god's back. Clang, clang. The stone skin on the surface of the broken swords peeled away, revealing several swords of different glows intertwining with each other, producing a piercing metallic friction sound that completely awakened everyone present. It was not the destruction god manifesting. Their eyes widened in shock, all fixated on that starry robe. All the previous phenomena were caused by this dragon region god's subordinate, which sent chills down their spines. If even her subordinates were divine, how terrifying would her own strength be? Wei Xiang swallowed hard, unable to imagine further. His previously shameful identity in the dragon region, among the inferior races, had produced such a monstrous genius. It should be noted that the broken swords embedded in the destruction god's back were left by the ancient sword god, and had special restrictions, requiring descendants under the age of 20 to touch them safely. Anyone older would be rejected by the instance. That genius, not only young but also managed to pull out all the broken swords from the destruction god's remnants in one go, was truly unprecedented, undoubtedly the world's #1. However, before the crowd could exclaim, the next scene made their scalps tingle even more. The broken swords were sealing items. Without them, the remnants of the destruction god would break free, transforming into an immensely powerful spirit of the god. But just as the boss spirit of the god was about to escape, the 4-winged angel Kaylor, hovering above it, coldly swung the fire feather sword of the immortal phoenix in her hand, slicing down a razor-sharp beam of fiery red sword light at light speed. Instantly, the destruction god's derived boss, which had just revealed a health value in the billions, was cut in half. Caused spell attack damage 82917003152. Caused continuous burn damage 999999999, duration 5 seconds. Triggered set effect, the fire claws of the phoenix, causing an additional continuous tearing damage of 217800120, lasting for 3 seconds. Lin Chen did not look back at Chiral. He saw light orbs emerging from the ground and immediately brightened his eyes to collect the loot. In front of a group of petrified job changers, Lin Chen stuffed one shining piece of loot after another into his backpack. Divine relic, toe of the destroyer, pickaxe, divine item, quivering spirit of evolution, max, divine item, level 180 wind ring, legendary, level 180 destruction cloak, starry, token of the destroyer, mark of the world shaper. Quest item, invitation to the twilight of the gods, treasure, essence of the gods X12, material, treasure, jewelry box of the destruction king, exotic item. Ding! You have successfully pulled out 9 broken swords from the destroyer, ranking first on the rookie list of the ancient ruins dungeon, receiving the gift from the human emperor, dragon, essence ointment X5, and the supernova title. 1 yen, the boss you touched, the things that dropped are beautiful. Lin Chen happily put his arm around his shoulder, cheerfully stuffing items into his backpack while laughing. 1 yen shyly smiled, it's all thanks to the moment of fortune, I actually didn't do much. The two of them chatted joyfully. The onlookers nearby were completely dumbfounded. They could hardly imagine that the remnants of the destroyer could actually be killed. Moreover, it dropped so many good items that it almost dazzled their eyes. None of them could pull out even an inch of the broken swords from the destroyer's remains. The actions of Lin Chen were simply outrageous, shattering the confidence of all the geniuses present, revealing that they were merely self-satisfied, still a long way from being true geniuses. It's too exaggerated. He killed that boss with 1 trillion health in one strike. A god. Absolutely a god. But he's only 20 years old. How can he be this strong? That's a prodigy from my dragon district. The fusion monster from the Sakura district could only pull out 1 broken sword and took 2 minutes. Look at him, 9 swords flying out at once, and he killed the destroyer in 1 strike. This person is really infuriating. What nonsense are you talking? Just because he speaks dragon district language, does that make him one of you? I see him as a rising prodigy from my Sakura district. How could such a being appear in the dragon district? Your so-called sealers have nice titles, but in actual combat, they'd be lucky to exchange a few moves with my Sakura district's fusers. You silly dogs, that god is Lin Chen from my dragon district. I won't mistake him. It's Lin Chen, but his angel has become a 4-winged one. I'm a bit unsure for a moment. Who believes you? Who's brainless? You dragon district people love to flatter yourselves, trying to attribute all the good things to that federal wanted criminal. You really have no shame. Wei Xiang said disdainfully. Due to Lin Chen's disguise, the face under The hood could only vaguely be seen with a nose bridge and lower lip, making it impossible to see his complete appearance, so the people from the Dragon District could only guess stubbornly. In reality, they didn't dare to firmly assert that it was Lin Shen from the Dragon District. Hearing all their arguments, Lin Chen's gaze turned completely cold. Ever since he became a god, he had rarely killed anyone. But today, encountering these despicable beings from the Sakura District who dared to slander the Dragon District in front of him, he couldn't help but be ruthless. All Sakura District people, execute on the spot. Lin Chen SA, you can't do this. We are citizens protected by the Federation, someone shouted desperately. If you harm us, you will be wanted by my Sakura Blossom, and there will be no good end for you. Great God, I have always admired the ancient culture of the Dragon District. I mean no harm, please spare my life. A certain job changer who had just united with Wei Xiong to criticize the population of the Dragon District was now groveling on the ground, trembling as he explained. Even worse, some had already begun to flee. The person from the lighthouse, originally heading towards the Sakura District, cast a wary glance at Lin Chen in midair and quickly changed his tone, speaking well of the people from the Dragon District. We, the people of the Dragon District, have never lacked great gods. How dare these insignificant beings from the Sakura District act recklessly? Here? I wonder who gave you the courage. Wei Xiang said, gritting his teeth, his attitude completely reversed as he sided with the Dragon District. Great God, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy is even worse than those despicable people from the Sakura District. A despicable traitor who sells out his ancestors. What right do you have to talk about the Dragon District? He is unworthy. Lin Shen cast a cold glance at the man who had incited public outrage. The angel's cold light was chilling, and a sword light fell directly. The lighthouse citizen from the Dragon District, who looked panicked and wanted to explain something, was instantly cut in half. Blood splattered, and bones fell to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, the job changers from the Sakura District, already sentenced to death by that great god, were even more horrified and fled in all directions, using every means possible. You demon! You will not have a good end. I am from the Sanben Guild in the Sakura District. Please give the president of the Sanben Guild some face. He is my master. The man spoke sincerely, though cold sweat streamed down his face. He pretended to bow to Lin Chen. The Sanben Guild, huh? Once I conquer the Dragon District, I will be the first to lead an attack on the Sakura District. You can just wait for your guild to be destroyed. Lin Chen said dismissively. People's ambitions change with their strength. In the past, Lin Chen thought that as long as he could change his fate through job changers and allow old Lin to live a good life, that would be enough. But now, he not only recognized the 7 Kill Guild's cleansing of the Dragon District but also wanted to join them in the fight. Moreover, not just to fight, but to fight big. He viewed the military ruling body of the Sakura District as beasts. 200 years ago, they had dominated the Dragon District with force. 200 years later, Lin Chen aimed to completely annihilate the Sakura District, and the realization of this goal was no longer far off. With the cold attack of the Angel Chiral, those fleeing people from the Sakura District quickly fell dead, with only a few wealthy heirs possessing the Death God's lanterns already being killed a second time, their equipment scattered everywhere. Lin Chen didn't even look and casually stored those items in his backpack. Then, under the terrified gazes of the crowd, he used the 9 dragons to ascend the heavens, swiftly taking the dazed Wen Yan far away. After Lin Chen left, it took a while for everyone to awaken from their stupor, drenched in cold sweat, feeling an even more piercing chill. The people from the Sakura District are truly seeking death, daring to belittle the great Lin God in front of him to elevate that fusion monster. If it were me, I would have killed them all. They are simply a bunch of idiots. Oh my god, no wonder they are the new generation of elites from the Dragon District. This strength is truly astonishing. Will there really be bounty hunters accepting Lin God's bounty? I find it hard to believe. The Federation is just a bunch of useless fools. A great god like Lin God is only worth 1 billion in bounty? Those high-ranking officials must have had their heads slammed in the door. This job isn't worth 1 trillion. I bet even a fool wouldn't take it. In the Dragon District, an unconventional warfare base. General Pandey Anlais and Xiao Yunbin, after the assassination of the Dragon District leader, convened an emergency meeting with their subordinates overnight. At this moment, the million-strong army entered a state of high combat readiness, preparing to confront the imagined enemy lurking in the Dragon Zone, the various malignant tumors of the 7 Kills, along with other factions that had suddenly betrayed and turned against them. Due to the sudden situation, the circumstances became unexpectedly tricky. The smoke-filled conference room felt increasingly oppressive and heavy. Those from the Dragon Star region, or other regional commanders, all wore serious expressions, bowing their heads to smoke. Among these commanders, those from the Dragon Zone accounted for less than 15%. Such a bizarre distribution of personnel would have caused an uproar among netizens in the last century, but nowadays, with the Federation in place, everyone had grown accustomed to it. The so-called world harmony was nothing more than this, yet traditional factions like the 7 Kills had long looked down upon this power concentrated in a fusion system, which seemed out of place and often subjected the local populace to the persecution of external rulers.
Thus, the guild system was born, creating their own factions, various choices of allegiance, whether to the temple, the federation, or a certain state in one of the 5 major regions, acting as external armed organizations akin to mercenaries from the last century. For instance, the Night Watchman, who had initially chosen the wrong side, had now been crushed by the 7 kills. Bang! Bang! The temporarily acting chairman, General Pandine Lays, tapped the table in frustration, impatiently exhaling a large puff of cigar smoke that enveloped his thick beard, and said in a deep voice, "Stop dawdling. The 7 kills are already shitting and pissing on our necks, and you can't even let out a fart. What's the point of the Legion supporting you high-ranking commanders?" Chow Yunbin, with graying temples, darkly extinguished his cigarette with both hands, then coughed heavily twice, gasping, "Old Black's death was inevitable. The current 7 kills are no longer what they used to be. If they want to take action and the Federation is unwilling to mediate, then aside from the district chief of the Lighthouse Zone and the esteemed federal counselor, there isn't a single superlative team in the 5 major regions that can withstand the combined efforts of the 7 top assassins. However, what disappoints me is that Old Black managed to gather and nurture so many lackeys and guest experts, yet only retained 3 assassins and severely injured 1. It truly disgraces the Dragon Zone," Chow Yunbin said with a grim expression. At this moment, a white commander with 2 dragon stars on his shoulders casually played with a lighter and said nonchalantly, "There are a total of 7 assassins. The district government retained 3 and severely injured 1, which has effectively worn down more than half of the core strength of the 7 kills. Isn't that something to be happy about, Deputy General Chow? Happy?" Another local commander from the Dragon Zone, bearing 1 dragon star, shot a cold glance at the white commander who had just spoken, his tone disdainful. "According to our intelligence agency's investigation, there are 5 reserve assassins with potential in the 7 kills, including the summoning god causing a ruckus in Lanzhou. And this is just what we've managed to uncover on the surface. Secretly, the power of the 7 kills and their vast dark organization is unknown. No one knows how many members they truly have or where they are located in the Dragon Zone. Perhaps, between you and me, there are already 7 kills operatives secretly embedded here before they fell out with the Dragon Zone." The speaking Dragon Zone commander's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, fixated on the bald man across the table who was smoking with his head down. "Intelligence Agency Number 2, what the hell do you mean by that?" The bald commander suddenly erupted in anger, slamming his palm heavily on the table, extinguishing his cigarette in the process. "What do I mean? Don't you understand? I've secretly investigated your background and promotion history. Without the covert assistance of the 7 kills, could you be sitting in this position today?" The commander nicknamed Intelligence Number 2 sneered repeatedly. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to the bald commander. The originally fierce bald general, upon seeing a little witch god with purple light in her eyes and a strange smile, immediately became dazed, as if he had lost all his spirit in an instant. "You need to hurry, my witchcraft can control hearts and souls. For a standard brigadier general like him, it only takes 2 seconds to control the heart and 1 second to capture the soul." The girl, wearing a purple witch's hat and a black swan evening gown, with a pair of beautiful legs clad in black stockings, seductively extended a slender finger, placing it between her rosy lips, her gaze intoxicatingly enchanting. As the bone-chilling voice faded, countless golden threads appeared around the general, effortlessly piercing through his vital points and joints, weaving into a cage that seemed to imprison a canary. "You answer when I ask." The military bigwig, head of the intelligence bureau, sitting in the shadowy corner of the room, suddenly spoke coldly. He turned around, leaning back in a luxurious Western-style chair, dressed in formal attire, his fingers pressed together, making a complex gesture that was hard to decipher, his gaze sharp as an eagle, fixed on the bald general in the cage. "Why do you suspect me?" The bald general, flustered inside, still shouted defiantly. "In the first half of the year, during the chaos in Huayang, it was I who quelled it. First question, name an important piece in the Dragon District for the 7 kills. If you can name 1, I'll make your death quick. If you name 2 or more, I'll let you keep your current position. If you have any special contributions, like turning over a new leaf, you'll earn an additional dragon star on your shoulder. Do you understand?" The head of the intelligence bureau, Luo Zhan, slowly lured him. After hearing this, the bald general steeled his heart and suddenly let out a wild laugh. "Do you think you're worthy?" As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room erupted in a cloud of blood mist. A large creature resembling a bloodsucker enveloped the upper half of the bald general's body, continuously swallowing and spewing out black blood. "Stop him. No need, he's determined to die." "Die? That's just returning to the guild to report. The altar of 7 kills, every important member has one." The conference hall fell into silence again. No one paid attention to the pool of black blood in the cage. General Pandey crushed the cigar in his hand onto the table, squinting at the little witch god. "In the John district, you are a renowned hunter, a bounty hunter that strikes fear into the hearts of criminals across the districts, earning nearly 7 trillion in bounties by taking on local wanted notices. I'm honored to invite you here, Miss," General Pandey said very politely. The
The little witch god raised her right hand, wearing a white silk glove, gently placing a badge to her nose, inhaling its scent with delight, her expression turning a secretive crimson. I'm also very honored, General. To be honest, I've been thinking about the forest god for a long time. I really hope to see him soon, and then take out his organs one by one. Dry them, turn them into exquisite tools, infused with the taste of summoned gods. That must be wonderful, just like this hard-earned badge. Her eyes glinted. Having been forced by her father to kill since childhood, she had developed a pathological sense of taste. She especially loved to sniff the scent of strong corpses, which brought her immense comfort and security, just like a beast that loves to bite its prey's neck until it draws out the sweet blood. Only then would the taut nerves relax. The other generals turned their heads away in disgust. General Pandey smiled lightly, casually saying, with a bounty of 2 trillion, after you eliminate the new hall master, the power structure of the Dragon District will always be open to you. 3 trillion, he's worth that much, the little witch god said, her expression intoxicating. Good. General Pandey did not haggle with her. 300 billion, to buy the life of a 7-kill hall master, and also to recruit an infinitely potential immortal witch god. This deal, no matter how you look at it, is incredibly cost-effective. The new 7-kill hall in Storm City has recently destroyed a base with nuclear strike capabilities. The Ongrel Guild has issued a final ultimatum demanding that we must take Lin Chen's head and annihilate his new hall within this month. Otherwise, the Ongrel Guild will take the opportunity to intervene in our war with 7-kill, and by then, the situation in the Dragon region will become even more chaotic. Even if 7-kill is defeated, the final outcome may not be good. The advisor calmly analyzed, although those wolves stand on the side of the Dragon region and have provided us with a lot of talent, they are ambitious and must not be underestimated. You should proceed with the cleansing plans in other regions as usual. Storm City will be dealt with by General Rotom, who also comes from the Ongrel Guild. We must flatten the newly built cities there within 2 days, Vice Chief Chow Yunbin arranged. The matter in Storm City will be postponed for 2 days. We will launch a full-scale attack after the people from Yuding have completely withdrawn, Old Pan said decisively. Chow Yunbin, who was not much better than a mere decoration, had a heavy expression and left the conference room without saying a word. At this moment, in front of the Tower of Heaven, Lin Chen, who had returned to the border of the Dragon region, was just about to step into the tower. An officer in formal attire, accompanied by patrolling soldiers, approached him with a serious expression. The entire city sounded the alarm in an instant. The officer, holding a smoking old-fashioned double-barreled shotgun and with a cigar in his mouth, raised an eyebrow and scrutinized Lin Chen, saying, "It really is you. My subordinate just told me that someone looked like Lin Chen, and I didn't believe it. Why come to my territory to seek death instead of hiding in the neutral zone?" The officer clearly did not understand Lin Chen's current strength, thinking he was still the young summoner who had slaughtered a continent's martial organizations, speaking without restraint, treating him as a fat sheep ready for slaughter, reporting to his superiors to take credit and seek rewards. Just at that moment, the local 7-kill guild's undercover organization revealed themselves. Some of them were under the command of one of the 7 halls, the Tan Sha Hall, responsible for ambushing the officers and high-ranking officials in the city, while others were an assassin team secretly following and protecting Lin Chen's new hall. The assassination operation, originally conducted in secret, had to be brought to the surface due to Lin Chen's sudden appearance, and they had to confront the newly reinforced battle group head-on. Why didn't Hall Master Lin announce his arrival? Is there a new directive from the superiors? I didn't receive any notice? Never mind, let's move the operation up. If we fail, I must explain this matter in front of the head. Latest intel indicates that Hall Master Lin came on his own and he has no tasks on him. Even the superiors are unaware of his situation. Damn it, that little brat is going to ruin everything. I said it, being promoted to Hall Master at such a young age, he must be someone with connections. What a damn misfortune, running into such an ignorant hothead. The most infuriating part is that this kind of person is fit to be a hall master? Anyone with a brain wouldn't just show up in the tense situation of the Dragon region without a word. It's pathetic. Stop talking nonsense. If the mission is moved up, then so be it. Let's get the important matters sorted out first, then we'll discuss the rest. The people from Tan Sha Hall were filled with resentment. The 2 core members in charge of the team, with faces full of indignation, went to report this matter to the overall leader, Elder Yang Min of the assassination operation. The short old man acting as the gatekeeper stood with his hands behind his back, staring gloomily in the direction of the city, silent. Until the 2 team leaders arrived, he slowly turned around and waved his hand, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. Since that hothead has messed things up, let's move ahead." Subordinate has already instructed the Dark Stakes to cooperate with the assassination team and has begun the operation. One of the female captains respectfully clasped her hands and continued, "I came here for one thing. After this mission, please ensure that the elders uphold justice for our brothers. Don't say anything. If the mission fails, it's our problem. Even if the leader Lin is here, I would dare to confront him directly, even if it means offending that rising star, I would not hesitate." She emphasized the term rising star heavily, clearly hinting at her seniority. The male captain was relatively more composed. He tugged at her hand and gave her a meaningful look, saying, "After all, he is the leader. One word from him could cost you your job. It's better to offend fewer people." However, that new leader has indeed acted somewhat rashly, which aligns with his youthful impulsiveness. I can understand that, but our brothers have been tirelessly laying plans in Jianyang City, and they are feeling resentful. The male captain shifted his tone, his expression unchanged. If the mission fails, not only will our hall face deductions in activity funds this year, but it will also lead to unnecessary exposure of our dark stakes, resulting in significant losses. The higher-ups might even hold us accountable for this, while that leader Lin will just pass by, pack up, and leave. The female captain continued with considerable resentment. The elder Yang Min, dressed like a grumpy old man, furrowed his brows and said coldly, "If the mission fails, he bears the main responsibility. You just need to continue executing your tasks without overthinking other matters. The leader is already negotiating with Deputy Long." Upon hearing this, the two captains felt some of their resentment dissipate and respectfully withdrew. At the very moment the incident in Jianyang City occurred, news reached the leader of the Tan Sha Hall at headquarters. The veteran figure Lei Sha, who had planned over 100 assassination operations for the 7 kills, had long white hair casually cascading over his red shoulders. Although he was older, his complexion remained rosy, resembling a vigorous youth. With a tiger-like stride, he had a menacing golden Shangli long knife hanging at his waist, its sharpness evident even while sheathed, exuding a domineering aura, clearly a bloodied killing knife. He habitually rested his right hand on the knife handle and walked into Deputy Long's study with a somber expression, respectfully clasping his hands and saying, "Lei Sha pays his respects to Deputy Long." "Speak." The calm and collected Long Li, handling official business, didn't even look at him and said softly. Lei Sha was a straightforward person. With a dark expression, he said, "I would like to ask, have you assigned the Beihai province, where Jianyang City is located, to the new war zone?" Long Li replied, "No." Lei Sha continued bluntly, "Then it's strange. Why did that leader Lin set off the Thunder Eye? Buried in Jianyang without any notice? Doesn't this count as improper internal competition? If this is the case, I suggest the vice president reconsider promoting a newcomer to the position of leader." "You suggest?" Long Li suddenly smiled gently. "Then the vice president should do well for you," he said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Lei Sha's face. He straightened his back and chuckled, "Brother Long, it's just that some of the brothers below feel wronged. You should at least give that troublemaker a bit of punishment, otherwise, where do I put this old face? Can I still be the leader of the Tan Sha Hall? If you don't want to, there are plenty of veterans eager to take your place," Long Li said in an almost indifferent tone, without any mercy. Lei Sha laughed heartily. "That's true, the 7 kills lacks nothing but veterans, but if they dare to compete with me for the leader position, my rusty knife that has cut down countless gods will not hold back. Get out," Long Li said coldly. Lei Sha reined in his smile and obediently turned to leave. Suddenly, Long Li thought of something and said flatly, "He has left. Why are you still worried?" Just as Lei Sha was about to step out the door, he suddenly halted, an inexplicable ferocity appearing on his face. As he walked out, his expression grew darker, and he said, "Assassination requires a swift resolution. He has drawn the old god general from the provincial government here, and my entire plan will be ruined. Moreover, I don't believe a newcomer can suppress the long-established god general of the Dragon District. You might as well wait to personally go to Jianyang City and clean up after that junior." Lei Sha sneered disdainfully, his attitude incredibly arrogant as he strode away. In the study, Long Li remained calm as water, not angered by the hall master's clamor, but instead looked forward to the intelligence secretly submitted by the ambush team in Jianyang City. "Pull one thread and the whole fabric moves. Lin Chen, I hope you won't disappoint me." It should be noted that Hall Master Lei Sha was originally an old generation powerhouse who joined the 7 kills in the same era as Long Li. He became famous in battle by single-handedly resisting the siege of a certain troop from the Sakura district, leaving countless corpses in his wake, and even managed to escape in the end. This is also why he had the audacity to oppose Long Li. A fierce tiger that refuses to be tamed would not fear a lion king. However, Lin Chen, completely unaware of the local situation, inadvertently disrupted an assassination that was brewing there. It was indeed innocent, but he had long lost the chance to explain. Outside the Tower of Heaven, Lin Chen crossed his arms and coldly watched the officer who had surrounded him with his men. "Step aside, and I will spare your lives. The God General, stationed by the provincial government, has already arrived. Today, even if you sprout wings, you won't be able to fly away. I advise you to surrender obediently to avoid unnecessary casualties," the officer said confidently, looking at the assassin team that had suddenly appeared behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen shook his head, already harboring murderous intent. He had originally intended to smoothly walk the path of immortality, but the reality was that the trees wished for peace but the wind would not cease. He could only stop the war with war. "Hallmaster, you retreat first, we will cover you," a small team of 6 boldly said. Lin Shen calmly waved his hand and casually replied, "Today, I will forcefully take the Tower of Heaven in front of the Dragon District officials. Then we will advance and retreat together with the Hall Master." The team leader, Ho Liang, said with a fierce killing intent. Lin Shen looked at this subordinate with appreciation, shook his head, and said, "Your only task is to drive away the onlookers." "Yes." The loyal Ho Liang turned and left with his team without hesitation. Lin Shen snapped his fingers. First, a divine will descended upon Jiangyang City, an extraordinary aura wafting through every corner. Immediately after, the officer who had issued the battle order sneered coldly, "You don't think it's just my battalion nearby, do you? 2 miles away in the temporary garrison, there is an entire troop waiting. Just for you thieves. You 7 kills have stirred up trouble, stirred up a big mess." Before the officer could finish his words, the anticipated winged angel did not appear. Instead, a magnificent figure, a 4-winged angel, suddenly descended above his head and in front of all the battalion members, struck down with an extremely sharp sword of heaven and earth. The officer, who was not weak and was already a 5th-turn expert, did not have time to struggle before being cleaved in two in despair. The light of death appeared for just a moment before being erased into ashes by the afterglow, disappearing with a gentle breeze. It could be said that he died without a complete corpse. Lin Shen stood in front of the Angel Chiral, surveying the diverse battalion with indifference, and said coldly, "If the people of the Dragon District take off their formal attire and leave now, I can let them go. For others from the major districts, there will be no mercy." Having witnessed too many dark secrets between the major districts, Lin Shen no longer cared about the so-called community of human destiny. The truth was that those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Allowing outsiders to take charge in his own territory was something only a coward would tolerate. Lin Shen is mighty. Thank you, Lin Shen, for sparing my life. I've long wanted to leave this broken camp. That old sycophant of the Lighthouse District, may he go to hell. Someone took off their hat and ran away. The often bullied deputy, equally frustrated, cast a complex glance towards Lin Shen, clasped his hands in a gesture that couldn't quite be called respectful, but his impression of Lin Shen had certainly improved. At least this powerful summoner wouldn't be like some hypocritical generals who would grovel to their superiors from the outer districts and oppress their own people by any means necessary. Seeing that the people from the Dragon District had already fled, most of the remaining outsiders also scattered in despair, cursing under their breath, but their words were nothing more than weak exclamations like "fuck" and "God curse." Lin Shen ignored them and commanded the angels above to take action. As that light feather descended, the earth trembled with a shock. An invisible wave of energy rolled like a tide, quickly engulfing those fleeing, turning them into wisps of ash. The onlookers outside, witnessing the scene, panicked and fled in disarray. Fortunately, the energy storm that devoured everything had not yet spread far before it vanished midway, leaving no innocent bystanders harmed. Seeing that the outsiders had been completely cleared out, Lin Shen, influenced by the internal purging ideology of the 7 kills, stepped forward without any psychological burden and addressed the terrified crowd watching from a distance. "I am Lin Shen, the new Hall Master of 7 kills. I need to clarify something to everyone. 7 kills only targets the doghouses and external forces intervening in our district. Our goal is not to eliminate the Dragon District but to purge the outsiders." Lin Shen's voice was loud and his demeanor imposing, completely unlike a ruthless killer. Instead, he exuded a chivalrous aura reminiscent of the heroes of the last century. Perhaps, from being a powerless student to embarking on a path of slaughter, the guiding light in his heart was the old Dragon Kingdom that once thrived, and the people of the Dragon District who were bullied and marginalized everywhere they went. The crowd remained indifferent, but the hostility they had shown earlier had lessened. In these times, there were countless bandit forces masquerading under the banner of revival. Ordinary people would rather be raised like sheep and pigs than live in constant fear of war, so they responded to 7 kills and this so-called righteous summoner with indifference. Just like, since they didn't dare to refute, whatever you say goes. Lin Shen didn't want to explain too much. Since heaven had granted him this ability, he certainly wouldn't allow himself to be incorporated into the decaying and incompetent federation of the human world. As he turned to enter the Tower of Heaven, a general clad in magnificent armor, with a bright red cloak billowing in the wind, emerged from outside the city, shouldering a dragon star. He suddenly drew his waist sword, unleashing a blade of light that resembled a celestial belt, a lightning chain of the galaxy. General Mu Shangsuan of the North Sea Battle District, wielder of the divine electric sword. The sword light, carrying unmatched lightning, cut across the sky, slicing through the air above Jiangyang City as if a natural disaster had descended, crashing down on Lin Shen without regard for the lives of ordinary people. When it came to his own district's people, Lin Shen was cold on the outside but soft on the inside. He quickly summoned his twin divine eagles, taking flight to block the sword that spanned the north and south, wielding the might of heaven and earth. As a result, both eagles lost over 1 billion in health and suffered a brief paralysis effect. But down below, not a single person from the Dragon District was harmed. In the past, he lacked power, so when something happened in the Dragon Zone, Lin Shen would hide beneath the tall ones, waiting for the strong to step up. But now, he had grown, with the sky collapsing, he no longer needed to wait for someone taller to take the lead. Upon their first meeting, Lin Chen still held a certain curiosity towards the Divine General. Mushang Village Knife. Divine Position, Electric Knife Master. Level, Max 9 turns. Peak Stage, Level 2 True God Affiliation, Thunder System, Knife. Physical Strength 189010222 Magic Power 2007180 Strength 797200013 Agility 49802510 Combat Power Assessment 390,000 stars. After reading, Lin Chen's expression relaxed. A mere level 2 True God dared to show off in front of a level 5 True God? Although the angel was far weaker than that Sakura-born Electric Knife Master in terms of strength and agility growth, her upper limits in magic power and physical strength were something the opponent could never match. This was the most obvious attribute gap caused by the difference in levels. Moreover, even though the angel was a summoned being facing a human player with a quick mind and endless means put her at a natural disadvantage. However, Lin Chen still had 2 divine dragons, 2 divine eagles, and a trump card star god. No matter how many arms he had, it would be impossible for him to survive against them. He just didn't know if the opponent had a resurrection altar. Looking at the shining dragon star on his shoulder, symbolizing the highest honor of the Dragon Zone, Lin Chen understood. If such a top-tier figure, who had manipulated the Dragon Zone for nearly 60 years, lacked even the basic security of a guild altar, then he was too down and out. Oh, you've already stepped into the divine tier, yet you still hide your combat power? Kid, is your battle star too low to be seen? I'll be magnanimous, kneel and give me a few loud blows and I'll let you die quickly. Otherwise, the electric knife will scrape your bones, inch by inch, making you wish you were dead before you go back to resurrect. The Divine General Mushang Village Knife elegantly wielded his knife with one hand, making a sweeping motion. Accompanied by his booming voice, the sky seemed to rumble with thunder, instilling fear in the citizens of Jiangyang City. Lin Chen retorted, "You're already at an age close to the grave, yet you're still so arrogant. Facing a junior like you, even with an angel's help, I can still take you down with one knife. What if you have 2 hands and 2 feet? The Divine General of the Dragon Zone, Mushang Village Knife, sneered disdainfully. Who gave you the courage? The 4-winged angel swooped in at lightning speed, wielding a pair of phoenix swords, majestically blocking in front of her master. Feeling the divine aura radiating from her, the Divine General Mushang Village Knife's eyes glinted with jealousy as he said, "Damn the god of birth. You're clearly a bunch of brainless wastes, yet you occupy the position of the god of light from birth, born in Rome. If it weren't for that, I, who have painstakingly leveled up step by step, would take down an angel with one knife," he exclaimed with indignation. In fact, everyone who reached the peak of 9 turns would lament the unfairness of the heavens, questioning why those primordial beings were born as supreme beings, even divine gods, while humans had to painstakingly level up step by step to even qualify to touch their realm. Don't think that just because you're hiding information, I don't know that the 4-winged one is a true god. I've already taken down 2 low-level true gods like her under my knife. Consider yourself unlucky, just starting out, and you're destined to perish, huh? The Divine General Mushang Village Knife spoke as if he had Lin Chen completely figured out. Lin Chen crossed his arms, wearing a look of disbelief. Who told you she's a low-level true god? Then what is she? The Divine General Mushang Village Knife asked, puzzled. Just at that moment, around Lin Chen, a circle of shadowy figures wielding electric knives suddenly appeared. Before he could react, several electric knives, moving so fast they were a blur, struck him from above and below, from all directions. Thunder Strike, Instant Kill, True Damage of Clone Illusion *, Secret Art. 2 different skills, yet in an instant they combined into a powerful fusion technique that could instantly kill an enemy. Moreover, the movements were so clean that there was no trace left, not even the incantation was noticed. All the techniques were executed in the blink of an eye, a hallmark of seasoned experts beyond the peak of the 9 turns. Caused thunder damage 239088871. Caused continuous paralysis effect, duration 5 seconds. Caused weakening of lightning resistance, true damage 999999999. Forbidden treasure, Thief God's Razor, Secret Art. Law triggered when attacking. Randomly seals the enemy's limbs, duration 1 hour, cooldown 1 hour. Forbidden ring, Ring of the Broken Abandonment of the God King, Odin's Boundary Stone triggered when launching lightning attacks. All lightning spells on the field are immune to you, reducing enemy damage and speed by 10%. Descending into Odin's broken domain, in this space, all your attacks will be endowed with immense power. Critical damage increased by 200%. Critical probability reaches the limit. Paralysis effect always adds 5 seconds. Cannot be immune. Heaven and earth suddenly changed. Above Jiangyang City, it transformed into a golden ocean. It was a pure and flawless sea of thunder, like it was hanging from the horizon, rolling and spreading boundlessly with countless dark tornadoes sweeping across the land. The stone tablet standing above Lin Chen's head seemed like the boundary stone of the Thunder River. Sacred and profound, ancient and magnificent, it flickered with a network of lightning engravings, embodying the world's ultimate truths, the true meaning of symbols, making one feel reverence at just a glance, compelling respect. After all the attacks fell, the confident Kimura blade couldn't help but laugh heartily.
Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, as a summoner, you don't even know how to protect yourself from sneak attacks and frontal assaults.
How have you survived until now?
However, as soon as he finished speaking, once all the breaths returned to calm, the figure in the star robe still stood with arms crossed, looking at the self-proclaimed powerful Sakura God General with the eyes of a clown.
Is that it? After 100 years of accumulation, living a long life, you unleash nearly billions in damage with a full burst?
Lin Chen said with a face full of disdain. It seemed there was no need for his Sagittarius to step in. Angel Chiral could teach the dog a lesson.
You're not dead? You have high-intensity defensive treasures? The God General Kimura blade said, astonished.
Then, regaining his composure, he raised the electric knife in his hand, preparing to unleash another skill. I underestimated
you. If this full-force strike can't kill you, then I'll resign and end my own life. No need for that. Chiral, go send him off with the last layer.
Lin Chen said impatiently, losing interest in further entanglement with
him.
Originally, he had thought to use this Dragon Region God General to test his own strength, but the result was disappointing. The so-called Dragon Region God General was nothing special.
Understood. 2 divine dragons and a reconnaissance eagle simultaneously headed towards the direction of God General Kimura blade.
Angel Chiral, clad in the light armor of Utoso, directly activated the super timespace light wings, quietly merging into the timespace gate that appeared, returning to 2 seconds before Lin Chen was attacked, then drawing his sword at lightspeed to unleash the Red Sun Calamity. As dawn broke, the blazing sun suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, engulfing the entire world. At this moment, the electric knife wielder, who had countless hidden cards, had yet to activate the boundary stone of Redding and seal the Angel Chiral.
This was the greatest reliance for transcending time and space, a time reversal that seemed to lag behind but was actually a means to probe the opponent's details before launching the strongest attack.
Her speed of action was equally astonishing.
The man, who was about to
say something to Lin Chen to delay his attack, suddenly felt a heat behind him. A spotlight released by the sun pierced through his chest, creating an irreparable charred hole, and the area around the wound continued to burn,
looking extremely gruesome.
Fire resistance 75% maximum limit reached, reducing 75% of fire damage.
Dealt penetrating damage 32108911561. Dealt continuous burn damage, burning 980145889 damage per second. Treasure. 7 apertures exquisite jade, immune to abnormal effects, triggers once every 10 minutes.
Treasure, King of the Realm's Blessing. When attacked, this treasure will actively open a space to avoid part of the damage. However, no one expected that the Angel Chiral, who had been not far behind Lin Chen, suddenly flew out of the void and struck the divine
General Kimura with a sword, inflicting heavy damage. A single misstep could lead to total defeat.
Even though the continuous burn was exempted by the treasure, various defensive effects and treasures, along with skill passives, prevented him from being killed in one hit. His body
still fell into an uncontrollable state of weakness.
Chiral, well prepared, had already begun the first wave of attacks at dawn. The fourth
judgment.
The sword tip, condensing all the light in the world, resembled a small sun rising, and it suddenly fell upon the position where Kimura
stood. Damn it! When did you lurk behind me? Kimura cursed in a slight panic, turning to disappear from the spot, leaving behind a white streak in the air. He narrowly avoided the center of the angel's attack, but the spreading shockwave still left him dizzy, pushed far away, like a kite with a severed string by the violent chaotic energy. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, quickly stuffed several life-saving pills into his mouth, and fled without looking back, using all his strength to escape. I can't stay in the dragon zone anymore. That damned summoner, just a few days ago, his guards were still at the juvenile god level, and today he has become a true god stronger than me? Is there an internal problem? Did someone submit false information? With such restless thoughts, he fled in a panic. Having not even made a move, he was heavily injured by the opponent. If news of today's battle spread, he wouldn't be able to show his face in the North Sea battle zone.
However, face was secondary. As long as he could miraculously escape this calamity, he could fabricate the facts later, claiming that a certain killing god lurking in Jianyang City had ambushed him using Lin Chen as bait, which wouldn't be too damaging to his reputation, and would not affect his status in the Dragon Zone. However, just as he was fleeing and lost in thought, a star arrow that pierced through the galaxy suddenly streaked across like a meteor, momentarily exploding with a strong wave of light akin to a helium flash before a star collapses, embedding itself into the back of the low-level true god's head. His expression froze in terror, and both his brain and body were erased from existence, leaving not a trace of ash. Master, I killed that person, can you kiss me? The Sagittarius said shyly, her voice soft. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, still processing what had happened. On the other side, the Angel Chiral couldn't help but grip her holy sword tightly, but then reluctantly let go. Unable to fight back, she could only watch as that sister teased her master. In the periphery, the Tan Sha Tang organization, which was determined to carry out high-level assassination operations locally with a mindset of certain death,
fell into deep shock and disbelief when they saw the divine general who had rushed to take command shot dead by Lin Chen's subordinate with a single sword strike. What the hell? That divine general from Sakura, not even having a chance to make a move, was defeated? And so thoroughly? Everyone couldn't help but cast odd glances in Lin Chen's direction. Even if there had been dissatisfaction before, at this moment, they all felt a unified sense of admiration, completely convinced. Isn't this too abnormal? This is the boss of the new hall? Slap. Someone slapped their own face, looking ashamed as they said, I actually doubted Deputy Long's judgment. Someone so young can become a hall master, so they obviously can't be a nepotism hire, just a useless person. But this is just too strong. I almost want to join the new hall and follow him. It's strong. I thought the new hall was a bunch of slackers just scamming activity funds and not doing anything serious. I didn't expect them to be so outrageously strong. I get it now. Lin Shen must have come specifically to support us. I just received news that a troop disguised as ordinary people is stationed in the periphery. If it weren't for Lin Shen, even if we killed all the big shots in the city, we wouldn't be able to escape. Stop playing Monday morning quarterback. Why didn't anyone say this before? The male captain reprimanded. The female captain's mind was still in a daze. With her limited experience and understanding, she couldn't comprehend how someone could kill an old divine general at just 18. A strong sense of regret and shame surged in her heart like a flood, making her feel almost suffocated with guilt. In fact, those who could enter the 7 kills were all people with a high opinion of themselves, looking down on others. Being able to become a captain at such a young age meant she was certainly not a good-for-nothing. She had some potential for promotion, and a strong sense of honor in belonging to the guild. Realizing she had made a mistake, her eyes reddened as she quietly approached Lin Chen from behind, lowering her head in shame, her lower lip trembling as she weakly said, Lin Hallmaster, I only seek death. I have no face to live on, nor do I have the face to lead my brothers in carrying out missions. Hearing the voice, Lin Chen turned around with a puzzled expression, looking at the woman dressed as an assassin, and asked, which team are you from? I am a captain from Tan Sha Tang. I saw you come over just now and disturbed the key figures in Jiangyang City, so I took the initiative to report to my superiors, suspecting that there was an intention to tarnish your image. I have no other requests. I am willing to resign from my captaincy and accept death as an apology. The strong-willed female captain knelt on one knee, speaking humbly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. He didn't quite understand why, knowing she had made a mistake, she would come forward to accept punishment. This person's character was a bit too straightforward. Does your Tan Sha Tang have a mission in Jiangyang City? Lin Chen frowned and asked. He was unaware beforehand that there was a large-scale assassination operation by 7 kills in the area, thinking he would complete the job transfer nearby. The female captain respectfully replied, to be honest, 7 kills has already launched secret assassination operations across various regions in the Dragon District, and you have already made it onto the must-kill list of the Dragon District's high-level officials to salvage the out-of-control situation in Lanzhou. Lin Chen showed a thoughtful expression and nodded, saying, knowing that the situation is out of control, it is only reasonable to report the situation to your superiors immediately. I have no reason to punish you, but your words were too harsh and too direct. You can avoid the death penalty, let the action captain resign on her own. After saying this, Lin Chen, with a look of surprise, slowly walked into the Sky Tower. Watching that decisive figure leave, the female captain felt a mix of emotions inside. She had bet right. Taking the initiative to apologize to that hall master earned her a bit of goodwill, allowing her to survive by a stroke of luck, but as expected, she lost her position as captain. After enduring 3 years as a dark pawn and making several contributions, she finally managed to be promoted to captain, only to see everything come to naught now. A bitter expression crossed her face, and just as she was about to stand up, her phone suddenly rang. She answered the call and slowly brought the phone to her ear. A voice that instantly energized her came through. I heard he told you to quit? Hall Master. Yes, I am ashamed to have received the promotion from my superior. The female captain felt a pang of bitterness, and her eyes misted over. If the hall master hadn't made this call, she might have had the courage to face the situation, but at this moment, confronted with the old hall master's concern, an indescribable emotion surged within her. Surprise, gratitude, bitterness, hatred, and so on. These emotions that she shouldn't have felt and didn't dare to feel, all flashed through her mind. She choked out, Hall Master, I know I was wrong. I truly didn't realize that Hall Master Lin was coming to take over our duties and handle the task in Jiangyang City. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Why are you crying? I haven't even spoken yet. Who does he think he is? What right does he have to handle my subordinates? To put it bluntly, even if you pointed at that newcomer, he wouldn't dare do anything to you. I'm still here. Who would dare touch my Tan Sha Hall's people? Hearing this encouraging remark, the female captain straightened her back. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, Actually, it's not Hall Master Lin's fault, it's my misjudgment of his strength. The person on the other end of the line instantly exploded with rage. Fool. This is your territory, your war zone. Why should a newcomer from another hall interfere? Not even the hall master can do that. You need to make him get out of Jiangyang City immediately. That's the territory of my Tansha Hall. The female captain suddenly woke up, realizing that her earlier act of taking the initiative to apologize was a significant blow to her own hall master's face, and it inadvertently bolstered the new hall's audacity to seize Jiangyang City and even Beihai Prefecture. The more she thought about it, the more fearful she became. At first, she naively thought this was just a cooperative action among allies, and even held some respect for Hall Master Lin in her heart. But after hearing the Hall Master's reminder, she finally understood the crux of the matter. This was not a brother Hall's assistance, it was clearly an attempt to steal credit and territory. It's important to know that there are regulations from above stating that during conflicts, the territory captured by a hall belongs to that hall's people for occupation and governance, which is a lucrative business. Moreover, the higher-ups have clearly delineated the war zones, and typically, there wouldn't be internal conflicts over territory among the halls. However, today, Lin Chan's uninvited arrival directly disrupted the internal balance that had been established. Although that divine general was killed by him, the Tansha Hall's team had deep roots in Jiangyang City, and after countless brothers had been lost, they finally awaited the day to execute the assassination. Even with the external troops and the divine general Mu Cun Dao mobilized, the lurking elders from the new hall and the restless hall master could be dealt with without his unnecessary interference. Realizing all this, she hesitated and said, "Then should I discuss with Hall Master Lin? To negotiate some deserved benefits. Negotiate your mother. The entire Beihai Prefecture is my responsibility. You tell that son of a bitch to get lost." Hearing the fury on the other end of the line, the female captain was startled, her body shivering, and she quickly replied with a fearful expression, "Yes, I know what to do now." The call ended. The complex look in the female captain's eyes vanished, replaced by a cold glint. Her hall master had already given a death order. If she continued to bow down to that Lin god, it wouldn't just be her face that was lost, but it would break the backs of the thousands of brothers in the entire Tansha Hall. What to do? The hall master killed the person stationed in Beihai Prefecture, and all the high-ranking officials of Jiangyang City fled. Should we stay put and guard the civilians, or take the opportunity to bring Jiangyang City under our hall master's control? The vice captain asked with a conflicted expression. Upon hearing this, Ho Liang replied expressionlessly, "According to headquarters rules, whoever captures the territory owns it." "Then let's do it," the vice captain said excitedly, turning to lead his brothers towards the city lord's mansion. However, on the way, a group of people from the Tansha Hall suddenly blocked their path. They were numerous, surrounding the new hall team, and the leading captain wore a broad smile as he said, "Since you have arrived, my Tansha Hall cannot neglect you. Please move to headquarters, where there will be dedicated personnel to receive you esteemed guests." Ho Liang, who arrived later, scanned the surrounding people, his gaze turning slightly cold. "No need for that. Jiangyang City has already been captured by our hall master, and it will be taken over by us. I give you until sunset to withdraw from Jiangyang City, or you will bear the consequences." The people from Tansha Hall changed their expressions. The middle-aged man in charge narrowed his eyes and said, "Jiangyang City has always been under our hall's responsibility. What you are doing is not appropriate." "What do you mean by that? Why are so many of you surrounding us all of a sudden?" the vice captain said warily. For a moment, the atmosphere between both sides fell into a stalemate. The people from Tansha Hall, wary of Hall Master Lin's strength, did not dare to take any real action, but neither side was willing to back down. Finally, under pressure from superiors, the male captain gritted his teeth and connected the call from the elder above. Then, his attitude shifted from previous cordiality to a hardline stance. "You have 5 minutes to withdraw from Jiangyang City, or you will bear the consequences. Go to hell. I've long been fed up with you bastards." A hot-tempered new hall member brandished his weapon and charged at the man who had been glaring at him. The leading Ho Liang did not stop him, coldly saying, "It seems Tansha Hall still doesn't understand the situation. We have taken Jiangyang City, and it has nothing to do with you. If you dare to make noise again, the consequences will be beyond what you, as a small team leader, can handle." "Oh, just now, headquarters called and instructed us to drive away the troublemakers from the new hall, allowing my Tansha Hall to take full control. Are you implying that the new hall refuses to comply and is considering rebellion?" The male captain's tone grew increasingly unfriendly as he began to pressure the six from the new hall with dozens of hidden members. "Captain, let's take him down. Our hall master is right in Jiangyang City. Dare you touch a single finger of mine? A bunch of useless things. You haven't taken this place in half a year, yet you dare to shout for our hall to withdraw. If it weren't for our hall master, not to mention that divine general, even the troops outside would be enough to give you a hard time. Do you think I'm easily intimidated?" A certain hidden member from Tansha Hall brandished a dagger and slashed at one of the opponents. That person was so confident that he was caught off guard when the attack came, resulting in a stab wound. "Captain, we've drawn blood. Damn it, I can't hold back anymore." Seeing their brother injured, even without Captain Ho Liang's order, the other few charged forward with fierce determination, joining in to beat up the one who had attacked first.
Both sides were composed of talented elites selected from various places, and they would not tolerate such humiliation. Once their blood boiled, they completely disregarded Hall Master
Lin and, without hesitation, drew their weapons, engaging in fierce combat with the opponent. In the Sky Tower,
as Lin Chen stepped inside, he had barely steadied himself when several people suddenly appeared behind him. An old man in a black robe held a transfer document approved by the guild's chief counselor, politely clasping his hands as he said, "Greetings, Master Lin.
Here is the evacuation order for Jianyang City, personally signed by the guild's chief counselor.
As you know, our Tansha Hall has deep roots throughout the North Sea, and this is not something that can be accomplished
overnight.
However, I must express my gratitude on behalf of the Hall for your righteous intervention in assisting our Dark Division in repelling the enemy forces in Jianyang City."
The black-robed
elder spoke with a gentle tone, then handed the document to Lin Chen with both hands.
Lin Chen frowned slightly. "The guild's chief counselor wants me to leave now?"
"Indeed," the black-robed elder replied with a subtle smile.
"And the reason?"
Lin Chen continued, his expression displeased.
"I've only just arrived in Jianyang City and you want to rush me out already? Isn't that a bit hasty?"
"Hee, Master, you exaggerate. It's not about rushing you out, it's that the headquarters has assigned you other tasks.
That's why the chief counselor wanted you to evacuate Jianyang City
at the earliest opportunity. I hope you can understand." The black-robed elder maintained a calm demeanor. Lin Chen suddenly recalled the vice president's words and became furious. "You go back and tell the chief counselor that from today on, Jianyang City and my affairs in Lanzhou do not require his oversight. He is not worthy of such authority." With his rage, the document in front of him exploded into countless fragments.
The black-robed elder felt an inexplicable fear.
As he retreated repeatedly, he did not forget the words of Hall Master Lei Sha. "Master Lin, I'll be frank with you. Jianyang City is the war zone of our Tansha Hall, and your prolonged stay could lead to unnecessary disputes between the two halls. Moreover, Hallmaster Lei Sha is quite eager to meet you." This rising star. If the other party hadn't been so eager to drive Lin Chen away at this moment, he wouldn't have considered such trivial matters.
But now, hearing the black-robed elder's veiled threat, he immediately replied without hesitation, "Why should I evacuate from Jianyang City that I've conquered?
Go back and tell your hall master that in terms of seniority, I can call him Old Lei. But when it comes to siege operations, he must call me Master Lin,"
Lin Chen declared with immense authority. The black-robed elder's face turned extremely ugly, and just as he was about to say something, the two divine dragons behind Lin Chen and the two three-eyed eagles in the sky began to target him. You are too arrogant. How dare you disregard the headquarters orders and even threaten me?" Feeling a heavy chill wash over him, the black-robed elder's figure awkwardly vanished, quickly disappearing into the depths of the sky tower, leaving behind a defiant shout. "Just wait. To be impeached by my hall master.
You can thank the president and vice dragon for your survival," Lin Chen said coldly, retracting his killing intent. Just then, as he turned to leave, his brow suddenly furrowed. How dare they? At the headquarters of 7 Kills, in the council hall. In Hall Master Lei Sha's war zone, a genuine fierce general appeared, encircling the already captured
Qingyang City with nearly 10,000 men.
He needed to get there before dark to stabilize the situation. Even if he couldn't repel the enemy, he had to bring back some core members who had lost their chance at the altar to the headquarters.
"Old Lu, consider this favor owed for now.
Once 7 Kills stabilizes the situation in the Dragon District, I'll be the first to invite you to the noble Central Lake in the neutral zone for a few days of Western-style massages."
The chief counselor in charge of coordinating various regions waved his hand and calmly said, "We've been friends for many
years.
No matter how strong that summoner is, can I really let him ride on your head and do as he pleases? What kind of rules would that be? Old Lu, if the opportunity arises, I'll be the first to support you in taking the position of vice president."
The hall master, Lei Sha, spoke with a hint of respect in his eyes. Over the years, since Long Li came to power, the warmth of the 7 Kills has vanished. We, the founding elders, have either been dismissed or replaced by newcomers. I've fought for the 7 Kills my entire life, and now in my old age, I don't even have a place to retire.
It's quite disheartening to think about it. So today, I'm deliberately going against Long Li. If he wants to indulge those he favors, I will suppress them instead. Why should I allow this? I've given so much to the guild, only to be bullied by a newcomer who hasn't even been in the guild for a day? A heavy malice flashed across Lei Sha's face.
Old Lu took a puff of his cigarette, a playful smile on his lips. "My orders are just the icing on the cake. To truly reclaim Jianyang City and force Lin Chen to withdraw from the Beihai war zone, it still requires the main force of your Tan Sha Hall to apply pressure.
I know that.
If he dares to overreach, then I'll gladly accept the storm city of Lanzhou." After saying this, Lei Sha shook his bright red cloak and turned, his back
appearing weary as he left.
Old Lu shook his head with a bitter smile. "Old Lei, you must fight for your face, but you can't neglect reason. I will make sure Long Li can't say a word," Lei Li said coldly, his steps becoming even steadier. In the war-torn Qingyang City of Beihai Province, under the cleansing of 100,000 troops, the dark forces of Tan Sha Hall immediately turned into
Rats in the sewers, voluntarily abandoning the main city they had already seized, each fleeing in various ways towards the outskirts. Controlling the entire army's deployment, the Divine General Wu Lian, adorned with 3 dragon stars, stood proudly in the sky, his cold gaze surveying the shifting situation on the battlefield below. Dressed in a dark, unremarkable robe, silver light occasionally surged from his feet, showcasing his extraordinary nature. In his right hand, he held a source of extreme calamity identical to Lin Chen's staff, while a light artifact floated in his left hand, at times transforming into a dragon playing with a pearl, and at times morphing into a thunderous array. A figure stood tall in the sky, looking down at the earth, perfectly mirroring the scene unfolding. In reality, Wu Lian, you're supposed to be a descendant of a general, a legitimate 6th-generation military heir. How the hell did you fall to the point of being led by those foreign beasts? Of the Federation? If your ancestors knew of your current actions, they'd probably be so furious they'd burst from their coffins and come back to slap you, you little bastard. In the distance, a man in a red cloak, gripping the handle of a crystal knife with one hand, laughed heartily, mercilessly mocking Wu Lian ahead of him. Upon hearing this, Wu Lian, who had been staring in that direction, showed a brief moment of astonishment, quickly returning to calm, his voice icy. I have guarded the dragon region for 30,000 miles, and for 100 years, no enemy general has stepped onto our land. Where is the apology to my ancestors? Instead, it is you 7 kills who are the cancer of the dragon region. The dragon region is almost becoming someone else's illegitimate child. And you still have the face to say you guard the dragon region for 30,000 miles? Among your high-ranking generals in the dragon region, how many are actually from the dragon region? How many are mixed breeds from the 5 major regions? I can't stand you hypocritical lackeys, clearly afraid of death, yet still pretending to be loyal to the country, with a heart of red loyalty. I spit. To hell with you, disgusting. Lei Sha cursed rudely. Wu Lian suppressed his anger and calmly replied, in terms of seniority, I should call you old predecessor, but we have different paths and cannot collaborate. I acknowledge you as one of the first batch of transmuters who resisted the beast tide, with great contributions to the dragon region. I can turn a blind eye and let your people go. I've come, and if you don't run, it means you have a backup plan. Speak up, who's hiding in the shadows? Is it the useless faction led by Vice General Chao, or that old foreign devils angrily? Guild? Don't tell me it's just you, a little kid, holding down this city. Lei Sha glared, his killing intent surging. Wu Lian's hands involuntarily clenched tightly. The other party had indeed hit the nail on the head. Originally, the military was supposed to take action against Jiangyang City first, and with a troop stationed outside plus a dual-star general stepping in, it would be enough to draw the attention of the Tan Sha Hall to that position. According to the plan, Wu Lian, who was dispatched to Qingyang, agreed to the perfunctory arrangement of the old foreign general and set off alone with the troop to this location. Unexpectedly, a hall master with the longest tenure in the 7 kills appeared. Just me. Seeing that the other party had seen through his facade, Wu Lian said, resigned to his fate. He kept a vigilant eye on the infamous old lazy from the Dragon District, feeling a sense of retreat rising in his heart, and softened his tone. Senior, why don't we each take a step back? You take your people, and I will give up reporting today's battle situation to my superiors. We can keep our waters separate. How about that? Go to hell. If it were a foreigner, I might still be wary. After all, he commands 100 responses and has the backing of the Angler Guild with 50 heads in Baibi City. But what are you, Wu Lian? They would love for all the old generals from your Dragon District to die off. Do you think they would arrange support for you? Lei Sha cut straight to the point. Wu Lian bit down on his back teeth, steeling himself, and turned to flee. Faced with a first-generation deity, he, a junior stuck at level 1 for nearly 12 years, was simply no match. 5 minutes of confrontation. Lei Sha, having lucked into a single strike, slashed through the sky with a blade of lightning. The over 900 Law Kings summoned from 10 soul pools were instantly cut down as soon as they appeared. In an instant, the heavens and earth were intertwined with lightning, and flames filled the sky, resembling an apocalyptic scene. With a deafening roar that pierced the eardrums, a 7-headed sky-swallowing python was cleaved in two by Lei Sha's blade, his gaze sharp as if 2 bolts of lightning pierced through Wu Lian's protective barrier, striking his body directly. Boom! With every slash, massive limbs like mountains fell, and heads plummeted from 10,000 meters high, accompanied by the continuous rumble of thunder. The citizens in the city looked up at the apocalyptic scene above, their faces filled with confusion and horror. In the North Sea battle zone, at the military camp, a loud crash of something heavy hitting the table suddenly echoed from the camp. Immediately after, the newly appointed chief of staff of the Joint Army strode into the tent. He scanned the assembled subordinate generals with a serious expression and said, according to the frontline reports, Wu Lian fell to the blade of the 7 kills Tan Sha Hall Master, Lei Sha, but has been resurrected at the headquarters. Qingyang City has been destroyed, cleaved into 2 segments of shattered earth by Lei Sha's misstep. Countless civilians have died or been injured, and the dispatched low-quality troops have suffered heavy losses. Fuck! Where did that Lin Chen come from? How could he defeat Mukamura? Who can answer me? Why is this happening?
The temporarily appointed commander of the North Sea's 3 armies, a hook-nosed white man, slammed his fist down, splitting the conference table in half. Damn Dragon District. Beasts, my territory has lost 2 cities in one go. If the general finds out, I will surely be punished. Shit. Losing the cities is one thing, as long as the structure and foundation of the battle zone's military are not shaken. That small group like 7 kills will never be able to stabilize their hold on those 2 cities. My subordinate suggests we first let the external troops apply pressure, then have several supporting deities come later to reclaim the Tongtian Tower. Regardless of whether the cities have post-battle damage, as long as it remains intact, Zhongyang City will forever be the most prosperous capital of the North Sea. A Dragon District general respectfully proposed. The hook-nosed commander impatiently replied, someone is already on it. The Tongtian Tower must not be lost, and that little beast who joined 7 kills not long ago must be buried in Zhongyang. I think that's unwise. Before we fully understand the opponent's strength, we should send more seasoned deities to suppress them to prevent any further mishaps. I am the commander, you lowly Dragon District people must listen to me, understand? The eagle-nosed commander, Lut, furiously drew his military knife and pressed it against the chest of the Dragon District servant, stabbing with such force that it created a bloody hole. However, even after such humiliation and treatment, the face of the Dragon District, barely qualifying as a divine general with a single dragon star on his shoulder, remained as docile as a sheep, endlessly bowing and apologizing with ingratiating fervor. The Tower of Heaven. Lin Chen, who had firmly driven away the elder of the Tan Sha Hall, continued upward with the lucky one, Wen Yan, towards the upper levels of the Tower of Heaven. The first 100 levels posed no problem, but upon reaching the 101st level, the difficulty immediately changed. As Lin Chen and Wen Yan stepped into the room of the abyss of confinement, their body temperatures plummeted to freezing point. A boss with skin so pale it was almost eerie, dressed in a magnificent blue robe, had a human face but eyes as large as dragon's eyes floating behind them like a ghost, with eyes half closed and hands slightly raised. His health displayed as 500 million/500 million. This is my paradise, children. Roar. Suddenly, a fierce bird's roar echoed. 2 flying eagles swooped low, reaching for his shoulders. As Lin Chen and Wen Yan felt their life force being drained, they simultaneously sensed their bodies relax, and a series of item drop sounds rang in their ears. Heavenly Cloud Moment acquired level 180 Mysterious Armor, Diamond, acquired Call of the Mighty Vajra, Divine Item, acquired Life Extraction, Exclusive, acquired Strength Potion, Special, acquired level 180 Mage's Legacy, Ascension Broken Branch, Legendary, acquired 9 Nether Secret Crystals X2, Rare. A plethora of good items dropped as expected. Lin Chen reached out, rubbed Wen Yan's head affectionately, and smiled. It's all thanks to you. You've produced another divine item. No, it's because Lin Shen's rank is too high, and the monsters he kills are too strong, which is why such good treasures drop. If I were to grind in a low-level dungeon alone, I could never hope to drop a divine item in my lifetime, Wen Yan said, his expression tense and self-aware. Just for that sentence, I'll have Bing Yan raise your salary by 1 million every month. Lin Shen said grandly, then bent down to pick up a skill book that seemed to belong to a summoner, examining it in his hands, his eyes instantly shining with excitement. This is truly a summoning book. Learn. Seeing that it was a summoner's exclusive skill book, he chose to learn it directly. Upon successfully learning, a system prompt immediately rang in Lin Chen's ears. Ding. Skill learning successful. Ding. The talent Radiance of the Stars activates, and Call of the Mighty Vajra automatically evolves to the gateway of the Giant Spirit at max level. System, are you sure it's the Giant Spirit? Could it really be a mythic existence from the old Dragon Kingdom? Lin Chen's heart raced, excitement flooding his face, turning it crimson. However, the system did not provide a definitive answer. Lin Chen eagerly summoned the newly learned Giant Spirit, silently reciting the incantation, and the dungeon space was immediately woven with divine marks as dense as a spider's web, forming a grand array that seemed to smash through the heavens. Countless beams of white light shot up, dazzling. A deity, so tall that one could only see its heels, wielded 2 hammers larger than mountains, causing the dungeon space of the Tower of Heaven to show signs of impending collapse. Boom! Wen Yan was so frightened that he fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He swallowed hard, gazing at the suddenly appearing clouds and the colossal figure hidden within, feeling as small as dust, overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority. God, this is a true god. Wen Yan, who had never seen much of the world, suddenly buckled at the knees and knelt on the ground, his expression filled with reverence and fear as he honestly prostrated himself, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Chen leaped onto the divine hammer that the giant spirit god had extended, but due to his own insignificance, he was as light as a feather and completely unnoticed by the deity. He could only stand on the god's shoulder and shouted with all his might, "Can you make yourself a bit smaller?" At your command. The giant spirit god, whose size was boundless, transformed into an ancient tribal youth holding dual hammers, bare-chested. His long hair reached his waist, and his back was as straight as a sturdy pine. With tiger-like eyes and a bull-like nose, he had very thick lips, appearing honest and simple, yet his eyes were extremely dark and
Sharp. Greetings, Master. The giant spirit god slightly raised a pair of ancient hammers and spoke. Lin Chen nodded with a smile, eagerly looking at his personal information. Giant spirit god. Deity, level 3 celestial race, god, power system, mythical system, divine position, giant spirit god, health 1200 trillion/1, 200 trillion physical strength, 45, 736, 291, 171 mana, 15, 011, 730, 900 strength, 330, 721, 588, 013 agility, 1, 789, 024, 150 skills, power subjugation, law manifestation, summoning technique, earth annihilation, divine drumming, 10,000 June power. Combat power assessment, 7,900,000 stars. After reading, Lin Chen's brain went blank. He had anticipated that the deities of the ancient civilization of the Dragon Kingdom would be very powerful, but this level of strength was simply monstrous, leaving one speechless. Moreover, it was only 2 levels away from the God King. It could definitely be said to be the strongest summon Lin Chen had awakened since then, without exception. Lin Chen's mood soared, and he looked at the giant spirit god with even more excitement, wishing he could give him a warm hug. With him around, even the regular army of the Dragon District would be a match he dared to challenge. Wen Yan, this is one of us, what are you afraid of? Seeing Wen Yan still honestly prostrating on the ground, trembling in fear, Lin Chen irritably grabbed the back of his collar and said sternly, if you keep being so useless while following me, I might have to cut your salary. Don't. Wen Yan, somewhat afraid to look at the terrifying youth, lowered his head and softly pleaded, I was wrong, Lin God, but my strength is humble, I truly dare not act recklessly in front of a deity. So just standing there and watching counts as acting recklessly? Lin Chen rolled his eyes and turned to the expressionless giant spirit god, asking, does it count as an offense if he stands there watching you? It does. The giant spirit god replied honestly. This counts too? Lin Chen frowned, his gaze curious. The giant spirit god glanced at Lin Chen and shook his head, saying, it mainly depends on the master. If you say it counts, then even if the enemy stands 10,000 miles away, it counts as an offense. If you say it doesn't count, then it doesn't. Well, giant spirit god, you have the potential to be promoted to God King. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. The giant spirit god didn't know how to respond, thought for a moment, and still said honestly, with the current strength of the master, it is still far from being able to elevate the subordinate to the level of God King. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, but considering he was the giant spirit god, he didn't hold it against him. After all, he would still rely on him to conquer the world and fight in this life. Even if he couldn't reach the level of God King, having him clear out forbidden places like the Supreme Heaven and Ultimate Dungeons would still be quite good. With the addition of the giant spirit god, Lin Chen's speed in clearing the celestial tower increased dramatically. In just a moment, he followed behind, killing his way to the top, leaving the local job changers who had been struggling to climb the tower and in seclusion for a long time in awe. Who is that? Wow, what kind of creature is this? That person's information isn't available to us, but judging by their size, they must be a monster of divine beast level. Divine beast? That's too strong. That handsome guy looks no more than 18 or 19. If you can see that, then there's something wrong. A mere student from a mid-level academy, do you think you can get into the tower without someone guiding you? Can you even make it past the first 10 floors? As a senior, let me kindly remind you, those who often look younger are the most unfathomable. Don't you know that potions and elixirs exist in this world? The person was left speechless, scratching his head before turning to run off with his uncle. Let's catch up and take a look. That monster's body is enormous, and as soon as it appeared, it wiped out all the monsters on our floor in an instant. It's like an endless final value, as if it's cheating. Do you think I'm seeing things? I saw it too. It seems like there were about 10 or 20 nines after the final damage. So, how much damage is that? What? Damage? I didn't see anything. Isn't it a bit too much for him to steal kills like that? Even as a senior, he should leave some for others. I'm not a soft persimmon, my family has some influence in Jiangyang City. Upon hearing this, the other dissatisfied individuals immediately found their backbone and chimed in. A few other boys and girls who admired the strong followed Lin Chen into the tower, fearless and naive, surrounding the local bully. What kind of influence do you have? Do you even know what that guy does? Do you know who he just defeated? A stout boy said disdainfully. A tall girl, equally enamored with the powerful and handsome Lin Chen, gazed with starry eyes in the direction he left. That great god has such charisma, he looks so impressive. Stop being infatuated, there's an idiot here looking for death. He must be grinding levels in the tower, gone mad. Who the hell are you cursing at? Gua! Longfei shouted angrily, stepping forward to throw a punch at the disrespectful boy. However, the boy was quick, bending down and slipping behind his companion, nervously saying, I'm saving you. If you go over there, it's a death sentence. I'll send your mom. Let's go, don't argue with these two idiots. The boys and girls following Lin Chen directly used flying talismans to escape the scene. The local young master, feeling furious, summoned his flying artifact on the spot, leading his team members and a large group of onlookers who had grievances against Lin Chen to also use flying talismans to catch up. Thus, it became a chase, with one trailing the other, following Lin Chen's footsteps to higher tower levels. Given their strength, they wouldn't even be able to enter the 100th floor of the tower, let alone the 50th, which would be a huge challenge. However, after the lower levels were cleared by the giant spirit, they ventured into the upper space as if it were uninhabited, surrounded by dazzling treasures and monster corpses. Apart from envy and jealousy, they could only follow in shock, increasingly afraid to act recklessly. Of course, except for Guo Longfei, the young master from a century-old family who, although surprised, was too spoiled and arrogant to bow to a stranger, even if the other's strength seemed impressive. Don't worry. With such strong warriors, my Guo family has plenty, sending out one or two will settle it. Seeing his companions a bit shaken, Guo Longfei sat on a small magical boat, crossing his arms dismissively. We can trust Guo's strength, brothers. Besides, if he really dares to disrespect us, he won't be able to walk out of Jiangyang City, boasted a certain assertive rich kid. Forget it, I think the other party is also quite formidable. They might even know our elders. If this escalates, it would be embarrassing for everyone, so once we catch up, let's just have them apologize. No need to force anyone to kneel or anything. I've never seen anyone clear a dungeon like this. Do you think he could be a divine tier? Divine tier my ass. He's at most a strong fighter just over level 300, relying on a high-level divine beast to act recklessly. You can tell he's just someone who can't handle high-level dungeons, so he comes to the lower tower domains to show off. In reality, he's nothing, Guo Longfei said angrily. Then, he gritted his teeth. If he can reach the 300th floor, I'll take his surname. He can only flaunt his power in the lower levels. Once I call my family's divine tier guest, a single slap could take that brat down. Thinking of the Guo family's esteemed guest, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. That was a seasoned expert, and the damage unleashed at full power was said to be able to severely injure a giant dragon, already surpassing 100 million in damage values. Truly terrifying. At this moment, Yu Donglai, the #1 genius of Jiangyang City on his first day, had just cleared the 172nd level. He was panting heavily, his stamina severely depleted, and hurriedly pulled out potions to drink several bottles, collapsing onto the ground while picking up scattered treasures, excitedly saying, "I've finally moved one step closer to the top 10 rankings for level 199. Let me see where I am. I remember being in 17th place, yes, 17th place, now." In a corner of the dungeon, Yu Donglai was focused on checking the leaderboard, completely unaware that the monsters in the distance had vanished after a violent gust of wind. Then, a large wave of people surged forward, following Lin Chen's figure, flocking to higher levels. In just these brief 2 minutes, the leaderboard for level 199 quickly refreshed. Yu Donglai stared at the leaderboard, which was still twitching, thinking it was a system glitch, and suspiciously said, "Wasn't it said that the system is an evolution of the heavenly Tao? How can the heavenly Tao have lag? Where the hell am I? System, why am I missing? Speak up." After waiting for a long time without seeing his name appear on the leaderboard, Yu Donglai stood up, bewildered and panicking, screaming while holding his head. However, the system was not a living being and would not respond to any trivial questions from the job changers. Once he calmed down, Yu Donglai squatted on the ground, fixated on the name that had suddenly appeared in his position, suspiciously saying, "Lin Chen? When did this guy catch up? That doesn't make sense. If he took my spot, my name shouldn't have disappeared from the leaderboard. I worked day and night to climb to 17th place. That's my reward for being in the top 20. Damn it. It must be a system error." After thinking for a long time while squatting on the ground, Yu Donglai finally figured out the problem. He had climbed up from outside the top 100 over countless days and nights. It was impossible for someone to suddenly push him down and make his name disappear. With a sense of indignation, Yu Donglai meticulously checked where the system had gone wrong. There's no sign of me outside the top 50. There's no sign of me outside the top 100 either. It seems my judgment is correct. A genius like me, who took 2 weeks to reach 17th place, how could I be pushed down so easily? And not even see my name? As he looked further down, Yu Donglai's expression became increasingly relaxed, even curling up the corners of his mouth. "I never expected the system would have a day of error. If this bug gets uploaded online, it would probably cause a huge uproar. I'm going to be famous." He directly pulled out the screenshot of his ranking from last night, a flashy image he had posted in the Academy group, just perfect to share on the job changers forum. After arranging the images and text, Yu Donglai lit a cigarette and quietly waited for things to unfold. The thought that he would soon become the first freshman in history to encounter a bug filled him with excitement, banishing any lingering gloom. Before long, a comment appeared. "Wow, this is really a bug. I thought it was just clickbait." After reading it, Yu Donglai stifled a laugh and replied, "Guess it's the first case in the world." Soon after, several more comments popped up. Yu Donglai read through them all, finishing his cigarette in silence. "Oh my god, if this is true, who would dare to climb the tower in the future? Are you stupid? The names on the leaderboard don't even match up. You're just talking to yourself. You got pushed down and now you say it's a bug. Seriously speechless. Keep taking the medicine. I suggest you get discharged and see a severe mental health specialist. Some even spotted the clue, personally finding Yu Donglai's name on the 199th tier of the Tower of Heaven's leaderboard, and upon checking the rank, a waste ranked over 300 plus still dares to shout online. The person who posted this comment even included a screenshot. Those who saw it laughed even more recklessly. Yu Donglai stared at that screenshot, his eyes nearly popping out. What the hell? How is this possible? He had just been ranked 17th. How could he suddenly be over 300? His mind went blank, and in a daze, he opened the leaderboard himself to check the bottom. As expected, Yu Donglai's name was glaringly at position 378, and everyone above him was a job changer just over level 150 or 160, far behind him, who was just one step away from leveling up to 200. Why? Why is this happening? Yu Donglai was confused, holding his head, sitting on the ground in a daze. As a seasoned powerhouse at the 4th job change, he had actually been pushed out over 300 ranks by those unknown players at the 3rd job change. Strong-willed Yu Donglai found it unacceptable. He gritted his teeth and stood up, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, forcing a mouthful of stagnant blood out of his throat. I refuse to accept this. I want to climb back up. I want to see those geniuses with my own eyes, see how they are stronger than me. He awkwardly flew upwards, completely disregarding his incomplete state. Lin Chen, who had already speedrun through 300 floors, felt a bit fatigued and bored. Looking at the loot scattered on the ground, he suddenly turned to his little follower, Wen Yan, and said, "From now on, you're in charge of picking up the loot. Use this storage gourd." Wen Yan took it with both hands, stopping and starting as he honestly helped his boss and captain gather the loot. It was true that with so much stuff on the ground, picking it up was indeed a hassle. No wonder Lin Chen was unwilling to do it. He thought to himself, becoming more skilled at the task. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, now free, strolled leisurely as if taking a walk, trailing behind. Let's just turn in the quest first. The Tower of Heaven can be run anytime. I feel like I've hit my limit today. I'm a bit tired. After the giant spirit god cleared the 350th floor of the dungeon, Lin Chen said casually. The giant spirit god nodded and transformed into the appearance of a tribal warrior. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, putting away the storage gourd that Wen Yan handed him, tossing all the materials piled up like a sea into his backpack. Let's head out and take the tower with us. When I feel like running it again, I'll come back, Lin Chen said in a casual tone. The giant spirit god nodded and turned to fly out of the Tower of Heaven. Just then, in front of his companions, Wo Longfei, who had lost face, was filled with anger and embarrassment as he strode forward, glaring at Lin Chen. However, before he could utter a word, he was intimidated into silence by the invisible pressure radiating from Lin Chen. You, what? About me? Lin Chen frowned and retorted. Seeing that the divine beast had already perished and disappeared, Wo Longfei finally felt a bit of confidence. Returning, he said, my family's guest has even been to the 400th floor. Can you do that? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen not only didn't get angry but instead revealed a playful expression. Whose foolish young master are you? He is the prince of the Guo family in Jiangyang City. A girl standing beside Guo Longfei, her heart racing, blushed and lowered her head to say, You. Yes, that's right. Guo Longfei, in a fit of desperation, raised his head and said, You should know my family's master. I advise you to apologize to me early, or else you'll make an even bigger fool of yourself. In Jiangyang City, there can't be anyone more impressive than me, Guo Longfei. Wen Yan, standing next to Lin Chen, slightly flared his nostrils, his nose swelling, and he held back his laughter, saying, Young Master Guo, I don't remember offending you. How could you not offend me? I was doing just fine on the 100th floor until your divine beast showed up, which caused our entire team to have no monsters to hunt. Guo Longfei glared with renewed vigor. Lin Chen showed a look of realization and slightly raised the corners of his mouth, saying, It's been a long time since I've encountered such a blind second-generation heir like you. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire towering tower suddenly tilted to one side, crashing down. Everyone inside the tower, except for Lin Chen and Wen Yan, was thrown out face-first at the same moment. Outside, everyone looked on in terror as a pair of colossal fingers effortlessly uprooted the towering structure that had stood for 100 years in Jiangyang City, holding it in a domineering grip. A casual movement sent shockwaves through the sky, swirling the clouds and dispersing the winds. Those ancient fingers pierced through the cloud layer, stirring up a realm of chaos. While the citizens of Jiangyang City cowered in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground, shaken by the presence of an unknown entity so vast and imposing that it seemed to stretch into infinity. What was even more horrifying was that those two fingers could easily puncture the sky, flattening and tearing apart the entire Jiangyang City without any sign of resistance, leaving only deep despair. This time, we must capture that kid, otherwise, not only will the Dragon District lose face, but the Federation will also have a hard time explaining. Of course, even if he can defeat Mu Siyu and Dao, we have 5 divine generals here. Dealing with a summoned god should be a piece of cake. Moreover, when we go, we'll go straight for the kill, without getting entangled too much with his summoned angel. Right, that fool Mu Si Yuan Dao must have been careless, deliberately showing off in front of that kid. If it were me, I could easily shoot his head off with a single arrow. How could I let him be so arrogantly unrestrained? Stop talking nonsense. What I want is results, not for you to spout things you don't even believe yourselves. If that kid's strength wasn't strong, could he easily defeat Mu Si Yuan Dao? The middle-ranking general leading the team continued expressionlessly. Be responsible. If his angel isn't at the divine level, I won't believe it. It's above level 2 divine. Based on my judgment, if he could kill Mu Si Yuan so easily and dominate him, he must be at level 4 divine. Whether he is above that, I can't determine for now, but I can be sure this will be a historic battle, and we will surely be remembered in history. The divine tier strong assistant, judge of the heavenly army, Bei Chijuan, gazed deeply into the distant sky. He was the only person from the Dragon District in this team and also held the lowest rank, so he took the initiative to act as a support role. A true level 4 deity. Today's battle will surely be exceptionally fierce with divine positions clashing. It's best to evacuate the surrounding villagers first, Abrid frowned and said. No need to evacuate. This world is not lacking in people. If the people here die, we can just take in refugees from other districts. As long as the Dragon District's flag remains standing, I believe, Mr. Abrid. We have nothing to worry about, replied another. No, I don't like the way the Lighthouse District does things. If too many people from the Dragon District die, it will greatly diminish our military's prestige among the civilians and the local state organization's actual control. To put it bluntly, it will definitely cause greater chaos and rebellion. You have no authority to make any decisions, Major General Abrid, said the burly middle-aged leader expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Abrid cursed inwardly, his face showing no signs of emotion as he fell silent. Then, the divine assistant at the front suddenly furrowed his brow, staring in confusion at the distant sky, where 2 towering pillars had pierced the heavens. He watched as the giant pillars effortlessly lifted the celestial tower, and then a massive mountain, breaking through the clouds, appeared, like an enlarged fist, brazenly dominating the territory of Jianyang City, extremely conspicuous. No matter where one stood, it was clear to see and feel the overwhelming ancient power pressing down. At this moment, even without the divine assistant's reminder, the other divine generals also saw it and sensed the extraordinary might, which almost suffocated them. What is that? A deity. His divine power far exceeds mine, even somewhat resembling the aura of the ancient gods of the temple. Ancient gods? Has a temple elder appeared in Jianyang City? Impossible. Temple elders do not appear to assist the Dragon District until the very last moment, and in recent years, due to close contact with the Radiant Temple, they have been forced to destroy some important statues and temples. In major cities, the elders of the Holy Hall have long abandoned the territory of the Dragon District. Could it be the Radiant Temple? I'll find out. Bei Chijuan summoned a golden sword and shield, then chanted a spell, raising the sword tip to conjure a golden sun eye in mid-air, instantly imprinting the anomaly before him and releasing a wisp of milky white aura. The other divine generals were well aware of the divine assistant's reconnaissance skills, and focused their attention on him, eagerly awaiting the results. After a while, a look of disbelief appeared in Bei Chijuan's eyes. He raised his head, casting a complex glance at everyone present, took a deep breath, and said, I don't know his true combat power, but I suggest we retreat. He is at least a god-level existence and harbors deep hostility towards us. A god? How could such a being appear in the North Sea war zone? One of the divine generals exclaimed in shock. The leading level 5 deity, Fuchi, looked serious and said, God-level figures have classified files in every major district. Can you confirm who he is? Do you need me to report to superiors immediately and request the Dragon General? He is the summoning god. As he said this, divine General Bei Chijuan fixed his gaze on the distant figure in the sky, which faintly radiated an aura of fortune and rainbow light. His observation was incredibly clear. It was the summoning god Lin Shen, the source of all calamities, both beginning and ending with him. Run. Is it really necessary? Can you deal with a god? Especially one whose abilities and origins are unknown? Who can handle that? I agree. Fauci, who is greedy for life and afraid of death, knows very well that he is not a match for the opponent. Recklessly leading his divine general team to challenge a great deity could very likely result in defeat, which would further impact his career advancement. It is important to understand that each level of a god has a significant disparity, and promotion is equally difficult. It is not as simple as ordinary people imagine, merely ranking their strength according to level values. The others showed no hesitation, closely following the leading divine general, quickly retreating in a hurried manner from the opposite direction of Jianyang City. In the current chaos of the Dragon region, divine generals from different factions are all on edge, unwilling to put themselves in danger for a battlefield that is not even their own territory, which could very well lead to life-threatening situations. It can be said that they came with excitement but returned in disappointment. What do we say when we get back? The Tower of Babel is gone and we didn't catch Lin Chen, it's going to be hard to report to the boss. One divine general asked with a grim expression. Fauci's eyes turned serious as he suddenly said, have we been to Jianyang City yet? A divine general, familiar with Fauci's temperament, immediately shook his head. Not yet, we probably need another hour to get there. By then, that summoner will definitely have a bad time. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, their expressions revealing understanding. As long as the motivations of profit and avoiding battle are the same, even losing a bit of face is inconsequential. To put it bluntly, in the matters of the Dragon region, they are merely working for the Federation, and there is no need to risk their lives like on the Mu village knife, only to end up in a situation where they lose all face. However, to say they felt no frustration would be impossible. After all, they are all Dragon generals stationed in their respective battle zones, and just a stomp of their feet could cause a stir. As the Tower of Babel spun wildly, all the job changers inside were thrown into disarray, losing their footing. Lin Chen firmly grasped Wen Yan's shoulder and quickly flew away from the exit of the Tower of Babel. Looking up, he spotted a small group of people below, as tiny as ants, surrounding and beating up his accompanying assassin team. Unexpectedly, seeing his teammates already down, Ho Liang suddenly erupted with killing intent. Unable to bear it any longer, he unleashed a series of attacks that broke 1,000,000 damage on a man who had stabbed at his lower back with a dagger, taking him out in one go and setting a bloody precedent. Who the hell dares to come close? No mercy. The leadership qualities Ho Liang had developed over the years gave him extraordinary courage and decisiveness even in a crisis, and without hesitation he charged at another person, enduring the attacks of dozens of juniors behind him, blood flowing profusely. Yet he did not relent. With a skilled combo, he took down another opponent, showcasing his ferocity and building momentum. You madman! In 7 kills, even if we fight among ourselves, no one kills. The male captain, seeing the situation escalate, quickly shouted. Originally, 7 kills had a set of internal rules. Internal strife was allowed, but killing was not permitted. Anyone who violated this would face execution by the punishment hall as a warning to others. Moreover, both parties involved in the conflict would also face severe punishment unless there were justifiable reasons or strong connections to resolve the matter. In a blood frenzy, Ho Liang, with his fiery temper, could no longer tolerate the bullying from the other side. Ignoring everything else, he unleashed his true combat power, exuding the might of a tiger unleashed. He suddenly turned around, his eyes cold as he glared at the male captain, shouting, "Not killing? Do you think I'm a soft persimmon? Captain!" Disciple. Xiaoko lay on the ground, covered in blood, his hair yanked by a member of the Tansha Hall, who spat a thick phlegm at him and cursed, "Damn it, make that son of a bitch stop, or I'll kill you. Don't think I can't do it. Stop your motherfucking nonsense, Captain, kill them all, I'll take the blame for you. I'll die for you." Xiaoko shouted in humiliation and anger, disregarding everything as he swung with all his might at the man's head. Ho Liang swiftly ended one man's life with a knife, then, with red-rimmed eyes, looked at his former comrade and gritted his teeth, saying, "If I have to take the blame, then what kind of captain am I?" With that, he transformed into a beast, charging madly into the enemy ranks, even though one of his arms was severed, and his body was riddled with wounds. Witnessing all of this, Lin Chen felt an unprecedented surge of rage within him. He suddenly threw Wen Yan onto the flying device and dashed alone into the chaotic area of the fight. Summoning technique. The sky rumbled like thunder, deafening the giant spirit gods' eyes turned into searchlights, directly illuminating Lin Chen, transferring all of its divine will and consciousness to him, forming an enormous divine manifestation behind him that obscured the sky. In an instant, Lin Chen felt his mental energy surge to the extreme, as if he could cover the sky with a mere lift of his hand, or crush the entire Jianyang city with a snap of his fingers, restoring peace to the land and holding the mysteries of heaven and earth in his grasp. This is the summoning technique. Lin Chen's cold eyes shone with brilliant divine light as he suddenly raised his hand and grabbed forward. The enemy member who was about to strike Xiaoko with a knife instantly had his head explode into a mist of blood, his body collapsing weakly to the ground. Tang! Tang master! Seeing the newcomer, Xiaoko knelt excitedly, wishing he could crawl to Lin Chen's feet. No one could understand the feelings of a person who had narrowly escaped death upon seeing the appearance of their faith's master. Lin Chen looked at his injuries, and his aura swelled several times again, an invisible force enveloping the entire city, making everyone unable to lift their heads or collapse to the ground, trembling. The nearest group from the Tansha Hall all bent down, unable to straighten up. The male captain felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the new Hall master approach, his heart racing as he nervously said, "That Lin master, let me explain, Bang! Lin Chen's expression was extremely cold as he raised his hand and crushed the man's head from a distance. "I know you still have a chance to resurrect at the holy altar, I'll come find you later." Just before his death, the male captain unfortunately heard this sentence that filled him with despair to the core. To Master Lin. Seeing this, the others immediately fell to the ground in fear, bowing to Lin Chen, completely shedding their previous arrogance. Lin Chen remained indifferent, casually waving his hand, and several more heads exploded. Spare me, Master Lin, I was forced, I was just following orders. You can't treat us like this. The higher-ups have regulations. Regulations my ass. Ho Liang swiftly slashed down with several daggers, directly ending that man's life. A hint of appreciation appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. Ho Liang, from today on, if anyone bullies our people, just kill them, no need to hold back. I was too conservative. Before. Master. Ho Liang has failed in his duties, violating the rules of the 7 kills. I am willing to take the punishment. You won't have any fault. Ho Liang suddenly knelt on one knee, tears streaming down his face. He was straightforward and hot-tempered, unable to endure humiliation. Accustomed to stopping killings with battle, so he had long accepted the outcome of bearing all the blame. After hearing this, Lin Chen revealed a cold smile and said, "What rules? What are rules? It was I who chose the 7 kills, not the 7 kills who chose me. If the old man is unhappy, I can leave and establish my own faction at any time." Ho Liang had a dazed expression, staring blankly as he said, You, go to the headquarters now and kill that resurrected captain. Let's see who dares to punish you for such a trivial matter. Lin Chen said with a face full of killing intent. If you do this, Deputy Long will be unhappy. Although it won't cause you any actual loss, it's not worth it, and it's very frightening. Let me take the blame and die for my sins. All the blame will stop here, Ho Liang said firmly. He wasn't afraid of death or wanting to die. Faced with the death penalty from the guild, even the most senior elder would feel apprehensive. However, in the face of survival, loyalty was even more important. As the new guild leader, Lin Chen, a child of destiny, was willing to kill for a mere captain and take responsibility. This kindness must be repaid, especially since he himself had taken the initiative to break the pot and smash it, killing the other party's people. He could not escape death no matter what. Rather than dying in a cowardly manner, it was better to take all the blame upon himself to absolve Lin Chen, his master, which could be seen as repaying that hard-won kindness. Thinking of this, Ho Liang's gaze became even more resolute as he said, Lin Chen, you go first. I'll kill a few more. That deputy captain is still alive. Lin Chen frowned, reached out, and grasped Ho Liang's shoulder, coldly saying, come back to the headquarters with me first. Kill whoever you want, you don't need to worry about anyone's face. Ho Liang found that he couldn't move at all, and with a slightly pale face, he looked at Lin Chen, somewhat confused, and said, I don't understand your meaning. Lin Chen said no more. Using the power of the giant spirit god, he flicked his fingers and sent the 5th turn Ho Liang into the towering tower above. Then he turned and flew away from Jianyang City without looking back. Zuahong, if there's nothing urgent on your hands, immediately send a team to Jianyang City in the Beihai War Zone to take control. Remember, the people who come must be the backbone of the new guild. I need them to completely control Jianyang City and deal with a series of counterattacks within the city. Flying in the air, Lin Chen spoke, while using the thunder wing to fly far away. On the other end of the phone, Zuahong, who understood some of the changes in Jianyang City, hesitated but still nodded in agreement, saying, yes, guild leader. However, there's something I don't know if I should say. Lin Chen said straightforwardly, speak. Zuahong hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and kindly reminded, guild leader, with our guild's current operating funds and the number of core members, we are not at the level to compete with the Tan Sha Guild in internal strife. If they go, they might not come back. Is it about money? Money is part of it. The main issue is a lack of manpower. The Tan Sha Guild was built by Old Lei, and the number of core elites has already exceeded 100. The number of high-quality members has also surpassed 1,000 this year. The main force in the Beihai War Zone where you are is them. What about the new guild? Haven't you recruited anyone in the past few days? Lin Chen asked with a frown. Zuahong smiled bitterly. Naturally, it's still those few dozen people. If you are willing to allocate some of the operating funds for talent recruitment, our guild's elder Yen has confidence that by the end of this month he can bring in more talent for the new guild. Sorry, Elder Zua, I can't guarantee that. However, it really depends on the portion of the operating funds. Recruiting new members doesn't cost much, and if we lower the standards a bit, I have great confidence that we can expand our new guild to the level of the Tan Sha Guild without spending a dime. However, in terms of quality, it may be far inferior to the other side. So, I suggest that you set your target for recruitment as the established elites. That way, we can steadily expand the new hall. However, the greeting gift and recruitment costs will be quite heavy. Yen, who had been silently listening to the conversation, calmly reminded them. Lin Chen suddenly remembered those two exceptional maids and a writing skill book. All of these were real gold and silver spent by the 7 Kills World in order to recruit someone with immense potential like himself. Elder Zuahong had invested a lot, and the 7 Kills Guild had also made significant contributions, including the 6th broken wing of the Blazing Angel promised by the president recently, which could be considered a priceless treasure. After a moment of consideration, Lin Chen understood that relying solely on his own strength would make it easy to attack a city but difficult to defend it. He still needed a large number of subordinates to manage and defend it to prevent outsiders from taking advantage. 500 billion in operational funds. I will give it to you over 5 weeks.
You must expand the new hall, including personnel expansion, but you are not allowed to compromise on quality. Let me know afterward who has placed their connections in core positions in the new hall. The consequences will be yours to bear.
I dare not. Yen said excitedly, are you really going to invest 500 billion?
Then the development of the new hall will be 100 times faster than we initially imagined.
Well, let the council and elders would take full responsibility for this matter, with the same authority,
Lin Chen said decisively. The call ended. Zhuo Hong stood there, puzzled, staring at his phone in silence for a long time.
500 billion? Is the hall master joking with us, or is this a prank? Why think so much? The money is allocated,
we just need to get to work. If there's no money, we continue to lie flat in Storm City, the young council member said cheerfully.
Jianyang City, Guo family courtyard.
The two tightly closed large doors were suddenly pushed open by a middle-aged man dressed as a steward. He stepped aside and bowed his head, waiting quietly as several anxious guest elders and the current head of the Guo family walked out. Not good, the young master is still in the sky tower. Is there a chance to rescue him? The head of the Guo family frowned and looked up at the distant sky. The guest elder shook his head.
That person's strength is unfathomable.
In front of him, we are like ants, with no chance of engaging. We dare not offend him. He must be from 7 kills. With the situation so tense, if he gets involved in one-side struggle, it could lead to a disaster of extermination.
Guo family head, I
suggest we pursue him first to prevent any harm from coming to the young master. Yes, we should treat that 7 kills hall master with respect.
As long
as we don't get involved in the conflict between the officials and 7 kills, regardless of whether Jianyang City changes hands, the Guo family will
remain a local power that neither side can afford to underestimate. Hearing everyone's suggestions, the head of the Guo family said darkly, prepare some gifts to visit that 7 kills lord.
Yes, family head, I will take care of it right away, the steward said respectfully.
Just as he was about to leave,
the cold voice of the Guo family head rang in his ears. Prepare 50 million federal coins, no, prepare 30 chaos stones, and go to the Long family. To get a first-class gift, whatever it is, just bring it out. The steward was astonished inside but maintained a calm expression, slightly bowing as
he left. The 7 kills headquarters and the Dragon District were separated by a neutral zone.
For the time being, Lin Chen couldn't reach it directly. He made a detour to Storm City, ordering the giant spirit general to place the Sky Tower, one of the epic dungeons in the Dragon District, directly in the
central area of Storm City.
The tower's peak pierced through the clouds, and curious citizens gathered at the base of the tower, looking up at it feeling
an inexplicable shock and novelty.
The vastness, which had been eroded over countless years, instilled a sense of awe and fear in the people, who gazed with reverence at the figure in the starry robe standing atop the tower.
It's the City Lord. The City Lord has returned. Long live Lin Chen. This is truly a miracle.
In my whole life, this is the first time I've seen a monster tower so high it could pierce the sky. Lin Chen, bless me to make a fortune. This year, I no longer want to live like a beggar. Storm City has a master now, no more worries.
Is that the Tower of Heaven? The City Lord actually brought the epic dungeon from the Dragon Zone. Now it's hard for us in Storm City not to prosper. Ha, Lin Chen is mighty, forever a god.
Listening to the familiar voices ringing in his ears and witnessing the respect the locals had for Lin Chen, Wen Yan's eyes gradually moistened, and he looked at his old friend, unable to hold back his tears. You are actually the new City Lord of Storm City.
I, a wanderer far from home, have almost completely forgotten it. At this moment, Lin Chan's already heroic image suddenly rose in his heart once again.
This time, he knelt sincerely at Lin Chen feet, gazing at him with reverence, as if worshipping a deity. As his gaze swept over the thriving, increasingly prosperous hometown, Wen Yan's heart was filled with mixed emotions. His voice choked as he said, I thought Storm City was finished, but I could never return.
Lin Chen, you are my god.
He let out a roar, his eyes red, finally showing some manliness. Lin Chen kicked him aside with annoyance. Stop being so sentimental.
Faith value plus 24, faith value plus 13, faith value plus 89, faith value plus 7. Faith value plus 3, faith value plus 22, faith value plus 15. Do you want to collect today's statue prayer earnings?
Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, turning to look at the magnificent statue. What a pity, it's not a temple. The statue stood like a giant in the city, echoing the towering Tower of Heaven, exuding an aura of supreme descent and divine
blessings. Collect.
Lin Chen responded, his heart beginning to anticipate. Daily income report: number of prayers 1344, increased faith value 8790, number of worshippers 566, increased faith value 4910, number of blessings 301, increased faith value 15390, number of offerings 791, increased faith value 72530, total 101620. After reading this report, Lin Chen was completely stunned. Goodness, before the statue, I only earned a few hundred faith points each time. Now, with the believers voluntarily building the statue, the daily faith value earned has actually exceeded 100,000. His heart raced.
It's important to know that faith value transcends mana, surpasses all forms of energy.
It can cause skills to undergo qualitative changes, make the body immortal, and allow one to control everything in the world, making it the most precious force in existence, bar none. Moreover, Lin Chen also discovered that among those divine ranks outside, almost no one particularly cared about the construction of the statue, but some ancient gods supported. By temples had spread temples all over the world for contract verification, their purpose unclear. He was sure that there was definitely a relationship with faith value involved. However, he still hadn't figured out when he could contract others. Just this one task left. I can't delay any longer. Let's give the people below some hints today. Storm City is the cornerstone of my immortality. It must not fail, and the locals in the city, like pandas from the last century, must not have any mishaps. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen flew to the city lord's mansion and found the new hall steward temporarily in charge of handling official business. New regulations have been issued. The indigenous people of Storm City can enter the Tower of Heaven for free, while local residents who have moved into the city must pay a ticket fee of 2,000 federal coins. Tourists from outside can only stand outside to watch and are not allowed to enter. Additionally, the villas and courtyards built by the city lord's mansion, as well as the residential areas in each district, are open for sale, with prices increased tenfold. If you can't afford it, you don't have to buy, but if you don't have housing recognized by the city lord's mansion, you will be evicted at night. Indigenous people can purchase at a fair price and are allowed to buy and sell freely. Moreover, they are all my followers. Other gods can contract followers, so why can't I? Lin Chen said, feigning confusion. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged counselor quickly explained. It is very normal that you cannot contract followers because, no, it's not normal. I have followers, why can't I contract them? Think carefully about this question. If you figure it out, you can be the boss of the council. If you can't, then go join the assassination team as a sleeper agent. Don't expect to be a counselor, Lin Chen said firmly. He turned and quickly flew away from the city lord's mansion. Watching his departing figure, the middle-aged counselor, skilled in reading expressions, revealed a bitter face. I didn't offend you, did I, Hall Master? I have been worrying every day about settling those incoming immigrants and appeasing the indigenous people in the city. My hair is almost turning white. You are too hurtful to your subordinates. Not long after Lin Chen left, the middle-aged counselor, lost in thought, gradually lost the bitterness on his face, replaced by a look of confusion and bewilderment. They say accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. His hall master, though not very old, truly has a knack for understanding people's hearts. Even though he has been deeply involved in the 7 kills for a long time, when it comes to discerning thoughts, he really can't compare to Elder Zhua and the 2 leaders of the council. Unconsciously, he put his hands into his hair and tugged at it fiercely, gritting his teeth with slightly reddened eyes. How the hell would I know why you can't contract? Who in this world, besides the ancient gods in the game, can contract? The president is almost at his limit, and I haven't heard that he can contract others. Wait, contract? No, the contract isn't the point. The condition for the contract is the temple. You need a temple to contract, but Hall Master Lin doesn't have that function. What does he need a temple for? Is he dissatisfied with the statue's appearance, which diminishes his prestige? The middle-aged counselor, in distress, grabbed his head a few times and, with a determined heart, took out his phone and made a call. You go notify the logistics team leader. We can consider building a temple for Lin Chen. Remember, it must be grand, majestic, and impressive. This time, we can't be stingy. What kind of thing was that statue? It didn't even have any anomalies. It looked big, but the material was too poor. Who is Lin Chen? Using inferior materials is an insult. To whom? Immediately form a demolition team and raise funds among the indigenous followers to rebuild. Ha! Big brother, the indigenous people are all refugees. They just started having a good life for a couple of days. Where would they find spare money to rebuild the statue? Let alone the temple. The logistics team leader said with a grim expression on the phone. The middle-aged counselor straightened his face and shouted loudly, "The city lord certainly understands you. The newly revised regulations allow the indigenous people of Storm City to enter the Tower of Heaven for free. Isn't that a broader area for monster hunting? As long as you are willing to work hard, within a month, your pockets will be full. Additionally, local housing prices will rise significantly, about 10 times, but this regulation only applies to outsiders. If you have spare money or family heirlooms, hurry up and sell them to buy a house. The first batch of visitors attracted by the Tower of Heaven will arrive in the next half-month. This is a secret message for making a fortune. If it weren't for the Lord's good feelings towards you natives, do you think you commoners, coming from such poor backgrounds, could ever get a piece of this big cake?" The middle-aged counselor said while smoking, his tone unconsciously revealing a hint of superiority. The logistics captain was stunned, taking a long time to recover, and couldn't help but swallow a large gulp of saliva, exclaiming, in shock, "A tenfold price increase? Then our houses as natives would also become valuable, right?" He automatically ignored the humiliation from his superior and spoke with excitement. The middle-aged counselor nodded, flicking the ash from his cigarette. "Benefits aren't given for free.
You must remember every word I say, otherwise, I can guarantee you won't get a single bite of the housing cake. Yes, 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 I will definitely comply. It's just about rebuilding the statue of Lord Lin. Once this wave of hype passes, I will immediately notify the natives. With their reverence for Lord Lin, building a temple will definitely not be a difficult task, the logistics captain said, overjoyed. After hanging up the phone, he hesitated for a long time in place but ultimately revealed the housing price surge to the natives. After all, he still needed to rely on them to fund the construction of the statue and temple for Lord Lin. If he couldn't gather that much money, the higher-ups would definitely come looking for trouble and investigate the matter. Dismissing the thought of making a quick fortune, the logistics captain contentedly placed his newly earned savings on properties in the inner city, just waiting for the exaggerated appreciation to come, and he even thought about borrowing money to go all in. As the saying goes, when standing at the wind's mouth, even pigs can fly. With the arrival of this epic dungeon, housing prices soared, and the influx of outsiders into Storm City surged. Those job changers attracted by the 12 temples and various secret realms mostly didn't lack the millions needed for immigration. Those who couldn't afford this amount certainly wouldn't choose to come to the Northern Realm dungeon to grind monsters and level up. Moreover, buying a house meant that the commoners in the city essentially bought a permanent identity card, allowing them to enter without being restricted by the Storm City dungeon simply by spending money. In the Northern Realm in Texas, although there are similar secret realms and dungeons, none can compare to Storm City. The reason is simple. Not to mention the job changers from various districts drawn by the 12 temples, even the high-level rifts in the Ice Dragon's Icefield dungeon have already attracted job changers from surrounding cities. Now, with the addition of an unlimited Sky Tower, the number of attracted job changers has increased even more. The Sky Tower is called Epic Level because it allows players to progress from level 1 to max level, which is inseparable from its nature. General dungeons have specific level restrictions. Once you reach the limit, you can no longer level up, and the experience gained will drop to 99%. However, the Sky Tower has endless floors, and it is rumored to lead directly to the highest heaven, even penetrating the highest divine temple. This is why it is taken so seriously by the military in the Dragon District. Of course, the 5 major districts of the Federation have many such special manifestations, including Forbidden Lands. Even if they temporarily lose the Sky Tower, it would only cause one state to lose its foundation for prosperity without affecting the overall situation. Lin Chen returned with the Sky Tower, and everyone in the city, including incoming merchants and travelers, understood that the rise of Storm City had become inevitable. When they learned that the condition to enter the tower required purchasing a house locally to qualify for a ticket, the tourists were dumbfounded. Those job changers who had anticipated the investment potential of Storm City were all overjoyed, instantly feeling that their house purchases were worth it. Because anyone with sense knew that since Lord Lin was determined to keep people here, housing prices could not possibly be cheaper than before. At the very least, they would increase by 1 to 2 times. The merchants who had previously invested in developing housing communities locally could already foresee the substantial profits they were about to make. Having settled some matters in the city, Lin Chen found Elder Zhuahong before leaving and instructed, "You must personally oversee the security in the city, especially in the new district where the indigenous people are settled. You need to keep a close watch with utmost diligence. Anyone who dares to bully them or threatens their safety must be dealt with ruthlessly." Understood. Master, may I ask, are they really that important? Elder Zhua asked, looking puzzled. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. "They are my most devout followers, bringing me endless benefits." Followers? Are you talking about building a statue? If you need, I can have others construct one in several other areas of Storm City as well, Elder Zhua suggested. Lin Chen shook his head and turned to leave without saying anything. At this moment, inside the Tower of Heaven, Guo Longfei groggily got up from the ground, his gaze scanning the empty instance in confusion. What happened? Who just ambushed me? I don't know. It felt like an earthquake. I think something went wrong with the Tower of Heaven. How could something go wrong with the Tower of Heaven? Have you lost your mind? It must be that divine-level powerhouse. He's trying to intimidate young Master Guo. Hearing the discussions around him, Guo Longfei's face darkened completely. He suddenly drew his long sword from his waist and shouted angrily, "Damn it, this is outrageous. No one in Jianyang City can bully me. Let's go. I'm heading back to the Guo family to call my uncles for justice." Just then, Lin Chen walked slowly into the Tower of Heaven, intending to find Ho Liang, who had been thrown into the mid-level. But he hadn't taken a few steps before they collided head-on. "Old Guo, it's him. How dare you come back? A dignified divine-level powerhouse, and you still have the audacity to ambush. How shameless. Just wait, I'm going back to the Guo family to find someone. If you have guts, stand right there." Looking at Lin Chen, who appeared calm as if nothing had happened, the others around were furious, and Guo Longfei, their backbone, was especially enraged, as if someone had stepped on his tail, jumping up and shouting. To be honest, Lin Chen didn't even hear what they were saying, but seeing their fierce expressions was extremely annoying, so he raised his hand and swatted them all away like flies. the young masters of Zhengyang City, flew out of the tower and crashed heavily to the ground. He stared in disbelief at the direction of the Tower of Heaven, his eyes filled with both grievance and surging anger. You actually dared to strike at me. You're finished, I must kill you today. After his impotent roar, he got up from the ground and ran towards the Gua family without looking back. However, he hadn't run far when he suddenly froze in place, dazedly looking around. When he saw the unfamiliar square in the newly paved streets, his mind went blank and he turned back to look at the towering Tower of Heaven, realizing there was nothing wrong, which made him even more confused. What's going on? How did the square where the Tower of Heaven is located become so new? Was it recently renovated? But what about that statue? Filled with confusion, Gui Longfei stared at the statue, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. The star robe, the skeletal staff, the knife-like gaunt face. Is it him? Impossible. Even if that person is divine level, he could never make the Lord's Mansion of Zhengyang City build a statue for him. Still unable to grasp the situation, Gua Longfei continued walking forward while some of his companions, not noticing the changes in the square, muttered angrily, "What's he even worth to dare lay hands on us? Let's take him down." As soon as the words left his mouth, a hidden figure among the crowd suddenly narrowed his eyes, holding a flying knife, and shot towards the young man at lightning speed from behind. A bloodied head was thrown away, and the headless corpse stumbled and fell to the ground, instinctively twitching forward a few more times. Those who insult the Lin God shall be killed without mercy. Seeing the surrounding bystanders fall into panic, the hidden assassin of 7 kills coldly explained. Upon hearing this, everyone in the square fell into a dead silence. They all stared incredulously at the group of 4. Who dares to insult the Lin God? They must be seeking death. Even I, an outsider, know that in Storm City you can't offend anyone from 7 kills. How dare they directly humiliate the Lin God? They truly are asking for trouble. A bunch of lunatics. How dare they insult the Lin God? They can't be allowed to leave. Quick, stop them. Even if we don't kill them, they must be handed over to the Lord's Mansion. Aside from the onlookers, some who regarded the Lin God as their faith rushed forward in anger, surrounding those who came from Zhengyang City tightly. Gua Longfei felt a sense of bewilderment. Before he could utter a word, he was immediately overwhelmed by a rain of fists, being kicked around like a ball, with no power to resist at all. I am Gua Longfei, the young master of the Gua family. Gui, your mother. Do you know you've caused trouble? My son group is the best in the mining industry in Zhengyang City. Just a few words from me can keep you dog slaves locked up for life. Be smart and get lost. My dad is Li Gang. They shouldn't have said those things. The believers were merely venting their anger, but as the conflict escalated, 2 young masters and young ladies had their heads smashed in, completely going for the kill. I am your father, you little beast. In Storm City, you dare to act tough. Don't you know the Lin God is the sky? Kill them. Leave one breath to be dealt with by the Lord's Mansion. These outsiders deserve to die. Amidst the shouts of anger, Gua Longfei finally began to realize something. He was shocked to find that the accents of the people around him were very unfamiliar, no longer the Jiangbei accent he had heard since childhood. For a moment, Gua Longfei felt even more lost. The Tower of Heaven had been rooted in Zhengyang City since ancient times. Where did this Storm City come from? Moreover, where is Storm City? Was he dazed from being thrown, or were they the ones with problems? Just then, Lin Chen and Ho Liang, hearing the commotion outside, walked over one after the other. The believers, upon seeing the newcomers, all showed expressions of reverence and actively made way, prostrating on the ground to pay their respects to Lin Chen. We pay our respects to the Lin God. Lin Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze to the group of people. What Storm City? What Lin God? What are you all talking about? Gua Longfei clutched his head and shouted in frustration. Lin Chen frowned and said, why bother with a madman? The Lin God is right, we shouldn't stoop to the level of these 2 idiots. I said, who dares to speak disrespectfully to you? Turns out to be a lunatic. Disperse, disperse. Lock the madman in a mental hospital. We have the medical facilities for that in Storm City. I am not. Gua Longfei got up from the ground and frantically charged into the crowd, roaring, anyone who blocks me dies. But as he ran further and further away, he realized no one was chasing after him. Suddenly, in a daze, he used a flying talisman to soar into the air, looking down at the snow-covered ground below. What happened? Where is Zhengyang City? How did the Tower of Heaven end up here? 1,000 questions floated in his mind as Gua Longfei rubbed his eyes vigorously, looking again at the distant iconic statue, feeling utterly despondent. Is this the main city of that person? This must be that person's main city. He forcibly pulled me back. But what about the Tower of Heaven? How could he manage to bring the emblem of Beihai province to his territory? Gua Longfei felt a wave of incredulity, his heart filled with astonishment. With his current perspective, he couldn't comprehend what it meant for a provincial or even regional emblem like the Tower of Heaven to be plundered, but he vaguely sensed something was amiss. The enemy was unusually tricky. Could his family really handle this? However, thinking of the several renowned divine tier guest elders in the Gua family, his heart settled, and he turned back to Lin Chen, his expression cold as he said, I admit you do have some skills. Do you know Mu Niao Jun? He is a guest elder of Manga family. Although famous in Beihai, in the eyes of Manga family he is nothing more than a dog. Lin Chen remained silent, his gaze oddly fixed on the few powerful middle-aged men who had suddenly appeared behind Guo Longfei. Seeing Lin Chen's lack of reaction, Guo Longfei added, even if you don't know him, you must understand the power of divine tears. He is a seventh-order divine profession, one skill could flatten this place. You must know the rebel leader Wu Yan from the north. He caused quite a stir in Beihai, even threatening to kill the lord of Jianyang City, but in the end, wasn't he subdued by Manga family, becoming a true lapdog, he said, slightly smug. In front of Lin Chen, several guest elders of the Guo family stood behind Guo Longfei, all with dark expressions watching him. The head of the family had a terrifyingly grim look, his voice cold as he said, enough, Longfei, kneel and greet Lord Lin. Upon hearing this, Guo Longfei turned around in shock, dazedly looking at his father and the guest elders behind him. You all came? I didn't mean it like that, I meant. Without a word, the head of the Guo family stepped forward swiftly, raising his right hand with a fierce glare and delivering a resounding slap to Guo Longfei's face, then kicked him out. You foolish, utterly stupid wretch. Kneel. The head of the Guo family lunged forward, forcefully pressing Guo Longfei's head down against the ground. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. Dad, I was wrong. Dad, I misspoke just now. Fool, do you know who he is? The head of the Guo family grabbed Guo Longfei by the back of his neck, spinning him around 180 degrees towards Lin Chen, and slammed him down, yet wore a respectful smile, his tone humble as he said, my son is ignorant and has offended Lord Lin. I hope Lord Lin will not hold this child's ignorance against him. And he has issues in this regard. The head of the Guo family pointed to his own head with a somber expression, saying, if you don't believe me, I can present his mental illness diagnosis. Before coming, a strategist from the Guo family had devised several response plans, one of which was to present the mental illness diagnosis, believing that someone of Lord Lin's stature would not make things difficult for a mentally ill person. Additionally, I have prepared a small gift. The head of the Guo family smiled warmly as he lifted a redwood tray, slowly opening several brocade boxes inside, revealing treasures that shimmered with various colors. This is chaos stone, our family has a few, and I hope Lord Lin won't find it lacking. 650-year-old blood ginseng, water-avoiding pearl, fashion flying cloud shoes. He recited all the treasures in one breath. He has a mental illness? He doesn't look like it to me. Holiang's eyes flashed with sharp coldness, directly exposing his lie. Lin Chen's gaze was calm, but he was somewhat surprised that young Master Guo's father was so perceptive, completely unlike his son, who was arrogant to the extreme. As for the lunatic, Lin Chen had some doubts but did not intend to delve deeper. He was just a frog at the bottom of a well, and killing him would be beneath his dignity. Are you from Jianyang City? Lin Chen asked calmly. Guo Longfei had just tried to struggle to get up from the ground when a strong hand suddenly pressed down on his head. Thud, 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 he knocked his head against the ground, bowing repeatedly to Lin Chen. Apologized to Lin Chen at once. Guo's family head shouted with a pale face. Then he turned to Lin Chen with a respectful expression, slightly cupping his hands and saying, we are from the Guo family in Jianyang City, just a small family in the area. My son has been poorly raised and suffers from a severe mental illness, causing a tremendous disaster. I am extremely fearful and hope for your understanding. Lin Chen turned around and looked at Holiang, asking, get the list of local family forces in Jianyang City. Yes. Holiang bowed and withdrew. After giving the order, Lin Chen looked at the Guo family head and said, hearing your son's tone, I thought your Guo family was quite something in Jianyang City. As he spoke, he scanned the few people behind the Guo family head, his eyes revealing a hint of understanding. Not at all, my Guo family is hardly worth mentioning in Jianyang City. Please do not misunderstand because of my son's words, the Guo family head humbly replied. Then what about those people behind you? Ordinary small families, able to suddenly gather several divine-level powerhouses? Lin Chen's gaze suddenly turned cold as he questioned. An invisible sense of pressure instantly enveloped everyone present. The Guo family head, who was closest, felt his legs go weak, and the calmness and composure on his face vanished, replaced by endless fear and unease, as if his heart had completely collapsed. My lord, please calm your anger. Our Guo family holds a transcendent position in Jianyang City. We are not some insignificant small family. I dare not get involved in the struggle between 7 kills and the authorities, so I had the audacity to deceive you. The Guo family head knelt down without hesitation, trembling as he explained. Compared to Guo Longfei's ignorance, the Guo family head was much more seasoned in dealing with matters, immediately lowering himself to beg for mercy without any hesitation, for he was acutely aware of how terrifying the strength of the one who summoned the gods was. That arrow of stars that pierced through heaven and earth had suddenly ended the life of a divine general. The extraordinary, stunning four-winged angel could crush the hounds raised by the Guo family into the ground with a mere snap of his fingers, and even the treasure building of the Dragon District, the Tower of Heaven, had been personally brought back to Storm City by him. The Guo family head could not imagine how much weight that towering, majestic giant tower, which had stood in Jiangyang City for nearly 100 years, truly held, but it was certain that an ordinary divine-level being could at most cause a slight tremor to the tower, hardly inflicting any real damage. Yet Lin Xin could, with just 2 fingers, put the Tower of Heaven into his pocket. Such a defiant method was probably unparalleled in the entire federal district. Transcendent position? Which big family is so timid that they dare not take a stand? Lin Chen said disdainfully. The Guo family head's face turned pale. Shaking his head, if we offend Lin Chen, the cost of taking a stand is simply too great. One misstep could lead to utter destruction. Then let me ask you, if you do not stand with 7 kills and I must kill you, what can you do? Lin Chen's face suddenly turned cold, his tone indifferent. The Guo family head's heart sank and he felt veins throbbing at his temples. The few divine-level beings who had been silently standing behind him were also terrified, their faces turning pale as they no longer dared to be arrogant, all kneeling on one knee and frantically begging for mercy. From Lin Chen. Lin Chen, my Guo family is a neutral faction, not involved in any struggles. Why must you be so aggressive? The head of the Guo family wailed in despair. Seeing his usually imposing father kneeling and bowing to a stranger, begging for mercy without a shred of the Guo family's spirit or responsibility, Guo Feilong finally came to his senses. He hurriedly bowed and trembled as he said, Lin Chen, it was I who offended you. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Don't make things difficult for my dad. You ungrateful wretch, die far away. The head of the Guo family, already filled with anger, suddenly raised his hand and slapped Guo Longfei, sending him crashing to the ground. Lin Chen remained indifferent, coldly stating, from today onward, the 7 Kills New Hall will temporarily take over Jiangyang City in the shadows. Any family that poses a potential threat to the new hall's operations will be dealt with or eliminated. As the local tyrants, your Guo family will naturally become the primary target. Hearing this, the head of the Guo family fell into deep helplessness. He groggily got up from the ground, a bitter smile on his face as he said, it seems there's no way out now. Lin Chen sneered, in chaotic times, if you still wish to remain uninvolved, you might as well pay to move to the neutral zone. But do you have that much wealth? Head, agree to join us. I see the prospects of 7 kills are no weaker than those puppet marshals in the Dragon District. Indeed, those who know the times are wise. Jiangyang City has already fallen into the territory of 7 kills. Even if the Dragon District has the strength to attack later, it will be too late. Please, head of the Guo family, think carefully. The persuasion from the guest officials left the head of the Guo family with only a bitter smile in response. He exhaled deeply, saying solemnly, the Guo family of Jiangyang City is willing to surrender to the 7 Kills Guild, but I have one condition. No matter how you fight with the authorities, my Guo family will only act as the ones responsible for maintaining the order of Jiangyang City. Otherwise, even if it means mutual destruction, I, Guo, will not agree to ally with 7 kills. Lin Chen frowned but then thought again. It was understandable that the Guo family did not want to be used as a pawn. If they were to pull in others, it would only be through intimidation and threats, which would surely lead to problems in the internal defenses of Jiangyang City when the authorities retaliated later. Fine, I agree to your request, but you must remember, your Guo family is loyal to the new hall, not to 7 kills. If there is any act of disloyalty or injustice, I will send the 4-winged angels to clean house, Lin Chen said, with a serious expression and a cold voice. Rest assured, even if I had 1,000 times the courage, I would never dare to joke with the lives of the Guo family. The head of the Guo family's expression softened a bit and he respectfully clasped his hands. After watching the Guo family leave, Lin Chen turned to find Elder Zhuo, narrowing his eyes as he said, Jiangyang City still needs a reliable person to hold the fort. I don't trust the newly surrendered Guo family. What about Storm City? The new hall currently only has me as an elder. You can't expect the council members and errand-running stewards to protect Storm City, can you? Elder Zhuo said with a look of doubt. Lin Chen patted his shoulder and smiled mysteriously. Since it's a time of turmoil, naturally, a capable general must be left to guard Storm City. Who? Elder Zhuo instinctively asked. Lin Chen did not answer and turned to leave slowly. He leaned towards leaving Sagittarius in Storm City but felt it unnecessary as Storm City had already fallen into a brief period of stability. Even if the Dragon District's authorities sent troops to attack with 100,000 skeleton army present, no one would dare to come recklessly. Let's summon the Skeleton King first, Lin Chen thought to himself. After these days of accumulation, the 10 soul pools of the staff were now completely filled. With just a thought, Storm City could conjure up 100,000 skeleton kings out of thin air. What a terrifying force this is, unmatched by any legion. Of course, if the opponent sends another god-level being capable of launching a heavy nuclear strike, or several divine generals, the Storm City, lacking a central figure, could indeed face a threat. After all, the army of the Mage King needs to be commanded. If Lin Chen is not in Storm City, they would only attack chaotically on their own, unable to form an organized and Disciplined Legion. Who cares? Who says that a human sea tactic isn't a tactic?
Lin Chen muttered to himself, directly activating the special effect of his staff, summoning a vast swarm of skeleton mage kings, dense as ants, in the uninhabited area of Storm City's outer ring. This force, which no one could command, scattered immediately upon receiving Lin Chen's orders, climbing up the city walls and taking positions in various corners.
In an instant, a strange phenomenon appeared within the city. A large group of mage kings, emerging from nowhere, suddenly occupied the watchtowers inside the city and stood in formation on the walls. From a distance, it looked like a well-organized army, always ready to march into battle, though the smell emanating from them was quite unpleasant. What is that? How could so many skeleton mage kings suddenly appear? Is there an enemy? Invasion?
Everyone stay calm, that's our lord's skill, it won't harm civilians. Why are there so many more mage kings summoned this time compared
to the last batch that destroyed Lanzhou? Are you sure it's just a skill?
That's too outrageous. I've never seen anyone summon so many high-level
mage kings at once.
Even the lowest level slimes, those trash summoners, can only summon 3 to 5 at most.
You don't know. It's said our
Lord can summon 3 to 5,000 mage kings at once. This time, it's probably even more, maybe around 10,000.
The speaker was a local, looking extremely proud, feeling a sense of shared glory. I see.
Then Lin Chen is too strong. These are all level 99 beings. He summoned nearly
10,000 by himself?
Passers-by were utterly shocked. Before the commotion of the skeleton mage kings had subsided, the sky was filled with
twinkling stars.
It was as if the entire world, at that moment, was crossed by a hanging river of stars, showering down several meteors.
Everything
appeared quickly and ended even faster, but no one knew what that scene just meant.
Lin Chen gave a few more instructions to Sagittarius, riding the
9 dragons, and left Storm City with Ho Liang and Wen Yan. On the way, Wen Yan squatted beside the throne, hesitating for a while, and finally
mustered the courage to say, Lin Chen, can I ask you for a few days off? I want
to see my parents' graves, to see if they are still there. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen turned his head, looked at him for a moment, and gently nodded. Wen Yan's face lit up with joy, and he quickly bowed to Lin
Chen, his attitude extremely humble.
Lin Chen didn't like this, but he couldn't stop it, so he pretended not to see anything.
At the headquarters
of 7 kills, the 100 Arms. For those visiting the 100 Arms giant city for the first time, it undoubtedly felt like a labyrinth.
It was
interconnected, a heavenly palace in the clouds, a paradise beyond the world. No matter where one went, whether up or down, prosperous human
habitats would appear.
However, Lin Chen, unfamiliar with the place, took some detours and was shocked by the underground world beneath the giant's feet. The palace lair of the Goblin clan. It was a luxurious city, akin to a treasure, with the ground paved with gold coins and houses made of countless treasures and rare ores.
From any angle, it looked like an extraordinarily magnificent treasure city.
Notably, within this treasure city, there sat a goblin king, adorned with gold and jade, wearing a crown, who was dozing off with a loud snore. Lin Chen curiously approached the city gate and discovered a golden rune embedded in the inner wall of space, accompanied by a warning: this place is under the protection of the heavenly earth sect. All races and humans are forbidden from entering, otherwise they will face the wrath of the gods. The prohibitive rune filled Lin Chen with
dread, making him inexplicably want to flee the area immediately. The overwhelming divine might felt like a raging flood, driving him to fly away.
Quickly, and only after completely escaping the giant's foot did he finally catch his breath.
Seeing Lin Chen's panicked expression, it was as if he
had narrowly escaped death outside the city, barely slipping away from the jaws of danger.
Something's not right. That aura was so strong that I couldn't even think of resisting.
If I had taken another step closer, something terrible would have happened.
If what the sign says is true, then we
are just one step away from utter doom, Lin Chen said, a hint of fear in his voice.
The four-winged angel Chiral, who was responsible for his
protection, showed an unprecedented look of fear in her eyes as she gazed at the endless expanse of the giant's foot. With a voice that struggled to maintain calm, she said, Master, this is the territory of the 100-armed giant.
It seems he glanced in our direction. 100-armed giant? Are you saying this giant city is a living being?
Lin Chen exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Chiral, at her current level, could clearly sense the gaze of a higher deity. She spoke solemnly, yes, that mythic elder has always existed in this world. I'm sorry, Master, but
I cannot determine if he harbors any hostility towards you. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and replied, what if he does have hostility? Divine Spirit, are you
afraid of this so-called 100-armed giant? He questioned inwardly. The divine spirit of the summoning space crossed its arms and said indifferently, just say the word and I will break the legs of this 100-armed giant.
Well, that's not necessary. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Lin
Chen smiled slightly, clasped his hands behind his back and quickly led his 2 companions to soar into the misty, cloud-covered sky of the
10,000-meter-high empty city.
Above this empty city, countless ancient cities were built on the arms, wrists, and head of the 100-armed giant.
A rough glance revealed that there were no fewer than 1,000 such cities, and each city gate bore a plaque that shimmered with light, either displaying the name of a guild or a family surname, exuding an ancient and extraordinary aura. Lin Chen's figure swiftly darted through, discovering that among them there were even territories of monstrous beasts, such as the Silver Wolf Clan, the Fallen God's Land, the Spirit Sword Tomb, Spirit Beast Island, the Tree Demon Clan, the Ice Dragon Sacred Mountain, the Lair of the Sea King Python, and so on, all bearing the same ancient prohibitive symbols as the Goblin City, where humans and all races could not tread, and even approaching would evoke an irresistible divine might. Ho Liang, what faction does the 100-armed giant belong to? How dare he protect the monstrous clans on human territory? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Ho Liang shook his head, his expression complex. The situation of the 100-armed giant city is 1,000 times more complicated than you can imagine. It is a major problem left over from the last century's federation. Even after all these years, nothing has changed. The number of monstrous races associated with the 100-armed giant has only increased, and humans cannot enter at all. Even officials cannot set foot here. However, there is one good thing about the 100-armed giant: places that the officials cannot access can be occupied by powerful guilds. Our 7-Kill Guild's main city was once restricted, but the president broke the seal and forcibly relocated it here. Since then, the core members of 7-Kill have never been hunted by the Federation's 6 Harmonies Guild again. One reason is their fear of the Heavenly Earth sect, which governs the 100-armed giant and sets the rules. The second is that they dare not engage in battles above the divine level in the presence of the 100-armed giant. I suspect there is something within the Heavenly Earth sect that they fear, Ho Liang said respectfully, neither hurried nor slow. Lin Chen's expression turned contemplative, and he suddenly said with gravity, with the strength of the Federation, they actually dare not offend the city of the 100-armed giants? Doesn't this imply that in this special place there exists a force, or multiple forces, that even the Federation cannot contend with? Ho Liang glanced at Lin Chen's profile, his gaze filled with caution. There really is. Although the Heavenly Earth sect is not one of the 5 great temples, its background is mysterious. Upon its emergence, it dominated the city of the 100-armed giants with overwhelming strength, and even the top-tier guilds from the 5 great districts dare not provoke it. Back when I first joined the 7 Kills, the ambitious president once led a team to seek out the newly appeared force in the city of the 100-armed giants, the Heavenly Earth sect, thinking to recruit them as vassals to build a territory together in this vast region. The result? Ho Liang hesitated, not daring to continue. Lin Chen looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask, what was the result? Go on. Ho Liang sighed, moved a bit closer to Lin Chen, and whispered in a barely audible voice. The president once died, and only that once. Lin Chen's expression changed slightly, instantly understanding how powerful the Heavenly Earth sect was. Even a top-tier expert like the president of the 7 Kills had stumbled. If he, a newcomer, dared to act recklessly in this place, he would surely invite unforeseen disaster. The giant spirit god is strong, but he does not know the strength of the enemy. In the face of the unknown, no one can guarantee that a deity in this world is invincible. Of course, not provoking trouble is one thing, but if it comes to a fight, Lin Chen believes that with the strength of the giant spirit god he could at least break a leg. Moreover, with the invincible passive talent, as long as he doesn't kill all of his summons, Lin Chen would remain invincible forever. This secret, which concerns his life and death, was not even told to him by his father, Lin Chengdong. With my reckless personality, it's better to keep a backup plan just in case things really go south. Lin Chen's eyes quickly darted around, thinking of a brilliant life-saving method. The guide, Ho Liang, anxiously followed Lin Chen all the way to the main city of the 7 Kills. Upon entering the Grand Hall, a weak-looking captain of the Tan Sha Hall with a glooming expression quickly led his men to surround Ho Liang behind the Punishment Elder. Ho Liang, you actually dare to come back? Perfect, it saves us the trouble of going to catch you. Seize him immediately. The Punishment Elder, Shui Gang, ordered with a murderous look. Upon hearing this, Ho Liang's face turned pale. Faced with the iron grip of the 7 Kills Guild, he felt no urge to resist, only able to surrender, for even if he knelt and begged for mercy or tried to explain, he would receive no compassion from the ever-stern Punishment Elder. In the 7 Kills, if you make a mistake, it's a mistake. Punishment is inevitable, and they never show mercy. Otherwise, a large guild like 7 Kills could not stand strong to this day, even declaring war on the Dragon District. No other top-tier guild would dare to be so brazen. Step back. Lin Chen took a step forward, pushing aside the Punishment Elder, who ignored him, and coldly scanned the guild members who had closed in. With just that light glance, those lacking composure were immediately frightened and retreated in a flurry. What are you afraid of? With me here, let's see who dares to cause trouble in the guild headquarters. The Punishment Elder did not look at Lin Chen, but his words were filled with provocation. Lin Chen raised the corner of his mouth, smiling instead of getting angry. May I ask, what position does this senior hold in the 7 Kills? How dare you act against the captain of my hall in front of me? The Punishment Elder remained silent, standing with a cold expression, hands behind his back facing away from him. The male captain acting as a witness beside him immediately spoke in a harsh tone. He is Elder Shuigang, who oversees punishment. Anyone who violates the rules of the 7 kills will be dealt with by him. This is the authority granted personally by the president. Are you Lin Chen? Shuigang turned around, his gaze scrutinizing him, a hint of menace on his face. Since you joined the 7 kills, everything you have done and said has been under my watchful eyes and ears. In Storm City, you killed several members of the same guild. In the neutral zone, you abused your power, selling the position of the new Hall Elder for 400 billion to a little girl from the Jiang family, and snatched this promising talent from the hands of the local Dark Squad captain. In Jiangyang City, you were arrogant and dismissive, ruining the layout of the Tansha Hall's branch. When they tried to drive you away, not only did you refuse to back down, but you also actively committed murder. Originally, I thought you had enough potential to become one of the pillars of the 7 kills. But you repeatedly broke the rules, not only disrupting the regulations of the 7 kills but also attempting to incite conflict within the organization, stirring up disputes between the Tansha Hall and the new hall. At this critical juncture, as the Sword Elder of the 7 kills, if I still sit idly by, then I should step down. Shuigang's voice was cold as he recounted all of Lin Chen's transgressions in detail. After listening for a short while, Lin Chen's expression shifted from calm to shock. How did he know those secrets? Especially the price at which the elder position was sold. How could he know it so clearly? Lin Chen felt a sense of foreboding, staring nervously at the white-haired Elder of Punishment. Do you really know everything? As he spoke, he quietly activated a detection scroll to check Shuigang's personal information, but as expected, it failed. Perched on Shuigang's shoulders were 2 crows, one black and one white. Their eyes were sharp, examining Lin Chen for a moment before they flapped their wings and flew away. Lin Chen slowly withdrew his gaze from the 2 divine birds, fatally sensing that the level and strength of this punishment elder should not be underestimated, but, to him, he was still just an ant that could be crushed. If you want to say that the Tansha Hall also has faults, then don't continue. I'll tell you plainly, if you had honestly stayed in the neutral zone and accepted the guild's training, the series of changes that followed would absolutely not have happened, Shuigang said decisively. Lin Chen chuckled. You don't really think of yourself as something special, do you? Shuigang's gaze turned icy and his aura suddenly surged to its peak, a powerful pressure rushing toward Lin Chen, instantly leaving a large spiderweb-like crack beneath his feet. It seems you still don't understand clearly enough. Lin Chen smirked coldly, directly using the summoning technique of the giant spirit god to graft nearly 300 billion of his power onto himself. With a casual lift of his hand, the earth shook with a thunderous roar, causing the entire city of 7 kills to tremble. Die! Crack! With just a flick of his finger, Lin Chen lifted the Elder of Punishment's chin from a distance, producing a crisp sound, as if bones were breaking. Feeling this overwhelming force that he could not contend with, Shuigang's face turned pale, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Wasn't he the one who defeated that divine general with the help of the 4-winged angel? How could he possess such formidable strength himself, even surpassing the old man? Before he could continue to roar in horror within, Lin Chen had already pulled him closer with a finger, coldly gripping his neck, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he said, when I call you senior, it's out of respect for the elders, not because you have any capability. Do you understand? This power can actually crush several divine treasures with ease. The Elder of Punishment stared in shock. His treasured items, which he had kept hidden, were swept away like a tidal wave, as if a force capable of tearing apart the heavens and the earth had flattened them, leaving no trace of life, not even a splash at the end. Ho Liang, go kill him, Lin Chen said, gripping the Elder of Punishment's neck with one hand, his cold gaze sweeping over the resurrected male captain, then commanding Ho Liang, who was kneeling beside him, completely dumbfounded. Kill him? As Ho Liang doubted his own eyes, he found it hard to believe what he was hearing. The 7-kill headquarters? In front of the Elder of Punishment, who held real power, to kill a captain who had personally come forward to protect a hall master of the Tansha Hall? Ho Liang stood up in a daze, looking confusedly in the direction of the hallmaster, then tremblingly drew out a dagger that glimmered with cold light, his heart racing as he stepped forward. At this moment, he felt a strange mix of excitement and despairing fear. Regardless of whether Lin Hallmaster's outcome would be good or bad, his fate as a small character was already sealed. In any case, it's death. I might as well listen to the hallmaster and take someone down with me. Moreover, the hallmaster has already done this much for me and my deceased brothers. If I still cowardly accept punishment, then even in death I won't be able to close my eyes. With this thought, Ho Liang steeled his heart and directly unleashed his strongest killing move, charging at the male captain who stood there in a daze. Who would dare believe that the new hallmaster and his subordinates would dare to act recklessly in the 7-kill headquarters, even not sparing the Elder of Punishment? You wretch! You dare! The Elder of Punishment's neck bulged with veins as he roared with all his might. This was the greatest provocation and humiliation to him and the swordbearer, something no one could endure. However, Ho Liang, who had already made up his mind to act, was not deterred by his roar. Instead, he became even more excited, licking the tip of his blade and unleashing his skills without holding back. The male captain, in a panic, fled without any thought of resistance. He was a seasoned captain of the 7-kill, powerful and deeply experienced, and any captain with a normal mind wouldn't think they could be a match for him. Moreover, in the chaos of the 7-kill headquarters, regardless of who was right or wrong, there would be punishment. The male captain did not want to be dragged down again because of these two madmen. However, he still underestimated the murderous intent of Ho Liang, who gave him no room to struggle. Ho Liang launched a frenzied attack, setting up a deadly array of poison blades and shadow kills, directly slaughtering the male captain in the midst of his escape. Assassins had low health, primarily relying on strong attacks. In a full-blown explosion, Ho Liang, who was fully committed, faced a male captain who had given up fighting and was only focused on fleeing, like a wolf hunting a rabbit, losing utterly from the start, not to mention the level difference between them. The male captain was covered in bloody holes, gripping his neck tightly with both hands, fear and despair appearing in his eyes, yet his feet still rushed forward, stumbling and falling to the ground with a dull thud. A pool of bright red blood flowed along the way, and above his head, the crimson words indicating blood loss kept appearing. Ho Liang, holding the dagger, felt a flush rise to his face, his eyelashes trembling as he looked at the tilted corpse on the ground, half closing his eyes and saying, "This life was not lived in vain." Then, he deeply closed his eyes, voluntarily dropped the dagger, bent his knees to the ground, propped himself up with his hands, his mind swirling as he laughed maniacally, tears in his eyes, saying, "They say a person lives for a breath. Once that breath is gone, life or death no longer matters. Hall Master, in the next life, I will serve you as a beast of burden and I will surely repay you. What are you being so pretentious about?" Lin Chen pulled him up with irritation, whispering sharply. Ho Liang was forced to stand again, his heart filled with despair, and he forced a smile, saying, "Every word is heartfelt. If it were my former Hall Master, he would definitely take the initiative to defuse the situation. When he saw his own people being bullied, even going so far as to apologize to Olay. He fears the strong and bullies the weak. To that old dog, we subordinates are nothing but tools." Lin Chen didn't know what to say, so he simply took the punishment elder and continued deeper into the headquarters. Following behind were Ho Liang and Wen Yan, whose faces were as pale as paper, walking cautiously, occasionally hearing the discussions, and pointing from those around them. They lowered their heads even further, especially Ho Liang. Although he already knew his fate, human nature is greedy for life. From a captain who was very likely to become an elder candidate in his lifetime, he suddenly became a nominal traitor to the guild he served. Anyone would find it hard to accept, and his heart was filled with shame. Who is that, grabbing the punishment elder by the neck? Am I seeing things? I saw the punishment elder dealing with an elder from the incense hall yesterday, including that powerful hall master, who obediently went for a secret interrogation. How could he be bullied by a stranger today? Is he the president's illegitimate son? Isn't that Lin Chen? Damn. The newly risen summoner from Lanzhou actually has the punishment elder pinned down. He's the new hall master? The youngest divine rank in history? How did he get into a fight with the punishment elder? That's just too reckless. You don't know? I heard the conflict between the dragon district and 7 kills started because of him. He's really something. Impossible, his reputation is all blown up. The truth is our guild has long been unhappy with that old black guy, which is why we acted. Although the final result wasn't satisfactory, that old black guy died, and even the Federation couldn't protect him. I think so too. I heard a new district chief is coming to the Dragon District, a war god cultivated by a prominent family from the Sakura District, named Gangban Rihuan, a profession of radiation fusionist, purely to disgust us. You don't know anything. That was his profession years ago? Now, after being heavily trained by the power group in the Sakura District, he's already transformed into a god, with a profession called 10 trillion radiation fusion immortal. It said he grew up drinking the radiation water from forbidden lands, and his body has undergone over 1 million mutations, becoming a true deity. A pile of crap. If he dares to come, he'll be dead too. Should we notify the higher-ups about the punishment elder being controlled by Hall Master Lin? It's already been reported. Who knows when someone will come back to handle it? I see this summoner is completely insane, first instigating his subordinates to kill a captain, then capturing the punishment elder. The final result will likely be public execution at the very least. Deservedly so. Who told him to be so rampant? The punishment elder may be a rank lower than the elder in title, but he holds real power. Whatever he does, he reports directly to the president, and he can even bypass the vice president who handles all guild matters. Offending him is no different from seeking death. Then let's watch the show. The 7 Kills Guild hasn't had such a fool in a long time, thinking that getting the Hall Master's order means he can ride on everyone's head and do as he pleases. Truly unaware of his own mortality. A group of 7 Kills members trailing behind began to whisper maliciously. Lin Chen walked forward unhurriedly, completely ignoring the large group of followers behind him. The punishment elder, Shui Gang, who was firmly held by the neck, felt utterly humiliated, his authority gone, and in a fit of rage, he cursed, "You little beast, if you don't kill me today, I swear I'll make your life worse than death." Slap. Lin Chen didn't even look, and with a swift motion, he slapped him across the face, frowning as he said, "If you keep babbling, I'll send you to the afterlife. Right now. The reason you're still alive isn't because you have a strong fate. I want to find out who gave you the order. If it's Deputy Long." The members of the 7 kills following him all showed expressions of shock. The slap was extremely loud, directly injuring the punishment elder, causing his head to tilt, his front teeth to shatter, and his cheeks to swell visibly like a pig's head. "You, Lin Chen, as the master of 7 kills, how dare you disrespect Elder Shui, the sword elder, like this? Someone, take him down immediately. If he dares to resist, execute him on the spot." The middle-aged man in black, with his hands behind his back, spoke coldly. The several people who appeared with him were all high-ranking council members with real power, including a hall master, all staring at the seemingly mad Lin master with incredulous eyes. "Step back. Lin Chen. Shui Gang, come to my study. All spectators of elder rank and above, come as well." A voice that seemed devoid of substance suddenly echoed throughout the grand hall. Upon hearing this familiar voice, everyone felt a chill run down their spines and hurriedly scattered, returning to their posts. The remaining people were all members of elder rank and above, casting strange glances toward the high-level study in the hall. Although they were extremely reluctant, they still darkly made way for Lin Chen, who was still gripping Shui Gang's neck. Seeing that everyone was so perceptive, Lin Chen spared himself the trouble of making another move. Entering Deputy Long's study for the first time, Lin Chen's gaze lingered on the room's layout. For a few moments, it was antique, elegant, and filled with a calming incense scent. He walked slowly to the back of a handsome man dressed in a Zhongshan suit. Deputy Long rarely smoked, but if he was standing by the window puffing on a cigarette, it must be a significant matter. "Deputy Long," Lin Chen called out expressionlessly. Deputy Long sniffed, and his previously indifferent face suddenly broke into a warm smile as he turned around. "What's the matter? Just returned to the headquarters and already had a one-on-one PK with Elder Shui? How did it go? Was Elder Shui utterly defeated, or did Master Lin outsmart him?" Hearing this, the officers present all wore strange expressions. Lin Chen frowned, directly stating, "No matter who he is or what position he holds in 7 kills, if he wants to bully me, he must be prepared to lose his life." "Extremely arrogant. Who do you think you are? Just a summoned god, a mere pawn of 7 kills. Today, not only will I deal with you, but I will also personally send you to the death cell." The punishment elder roared in anger. The others also glared at Lin Chen with hostility, clearly very displeased with his actions. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. If a guild of 10,000 people acted recklessly and disregarded rules, wouldn't it be chaos? Lin Chen showed disdain. "In the blink of an eye, I could take your life. What gives you the confidence to bark here? You little brat. Shut up." Before Shui Gang could finish his words, he was coldly interrupted by Deputy Long. The other officers present fell silent, no longer daring to speak a word. He looked at the sharp Lin Chen for a moment, revealing a gratified wicked smile, and slowly walked over, taking out a dark golden token representing the god of death's order from his sleeve. "It's been a while, Lin Chen, your strength has grown even stronger." Lin Chen didn't understand what the other party meant and questioned with a pale face, "Do you also think that my action of driving away the divine general of the Long district is breaking the rules and deliberately causing internal strife in 7 kills? Deputy Long shook his head. That pair of Nordic divine birds, which eavesdrop on all the secrets of the world and observe the changes of the sea and land over 10,000 years, was lent to Elder Shui by me. Since it wasn't controlled by the true body, he could only obtain partial information, which led to today's misunderstanding." "And what about the sale of the elder position? Deputy Long, you can't keep indulging this kid. With his reckless nature, he will sooner or later cause greater trouble for Qisha and the president. With such a hall master in Qisha, things can never be good," Shui Gang said hoarsely. Deputy Long ignored him and smiled at Lin Chen, saying, "The original intention of establishing Qisha was to become a dagger that pierces the heart of the Dragon District. We would rather perish than watch the 6,000 years of cultural heritage left by our ancestors be deliberately tarnished or even destroyed by foreign tribes using despicable means. The Dragon District can perish, but it cannot kneel, especially not under the feet of foreign barbarians. To say so much, I just want to tell you one thing: as long as your heart is with the Dragon District and you resist the Federation, even if you do not choose to pledge loyalty to Qisha, we are still willing to cultivate you. After all, Qisha must perish. However, the guild is not mine alone. Your situation needs everyone's approval to reasonably continue serving as this hall master." Deputy Long's tone shifted, suddenly adopting a nearly mocking tone as he stared at the silent Lin Chen. Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback, wondering how this person could be so disjointed in his speech. Just a moment ago, he thought the other party would stand on his side, but in the end, he realized he was still too young. Deputy Long was also a smiling tiger. "Ha, Lin Chen, do you really think Qisha was established for you alone?
Breaking the rules means you must accept the punishment, whether elder or hallmaster, no one can escape. The punishment elder laughed wildly as long as Deputy Long stood on his side. A mere summoned god could easily be suppressed. So, Lin Chen felt deeply disappointed, his gaze turning cold. He had already entertained the thought of leaving Shisha and establishing his own faction, but before that he still needed to do one thing. With the passive talents of the giant spirit god and the stand user, even the entire Shisha combined might not be able to deal with him. To take a step back in a situation where life was not in danger, a powerful being under the protection of a celestial, with a speed exceeding 5,000, would find it not difficult to leave the 100-armed giant city. Then let everyone decide whether to punish Lin Chen for his ignorance of the rules or to continue nurturing him. Deputy Long returned to his usual cold demeanor, his eyes calm as water. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, revealing mocking sneers on their faces. Lin Chen, it seems your good luck is about to run out. Young people who are too sharp will meet an early demise. Relying on the great banner of Shisha, your actions are still not steady enough. I think you should directly resign from the position of hallmaster and let the punishment elder interrogate you. The stakes are high. Without some rules to restrain him, this kid might do something foolish in the future. I agree with the chief steward's opinion. I second that. In my opinion, just throw him into the death prison. Shisha has never lacked talent. He is so arrogant and has publicly destroyed the reputation the punishment elder has built over decades. He should be executed as the elder of punishment. Shui Gang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with horror and rage, then his body weakly collapsed, no longer showing any signs of life. Relying on 7 kills? Go ask Vice Dragon if he dares to say that I relied on 7 kills to reach this level of strength. He's dead. But I still want to kill more. Those who proposed his execution just now, I want their lives too. Lin Chen's expression was infinitely arrogant, his killing intent sweeping over the group of stunned 7 kills generals. Vice Dragon's gaze was indifferent, showing little surprise. In fact, he was eagerly anticipating the moment Lin Chen broke the rules. You're seeking death. Do you really think there's no one in 7 kills? Let's all go together, capture this madman and imprison him in the death cell for execution. Immediately notify the Dragon Association members to launch a siege against the new Hallmaster. I'm afraid his arrogance means he has some escape plan. Just in case, we should invite the God of Death and the top experts of the Dragon Association to appear. Then where does that leave Vice Dragon? Everyone, don't panic. With Vice Dragon here, we can easily crush that kid into the ground. Just as everyone was shouting angrily, the high-ranking members of the Tan Sha Hall were the first to activate their skills, launching a frenzied bombardment of skills at Lin Chen's position. However, the energy storm that was about to converge into a sea suddenly fell into silence with just a casual gesture from Vice Dragon. Even all the skill slots that had cooled down reappeared with a black lock showing no countdown. Noticing this, everyone looked at Vice Dragon in astonishment, some beginning to feel confused. They knew this was Vice Dragon's divine hand, a spell that was virtually unbreakable. The vice president, who had always dealt with internal affairs and never participated in disputes, had finally made a move, yet he shouldn't have carelessly included his own people in such a powerful reach. As doubts arose in everyone's hearts, Lin Chen was shocked to discover that his own skills had also been sealed. This was unprecedented. Since his awakening, he had never encountered such a situation. Even when facing divine-level beings or divine generals, the negative effects he faced were easily resolved, lasting at most a few seconds. Yet, the sealing effect from Vice Dragon's study was indefinite. What did this mean? Lin Chen's gaze turned wary. He glanced at the refined Vice Dragon, his expression somewhat dazed, as countless questions arose in his heart. He noticed that in Vice Dragon's hand, there was unexpectedly a dark golden token, a gift that Vice Dragon had long prepared for him. Lin Chen, you may not know this, but 7 Kills has several first-generation job changers. They had already rooted themselves in the game world before the game manifestation was complete, and now, 100 years later, any one of them could easily suppress you here. I forgot to tell you, although Vice Dragon only handles internal affairs and is not skilled in combat, he is also a first-generation powerhouse. The sealing skill just now was done with a flick of his hand. Now you should understand what it means that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. Don't waste words with this traitor. Let's all go together and execute him on the spot to eliminate future troubles. Hearing their words, Vice Dragon turned around, his pitch-black right hand turned away from the crowd, leisurely snapping his fingers to light a special cigarette, taking a deep puff in silence. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the 7 Kills token, recalling Vice Dragon's earlier words, suddenly realizing something as he looked at the group of so-called loyal dogs of 7 Kills, feeling utterly ridiculous. The rules have always been a means for the strong to bind the weak. He was no longer the same as before, now possessing the Star God, the Giant Spirit God, and the Four-Winged Angel as his 3 powerful allies. Even if the high-ranking members of 7 Kills were unaware, Vice Dragon, the second-in-command who controlled the entire intelligence network of 7 Kills, would certainly not be kept in the dark. But why did he choose to stand on the side of the Tan Sha Hall at the very beginning?
With Long Li's style of doing things, he shouldn't have been so foolish as to reject the core potential of the 7 kills that he had been trying to win over, allowing a superfluous elder of punishment to meddle in the conflict between the old and new halls. Lin Chen couldn't make sense of it and was too lazy to think any further. What he needed to do was to continue to enhance his strength rather than speculate on those trivial matters. As long as his strength was strong enough, even if he monopolized the Dragon District, no one would dare to stand up against him. In fact, there would be even more people trying to curry favor and win him over, and they would be more humble than they were now. I want to see who dares to act recklessly. Lin Chen's gaze was sharp as he pinched the dark golden token between his fingers and said in a deep voice, if it weren't for the fact that he was still not fully developed, he really wouldn't want to associate with the people of 7 kills. Moreover, the 2 presidents of 7 kills had unfathomable strength, and making enemies with them at this time was an unwise choice. Since the vice president was keen on promoting him to become one of the 7 kill gods with the highest status and greatest power, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. With this token symbolizing the sword of justice, even the major hall masters would have to bow respectfully when they saw it. Furthermore, it would allow him to justifiably execute those he held grudges against, and of course, leaving 7 kills was just a matter of time. At this moment, when all the high-ranking officials present saw the kill god token, they were all taken aback. They stared in disbelief at the inscription on the dark golden token. Lin, upholding the heavenly fortune, subduing the 4 seas. The token itself was also a divine treasure, capable of attracting good fortune and avoiding misfortune, often playing a role in critical moments, and it exclusively belonged to the 7 kill gods. No one expected that the hall master, who had already been labeled a traitor, would suddenly produce a kill god token. Did this not mean that he had become one of the guild's kill gods? But on what basis? Regardless of qualifications or merits, the new hallmaster Lin Chen was still far from being qualified to become a kill god. It should be known that once he sat in that chair, although the burden on his shoulders would be heavier, the power he wielded would not be inferior to that of the vice president Longley, and he had no right to influence the fate of a kill god, as that authority was directly granted by the president, not a superior-subordinate relationship. Therefore, if this token was real, the situation on site would undergo a complete reversal. Those who had just shown disrespect to Lin the kill god would at least be branded with the label of insubordination. In an instant, everyone present became anxious and uneasy. Impossible. A traitor like you has no right to become a kill god. The president would never hand over the position of kill god to a scoundrel who harms fellow guild members. An elder from the Tan Sha Hall questioned sharply. Relying on the support of the hall master Old Lei, he appeared arrogant and full of vigor, continuing to shout angrily, Vice Long, as long as you give the order, our Tan Sha Hall is willing to take the lead in vow to slay this traitor impersonating a kill god and cleanse our ranks. As soon as these words were spoken, dozens of other high-ranking officials from the Tan Sha Hall raised their momentum and echoed, seemingly holding onto a glimmer of hope as long as Vice Long had not yet spoken to acknowledge Lin Chen's identity as a kill god. Old fool, I see you've lived long enough. As he spoke, Lin Chen suddenly swung his fist. The entire 7 kill city began to tremble from this punch. The force of the punch in the air instantly obliterated everything, even creating a rupture in time and space. The elder from the Tan Sha Hall, at the lower end of the rupture, exerted all his strength to launch the strongest counterattack while simultaneously reminding others and deploying defensive measures. However, all his resistance proved futile. The shattered spatial barrier turned into a cotton-like substance, crazily pouring down, drawing out strands of time-space cracks. Just a single thread completely blocked the elder's attack within the independently shattered mirror space. He turned his head in horror, looking around in confusion at the mirrored reflections of people and objects. Lin Chen, who had originally been his adversary, suddenly appeared above him. With a fleeting expression of fear, that shadow, elongated like a ghost, transformed into an iron fist that occupied his entire world, crashing down with a resounding boom. In an instant, the shattered space was obliterated after the dust settled from that punch. The elder of the Tan Sha Hall, caught in the midst of it, was directly reduced to nothingness, leaving not even equipment or remnants behind. Time in the study came to a standstill, as everyone viewed Lin Chen, who had already moved to the 4th dimension from a 3rd-dimensional perspective, their eyes filled with confusion and uncontrollable fear. Restore. Ding. In the ancient city, a crisp and melodious bell suddenly rang out. With long blue hair down to her waist, one hand on her twisting waist, gracefully walked step by step towards the study, leisurely turning the ancient bronze clock floating behind her back to the moment 5 seconds ago with just 2 fingers. At that time, Lin Chen had just taken out the Killing God order, and the clowns of the Tan Sha Hall were still bouncing around. Everything was still proceeding in an orderly manner at the initial node. However, when with one hand on her waist, expressionless, entered the study, her pupils suddenly constricted, and she exclaimed, "What's going on? Could it be that he has already gained a power that surpasses mine?" That ancient bronze clock was a tangible artifact of the goddess of time, possessing extraordinary powers. Under normal circumstances, it should be able to restore everything to its original point, but the situation on site was unexpectedly dire. Not only had the elder of the Tan Sha Hall not been saved, but even the spatial rift in the wooden house still existed. She scanned the scene with a strange look, and when her gaze landed on the killing god order in Lin Chen's hand, her expression changed immediately. She knelt on one knee and said, "I pay my respects to the killing god. I saw the signs of spatial fragmentation in Deputy Long's study just now, so I rushed over to repair it, but the situation seems to be even more complicated than I expected." She looked up in confusion at the corpse at Lin Chen's feet, then glanced at the location of the spatial rift, her scalp beginning to tingle. How did she get entangled in such internal strife? Seeing the visitor's respectful attitude, Lin Chen did not dwell on it too much and coldly said, "If you can repair it, then do it." After saying that, he spread his wings and flew out of the study, his expression cold as he approached the resurrected elder of the Tan Sha Hall and said in a deep voice, "I ask, you answer. If you say even half a word too many, I will send you on your way." "You." The elder of the Tan Sha Hall trembled, pointing a finger at Lin Chen, but could no longer utter a single defiant word. Just a moment ago, he had shattered the space with a mere glance, sending his soul to the beyond. If he were to once again loyally protect his master and provoke him, even Deputy Long would not be able to save him. Hall. "Master Lin, no, killing god, I am also acting on orders. What I said just now was not my true feelings." The elder of the Tan Sha Hall knelt down without hesitation, his heart filled with extreme fear, stammering, "You are the revered one, the most outstanding hall master of the 7 kills. Even if you lent us 1,000 of our kinds courage, we would never dare to offend." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen, with a look of disgust, raised his foot and kicked the person in front of him away. With the power of the giant spirit god, this kick sent him directly on his way. Do you all understand now? A summoned god has unleashed the power that only a boxing saint possesses. With such a figure in the 7 Kills Guild, don't you lazy good-for-nothings feel at ease? Deputy Long stood with his back to everyone, never turning to look back, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. The high-ranking officials in the study finally grasped the situation. It seems that Vice Dragon never intended to execute that Master Lin on the spot from the very beginning. The shock on their faces gradually turned into realization and then fear. You must understand that offending a killing god within the guild is akin to digging your own grave. Forget about petty revenge, even if your neck gets sliced, no one would dare to utter a word, at most they would just leave the guild and keep their distance. In a place like 7 Kills, where strength is paramount, the president and vice president would never risk offending a killing god for the sake of an ordinary high-ranking member. As long as they can save face, killing one who is blind to the situation is fine, and killing 2 who are blind is still fine. A single charge of disrespect can completely turn the page on today's events, and no one would remember the dead, nor would anyone bother to collect their bodies. In fact, there would be even more sycophants eager to curry favor with that new hall killing god who kills without blinking. The study fell into a dead silence. After finishing a cigarette, Vice Dragon shook his right hand, and once he turned around, everything in the study returned to calm, no longer stirring up any waves. He cast a nonchalant glance at everyone present and said, 7 Kills has never wanted useless members. I have said this many times, whether you among you want to coast along on past achievements, living off the glory of being an elder, or if you have relatives in 7 Kills holding high positions, remember this: 7 Kills can tolerate any member breaking the rules, crossing the line, or even riding on my and the president's heads. But the premise is that you must demonstrate your own value, possess enough strength for us to tolerate and fear. Otherwise, the outcome of such actions will not be the killing god Lin Chen, but rather the elder of the Tan Sha Hall whose corpse is still warm. Everyone listened quietly to the vice president's admonition, falling into a long silence. When the last layer of window paper between the job changers was pierced, what remained was only endless coldness and humiliation, but they could only choose to honestly admit their mistakes, accept punishment, and even one by one proactively apologize to Lin Chen. If the other party is magnanimous, they would gain a new superior. If petty, next year on this day could very well be their death anniversary, and apart from admitting mistakes and accepting punishment, they had no other choice. Unless, among them, someone could defeat that one who, despite being a summoner, displayed the demeanor and might of a supreme fist god. According to the telegram from the headquarters council, that newly appointed Hall Master Lin Chen actually went to the headquarters and killed one of our captains, and it was the very captain who had already lost his life in Jiangyang City because of him. Moreover, Lin Chen even killed one of our elders right in front of Vice Dragon, in the buffer zone of the front line of Storm City. A tall man in a red cloak, gripping the treasured sword at his waist with one hand, erupted in fury upon hearing his subordinates report. He suddenly drew his sword, unleashing a massive blade of light that split the air, cutting through the snow-covered ground ahead and plowing a gaping trench that stretched for dozens of miles. The blade light was so sharp that it reached the gates of Storm City in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the previously calm Storm City was enveloped in layer upon layer of blue protective shields. No matter how fierce the blade light was, after penetrating nearly 10,000 layers of the Mage King's protective shield, At the south gate, it lost its earlier might. The dark-clad mage kings stationed on the city wall simultaneously cast their skills, unleashing a burst of energy that shot into the sky, clashing with the dim blade light, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Lin Chen, I swear I will skin you alive and make you wish you were dead. The furious old lazy roared. Since he became the hallmaster, he had never suffered any humiliation, let alone being continuously oppressed by a junior, even publicly killing his subordinates. If this matter were to spread, his reputation as the first generation of Lei Sha would be ruined in an instant. However, the aged old Lei still had some rationality left. He glared at the intelligence officer crawling at his feet, suppressing his anger as he demanded, "Where is Deputy Long? What did he say? Isn't anyone going to step in and stop this? In such a vast 7 kills headquarters, with countless experts, are they just going to watch as my Tan Sha Tang people are killed by a traitor? Deputy Long." Mentioning this thunderous name made the intelligence officer cautious and careful in his response. Deputy Long did indeed step in to oversee the situation, but Lin Fan's strength is too formidable. In front of many high-ranking officials, he ruthlessly took their lives, even killing twice. Report. The headquarters has sent the latest news. Hallmaster Lin has been secretly granted the Killing God order and has completely shed his identity as a traitor. Now he is torturing the high-ranking members of Tan Sha Tang. Deputy Long is watching and has not intervened. At this moment, another intelligence officer rushed forward, kneeling on one knee before old Lei, his face filled with panic. Bang! The ground beneath old Lei's feet suddenly cracked like a spider web. He trembled, blood coughed heavily from his mouth, and in his bright, fierce eyes, an endless killing intent and hatred erupted in an instant. Too much. Long Li, you ultimately chose to stand by that little beast. Ha! I remember when I joined 7 kills at the age of 17, achieving numerous military exploits filled with youthful fervor, ignoring my grandfather's advice, rejecting the new Federation's overtures, turning down the high positions offered by the Dragon region, insisting on joining 7 kills, taking on the role of Hallmaster, and yet, after nearly 100 years of loyalty, I become a discarded pawn. What a disgrace in my twilight years. After finishing his self-talk, old Lei laughed instead of getting angry, looking down at the intelligence officer at his feet with pity. Young man, while your potential hasn't been exhausted, leave 7 kills as soon as possible. He suddenly turned around, his back appearing desolate as he shook his treasured sword with his right hand, then silently walked towards Storm City. At this moment, old Lei's eyes held no hatred, no killing intent, only endless fatigue and confusion. Entering the icefield instance, he bent down to pick up a stone, gently grinding it into powder. As the cold wind blew, it scattered on the ground, forming the 3 characters Killing God Order. The thing he had chased after his entire life, that young man had obtained in less than a few months. How absurd and laughable it was. The so-called 7 kills, with righteousness as its banner, was merely a lie spun by those in power to win people's hearts, and he had foolishly believed it for most of his life. Killing God. Above 1 person, below 10,000, with a respectable might, leaving a name in history. Old Lei murmured, taking out his old pipe that he had used for decades, quietly standing on the icefield to smoke. As the swirling thick smoke dissipated, he had reached a state of calm that felt abnormal. Rationally, he took out several shining elder metals from his chest, and without any movement to draw his sword, merely relying on his gaze, he shattered them into pieces. With an invisible blade aura, including the Hall Master order that symbolized his identity. Clearly, at this moment, in old Lei's eyes, they had become worthless. Old Dai, you dog, aren't you the one with the double pupils? Hurry up and help me check the situation inside Storm City. That kid named Lin Chen must have some skills to catch the cold-blooded Long Li's attention. I can't keep falling for a younger generation. Otherwise, I'd have to shove my face into my pants. In the bone-chilling snowy ground, standing in a red cloak, he stood on 1 foot atop a rock, holding his phone, laughing heartily. On the other end of the phone, an old friend fell silent for a moment, reminding him with a complex mood, why bother? At your age, it's time to step back and enjoy retirement. According to the guild's rules, your lifetime of achievements is enough to hold the position of vice president in the council, which carries significant power and benefits for your descendants. Don't give me that nonsense. It's either die in battle or kill all the scum. Don't ever think you can keep me, Lei Sha, like a sick tiger in captivity. Didn't Long Li decide that I could never take over the role of the god of killing in this life? Then I'll show him what the so-called god of killing looks like in front of me. Since we've made things clear, our feelings are one thing, but my heart still belongs to the president. If you dare to do anything detrimental to 7 kills, I will definitely kill you. A silence fell on the other end of the line. In the air above Storm City, a pair of eerie black eyes appeared, their pupils filled with white, looking extremely sinister and chilling. When those heavy eyes swept across Storm City, they immediately vanished without a trace. After a moment of waiting, Lei Sha heard his old friend sigh, don't think about revenge. There's a great deity hidden in that city, and he harbors a certain hostility towards you. Plus, with Lin Chen's 4-winged angel, your chances of winning are less than 50%. After hearing this, there was no surprise on Lei Sha's face, only astonishment in his eyes.
After so many years of interaction, no one understood Long Li's working style better than him. In the silent storm between the New Hall and the Tan Sha Hall, Long Li could abandon him for a newcomer, which proved that the other party must have greater value and potential than him. Although Lei Sha was extremely unwilling and unconvinced, the fact was something he could not ignore. Rationality told him to immediately distance himself from Storm City, taking advantage of Lin Chan's unpreparedness upon returning to the headquarters, while Long Li, the old dog, was still unaware of his betrayal. He should head to Jiangyang City now to clean up the dark side of the New Hall and later slowly plot revenge against 7 kills in Lin Chen. Master doesn't dare to strike. Do you think I can't slaughter all those lackeys of the New Hall? Lei Sha snorted coldly, leading a few trusted followers quickly leaving the territory of Storm City, heading towards the north. Sea War Zone. What kind of storm this old Lei, who carried the top secret information of 7 kills, would brew, no one knew yet. In the 100 Arms, the Heavenly Earth sect, the faceless old man stood before an ancient towering tree, bowing his head, lost in thought. The arriving Archbishop Bashan Pope Bai Haidong stood respectfully to the side, waiting for the faceless old man's orders. It was unclear how long had passed when a hunched figure in a black robe stepped into this paradise. The faceless old man seemed to awaken from a slumber, his chaotic eyes fixed on the black-robed figure. You're here, Senior, as per your instructions, I have brought His Highness Leon, the newcomer from the John district. As he spoke, a middle-aged gentleman dressed in federal official attire politely bowed. The faceless old man waved his hand, and the federal official, who held a revered status in the 5 major districts and could change the fate of millions with a mere word, respectfully bowed and then turned to leave in an orderly manner. Though a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes, the black-robed figure looked around at the surroundings and then at the two with an ethereal demeanor, speaking coldly, let's get to the point. No need to be mysterious. I have now joined the Federal 6 Harmonies Association and am no longer that fledgling of the Law God Guild. The implication was clear, if you want to move against me, you better weigh whether you are worthy. The faceless old man looked at him, a divine presence enveloping the heavens and earth, immediately pressing down on his mind. At this moment, in the eyes of the figure in the black robe, the world transformed into an endless divine realm. Above, a faceless deity, capable of summoning clouds with a flip of the hand and rain with a gesture, draped in countless starlight, plucked a 9 radiance flower from the void and stomped its foot to bring forth a piece of 9 nether dark jade from the abyss. When the two met, they intertwined to form 2 complementary streams of abundant energy, which, guided by the deity's 2 fingers, suddenly erupted with a dull roar. After the silence, a fledgling bird, evolved into a fetus, appeared in midair, crowned with a halo of phoenix light, its tail feathers flowing with endless, colorful clouds. Just bathing beneath it, the figure in the black robe felt a complete relaxation and refreshment. Even the deepening marks of the seal on his body eased considerably. This is the 9 nether Heavenly Radiance Primordial Phoenix Pill, the legendary lost elixir of ancient times? Upon seeing the extraordinary phenomenon above, the black-robed figure trembled in shock, his eyes nearly bulging out. You can just take it at will and fabricate it effortlessly? The faceless deity replied, embrace the teachings of heaven and earth, I shall assist you in reaching the pinnacle. This voice resonated like thunder from the heavens, startling the black-robed figure into a shudder, causing him to involuntarily kneel before the awe-inspiring deity, his heart filled with endless excitement, yet tinged with unprecedented fear. He understood he had encountered a benefactor, but he was uncertain whether the rumored overlord of the 100-armed giant city, the Heaven and Earth sect, was stronger than the Federation's 6 harmonies. Society. I can eliminate the sealing spells on you and will also gift you something. The faceless elder suddenly spread his right hand, revealing a newly rising star. In this radiant intertwining, it continuously evolved the myriad laws of heaven and earth. Thunder roared. Raging fire swept the plains. Sand and soil crushed cities. Vast seas swallowed mountains. Stones and metals shattered. The 5 elements evolved. Tens of thousands of skills manifested, all within the source of the myriad laws of the God King Otto, showcasing infinite mysteries and the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Otto's seal? Is it truly the source of all laws? The black-robed figure trembled with excitement, scrambling forward as if he would lose that within reach treasure at any moment. Suddenly, the light of the world dimmed. That treasure vanished from sight, and the faceless deity looked down at the human monkeyed below. Embrace the teachings of heaven and earth. All your forbidden spell skills will have no negative effects. Those Federation monkeys helped you break free from the shackles of levels, but they cannot resolve the seal. Following them will only lead to a dead end. I am willing, my lord, I am very willing to follow in your footsteps and help promote the teachings of heaven and earth. The black-robed figure's face flushed, extremely excited as he crawled forward, eager and submissive, like a wild dog begging for food, obediently prostrating at the feet of the faceless deity, almost wagging his tail in plea. You are a good child with a heart towards the light. I grant you the relic of the God King. The divine nature will depend on your fortune. That elixir will be supplied daily until you break through the shackles of life, reaching your potential limit. I have great expectations for you. Your potential is not beneath that of the summoning god. He is the greatest enemy of the heaven and earth sect, and he is stealing the master's achievements. Summoning god?
My lord, rest assured, if you do not wish to intervene, I will kill him. It will be as easy as killing a chicken. The black-robed figure flattered, eagerly accepting the God King's relic, his eyes brimming with endless ecstasy. The faceless deity said, "No, you are not his match yet. I temporarily hold the key to the myriad domains. You should go to the supreme heaven to cultivate for a while. Once you have thoroughly raised your level, it will not be too late to kill him in the neutral zone. The larger the operation, the more eyes will be on it. I can be called immortal, but I still have my considerations. You will take the lead. First eliminate the rising star among the human monkeys, then secure the position of the highest commander in the Federation. Remember this. I will heed your holy words," the black-robed figure said confidently. He prided himself on being unmatched among the younger generation, relying solely on his automatically evolving forbidden spell skills. No matter what skill he learned, it would transform into a forbidden spell, which was why he was courted by the Federal Union's Six Harmonies Society and heavily invested in by the Heavenly Earth sect for training. Gate, open. As the words fell, a grand door of light suddenly appeared before the faceless deity. Judging by its color level, it seemed to be the highest grade of crimson gold difficulty, which had only appeared 3 times in the world. Seeing the black-robed figure with no place to unleash a forbidden spell, he quickly bowed to the faceless deity and then hurriedly stepped into the teleportation portal, murmuring excitedly, "Is this the charm of the world's top sex? It's so refreshing. I just became a true god and I already have the qualification to step into the highest heavens, ha." The federal headquarters is calling the Dragon District General Staff. Have Pansy return the call immediately. Sir, I must remind you that is General Pandan Alrays. To hell with the general. In such a vast dragon district, you can't even handle a small guild and it's dragged into the next day. Tell Pansy that I, representing the headquarters, only give him 3 days to stabilize the situation. If he can't do it, the peacekeeping organization Angus Guild under the Federal Union will take over. Who are you? On what authority do you issue such a decision? Hearing the young voice from the communicator, the communication officer of the military department slammed the table with a serious expression. Normally, he would never dare to shout like this at someone from the Federal Union, but the other party's words clearly contained an insult towards his superior, General Pandan. As the communication officer for that esteemed figure, he had to maintain his authority. I am Qin Xiaolong, the supreme commander of the 5 major districts United Federation. General, why are you personally calling? The communication officer stammered, his scalp tingling. Qin Xiaolong's voice was deep and resonant as he said, "If I don't call again, the of the Dragon District will lose all face. Damn it, if it weren't for those 2 eggs below pulling the strings, that bastard Pansy would be so lost he wouldn't know which way is up. You tell him to get his ass over here and take the call." The more he spoke, the angrier Qin Xiaolong became, slamming his hand on the table and shouting at the communication officer on the other end of the line. "Yes, okay, please hold on. I will immediately call General Pandan over." After saying that, the communication officer, as if granted amnesty, put down the vintage communicator and rushed to General Pandan's conference room. Before long, when General Pandan nervously answered the phone, a wave of furious cursing immediately reached his ears. "General, given the current situation in the 13 states of the Dragon District, it is very difficult for my subordinates to accomplish this within 3 days. If you can't do it, step down. Don't occupy the latrine without doing your business. Don't think that just because you're in the 5 major districts, you're the only one who can sit in the position of the commander of the Dragon District. There are capable people below who can't rise up. If it weren't for Marshal Chica Alhai's face, I wouldn't use a single one of you useless people from the John District." Pandan's face turned pale as he struggled to suppress his anger at the humiliation in the Supreme Commander's words. Forcing a smile as he said, "I apologize, esteemed Supreme Commander. You know Marshal Chica's prestige in the Federation. If he doesn't want someone to step down, no one can. Of course, this is just a polite reminder." As soon as these words were spoken, the Supreme Commander of the on the other end completely lost his temper, but the call was already hung up by Pandan, who wore an expressionless face. "Damn Dragon District scum. You can get on stage not because of your abilities, but because your ancestors sold out the Dragon District to gain a position as a mouthpiece. Do you really think you're something special?" Pandan's face turned cold as he looked at the communication officer and said, "Go call the Federal Supreme Military Council. Within a week, I will definitely give Marshal Chica a result." General Zhongchun, the Supreme Military Council cannot directly command the frontline headquarters of the 5 major districts. You still need to report to General Qin Xiaolong, the Supreme Commander. Otherwise, this falls under the jurisdiction of Yuetian, and we will face criticism and punishment from our superiors. The communications officer reminded respectfully. General Panda was furious. "Fool. We are people of Marshal Chica. Why should we report to a nobody from Long District? From now on, do as I say. Any calls from the Supreme Commander are to be rejected, and all intelligence from the war zones is to be reported to that lord." "Yes." The communications officer felt a twinge of unease as he turned and quickly left. At the federal headquarters, Qin Xiaolong, draped in a general's cloak, paced back and forth in his office, cursing under his breath. Those audacious bastards, do they really think I can't handle them? Just as he was contemplating how to deal with the foreign general of Long District, the communicator on his desk suddenly beeped. Qin Xiaolong quickly stepped forward, picked it up, and said, "Speak." Xiaolong, don't concern yourself with matters in Long District. Let them fight it out themselves. Whatever happens is what they deserve. This is the marshal's intention and a decision recognized by the federal leadership. If you have any other opinions, you can raise them at tomorrow's district meeting. The secretary on the other end spoke in a calm and gentle voice. Qin Xiaolong felt as if cold water had been poured over him, his jaw clenched tightly, and after the call ended, he kicked his desk away in anger, cursing, "Damn it! They say people from Long District are easy to bully. When did these bastards think they could push me around?" Miao Jiang, immediately get the Angrelians involved. What the hell is this about the Supreme Commander of the Federation? Even if I quit, I will take back control of Long District for my family. In the darkness, a ghostly figure in formal attire appeared before Qin Xiaolong. Her face was as pale as paper, and with a chilling smile, she spoke in an ethereal voice, "My lord, tearing our relationship with the Federation at this time will bring us no benefits, and your father-in-law Angrelian will not support it. If he wants to be a coward, while Long District is in chaos, let him be." The Qin family in Kyoto is not without its fierce generals. Since we are going to tear things apart, let's do it thoroughly. Tonight, let them take action and bring the Shenzhou where Kyoto is located back under the control of our family. Miao Jiang nodded in turn, her figure fading as she flew out the window. The spark ignited by the 7 killers seemed to be rapidly spreading across the entire Federation, with those who had been forced to abdicate or had switched sides in the past stirring restlessly, eyeing the juicy piece of Long District and all movements of the Federation. In the year 151 of the game era, on September 12, Texas, belonging to John District, sent out the first army of job changers under the banner of support to Long District without receiving any orders from above. The following night, they clashed violently with local organizations allied with the 7 killers. By the morning of the third day, countless corpses and scattered broken equipment filled the streets and alleys of the guard city, while atop the city walls, a flag representing Long District, the Rising Dragon flag, was trampled underfoot by the Steel City officers, who proudly raised the flag of John District. 2. The outside world, they explained it as guarding the city for our brother district. However, such situations were not limited to just one place. Lin Chen returned to headquarters next month. The president wants to meet with the 7 killers individually to officially launch the headhunting operation. The target, you will naturally understand later. Long Li personally sent Lin Chen flying out of 7 Kill City, standing on the observation platform atop the city walls, smiling as he looked at the figure in the starry robe. Hearing the voice, Lin Chen turned to look, nodding indifferently. From the very beginning, it was the 7 kills that lured him into this deep pit. Now, deeply entrenched in the war mire of the major district, it is impossible to remain an outsider. Reflecting on the scenes from the past, perhaps it was destined from the start, seeing that black-feathered crow and summoning an angel to slay the 5th-turn master who was also a candidate for elder. Everything was already set in motion, laying the groundwork for today's forced involvement in the conflict. That unfathomable vice president, like a puppeteer manipulating everything from behind the scenes, always finds a way to make arrangements that benefit the guild the most, no matter how the members within the guild struggle or turn against each other, just like today. Thinking of this, when Lin Chen's gaze once again fell upon that smile, warm and gentle under the sunlight, making one feel as if embraced by a spring breeze, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed he had been wrong from the very beginning. A black-feathered divine bird stopped where Lin Chen had just lingered, suddenly letting out a crisp call, then following the flight path of the white-feathered divine bird, it flew back to the moon-viewing platform atop the city wall, landing on Long Li's shoulders. Seeing them return, Long Li, who had been indecisive, suddenly softened his gaze and looked again in the direction Lin Chen had left. With the heart of a fierce tiger, one delicately sniffs the rose. Good child, your appearance will surely change the existing pattern of the Federation. I look forward to the day you lead the Dragon Guild. Eugene, Missouri Ning, tell me about the interesting things that have happened to him recently. It would be best to be detailed. The president is about to hand over the power of the Dragon Guild to him. That is a force with the potential to overturn the existing rules of the Dragon District, and it needs to be handled with caution, utmost caution. A rare seriousness appeared on Long Li's face. Once, 2 divine birds perched on the shoulders of the God King, reading, one representing thought and the other representing memory. They always flew away during the day and returned late at night, whispering everything about the world into Long Li's ear, including the secret of Lin Chen's foundation. Meanwhile, the new laws in Storm City had been enacted for several days. The flow of players running the Icefield dungeon and those visiting the blessing of the 20 temples was unending. Among them, the popularity of the Tower of Heaven was the highest. Those job changers who traveled hundreds of miles to Storm City didn't care what tricks the Dragon District and 7 kills were up to, as long as it didn't affect their daily leveling and treasure hunting. No one would bother with such trivial matters.
Thus, the housing prices in Storm City were inflated by the unscrupulous merchants who had settled there. Early, from the original price doubling, discovering that thousands came to buy, they boldly raised it to triple, then to quadruple, and even to tenfold and 20-fold increases in the inner ring around the Lord's mansion, with some still willing to buy. Merchants saw the opportunity, and some job changers with savings saw the potential for future investment. With nearly 100,000 law kings stationed in the city, whether the Lord was present or not, public safety was no longer an issue, and it wouldn't cause job changers arriving from outside to worry about their safety. This was the cornerstone and foundation of Storm City. Moreover, with the Tower of Heaven and many rare dungeons from the outside world, along with the new laws enacted by the Lord, a continuous stream of job changers was attracted, creating the current prosperity and gradually improving public facilities. Those original residents favored by the Lord, having received first-hand official news, almost all took loans from the bank to buy many houses in the outer ring, or risked everything to purchase luxurious apartments in the inner city. However, to put it bluntly, houses are not valuable. What is valuable is the land and the identity of being a citizen of Storm City. Owning it allows unrestricted access to all major temples and dungeons, but there are countless wealthy people in the world, and even many strong individuals who specifically came to climb the Tower of Heaven. This group became the most profitable fools, nearly clearing out the apartments in the inner city. Of course, at their current level, they no longer care about trifles. Some people are purely in it for investment, taking a gamble in Stormwind City. With the soaring property prices, who wouldn't be envious and want to cash in? Besides that, there's the heavy responsibility on the logistics captain's shoulders. Under his persuasion, many who made their first pot of gold, and even some who became millionaires or billionaires due to a decree from above, became the main force in donating to build the temple. The god of faith, Lin, not only brought peace to Stormwind City but also prosperity to the local refugees. As soon as they heard the captain's proposal, they eagerly began to raise funds, requiring little effort on his part to persuade them. New citizens, upon hearing that the Lord was a true god and learning about his legendary experiences, spontaneously donated some money, hoping for good fortune, while also increasing Lin Chen's number of followers. When the donations for the temple construction accumulated to 10 billion, the first temple dedicated to the summoned god Lin Chen was voluntarily built by the local people of Stormwind City. On that day, the starry sky was exceptionally brilliant, and a deity holding a divine staff, adorned with stars and moonlight, descended with overwhelming divine might, flanked by countless awe-inspiring figures that one could not gaze upon directly. Ordinary people were filled with fear, while devout followers knelt in prayer with tears in their eyes, asking for a smooth year, for their children's safety, or for a specific treasure to drop. Such requests were made for peace of mind. They knew that the deity was none other than the Lord of Stormwind City, God Lin. Congratulations on your promotion to Great Summoner Priest. Congratulations on awakening a new passive power sharing. Congratulations on awakening a new talent skill. Seal suppression. Congratulations on awakening a new talent skill. Guardian Commander power sharing. You can share all your power with any summoned creature, consuming 5 faith points per second. Seal suppression, magic cost 50,000 / faith cost 50,000. The basic effect can suppress all enemies with a divine rank lower than yours, gaining high damage reduction and randomly adding a negative effect. Guardian Commander, magic cost 1,000,000 / faith cost 1,000,000. The basic effect summons a squad of angelic guards and a guardian commander, while the faith effect summons a team of guardian commanders and a 6-winged archangel. At this moment, standing alone in the divine temple, Lin Chen stared blankly at his new talent skills, his expression somewhat dazed. Before coming here, he had fantasized countless times about how powerful a 4th-tier profession would be, but upon seeing the final result, all his assumptions were overturned. This was not about strength at all, it was completely abnormal, defying the heavens. Lin Chen had seen countless summoner professions, from dragonborn mingling in dragon nests, druids summoning the spirits of the forest, to beast tamers leading a pack with tigers at the forefront, and even innate supreme summoning deities, yet none could share power with their summons like he could. Moreover, it was 100%. It was simply going to obliterate the giant spirit god's summoning technique. After successfully changing professions, Lin Chen studied his newly acquired talent skills for a while, then contentedly collected his faith points, planning to leave Stormwind City and head to the neutral zone to receive personal guidance from the chief speaker of the Summoner Association. In truth, it wasn't really guidance, it was more about understanding the strength of the world's top summoners and their developmental directions. Lin Chen's current strength was formidable, but he lacked certain high-level techniques and equipment strategies. If he muddled through without clarity, problems would inevitably arise. After all, he was not truly invincible yet and needed to seek advice from the older generation of peak experts. Being humble was not a bad thing, and Lin Chen was quite willing to further understand the profession of summoner and improve his combat command abilities. Daily report: number of prayers 3182, increased faith value 4730, number of
Worshippers 1596 increased faith value, 19030 number of blessings, 8012 increased faith value, 410211 number of offerings, 3209 increased faith value, 268805 total, 702776 accumulated, 3651102. Storm Temple number of visitors today 4779 number of potential contractees discovered, 3 faith value gained, 76208 view responses from believers, 3. This was Lin Chen's first time having his own temple and he was still somewhat unclear about the so-called contracts. The responses from believers appeared as reminders when a visitor sincerely worshipped, but Lin Chen had been preoccupied at the time and did not pay attention, nor did he understand how to form a contract. However, after some reminders from the system, he finally grasped the function of contracts. The basic information was that one could select a potential job changer from the believers, bestow a part of their own power, or grant a blessing, or a lower tier skill. The higher the faith level and the greater the potential, the more likely one would attract the attention and blessings of the deity. As a deity himself, if he completed a contract with a believer, he would gain a loyal and reliable servant. Yes, a servant. Those nuns, priests, archbishops, cardinals, and even the pope and the temples and churches were merely servants of the divine. Understanding this, a sudden wave of sadness rose in Lin Chen's heart. That so-called woman with her heart set on the bright moon, even with her esteemed status in the human world, was nothing more than a servant of the deity. How could she sacrifice her entire life, abandoning her husband and children? Wait, I remember she told me never to contract with a deity in this life, so why did she resolutely choose to be a servant of the radiant temple? A large-scale double standard? Just for that insignificant power, even her soul could be sold? Lin Chen thought mockingly in his heart, though his expression was extremely gloomy. Upon learning about the relationship between deities and believers, Lin Chen found it hard to maintain his indifference towards that woman. Anger filled his heart, and he could not comprehend how someone who displayed such pride and arrogance could embark on a path of conversion. That was, to Lin Chen, a disgrace. The so-called contract is a transaction between humans and deities. You honor me, treat me as your faith, and I will grant you some insignificant power. If you are willing to risk your life, empty your savings and career for devotion, and possess great potential for cultivation, you will naturally rise to the management level above the believers, like a bishop. This small group formed around the deity as the core, if its overall strength is sufficient, will gradually develop into a temple. Lin Chen found it somewhat laughable yet also frustrating. Standing alone on the statue within the city, he looked down at the brightly lit night market scene below, his thoughts gradually drifting with the cold wind blowing past him, wandering to the 3 potential candidates who had gone to the Storm Temple to pray during the day. That night, the cold wave was boundless. The white dragon Jing, who had fallen asleep early, lay flat on the ice field in a makeshift camp, with a thick fur carpet and sleeping bag spread on the ground. The fiercely burning firelight cast a soft and tranquil glow on his youthful and delicate profile. On the other side, several massive spiritual entities stood immovable like mountains, effectively forming a natural protective barrier around the camp. Their ethereal and elusive forms suggested that most had once been powerful dragons and elite monsters marked by special stars. As a genuine young master from the capital, accustomed to a life of luxury, it was unthinkable for him to endure the hardships of a place like Storm City, even if his own father knelt before him begging. As Lin Chen's consciousness touched the other party's spiritual medium and merged with it, a dream concerning the Storm Temple he had seen during the day quietly unfolded in the mind of Bai Longjing. Lin God, are you really Lin God? Looking at the golden statue rising slowly from the edge of the world, illuminated by the heavenly sea, Bai Longjing knelt down, his face filled with excitement and his voice trembling as he said, "Big brother, I finally see you. You have no idea, the summoner community has straightened its back because of your appearance, able to speak with people from other professions. It is also because of you that I have the confidence to pick up the summoning path again and create my own spiritual entity system." The dazzling golden statue gradually transformed into Lin Chen's divine warrior form, his eyes radiating white light like the searchlights of the angel Chiral shining down on Bai Longjing, making it impossible for him to open his eyes, bathing him in a holy glow. Bai Longjing, 21 years old, level 200, 4th transition spirit manipulator. Profession, summoner, holds the federal record for the highest damage at over 30 million from the Bai family of the capital, descended from the White Emperor of Bai D City, now relocated to the neutral zone. With a discerning eye, Bai Longjing quickly recounted his background with admiration on his face, then heavily knocked his head on the ground several times, excitedly saying, "Great God, I have admired you for a long time. You are the strongest summoner I have ever seen, with the demeanor of a great deity and an invincible presence. Those old-timers are simply unworthy to be compared to you. They lack the ability to make commoners willingly build temples and statues. Moreover, my father said you have the ability to transcend rules, while those top-tier powerhouses outside cannot contract with humans, yet you can. This is so thrilling. Please grant me power. I promise from now on to treat you like my own father." The more Bai Longjing spoke, the more fervent he became, fervently prostrating himself on the ground. His desire for Lin God's power had not arisen overnight. Upon learning that a summoner could directly summon deities, he had been enviously captivated. Now, hearing a series of legendary tales about Lin Chen only fueled his admiration. Even at the risk of assassination, Bai Longjing could not resist sneaking away from the capital to Storm City, just to see Lin God. Even if it was just a distant glance, he would be satisfied. What Lin Chen did not know was that there were countless fervent fans of summoners like Bai Longjing all over the world. Even in the so-called noble summoner circles of the Lighthouse District, there were those who came seeking him. Lin Chen did not quite understand what he meant by transcending rules. After ascending to the divine level, wasn't it true that anyone could gain faith value? Although he couldn't comprehend this issue, he maintained an unusually calm demeanor and spoke the sacred words, "Child, you need to make extraordinary contributions to gain extraordinary power. Great God, we are all humans, not ancient gods or game NPCs. Just name your price, as long as you can help me summon angels, I would sell my father and empty my entire family to satisfy you." Bai Longjing, prostrated on the ground, snorted excitedly, yet his words sounded incredibly mundane. Hearing his down-to-earth words, a ripple of emotion could not help but rise on Lin Chen's otherwise calm face. This foolish boy, clearly doing business with a deity, yet it felt so down-to-earth. He helplessly lowered his voice again. "The contributions you have made so far are not enough to earn such a miracle. However, seeing your sincerity and exceptional talent, I can make a contract with you and grant you." Bai Longjing's face lit up with wild joy, nearly bulging his eyes out in excitement. However, the next words were a great disappointment to him. "I grant you the advanced skill of wild calling." Wild calling? Isn't that? Bai Longjing's face fell, muttering under his breath. Isn't that just an ordinary summoning skill, but advanced? As expected of the Lin God, even that broken skill can be upgraded to advanced. Lin Chen seemed to understand his expression. "Its final form is at the transformation level, which is the shadow behind you, but you must make outstanding contributions first." Bai Longjing turned to look, and the massive tree shadow that enveloped him was gazing down at the ants below, with a pair of blood-red eyes, revealing a hint of disdain born from power. "Damn! Is this wild calling? No way, God, this is a lord-level big boss." Bai Longjing was so frightened that he fell to the ground, but as he recalled the rumors circulating online about the Lin God, he immediately understood and looked at Lin Chen with even more respect, saying, "I am willing, very willing. Rest assured, after the contract, I will definitely maximize my contributions and spread your fame far and wide." "Sincerity," Lin Chen said indifferently, and at the moment the statue was about to disappear, both parties signed a mysterious agreement called the Faith Contract, which was essentially a master-servant contract. Suddenly, a bridge of spiritual connection was established between Lin Chen and Bai Longjing, but it was one way. Only Lin Chen could actively contact Bai Longjing, selectively listening to his prayers and thoughts. Moreover, the latter developed an extreme humility towards the deity of his faith, no longer harboring any disrespect. The black chain of tattoos around his neck silently merged into Bai Longjing's body, and he prostrated himself on the ground, performing the highest form of reverence to the fading image above, his eyes losing their original flamboyance, filled only with reverence and longing. One thought arises, one thought dies. The Lin Chen on the statue suddenly had a layer of mist in his eyes. He seemed to understand what kind of path that woman had walked. In her youth, she had foolishly signed a contract with a deity, seeking the power of the divine, and her life and death were no longer in her own hands. All her thoughts were bound by the master, forced to serve beside that damned angel, wasting her youth, her will, and everything. She told me not to contract with the ancient gods. She was really foolishly pitiful and arrogantly laughable. Lin Chen bit his back teeth, anger rising in his heart, yet he didn't know how to break the deadlock. He turned his gaze to the next potential candidate, a heavily armored girl who was staying up late in a small house she had bought locally, watching videos of Lin Chen's previous meals, where the protagonists were the little green dragon and his apprentice. "Ha, this fool still doesn't know who she's provoking. Lin God, you must eliminate this idiot. She really is quite an eyesore, claiming to be an elite member of the Summoners Guild, not even worth a finger of mine, humph." This girl, living in a small house worth over 10 million, wearing limited edition magical sound headphones and pink pajamas, sat on an electric blanket with her legs bent back, her little face flushed as she watched the figure in a starry robe in the video, whispering excitedly. Naturally beautiful, she adorably rubbed her reddened cheeks with her hands and couldn't help but start fantasizing about the moment she would officially meet Lin Chen. What an exciting scene that would be. The god of the summoning world. True god, and so handsome, so young. If only I could marry him, sob. She hugged her teddy bear, her eyes filled with infatuation. For young men and women, idolizing stars and gods is quite common, especially in the already murky and stagnant world of summoners. With the emergence of such a great deity, it naturally attracts fans and is praised by insiders, elevating the status and development of the entire circle. However, Lin Chen never expected that he would actually possess the charm he once dreamed of. If she calls out to thousands, does that mean I've achieved the feat of captivating countless girls? Lin Chen thought to himself with a smile, quickly reaching out with his consciousness to intertwine with hers. On the top floor of the small villa, the cold wind howled outside the window, but suddenly beams of dazzling light pierced through, like the warm sun that couldn't be blocked by fingers, spilling onto the ground and creating an exceptionally comfortable and cozy atmosphere. The girl Ingzi widened her eyes and crawled like a dog from the street stall into the warm sunlight, her expression one of astonishment. Isn't it night? How could it be? Bang! The tightly sealed iron window suddenly opened on its own. Ingzi's gaze immediately fell outside the window, where a deity with the rising sun above its head was staring at her inside the room with eyes like searchlights. She stood up in shock, but when she clearly saw the deity's appearance, her expression changed to one of immense joy. Lin God. It's you, Lin God. The native residents of the village and the city didn't lie to me. What the heart desires will surely resonate. You are truly a miraculous existence. Among human powerhouses, there has never been a deity like you, Ingzi said excitedly, tears in her eyes. Women are always prone to emotional outbursts, no matter what they see. As long as their emotions fluctuate greatly, they easily end up in tears. Lin Chen was helpless about this and had no patience for a fan meeting. As long as he felt the potential was good, he would sign them as reserve members of the temple. And Lin Chen's journey in the temple officially began today. After consecutively contracting 3 promising job changers, Lin Chen gradually mastered that special enslavement technique. With no more good candidates among the followers, he had no choice but to rush to the neutral zone overnight to meet the long-awaited peak powerhouse. However, before leaving Storm City, the newly appointed captain of the Dark Division hurriedly stopped Lin Chen's departure, clutching a bloodied box. Reporting to the god of killing. In the incident in Jiangyang City, Elder Zhua, who went to stabilize the situation, along with other Dark Division members, was tortured to death by the traitor Leisha and others using cruel interrogation methods under the Guo family's schemes. This is Elder Zhua's head. I don't know who threw it into your residence, the captain of the Dark Division said with a grim expression. After hearing this, Lin Chen signaled his subordinate to open the box with his eyes. The moment the wooden box opened, Elder Zhua's twisted and contorted face suddenly revealed itself before the two, his bulging eyes filled with bloodshot veins and despairing rage. Looking at this shaven head and the numerous fresh red knife wounds, Lin Chen remained surprisingly calm, but the sea of clouds behind him had already stirred in all directions, forming a massive, roaring demon. This shocking scene frightened the captain, who trembled and stepped back, clearly filled with extreme fear, even though it was his direct superior. How dare they? Lin Chen muttered calmly to himself. The captain understood that this lord was truly angry, and he nervously reported. According to the intelligence gathered by the scouts, after Leisha defected from the 7 kills, he changed his previous high-profile style and lurked in Jiangyang City for several days, only starting to act after thoroughly understanding the situation inside. The head of the Guo family has an old friendship with the people from the Tan Sha Hall. Although he doesn't openly participate, he secretly helps them, deceiving Elder Zhua's whereabouts. Otherwise, with his cunning nature, it would have been impossible for him to be killed. After the incident, all the direct descendants of the Guo family immigrated to the neutral zone. Lin Chen picked up on a point of doubt and asked, did he not have a chance to revive the holy altar? On the way to Jiangyang City, he encountered retaliation from an unknown organization. Elder Zhua stayed behind alone to cover his brother's retreat. The captain's eyes revealed a hint of admiration as he spoke respectfully. Lin Chen's hands, which were behind his back, unconsciously tightened. He asked expressionlessly, do you know which force did it? According to the intelligence department, it was the official hired organization, the Angreal Guild's retaliation. They had been lurking outside Storm City for a long time, waiting for an opportunity to strike. They also have their minions infiltrated into our Storm City, the captain said with a face full of murderous intent. Lin Chen smiled knowingly, thought for a moment, and said, you handle the matter with the Angreal Guild. I will grant you the support of a great deity. Before I return, you must achieve some results, otherwise, just leave on your own. The Dark Division captain, Wu Gang, who had been demoted, was originally the deputy leader of the escort team at headquarters. He held significant power, commanding over 3,000 hired mercenaries, guarding the wasteland outside 7 Kill City for over 30 miles, and could be considered a fierce general, unmatched in bravery. After Lin Chen became the god of killing and took charge of the new Hall of 7 Kill, the power structure naturally expanded upward, and he was reassigned by Deputy Long to 2 major protectors, along with a new veteran general to assist Lin Chen. The deeper secrets were unknown to outsiders, but Lin Chen had his suspicions. Given the chaos he caused at the 7 Kill headquarters, even if Longley temporarily compromised, he would not fully trust him, so he deliberately placed a few spies here. The earlier words had a hint of warning. Wu Gang, the Dark Division captain, bowed respectfully and said, I dare not overstep. You should let that great deity lead the Dark Division. Compared to her, I really lack the confidence. You do as you're told. If you can't do it well, go back to headquarters. The new hall doesn't need useless people. Lin Chen said bluntly. Wu Gang felt a wave of despair, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Yes, sir. Although he agreed with a stiff face, Wu Gang was acutely aware that the weight and status of a great deity made it impossible for him to take Lin Chen's words seriously. However, the tasks assigned from above had to be completed no matter what, otherwise, even the old leader Long Li might not be able to protect him. Wu Gang thought helplessly and turned to leave respectfully. Before he left, Lin Chen looked at his cowardly demeanor and couldn't help but snort coldly. You're also a senior with 9 transformations, yet you look like a spineless coward. I think Deputy Long is just talking nonsense, treating you like a nobody. Hearing this, Wu Gang, who was walking away, instinctively clenched his calloused hands, but as he recalled the domineering scene of the upper-ups causing chaos at headquarters, a chill immediately ran down his spine. He turned back with a bitter smile, bowed to Lin Chen, and seriously stated, a quasi-general cultivated from the periphery of the Angreal Guild has died. They will definitely retaliate, and it could happen at any time. Although I am incompetent, I have already focused on a few leads, and I believe we will soon catch a big fish. Remember what you said, I want to see their core members. Lin Chen said coldly, then watched as the untrustworthy subordinate left. After he departed, an overwhelming killing intent suddenly erupted from Lin Chen, causing the snowflakes drifting above Storm City to become even more chaotic and frenzied. Bursting silently, he looked ahead and took out a communicator to calmly converse with Long Li. Deputy Long, Zhuahong is dead. Long Li was silent for a moment. Regarding the Leisha issue, I have discussed it with the president and will handle it immediately. His answer was also very straightforward, without any hesitation. Lin Chen sneered, what if he hides in the neutral zone and even becomes a noble? Long Li replied, you don't understand him, those targeted by him don't just die, they also lose a piece of flesh. He is the most vicious and cunning wolf of the 7 kills. I hope so. Lin Chen continued to sneer, once I enter the neutral zone, I will launch an assassination operation. Don't try to stop me or persuade me. Long Li suddenly felt the situation becoming tricky. After pondering for a moment, he patiently said, since the establishment of the neutral zone, no assassin has ever come out alive. Then I want to try even more, Lin Chen said fearlessly. Lin Chen. Long Li rarely got angry, his voice hoarse. As he scolded, the situation in the neutral zone is very complex, it is not as calm as it appears on the surface. Now that the 7 kills are involved, it will only accelerate their demise, and they won't be able to stir up any waves. So what? Should we pretend that Zhuahong's death never happened and let those bastards from the Guo family enjoy their peace in the neutral zone? Lin Chen gritted his teeth, suddenly feeling a bit ridiculous. It's rumored that even the federal leaders dare to assassinate the top killing team, yet when it comes to action, they are so timid. Is the slogan of the 7 kills inevitable demise just a trick to fool the ghosts? Lin Chen couldn't help but mock. Long Li said seriously, the 7 kills can perish, but it must not be because of the neutral zone. Even if you really want to assassinate the federal leader, I would agree 1,000 times. Beep. The communication was cut off. A powdery substance was scattered from Long Li's hand. He looked disappointed. Feeling an unprecedented sense of defeat, the president had ultimately misjudged the person. That kid's temperament was too impulsive. Before entering the 7 kills, he had a good relationship with Zhuahong. After being promoted to Hall Master, their status has changed somewhat. Lin Chen regarded him as a capable aide, his right-hand man. Now that his head had been personally severed and sent to the Lord's mansion, if Lin Chen remained unmoved, it would not just be a grievance, but a humiliation. Of course, he was not irrational. Before heading to the neutral zone, he made 2 preparations. One was to send out a suicide squad, spending hundreds of billions to arrange identities, and the other was to lead the team personally, striking after the mission was accomplished. With a substitute messenger and a divine protector, although he might be lacking in strength to deal with a large area, he was confident that he could make any force miss their target when it came to escaping. After careful consideration, Lin Chen called for his loyal protectors. Although they were reluctant to venture into the neutral zone, they secretly admired their new leader's vengeful and bloodthirsty approach. At least they could follow him steadily in the future without fearing a bitter end. Before heading to the neutral zone, Lin Chen contacted the only elder of the new hall, Zhang Bingyan, and instructed her to expedite some matters. She would handle the identity issues for the assassination squad entering the neutral zone. It would only require spending enough federal coins and would not be subject to any background checks thanks to the Zhang family's prestige and reputation in the area. However, Lin Chen's actions also dragged her into the mess. On the way to the neutral zone, Lin Chen casually dispatched the Divine Eagle squad to patrol the surroundings, hunting down hidden enemies and monsters. Previously, Lin Chen was unaware of this, thinking they only had the advantage of observing enemy movements from a distance. In reality, their third eye could discern the intentions of passers-by, whether they were approaching with goodwill or malice, revealing clear signs. Thus, various spies and assassins secretly following Lin Chen were all attacked or driven away by the 3-eyed Divine Eagles. Lin Chen remained indifferent. He was deep in thought about the layout after entering the neutral zone. If the 7 kills did not provide assistance, withdrew from the neutral zone and distanced themselves from him, what path would he take in the future? Lin Chen was not afraid of being hunted in the neutral zone. After all, he had already offended the Federation to the core. Being timid in his actions would only embolden his enemies. Besides, with his current strength and untapped potential, why shouldn't he challenge the so-called pinnacle of world power? Damn the 7-kill guild. If you dare to back down, I'll take you down with me. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated and angry Lin Chen became. He kicked the throne and fiercely commanded the 9 dragons, flying ahead to the neutral zone. Manhwa Academy. As usual, he met with the captain of the Dark Division on the small path outside the main gate. Lin Chen scrutinized the impeccably gentlemanly man and coldly asked, "Who told you I was coming?" "To the neutral zone?" Beiji Yanfeng's expression was serious as he replied, "Reporting to the God of Killing, the Dark Division has a collective intelligence network jointly managed by the Intelligence Department and the Dark Division, which shares information. Of course, regarding your whereabouts, only I know the details in the neutral zone for now." Lin Chen nodded in understanding. "How many members do you have in the neutral zone?" Beiji Yanfeng thought for a moment, considering the other party's authority and status, and began to communicate in sign language. Lin Chen frowned, carefully observing for a while, then compared it with the sign language chart, his expression turning disappointed. "Why so few? What role does your Dark Division play in the neutral zone?" Beiji Yanfeng respectfully replied, "Collecting intelligence, receiving distinguished guests, recruiting informants." "Oh, then let me ask you, where is the Gua family from Jiangyang City who recently relocated their entire clan to the neutral zone?" Lin Chen asked with a serious gaze. Although Beiji Yanfeng was the main person in charge of the Dark Division in the neutral zone, he did not have the authority to know Lin Chen's purpose for coming there, so he answered honestly, "We already have people monitoring the Gua family's residential area. They relocated as a whole family, shifting their financial focus here, so a golden phoenix has emerged from the chicken coop." He continued to elaborate. Lin Chen asked straightforwardly, "What title do they hold?" Beiji Yanfeng held up 2 fingers, and Lin Chen instantly understood, disdainfully saying, "From your tone, I thought he came to the neutral zone to become a marquis." Upon hearing this, Beiji Yanfeng had nothing to say. Lin Chen turned and headed to the academy. He needed to continue using his identity as a student to operate in the neutral zone, which would save him a lot of trouble. "Before class starts, I have a question for everyone." In the classroom, a portly old man from the lighthouse district, with white hair and gold-rimmed glasses, calmly gazed at the ancient texts but unexpectedly posed a question to the class. Lin Chen, who had just arrived for class, initially intended to just get through it, but it seemed he had caught the history teacher's eye from the very beginning. The teacher looked at him with intense anticipation and asked, "Where do gods come from?" "Our human history, since the last century, has never seen a true god in the literal sense. So where do gods come from?" This philosophical question seemed directed at the entire class, but the foreign history teacher's gaze remained fixed on Lin Chen, his eyes sparkling with wisdom, as if waiting for his answer. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, and after a few seconds of eye contact with the history teacher, he said, "In the age of technology, there are no gods. Gods come from games, and games create gods." This answer was met with approval from the entire class, all curious eyes turning toward Lin Chen. The history teacher nodded in agreement, suddenly chuckling self-deprecatingly, "There are no gods in the world, yet gods rule the world. Is that right? Or rather, is the environment we live in truly dominated and controlled by humanity?" The students in the class fell into a brief silence. Someone couldn't help but stand up and say, "Humans have become gods. Naturally, the world is still controlled by humans." Some people simply retorted, "Nonsense. If it weren't for humanity's control, how could there still be 5 major regions? They would have been swallowed by monsters long ago." The history teacher clapped his hands non-committally. "All right, this question is controversial and requires you to carefully discover it in your future lives as you feel the increasingly bizarre changes in the world. Before graduation, write a 5,000-word thesis on this argument, or I won't give you a grade." He spoke lightly, but a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. He asked about the question of the gods every year, yet no one grasped the deeper meaning behind it, and over time, the history teacher, who knew some truths, became indifferent. Lin Chen also didn't dwell on this question. The hidden informant of the 7 kills in the neutral zone informed him that the people sent by the Gua family had already entered the academy. "Brothers, tonight's assassination operation, regardless of success or failure, will etch our names in history." The overall leader of this assassination operation, Ho Liang, said with a cold face, hands clasped behind his back. Even in the face of 2 already advanced protectors, the old generation of strong ones, he issued a series of action orders without any hesitation. However, the 2 protectors didn't seem to pay much attention, waiting for the formal orders from headquarters. Although they didn't express opposition to Lin Chen's dangerous actions, they certainly didn't dare to truly follow him. The neutral zone was not only the world's wealth center but also a retirement place for top-tier strong individuals. Casually provoking someone or a certain force could easily lead them to a dead end.
This was not an exaggeration. Those who once dared to disrupt the rules in the neutral zone, regardless of their status or power, had now turned into a pile of bones buried beneath the Great Wall at the border of the neutral zone, forming a mound of white bones. The two directors assisting Longley, who jointly handled affairs, were both old generation strong individuals whose ages exceeded the founding time of the Federation. Although they were not as deeply rooted as the first generation, they had witnessed the changes of the world and were highly experienced in the circle of job changers. Even they didn't dare to attempt such things, which clearly represented the four blood-red words extremely dangerous. But Lin Chen had always liked to have the final say. Now that he had become a god of death, he was even more domineering, disregarding wise counsel. They could only comply outwardly, while secretly planning to distance themselves from him. Captain Ho, I have a few doubts. The captain of the New Hall's assassination team. Number 1 knelt on one knee, looking troubled as he spoke. According to my understanding, the Guo family has raised several god-level strong individuals. Although I don't know their rank, dealing with the currently immature combat system of the New Hall, their core combat power is more than sufficient. Furthermore, the neutral zone is independent of the Federation. The king has personally issued a combat ban except in special circumstances, along with the Noble Protection Law and the Enemy Suppression Order. Once we violate these, there will be no chance to escape the neutral zone. It would be a certain death situation. If you have already arranged an escape route afterward, along with the insider responsible for the pickup, then I may be overthinking it. But I had to mention those doubts. I must consider the brothers, as they have just joined the New Hall. The captain of Team 1 said with a grim expression. Halfway through, Ho Liang impatiently interrupted. If you're afraid of dying, then withdraw. The New Hall doesn't need cowards. He stood with his hands behind his back, coldly scanning everyone, mocking. Some of you originally had no right to possess the resurrection altar. It was Lin Shen's righteousness that specially requested approval from the higher-ups and personally funded it to secure that qualification. I've even left you the chance to resurrect, and you still hesitate. Then just get out of the New Hall. He shouted harshly. Several captains lowered their heads, wanting to speak but hesitating. The new members who joined the Shintong were like newborn calves unafraid of tigers. When they thought about the resurrection opportunities provided by the guild, the gloom and fear in their hearts vanished instantly. One of the new talents from Lanzhou, brimming with confidence, declared, I just joined Shisha, and I already have the chance to participate in such a large-scale event. Even if I die once, it's still worth it. Exactly. With resurrection opportunities, what's there to be afraid of? Even if we get permanently blacklisted from the neutral zone, so what? I wasn't born to enjoy a life of comfort. Besides, Lin Chen is letting us participate. He values us, so let's not be ungrateful. Brothers, it's time to earn our credentials. Once this mission is over, our glorious achievements will be something we can boast about for a lifetime. Let's just do it. Having the chance to be tested is better than having none. Come on, we've already joined Shisha. Why hesitate and shrink back? Isn't that just giving outsiders something to laugh at? Hearing the action team members stirred up with bloodlust and killing intent, several captains buried their worries and resolutely followed the assassination activity leader, Ho Liang, to express their determination. Seeing this scene, the two guardians on either side felt disdainful. They were just a bunch of newcomers who didn't know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth. They watched coldly, showing no intention of joining or making any assassination proposals. Ho Liang continued, Teams 1 and 2 will primarily be responsible for assassinating the core descendants of the Guo family. Remember to pursue them relentlessly. They might have special resurrection methods as well. Teams 3 and 4 will create distractions on the periphery, providing cover. Be sure not to engage with their main forces. If you can escape, do so. The true essence of assassination is not brute force but achieving the objective. Yes. The members of Team 4 responded in unison, their youthful faces filled with excitement and eagerness, as they participated in a large-scale assassination activity for the first time. At that moment, Elder Jiang Bingyan, her face covered, quickly walked up to them. Ho Liang, Lin Shen said I can participate in this assassination operation. I'll be your assistant, she said excitedly, but suddenly her phone in her backpack rang. After answering, her expression changed, and she nervously said, Dad, why are you asking me about these things? I'm no longer a person from the neutral zone. Why do you care what I want to do? Nonsense. Don't think that just because you got in through connections, only your people know about it. The Imperial City's Imperial Guards are always watching you. The 10-star domain deities, the 5 elder leaders under the king, the commanding mages, the 2 marshals of the Undying Legion, and several divine generals from the Imperial Guards, who, among them, can't arrive at the scene within half a minute after an incident? When that time comes, I'll have to put on a brave face and plead with the king to get you back. Why go through all this? If you really want to play, why not learn from the bandits or the Rogue Federation? I can just send you to our family's Divine Bounty Hunter group. Jiang Bingyan's face turned a mix of shame and anger as she retorted, Who needs you to rescue me? Even if I'm hanging around the neutral zone, I don't need you to intervene. Beep. The call was disconnected.
Jiang Sihai, the head of the Jiang family, furrowed his brows and directly called the president of the Qisha Guild, Jun Hao. Hey, little brother, if Qisha doesn't want to play anymore and wants to withdraw, I have no objections. But you can't mess with my daughter. If her reputation in the neutral zone gets ruined, how will she ever marry a prince from the royal family? She has already been expelled from Qisha. After giving a straightforward answer, the communication on Jun Hao's side was cut off. Jiang Sihai clenched a string of jade beads, sniffed, and expressionlessly instructed those around him, bring the young lady back. Qisha has bet big this time, putting all their important stakes on Lin Chen. I see that Qisha is in trouble. Yes. The man in the black robe casually drew a circle in the courtyard, then with a gentle tug of his two fingers, a striking masked figure flew out from the crack in space, cursing as she came. Jiang Sihai, you think being a turtle is enough, but you dragged me along to be. Whoa, I can't go on living like this, life is just too boring. Every day is just about flattering the royal nobles. Clearly, we hold 1/5 of the world's wealth, yet we have no influence at all. 100 years ago, humanity's habitat was reduced to 5 major regions, and now it's still just 5 major regions. Jiang Bingyan, who had fallen from the void, spoke with a face full of grievance and no filter. Jiang Sihai was not angry. He playfully pinched a jade bead, looking at his little ancestor and said, "What does my Bingyan want to do?